How hard can an ordinary menial disciple work? Just fill a 5-meter high water tank every day. Then do 5,000 push-ups continuously. Run 100 kilometers. Do 10,000 squats. And after completing all that, I felt no fatigue at all, and even had the energy to break a big stone with my chest. Just 2.5 minutes ago, I was just a menial disciple being extorted. Unexpectedly, the Taoist gold scroll I brought with me suddenly reacted, showing a name on it, Shin Kaiyang, who was the senior brother who came to extort me. After he left, strange things happened. After some hard work, I surprisingly felt no fatigue, but I could vaguely see that the name on the Taoist gold scroll was somewhat dim. Could it be possible to transfer negative states? What surprised me even more was that while I was meditating, I found that my cultivation speed had doubled. Thinking of the gap in qualifications between Shin Kaiyang's top-grade spiritual route and my mixed spiritual route, I was instantly shocked. Could it be that by writing my name on the Tao Golden Scroll, I could still share qualifications? So, as someone with a mixed spiritual route, I began a frenzied cultivation, but all of this only brought hardship to the enthusiastic Shin Kaiyang, who enjoyed listening to music and flirting with the girls. Every month when the stipend was distributed, it was the happiest time for Shin Kaiyang, as all the stipends of the menial disciples were in his hands. At the drunken spring tower, Shin Kaiyang directly threw the storage bag in his hand to the madam. Come, today give me 5. The madam was excited and quickly arranged for it. That night, Shin Kaiyang called 5 girls dressed in a captivating manner. Come, Shen Yi. Shin Kaiyang laughed. Alright, I've just learned a new technique. Today, I will show you how powerful it is. The next moment, he collapsed on the bed, feeling an indescribable exhaustion. Shin Kaiyang was confused. As a few women looked at him with concern, Shin Kaiyang took out a pill, instantly restoring his strength. Just as he stood up, his body went limp again. Shin Kaiyang was puzzled. He took another pill, regained his strength, but soon went limp again. Why do I feel like I've plowed dozens of acres of land? Shin Kaiyang panicked, eating pills while running towards the Qinglian gate. The 5 girls were dumbfounded. Is young Master Shin so weak that he's out of breath just from touching us? The women looked at each other and laughed. As Shin Kaiyang returned to the sect, he couldn't help but scream. His meridians were tearing apart, his skin cracking. He hurried to his cousin. Cousin, save me. And with that, Shin Kaiyang passed out. The next day, looking at the dim color of Shin Kaiyang on the golden scroll, I wanted to take a day off just because Shin Kaiyang's condition had not improved. I was also a little afraid of overworking, but I didn't expect to be flatly refused by the steward of the menial tasks, who even directly assigned me a mountain of clothes to wash. So many? By myself? I was surprised. How come? You don't want to? The head of the menial tasks coldly smiled. His 4th layer chi burst out, and I quickly smiled and said, oh, how could that be? I'm willing. Very willing. You are sensible. And also, you must finish washing within 3 days. If you can't finish, you know the consequences. The head of the menial tasks left directly. I smiled on the surface, but cursed angrily in my heart, knowing that one day I would make you clean the golden scroll. The next moment, I was dumbfounded, only to see the golden scroll of the Tao vibrating again, the scroll turning, and the brush falling again. Chui how? I instantly thought of a possibility, that only by doing something that threatens my life can I meet the conditions to write in the little book. Looking at the clothes piled up like a small mountain, I once again entered into a frenzy mode. Froze by Lu Shuani froze one day and one night to finish washing. Then Lu Shuani realized something. The physical strength of this fucking handyman leader is really good. It took himself a day and a night of dirty work to consume the glow of this Chui Hao's name. Compared to that Shin Kaiyang, it is a bit of a wine bag. This thing can even test someone's physique. Also, I don't sleep myself, and I'm refreshed now. Good guy. The sleepiness is transferred. This plugin's so fierce, but it's fucking hungry. Not exactly a negative status. I'm niet. So hungry. Lu Shuani hurriedly headed to the dining hall to eat. Just what Lu Shuani didn't know was, he had just left from the utility room. Chui Ho's hand gripped the doorframe with a death grip, then came out of his room with a black eye, holding his back, pale and confused. Why do I feel like I haven't slept? And what's with me waking up sore and weak? Chapter 3, Enemy 1 Wasted? After Lu Shuani came to the dining hall, a sad realization of a thing. I'm so damned. All the spirit stones have been scraped by that damn Shin Kaiyangs. The points for doing hard labor in the miscellaneous disciples were also fucking moved away by Shin Kaiyang. He is now penniless on himself. Lu Shuani had a hard time. In his heart, he cursed that Shin Kaiyang was not enough to die. But the question now is what to do. You can't be starved to death yourself. Lu Shuani paced back and forth in front of the dining hall. A final helpless sigh. In the world of cultivation, Borrowing money is basically impossible. Good people. It's also almost hard to come across. This eating thing. Lu Shuani could only look at the wild vegetables on the side of the road. Smoothly just Artemisia went. Grandma, I'm damn afraid I'm the saddest traveler ever. Lu Shuani cried bitterly inside. But, compared to before, he was in a much better mood now. At least, one still has the hang-ups. As long as the enemy is alive anyway, there's always a time for your own emergence. Seeing that the wild vegetables are almost collected, Lu Shuani hurriedly left. No way. Being an immortal cultivator, digging wild vegetables by the side of the road, there were still a lot of people who had that strange look in their eyes. It's really a bit of a shame. Not enough wild greens though. Lu Shuani ran to the back of the mountain again, specifically to hunt 2 wild game. After the wine and dinner, idle, Lu Shuani went straight back to the handyman disciple compound. The first thing he had to do was earn points. Bro, I'll work for you, and I'll get 3 points for the points. Lu Shuani found some miscellaneous disciples and asked directly. When those miscellaneous disciples heard it, it seemed fine. Then, Lu Shuani then went into frantic work mode. That's not lazy at all, even extremely efficient. This could make the handyman look foolish. Subsequently, Lu Shuani once again solicited several handyman jobs. Then after it's dry, Lu Shuani then stopped taking jobs. On the one hand, it's that Choi Ho can't do it anymore, and the other side of the coin is, you work like crazy, tirelessly, and it's always going to feel weird. And Lu Shuani was also directly tired and red in the face. It was drenched in sweat. Sure, it's loaded, but the results are very good. It's been a long day. Earn 30 points straight away. According to the prices of the Green Lotus sect, that's $30. Lu Shuani. Grass. Lu Shuani was furious and slammed the table. It's just not a place for people. The good thing is, you can go to the dining hall tomorrow. 30 points. You can have a meal. One thought. Lu Shuani then felt his stomach hungry again. These days work, negative status is transfer, and the light that can be absorbed from among their names also feeds back into their bodies. So to speak, present-day Lu Shuani. It was directly a cultivator of the 3rd layer of body refining. Killed a cow with 1 punch. Easy peasy. But accordingly, the meals are very large. This won't work. Now that there are extras, Lu Shuani began to think about his plans for the future. First of all, one's cultivation should be raised a bit. Aha! Though the glow of Shin Kaiyang's name still hasn't returned, but the effect of the shared lower spirit root was still there. Lu Shuani drank a mouthful of water fiercely and then began to cultivate frantically. Maybe it's his enhanced physique, this time absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. Surprisingly, it didn't tear the meridians. Ha! It's cheap for that Chui Hao. Lu Shuani sneered and said no more, continuing to cultivate. Turning to the next day, Yu Suni got up early, looking at the bleak Choi Ho name. Some despondency. This class has the worst enemies I've ever seen, Lu Shuani muttered. But the good thing is, Lu Shuani has been working like crazy for the past 2 days. The courtyard of the miscellaneous disciples was surprisingly clear for a while. There were a few miscellaneous disciples sitting and chatting. Lu Shuani was idle anyway, grabbed a handful of melons and went to make a mess. Hey, have you guys heard? That senior brother Shen, who had been raiding us before, is ruined. This statement was made. Everyone froze, but then it was just very relieving. Some even had to go down on the spot to return the favor. Others were in a very happy mood. Well, I wonder which immortal it was that helped us out with this bad anger. If I meet him, I'm willing to kowtow to him in thanks. Lu Shuani listened in silence. Still, he asked appropriately, how was it scrapped? Any news? Is there any chance of recovery? A miscellaneous disciple shook his head. I heard that the meridians all over his body are sawed off, and there is no possibility of cultivation in the future. As for recovery, it's not without a way. Top quality healing elixir. Shin Kaiyang is at best an outer disciple with a lower grade spiritual root. Who would give him top grade pills? Lu Shuani nodded. At the same time a look of relief passed above his face. It's not pretend. It's a real relief. But, one still needs to find a more powerful enemy to do so now. But it's not good enough to be too powerful. Himself is too weak now. What if you offend someone powerful and slap yourself to death? Nor do they know if their enemies can die for them. This, Lu Shuani wouldn't dare to joke. This matter, I'm afraid, should be considered in the long run, imperative. One still has to make money first. But there's no life on the side of the miscellaneous disciples, trying to find a more lucrative method. You can only go to the outer gate to do odd jobs. But that place at the outer gate, Lu Shuani doesn't dare to go now. Because of a slip-up, it would be hurt by the outer door fighting. This dam, it's still too low in strength. But it just so happens that all these handymen are there. Lu Shuani also simply asked, fellow brothers, I've been raided by that Shin Kaiyang this month. and now I'm penniless, so I'd like to ask a few brothers to show me the way. Those handymen looked at Lu Shuani with some sympathy. However, there are those who really say a doorway. Brother, I see you have good stamina. Why don't I introduce you to a job? But brother, the spirit stones are split 50-50, and it's still a big job. Lu Shuani froze. Elder brother, this job of yours, is he decent? The handyman hemmed and hawed. Don't you want to make money? This job, it's lucrative. Lu Shuani looked at the disciple with some suspicion. Do you want to start? The journeyman disciple beckoned. Gesture Lu Shuani to come over. Lu Shuani also rushed over. The miscellaneous disciple whispered a couple of words. Lu Shuani eyes then hurriedly waved his hand. No, I can't do it. Meanwhile, Lu Shuani was speechless in his heart. You're a grifter. You're trying to hurt me. Hell, the Avenue Gold Scrolls are nifty on the list. It even shocked Lu Shuani. Cui Hao and Shin Kaiyang. People's names are just white light. Nice guy. The one in front of me is called Zhang Eru. The light is all fucking green. Good guy. Zhang Eru is it? You're hiding it well enough. Sure. Lu Shuani's heart couldn't help but be cautious. The green light. Lu Shuani didn't know what it represented, but he knew that the green glow could never be a miscellaneous disciple. That punk Shin Kaiyan was even an outer door. This Zhang Eru could never be just a handyman. Can't it be that it's an undercover agent from another clan? Chapter 4, Coming to Life. Lu Shuani also kept a sharp eye. Green Lotus mine digging. Surprisingly, his life is in danger to himself. Then this place is definitely off limits. What made Lu Shuani feel most alarmed a bit was, if this line Zhang Eru is really a spy, he wants people to go to the mines and die. Wouldn't that mean, now the Green Lotus mines are all their people? This is fucking huge. Seeing that Lu Shuani doesn't go, the icy coldness of Zhang Eru's eyes flickered, but it was also immediately replaced with a smile. I'm just saying that, but spirit stones do give a lot. For a day's work, it's almost 3 lower grade spirit stones. If you want to, you can find me anytime. Lu Shuani hurriedly saluted. Many thanks, senior brother. If I really can't mix it up one day, I will definitely bother senior brother. Zhang Eru hurriedly waved his hand. No obstacles, no obstacles. This time, another miscellaneous disciple suddenly thought of something. Right, aren't you short of money? And you're quite physically strong. Why don't you go to the refining room and become a handyman? There are people needed there every day. It's just a bit too tiring, but for a day's pay, there's almost 1 spirit stone. Lu Shuani was instantly moved. Really? I'll check it out. Having said that, Lu Shuani hurried to the refining room. Wait for Lu Shuani to leave. The others chatted again. It all dispersed after that, too. This time, Cui Hao walked out of his room with trembling legs. The look, the eye, felt like it wasn't going to work. Somebody, Cui Hao shouted in a hoarse voice. A journeyman disciple heard the sound, rushed over to take a look. Upon seeing Cui Hao like this, the handyman disciple was also startled. Boss Cui, you are? How many bits have you battled? Cui Hao was inwardly bitter. How many women in the dogfight? I've been sleeping for 2 fucking days. Nima, the more I slept, the sleepier I got, and as tired as if I had stalked hundreds of acres. He now had serious doubts. Is he or she under some kind of spell? He'd have to hurry now to see the handyman steward. Lu Shuani quickly arrived at the refining room. The disciple card was produced and the purpose of the visit was explained. He was soon brought to the backyard of the refining room. And being a handyman, his job is simple. 2. You take all these scraps, carry them all to the pool of earth fire, and just throw them down. Finish these and consider it done. Lu Shuani looked at the refining waste that was almost piled up into a mountain. The corners of his mouth twitched in disbelief. This Nima, there's more than 100,000 fucking pounds. 100,000 pounds of waste disposal is only given 1 fucking lower grade spirit stone. This is really fucking not taking the handyman seriously. Although the heart is not happy, but the face. Lu Shuani was still grateful. Thanks, senior brother. I'll get to work. The disciple nodded, and then leave. And Lu Shuani also used his mind directly. Turn the golden scroll of the great Tao to Zhang Eru's page. Then get to work. It's barely dark. Lu Shuani finished directly. Then pretend to be exhausted. It's just walking, holding your back. Go ahead and check out the money. The disciple was stunned. You're that fast? What's the word? What's the word? What do you mean I'm that fast? The heart is non-negative. Still, Whiteface chuckled. I have better stamina and more strength. Otherwise I wouldn't dare to take this job. No. The disciple checked again. It does seem to be drying out. The mood is also very good. You're good. And then the checkout. Directly, Lu Shuani was given an extra spirit stone. Lu Shuani was overjoyed. Many thanks, senior brother. Many thanks. The disciple shook his head. No need for that. You've done me a favor. But senior brother, You've come to do this job. It seems like you're really short of money. And I have another labor here. Not a spirit stone settlement, but contribution points. A day's wages is 70 contribution points. Lu Xuanyi's eyes instantly lit up. Contribution points were something that could be worth more than spirit stones in the middle of a sect. And 70 a day. I'll go. But Lu Xuanyi was still calm. Dare I ask, elder brother, what exactly does this do? That disciple spoke bluntly. The iron ore mined from the Green Lotus mines, transported to us to come here. Need someone to help carry those iron ores to our backyard. The iron ore, that thing is very heavy. Very few people are willing to do it. If you want to do it, on your sharp energy, I can give you 30 more contribution points then. I'm going, so what are we waiting for? I'll do it. The disciple smiled and nodded. That's a deal. Meet me in the morning. Lu Xuanyi nodded, then excused himself and left. After leaving the refining room, Lu Xuanyi went for a big meal first. I was really hungry and hadn't had a proper full meal in the last few days. Not to mention, the rice in the dining hall. That's all watered by the spiritual spring. That taste, that feeling in your stomach. It's really different. A full meal. Lu Xuanyi all felt like his flesh was being moisturized as if it had been nourished by manna for a long time. Together with his cultivation at the second level of qi refining had all increased by a large margin. I'll go. This aura's refining speed. It's at least a mid-grade spirit root. Walking on the road, Lu Xuanyi looked at the top of the golden scroll of the Great Tao, and Zhang Era's name fell into silence. It's a day of heavy lifting. The glow of that Zhang Era's greenish name only dimmed by 3 points. How scary is this guy? Lu Xuanyi felt dangerous. At the same time, the mind was filled with vigilance. Cultivation world. It's really the ubiquitous old six. One must hurry to get stronger. Otherwise, in the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard, none of them had the ability to defend themselves. The thought of getting stronger is a thing. Lu Xuanyi had an idea in mind. The prerequisite for becoming stronger is cultivation on the one hand, while on the other, it's spells. Spells? Myself. Why don't we go and fix up some of those kryptonite spells? Or martial arts or spells that are extremely harmful to one's body, but very powerful? Lu Xuanyi was very impressed. But the heartbeat also agonized once again. Damn. To enter the first floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, you need to pay 3,000 contribution points once. And to learn a spell, or a martial art, you also need to pay an additional contribution point. I'm niet poor. I'm damn poor. Lu Xuanyi took a deep breath, then returned to his residence. Close the door to your room and continue practicing. But this time the practice is down. Lu Xuanyi clearly felt different. The cultivation speed of Zhang Era's middle-grade spiritual root was simply more than 10 times faster than the cultivation speed of Term's lower-grade spiritual root. At this rate of cultivation, he was afraid that he would be able to refine qi at the third level in less than 3 months. To think of sub-cultivation for 2.5 years before coming to the refining layer of miscellaneous spiritual roots, Lu Xuanyi is really crying. Good on. Now the old man has a hang-up. Think so. Lu Xuanyi once again engaged in a frantic mode of cultivation. Lu Xuanyi is not only not tired, even the more you practice, then the better it feels. But what Lu Xuanyi didn't know was, Zhang Eru, who was already a bit tired. Originally, I planned to practice a little, but when you sit there, you want to fucking throw up. That's what it felt like. One seems to have been practicing for a long time. Very irritating. What is this? Why do I still have a sense of resistance? Zhang Eru frowned. Chapter 5. One more look. Early the next morning, Zhang Eru then sat paralyzed in the doorway, his eyes bloodshot and his face green. Obviously rested all night, but he still felt tired. Very tired. Not only that, he now wanted to vomit a little when he thought about cultivation. There was even a bit of internal resistance. Zhang Eru couldn't help but reminisce. Has he or she recently eaten something bad or offended someone? Is this cursed? Zhang Eru kept drinking water. It seemed like that made him feel better. Cough cough cough. This side has just finished drinking water. Zhang Eru then coughed violently, because throat was sore. A mouthful of water went down. It was like taking a sip of lava. Not only that, at this moment, Zhang Eru did some internal inspection and realized that the meridians all over his body were a bit red and swollen. That felt like being destroyed by psychic energy. What the hell is going on here? This house of miscellaneous disciples, why is it so evil? Zhang Eru's face changed and changed. Eventually he even wondered if he had some kind of weird disease, but he was also afraid to have his body examined. After all, his identity was there, and he must not let the Green Lotus sex people come to inspect his body. Suddenly, Zhang Eru saw Lu Xuanyi, who had just gotten up. Zhang Eru's eyes couldn't help but light up. Senior Lu! Zhang Eru shouted. Lu Xuanyi was slightly stunned. Immediately though, he ran over with a smile. Senior brother Zhang. What is it? Zhang Era directly took out a lower-grade spirit stone at this moment. Go to the den and buy me a healing potion. Lu Xuanyi was a bit embarrassed. Senior brother Zhang, it's not that Mr. Lu is unwilling, but I promised the refining room today to do hard labor. This going back to help you buy medicine. I'm afraid I'll be delayed. You see. At this point, Lu Xuanyi did have some difficulties. Zhang Eru's eyes suddenly went cold. Oh, what's that got to do with me? Lu Xuanyi took a deep breath. Okay, senior brother. You wait first. After Lu Xuanyi finished speaking, he hurriedly jogged to the Dan room, then quickly turned back. Zhang Eru was very satisfied after getting the elixir. Still, he deliberately pulled Lu Xuanyi. Senior brother Zhang, what do you mean by that? Lu Xuanyi's face changed slightly. Zhang Eru smiled instead. Not how. It's just that I want to know what your punishment will be if you go late. Lu Xuanyi was a bit warm and angry. Senior brother Zhang, I have no grudges against you. I even helped you run errands to buy pills. Why are you victimizing me like this? Zhang Eru, on the other hand, snorted coldly. Because you just disobeyed me. And this is a lesson for you. Lu Xuanyi's killing heart rose violently. Even the fists had clenched. May it's a fucking green enemy. But by far the best presents one can ooh and ah over. Hold back. Lu Xuanyi took a deep breath. Calmed himself. Then the smile was replaced. Senior brother Zhang's lesson is right. There won't be a next time. Lu Xuanyi buried his head very low in salute. Zhang Eru narrowed his eyes at this moment. The fact that you are so able to hold back scares me. So I don't think I can keep you. Having said that, Zhang Eru slammed his fist into Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi was reacting. He even thought, you can still counter this guy yourself. But suddenly, Lu Xuanyi saw someone out of the corner of his eye. He played dumb for an instant. Bang, a punch lands to the face of Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi instantly flew backwards. Zhang Eru wants to take advantage of the situation. Suddenly, a flying sword arrived instantly. It directly chopped off Zhang Eru's arms. Zhang Eru screamed miserably. Kneeling on the ground, he looked at his arms, his forehead bruised and covered in sweat. At this moment, a cold and colorful woman wearing a long white dress walked in through the miscellaneous disciple gate. Looking at Zhang Eru, who was kneeling on the ground and continuously wailing, his tone was chilling. Innocent wrecked fellow disciples, die. A simple sentence. That cold-colored woman once again manipulated the flying sword. Brush it off. White ons flashed. Zhang Eru died. Lu Xuanyi stared at this in stupefaction. And after that cold woman settled Zhang Eru, just glancing flatly at Lu Xuanyi, he once again collected his sword and walked away. It doesn't stop in the slightest. Lu Xuanyi's nose is whistling blood. Even the blood was almost wetting his shirt. Nothing else. Just now, Zhang Eru threw a punch. He hurriedly turned the Great Tao Gold Scroll to Shen Kaiyang's page. Results. After he took that punch from Zhang Eru, Shen Kaiyang's name directly shattered. Shen Kaiyang's name is missing. Which later 3 seconds of vacuum. That 3-second vacuum. Lu Xuanyi still endured some negativity. Wait for the 3-second vacuum to pass. After the name on the first page of the Great Tao Gold Scroll automatically changed to Cui Hao. He's only good for it. From this, Lu Xuanyi also understood one thing once again. The name written on top of this golden scroll of the Great Tao can also take the place of death. This plugin, old man likes it. But, what made Lu Xuanyi even more confused was, on top of his golden scroll of the Great Tao, there was once again an additional name. That name is Zhang Junbao. Moreover, this name is even greener than Terry Zhang Era's name. Green like an ambient light. Lu Xuanyi narrowed his eyes. It seems that instead of blaming that beautiful senior sister for Zhang Era's death, he blamed me instead. Ha, Lu Xuanyi scoffed. It's fucking weak. But, instead, Lu Xuanyi was now the least afraid of the enemy. The more enemies that want his life, the more he likes it. And this one called Zhang Junbao, with such a green name, then the old man will have to treat himself. No, it's broken. Lu Xuanyi suddenly thought of the hard work in his refining room, where there was still time to be happy about such a powerful extra enemy. The most important thing now is to earn money. Only with money could one buy better feats, better spells. Thinking so, Lu Xuanyi hurriedly ran towards the refining room. Shen Kaiyang is wasted though, but Shen Kaiyang's cousin still found a top medical practitioner to come over to save Shen Kaiyang. Of course, Lin Xinghe didn't want to care about Shen Kaiyang, but he can't get past Shen Kaiyang's parents. After all, his parents were both foundation establishment seniors. Shen Kaiyang is out on his own. It's a little hard to account for. So, Lin Xinghe was also looking for a top-notch medical practitioner to see if he could be saved. Even if it can't be cured, but it can be delayed for one day, after he builds his foundation. And there are no more worries. But the physician was somewhat speechless. Little friend Lin, your cousin's body, I've already looked at it. It's not that it's impossible to repair the meridians. It's that the cost of this is too huge and the amount of spirit stones that would be spent would be countless. and without the medicinal herbs, there's really nothing I can do. Lin Qinghe nodded. I know. I just wanted you to be looking to see if you could get some cheaper herbs to stabilize his injuries. Saying that, he even took out 3 dozen lower-grade spirit stones. That medical cultivator instantly smiled with joy. In that case, I'm looking at it. Said. Then he came to Shen Kaiyang's side with Lin Qinghe. Shen Kaiyang wants to get up. Lin Qinghe waved his hand. Begin. The medical practitioner nodded. First, he took his pulse and then looked at Shen Kaiyang's eyes once again. Just a couple more looks. Bang! Shen Kaiyang's head directly exploded. The red and white thing directly crashed into the face of Leader Qinghe and that medical cultivator. The medical cultivator and Lin Qinghe were frozen on the spot, even filled with confusion. Chapter 6 Hidden Sword Peak. Senior Sister Shen Kaiyang was really caught off guard by his death. That medical cultivator wiped his face with his hand, then looked at Lin Qinghe in a daze. Would you believe me when I say that I had nothing to do with this? Lin Qinghe also wiped the red and white things on his face. The face was a little hard and uncertain. Really? It has nothing to do with you? The medical practitioner laughed bitterly. It really has nothing to do with me. I just took one look and he blew up. I'm even wondering if you're blackmailing me on purpose. Lin Qinghe was somewhat speechless. I would take my cousin's life and blackmail you? Are you too confident? Or am I crazy? Both medical cultivator and Lin Qinghe looked at each other in silence. I don't know how long it's been. It was then that the medical cultivator inquired uncertainly. Now then, what should we do? Lin Qinghe rubbed his temples. There's some trouble about this, and even though this cousin of mine is not a favorite in the family, he's dead, and my great-uncle is going to pursue this matter to the end. Allow me to think. Then, the two then fell into a very long silence. Shen Kaiyang's headless body was placed quietly next to it. Lu Xuanyi came to the refining room. The steward of the refining room had been waiting for a long time. There were several other handymen waiting. The Green Lotus sect is huge. There are a lot of utility rooms. Even the miscellaneous disciples are somewhat uncountable. So, these handymen, Lu Xuanyi doesn't recognize it either. The steward of the refining room saw Lu Xuanyi coming. Lima laughed. It's coming, but we'll have to wait a little longer. The ore hasn't arrived. Lu Xuanyi nodded. The steward didn't ask Lu Xuanyi why he was late. It also spared Lu Xuanyi an explanation. Since the ore hasn't arrived yet, Lu Xuanyi and a bunch of other handymen also sat aside to rest. For not recognizing, a few people didn't have much of a conversation either. But, a few people are not waiting. Instead, I waited for a fairy, and that fairy Lu Xuanyi knew. It's the cold beauty who saved Lu Xuanyi just now. See the woman. The steward of the refining room and the other handymen hurriedly rose to greet them. Greetings, Senior Sister G. The crowd saluted. Lu Xuanyi's hands and feet followed suit and saluted. It's a little awkward, because Lu Xuanyi doesn't recognize it. Naturally, the luggage was a bit rushed and it didn't make a sound. This action directly caused the so-called Senior Sister G to look sideways. The other handyman also looked at Lu Xuanyi. That Senior Sister G looked at Lu Xuanyi with cold eyes. Direct inquiry. What's your name? Lu Xuanyi hurriedly bowed his head in response. Disciple Lu Xuanyi, meet Senior Sister. Senior Sister G nodded her head, taking a punch from a cultivator at the 7th level of chi refining. And you're not even injured. The words came out. The other miscellaneous disciples were also stunned. He even looked at Lu Xuanyi with some shock. Lu Xuanyi inwardly said that it was bad. But explain immediately. Earlier, that Zhang Arrow asked me to buy him a healing elixir, and before I could give it to him, he turned murderous towards me, and after I was injured, I hurriedly swallowed that healing elixir. Senior Sister G pondered slightly before finally nodding, then head straight to the refinery room. Lu Xuanyi breathed a sigh of relief, but he still felt there were a few too many holes. In fact, if you think about it carefully, there are still a lot of problems. For example, how could one's current cultivation at the 2nd level of chi refining survive the attack of a cultivator at the 7th level of chi refining? No way. Going forward, this kind of thing must never be seen by a second person. Anyone who sees it will die, Lu Xuanyi secretly decided. But, it comes down to this. Or is his own cultivation too low? Just very melancholy. Hey, poor. Lu Xuanyi was annoyed. It's fucking poor before you cross over. After you cross over. Damn. Poor are. But there's no rush. Now that old me also has a plug-in. As long as I work hard on my own to move bricks, there will always be a day when I'll be able to buy feats and spells on my own. Think so. Lu Xuanyi took a deep breath. Trying to move bricks. The steward of that refining room looked at Lu Xuanyi with some suspicion at this moment. You know the Senior Sister of Hidden Sword Peak? Saying that, the steward of that refining room even looked at the direction where Senior Sister G had left. Lu Xuanyi also looked at the direction Ji Ruxin had left. Then came the story of what had happened this morning. The steward of the refining room listened. Also angrily. then this kind of person really deserves to die. But your brat is also lucky that you just happened to meet Senior Sister G's inspection. Or else if you don't die, I'm afraid you'll have to take off a layer of skin as well. Lu Xuanyi nodded. A few people chatted again for a long time. After that, the carts from the Green Lotus mine site were the ones that finally arrived. Several handymen hurriedly got up to work. Lu Xuanyi also got up to work. But this time Lu Xuanyi didn't act too solid. Truly, Senior Sister G had given him a wake-up call. He works when others work anyway. He rests when others rest. He drinks water when others do. Everything behaved very normally. Sure, Lu Xuanyi couldn't have been hiding his clumsiness. At least, he had to work on moving bricks. So, when it came to work, he was a solid second capable except for the big, tall, burly man of 6'9", who was the first, the steward of that refining room. Looking at Lu Xuanyi was also very satisfied. But it was probably the reason why they could see Senior Sister G every time they passed by the refining room. Those few odd job disciples worked very hard as well. Mainly, that Senior Sister G, too, gazed at them. The handymen. This made the handymen even more excited. There are even people who go bare-chested to do it. Quite a desire to express himself. Only Lu Xuanyi. It's to hide when you can. He didn't want to have anything to do with this hidden sword peak's senior sister. But I also wonder if it's an illusion. Lu Xuanyi realized that Senior Sister G seemed to have been observing herself. Lu Xuanyi constantly admonished himself internally. Don't think too much. Don't be self-absorbed. People are inner disciples. You're a handyman. People look at you to do hair. At the same time, Lu Xuanyi is also praying. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Then, serious work. The good thing is, those who do not recognize their own handyman disciples, some of the role, originally a day to do the work, the result of half a day to do the work. Lu Xuanyi was really unable to stand that G's senior sister's direct gaze. Hurry and go to the steward of the refining room to settle the bill. You're good. The refining room supervisor directly allocated 130 points to Lu Xuanyi's disciple card. Lu Xuanyi accepted it without ceremony. At the same time, he said, Elder brother, in the future, if there are any odd jobs or tiring work, you can call me. I'll do anything, as long as there are points. The steward nodded. Okay. Lu Xuanyi got what he wanted and turned around. That's not staying at all. But Lu Xuanyi didn't know. After he's gone, that Senior Sister G walked up to the steward and said in a calm tone, have him bring me the sword tomorrow. The steward froze for a moment, then hurriedly saluted. Got it, sister. Senior Sister G nodded. Then he stepped onto the flying sword and left in the air. Chapter 7, Danger. Lu Xuanyi was now excited. It's time to say no. It's true that there's a lot of money to be made in this hard labor. At this rate it goes on. 30 points for a day's worth of meals. And save 100. 1 month. Just 1 month. You'll be able to access the hidden scriptures yourself. As for what kind of spells to choose, Lu Xuanyi had it all figured out. The kind that is harmful to your body, but powerful. Or a blood burning, life burning, chicken burning, whatever. Anyway, one only needs the enemy to stay alive. Oneself will eventually be invincible. Hey, think about it. Lu Xuanyi laughed. At this point, he has a vision for the future. Especially when looking at the Green Lotus sect, which was like a fairyland nowadays. They all felt a bit affectionate. That state of mind. It's hard to be poor before. Suddenly there is a bank card with unlimited money in mind. The next thing he only needed to plan was how to go about raising his cultivation properly in the future and enjoying the scenery of this cultivation world. Just before that, one needs to just go well and be a wayfarer in this world. No waving. This is the rule of the cultivation world. After all, in the world of cultivation, there are really a lot of old sixes. It's just that the only thing that's beautiful right now is making money. Still too slow. After dinner, Lu Xuanyi was a little hesitant. Now that I'm not afraid of any negativity, and even the strength of my body now is equivalent to that of a cultivator at the 5th layer of body refining, shouldn't I take on a little bit of the clan's rewarding mission? Lu Xuanyi thought about it. In the end, the idea was dismissed. Because, although one was able to cultivate with the help of the enemy's cultivation talent, but one's spiritual root was still a miscellaneous spiritual root. The cultivation realm is also only at the 2nd level of chi refining. Sect bounty quests cannot be completed by those who are not at the 4th level of chi refining. If one is able to complete the bounty mission, this, in turn, raises suspicion. What makes you, a slag at the 2nd level of chi refining, able to complete the bounty mission? It's not telling anyone. I'm just not like everyone else? If that's true, in time one will face assassination by some old thing or be captured and studied. Though one's own hangouts are fierce, but now he himself was no longer able to defend himself. And then there's this. One doesn't have enough enemies now. It's really unsettling not to have many enemies. One thought. Lu Shuani's face was very odd. I was never to think that I would ever worry about my enemies because I don't have enough of them. Lu Shuani rubbed his temples. But, bounty quests can't be picked up. But, handyman disciple's job. You can still do it yourself. One has enemies to bear the negative. Then one can totally enroll like crazy 24 hours a day. Looking at the 3 words Zhang Junbao that were green to the extreme, Lu Shuani laughed. Dog, want to get me killed? Then I can only consume you properly. Think so. Lu Shuani went directly to the mission hall. 2 words. Any job that a journeyman disciple can do. Lu Shuani took it all. Then the madness mode was turned on. Morning. Zhang Junbao wanted to meet with Zhang Eru to report on the recent situation of being undercover in the Green Lotus sect. Results. He witnessed his brother's death. Although Zhang Eru was killed by senior sister Ji. But, Zhang Junbao didn't dare to seek revenge on senior sister Ji. Even he directly transferred his hatred to Lu Shuani. If it wasn't for that handyman, my brother wouldn't have died. Everything, it's that handyman's fault. Zhang Junbao said indignantly. Even, in order to get over it, he was going to torture Lu Shuani today. Anyway, a handyman, dead is dead. No one will pay attention. The clan's handyman. It would have been treated like an animal. So, Zhang Junbao hid in Lu Shuani's room early. Even he has a rope ready. A whip. But what Zhang Junbao didn't expect was, Lu Shuani didn't come today. What's going on here? He found me? It can't be, can it? Zhang Junbao, who had waited until the latter part of the night, was somewhat speechless. I really can't wait for Lu Shuani. Zhang Junbao was ready to go to Lu Shuani. But suddenly, a wave of exhaustion came through. Zhang Junbao frowned. What's going on? Zhang Junbao was a bit confused. But, he was after all a cultivator of the 8th level of qi refining. Exhaustion above the mortal body. Just need to run the kung fu. All tiredness and sleepiness were swept away. Can be a bit unexpected. Zhang Junbao ran the gong method once. That exhaustion still came through. Although, it didn't have much of an effect on him. But it's kind of gross. If you don't dispel it, there's something uncomfortable about it. Dispellable. And so it was. Zhang Junbao could only sit down and cultivate. Then Zhang Junbao threw up. Because, no matter how one dispelled that exhaustion, one could not eradicate it completely. Even that exhaustion, gradually, began to affect his mood. No, to be precise, there was now a niggling, nauseating unpleasantness about myself. What the fuck is going on? Zhang Junbao began to cultivate frantically. Lu Shuani was also stunned at this time. Because he's working like crazy right now no matter what. This Junbao's name is always green. That light is not dimming at all. Holy shit. This enemy, there's something. But in the same way, Lu Shuani understood. This Zhang Junbao was definitely not something he could deal with right now. But, Lu Shuani is not afraid. Because on top of the golden scroll of the Great Tao, as long as your name is there, one cannot die. Even, Lu Shuani was thinking, if one's golden scroll of the Great Tao turned to the page of Zhang Junbao's name, and then Zhang Junbao was punching himself, what would happen? In the end, Lu Shuani still shook his head. It is better not to try such things. In a situation where he still needed Zhang Junbao and did not have the absolute strength to decapitate the other party. Can't try this operation. Sure, this Zhang Junbao's name, surprisingly, never dimmed. Lu Shuani got even crazier. Handyman disciple tasks. It began to clear quickly. Until early the next morning. It was Lu Shuani who was completely excited. Because of this night, he earned over 500 points straight away. I'll go. At this rate, in less than 5 days, old me will be able to enter the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Lu Shuani was very excited. Nope. Anyway, sucking yourself up isn't sleepy right now. Shit. Go ahead and pick up the handyman assignment. Think so. Lu Shuani once again went to the miscellaneous disciple task. The stewards at the mission were all a bit confused. I remembered that you took on 10 odd job disciple tasks yesterday. Did you finish them all? Lu Shuani bowed respectfully. Yes. I was an old farmer before. I have good stamina and good health. And I can do these chores with my hands. The taskmaster didn't think much of it. After all, Lu Shuani takes on manual labor jobs. It would be excusable if you were a fast worker and did it all in one night. Just the name Lu Shuani. It's a little familiar. The task steward suddenly remembered. There was a designated task yesterday. And the designated person, it seems, was Lu Shuani. Chapter 8, Riches your name is Lu Shuani? That steward looked Lu Shuani up and down and asked with a frown. Lu Shuani froze for a moment, then hurriedly saluted. That's exactly what I am. The steward was a bit speechless. I don't know what kind of dog luck you have. I have an assigned task here. Saying that, that steward handed Lu Shuani the contents of the mission. Lu Xuanyi was also a bit confused. It's not. I'm just the handyman and haven't befriended many people. Why is there a designated task? Hold the question. Lu Xuanyi also looked at the content of the mission. At this look, Lu Xuanyi's face was very wonderful. Send the sword to Hidden Sword Peak. Ji Suiying, pay face to face. Thanks, steward. Saying that, Lu Xuanyi gave the steward all the spirit stones he could get out of his body. The steward laughed instantly. You kid, you're on the ball. Lu Xuanyi hemmed and hawed. In the future, we still need to rely on the steward to take care of us more. The steward smiled. Good point. Lu Xuanyi directly offered his farewell. The steward nodded. After you get out the door. Lu Xuanyi sighed. Seriously, he really didn't want to have anything to do with that cold white skin. Don't even want to see each other much less socialize. It is really a completely different status. What strength? Make friends. A low-strength handyman like him. There's a relationship with the inner sisters. This is not good. That cold white-skinned Ji Suiying, at a glance, knows that there are many suitors. It might even all be inner doors, but there's a small-minded one. Then Sister Ji spoke one more word with herself. It all ends up in trouble. Although Lu Xuanyi is not afraid to make enemies now. Even making enemies is good for you, but one's strength is really not enough. Even if there is a plug-in. But if a Jindan cultivator makes a move, it can kill you dozens of times in a split second. There's even a 3-second vacuum of time for yourself. AI. No, the miscellaneous disciples chi refining basic technique is still too trashy. I need to get a better technique as soon as possible. Lu Xuanyi thought so. Go directly to the smithy to get your sword. Although the refining room supervisor was absent today, but the long sword had long been packed in a scabbard. Lu Xuanyi didn't ask much. Carry your sword and go. It didn't take long. It was already at the Hidden Sword Peak. There are mission tokens and miscellaneous disciple status. Without even being stopped in any way, he was brought to the Hidden Sword Peak. All the way. Lu Xuanyi didn't even look up. No more looking. No more asking. And no looking around. I don't know how long it's been. Finally, we arrived at Ji Suiying's place. Lu Xuanyi didn't look specifically at where Ji Suiying lived. Not willing to look much. Just wait. I'll go and inform. That disciple leading Lu Xuanyi said. Lu Xuanyi saluted. I'm sorry, senior brother. The disciple nodded. Not much longer. Yu Suni heard the sound of the door opening. Then came into view a woman's embroidered shoes. Lu Xuanyi didn't think much about it. Both hands cupped the sword case high above his head. Senior sister, the sword has been delivered. Ji Suiying frowned slightly. Looking at Lu Xuanyi, who had bowed his head and had an underling posture, was very dissatisfied. How can a monk of my generation be like that? But then Ji Suiying shook her head. People have their own aspirations. She couldn't say much more. Just a gentle lift of the hand. That sword box then automatically hovered and opened. A blood-red long sword, with a wave of heat, flew out from the sword box. Ji Suiying was satisfied. Then look at Lu Xuanyi. What reward do you want for the honor of delivering the sword? Lu Xuanyi blurted out. Points. The scene was instantly quiet. The disciple who had brought Lu Xuanyi with him also looked at Lu Xuanyi somewhat oddly. At the same time, he thought to himself, is this handyman stupid? Don't you know what assigned tasks stand for? That's looking out for you and giving you a special share of the opportunity. And you want points for that? And Ji Suiying was very disappointed. She thought, this Lu Xuanyi, too short-sighted. Such short-sightedness is not worth cultivating, since the immortal destiny is so. It doesn't seem to require much attention in the future. That's just it. He wants the points. So just give them to him. Ji Suiying said to the disciple beside him. The disciple nodded. Ji Suiying didn't bother looking at Lu Xuanyi. Turning around, he went back to his room to practice, and the disciple scratched his head. Senior brother, I only have 100,000 points here for the time being. Take them first and find me when you run out. Of course, there are still 1,000 spirit stones here, as an errand fee. Having said that, that disciple gave Lu Xuanyi both a storage bag and a points card. Lu Xuanyi wanted to say something polite, but, it's too much to fucking give. Can't really say. After Lu Xuanyi received his payment, he hurriedly thanked him. Many thanks, senior brother. Many thanks, senior sister. The disciple smiled. No harm. Just, since the task is completed, and return. The disciple waved his hand. The one Ji Suiying gave up on. This disciple didn't want to talk anymore. Lu Xuanyi saw through it, but he was not caring at all. On the contrary, he wanted this effect very much. In that case, disciple excuses himself. Having said that, Lu Xuanyi rushed away, flying like a madman. The disciple was dumbfounded. No, is this place that scary? And on the second floor of Jijuing, a lowly who had been watching all of this, poofed and laughed. Ji Suiying also had a somewhat warm and angry face at this time. It's not that he doesn't know what the assigned task represents. He's doing it on purpose. Ji Suiying was very angry. What do you mean? I'm the eldest sister of Hidden Sword Peak. How come I can't get into your eyes? Avoid me like a snake? That loli also laughed out loud. TSK, I've seen many people who pursue you. All kinds of people who show off in front of you and even do other things to attract your attention. But this handyman, he genuinely doesn't want to have anything to do with you. The more this little loli said, the angrier Ji Suiying became. Close your eyes. Take a slight deep breath. Brush. Her figure disappeared in an instant. Hey, don't go away. Wait for me. Lori also disappeared instantly. Lu Xuanyi was very excited. Shit, there's money. There's really money. The old man is now filthy rich. With points for Yu Sunyi. Almost non-stop, he headed for the cash. After paying 3,000 points, directly drilled into the first floor of the book depository. Subsequently, Lu Xuanyi hurriedly went to pick out a gongfu. The feats are simple. Anyone who is the kind of person who cultivates very quickly, but at an extraordinarily high cost, go with that. Pick and choose at the end. Lu Xuanyi selected a gongfu, a sword technique, and a body technique. The technique is called the Mad Thunder Scripture. Cultivation not only absorbs aura very quickly, but even for true chi comes with the power of thunder. It's just very costly. Because of cultivating too fast, they would often have their bodies torn apart by lightning, and if they were not careful, their bodies would be riddled with holes. But this gong method not only cultivated extremely quickly, it even forged the body while cultivating. If it wasn't for the fact that the shortcomings of this gongfu were too great, I'm afraid that it wouldn't even be placed on the first floor of the Scripture Collection Pavilion. The sword technique is called the Running Thunder Sword. A sword came out like thunder blooming. It is extremely powerful, but it is very dangerous to cultivate it, as you need to be struck by lightning and draw lightning to hammer the sword in your hand. One bad practice and the person is gone. The identity is called explosive shooting steps. Literally, spiritual energy explodes into the feet to achieve haste. But it's not a good idea to cripple your legs. Chapter 9, this is too overbearing. The 3 cultivation techniques cost a total of 4 or 5,000 points. This is for Lu Xuanyi. It's so damn profitable. Subsequently, Lu Xuanyi once again bought a full copy of Alchemy Basics, and an arson technique. None other. It's a good way to make money from alchemy. Although he now had 100,000 points. But there's always a day when it's spent. Want to get a foothold in the cultivation world? Still need to learn some camp that you can get by on. Alchemy is the most lucrative. Because pills, that is something that is indispensable for cultivators. Bought these. Lu Xuanyi turned around and left. Only he didn't go back. He's going to practice. And the gongfu that he was going to cultivate nowadays, he was afraid that it would move too much. Afraid of attracting attention. So, Lu Xuanyi had long since come to the store he had been marking before. Green Lotus Mountain, abandoned mountain. The aura is still kind of thick here. It's just that the view doesn't work. And it's just that little couples don't bother to come here to exercise. Lu Xuanyi sees exactly that. After observing again that no one is coming, Lu Xuanyi found a hidden open space. Sit cross-legged. Then he began to study the Mad Thunder Scripture. I also wonder if it's because I'm a soul wearer. Lu Xuanyi's enlightenment can be said to be, well, outrageous. Simply memorizing the method of operation above, Lu Xuanyi understood what was going on. Isn't this in time to absorb and manipulate the electromagnetism in the air? Then use the electromagnetism to ignite the spiritual energy to form more electromagnetism. And then the electromagnetism forms a vortex that coalesces within one's dantian and crazily pulls in the spiritual chi. Simple. Lu Xuanyi threw the Mad Thunder Scripture into his storage bag, then began to cultivate. Zip. With Lu Xuanyi running his gong method, a streak of thunder began to surface around his body, swimming around. At the end of the day, thunder is growing. Subsequently, the aura of heaven and earth, almost visible to the naked eye, formed a vortex and was absorbed by Lu Xuanyi. Sure, this such a raging aura. It directly began to tear Lu Xuanyi's body, meridians, and limbs. But the weird thing is, Lu Xuanyi didn't feel any pain, and those meridians that had been torn apart, the body, were also recovering rapidly, in rapid tearing. Boom. At the end of the day, a thundercloud even condensed above Lu Xuanyi's head, and even more thunder landed from the thundercloud, finally landing directly on Lu Xuanyi's brow. Lu Xuanyi was senseless. He was in the midst of feeling that pleasure of his body and cultivation gradually becoming stronger. 4 hours passed. After Zhang Juanbao's name could no longer regain its light, Lu Xuanyi then hurriedly stopped. I'll go. This gong method, that overbearing? Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at this point. If it wasn't for the Great Tao Golden Scroll, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have cultivated this kind of technique in my entire life. But, Lu Xuanyi felt the true qi in his body with a touch of shock on his face. Qi refining. 5th level. Lu Xuanyi couldn't believe it. How long has he only been practicing? 4 hours. It was 4 fucking hours, and he had gone from the peak of the 2nd level of qi refining, directly into the 5th level of qi refining. This gong method is truly nifty, but it is kind of a spent enemy. Looking at the 3 words Zhang Junbao that could no longer light up, Lu Xuanyi was a little despondent. Hey, I'm afraid this isn't another wasted one, muttered to himself. Lu Xuanyi could only stop cultivating as well. Just kidding. That Zhang Junbao thought that his cultivation was definitely not low. But even this kind of cultivation couldn't top him practicing for 4 hours. Practice on your own. Don't even think about it. Fear of pain. Since there is no temporary need to practice now, there is no shortage of money either. Lu Xuanyi thought carefully. Straight away, he took out the Alchemy Foundation and began to study it. Sidewalk. Ji Suiying and Lori were on top of the treetops in the distance. The two of them looked at the scene of Lu Xuanyi's cultivation in stupefaction. Sister, how long did it take you to cultivate to the 5th level of qi refining in the first place? Lori inquired. Ji Suiying thought for a moment, and then said, it took 3 years. Lori took a deep breath. Sister, he used 4 hours. Moreover, he was able to cultivate the maniacal thunder scripture, even directly to the Mahayana maniacal thunder scripture. Ji Suiying was also at a loss for what to say. Even he felt the power and aura of Lu Xuanyi's 5th level of qi refining, which was even more terrifying than the 8th level of qi refining. This is simply unthinkable. What was even more unbelievable was the kind of recovery Lu Xuanyi had. It's also really scary. Sister, this Lu Xuanyi is so talented. How can he be a handyman? And also how can he be a miscellaneous spirit root when he's cultivating so quickly here? This matter, should we report it to the master? Ji Suiying just wanted to nod. Suddenly there was a tightening inside. Even had a bad feeling about it. Ji Suiying hurriedly raised her hand to interrupt. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. No one must know. Lori hurriedly nodded her head as well. Even at this point she was covered in cold sweat. Ji Suiying looked back at Lori. You felt it too? Lori nodded with a grimace. The two men stared at each other speechlessly. Lu Xuanyi, who was returning, was suddenly caught by the movement of the golden scroll of the Great Tao. After Lu Xuanyi saw that the Great Tao gold scroll quill vibrated, the heart that was a little excited and a little nervous looking around. I thought to myself, I am a fucking handyman. How come there are people trying to kill me every day? But immediately after, Lu Xuanyi suddenly became excited. Because, gold. The first stroke of that name is gold. Or the kind where the golden light shines extremely bright. Crap. Which one of the big boys is trying to get me killed? Lu Xuanyi was excited and scared. But wait half a day. The golden brush suddenly turned around. Erase the stroke you wrote right off and regain your composure once again. Lu Xuanyi? It's not. What do you mean? No more writing? Where's my golden legend? Where are my enemies? Master Pen. Pulling half of the pull to hold it back? Aren't you uncomfortable? The golden brush once again hovered in the air, and then threw out a tail. Lu Xuanyi only felt a pain in his face. I gave you face right. You fucking give me out. You see I do not fold you. Lu Xuanyi's words just fell. The golden quill instantly flew out of his body. Lu Xuanyi was dumbfounded. No, you're getting serious. The golden quill is no nonsense. Directly pressing Lu Xuanyi's head to knock. Lu Xuanyi felt what pain is. Hurry up and hold your head and beg for mercy. Grandpa Dao. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Only then did that golden brush subside and return to silence next to the golden scroll of the Great Tao. Lu Xuanyi has a head full of bags. Avenue. Why are you still hitting people with this plug-in? Can I return it? The golden quill shook. He hung back and wrote a name again. And that name is Blue. Qin Shaokeng. Lu Xuanyi was a bit confused. HM? That's a strange name. And there's not even a person to contact. I don't even recognize him. I haven't even met him. Why do you want to kill me? Lu Xuanyi thought of a possibility. Could it be that this Qin Shaokeng and that what Zhang Erhu or Zhang Junbao are in the same gang? With Zhang Erhu's death implicated themselves? Chapter 10, Straight Up Gone Original. Lu Xuanyi also wanted to study alchemy properly. But now, suddenly there was a blue name. Then what's the point of refining a cocktail of pills? Lu Xuanyi hurriedly took out the running thunder sword technique and looked at it. Remember the above practice. Lu Xuanyi hoofed it straight to the green lotus sex back mountain rock. It's best to invoke heavenly thunder there. After coming to the back of the mountain cliffs, make sure no one is around. Lu Xuanyi directly operated the Mad Thunder Scripture. With the operation of the Mad Thunder Scripture, thunderclouds appeared above his head once again. The cultivation method of the running thunder sword. It was to forcibly attract heavenly thunder. Infuse it into the long sword. and then use the thunder body to travel all over the body. The body drove the thunder. A sword came out as if it was running thunder. Power, speed, all of them exploded rapidly. It even had the furious intent of thunder, destroying everything the enemy had, gathering heavenly thunder, attracting heavenly thunder. This step is the most dangerous, because under the heavenly thunder, if you are not careful, you will die. Plus, it was forcibly refined with heavenly thunder and pounded into the long sword. This step is even more dangerous of dangerous. But, Lu Xuanyi didn't care at all. After heavenly thunder came out, Lu Xuanyi directly and furiously induced lightning. Finally, he berserked and used his body to catch the heavenly thunder, and then whacked his sword stance. Boom! But the moment the heavenly thunder struck, Lu Xuanyi that was a shiver all over his body, then hurriedly whacked and practiced the penetrating thunder sword stance, and then having practiced for 3 minutes, Lu Xuanyi hurriedly stopped. Nothing else. This penetrating thunder sword was a great burden on his body, and one is just getting started. Qin Shaokun's name is gone. Holy shit, that's a straight up dead one. Lu Xuanyi's scalp went numb. In this situation, how could he dare to continue practicing? But okay. A blue enemy that finally got himself initiated into this penetrating thunder sword. I just don't know how powerful it is. Lu Xuanyi directly used the first sword of the running thunder sword, the goose stepping. An electric flash followed. Lu Xuanyi's body instantly appeared 10 meters away. And behind Lu Xuanyi, a row of large trees were instantly chopped off and then blown up. Zip. Lu Xuanyi's long sword was still bubbling with electricity. He himself was staring blankly at the large trees that he had casually cut down. I did this? I'm that good? Lu Xuanyi could hardly believe it. What is even more difficult for Lu Xuanyi to believe is the sword he had just executed. The depleted true qi was instantly replenished. As for Zhang Juanbao's name, it also completely disappeared. Lu Xuanyi, the great golden scroll. It's fucking, once again, stretched thin. No more enemies. It won't work. As for there being another Choiho, Lu Xuanyi is really looking at it now. One time, Lu Xuanyi hurriedly put away the somewhat berserk aura of his body. There are no enemies today. One must not be impulsive. Stay low. Stay hidden. Think so. Lu Xuanyi simply found a place to bury all the long swords he was holding, preventing discovery. And he himself rushed to find an opposite direction and make a few detours before returning to his place. Ji Suiying and Lori, who had been secretly observing Lu Xuanyi, looking at Lu Xuanyi's cautious attitude with their own eyes, both of them simultaneously had a drop of sweat hanging on the back of their heads. Little Loli looked at Ji Suiying and asked, "Senior sister, he's practicing the running thunder sword, right?" Ji Suiying nodded. "Senior sister, he running thunder sword initiated." Ji Suiying nodded again. "Senior sister, with his current grades, he should be able to enter the outer sect." Ji Suiying shook her head. In fact, in terms of the talent he has displayed, even if he were to enter the inner sect, it wouldn't be impossible. One must know that those who are able to cultivate the mad thunder scripture and the running thunder sword, whether it's in terms of their physique or cultivation, they are almost invincible in the same realm. But, since he chose to hide, it's not good for us to raise it. After all, everyone has everyone's purpose. Lori nodded. Suddenly, something occurred to Lori. "Sister, starting next month, our youngest sister will be going down to the mountains to practice, and we need a handyman to help with the luggage. What do you think of him?" Ji Suiying's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. And with him around, senior sister's safety is guaranteed." Lori nodded. "Then I'll go send a designated task." Ji Suiying shook her head. "No, you haven't seen him in plain sight. It's not appropriate for you to issue a designated task. It's better for me to do it." Lori thought for a moment, then nodded. "Okay then." Ji Suiying's eyes were filled with cunning. Though, now Lu Xuanyi was a great cultivator at the 5th level of qi refining. But, for Lu Xuanyi's change, also just in a good mood. Sure, if he had the great Tao gold scroll on now, he would be able to come out with a few more quality enemies. Then he was afraid to be at ease. At the thought of it, Lu Xuanyi is just awful. I spend my days either worrying about the enemy or on my way to worrying about the enemy. But with the golden scroll of the way, no enemies on the gang. He's not sleeping well, either. Think about it. Lu Xuanyi thought. Either that, or you're looking for some bullies in the outer gates yourself. If you can't, offend the bullies of the inner sect? Aha. Offending the inner gate bullies is feasible, but the key is how should one be offended so as not to get killed on the spot. If you really offended the inner gate, by the time you play the inner disciple to death yourself, and will the master behind them, and so on. Right about this time, the great golden scroll he moved again. The golden quill brushed down a name. Zhang Beiping, blue high grade. I'll go. The grades are out. Good. Look at the blue, jade-like name. Lu Xuanyi was very excited. Just don't know. Can this blue high-grade foe withstand its own oohs and ahs? Whatever. The running thunder sword had only been introduced though, but that power. Lu Xuanyi felt that it was enough for the time being. He's going to do it now. It's better to be reminded of the importance of cultivation. At the thought of it, Lu Xuanyi then returned to his secret base once again to start practicing. Zhang Junbao couldn't wait for Lu Xuanyi, so he decided to go look for it. He must get Lu Xuanyi killed. Otherwise the heart is not happy. Anyway, there was no telling what was going on, and he was now annoyed beyond words. This fucking bad luck, I'm afraid, is the reason for spending the night in this obscure contraption's residence. However, Zhang Junbao had just gone out when he encountered Qin Shaokong. After the two of them had exchanged code words, they began to talk about things, but the two had just sat down. Zhang Junbao directly fell to the ground paralyzed and convulsed. Junbao! Qin Shaokong was shocked. Then he hurriedly carried Zhang Junbao towards Zhang Beiping's residence. When Zhang Junbao woke up, dull eyes after learning he was wasted. It must be that Lu Xuanyi. I've been like this since I stayed in his room for a night. He must have poisoned me. Qin Shaokong froze for a moment. Poisoning? He then rushed to the medical repair. That medical cultivator was a bit uncertain after some examination. Because, well, it's not about poisoning. Chapter 11 A Broken Heart. One more thing. This medical cultivator always had an eerie familiarity when he looked at the image in front of him. It seemed that Shen Kaiyang, who had been there before, was the same. All the meridians in his body were broken, and he became an invalid for no reason. The key question is that Shen Kaiyang, himself, took one look and ended up exploding. Think about it. This medical cultivator inexplicably swallowed. That, truthfully, I apologize. I am not skilled in the art of learning, and I can't solve the problem on him. Qin Shaokong's face sank. This is the most famous medical practitioner of all time. If he couldn't even cure him, then the entire Clearwater City wouldn't be able to find a second person. Qin Shaokong saluted again. Don't worry, senior brother Zhao, no matter what herbs it is, or how much it costs, we can afford it. The medical practitioner grinned. Even Lin Qinghe that intersect couldn't come up with a medicine to treat the broken meridians by inches. How many of you can afford to go out of the district? Thinking that, this medical cultivator also directly took out a prescription. After Qin Shaokong received the prescription, after seeing the herbs on it, the party realized how munificent they had been earlier. It was even very embarrassing. That, can there be some low-quality herbs that can be substituted? Hear that. The medical practitioner shuddered. It's a familiar flavor, a familiar recipe. So what's next? Is it going to explode? The medical practitioner sat back a bit. He got up in a hurry. Sorry, no. After saying that, this medical cultivator turned around and was about to leave, but he was stopped by Qin Shaokong. Qin Shaokong's eyes were a little cold. Oh, really? No? The medical practitioner understood instantly. If you don't give a statement today, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of this door. Healer sighed. It is true that there is no. If it is true that there is a substitute for the future, how can I hide it? What kind of person am I? Zhao enough. I think you are also clear about it. That's true. Zhao enough, that is a real healer. The ideal in his heart was to bring relief to the world, and that is why he chose to specialize in medicine. Even if Zhao is enough to die at their hands, this is also very unfavorable for them. Qin Shaokong figured this out. Hurry up and smile. That, in fact, it's like this. Mr. Qin has also been feeling a bit unwell lately, so I'd like to bother Mr. Zhao to take a look. Zhao enough looked Qin Shaokong up and down and sighed inwardly. It's a step down for yourself. In that case, let's give him a leg up. Think so. Zhou nodded. Enough. Hands out. Qin Shaokong obediently did as he was told. Zhao was enough to start checking his pulse. Well, it's true that there's some qi deficiency, too much yuan yang leakage, and, pung. Zhao enough hadn't finished. Qin Shaokong's entire body directly exploded. Zhao enough was still holding that arm in his hand, and his entire body was frozen on the spot. Zhang Junbao, who was lying on the bed and had been watching them, also had his eyes wide open. Zhao enough stiffened at this moment and looked back at Zhang Junbao, forcing out a smile. Unbeknownst to him, he was now covered in blood, his back to the sun, and in his hand was holding a bloody arm. This smile, I don't know how scary it is. Not only that, Zhao enough was still slowly walking towards Zhang Junbao. You, stay back. Zhang Junbao was trembling with fear. Save. Zhao was enough to hurriedly cover Zhang Junbao's mouth. Don't scream. Really, I'm just trying to explain that it's a misunderstanding. Can you believe it? Zhang Junbao could only nod his head in order to stay alive. Zhao enough breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll take my hand away and you don't scream. Zhang Junbao nodded his head. but when Zhao Enough's hand just let go, once again, Zhang Junbao wanted to yell. Zhao hurriedly enough covered Zhang Junbao's mouth again. I've said don't shout. This is really a misunderstanding. How about this? As long as you don't say anything about this matter, I'll try my best to heal you. How about it? Zhang Junbao suddenly trembled. Subsequently, it was seen that Zhang Junbao's spiritual energy was quickly drained out of his body, finally hardened into a personal fuck. Zhao Enough was so scared that he hurriedly backed away. Look at your hands. He also looked at the Zhang Junbao who had exploded into broken flesh, and the Zhang Junbao who had turned into a dry corpse. His mind is broken. This really isn't my fucking doing. Zhou was enough to cry. Early the next morning, the Green Lotus sect was a bit lively, because a man is famous. Zhou Enough, that medical repair. I heard that Zhao Enough personally killed 2 spies within the Green Lotus sect yesterday. That tactic is truly horrifying. At the same time, it also made the entire Green Lotus sect understand one thing. Medical practice is not just about being able to heal the sick and save people, but if you kill someone, that's pretty scary too. I heard that one was directly dismembered into mincemeat by Zhao Enough, and the other directly became a dry corpse. Lu Xuanyi also had nothing to do lately, and now, no matter how much one cultivates, one gains very little. So, he came along for the ride just like the passerby, but hearing these people talk about that Zhou was enough. Lu Xuanyi was also greatly shocked. Holy shit, a healer is that powerful? A disciple next to him picked up the conversation. That's not true. You don't know. I went to see it in the first place. And the body, TSK, the scene was very brutal. At this time there were also disciples in admiration. You guys might not know. That senior brother Zhao is covered in blood. It looks like he fought that traitor in a bloody battle. But what I admire most is senior brother Zhao's high moral character. Lu Xuanyi came to be interested. He directly grabbed a handful of melons and handed them to the senior brother next to him. Curious even. He asked. How so? Those senior brothers were not polite either. A few people simply ate melons together while chatting. You don't know. The clan elders wanted to give brother Zhao a reward, but brother Zhao refused, and didn't even allow the elders to record his merits. What kind of high-mindedness is that? However, in the end, he was forced to record his merits, and I heard that he's going to be rewarded as an honorary elder by the patriarch. We also came today just to witness the true face of the honorable elder. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but nod his head. Indeed, in today's cultivation world, there aren't many people like senior brother Zhao. Oh, right, Zhao enough to kill a spy so background? Directly an honorary elder? Lu Xuanyi was very curious. At this point a knowledgeable person whispered an explanation. You probably don't know that the 2 people that senior brother Zhao beheaded, one is called Zhang Junbao and the other is called Qin Shaokeng. And although these 2 people's strengths aren't great, their statuses are different. I heard that it was someone from the Green Lotus mining vein side, and the sect elders followed the trail and directly blocked the entire Green Lotus mining vein. As a result, guess what? Over at the Green Lotus mining vein, almost 80% of them are spies, and they've even become spies' nests, and they're occupying the vein. One can imagine how much credit Zhao Enough has taken this time. Lu Xuanyi, it's out. Senior brother Zhao is out. Someone shouted. The crowd hurriedly got up and looked up. Lu Xuanyi also got up with the crowd and looked over. At this moment, Zhao Enough, who was dressed in an honorary elder's uniform, was filled with a face that looked like a real dog with a hard time. Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao Enough's expression and couldn't help but laugh as well. Chapter 12, The Law of Concealment. Zhao Enough to become an honorary elder. In the evening, naturally, there was a big feast. Lu Xuanyi was once again busy. Nothing else. Being a handyman, the victim made a big feast. You'll need to serve the food, wash the dishes, and scrub the plates yourself. These are all things that a journeyman disciple should do. The good thing is, Lu Xuanyi, who had cultivated the Mad Thunder scripture, had a physique equivalent to the 8th level of body refinement. Both the strength and chi were very strong. Just this chore. For the current Lu Xuanyi, that shouldn't be too easy. The coolest thing is, serve the food, and a couple bites for myself. Even those spiritual fruits and wines and stuff. 2 is 2 if you can buckle. If you can't really fit it in, just eat it. Come down after the job. Lu Xuanyi directly ate his fill, and even had quite a few spirit fruits on him. Then there was the long wait, because the miscellaneous disciples can't leave yet, because after the feast, they also have cleaning, and dishes. But in the meantime, Lu Xuanyi found out, just casually running the Mad Thunder scripture, then all of the spiritual fruits and spiritual goodness that had been eaten were absorbed and transformed into cultivation. As for his cultivation level, it had directly entered the 6th level of chi refining from the 5th level of chi refining. I'll go. Lu Xuanyi was stunned. What kind of spiritual fruits are these? Just by eating some of it, He had directly broken through to the 6th level of chi refining. It's a shame though. Such an opportunity. It's really not much. No one is going to be okay with a big feast. It was only when Lu Xuanyi looked at those disciples next to him who were also handymen and struggled to refine them. Finally, he went from the 2nd level of chi refining to the 3rd level of chi refining, and his face was red with joy. Lu Xuanyi then fell silent, as if he himself was now somewhat of an alternative among the miscellaneous disciples. Time passes quickly. The party is over. That would be the gospel of their miscellaneous disciples. Nothing else. Because there were a lot of spiritual fruits and spiritual goodness that hadn't been eaten. Lu Xuanyi seemed to understand what it meant for a vicious dog to pounce. Those miscellaneous disciples went to grab the spiritual fruits and the scene of spiritual goodness. Simply inappropriate people. Lu Xuanyi didn't join. Because it's really fucking unnecessary. Nowadays. He still had more than 50,000 points left and 1,000 spirit stones. For that scrap of leftovers. It's really not a crime. Most outrageous of all. Yusuni brushes the dishes. That plate is all fucking clean. This made Lu Xuanyi no longer want to go to the dining room to eat. Is really fucking disgusting. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The hilarity of Joe Enough has come to an end. And it's been 3 days. Lu Xuanyi was still leading a peaceful life as a handyman disciple. It even still looks like a good bully. Who put him to work? He went to work without saying a word. But there is a charge. And that's exactly why. The courtyard of the miscellaneous disciples where Lu Xuanyi was. Instead, it's very clean. But the days are clear though. Those miscellaneous disciples were not idle. As soon as I can. Anyway, those miscellaneous disciples then cultivated frantically. They all wanted to get to the 4th level of chi refining earlier and be promoted to outer disciple. This was the goal of that group of miscellaneous disciples in this life. But there are extenuating circumstances. A layer of discipleship. That's a layer of heaven. Nothing else. As far as the monthly salary of an outer disciple was concerned, that would be 500 lower grade spirit stones. Compare that to the handyman's $5 a month. Directly 100-fold. Who wouldn't be impressed? I've even heard that the outer disciples are given a magic wooden sword when they enter. There is also the method of imperial sword flight. And a complete list of spell basics. Being able to enter the outer gate. That's real cultivation. In fact, Lu Xuanyi also had the idea of wanting to enter the outer sect. But he wouldn't dare now. Because he was a miscellaneous spiritual root. A miscellaneous spirit root has now entered the 6th level of chi refining. Isn't it obvious that there's nothing here? Trying to get into the outer gate. The first thing to do was to find a technique to hide your cultivation. So much for insurance. Think about it. Lu Xuanyi went straight out the door and went down the mountain. Feats that hide cultivation should never be bought at the sect. Because a little research, it will be possible to investigate the clues. So, he had to go out and buy it. It was simple for the miscellaneous disciples to go down the mountain. This was because miscellaneous disciples could not be considered disciples of the Green Lotus sect at all. Even the residence was outside the clan. You don't need to be informed if you want to go down the mountain. Until Goldfinger knows how to use it anyway. Lu Xuanyi also often goes down the mountain. For the workshop of the cultivation world. Lu Xuanyi also remembered everything. One might even say familiar. But after arriving at the workshop, although Lu Xuanyi's goal was clear, he was just strolling around aimlessly. Occasionally, I crouched down and look at my favorite little things in the stalls. After some haggling, there was ultimately no deal. As for the spells sold by these loose practitioners, Lu Xuanyi is not even looking at it. It's simple. There's no such thing as picking up the slack. Moreover, Lu Xuanyi's enlightenment was already very high. Spells are true or false. At a glance, he's been to the workshop many times. If the spells inside this workshop were really true, Lu Xuanyi couldn't have accomplished nothing for so many years. In the end, Lu Xuanyi strolled around and helplessly walked to the downstairs of Duo Baogu. Hey, go inside and check it out. Lu Xuanyi walked straight in, after entering the doppelganger. Then he saw a scholarly-looking cultivator, smiling at Lu Xuanyi. Fellow Daoist, but do you want to buy something? Lu Xuanyi nodded with his face masked and his eyes somewhat vicified. The cultivation of the 6th level of chi refining was hidden. I have too many enemies and my cultivation is recognizable, so you know what I want. The scribe smiled slightly. One moment, not much longer. The scholar took out a scroll and threw it to Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi took the scroll and just by scanning it, he knew that the content on top of the scroll was true, but not quite. This is to prevent anyone from stealing the lessons. Lu Xuanyi returned the scroll. Lowering his voice, he said, "It's what I want. Name a price." The scribe smiled. 836 lower grade spirit stones. Lu Xuanyi looked at the 836 spirit stones in his storage bag and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Good man, you really scavenged for me. No, save some for me, Lu Xuanyi said. The scribe laughed and laughed. You eat on Green Lotus Mountain with points, not spirit stones. What's the point of keeping spirit stones? Lu Xuanyi was speechless. I don't need spirit stones to cultivate. The scribe did not speak. Instead, he took out a sack and threw it to Lu Xuanyi. Plus these are for you. Lu Xuanyi was helpless. Open the sack and take a look. Nice guy. All primary alchemy herbs. It's eating itself to death. Lu Xuanyi sighed. Old Ching, don't make this up. Lu Xuanyi directly took out the Analects and handed it to the scholar. There are notes on this. Take your time to study it. The scribe was very excited. The result was a face full of blackness when I saw those notes. Isn't it a good thing to learn from time to time? Isn't it a pleasure to have friends from afar? If people don't know and don't huff, aren't they also gentlemen? Aren't you happy to have a real person to practice with once you've learned a real technique? Isn't it fun to have friends from afar to spar? Isn't it the way of a gentleman to smile at someone who doesn't know what you are capable of, instead of getting angry and think they are stupid? Booker. Chapter 13 Interception. The scholar was Lu Xuanyi's first friend when he came to this cultivation world. The name is Zhao Qing. The two had come to the Green Lotus sect headfirst in the first place. It's just a shame. Lu Xuanyi became a handyman disciple. The scholar didn't have a spiritual root, so he opened a store in the workshop under the Green Lotus Mountain. It's just that Lu Xuanyi thought the scholar was mysterious. How? Anyway, whatever you want, the scribe has it here. There's only what you can't think of, not what this scribe doesn't have. After the deal between the scholar and Lu Xuanyi was completed, and there was no rush to go, nothing else. Dabbling. The scribe was not stingy. Good wine and good food were all presented, but Lu Xuanyi is eating. The scribe is recorrecting the notes of the treatise. Lu Xuanyi watched as he ate. Then, Lu Xuanyi was surprised, for this scribe's brand new exegesis turned out to be a genuine commentary on the Analects. Nice guy. This scribe, when it comes down to it, is a big deal. After Zhao Qing re-annotated the Analects, very satisfied. It's a great book, all-encompassing, even containing truth. Speaking of which, Zhao Qing looked at the notes given by Lu Xuanyi again. Suddenly he was scratching his head. This exegesis, if you think about it, doesn't seem to have any nitpicks. Lu Xuanyi hemmed and hawed. It's just about a live and learn. Different occasions, just different master interpretations. Zhao Qing felt something in his heart. A grateful glance at Lu Xuanyi followed. Thanks for clearing that up. Lu Xuanyi waved his hand. I'm just a blind cat who ran into a dead rat. If it's really about learning, I'm not as good as you. Zhao Qing smiled and didn't continue to explore the topic. But see Lu Xuanyi. Zhao Qing was very curious instead. It seems like you've encountered quite a few strange encounters recently, and now you're almost at the 6th level of qi refining. Lu Xuanyi laughed. Let's not talk about me first. You're afraid that you're not just an ordinary person either. How can an ordinary person survive in this cultivation world's workshop? Zhao Qing didn't hide it. Actually, when I tested my talent that day, I had a spiritual root. It's just that my spiritual root was attribute-less, and that disciple who tested my spiritual root didn't understand it, so he assumed that I didn't have a spiritual root. Lu Xuanyi was confused. He had read a lot of novels about cultivating immortality. If there is a spiritual root, but there are no attributes, Lu Xuanyi's eyes suddenly widened. You can't be an empty spirit root. Zhao Qing nodded. It is indeed an empty spirit root, and I am now at the 12th level of qi refining. Lu Xuanyi, that's a hard hand. It's really, again, fearing that my brother is having a hard time, and fearing that my brother is secretly driving a Land Rover. Lu Xuanyi was now finally experiencing this feeling. Good lord, you're a bad boy. Lu Xuanyi is a little sour. Zhao Qing smiled. Actually, the most important thing is that when I was leaving the Green Lotus sect, I picked up a bead on the road. Then I learned to refine that bead, and guess what? Lu Xuanyi didn't say anything, but quietly looked at Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed. After I refined a layer of seals, there were mountains of spirit herbs, techniques, and spells inside, and even a lot of weapon refining materials, but they were all from the refining stage. So, I'm really lacking in spirit stones right now. As long as I have spirit stones, I'll be able to refine the second layer of the forbidden system. So, good brother, borrow some for now. If the second layer of the prohibition is refined, I'll share half of what's inside with you. Lu Xuanyi didn't say a word. The spirit stones were all given to Zhao Qing. Take it and use it. However, if the second layer of the forbidden system really has something good, you'd better improve your strength first. I can only hold my thigh when you're strong. Zhao Qing smiled and nodded. Lu Xuanyi came to this world and trusted few people. This Zhao Qing is considered one. No way. When he was a traveling white boy, he came to this world that eats people without spitting bones. If it wasn't for Zhao Qing, he didn't know how many times he had died. The two were friends for life. Zhao Qing likewise didn't go easy on Lu Xuanyi. Toward evening, after Lu Shuani learned the concealment technique, he hid his cultivation to the second level of qi refining before coming out of Zhao Qing's place. On the way out, Zhao Qing heard that Lu Shuani was going to make pills. Almost all the spirit herbs inside his bead were given to Lu Shuani. Lu Shuani didn't refuse. Zhao Qing was also greedy. Good brother, when the time comes, the elixir will be put on sale at my place, and the account will be split 50-50. That's a good offer. Lu Shuani naturally agreed. Zhao Qing also gave Lu Shuani a set of soft armor and an extremely high-grade magic weapon long sword. Lu Shuani felt like taking off on the fucking spot. It's just a shame. Those spells and feats, Zhao Qing couldn't give them. It is said that it is only a matter of opinion. Lu Shuani waved his hand. It doesn't matter. I'll be in the Green Lotus sect anyway. Spells and aptitudes and whatnot. I'll learn them sooner or later. It's just that you need to be careful. I shouldn't need to say more about the reasoning behind harboring a jade. Zhao Qing nodded very seriously. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Lu Shuani nodded. Then head to Green Lotus Mountain. Just after Lu Shuani left, Zhao Qingkai sighed. What terrifying enlightenment. Spells can be learned just by looking at them, and in one day's time they have directly cultivated to the extreme. Zhao Qing was silent for a long time. Finally he picked up the beads. He wanted to utilize the spell aptitude inside, but no matter how hard he tried, all completely unfetchable. Strange. It seems that if I want to give it to Lu Shuani, I can't get it out, but if I want to see it myself, it's effortless. Zhao Qing looked at the sky with some uncertainty. This time down the mountain, Lu Shuani can be very rewarding. Nowadays, the spiritual grass in his storage bag, pile on the piles. It's all primary herbs though, but enough to learn alchemy and practice on your own. If one really learned alchemy, then one's days down the road could take off, because one didn't need to fear Dan poison at all, nor was he afraid of using Dan to enhance his cultivation roots. Anyway, everything that affects you unfavorably, it all gets transferred to the enemy. But speaking of enemies, Lu Shuani was a bit confused. The annihilation of the Green Lotus mines is the Green Lotus sect's great power to strike. The originator is that Zhao enough. How do you look at this matter? It has nothing to do with me. That Zhang Beiping, why do you want to kill me? Lu Shuani was a bit confused. Sure, it doesn't really matter if you understand it or not. Since he was on the Great Tao Gold Scroll, he, Lu Shuani, was not worried about Chen Beiping at all. What he's afraid of now is someone killing him twice a second. After all, that 3-second gap was damn long. The most important thing at the moment, alchemy, to improve strength. Think so. Lu Shuani's footsteps couldn't help but speed up a few points, because he really is a little impatient right now. When you have a lot of money, you just want to spend it quickly. But walking, Lu Shuani suddenly frowned. With that, his pace began to gradually slow down, because 5 men in black had appeared all around. Lu Shuani's eyes narrowed slightly. Spiritual energy traveled throughout his body. An arc of thunder, if any, traveled around him. Chapter 14, I want to blow up the furnace. These people, all of them were casual cultivators, and with that bloodthirsty aura, it looked like they often did such banditry. The masters of the cultivation world never declare themselves by name, or speak a whole lot of nonsense in front of them. It's hard to kill for treasure in panic on the ground. Once you're up for the kill, and is bound to not hold back, like the ones in front of us. The figures staggered. Several people instantly surrounded towards Lu Shuani, but the weird thing is, when Lu Shuani's mana was fully opened, Wang one breath filled the whole room. Everything around them was framed. Even the movements of those few people became very slow. Lu Shuani was even able to see the water droplets in the air. It's not a freeze frame, it's that I'm so fast that it looks like they're slow. Lu Shuani was somewhat shocked at his current strength. Rumble, a thunderous explosion. Thunder jumped rapidly among several people. When the tears dissipate, Lu Shuani's figure had already appeared behind a few people. Turning his back to a few people, Lu Shuani closed his sword. Then he took a step and continued in the direction of the Green Lotus sect. As for the few people who intercepted Lu Shuani, the body instantly broke into several sections. The meat is straight up seconds. The scene was very bloody. It didn't take long. Lu Shuani once again lumbered over. Hey, handsome, but not for 3 seconds. Looking at the limbs and broken arms all over the ground, Lu Shuani hurriedly went to rummage through the storage bag. Nice guy. Just these guys. It directly provided Lu Shuani with nearly 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and various herbs. There are even some poison pills. It's a shame. No feats. Too bad. Lu Shuani, who finished harvesting. Once again, he turned and walked away. There was also some emotion. Sure enough, in the world of cultivation, killing people to cross the border, always the fastest way to money. It's just a shame. The cultivation level of this group was too low. The highest was only at the 4th level of qi refining. Nowadays, They are not even qualified to go on the golden scroll of the Great Tao. A helpless shake of the head. Lu Xuanyi rushed back to the Green Lotus sect. But what Lu Xuanyi didn't know was this. At this time above the sky, Ji Suiying and Lori watched Lu Xuanyi strike the entire time until the end. That little lowly was a bit shocked. Sister, the strength he displayed just now made my heart palpitate a little. Ji Suiying smiled. To be able to cultivate the mad thunder scripture and also the penetrating thunder sword is not ordinary in itself. And with the complementary nature of this mad thunder scripture and penetrating thunder sword, it's not impossible to fight against you. A 12th level chi refinement cultivator. Lori grunted. It's just chi refining. I'm about to build my foundation anyway. Ji Suiying smiled and shook her head. It just didn't occur to her to secretly observe Chen Nian. Surprisingly, there were surprises that could at least create a sense of urgency in this sister of his. Oh, come on. People's miscellaneous disciples, with no resources and no talent, had worked hard to cultivate to where they were now. Their Ji family has everything they want. Shi Ji Mingyue. Spirit root talent, but also do not know to throw Lu Xuanyi a few streets. If that's not even close to a handyman, then she shouldn't hang out in the cultivation world either. Shame on her. Still, Ji Mingyue was undeterred. Cultivating the mad thunder scripture is extremely damaging to the body and damaging to one's foundation. Ji Suiying raised his hand to interrupt. He's excessively rooted. His physical realm is actually at the 8th level of body refining. No, it's the 9th level now. That is to say, when he beheaded those people just now, he actually only used less than 1/10 of his strength. Ji Mingyue was silent, and Ji Suiying looked at his sister with a bad smile. Ji Mingyue was speechless. Sis, did you do that on purpose? Ji Suiying nodded. Yes, Ji Mingyue. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Lu Xuanyi was still doing the work of an odd job disciple. It's not obvious, and it doesn't show. Inside you Sunyis. In the world of cultivation, try to hide your clumsiness if you can. Sure, it's been 3 days. It's not like Lu Xuanyi didn't do anything. He's secretly investigating who Chen Beiping really is. The reason for investigating Chen Beiping, that's because Choi Ho is dead. It's weird. Lu Xuanyi saw with his own eyes above the golden scroll of the Great Tao. Chen Beiping's name ran to Choi Ho's page and then occupied Choi Ho's name. As a result, the news of Choi Ho's death came the next day. Although, Chen Beiping's name is on the Avenue Gold Scroll, Lu Xuanyi is not afraid of Chen Beiping coming to find himself. Even assassinate yourself. But you, Chen Beiping, want to kill me. Then I'd have to investigate your family too, wouldn't I? After all, I'm a little short on enemies right now. It's better to be able to write your whole family on it. Available results. When Lu Xuanyi completely investigated the news of Chen Beiping, it just seems a little breathless. Chen Beiping, a waste of the Chen family, but suddenly rose to prominence 3 years ago, cultivating all the way as if he were a rocket, and was finally accepted by the Green Lotus sect as an inner disciple. And Chen Beiping's closest brother is Qin Shaogong. Lu Xuanyi's face was brilliant. Good guy. This body, this setup, this can't be a fucking son of destiny, or a son of fortune. But the question is, but that's not right either. If it really was the son of heaven's destiny, or the son of Qi, the name shouldn't be the blue extreme awe. Also, is this guy out of his mind? Then Qin Shaogong's death has something to do with me. Well, on the bright side, what does it have to do with me? Why don't you go to Zhao Ting? Why do you come to me? Wait, Zhou enough. Lu Xuanyi suddenly thought of a possibility. Maybe, that Chen Beiping has approached Zhao enough. With Zhao Dog's character, what he had experienced, he would inevitably tell everything. In connection with Zhang Era's death, coupled with Zhang Junbao, it seemed that they were all trying to kill themselves, but in the end they all die somehow. That's a good association to make with yourself. As for going to Choi Ho, it was estimated that Chen Beiping was also there to verify a guess in his own mind. Asterisk. Not only is this Chen Beiping not brainless, he even does things without a drop of water. Lu Xuanyi instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Chen Beiping, he is naturally not afraid. All on the Avenue Gold Scroll. But Chen Beiping is a fucking inner disciple. If he reported these things to his master, wouldn't one be, well, in danger? No. Even if this enemy is blue, he's too much of a threat to me. Lu Xuanyi instantly had an idea within himself. As it is, then this enemy's potential must be drained. Think so. Lu Xuanyi directly dropped the work in his hands. He's going to make pills. As for what to do if you don't have a furnace, it's simple. Straight up racking pots, and a homemade version of his pressure cooker. As for the alchemy technique, that was also very wild. As for the fryer, he, Lu Xuanyi, couldn't wait for the power of the blast furnace to blow himself up. Figured that out. Lu Xuanyi directly followed the alchemy basics and began to refine pills. Spiritual herbs and medicines that were sent to the pot in a brain. Then it's time to simmer and sauté over high heat. Finally, cover the pan with a lid. Follow closely. Lu Xuanyi sat directly on his plate next to the pressure cooker. The words were still coming out of his mouth. Fryer, fryer, fryer. Chapter 15 Poison Pills. They have aura too. The expected blowing up of the furnace didn't happen. Even when all is quiet, Lu Xuanyi uncovered the pot. Looking at a purple-colored elixir lying quietly inside, he fell into silence. This dam is not it. I also intentionally put the wrong two kinds of potent poison. This dam did not blow up the furnace, and even into the dan? This makes no sense. Lu Xuanyi reached out and took out the baby's fist-sized elixir. Carefully scrutinize. The face was even more bizarre. Not only did it become a dan, there was even a pale white texture on top of the elixir. Nice guy. It's still a dam elixir with a dan pattern. Am I that good? A pressure cooker can make pills with dan lines. Then if you give me an alchemy furnace, wouldn't I take off? It's just the aura emanating from above this elixir. Nice guy. How does it make space all a little twisted? This is a poison pill? Lu Xuanyi was somewhat speechless in his heart, but immediately after, Lu Xuanyi thought of something. Poison pills are indeed deadly to others, but they don't seem to have any effect on me. And the elixir is poisonous though. But doesn't she have an aura too? Even the spiritual chi contained in this was even denser than ordinary chi gathering pills. Almost without even thinking about it, Lu Xuanyi barfed is a mouthful. Well, it tastes pretty good. Lu Xuanyi's eyes lit up. It was then eaten in 2 or 3 bites. The elixir had just entered the abdomen. Lu Xuanyi didn't feel anything else. It just feels like the body is holding up. The pain wasn't there though, but that swell feeling is still there. Lu Xuanyi didn't even intend to use the Mad Thunder scripture to refine this power. All he wanted was to burst into flames. Available results. A bizarre scene occurs. Lu Xuanyi didn't move. The Mad Thunder scripture wasn't functioning either, but the aura within her body was surprisingly calming down. It then began to converge towards his dantian, or even which meridian it should go through. Lu Xuanyi? At this moment, he once again looked at the golden scroll of the Great Tao. Zhang Beiping's name was flashing. There was even a blue glow that was constantly landing towards his body to help stabilize the situation of the power within him. And his own cultivation level had instantly entered the 7th level of chi refining. Lu Xuanyi? Nice guy. Emotionally, all I have to do is write my enemy's name on the golden scroll of the avenue. And I don't even have to make the effort. This damn enemy not only helped himself with the negativity, but also helped him stabilize his spiritual power situation. Not only that, Lu Xuanyi even found out that Zhang Beiping's name, surprisingly, began to shift towards the color purple. I'll go. Is this really the son of Qi? Lu Xuanyi's face was ugly. No, he must die. Think so. Lu Xuanyi began to frantically refine pills once again. This one is different from the previous ones. He only refined potent elixirs, and highly poisonous ones. Lu Xuanyi thought very simply. Since you can't be blown up, even if you're poisoned, you'll be poisoned. However, Lu Xuanyi overthinks things. He didn't just fail to get Zhang Beiping killed. Now that he had broken through to the 8th level of chi refinement and his physical body was on the verge of building a foundation, that Zhang Beiping still hadn't died. Even Zhang Beiping's name is getting brighter. Grass. Looking at Zhang Beiping who was already half purple, Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but curse. What the hell is this? Even if it's a son of Qi, it doesn't come with this. Lu Xuanyi was completely numb. But Lu Xuanyi always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. He kicked over the iron pot that had been uncharacteristically eroded by the poison straight away. Turning back, Lu Xuanyi intends to investigate that Zhang Beiping again. In the end, what is the situation? Early the next morning, Lu Xuanyi doesn't even need to investigate. There were things about Zhang Beiping that had been rumored. Have you guys heard? Senior brother Beiping had a great time yesterday. And with a single move of epiphany, he directly went from the early stage of foundation establishment, instantly elevating to the peak perfection of foundation establishment. Ha! Lu Xuanyi gave a surprised cry. For Lu Xuanyi's surprise, those miscellaneous disciples were also not surprised. Anyone who heard this exaggerated rate of improvement would be damned if they weren't surprised. There were even stray disciples poking around. In fact, that Beiping senior brother seems to be a body of all poisons. As long as he absorbs enough poisons, the faster his cultivation rises, and even the stronger the poisons are, the more terrifyingly his cultivation rises after being absorbed by him. Lu Xuanyi at this time, a panda speechless face. Fucking Tesco. Emotionally, this Chen Beiping such a rapid promotion was still a fucking credit to himself? This Nima. Lu Xuanyi hated to directly give himself a knife at this time. And so on. Give yourself a cut? Lu Xuanyi silently took out his short sword and silently aimed it at his heart. Just as Lu Xuanyi was about to make his move, another miscellaneous disciple said with a smile, "You guys know too little." I've also heard that actually Chen Beiping was indeed a scum before, but when he died once, he finally awakened his phoenix bloodline, and after being reborn from the fire, that's how he became the genius he is today. I'll go. That outrageous. Doesn't that mean that if he were to die once more and bathe in fire here, his qualifications would rise another notch? Lu Xuanyi silently lowered the short sword in his hand. Nice guy. The son of manifest destiny. A bull indeed. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. But, if this Beiping doesn't die, wouldn't that be the same as not dying yourself? As for whether or not you'll be obliterated by the mighty. Shit. How does that problem work out? Lu Xuanyi was very annoyed. Hold that annoyance. Lu Xuanyi spent half a month. This half of the month, there was no imagined trouble being sought. Lu Xuanyi was still living a peaceful life as an odd-job disciple. As for Chen Beiping, lately it's been the scenery. Dual physique. It had already been accepted by the patriarch of the Green Lotus sect as his personal heirloom, and Zhang Beiping was just one step short of entering the Golden Dan. I heard that he went to some battlefield for training. Anyway, in the words of the Green Lotus patriarch, this son is bound to be extraordinary, and his path needs to be his own. Sure, being a pro-life. That treatment is also eye-popping beyond belief. All resources within the clan. Use them at will. Spirit stones were spent at random, and magic weapons, even spirit weapons, were picked at random. The hidden scriptures are casually accessible. Female disciples within the clan are free to play. Nima. It messed with Lu Xuanyi's desire to be a pro-transmitter. Sure, you can only think about such things. Lu Xuanyi's mind is clear. For an open-minded person like yourself, the task at hand is to avoid being sanctioned. Then sneak development. And on the premise of sneaking development on your own, just can't flail. But identity also needs to be mentioned appropriately. The status of a miscellaneous disciple still had many inconveniences. It's best to enter the outer gate. Outer door at best. Can't be much more. Count the days. It seems that the promotion test is next month. Then one must be stable. Lu Xuanyi is ready to enroll. But Lu Xuanyi had just opened the door to his room. He saw Ji Suiying who was about to knock on the door. Chapter 16, you rejected first. Lu Xuanyi felt like he wasn't seeing things. Inner sister. Why would she come to his courtyard? Did you open it the wrong way? Think so. Lu Xuanyi closed the door again. Then opened it again. Ji Suiying? Lu Xuanyi closed the door again. Then opened it again. Ji Suiying. Just when Lu Xuanyi wanted to do it again, Ji Suiying directly used the hilt of her sword and blocked the courtyard door that was about to close. You're not wrong. It's me. Ji Suiying said blandly, and there was no change of emotion on her face. Lu Xuanyi shuddered inwardly. It's premature. The inner sisters came to the door. A few short seconds. Lu Xuanyi thought about almost everything he had done, but it seemed like, no matter what things he did, it was impossible to offend this senior sister. Think so. Lu Xuanyi was a bit puzzled. Greetings to the inner sect senior sister. I didn't know that senior sister was here. I apologize for the offense. Ji Suiying nodded. Well, won't you invite me to sit inside? Do you keep me outside the door all the time? Lu Xuanyi then reacted. Inside, please, inside. Subsequently, Lu Xuanyi led Ji Suiying into the courtyard. Lu Xuanyi rushed to pour the tea. Ji Suiying, on the other hand, looked at Lu Xuanyi's courtyard. Though the facilities are simple, but the yard was clean and even had some floral accents that made it extra cozy instead. Elder sister, drink tea. Lu Xuanyi respectfully served tea. Ji Suiying casually took it and casually drank a little. A slight frown. The tea was a bit strange. Even seeing the tea leaves in the middle of the cup, Ji Suiying froze for a moment. Rather a very novel way of drinking. Think about it. Ji Suiying took out some tea leaves and directly used her mana to dry them. Next, some water was retaken and boiled in a direct fireball spell. The tea was dropped inside and a new cup was poured. Well, very nice tea drinking maneuver. Lu Xuanyi looked dumbfounded. It was because the senior sister in front of her, her control of spiritual energy, and her control of spells, were both considered to be at a terrifying level. Moreover, the slightest hint of aura that this senior sister displayed just now made Lu Xuanyi feel terrified. If this Ji Suiying wanted to kill himself, afraid to kill himself dozens of times a second, this made Lu Xuanyi's heart tighten. He himself was now open, but not invincible. It's better to stay up. Of course, Lu Xuanyi understood. I'm afraid that this senior sister intentionally left out this hand. The purpose, naturally, is a deterrent to himself? Lu Xuanyi sighed inwardly. Senior sister. I wonder what is the matter with the sudden visit. Ji Suiying's face also remained calm. In 2 more days, my little sister will be going down to the mountain to practice, and will need a few attendants. You're strong, so help with the luggage. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, senior sister. Ji Suiying froze for a moment. He originally thought that this Lu Shuani's cultivation was not low and his enlightenment was almost heaven-defying, should have some pride of its own, but she really didn't expect the guy to agree so decisively. Ji Suiying hesitated for a moment. Again, actually, asking you to specialize as an attendant with luggage was a fake. My intention was that you secretly protect my senior sister. After saying that, Ji Suiying's eyes were dead set on Lu Shuani. Lu Shuani said directly, "Will do my best." Ji Suiying. I don't know why. She had the feeling of a fist hitting cotton. The original words that were thought of for the knockout. And the tone of the knockout. Now it's as useless as it gets. A little less comfortable. No. You reject me for a second. Lu Shuani? No. What's wrong with you? Lu Shuani was helpless. That, sister. I refuse? Bang. I came to inform you. Not to discuss it with you. Ji Suiying slapped the table and looked at Lu Shuani with cold eyes. Lu Shuani looked at his poor table and fell into silence. And don't say you're low in strength or anything, although your concealment method is good. In the eyes of a Jindan cultivator, it's like nothing. Of course, if you agree to this mission, I will unconditionally allow you to enter the outer sect, and I will also give you an even more advanced concealment technique. Lu Shuani. You don't want others to know about your cultivation rising so rapidly. Lu Shuani. Is this senior sister suffering from some serious illness? The old man didn't say no. You told me to say no, and to say these things. You're a fucking psychopath. And what's with the devilish quotes? It's hard not to. This sister is a villain? Lu Shuani is numb. At your service, senior sister. Ji Suiying was finally comfortable. Alright, 3 days later, gather outside the clan. Remember, on the surface you're the attendant with the luggage, but secretly, you're the expert who protects my senior sister. The kind who doesn't make a move, but the kind who makes an amazing move. Lu Shuani nodded. Well, that's it. By the way, this is something that you know and I know and my sister knows. Do you understand? Lu Shuani nodded again. There. In the end, Ji Suiying left Lu Shuani with a bottle of chi gathering pill and 5,000 spirit stones to leave. Say it's pay for hire. Lu Shuani was instantly stunned. Good lord. This inner sister. So rich? But then, Lu Shuani directly shook his head. No matter what. This time when we go down to the mountain to practice, we still don't know how dangerous it is. It's imperative that we still need to improve our strength first. Just as well. I don't know if that Chen Beiping has been talking nonsense about something or not. It's better to go out and hide these days. And then there's this. It's going to be a good boost. But for the current Lu Shuani, boosting strength. Instead, it was easy. That bottle of chi gathering pill. Lu Shuani didn't even look at it. Dazzled in one straight bite. What with the bursting of the body, the unstable roots, or whether the elixir is poisonous or not. These, Lu Shuani did not have to worry about at all, because there is Chen Beiping to help carry himself. And with Lu Shuani's bottle of chi gathering pills all consumed, his cultivation level was also rising crazily. Chi refining 7th layer, chi refining 8th layer, chi refining 11th layer perfection, all the way up to the 11th level of chi refining consummation. That's what stabilized it. Feel the power that fills your body now. Lu Shuani was a little emotional. This almost life-threatening drug enhancement of your own. That Chen Beiping's name was also just a shade darker. Is that the beauty of a purple name? Lu Shuani was really a bit shocked inside. What shocked Lu Shuani even more was, he synchronized Chen Beiping's spirit root talent. It's only a moderate to high spiritual root. Damn it. But this spirit root, the speed at which it absorbed spiritual energy was damn near as fast as a top-grade spirit root. Lu Shuani could only lament. Damn. It's worthy of being the son of heaven's destiny. This wave is actually a bit perverted. But, as far as it goes, it seemed that the more perverted Chen Beiping was, the better it would be for himself. Chapter 17, Sister Chen. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. And Lu Shuani, also through the chi gathering pill that he had refined, he had managed to enter the 12th level of chi refining perfection. His body refinement realm had also entered the 12th perfection layer of body refinement. It was because there were two very domineering techniques and sword skills, the running thunder sword and the mad thunder scripture. Lu Shuani didn't even have to deliberately polish his body. And even more shocking to Lu Shuani, he was only at the 12th level of body refinement today, and his strength was 50,000 pounds. As for his true chi, it was also filled with an overbearing thunderous aura. It even carried a thunderous power of destruction. Nowadays, with this strength, you should be able to defend yourself, but it still can't be flaunted. Lu Shuani muttered to himself, but it's just a bit of a shame. He doesn't care how many elixirs he takes now. His cultivation level had then been stuck at the 12th level of chi refining. The flesh realm could not be broken through either. What's going on? Lu Shuani scratched his head a bit. Sure enough, cultivate this kind of thing. There's no one to point it out to. it still doesn't work. Subconscious. Lu Xuanyi suddenly thought of Ji Suiying, but then, Lu Xuanyi hurriedly shook his head. With one's status and position today, it's best not to get too involved with the inner sect. It won't do one any good. Think about it. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly used the method of concealment to hide his cultivation at the third level of qi refining. As for the alchemy realm, no hiding this one. Because of the body refining cultivators, the general public could not see it, unless one strikes out on one's own. Count the hours. Today happened to be the day that senior sister Ji Suiying came down to the mountain to practice. Lu Xuanyi looked at his storage bag. Antidote. Rejuvenation. Elimination. Barrier breaker. Looking at these there is no shortage. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Sure. These are not for himself. Except for the rejuvenation pill which worked for him. The other pills he had prepared were for that traveling senior sister. It didn't take long. Lu Xuanyi arrived at the entrance of the Green Lotus sect. After Lu Xuanyi arrived at the entrance of the Green Lotus sect, he then giggled a bit. Originally he thought he was just carrying some ordinary luggage. After all, cultivators had storage rings. That's a lot of luggage. But really see what you have to move. That was a giggle. It was almost like a small mountain. As for what's inside, great guy. All kinds of ingredients. All kinds of meat, pots and pans, spices, and something to store water. Nice guy. Is this a fucking field trip or a picnic? As for the senior sister who was going to be practicing, it also made Lu Xuanyi look dumbfounded. What do people look like? I don't know about the poor, because the whole head is wrapped up, only 2 eyes are showing, the body is down, but, it always felt like the dripping eyes, and the image of him looking like a stocking over his head, how it looked, felt obscene. You're my entourage? The stocking-covered senior sister carefully sized up Lu Xuanyi. There was discontent in his eyes. Third level of qi refining. It's too high. You hide it again. Lu Xuanyi was a bit bewildered, but it was still obediently hidden. Also, your face is a bit handsome, so I'm afraid you'll easily attract attention when you go out. Said. That senior sister got Lu Xuanyi a black hood. Bring it on. Lu Xuanyi. Finally, Lu Xuanyi is still honestly wearing the headgear, then dutifully carried the vat on his back. That's right. It was a big vat. And originally, Lu Xuanyi thought that this senior sister had practiced and should have brought many people with her. As it turned out, it was just the 2 of them, and then the distance they traveled. It also made Lu Xuanyi giggle. That road couldn't be more remote, either. As for finding an inn, then forget it. This senior sister that is thinking well, straight out of the gate with 2 drafts, Lu Xuanyi and this senior sister uttered and dug a hole. 7 more days in the blink of an eye. That's 7 days. Lu Xuanyi had sort of seen what this senior sister looked like. Absolutely beautiful. And after changing into a long dress, there's also an air of floating. It's like the Xian Nu in the 9 heavens, but just such a fairy. Simply outrageously cautious. You have to know that in the world of cultivation, the slightest carelessness will lead to death. And if you want to achieve the great Tao, you just don't want to get into trouble. If you can avoid it, if you can stay out of trouble, and as for chances and whatnot, if you can't compete, don't compete, and even if you want to compete, you need to be completely ready for it. Lu Xuanyi was speechless. Senior sister, I'm handyman. Is it possible? I can't access what you're talking about for the time being. Chen Xiaoli shook her head. I was also a handyman in the beginning, but an indiscretion led me to the inner sect by Ji Suiying. Since you, Ji Suiying, personally assigned me, there must be a superiority, or a person in the Go Dao. Let me ask you this. Did Ji Suiying say that she promised you a place as an outer disciple afterward? Lu Xuanyi was dumbfounded. How do you know? Chen Xiaoli coldly grunted. Thought I came through the same thing back in the day, when I said I was protecting her sister and gave me a spot as an outer sect disciple, but as a result, after turning my eyes, I was tricked into going to the inner sect. You have to be more careful. I'm afraid that you'll become an inner sect by then as well. Lu Xuanyi's face was pale. Nice guy. Sister Ji really wants to harm me. Nope. Senior sister Chen, is the inner gate bad? Chen Xiaoli shook her head. Well what? The inner sect is all a bunch of demons. And between demons and demons, all they have to do every day is to fight. Or fight with other sects, or else be sought out by other sects to fight. Fighting with those monsters, if you're not careful, you'll get hurt, and if you get hurt, you risk wound infection, and if the wound gets infected, you risk losing your life. Also, since you enjoy the treatment of the inner sect, you also need to carry out the things that inner sect disciples are supposed to do. For example, this time, we are going to eliminate a mountain fortress of demonic cultivators. Lu Xuanyi. Even Lu Xuanyi looked at Chen Xiaoli somewhat strangely. Senior sister, the heavenly king covers the earth. Chen Xiaoli, we all need courage. Whose song is it? Chen Xiaoli instantly took out several talismans and brushed them on Lu Xuanyi's body, even holding a mahogany sword magic weapon. He looked at Lu Xuanyi from a distance. What the hell kind of crap are you talking about? Lu Xuanyi hurriedly explained. Senior sister doesn't need to be nervous. This is the secret language of my hometown as a way to find people from my hometown. Chen Xiaoli confirmed it again and again, even probing Lu Xuanyi's entire body. Only after he was 100% sure that Lu Xuanyi had not been possessed by an evil spirit did he relax his guard against Lu Xuanyi. Alright, after walking for 2 days, we will arrive at Kangzhuang City. There is a place to hide the demonic cultivator right there. Rest well and recuperate. There will be something to be busy with next. Lu Xuanyi nodded. But, Lu Xuanyi looked at Chen Xiaoli with some uncertainty. With senior sister's character, I thought that she had already investigated the Kangzhuang City demon cultivator's hideout before coming here. Chen Xiaoli nodded. It is true that it has been known for a long time, but it is still necessary to confirm it in person, because there may be other variations in it, and even a slight variation is full of uncertainty. Lu Xuanyi. Chapter 18. The cost is great. Lu Xuanyi is very clear about his position. He's a backpacker himself. As for the rest, it should have nothing to do with you. Even more, himself is to protect the life of Chen Xiaoli. But look at the way it looks so far. I'm afraid that this Chen Xiaoli won't die even if he GA. For being overly cautious. Even cautiousness is very excessive. The original distance from Kangzhuang City could be reached in a day. Under the leadership of Chen Xiaoli, the two were hardwired to walk for nearly 7 days. And that's 7 days. It's not like they didn't do anything. Take that Chen Xiaoli for example. He bought over 100 defense talisman seals and over 100 attack talisman seals, and the best quality soft armor. He also personally refined fireproof, poison-proof, and waterproof clothing. Even more, he wore some necklaces to avoid mosquitoes and hairpins to prevent mental attacks. Almost everything she could think of. She was ready for one thing or another. As for Lu Xuanyi, there were also a lot of talismans attached to his body. There are also antidote pills, rejuvenation pills and various other pills. Asked by Chen Xiaoli to put it in the pocket of her clothes. If the other party has a formation that restricts cultivation, or a spell that restricts divine sense, the storage bag will be useless. So put more outside your body. Chen Xiaoli said very seriously. Lu Xuanyi thought about it and also found it very reasonable. Just put some outside the body too. But, there was an accident in the end. When the two arrived outside of Kangzhuang City, they were stopped by the cultivators guarding the city. None other. The hoods of the two men were too conspicuous. Pedestrians passing by couldn't help but look twice. Identity. Name. What for? The two Lu Xuanyi men were pulled aside for questioning. Chen Xiaoli didn't want to reveal her identity. Pulling the wool over the eyes of those two monks. Under some pulling and pulling, Chen Xiaoli even paid 200 lower-grade spirit stones before the two were considered to enter the city. The headgear remained on, though. Instead, 2 more bucket hats with curtains were put on. Lu Xuanyi didn't say anything. Carrying a large water tank on her back, she followed behind Chen Xiaoli. But Chen Xiaoli was preoccupied. I hadn't thought that I would encounter such a turn of events, which has caused my plan to get rid of that evil cultivator to drop by another 20%. Lu Xuanyi was a little curious. Then, senior sister, what percentage did you plan before? Chen Xiaoli whispered. Before it was 98%, now it's 96%. Lu Xuanyi, nice guy, you're real steady, but the more secure, the better. It just so happened that this senior sister could defend herself on her own, and she didn't need to make a move herself. I don't know how long it's been. Lu Xuanyi was taken to a small courtyard by Chen Xiaoli. This is the courtyard I bought a long time ago. We'll rest here first tonight. You don't go anywhere. Do you hear me? Lu Xuanyi nodded. Got it. Having said that, Lu Xuanyi put down the vat behind himself. As a result, he had just put down the vat on his side. A hand knife chopped directly at the back of Lu Xuanyi's neck. Lu Xuanyi turned back to look at Chen Xiaoli, who was full of dismay. The two men looked at each other in all directions, and for a moment there was silence. I don't know how long it's been. Lu Xuanyi before asking. Do I need to pass out? Chen Xiaoli took a deep breath. No, but you want a drink. Having said that, Chen Xiaoli poured a cup of water for Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi didn't even think about it and took a mouthful, and then just fall down. Chen Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief. After that, he put Lu Xuanyi directly into the house. Think about it. Chen Xiaoli still took out an elixir. This elixir is called the elixir of forgetfulness. After taking it, sleep for 7 days and forget anything that happened within half a month. Break open Lu Xuanyi's mouth, and then the elixir was shoved straight in. I'm sorry, senior brother. It's all for your own good. Chen Xiaoli finished. A few talisman seals were once again affixed on Lu Xuanyi's body. Do all that. Chen Xiaoli just left. When it was determined that Chen Xiaoli was gone, Lu Xuanyi then got up. None other. Hurry up and refine the aura in your body. The forgetfulness Dan was also a Dan, so it naturally had a large amount of aura. Lu Xuanyi could only refine it. But, the only thing that's a little different. Although Lu Xuanyi was now at the 12th level of Qi refinement consummation and was delayed in building his foundation, but the aura he refined. Surprisingly, he began to nourish the thunder in his body. Even the more aura one refined, the thicker that thunder became. It's not just that. As the thunder grew more powerful, his own flesh was beginning to be tortured bit by bit. Sure, one is not feeling the pain, only the pleasure, because the flesh is getting stronger, not just getting stronger. Lu Xuanyi was even becoming more and more skillful in the manipulation of electromagnetic force. Lu Xuanyi was but a thought. The countless metals in the room would automatically levitate. With the thought again, the temperature of those metals began to rise and even twist. Lu Xuanyi's eyes suddenly lit up. He took out a piece of iron and placed it directly on top of his fingertips. As the electromagnetic forces continued to compress and coalesce, the piece of iron also began to gradually turn red. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly stopped. I turned out to be Gunny. Lu Xuanyi was ecstatic inside. He hadn't thought about it. Cultivating this mad thunder scripture actually had this ability. And so it was. Lu Xuanyi directly prepared a storage bag of iron nails. And they're all the cheapest. Anyway, this thing is just a medium for itself for emitting electromagnetic force concentrations. As for the power, that depends on the amount of energy and spirit power of the electromagnetic force one is outputting. A thought of myself from now on, just trying to walk the earthly canon. Lu Xuanyi was quite relieved. At the very least, there was once again one more means of staying alive. Wait, Lu Xuanyi suddenly thought of something else. If one casts the running thunder sword, then in compressing the electromagnetic force, in injecting a large amount of thunder and spiritual power, what kind of scene is this sword going down? Lu Xuanyi was a little heartbroken. Then straight out the door, the figure disappeared in an instant. It didn't take long. A terrifying sword chi, cutting through the air. That kind of power is gut-wrenching. For this reason, the Jindan City Lord of Kangzhuang City flew directly into midair. The divine thoughts scanned almost the entire Kangzhuang City and the outskirts of Kangzhuang City. Under the pressure of that Jindan powerhouse, all the cultivators in Kangzhuang City were trembling, especially when that divine thought swept over himself. Even more so, it sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Some timid monks, straight up scared shitless. Sure, Lu Xuanyi, who had already returned to his yard, was no exception. Under this Jindan cultivator's divine thoughts, he was also pale. Lu Xuanyi even had a feeling. If this Jindan cultivator wanted to kill himself, it was really just a thought. Shit, the cultivation world is really horrible. Sure, Lu Xuanyi thought back to the sword he had just studied. And fucking horrible. Under that sword, his own arm was directly scrapped. If he hadn't had Chen Beiping himself, at this point one can only be cool. But even so, that Chen Beiping's name was dimmed by 3 points all of a sudden. So one could imagine how costly this move was. Chapter 19, The Method of Building the Foundation. The might of a Jindan cultivator. It was equivalent to giving Lu Xuanyi a blow to the head. It made Lu Xuanyi's slightly fidgety mood turn calm once again. Distance yourself from all the commotion you've created. 3 days had passed, and it was also finally calm. Hardly anyone talks about it anymore. Lu Xuanyi was also quite relieved. Noteworthy. This recent time, Lu Xuanyi has never met Qin Xiaoli. His own senior sister disappeared straight away after placing herself in this courtyard. Lu Xuanyi was a little worried. Nothing will happen to this senior sister, right? But then, Lu Xuanyi directly shook his head. No way. His own senior sister's cautious character. Everyone would be in trouble but his senior sister. Since there was also no need to worry about his senior sister's safety, Lu Xuanyi had been refining pills all this time. Rejuvenation elixir. That's refinery after refinery. And on top of each chi recovery pill, there were dandelions. That's the ultimate elixir. Lu Xuanyi naturally knew that the elixir he had refined was absolutely outrageous. At the very least, he had read novels before. He could almost think, if this elixir with the Dan pattern is released, what a scene it will be. Sure, Yu Suni didn't do that, because he was afraid that a great power had investigated him. When the time comes, they will directly grab themselves to imprison and specialize in refining pills for them. As for the whole scapegoating and immunity to negative statuses thing, as long as you have enemies, that's all the more reason not to let anyone know. Because if you let some evil practitioners know that you have such a power, then you're waiting to be killed as a pig. Non-stop pumping of your blood, your bone marrow, your loins. Lu Xuanyi clearly knew the law of survival in the cultivation world. If you can be a grandson, be a grandson. Or else you're a Mito. Definitely not inflated anyway. Whatever golden handshake you have, not until it grows up. Everything you do will just be someone else's dowry. Sure, now Lu Xuanyi, there's also the biggest question. These days, he kept getting high, kept containing the thunder in his body. Now it has reached the extreme in every way. Kung Fu, sword technique, body technique, all have been cultivated to the point where they can no longer continue to be cultivated. But now, he really had no way to build a foundation. How the hell should I build a foundation? Lu Xuanyi was a bit fretful. Finally, a long hesitation. Yu Suni is ready to go out for a stroll. At least take a chance and see if you can know some of the methods for building the foundation. Think so. Lu Xuanyi put on a bucket hat with a curtain and even went straight out with a mask that covered half of his face. Kangzhuang City was a town where cultivators gathered. Walk up the street. Into the eye. It's all a few spells, feats, elixirs. Sure, there are also some beasts' bones, skins and other materials. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of variety. And it's expensive. Even now, Lu Xuanyi was carrying 8,000 spirit stones. In such a market, one can only buy one or two things that one wants. This left Lu Xuanyi helpless. But, and so on, you're an alchemist yourself. And an elixir like the Qi recovery elixir that all cultivators need. Best sellers. But consider this. Lu Xuanyi still shook his head. Still too flashy. That's not good. In the end, Lu Xuanyi gave up on this plan of his. However, she still silently took out an extreme quality Qi gathering pill. This stuff, it's a necessity for cultivation. The one can't sell potions to make money. But for the alchemist, there are times, potions can also be spent as money. Figured that out. Lu Xuanyi began to aimlessly look at what the vendors were selling. But look around. Lu Xuanyi is not even very satisfied. This was because whether it was feats or spells, most of them were crippled or even of low grade. That's even so. It is also very expensive. Seriously, if this Qi recovery pill of his own were to be handed over to the Green Lotus sect, he didn't even know how many points he would have to exchange for it. And those points for a random spell or two. None of them were comparable to these casual cultivators. So it seems, the Green Lotus sect, still damn strong. As for the spells, Lu Xuanyi fell back and looked twice more. But in the end, they still chose to give up, because most of those spells were also broken. Even, none of them were as good as the wooden sword magic weapon that the Green Lotus sect issued to the outer sect. It's a little fucking awkward. A bit of reckoning. Lu Xuanyi suddenly felt that there was no need to spend this wasted money. Anyway, for the moment the means of preserving one's life on one's own is enough. Another half day of walking. Lu Xuanyi felt grateful for his decision not to spend a fortune, because he finally knew the method of foundation building. It was because he had met an old man who was also at the great circle of Qi refining. The old man's big day is coming. Only one top-grade Qi gathering pill is requested. Instead, he exchanged it with an 8th-grade Dan furnace. Lu Xuanyi just happened to have the Qi gathering pill, and it's still superb. So a deal was made with the old man. Even after the old man saw that it was an extreme quality Qi gathering pill, it was even more exciting and tearful. So, for the method of foundation building, it was also given to Lu Xuanyi. The deal is done. The old man rushed off to his retreat, and Lu Xuanyi hurried back to his residence. Hurry up and watch the method of foundation building. This look at it. Lu Xuanyi was directly dumbfounded. Because foundation building requires foundation building materials. The quality of the foundation building object is what improves the quality of the battle power after foundation building, or how far the future achievement will go. Bottom line, to build a foundation is to help open the way to a future realm, or to draw signposts. If you want to go farther and more stable, you have to have better treasures. That's just one. Secondly, there must also be a foundation building method. The method of building the foundation will likewise determine the success or failure of building the foundation. Sure, it is not very difficult to build a foundation, because if there were really one or two heavenly materials suitable for foundation building, any foundation building method, all cultivators would put up a fight. To be able to build a foundation is good enough. After all, not all cultivators cultivate just to kill and fight. There are many cultivators who cultivate immortality, also for the sake of longevity. But as the open-minded Lu Xuanyi, and how can you just build a foundation? It can be a superior method of foundation building. Aside from the clan, Lu Xuanyi really couldn't think of any place to get it. Even if you get the method of foundation building, that would also require countless spirit stones. On the current point of their own spirit stones, it was absolutely impossible to fulfill one's foundation building ideals. Egu, working on foundation building? At this moment, Ji Suiying's figure had come to Lu Xuanyi's side at an unknown time. Lu Xuanyi was startled, then hastened to salute. Greetings, senior sister. Ji Suiying waved her hand. There was also a teapot in his hand, and he just poured it into his little mouth. After taking a sip of tea, Ji Suiying Talent said, if you want to build a foundation, the Green Lotus sect has the most top-notch foundation building materials. as well as the most top-notch foundation building methods. If you have a great contribution, all of these, the Green Lotus sect can give them to you for free. So why bother to look for them on your own? Lu Xuanyi scratched his head and giggled. I'm just, like, researching it. Ji Suiying rolled her eyes. The Green Lotus sect is different from other sects, and the Green Lotus sect can't avoid those sub-Zhenghu Qi. But the Green Lotus sect will never covet a disciple's chance, nor will they do some evil cultivation things. You can rest assured of this, but there's no harm in appropriately hiding yourself. By the way, do you know why I came to see you? Lu Xuanyi then reacted. Yeah, why did you come to see me? Looking at Lu Xuanyi's confused little eyes, Ji Suiying was then somewhat helpless. Chen Xiaoli has been arrested. Lu Xuanyi was shocked. You're not kidding? Chapter 20 Evil Cultivation Points galore. Lu Xuanyi how can not understand. With Chen Xiaoli that steady nature, how can be arrested? It's completely illogical and even a bit beyond common sense. What made Lu Xuanyi most speechless was, elder sister Ji Suiying, why do you have to rescue Chen Xiaoli by yourself? Wouldn't it be easy for you, a Jindan cultivator, to rescue it? Ji Suiying saw what Lu Xuanyi was thinking. A slight smile. I have my own things to do. You guys deal with the evil cultivators, while I need to deal with the demons. The demons are not like the evil cultivators. That thing is truly terrifying. This time when I come down to the mountain, I am going to deal with the demon cultivators. Lu Xuanyi's face was instantly serious. Come to this world for many years, he naturally knew how powerful demonic cultivators were. Remember when he had just joined the Green Lotus sect? There was a mission to collect the body of a senior brother of the Green Lotus sect. Think back to that scene. Lu Xuanyi just wanted to throw up. Fragmented body, broken organs, or maybe it's a corpse that can be gnawed and mutilated, leaving teeth marks. But those aren't the scariest ones. What's scary is the bodies that are intact. There is even a demonic aura in it. Infested by demonic chi, a person would lose their sanity and even turn into an inhuman monster. One thought. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but shiver. Senior sister, the things that need to be dealt with in the inner sect are that dangerous? Lu Xuanyi asked in a small voice. Ji Suiying unlocked the wine gourd at her waist, slowly taking a sip. Normally, very few demonic cultivators appear, and even if they do, there are other clans to put them down. Of course, if they reach our Green Lotus sect's boundaries, no one else will care because that would be our Green Lotus sect's own business. So our Green Lotus sect will need to send people to decimate the demonic cultivators. However, the clan won't send anyone to die, and I'm not going alone. After saying that, Ji Suiying flicked her finger on Lu Xuanyi's forehead. My generation of cultivators must be fearless of any challenge and have a firm mind in order to go farther. How can they be so timid? Lu Xuanyi strongly disagrees with this statement, but it was still a teachable face. What senior sister said. Ji Suiying couldn't help but roll her eyes. Retie the gourd around your waist. Well, in order to be able to hone your skills, I hope you'll do well on this mission. After saying that, Ji Suiying directly took off into the air. Then after a few sonic booms, it instantly disappeared between heaven and earth. Lu Xuanyi opened his mouth. A face full of anticipation ensued. TSK, TSK, this is a Jindan powerhouse. When will I be able to reach this point? Lu Xuanyi had some expectations in his heart. But suddenly, Lu Xuanyi just didn't feel right. Brush up on. One moment. Countless black-clothed men jumped out around Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi was confused. Grass. Senior sister Ji. You punked me. Lu Xuanyi couldn't believe that Ji Suiying didn't know that there were so many people around him in ambush. Good lord. This simply digs a hole for itself. Lu Xuanyi was also helpless. But look at the people who surrounded themselves. The highest cultivation level was only the 7th level of chi refining. Lu Xuanyi directly took out a few nails from his storage bag. The electromagnetic force is compressed within the nail and finally ejected all the way out. The nails instantly pierced through the eyebrows of these people. These people just rushed out, then fall back to sleep. Lu Xuanyi directly took a few people's storage bags and instantly left the spot. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lu Xuanyi, in the middle of a small ravine in the northern part of Kangzhuang City, was looking at a martial arts skill in his hand, and was a little unsure inwardly about whether he wanted to learn it or not. This martial art is called the blood-burning divine fist. It's simple. It's brutal. Burning one's own essence, blood and longevity to increase one's strength tenfold in a short period of time. But the price was that after using the blood-burning divine fist, one's foundation would be damaged, and one wouldn't even be able to cultivate again in the future. Sure, Lu Xuanyi wasn't worried about himself. He was worried about whether Chen Beiping could carry it off. Chen Beiping is by far the best enemy. If you keep an eye on it for your own cultivation to enhance your realm, you can use it for a long time. Lu Xuanyi didn't want Chen Beiping to waste too early. Forget it, study first, and after that, just don't cast it until you have to. Thinking so, Lu Xuanyi studied seriously, less than half a day. This gong method was directly learned by Lu Xuanyi, but Lu Xuanyi didn't dare to test the power of this blood-burning divine fist. He has too few enemies now. You can't afford to wuana Chen Beiping right now. Sure, with this life-saving card, Lu Xuanyi also hurriedly changed his clothes and prepared to rescue Chen Xiaoli. Chen Xiaoli was a bit pale. She was counting on 1,000 things, but she hadn't counted on one thing. The matter of the evil cultivator that appeared in Kangzhuang City was surprisingly cultivated by the Kangzhuang City Lord. There was even a giant gray industry underneath Convoy City. These evil cultivators are refining blood pills. Then he devoured the blood pills to raise his cultivation level, and Chen Xiaoli saw that she was about to destroy that great formation of melting blood pills, but as a result, he had suffered the backstabbing of the Kangzhuang City Lord. At this moment, Chen Xiaoli was locked in a large iron cage, looking at the other cultivators whose faces were filled with death. Chen Xiaoli couldn't help but fall into deep thought as well. Now that my cultivation is blocked and my divine sense is also blocked, I can't use many of my means, and the possibility of escaping is almost zero. Chen Xiaoli once again looked at the cultivators. Unable to help himself, he rubbed his temples. All of these people also have no desire to live, so I'm afraid I can't count on them either. But Chen Xiaoli still didn't give up. She was watching the black-clad men who were watching. All clear foundation building cultivators, changing waves every 3 hours. Chen Xiaoli took a deep breath. No solution. Seriously, Chen Xiaoli was also a bit desperate now. For this reason, Chen Xiaoli couldn't help but start divining for herself. But this divination, Chen Xiaoli was a bit confused. She even rubbed her eyes a little incredulously. Daikichi. Chen Xiaoli couldn't help but be a little skeptical. Was it because he hadn't used his cultivation, so the measurements weren't accurate? How can this be a biggie now? For this reason, Chen Xiaoli measured again. The result, still, is biggie. Chen Xiaoli scratched her head. Is it hard to believe that someone from the division will come to the rescue? Chen Xiaoli's first thought was Ji Suying, but then, Chen Xiaoli then shook her head. Ji Suying's belabored senior sister. Even if she didn't pit herself, how could she come to his rescue? But if it's not Ji Suying, then what's the deal with this big lucky trigram? Chen Xiaoli couldn't figure it out. Right about this time, Chen Xiaoli suddenly saw someone. The sight of the man. Chen Xiaoli was a bit incredulous. Lu Xuanyi. He's been captured as well. Several people then threw Lu Xuanyi into the iron cage. Only then did Chen Xiaoli react. How did you get caught too? Lu Xuanyi was also somewhat helpless. You don't know. There are damn many evil cultivators out there. There are hundreds to say the least. Chao Li Chen. Chapter 21, Unworthy Enemies? At first, Lu Xuanyi did want to sneak into this evil man valley. But what Lu Xuanyi didn't expect was that he had just entered the outskirts of the Valley of the Wicked. And in an instant there were a dozen knives on his neck. And these people, all of them were fucking foundation establishment cultivators. Lu Xuanyi was dumbfounded on the spot. After traveling through this world for so many years, Lu Xuanyi had seen no more than a handful of foundation establishment cultivators. But this simple evil valley, all of a sudden jumped out so many foundation establishment cultivators. So Lu Xuanyi was a bit caught off guard. There is no way to resist, naturally. After all, he only had one enemy now. And what made Lu Xuanyi the most speechless? These people have captured themselves though. But the golden scroll of the avenue did not respond. The lack of reaction meant that these people were not trying to kill themselves. That's going to be hard to mess up. Even if one now has the Great Tao Gold Scroll and can fight again. But under the siege of this group of foundation establishment cultivators, he himself would not be able to survive. Nope. Before coming in, Lu Xuanyi took a closer look. There was a large cauldron outside this wicked valley, and some mysterious runes were engraved on top of the cauldron. That look is a kind of magic weapon. And what concerns Lu Xuanyi the most? There were a lot of dead bones around that cauldron. There was also someone within the cauldron who was constantly boiling something. In other words, anyone who is caught here will end up dead, since the end result will be death. Then why don't the golden scrolls of the avenue have their names on them? Lu Xuanyi slightly closed his eyes and carefully looked at the golden scroll of the Great Tao in his mind. The Great Tao Gold Scroll was unresponsive, but the golden quill was radiating light. What does that mean? Lu Xuanyi was a little confused for a moment. That golden brush in this state is already thinking about putting down a pen. But what's the delay? The golden brush seemed to sense Lu Xuanyi's doubts. The brush flew up, then landed on top of the golden scroll of the Great Tao and brushed down a line. Unworthy of an enemy. Lu Xuanyi? It's not. How much do you think of me? This damn are all clear foundation hey. What do you mean not worthy of the enemy? But soon, Chen Xiaoli gave Lu Xuanyi the answer. Senior brother, Why do I feel that there are no restrictions on you? Lu Xuanyi was a little embarrassed. On the way in, he does have limits on him. Restrictions, however, are shifted to Chen Beiping's side. Lu Xuanyi could only explain. Maybe, everyone's physique is different. Chao Li Chen. Although she was not believing Lu Xuanyi's words. However, since there were no restrictions on Lu Xuanyi and he was able to use his cultivation, it was naturally good. Think so. Chen Xiaoli walked up to Lu Xuanyi. Senior brother, press in here and catalyze your cultivation. Saying that, Chen Xiaoli pulled her collar down. Lu Xuanyi? His first reaction was, so white. Then he got a slap on the head. Don't look. Come on. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly nodded his head. Oh, good. With Lu Xuanyi pressing his hand on Chen Xiaoli's chest, he activated his mana. Then only a click was heard. Chen Xiaoli instantly tightened her collar. Let's go. Let's kill our way out first. After saying that, Chen Xiaoli stood up, and there was even an extra long sword in her hand. Lu Xuanyi was confused. No, senior sister. There are over 200 foundation establishment cultivators here inside and out. Chen Xiaoli shook her head. Although all of these people's cultivation levels are foundation establishment, they were all forced up through crooked ways. As far as those floating roots are concerned, they are not even as good as the 7th level of chi refining in our clan. And one more thing, I found out that all of these people are actually puppets. None of them have their own thoughts. They are just instinctively doing things. They cannot be compared to us. Lu Xuanyi instantly understood the meaning of the Great Tao Golden Scroll. If that's the case, these people, indeed, have no qualifications to be their enemies. But that's not right either. Can I still resent the fact that I have fewer enemies to die for? No, Avenue Gold Scrolls, you more or less set me up with 2 of them. The Great Tao Gold Scroll was unresponsive. Got it. Lu Xuanyi realized that he couldn't call this thing by himself. Afterwards, he also took out his own sword and followed Chen Xiaoli's charge. Then, Lu Xuanyi was then a bit dumbfounded, because he followed Chen Xiaoli's lead completely. Along the way, those patrolling the area were really like puppets, instinctively doing something of their own. Didn't seem to see either of them in general. All the way out beyond the Valley of the Wicked, Lu Xuanyi is all like a dream. Just that easy? Chen Xiaoli, on the other hand, hurriedly took off her own clothes. While taking it off, he also admonished Lu Xuanyi. Hurry up and take yours off too. Lu Xuanyi's mind was spinning a bit. Come on. Oh hoo. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly took off his own clothes, and then quickly changed back into his clothed body. When Lu Xuanyi turned back to look at Chen Xiaoli, somewhat confused, because Chen Xiaoli was only wearing a bustier and a pair of boxers. Elder sister, don't you have any clothes? Lu Xuanyi asked with a blush. Truly, this Chen Xiaoli's body is just too much for people to top. Chen Xiaoli, on the other hand, said very generously, yes, but I can't wear it now. After saying that, Chen Xiaoli looked at Lu Xuanyi playfully. At first Lu Xuanyi didn't get it, but then it became clear, because his clothes turned into a ball of flame in an instant. The flames began to burn down his own clothes towards his body. Lu Xuanyi was so scared that he hurriedly took off his clothes again. Hurry up! Chen Xiaoli stopped talking and directly turned away. Lu Xuanyi also did not say anything. Follow Chen Xiaoli and hurry away. I don't know how long it's been. Lu Xuanyi was brought to a hidden cave by Chen Xiaoli. Naturally, it goes without saying, this cave was left by Chen Xiaoli a long time ago, to just prevent something untoward from happening. After returning to the cave, Lu Xuanyi was a sourpuss, none other. Chen Xiaoli directly used a fireball technique and baked him for half an hour. At this time covered in red, Lu Xuanyi, one side smokes in disbelief. Senior sister, although I don't know what your true cultivation level is, I think it should be very high. If your cultivation level is so high, why were you still caught? Chen Xiaoli explained as she ate. My cultivation hasn't reached Jindan, so naturally I'm no match for Jindan, let alone a sneak attack. Lu Xuanyi? Jindan. Sneak attack. Lu Xuanyi instantly thought of the city lord of Kangzhuang City. No way. Lu Xuanyi was a bit headstrong. For her part, Chen Xiaoli nodded her head. Indeed, it is the city lord of Kangzhuang City. Lu Xuanyi scratched his head. Then why don't we just report it to the clan? Why are we hiding? Chen Xiaoli shook her head. Remember the flames? Lu Xuanyi nodded. That is the alarm flame. When we just left, if we directly take off our clothes and walk away, maybe the city lord thought that we had died, but burned a second time. I'm afraid that the city lord already knows that someone has escaped. At this time that the city lord, I'm afraid that he has already arrived at the Valley of the Wicked, and even increased the manpower to line up all the people returning to the Green Lotus sect. Chapter 22 New Enemy. Purple Medium. Lu Xuanyi and Chen Xiaoli, hiding in the cave for a whole month. Of course, naturally, you don't have to worry about food during this period, because Chen Xiaoli had prepared the food long ago, And that's enough food for 2 people for 10 years. As for the way the food was preserved, it made Lu Shuani feel the charm of cultivation once again. An ice seal spell not only preserves all the food, even the ice seal technique uses spiritual energy. The longer you are frozen, the better those foods are. Sure, it also depends on the wishes of the caster, and what makes Lu Shuani most comfortable. There are a lot of little spells, and that's what's very practical. For example, cleansing techniques. A cleansing spell went down, and all over, the body was immaculate. But suddenly, Lu Shuani was then somewhat speechless. If outer disciples can learn this technique, then why were there so many dirty clothes in the first place? Chen Xiaoli laughed out loud. That's the disciples who have just joined the outer sect. They can't learn spells for the time being, so the clothes still need to be changed. Lu Shuani. Both then stopped talking. Lu Shuani is cooking. Chen Xiaoli is practicing. But by the time Lu Shuani's meal was almost done, Chen Xiaoli also happened to finish her cultivation. Oh, it's such a coincidence every time. Spent a month together in the same cave. Lu Shuani and Chen Xiaoli are also considered to be quite familiar with each other. Lu Shuani was serving Chen Xiaoli's food, while asking, "How much longer do we have to stay here?" Chen Xiaoli skillfully took the rice bowl handed over by Lu Shuani. While eating, he said, "It shouldn't take long. After all, that Kangzhuang city lord searched for more than a month and didn't find it, so he naturally stops his movements. Or else it's too much of a show, and it's bound to attract the attention of the Green Lotus sect." As she spoke, Chen Xiaoli continued to eat. She really couldn't say no to Lu Shuani's cooking. Of course, on the surface there will be no further investigation, but that Kangzhuang city lord naturally won't give up his investigation, and is even afraid that he has already investigated us. Lu Shuani looked at the golden scroll of the Great Tao in his mind. Currently there was only one person's name, Chen Beiping, and he couldn't help but shake his head. "I'm afraid we won't know it's us for a while." Chen Xiaoli was a bit curious. "How do you know?" Lu Shuani scratched his head. "Well, I can't say. It's just a feeling." After saying that, Lu Shuani hurriedly ate. Chen Xiaoli ate while silently looking at Lu Shuani without saying a word. Spending so much time together, she knew something about Lu Shuani. This guy, it seems, has no ambition and is even considered a good old boy. But she always felt that Lu Shuani was mysterious. She even secretly drugged Lu Shuani several times, put Lu Shuani in a coma. But this guy, nothing's going on. At first, Chen Xiaoli thought her ecstasy had expired. Sneak a taste for yourself. As a result, if she hadn't taken the antidote in advance, able to pass out on the spot. But nothing happened to Lu Shuani. Even, she found out, no matter what Lu Shuani did, he never felt any sense of fatigue. Even what Lu Shuani does, there will not be any discontent. This guy, it's really weird. But Chen Xiaoli didn't find it strange when she thought about it. How many people who could be looked upon by Ji Suiying were not strange? After dinner, the two of them lived as if they were husband and wife. Chen Xiaoli finished washing. Lu Shuani sweeps the floor. Everything cleaned up. Lu Shuani idly counted ants. Chen Xiaoli cultivates. Suddenly, Lu Shuani stood up violently, his face becoming very ugly, because on his golden scroll of the Great Tao, an additional name appeared. Shi Changxin, purple medium grade. What followed was a violent shaking of the cave. Chen Xiaoli was also completely alert at this time. Someone is breaking the formation. Having said that, Chen Xiaoli pulled Lu Shuani and left. Then Lu Shuani realized breathlessly, after living in this cave for so long, he hadn't even realized that there was a secret door in this cave. The two didn't say a word, running wild in the middle of a cave. I don't know how long it's been. The two finally saw the light. Originally, Lu Shuani was ready to rush out, but it was immediately stopped by Chen Xiaoli. "Hold on. I'll see what's going on out there." Having said that, Chen Xiaoli picked up a small cloth bag. Opening the cloth bag, Chen Xiaoli recited a few incantations. Lu Shuani then saw 2 small bugs fly out. Mo waited for about 10 minutes. The bugs fly back. Only then did Chen Xiaoli breathe a sigh of relief. "There's no danger. Let's go." Lu Shuani couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Senior sister. Steady." Chen Xiaoli also showed her teeth and returned a thumbs up. Then the two hurried out. But after coming out, Lu Shuani looked at the group of old sows around him and was a bit winded. "I'll go." "Senior sister. You're digging a hole in the ground. Digging into a pigsty?" Chen Xiaoli walked out from behind Lu Shuani and said with a smile, "No decent person would go to drain a mortal's pigsty. It's the safest thing to do." Lu Shuani. Bam! An old woman looked at Lu Shuani and Chen Xiaoli, who drilled out from inside the pigsty, and was petrified on the spot. Even the iron pot in her hand unconsciously fell to the ground. Chen Xiaoli flashed directly in front of this old woman. An elixir was stuffed in before the old woman was knocked out and placed in the house. Done and gone. Lu Shuani nodded. 3 more days passed. Lu Xuanyi was led east and west by Qin Xiaoli. During that time it's all about avoiding people when you meet them anyway. As long as you are a monk, you should try not to talk much if you can, even if they encountered someone from the Green Lotus sect, all pretending not to recognize it. Sure, what Qin Xiaoli does, Lu Xuanyi does, and he was originally a handyman. The mission this time out was to be in charge of moving things. Other things, naturally, he would not ask more questions. It was just that Qin Xiaoli was a bit puzzled. I've always felt that something wasn't quite right. Lu Xuanyi's face was serious. How? Qin Xiaoli clasped her chest with one hand against her chin. A Jindan cultivator wants to search us. Even if I do it as cautiously as I can, it's impossible to not have a single trace. And even if we escaped out too smoothly, I always feel that it's a trap. Lu Xuanyi sneakily stabbed himself in the waist twice again, ran and coughed and said, that is to say, is there a possibility that the city lord of Kangzhuang City has encountered another kind of delay, so he didn't arrest us? Qin Xiaoli mused. Maybe that's possible, but no matter what, let's hurry back to the sect and report what happened in Kangzhuang City. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Only they were just about to leave. Suddenly a figure stopped them. That person was none other than Ji Suiying. The matter of Kangzhuang City is already known to the sect. You two have your hands full next. Qin Xiaoli and Lu Xuanyi both looked at Ji Suiying with the same face at this time. A face that's bleeped out. Ji Suiying. Cough cough cough. This is the sect's mission, and it just so happens that both of you are here just in time to take part in this mission. After saying that, Ji Suiying turned around. Follow me. Lu Xuanyi and Qin Xiaoli glanced at each other, both of them somewhat helpless. Chapter 23, The Outer Sect of Hidden Sword Peak. The things that Shi Changxing did have already been exposed. So this time, both the outer disciples and inner disciples of the Green Lotus sect need to go down to clean up the entire Kangzhuang City. So all of you need to participate in this mission. At this time, the two of them, Lu Xuanyi and Qin Xiaoli, had already been brought above the flying boat by Ji Suiying. Qin Xiaoli had a dying expression on her face. And what about Lu Xuanyi? Since joining the Green Lotus sect for so long, it was his first time riding a flying boat, so naturally he looked like a country bumpkin. Look here, look there, especially this view of the cultivation world. It was fucking beautiful, especially if you are standing on top of a flying boat to see it. It's really a wonderland. But soon, Lu Xuanyi was then yanked back by Ji Suiying using her magic power. You can enjoy the view after I finish what I've noticed this time. Lu Xuanyi was a little embarrassed. I'm just an odd job man. And the job of an odd job disciple this time is to collect corpses. Ji Suiying laughed, directly handed Lu Xuanyi a waistplate. From now on, you're an outer disciple of my hidden sword peak, so you'll have to participate in the battle this time as well. Lu Xuanyi's face turned white. Elder sister, this is too sudden, and I'm not good at fighting. I don't even know spells. Ji Suiying smiled. This battle, there will be a large number of clan contribution points, and you want the foundation building thing. You also need a large number of contribution points to exchange, to contribute or not. All depends on the voluntary. Lu Xuanyi was speechless. He felt that he had been held to death by this senior sister. But the foundation building stuff, he had also once heard from Qin Xiaoli. The most top-notch foundation building items were only found in the most top-notch sects. Not coincidentally, the Green Lotus sect belonged to one of those topmost sects. Lu Xuanyi was somewhat helpless, seeing that you need to build a foundation. For the foundation building stuff, had to show a little punch myself. But senior sister, I don't know any spells, and I don't have. Except he wasn't finished. Ji Suiying then handed Lu Xuanyi a storage bag. Lu Xuanyi opened it and looked at it. A wooden sword, a copy of the entire cultivation basic spells, and 10,000 spirit stones. Nice guy. Lu Xuanyi had killed several people before and after, plundering their entire bodies, but only managed to get 20,000 spirit stones, after becoming an outer gate himself. Surprisingly, it was 10,000 spirit stones at once. Nope, this spirit stone seems to be higher than an ordinary disciple. At this time, Qin Xiaoli came over to explain. Hidden Sword Peak disciples have always had the highest salaries, and to be able to become an outer door of Hidden Sword Peak is very fortunate, because the disciples of Hidden Sword Peak are all handpicked by Senior Sister Ji, and even if they're an outer door, the quality is very strong, and even each one of them has their own unique characteristics. Having said that, Qin Xiaoli took another somewhat pitiful look at Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but tighten his body. Then a whispered inquiry. What kind of expression is this on Senior Sister's face? Qin Xiaoli said secretly. Although the Hidden Sword Peak's outer door treatment is better than the other wind peaks, however, if you cultivate and do not put your life on the line, the soup cannot be drank, and even every month there is a disciple examination. Through the examination can still be left half a life, cannot pass on. Ji Suiying coughed. Qin Xiaoli, as I recall, you're about to take the test as well. I see that it was quite easy for you the first few times. Do you want to raise the difficulty a bit for you this time? Chen Xiaoli hurriedly shut up, and Lu Xuanyi felt like he had fallen for a big dang. That's senior sister. Lu Xuanyi hadn't finished. Ji Suiying suddenly glared at Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi scratched his head in embarrassment. It's okay. Ji Suiying nodded in satisfaction. Well, you work hard this time to clear Conjunction City. Right. Having said that, Ji Suiying once again took out a set of concealment techniques. This is for you. That concealment method of yours is too full of holes. Lu Xuanyi was overjoyed. Thank you, senior sister. Ji Suiying nodded. Ji Suiying then gave the two of them all the details of Conjuang City. Let the two men look and study well. After Lu Xuanyi carefully studied it, suddenly it doesn't feel like there's anything worth studying. What it says here, those blood puppets, can affect the spirit and even the mind of others. One doesn't seem to need to worry. The only thing one had to worry about was whether Chen Beiping or that Shi Changxin could carry it off. Plus, when the time comes, it's really going to be a fight. There was no way he could really get hot-headed and rush over as cannon fodder. As for contribution points, how easy that was. He himself would only find some seriously injured ones to fill in when the time came. And the clan token would automatically record the contribution points. It's perfect. And now Lu Xuanyi is even more interested. That cultivation of basic spells in its entirety. 3 full days. Lu Xuanyi is all about practicing technical spells. Have to say, these spells were just too damn awesome to be true. Attack category: Fireball, Water Bomb, Wind Blade, Palm Thunder, Wood Spike, Ice Blade. Too much. On top of that, there were all sorts of recluse spells, and some life-type spells. After learning these spells, it was only then that Lu Xuanyi truly felt that he was now like an immortal. A ball of red flame in his left hand and a ball of thunder in his right. Hey! Lu Xuanyi involuntarily laughed. Even casting all sorts of spells in the middle of the room, it was a lot of fun to play. Happy as an overgrown child. And what most put Lu Xuanyi's heart at ease was the concealment method Ji Suiying gave him. After learning that concealment method, Lu Xuanyi was not only able to hide his cultivation, but even the concealment method itself. I'll go. This concealment method is so gripping. Lu Xuanyi was shocked at heart. Even he had a vague feeling that senior sister Ji seemed even more uncomplicated. And, since senior sister Ji has this concealment method, and what is sister Ji's true cultivation level? Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but rub his brain. There are really a lot of old sixes in the cultivation world. But, none of this matters. At this moment, Lu Xuanyi directly took out that wooden sword artifact from his storage bag. Then he began to perform the art of royal sword. When Lu Xuanyi performed the sword royal technique, he saw the wooden sword shakily hovering in front of Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi swallowed. Control the wooden sword to fly to the soles of your feet. Then Lu Xuanyi stood up. The body is a little crooked. This feels a bit like playing skiing, but it's a bit different. Skiing is using the body to control the balance, and subsequently using the body to move forward, whereas sword guarding is the body controlling the balance, and using the brain to drive forward. That is, the divine sense, and consuming mana. Lu Xuanyi briefly did a few ups and downs in the room, simply moving back and forth for a while after, feeling almost familiar with myself. He also received the wooden sword into his storage bag. No way. It's on top of the flying boat right now. It wasn't good for him to try to fly with his sword. Rumble. Right about this time, the flying boat vibrated. A voice came immediately afterward. All hands, gather. Chapter 24, The Terror of the Cultivation World. Hear the rallying cry. Lu Xuanyi walked out of the room in a hurry and headed to the deck of the flying boat to gather with a group of disciples. Perhaps it was because he had gotten too close to Chen Xiaoli in recent times. Lu Xuanyi unconsciously fell behind the crowd. Then, something unexpected for Lu Xuanyi appeared. He was surprised to see Chen Xiaoli at the outer disciples. The moment he saw Chen Xiaoli, Lu Xuanyi hurried over. After coming to Chen Xiaoli's side, Lu Xuanyi asked in a low voice, "Aren't you from the inner sect? Why did you come to the outer disciple assembly?" Chen Xiaoli glanced at Lu Xuanyi and then looked around. Noticed no one was paying attention to the two of them. That's what whispered, "I am a quasi-inner door. That is, between the outer door and the inner door. This time, please teach the Conjuang City so dangerous things. The inner door will have to charge forward. The chances of survival is only 97%. I would be unstable, so it is better to gather on the side of the outer door." Lu Xuanyi. He only wanted to say, "Senior Sister Chen deserves to be Senior Sister Chen." For this steady strength, there was really no one who could match it. The two made small talk again. When the people are almost there, the two men simply shut up, because the scene was quiet at this point. There was even an air of solemnity. This atmosphere is somewhat dreary, much to Lu Xuanyi's dislike. But there's nothing you can do if you don't like it now. What made Lu Xuanyi even less expected was, the elders who led them at this time didn't say anything about chicken soup, nor did they fight under the banner of ridding the people of evil. Instead, he stared cautiously at the approaching Kangzhuang city. It was about 30 miles to the city of Conjunction. The flying boat stopped directly in the air. The elder of the Green Lotus sect said again, "All of you, get down there." The sound wasn't very loud, but it managed to reach everyone's ears clearly. And after hearing the elder's order, the disciples of the entire flying boat instantly imperialized their swords. All the disciples were very orderly. Flydon imperial sword from both sides of the flying boat. It was a spectacle. In Lu Xuanyi's opinion, like orderly locusts, they fell from the sky. It was nothing short of spectacular. Sure, Lu Xuanyi at this time, also part of this. Swish swish swish, the disciples' imperial sword fell from the air, almost like a stream of light falling from the sky. The light then dissipated. It was one of the Green Lotus sect disciples. All the Green Lotus sect disciples fell behind. It didn't put away the flying sword. At this point it's a different story. Only the ground was full of people. All the flying swords were suspended above their heads. That feeling, it's like the return of all swords. Lu Xuanyi looked greatly shocked and proud. Quietly, see, this is the aesthetics of cultivation in the East. It's so cool. Lu Xuanyi looked at that with a flushed face. Inner turmoil. Even more inwardly stirring is the fact that today he is part of this. But the next second, Lu Xuanyi then calmed down completely. For once again he saw another swarm of locusts. Wait for those locusts to get close. It was only then that Lu Xuanyi's eyes widened. That's the blood puppet. Each one was like a wild beast with scarlet eyes. Attack! At this point I don't know who shouted. All the disciples of the Green Lotus sect once again rushed up into the sky. It then collided with those blood puppets. Boom boom boom. One time, one loud bang after another came from above the sky. Then there was wind, fire, thunder and lightning, colorful spells, roaming the sky against each other. And then there were the bodies. It fell from the air almost as if it were raining. The first charge on both sides lasted 10 minutes alone. Then there were numerous deaths and injuries. Even more outrageous. Even more brutal. At first it was still bodies falling. But to the back, all that fell was wreckage. Flesh and blood. That scene was as disgusting as it gets. Seriously. Lu Xuanyi was now hiding in the cave, trembling with fear, because it's fucking brutal and overbearingly bloody. It's also horrible. Lu Xuanyi had killed a few people even though he had come to the cultivation world, but as it is now, human life is like grass and is worth nothing. It is really the first time I have seen it. Lu Xuanyi has even decided, never go out today. He needed some time to get used to the cruelty of this cultivation world. However, things don't work out the way they're supposed to, because the Green Lotus sect's first round of flushing was defeated. Retreat! The Green Lotus sect elder roared angrily. The remaining people who were still alive instantly imperialized their swords and flew in the direction of the flying boat. Lu Xuanyi is no exception. Almost as soon as the retreat was heard, he instantly rode his sword, almost pulling out a residual shadow, and directly disappeared in place. The densely packed blood puppets, on the other hand, were full of question marks. Just now, what the hell flew past? The group of blood puppets all had eyes filled with confusion. Soon, though, they don't dwell on that. Instead, they frantically hunted down the other outer sects of the Green Lotus sect. Lu Xuanyi had just landed on top of the flying boat. The first thing I saw was Ji Suiying and Chen Xiaoli. Chen Xiaoli is okay. Face as usual. Ji Suiying, on the other hand, looked at Lu Xuanyi playfully. Well, isn't it exciting? Lu Xuanyi's face was pale. But still, salute. Senior sister, don't make fun of me again. But seeing such a scene for the first time does frighten me to death. Ji Suiying laughed. Why else would I drag you out to see the world? Ji Suiying held a long sword and leaned slightly on the side of the flying boat, eyes looking off into the distance, seeming to emote. That's still just cleaning up one state city of evil cultivators, but it's only a small scene. In the cultivation world, once there's a secret realm opening, or a big battle between clans, that's what's called a really big scene, and that's when you can truly realize what's called the weak and the strong. Suddenly, Ji Suiying's eyes squared. The face was a little serious. Coming, Lu Xuanyi? Ji Suiying didn't speak again. Instead, he nudged his mouth in one direction. Lu Xuanyi looked along. The moment, Lu Xuanyi trembled tremendously, because the Green Lotus Sect's Foundation establishment disciple made a move, in groups of 9 groups in total, and each group of disciples, at the same time, maneuvered their flying swords, directly forming a spinning wheel of flying swords. The 9 huge flying sword chakras charged directly towards those blood puppets. It's like 9 meat grinders. The 9 chakras continuously cleared those blood puppets. Wherever it passed, there was a mist of blood. 9 chakras are constantly synthesized and intertwined. Less than half an hour. Cleaned up the battlefield straight away. That bloody and incomparable scene made Lu Xuanyi recoil at the sight of it. Ji Suiying belly laughed at this point. Shidoshi. Look. That blood puppet's intestines are so long. Oh look. The blood puppet's eyeball looks like a ruby. Only it's attached to a string of blood and flesh. It's really unattractive. Oh, look at. Lu Xuanyi threw up and turned green. Ji Suiying, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Senior brother. You can't do this. Let me tell you. There are a lot of evil cultivators in the cultivation world. Some specialize in collecting human skin. Some specialize in collecting human skulls. And some specialize in collecting. But as she spoke, Ji Suiying suddenly felt that something was wrong. Because at this moment, he saw Lu Xuanyi's eyes gradually turning cold. Chapter 25 Blood Puppet Mage. At this time, Lu Xuanyi was devoid of a trace of fear. On the contrary, nowadays, Lu Xuanyi's killing intent was almost overflowing. Zip. At this moment, his aura was running and his body was covered in thunder. Even that magic weapon, the wooden sword, automatically levitated around Lu Xuanyi, like being on standby, as if the next moment will break through and go. Ji Suiying felt this was counterintuitive. She hurriedly followed Lu Xuanyi's eyes, only to find out. Lu Xuanyi is staring at someone dead in the face. The man had a small mustache under his nostrils, and his eyes and smile were very lewd, even short in stature. There was also only a small tuft of hair on the top of his head. It was very odd looking, and although it was human, it looked a little less human. Senior brother, you have a grudge against this person? Ji Suiying asked. Lu Xuanyi's gaze was stern. The look was solemn. If it really is that kind of person, I suppose there is, and it's still a blood feud, said. Lu Xuanyi almost took a step forward. Ji Suiying hurriedly stopped it. Senior brother, don't be overwhelmed by hatred. This person is a Peak Foundation establishment, and he's also a blood puppet mage. He doesn't know how many blood puppets he has around him. You're just sending him to his death if you go. But don't worry, senior brother. Since this person has an enmity with you, senior sister will definitely behead him with her own hands. Lu Xuanyi's bullish temper came up. No, I'm going to behead him myself. Ji Suiying shook her head. No, this person is the Heavenly God sect. Our clan doesn't even dare to fight against the Heavenly God sect at will. If you behead him, there is bound to be trouble. It's better for me to go. I'm not afraid of the Heavenly God sect in how it is. Lu Xuanyi frowned. The Heavenly God cult? Are all the Heavenly God cult people like that? Ji Suiying nodded. Almost. Lu Xuanyi suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. Good. Lu Xuanyi was now trembling with joy. Because, this is the world of cultivation. As long as one is capable, then one can finally do what one has always wanted to do. It is surprising to hear today that there are many such people. How could this not make Lu Xuanyi excited? Ji Suiying had a strange face at this time. Also very angry inside. It was because he had more or less heard about what the Heavenly God cult had done. There are even many evil practices. All seem to have been created by the Celestial God cult. It's just that several major clans have found no evidence at all. There would be no reason to step in and eradicate the Heavenly God sect. It's actually strange to say the least. Anyway, when she saw the people of the Heavenly God sect, she also had a kind of heartfelt displeasure. And many times she even wanted to make a move to directly kill the disciples of the Heavenly God sect. It was just that there were many times when he was unable to do so due to his status as the face of the Green Lotus sect. But Lu Xuanyi was now very calm instead. Senior sister, since this person is from the Heavenly God cult, using the means of an evil cultivator in such a grand manner, this alone is not enough to break the offense? Ji Suiying shook her head. He is only a disciple of the Peak of Foundation establishment. His identity is not enough. And the Heavenly God sect has always been shameless. Even if this is really a disciple of the Heavenly God sect, if his plan succeeds it's fine. If it doesn't, the Heavenly God sect will just be a deadbeat and you'll never have a way to do anything about it. Lu Xuanyi nodded. No further words followed. Ji Suiying also stopped talking. Instead, it was Chen Xiaoli, who walked in front of Lu Xuanyi at this time. Silently, he took out a demon-subduing mortar and pestle and handed it to Lu Xuanyi. This thing, it seems to restrain evil cultivators. Lu Xuanyi took the demon-bucking pestle and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, senior sister. Chen Xiaoli waved her hand. Then once again, he retreated behind the crowd. Over time, all of the Green Lotus sect's disciples of the outer disciples regrouped. After all the outer disciples had assembled, just start counting casualties. The original went down to more than 300 outer disciples. Now after a round of charging, in the end there were only 70 or so left, and these 70 or so disciples were either half crippled or half ruined. Some of the disciples who were even in general with Lu Xuanyi, who had been hiding from the beginning. Although they were not injured, their faces were pale, and they were completely unable to participate in the battle again. And now outside the city of Conjunction, those Foundation Establishment disciples of the Green Lotus sect also began to return to their flying boats after cleaning up the blood puppets. But Ji Suiying and that leading elder did not relax. Of course, Chen Yan was similarly not relaxed, because his eyes had been dead set on the short, ugly runt, especially seeing his narrowed eyes that kept shedding a smile if nothing else. Lu Xuanyi then felt something was wrong. Something's not right. I feel like this pussy is stalling for time. They must have something planned. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly said to Ji Suiying. Ji Suiying kept tapping her fingers on the scabbard. Eyes were also narrowed slightly at the dwarf. That's why I've been slow to make my move. Because my people are investigating what this dwarf has planned. Or maybe it's the clubhouse. What the celestial god cult has planned. Just between their words, suddenly a blue butterfly landed from the middle of the sky. Ji Suiying held out her finger. The butterfly naturally rested on top of her finger. Next, Ji Suiying had an ugly face. What a heavenly god cult. What a Kongzhuang city. Ji Suiying didn't go into detail with Lu Xuanyi. Instead, he came to that elder and whispered a few words. But the next second, the two then began to argue. What exactly was the argument about? Lu Xuanyi did not hear it, because his attention, at this moment, was always stuck on that shorty. But it was at this time, Lu Xuanyi's golden scroll of the Great Tao vibrated once again. The golden quill pen writes again. Elder Qingteng, purple extreme. Lu Xuanyi looked at the Elder Qingteng who was looking at him in shock. He tried to kill me? Why? Elder Qingteng saw Lu Xuanyi's eyes looking over. Smiling slightly, he then argued with Ji Suiying once again. And I don't know how long it was. Ji Suiying's furious face reddened as she rejoined Lu Xuanyi's side. What's wrong? Lu Xuanyi asked. Ji Suiying took a deep breath at this time. My people have investigated that our Green Lotus sect's earth veins seem to be losing ground. But the loss is very small. Minuscule. And I've never been able to find the cause before. It's just that this time when we associate it with this side of Kangzhuang City, it seems to be related. I asked Elder Qingteng to take down Kangzhuang City immediately. He said that this is a big matter and should not be acted upon lightly, as sure Changxin has not been found for the time being, and if we can't catch this culprit, then this mission will be meaningless. And as for my intel, he went so far as to say that I'm an alarmist. Lu Xuanyi frowned. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, did you say anything else besides that? Ji Suiying was also a bit strange at this time. Then Elder Qingteng asked me why you kept staring at the blood puppet mage, and I told him I had a grudge. Lu Xuanyi's face turned cold at this time. He was sure of one thing. This Elder Aado must be someone who has had a good little life. Elder sister, you can have a say in this. Ji Suiying froze for a moment. Yes, Lu Xuanyi said directly. Order all to attack and overthrow Kangzhuang City. Meanwhile, you watch out for Qingteng. Ji Suiying instantly understood the meaning. Got it. Chapter 26, The Madman. However, this battle is very dangerous. Although you have perfected your chi refining now, you have never participated in this kind of battle. You must not be impulsive. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Thanks for reminding senior sister. Disciple understands. Ji Suiying nodded. Subsequently, then he saw Ji Suiying flying up. Ji Suiying hovered at the forefront of the flying boat. Elder Qingteng's face changed. So young, what are you doing? Ji Suiying laughed. Green Lotus sect disciples follow my orders. Slaughter these evil cultivators with me. Yes. As Ji Suiying's words fell, those Foundation Establishment disciples once again rode their swords and flew directly in the direction of Kangzhuang City. As for those outside the gate, one was a little hesitant. Qingteng directly raised his hand to stop those outer doors at this time. There was even some warm anger looking at Ji Suiying. Now that Sure Changxin has yet to be found, and the situation in Kangzhuang City is not yet known, what is the difference between you venturing so far and your fellow wreckage sect members? Ji Suiying looked at this Elder Qingteng at this moment and couldn't help but coldly snort. If anything goes wrong, this matter, naturally, is my burden. As to whether it is adventurous or not, wait for the cleaned up Kangzhuang City to discuss again. At the same time, Ji Suiying looked at Elder Qingteng playfully. Or do you think that with us two Jindan perfections sitting on the fence, that Sure Changxin, a mid-Jindan loser, will be able to make any waves in the hands of you and me? Right? Ji Suiying looked straight at Elder Qingteng. Elder Qingteng was looking a bit furious by Ji Suiying. Still, he hastened to smile. This, naturally, is not. But have you thought about the fact that within Kangzhuang City, there are other innocent cultivators? If we really take our anger out on that Sure Changxin, and he kills innocents indiscriminately, what should we do? The corner of Ji Suiying's mouth lifted slightly. Sure Changxin used people to refine the blood pills. And when our flying boats come, do you think Sure Changxin will still let those cultivators live in order to protect himself? Elder Qingteng was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth to say something, but it was found that nothing could be said. At the same time he cursed inwardly. Damn! What went wrong? It was almost clear that it was only a short distance away from being able to succeed. Ji Suiying stopped paying attention to Qingtang and said again, "Kill, leave no one behind." As Ji Suiying's words fell, all those Foundation establishment disciples let out roars of rage and killed towards Kangzhuang City. And that blood puppet mage from Kangzhuang City was also confused. No, how is this different than what was promised? The blood puppet mage was already sweating on his forehead. At this moment he hurriedly took out a small black flag. After the spiritual energy is channeled, the little black flag skyrocketed. The blood puppet mage was then seen waving his flag again. Roar! A roar of rage came from within Kangzhuang City. Then they saw more than 30 stitched blood puppets rushing out from within Kangzhuang City. Not good. This is a third-order blood puppet. Form of formation. Some Foundation establishment disciples' faces changed drastically. At this time, they once again formed a flying sword roulette wheel. Then it chopped towards those third-order blood puppets. It was just that this time, the 9 flying sword wheels didn't show off their power as much as they did last time. Instead, he was in a stalemate with those 30 or so blood puppets. There was even a flying sword chakra that was directly broken up by the 3 blood puppets. 9 Foundation establishment disciples sprayed blood and fell from the air. When that shorty saw this, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. Ha 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 ha, stupid Green Lotus sect people, really think that this Tai Lang doesn't have a backhand. Even this dwarf had enjoyment on his face when he saw his blood puppet slaughtering the disciples of the Yankinglian sect. But suddenly, the dwarf felt cold all over and chills ran down his spine. Didn't even think about it. Shorty took the black flag directly in his hand and swept it across towards his back. Crotch the black flag and Lu Shuani's long sword collided. Shorty just felt his hands go numb. His body couldn't help but fly backwards as well. But that's not all. In the midst of Shorty's pupils, a flash of thunder flashed. Thunderbreak appeared in front of Shorty's eyes. Shorty was horrified, because it was a wooden sword that carried thunder. Shit! Shorty was furious. He hurriedly controlled a shield in front of him. Catching the shield shattered instantly. The longsword struck the dwarf directly in the chest, but not through. Instead, the longsword bounced off. The dwarf's chest shirt shattered, revealing the soft armor inside. Shorty had thought he had escaped, but follow closely. A sword light that looked very terrifying descended from the sky. That sword light was like thunder condensing, and it carried a blazing heat. This sword light can't be taken hard. Shorty made an internal judgment. He then waved the black flag in his hand once more. A thick smoke erupted from the black flag. A woman with a wooden face was then seen coming out of the black flag, directly using his body to resist that sword light. The woman's body was directly chopped into 2, but that sword light was also blocked after all. But not before Shorty breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Shuani's body reappeared in front of Shorty. His long sword cut directly towards the dwarf's neck. You seek death. Shorty was furious. Immediately following that, his cultivation at the peak of Foundation establishment exploded. A violent spiritual energy exploded towards the surroundings. Lu Shuani rushed back to fend it off. But the difference between Qi refining and Foundation establishment was too great. He was swept by that terrifying wave of air, and his body flew out backwards, finally smashing down directly within Kangzhuang City. That Shorty was also enraged at this point. I was actually forced to this point by a Qi refining mole cricket. Shorty no longer wanted to kill Lu Shuani at this point. He wants to make Lu Shuani a thinking puppet. He was going to make this guy who had sneaked up on him worse than dead. But the next scene shocked the Shorty, because Lu Shuani once again took to the air with his sword. Aside from the broken clothes on his body, he, himself, was not hurt at all. How is this possible? The dwarf was a little incredulous. Even if it's more demonic, refining Qi is after all refining Qi. How could one possibly be able to withstand the onslaught of a Foundation establishment cultivator? Even if they were able to withstand it, even if they didn't die, they were bound to be seriously injured. Instead of what it is now, not a hair out of place. There's a big secret, a big chance in this guy. Shorty was excited in his mind by now. Even the eyes became a little greedy. Kid, today I'll show you the difference between Foundation establishment and Qi refining. Having said that, Shorty exploded with full force. A terrifying pressure instantly landed on Lu Shuani's body. Lu Shuani's body was erect. The face is expressionless, but crunching sounds were coming from all the bones in his body. See here, there was some fear in Shorty's mind. Doesn't he hurt? And even then, he didn't even kneel down. This is a fucking madman. But Shorty quickly came back to his senses. Oh, you've got guts, but you can't move now, either. Shorty sort of saw it. This Lu Shuani is a ruthless man though, but there was nothing this guy could do under his awesome pressure. Think so. Shorty directly rubbed a short sword in the air and then directly shot towards Lu Shuani. Lu Shuani was somewhat helpless. She refining and foundation building are ultimately one heaven and one earth. Sigh after. A light red aura gradually rose up in Lu Xuanyi's body. Chapter 27 Blood Puppet Fusion. The blood-burning divine fist was directly executed. Under a tenfold increase in strength, Lu Xuanyi was finally able to move freely. A moment of being able to move freely. The short man's short sword also reached Lu Xuanyi's face. Lu Xuanyi's body went into a trance and instantly disappeared in place. The blood puppet mage's eyes widened. Where is everyone? Just finished. Suddenly it felt like a huge force was hitting his jaw. His body also flew towards the sky once again, but it didn't fly for long. Lu Xuanyi directly grabbed the blood puppet mage's ankle. He ripped this blood puppet mage off again. With one hand on his neck, he grabbed both of this blood puppet mage's calves with the other, and then slammed the blood puppet mage hard into his knee. Pooah! The blood puppet mage's waistband was snapped directly. Even more so, he opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of black blood. Lu Xuanyi was once again carrying this blood puppet mage's hair at this time. Snap! A big, crazy slap to this guy's face. So pugnacious. It directly silenced the entire battlefield, even turning back to Lu Xuanyi together. Lu Xuanyi also froze for a moment. Once again, he slapped this blood puppet mage in the face, smiling shyly at the crowd. Ahem. I'm really not good at fighting. You guys continue. The group of disciples from the Green Lotus sect looked at the blood puppet mage who had been whipped into a pig's head and was falling. Another look at Lu Xuanyi. You call that not being a good fighter? Ji Suiying, on the other hand, looked at Lu Xuanyi with a glistening smile. And Lu Xuanyi doesn't feel good either. Fong was only thinking of a nice little ravishing day, and for a moment he actually went to his head. He doesn't want to be in the limelight. Think about it. Lu Xuanyi opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His breath was extremely depleted, and his body fell from high above the sky. Shidoshi, those foundation building disciples didn't know what was going on, but Lu Xuanyi Fong's pugnacity, they were really admired. Besides, we're all from the same clan. At this time Lu Xuanyi was killed. They are naturally angry. Change the formation. Form the Green Lotus 9-flower formation. And for the extra person, hurry to check on that senior brother. One of the foundation establishment disciples said. The rest nodded. Subsequently, a few disciples changed formation again. More than a dozen disciples coalesced in mana. A green-colored lotus flower suddenly bloomed above the sky. After the lotus blossomed, countless cyan rays began to lock onto those three realms' blood puppets. Please. The lotus rays are like sharp swords. Slaying those third-order blood puppets was like chopping vegetables, and the three extra disciples flew towards Lu Xuanyi's side. Lu Xuanyi was somewhat speechless. Oh senior brothers and sisters, what are you meddling with? Right about this time, Chen Xiaoli's figure suddenly appeared and stopped those Green Lotus sect disciples. I'll go watch senior brother. You guys pay attention to the battlefield. See Chen Xiaoli. Those disciples instantly nodded their heads, because whatever. Chen Xiaoli was all considered a quasi-inner sect, and was still an inner sect of Hidden Sword Peak. The strength is naturally unquestionable. Therefore, they also trusted Chen Xiaoli very much. Chen Xiaoli persuaded those people to leave. Instantly, he flew to Lu Xuanyi's side and hugged Lu Xuanyi at once. Lu Xuanyi was embarrassed. As a man, being princess hugged by a woman is too damn shy. Cough cough cough. Senior sister, can't you hold me up? Chen Xiaoli rolled her eyes. I didn't think much of it at the time. When the two landed, Chen Xiaoli put Lu Xuanyi on the ground at once. Ouch! Lu Xuanyi immediately jumped up and rubbed his ass. Will you be gentle? Chen Xiaoli had an ugly face, because at this point he couldn't move his body except for his eyes. Lu Xuanyi also instantly realized that something was wrong. Lu Xuanyi instantly imperialized his sword and chopped towards the top of Chen Xiaoli's head. Put! The flying sword stabbed directly into something in the midst of invisibility. Green blood was flowing continuously through the invisible thing. Humph! Lu Xuanyi snorted coldly again. An extremely violent thunder boomed out from above the flying sword. Roar! The thunder directly made the monster appear. That's an aberration. The upper half of the body is full of arms. There is also a large mouth full of spikes on the chest. The height is even 3 meters. After Chen Xiaoli got away, with his backhand, he struck the monster with several talisman seals. Then his hands formed a seal. The runes instantly formed a chain and began to continuously bind the monster. Lu Xuanyi, on the other hand, opened the bloodstained divine fist once again. The figure instantly burst out. Then a fist blasted towards the monster. Boom! With a loud bang, the monster was directly blown into slag by Lu Xuanyi's punch. Same time, the blood puppet mage in the distance opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. How is it possible? That's a blood puppet that's infinitely close to a Jindan, and he was able to shatter it with a single punch. Lu Xuanyi after turning on the blood-burning divine fist. That's a tenfold increase in the whole thing. This includes hearing, smell, and sight. So, As he entered the state of the blood-burning divine fist, he then found the location of the blood puppet mage. No hesitation. Lu Xuanyi turned on explosive steps and his body instantly appeared in front of the blood puppet mage. The blood puppet mage was bewildered. How is this possible? In the next second, Lu Xuanyi stomped on his face. Then with his head attached, he stepped directly into the earth below. Boom boom boom. The earth collapsed layer by layer. The blood puppet mage was also almost on the verge of losing consciousness. Buzz, just as the blood puppet mage was about to completely lose consciousness, the blood chi around him once again erupted. Follow closely. The blood puppet mage's body began to mutate. What was originally a small man of only 1 meter 3 swelled to 3 meters in the blink of an eye. And blood puppet mage's skin also began to turn red. And his face became somewhat hideous. And he even grew a pair of ugly horns on top of his head. Blood puppet fusion. Chen Xiaoli was alarmed. Senior brother, leave quickly. The fully mutated blood puppet mage laughed out loud. Late. Saying that, he punched Lu Xuanyi directly into a bloody mist. Chen Xiaoli's gaze froze. And the blood puppet mage laughed out loud. It has been a great honor for your excellency to die under Bentaro. But immediately after, he looked a little stunned, because his eyes suddenly crossed, even as a mirror is cut. No, that's half his head slipping. Why? How could that be? Finally his massive body fell to the ground with a loud thud, and at this time, Lu Xuanyi, who had a head full of red hair, calmly put away his sword, and then his red hair slowly recovered. Chen Xiaoli rushed over to check. You're okay? Chen Xiaoli looked at Lu Xuanyi suspiciously. Lu Xuanyi scratched his head. It should be fine. Xiaoli Chen. Any more? Chen Xiaoli didn't ask any more questions. Let's go. What comes next is not for us to get involved in. And, having said that, Chen Xiaoli directly pulled out the corpse's nails, slammed into Lu Xuanyi's shoulder. Lu Xuanyi? You have to have something. Get it? Lu Xuanyi nodded. Chen Xiaoli crouched down slightly. Come up here. Chen Xiaoli rubbed her nose. Yes. Chapter 28, Anemia. When Chen Xiaoli brought Lu Xuanyi on top of the flying boat again, the battle for Kangzhuang City is also over, because the blood puppet mage is dead. Those blood puppets of his also automatically became living targets. Under the joint purge of a group of Foundation establishment disciples, the fight was soon over. Lu Xuanyi didn't see Ji Suying, nor did he see Elder Qingteng. Instead, he welcomed a group of older brothers over to shush him, because back then, they had seen Lu Xuanyi hang the blood puppet mage with his own hands. That's a pugnacious one. Sure, Lu Xuanyi also looked forlorn. If he told these people that he had used a secret method, he was afraid that it would be difficult for his cultivation to survive in the future. The words came out. Nice guy. The group of disciples instantly made several excuses. Instant dissipation. This operation all gave Lu Xuanyi a whole stunned. My god. This crowd. That realistic? Chen Xiaoli laughed. The gap between mortals and cultivators is too great. Once you become an invalid, for them, they are afraid that they will not have any friendship in the future. And naturally, they need not have the intention of befriending you anymore. Lu Xuanyi was silent. But think about it. That seems fine. Lu Xuanyi didn't dwell much on the issue. After all, one's current strength really wasn't that great. Being able to be a roadie, pretty good. Elder sister, feel free to throw me into an inconspicuous place. You should know that I'm fine. Chen Xiaoli nodded, sneaking the blood puppet mage's storage bag to Lu Xuanyi. She hurriedly hid herself as well. Lu Xuanyi, on the other hand, did not move and put the storage bag away, then leaned on the deck and pretended to look very weak. Don't say that, even at a glance. It's like going GAGA. Sure, it's not like Lu Xuanyi is doing nothing. For example, listen well to what these disciples are talking about. The left queen was half listening. Lu Xuanyi finally listened. Nowadays, Ji Suying and Elder Qingteng had already entered Kangzhuang City. It seems to be a complete purge of Conjunction City. There's just one quibble. Shi Changxin was surprisingly absent. I heard it was a run. Lu Xuanyi scratched his head. That timid? But Lu Xuanyi was still a bit uneasy, because Shi Changxin is really kind of awesome. Just before when he performed the blood-burning divine fist himself, that Shi Changxin's name, too, immediately recovered after dimming just a bit. As for zapping your own loins every day before, that Shi Changxin's name doesn't even carry a dimmer. Why do I feel that this Shi Changxin is not that timid? But whatever. One has made a spectacle of oneself. It was fine to remain a silent disciple himself for the rest of the day. And, what gave Lu Xuanyi the most headaches? That Elder Aodo. This damn thing. The same clan, trying to kill itself. There's a lot of thinking to do about how to deal with Aodo next. After all, that was a Jindan cultivator. If he also had the treasure of a substitute death, then he would be able to completely kill himself during the 3-second vacuum period. As for whether or not you will be resurrected if you die once the 3-second vacuum has passed, Lu Shuani is not sure and does not dare to bet. So, next he himself still thought about how he should build his foundation next. And what a base building thing. One thought on that. Lu Shuani then had a headache. Foundation building things are too expensive. Moreover, since one has a golden finger, then this foundation building thing inevitably cannot be too not. Either you don't build a foundation, or you choose the best thing to build a foundation. Think about it. Lu Shuani directly flipped the Great Tao Golden Scroll to the page of the green vine. Right now, he just wanted to get a good night's sleep. The two of them, Ji Suiying and Xingting, had long since arrived within Kangzhuang City. Because it was uncertain whether Shi Changxin had set up an ambush within the city of Kangzhuang, therefore, they did not let the disciples enter. The city of Kanjiang is in a state of disrepair today. There was even fire and wolf smoke everywhere. Not much longer. Ji Suiying and Xingting then arrived at the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was empty at this time, but within the hall of the city lord's mansion, there was a huge hole in the ground. Ji Suiying and Xingting looked towards the hole in the ground. It was equally empty inside. Afterwards, Ji Suiying once again looked around at the city lord's mansion, which was also almost empty. Ji Suiying came to a conclusion. This Shi Changxin ran away. Ato's face was very ugly. Damn it, he ran away. Ji Suiying glanced at Xingting somewhat strangely. If he realizes that he can't beat us, it seems that running away in order to stay alive is the most correct choice. Ato grimaced. Letting a tumor like that get away is really worrying, Ato said angrily. Ji Suiying grinned. No more words. The two then investigated again for a long time. Only after determining that Shi Changxin was really going to escape did he leave. Sure, Ji Suiying is on his way back. A message was also received. That's after the fucking complete clearing of Conjunction City. The Green Lotus sect's lost earth veins stopped instantly. Ji Suiying's eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time, Ji Suiying also once again passed out a hidden message. Do some secret research on Ato. At this time of valley, Shi Changxin wandered somewhat weakly. I don't know how long it's been. Shi Changxin no longer wanders aimlessly. Instead, he found a rock and sat on it. Only Shi Changxin had just sat down. A parrot landed right in front of him. Shi Changxin, do you understand how important Kangzhuang City is? Because of you, an idiot, letting Kangzhuang City be destroyed. Do you know the consequences? The raven spoke. It's a direct question. Shi Changxin's face was expressionless. I told you long ago, what you have done will be discovered one day. It was your arrogance that led to the loss of Kangzhuang City. What has it got to do with me? The parrot's tone got a little angrier. Then why did you flee without a fight? You have to know who gave you everything you so have today. Since the Lord is able to grant you everything you want, it is only natural that he is also able to take it back. Shi Changxin grunted coldly. I'd rather still ask you guys. The blood pill cultivation method you gave me is problematic. I have unstable roots nowadays. And even, I'm a bit anemic now. The parrot was a little dumbfounded, because he was also scanning Shi Changxin's physical condition at this time. It is true what Shi Changxin said. He's on shaky ground now. Even a large portion of the blood in his body was missing. If not for the fact that he was a Jindan cultivator, with this anemia, it's doubtful that you'll survive. Even more outrageous, this guy's got roots. It does float a bit too. This can't be. The cultivation method the Lord gave you is absolutely fine. He and you cultivate the same technique. Shi Changxin frowned. Then tell me, what is this anemia of mine? Don't tell me it's my own problem. I'm a Jindan. It's impossible for me to be anemic no matter what. But ever since I've been cultivating your techniques, I've had a pain in my waist for a while. I've been anemic for a while, and I've had a shaky foundation. The parrot was also a bit confused. Chapter 29, going to kill a Mansi Changxin has a point. He's in a situation right now, let alone dealing with one or two Jindan. Even dealing with half a Jindan was problematic. Sure, in the beginning when this situation arose, Shi Changxin then rushed to take the blood elixir. Then he ran the evil demon refining method and went to replenish his chi and blood. But as a result, the more he replenished, the more rapidly his chi and blood burned. Shi Changxin was so frightened that he didn't even dare to continue running the evil demon refining method. Therefore, this also led to the fact that his current foundation was a bit unstable. The parrot was silent for a long time. Something still felt wrong at the end. I've just confirmed that this situation of yours really doesn't have anything to do with us. Have you offended someone recently? Shi Changxin was somewhat speechless. Does the Green Lotus sect count? The parrot was silent again, because the situation on Shi Changxin's body was too bizarre. But this kind of weird stuff, the Green Lotus sect would inevitably not have it. Of course, if the Green Lotus sect really had such means, then how can this Shi Changxin still be alive? The parrot shook his head. Well, given that you did have a reason for what happened, the Lord will let it go for now this time. However, There is a disciple named Lu Xuanyi from the Green Lotus sect who has the blood puppet mage's item on his body. I think that Lu Xuanyi would never expose that item to anyone else. So think of a way to kill him and reclaim what belongs to us. This is also your chance to redeem yourself. Shi Changxin was furious. I atone for your sins. I was originally a good city lord. I lived a good life. But the result is that you sons of bitches have harmed me. Now I have a problem with you. You don't give me a solution, but also let me do things for you? I'll do it for you. Shi Changxin looked at the parrot with cold eyes at this moment. I'm also putting my words here today. If there isn't a result that satisfies me today, not to mention doing your job for you, I'll even shake out all of your affairs. The parrot grunted coldly. Shi Changxin, you're nothing but a dispensable pawn. The Lord is giving you face by using you. What are you if you're not used? I advise you to recognize your own position. Having said that, a mighty pressure descended. Shi Changxin's body was instantly pressed by the majesty on top of that green stone. Humph. Remember your mission. I need to see something within a month. The parrot finished and simply disappeared. Shi Changxin got up from the ground. The eyes were very cold. Son of a bitch. You don't let the old man have a good time. The old man. Poof. Ah. Shi Changxin rolled on the ground in pain. The blood in his body was like a spike, constantly writhing in her veins. It felt like being lynched. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Shi Changxin begged for mercy. Not much later, that feeling disappears. Shi Changxin lay on top of the already cracked lapis lazuli covered in sweat, eyes staring lifelessly at the sky. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Lu Xuanyi changed into his outer disciple clothing, standing outside the mountain gate of Hidden Sword Peak as a gatekeeper. The days were spent that way. Sure, there's something about Lu Xuanyi's big show outside of Kangzhuang City. Very few people within the Green Lotus sect knew about it, because no one will pass it on. As for Lu Xuanyi's promotion from handyman to outer sect at once, instead, it caused quite a stir within the House of Utility. Lu Xuanyi still remembers, when he first went to move things, the envious eyes of those miscellaneous disciples. But what they don't know is this. Lu Xuanyi was more or less regretful, because after arriving at the outer gate, Lu Xuanyi just realized that the outer door is much more cruel than the term handyman. The outer door. You're not strong. That can only be exploited to the extent that it can no longer be exploited. A bad one anyway. Just have some other outlier beat you up. Out of the air. Sandbag bag. This was the situation of outer disciples with poor qualifications and poor cultivation. There are even times, a whole lot of bad. The person is gone. As for whether there are good people in the outer gates, there's a chicken feather. To the land of cultivation, there is no longer mere good and evil. Whoever has the biggest fist is entitled to speak. Whoever is strong, then what he does is righteous. It doesn't. Lu Xuanyi is just poorly qualified, revealing the 4th level of Qi refining cultivation. It was also just straight up shoehorned and assigned to watch the gate. The master's brother who was with him. Nothing on the face though. But Lu Xuanyi is clear. This guy just got his ass kicked. I'm afraid I'm holding strong now. Lu Xuanyi sighed. There isn't much difference between the outer gate and a handyman. It's even worse than a handyman in some cases. That disciple glanced at Lu Xuanyi, then bowed his head without speaking. At this time Lu Xuanyi was a bit bored. After all, the Hidden Sword Peak was truly rarely visited, and it's a day-long stop here. It's really a waste of time. Brother, I see you being bullied by them every day. This kind of thing, doesn't Hidden Sword Peak care? The disciple remained silent. Lu Xuanyi was helpless. Well, still a bore. No wonder you're always being bullied. Out of the goodness of my heart, Lu Xuanyi still took out a healing elixir and threw it to the disciple. A fellow disciple. I'm giving it to you. The disciple froze. He cupped the porcelain vase in his hand, a hesitant look on his face. Oh, self-esteem is pretty strong. Lu Xuanyi smiled. It's kind of a loan to you, and you'll have to pay me back later. The disciple let out a final sigh. He then saluted Lu Xuanyi. Many thanks, senior brother. I will definitely return the favor tenfold in the future. Lu Xuanyi waved his hand. Hurry up and hide it before someone else sees it again and it's bad for you. The disciple nodded. Then again, not a word. Lu Xuanyi is numb. Good man, you can really hold it in. But this guy was able to stay up. Instead, Lu Xuanyi couldn't stay up. If you were here every day to watch the gate, when can we go for the foundation building stuff? As for not looking at the front door, that's dreaming. Lu Xuanyi has been looking at the gate for 3 days and nights. Lu Xuanyi was distressed. But for the Green Lotus sect's foundation building materials, he had to hold back again. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Today in the Green Lotus sect, it's even snowing heavily. Lu Xuanyi and his bitter brother were watching the gate outside the mountain gate of Hidden Sword Peak. However, Lu Xuanyi was barbecuing wild game at this time. His bitter brother is still standing there, like a stone statue. Lu Xuanyi roasted the mountain chicken, tearing a thigh and handing it to his janitorial brother. Nor did the latter hesitate, because every day even if he doesn't want to eat, in the end, Lu Xuanyi will also force it on him. But today there's not only food, there's also booze. The liquor was naturally brewed by Lu Xuanyi himself. The mountain gate of Hidden Sword Peak was very depressed, and Lu Xuanyi and his own watchman brother, eating wild game and drinking. It was a nice change of pace to look at the beauty of the mountains below. Brother, even after all this suffering, you still don't want to leave. Why? The brother who was watching the door thought about it. And finally, for her, Lu Xuanyi followed his eyes. At that moment a very good-looking loli came up from above and below. It's Lori though, but very informative. Sheesh. Lu Xuanyi nodded. You're quite a lover. And, surprisingly, you like lolitas? Good guy. So let's. Only Lu Xuanyi hadn't finished. The brother who was watching the door shook his head eagerly once again. No, I'm talking about senior sister Ji. Chapter 30 Burning blood for warmth. Ji Suiying and that loli came to the mountain gate of Hidden Sword Peak and suddenly stopped. Ji Suiying looked at Lu Xuanyi and hesitated. I've asked for your contribution points back, and there are some rewards that will be given to you afterward. Lu Xuanyi froze for a moment, then hurriedly saluted. Thank you, senior sister. Ji Suiying nodded, but seeing Lu Xuanyi here watching the door, Ji Suiying was a bit puzzled. Why are you watching the door? Although the outer disciple compound is also somewhat jaded, but that shouldn't be enough for you to watch the door. Lu Xuanyi smiled. I think it's fine. Although Ji Suiying was right. The group of outer disciples that topped out at the 7th level of Qi refining was to Lu Xuanyi. Really though whoever randomly suppresses. But, there's no need for that. He didn't need to cultivate at all now. On the one hand, there was no foundation building technique, and on the other hand, there was no foundation building item. As for watching the gate, there are still 200 contribution points per day. Pretty good. Ji Suiying frowned. He didn't really like Lu Xuanyi's unmotivated mindset, but for a moment, she couldn't say anything more. In the end, all he could do was sigh, turn around and enter the mountain gate. That little loli also glanced at Lu Xuanyi curiously. Without saying anything more, bouncing around, he followed Ji Suiying into the mountain gate. Wait for the two to leave. The brother who watched the door with Lu Xuanyi had his eyes fixed dead on Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi was startled by the look in his eyes. What are you doing? The brother who was watching the door looked a little uncomfortable. You know senior sister Ji? Lu Xuanyi was somewhat speechless. Feelings? The boy is jealous. Lu Xuanyi smiled. In the entire Green Lotus sect, is there anyone who doesn't recognize senior sister Ji? The brother was in a hurry. I mean, you guys know each other? Lu Xuanyi nodded. That's right. When I was working as a handyman, I helped senior sister Ji deliver swords. That disciple's expression eased up. Oh, Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but shake his head. You like senior sister Ji? The disciple blushed. Keep your head down and don't say anything. Lu Xuanyi was speechless. Got it. The attribute of this stuffy man. Again. Then the two fell silent again, turning the corner into winter. Waxing day. It was extraordinarily cold on top of Green Lotus Mountain. It was even a little cold and prickly. Even Lu Xuanyi, who was at the great circle of Qi refining, was somewhat unable to resist. As for the brothers who watched the door with Lu Xuanyi, by now the shivering had begun. Lu Xuanyi couldn't stand being frozen. It began to slowly run its cultivation. Available results. He realized that his mana, too, seemed to be starting to freeze. I'll be damned. No, I can't watch a gate and freeze myself to death. Can I? Lu Xuanyi had a hard time. It even feels outrageous. You can be a monk yourself. How can you still be frozen like this? Almost subconsciously, Lu Xuanyi looked at his brother who was watching the door with him. Results. Lu Xuanyi was a bit dumbfounded. This brother up front is frozen to the ground. Why are you so energized now? Aren't you cold? Lu Xuanyi asked. The disciple thought about it. Pretend to rub yourself. Cold. Lu Xuanyi. Well, no thought. I can't believe this guy has a warming treasure on him, and hiding it from myself. Hey. Lu Xuanyi was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Inside this time, the guy helped make all of his own meals. The result is now good. People do things without even thinking about you. And his own healing elixir from earlier. What the fuck did you feed the dog? Think about it. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly pulled out a book from his own bosom. There's a guide to the Traveler's Guide to Cultivation. Lu Xuanyi turned over the book, lifted the pen, and brushed down a line. Don't just be nice to the rest of the cultivation world. That disciple's face instantly reddened as he read the passage Lu Xuanyi had written. But there was no explanation for anything. Woohoo! The time came tonight. Above the Hidden Sword Peak, heavy snow whistled along with the cold wind. Lu Shuani was frozen, and his nose was hanging 2 ice skates. No, if this keeps up, I'm really going to freeze to death. At this moment, Lu Shuani was shivering. Think about it. He directly began to execute the blood-burning divine fist. Click, click, pale red blood aura rose. Lu Shuani instantly felt a wave of warmth fill his body. The piercing cold was instantly forced out. Phew, Lu Shuani let out a long breath. Finally, no need to freeze to death. And at that moment, the disciple who was watching the door beside Lu Shuani, looking at Lu Shuani warming himself in such a way, his eyes were filled with shock. He, who burns essence blood for warmth, crazy? A voice also came from this disciple's mind at this time. That aura, it seems to be the blood-burning divine fist, but what's a bit strange is that he's indeed burning blood, but his blood isn't missing. Junior? What do you mean? The voice in the teenager's head came again. It's that he did cast a secret technique, but the side effects caused by the secret technique are minimal for this guy. The teenager couldn't help but frown. Arch enemy. The voice in the teenager's head shook his head. You're no worse than him, and also, you don't want to get people killed just because you think they're talented. What kind of mindset is that? The teenager wondered. Teacher, isn't that how it is in the cultivation world? The voice in the teenager's head was silent again. But there was a long silence. The voice sounded again. Although there is nothing wrong with what you said, Master still hopes that you don't kill innocents indiscriminately. I don't want you to be a good person, but I don't want you to be a rotten person anymore. The teenager was silent. The old man was no longer persuaded. After all, the boy had witnessed the destruction of his own family's entire household. There's a lot of grumbling in the back of my mind, and that's as it should be. But, what this teenager doesn't know is this. The moment he revealed his killing intent towards Lu Shuani then sensed it. After all, he was now in a blood-burning state. Everything in the body is enhanced tenfold, including perception. Lu Shuani looked at the teenager at this time. How would you say I've treated you these past few months? The teenager froze. Then he said, thanks for taking care of me. Senior brother. Lu Shuani nodded. Since I didn't treat you badly, what did you mean when you had murderous intent towards me just now? The teenager's pupils shrank. Subsequent denials. Senior brother is joking. How could I possibly have killing intent towards you? The teenager smiled in response. Lu Shuani narrowed his eyes. 2 words followed. Turning around, he walked towards the inner gate of the mountain. The teenager froze. He also wanted to lift his leg to enter the mountain gate at this moment. Can be shouted at directly by his own teacher. Don't seek death. Do you think this icy cold is really due to the weather? The teenager's footsteps paused momentarily. He looked at Lu Shuani who was walking step by step towards the hidden Sword Peak mountain. The face was a little cloudy. Then how can he go? The teen's teacher was speechless. If you don't think about what that senior sister G of yours spoke before, with his ability, the entire outer sect is afraid that they can't help him. Do you understand? The teenager opened his mouth. The teenager's master sighed. I gave you 2 warming jewels. Why don't you give him one? The teenager was silent for a moment. Because I think he's different from me, and it's not worth it for a warming jewel to befriend an outer sect. Chapter 31, Mixed Yuan bead. Lu Shuani was indeed angry. He was pretty good to his brother. As a result, that brother still tried to kill himself. If it wasn't for the fact that this was at Hidden Sword Peak, Lu Shuani couldn't wait to chop him up with his sword. What the hell? Lu Shuani was furious and uncomfortable. Not much longer. Lu Shuani finally returned to his assigned room at Hidden Sword Peak, but not yet approached. Just heard a warbling. Lu Shuani was confused. He looked at the disciple's sign of his residence. It's his own name all right, but what's going on in the house? Lu Shuani became even more irritated. Touchy kicked the door of the room straight open. This huge commotion naturally caused the 2 people inside to cry out in alarm. Then a pattering sound was heard. It didn't take long. Inside, a disheveled disciple walked out. That disciple saw that there was only a disciple at the 4th level of chi refining. There was a moment of irritation. Kid, you're looking for death. Bad for me. He hadn't finished. Lu Shuani slapped him right in the face. That disciple's body a spiral. It then fell heavily to the ground. Damn you. Don't you dare hit me. The disciple rose again. Only he just got up. Lu Shuani pressed his face directly. Boom! This disciple's head was directly pressed into the wall by Lu Shuani. Then key it out again. Boom! Press hard into the wall again. Then, 7 times in a row. The disciple finally couldn't carry it. The eyes went limp. At this point the female disciples in that room were scared silly. Seeing Lu Shuani walk in, the female disciple was so scared that she kept leaning against the wall. Lu Shuani looked at his bed in a mess and was enraged. Lick it clean. The female disciple's face was pale. Yes. Day 2. The snow stopped. The sun also appeared in the sky, and Lu Shuani was thinking of a problem. By reason, You can feel the cold yourself. Is this normal? Lu Xuanyi was immersed in the golden scroll of the great Tao in his mind at this moment. At this moment, Shi Changxin's name was still bubbling with purple light. That's right, Shi Changxin the page himself is open. Why can you feel the cold? Doesn't the cold count as a negative? But think about it. Lu Xuanyi seems to have really found a problem. It seems that one can indeed feel the temperature. Temperatures are not considered negative. If that's the case, then if the enemy casts a spell, the temperature climbs directly, or drops rapidly. Wouldn't he just get himself killed? Lu Xuanyi just had this concern in his mind. Suddenly there was a feeling of gentleness. Lu Xuanyi was shocked. At this point he hurried out of his room. It's not cold anymore. It's really not cold at all. Lu Xuanyi's eyes twinkled. Could it be that there is some other negative? That I think it's negative. That can be established? At the thought of it, Lu Xuanyi thought inwardly. It's a negative that I'm stuck in practice now. And then there's no more. Okay, this one does seem a bit unrealistic. Next, Lu Xuanyi also stopped caring about these things, and what he's going to do next. It's all about getting contribution points in a hurry. The last time Kongzhuang City, he himself gained a total of 100,000 contributions. That contribution, it's not even enough to buy a fraction of a foundation building technique. Besides, there's the foundation building stuff. Aha! Although he couldn't afford to buy the foundation building things now, but there's always a way to check it out. Think so. Lu Xuanyi went straight out the door, directly heading towards the treasure pavilion of Hidden Sword Peak. Have to say, this treasure court is also really dark. It costs 5,000 contribution points to go Indiana. Nima, that's a month's worth of your own meals. But, after actually entering the Hidden Sword Peak's treasure pavilion, Lu Xuanyi again felt that he got what he paid for. Because the things in this treasure cabinet are a lot. Celine Bag's outlet. Light turns to glass. Crap. Lu Xuanyi rubbed his eyes. It felt like I wasn't fucking looking at it the wrong way. What did he see? The treasure of Hidden Sword Peak. It's a fucking sword. Qingping sword. This is no fucking joke? Lu Xuanyi was incredulous. Even he felt. Maybe, it's just names colliding. It shouldn't be the sword as one understands it. But it was at this time. The sound of the boarding camp suddenly rang out. Looking at you. You seem to be familiar with this sword. Very much? Seeing that it's Ji Suiying, Lu Xuanyi hurriedly saluted. Greetings, senior sister. Ji Suiying waved her hand. This sword is the matching sword left behind by our first generation Peak Master Kai, and it is also my Peak's town treasure. Of course, this sword is not for sale. The old Peak Master has said that if anyone can pull out this sword, then this sword is. Prickly Lu Xuanyi had just drawn his Qingping sword, then looked at Ji Suiying with a confused face. What? Ji Suiying looked at the Qingping sword in Lu Xuanyi's hand in stupefaction, and Lu Xuanyi felt something was wrong. Hurry up and stick the Qingping sword back in. Senior sister, what did you just say? Ji Suiying came back to her senses and took a deep breath. Then she reached for her sword as well, but no matter how much she tried to draw the sword, it just wouldn't come out. You try again. Ji Suiying looked at Lu Xuanyi and said. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Stab. Long sword out of body. Then plug it back in. Then Lu Xuanyi kept pulling out and thrusting in. Back and forth repeatedly. Stop. Ji Suiying rubbed her temples. Take this sword. Oh, Lu Xuanyi wasn't very happy. Because, this sword, he really didn't feel anything special about it. If you say special, that's extra long. Seeing that Lu Xuanyi is not satisfied, Ji Suiying couldn't even resist the urge to punch someone. There are 108 prohibitions on the Qingping sword. Unlock the prohibitions so that you can utilize its power. But don't use this sword lightly until you have to. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Oh, I think you entered the treasure pavilion to search for foundation building items. Lu Xuanyi scratched his head. Senior sister, why do I feel like you know everything? Ji Suiying grinned. Don't be a pain in the ass. Follow me. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Not much longer. Ji Suiying led Lu Xuanyi to the area of the foundation building things. Ji Suiying introduced herself as she walked. This is Tianyi True Water. Using such treasures to build a foundation, one is naturally hydrophilic, and is even able to manipulate water currents as a weapon in battle. It's dazzling gold. To build a foundation with this item, the power of attack is very impressive, and generally speaking, it is chosen by sword cultivators. In addition to this, the Angel's Heavenly Plateau Wood, Golden Crow Fire, and Chemical Earth. It's safe to say, every kind of foundation building item here was outrageous, and all of them could even grow indefinitely. One can only say, Lu Xuanyi wants it all. But look at the price. It's true that you can't afford it. Any kind of foundation building thing, they all start at 500,000 fucking contribution points. But, Lu Xuanyi suddenly saw a bead and his eyes shone straight up. Hybrid beads. Ji Suiying smiled. This foundation building object is mysterious because no one has been able to build a foundation with this object, because those who have used it to build a foundation have basically died violently. As for what the effects are after building a foundation with this item, for the time being, I'm not very clear. Chapter 32 Alchemist Examination. Lu Xuanyi instantly had a heart. The hybrid beads. Just the name alone makes it feel extraordinary. As for the matter of utilizing the mixed yuan bead to build a foundation, there was a high probability that he would directly explode and die. This is what Lu Xuanyi is most afraid of. Just take a look at the price of the hybrid beads. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but darken his face. Sect contribution points. 990,000. 9,999 contributions. Lu Xuanyi turned his head to Ji Suiying. Is this serious? Ji Suiying smiled. Naturally, it's not serious. Marking this price is to tell others not to use this to build their foundation. Lu Xuanyi nodded. One time, Lu Xuanyi was a little hesitant. It's something that no one else can use. If he brought it to himself and then succeeded in building his foundation, wouldn't that directly shock the entire Green Lotus sect? But clearly there is such an outrageous base building thing. If not used, wouldn't that be a shame? Ji Suiying seemed to be reading Lu Xuanyi's thoughts. The uncontrollable whisper asked, "You want to use this to build your foundation?" Lu Xuanyi was silent. Ji Suiying asked again, "Do you have a few points of certainty?" Lu Xuanyi scratched his head. "I don't know." Ji Suiying's fingers kept tapping on her scabbard as she kept her gaze on Lu Xuanyi. "And I don't know how long it was." Ji Suiying said, "I can make the decision to give you this hybrid bead." Lu Xuanyi sighed. "Then what does senior sister want me to do?" Ji Suiying's face became serious. In recent days, a small secret realm is about to open, and in the secret realm, there is a kind of spirit grass called the foxfire vine. I need you to enter the secret realm and look for that foxfire vine, even if you know his exact location. Lu Xuanyi. Seriously, secret realm and all that. He really didn't want to go, because it's too dangerous. Moreover, one had the Great Tao Gold Scroll and the technique of alchemy. Wanting something, with the passage of time, one could have risked it all on one's own. Safe cultivation is the way to go. But when I think about this foundation building thing I currently have, Lu Xuanyi gritted his teeth. Okay. Ji Suiying reached out. That hybrid bead then flew out of that transparent cabinet. Ji Suiying then handed this directly to Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly continued. "Just give it to me?" Lu Xuanyi had some difficulty believing it. Ji Suiying smiled. "I believe in you as a person." Lu Xuanyi smiled back. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It's been 3 days. Lu Xuanyi fought off a total of 3 waves. All are outer disciples. There were even some who were veteran outer disciples. The reason is simple. The person who had previously occupied his cave was beaten up by Lu Xuanyi. Then they call for a scene. Then the guy who called it in got hit again. Then call someone. Finally, Lu Xuanyi almost beat up all those very powerful disciples of the outer sect. That's what makes it all honest. Nowadays, Lu Xuanyi is in the outer gate of Hidden Sword Peak. It can be described as horizontal. Even those outside, now that they saw Lu Xuanyi, all of them saluted. This is the world of cultivation. Strength, always a symbol of status. Lu Xuanyi didn't put on airs. One by one, I returned the salute. There are times, it also stops to make small talk with those disciples. But, today Lu Xuanyi has his hands full. Because of the foundation building stuff, he also needed the foundation building technique. Sure, it also needs a foundation building pill. These, undoubtedly, were not the things needed to build a foundation. It can be, well, very costly. It even requires a lot of contribution value as well. The good thing is, he's an alchemist. Now he just needed to certify his identity as an alchemist. Just one to make pills for the clan. Refining a chi gathering pill. That would be 500 contributions. One chi recovery pill. 100 contributions. Even the better the grade, the more you contribute. This is what one should be fucking doing right now. And there was another benefit to becoming an alchemist for the clan. All the medicinal herbs of the sect, the Dan formula, one could use them at will. Instead, it's an alchemist. The monthly salary is 20,000 spirit stones per month. Nice guy. At that time, Lu Xuanyi's eyes went straight. I don't know how long it's been. Lu Xuanyi had finally arrived at the Green Lotus sect's alchemy room. The first impression of the alchemy room, kind of like a hospital, because of the people coming and going here. All wounded. Some are even being assisted. And it's overcrowded. Lu Xuanyi that was 7 turns before he arrived at the alchemist verification office. Here, the same overcrowding. Most outrageous of all, those waiting in line for verification are still reading non-stop. Holy shit, how does this feel like an interview? Lu Xuanyi looked very dumbfounded. Idle. Lu Xuanyi also had to wait in line. Waiting on the way though. Lu Xuanyi still couldn't help but steal a glance towards his buddy next to him. At this glance, Lu Xuanyi was somewhat speechless, because all they look at is the name of the drug and the pharmacology, and they are all the most basic. It's not. You guys don't even know the names and pharmacology of the most basic medicines? What kind of alchemist are you here to verify? Lu Xuanyi couldn't figure it out. And, of course, there was no more talk. Lu Xuanyi didn't even know how long he had waited. By the time he was all groggy. Finally, the man at the validation office called out his name. Hidden Sword Peak, Lu Xuanyi. Coming. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly got up, then followed that disciple into the verification office. Enter into a hall. What met his eyes was a huge Dan furnace. This thing, it looks so similar to that Dan furnace of Taishang. Sure, it just looks like it. Lu Xuanyi estimated. This thing can't be compared to that Dan furnace of Taishang's. Go on. After that disciple brought Lu Xuanyi in, just hide away. And Lu Xuanyi walked to that Dan furnace. No, to be precise, walked to a table in front of the Danmaku. On the table was a piece of paper and a few herbs. Write down their names and medication history. And I don't know who's talking. Lu Xuanyi didn't care. Just follow the prompts. The herbs and their effects are very simple. Lu Xuanyi wrote it almost immediately. When Lu Xuanyi had just written it, the paper instantly flew to the back of the Dan furnace. Only then did Lu Xuanyi reach out to look. It turned out that there was a table at the back of this Dan furnace. An immortal old man, sitting in front of the table, scrutinized the answers submitted by Lu Xuanyi. Oh, even some of the hidden effects are written out. A talent. The old man was very satisfied. Then said, first level passed. Second level, refine a 9th grade chi recovery pill. The herbs are in the cabinet on your left. Listening to the old man, Lu Xuanyi then realized that there really was a medicine cabinet on the left. No hesitation. Lu Xuanyi directly took a copy of the medicinal ingredients for the chi recovery pill and then started refining it through that pill furnace. Lu Xuanyi's technique can be quite brutal. The medicinal herbs were directly dumped in the Dan furnace all in one brain. Then refine it on high heat. The rough aura madly surged wildly towards the Dan furnace. The old man who appraised Lu Xuanyi was so scared that he turned pale. Chapter 33, Exploding the Furnace. Where is this to make pills? What the hell is this? A blowout? What are you doing? Hurry up and give me. That old man just wanted to storm out. Suddenly, he saw Lu Xuanyi take out more than 10 milky white pills from the Dan furnace. The old man was dumbfounded. What is this? No maneuvers, no tricks. How can this become an elixir? The old man was a little disbelieving. Hurrying to Lu Xuanyi's front, he picked up an elixir and examined it carefully. The old man was a bit dumbfounded by this look, because Lu Xuanyi not only became a Dan, and they were all extremely high-quality chi recovery pills. The old man couldn't resist stuffing it in his mouth. Woo, that massive medicinal power. Mild, and very easily absorbed by the body. Also very easy to convert the spiritual energy in it into their own spiritual energy. It's an excellent rejuvenation elixir. Yes, but the question is, that crude and unpleasant technique was able to refine such a potion? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he all thought that Lu Xuanyi was fooling himself by taking the pills in advance. So, is this a pass for me? Lu Xuanyi was a little less sure. By definition, a very high-quality chi recovery pill should be able to pass, right? But having said that, Lu Xuanyi really did have an intuitive perception of a good Dan furnace. Normally, he used the same technique when he refined a mid-grade chi recovery pill himself. As a result, with this Dan furnace, it directly refined the very best. If not for his own intentional control, I'm afraid that all the Dan lines can be refined to suppress the quality of the elixir. Lu Xuanyi was in a cold sweat. Only, the old man wasn't so sure about that either. Let me see if you refine another furnace. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Then, same maneuver, same operation. Lu Xuanyi once again condensed a furnace of chi recovery pills, and the quality is superb. There is no way. The Dan furnace was just too good, and Lu Xuanyi really couldn't suppress the quality of the elixir. The old man was confused. It's been centuries of alchemy. What kind of alchemy geniuses he had seen. But like Lu Xuanyi, this was the first time he had seen an alchemy genius today. Even this casual refining of the very best back to chi operation. It made the old man a little skeptical. Should I refine another furnace? Look at the old man not talking. Lu Xuanyi asked tentatively. The old man waved his hand. It's not necessary. The old man then looked at Lu Xuanyi and asked, your level of alchemy. You should be more than a first-rank alchemist. Lu Xuanyi shook his head. I don't know. The old man took out an elixir formula at this time. This is the 3rd grade spirit tempering pill. Try and see if you can refine it. Lu Xuanyi nodded. After carefully looking at the formula for the spirit tempering pill, he took out those medicinal herbs and began to refine them. The herbs for the spirit quenching pill required somewhat more Lu Shuani's same technique of refining took 10 whole minutes. In the end, 12 spirit-quenching pills finally came out. And they're all top-grade elixirs. The old man was dumbfounded. Third-ranked alchemist. Lu Shuani scratched his head. Was one's current level even third-ranked? That didn't occur to me. The old man looked at Lu Shuani with some uncertainty. Why don't you try a fourth-order elixir? Lu Shuani hurriedly waved his hand. No, I can't refine it anymore. Third-rank pills are already the limit. On this point, Lu Shuani did not lie. It was a bit of a struggle for him to refine third-order pills. If it wasn't for the fact that he was hanging on to the passive that enemies are immune to negatives, it was possible that a third-order elixir could not even come to be refined by itself. Don't mention the fourth order. It's really the strength that can't keep up. The old man nodded back. Indeed, fourth-order elixirs didn't just require strength. They also required a huge amount of mental energy. This kid in front of him, even if he had hidden his cultivation, it was unlikely that he would want to refine a fourth-order elixir. Finally, the old man gave Lu Shuani a third-order alchemist's identity card. Lu Shuani took the identity card. A bow was made to the old man. Thanks a lot. The old man waved his hand. The look was a little wooden. Mainly, he was still recalling Lu Shuani's alchemy technique from earlier. Wait for Lu Shuani to leave. The old man hurriedly took out a copy of the ingredients for the spirit tempering pill. Learning from Lu Shuani's technique, he began to refine the elixir. Crap! The old man was feeling more and more out of place. At this moment, the spiritual energy within the Dan furnace was very violent. Even the entire Dan furnace began to rumble. Boom! Finally, the Dan furnace ended up being completely unsupportable. Blast off! Lu Shuani had just walked out of the alchemy room. As a result, it felt like the entire earth was shaking. Looking back, the entire alchemy room array had been turned on. A mushroom cloud rose even more slowly. Lu Shuani froze. This, I don't think, has anything to do with myself, does it? Lu Shuani wasn't so sure. But right now, better hurry up. For the next half a month, Lu Shuani had been frantically refining pills. Nowadays, the entire Hidden Sword Peak, it could be said that there was no shortage of pills at all, even because of Lu Shuani's crazy alchemy behavior. The strength of the entire Hidden Sword Peak, it's also directly elevated by a large margin. After all, the previous Hidden Sword Peak, trying to get the elixir, all require a trip to the alchemy room. It was because there was really no alchemist in his own peak. Moreover, the other peaks had deliberately targeted Hidden Sword Peak. Therefore, Hidden Sword Peak wanted to go buy pills. Prices are also very tight. But now there is Lu Shuani. The entire Hidden Sword Peak was suddenly rich. Nowadays, Hidden Sword Peak not only has an endless supply of pills, it even has to be sold out of the country. Ji Suiying was a bit dumbfounded. She knew Lu Shuani could do it, but I didn't expect to be so competent. Senior sister, our peak's medicinal materials are a bit strained. At this moment, a disciple reported. Ji Suiying? Nervous about herbs? The disciple nodded. Senior brother Lu has turned almost all of our medicinal herbs, all of them, into pills. And, right now, all of our pill vaults have been completely stuffed. Ji Suiying's eyes were filled with shock. I know. After saying that, Ji Suiying sent the disciple down. Think about it. Ji Suiying disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, Lu Shuani was seen still beside the Dan furnace in Hidden Sword Peak, huffing and puffing to refine the Dan. Lu Shuani saw Ji Suiying coming, smiling. In the process of refining pills, please don't blame senior sister for being rude. Ji Suiying shook her head. She looked at the several sacks of pills still piled up next to Lu Shuani and felt like she was dreaming. Because of Hidden Sword Peak, never have I been so rich as I am now. Actually, you don't have to. Ji Suiying looked at the identity of the third-order alchemist that Lu Shuani had put aside at this moment and couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. There's no harm. By the way, senior sister, the herbs are gone. I only need to refine another 1,000 chi-gathering pills. The contribution will be enough. Ji Suiying took a deep breath. Shuani, in fact, as you are a disciple of Hidden Sword Peak and a third-ranked alchemist, the Hidden Scripture Pavilion of Hidden Sword Peak is open to you for free. Ha! Bang! At this moment, that huge Dan furnace violently exploded. Good thing Ji Suiying tapped out with one hand. Only then did it not result in the entire den being shattered. But despite this, Lu Shuani was still blown up with his hair smoking and his face blackened. Chapter 34 Immortal Mixed Sutra. Lu Shuani wanted to cry. These days, he had been refining pills day and night just to be able to exchange them for a foundation establishment technique at an early date. Available results. You're telling me now that I'm in a position where I can go and learn the feats unconditionally. Why didn't senior sister say so earlier? Ji Suiying smiled. Because you didn't ask either. Besides, you started refining pills after you obtained the status of an alchemist. I don't know what kind of status of an alchemist you really are. Lu Shuani, As if, this senior sister G had a point. Doesn't matter though. Anyway, now that he had nearly 700,000 or so contributions, he didn't need to spend them. It was still his. Think about it. Lu Xuanyi was finally at ease. Also, then am I able to use the medicinal herbs from Hidden Sword Peak as I please? Ji Suiying nodded. That's right. Lu Xuanyi didn't say much. Immediately, he went to take out a copy of the medicinal ingredients for the foundation building pill. Then he built a fire and began to refine the foundation establishment pill. The maneuvers are still as wild as ever, and it was refined very quickly. Buzz. When opening the alchemy furnace, the haze of the elixir had not yet manifested. Lu Xuanyi then hurriedly put away the foundation building dan. The whole process. Ji Suiying is all on the sidelines. Then there was some giggling, although she didn't know much about alchemy, but as Lu Xuanyi's alchemy means, this was the first time she had seen it, and the quality of that elixir. He hadn't been looking at it a bit, either. The elixir that can appear as a haze. That's bound to be great. Ji Suiying wanted to take a look at the foundation establishment pill that Lu Xuanyi had refined, but looking at Lu Xuanyi's cautious little eyes, he dismissed the idea. Alright, there's no need to guard me like a thief. I'm not so bad as to hack your pills. This visit is mainly about herbs. Nowadays, all of the medicinal herbs from Hidden Sword Peak have been refined into pills by you. As for the newly imported medicinal herbs, I guess we'll have to wait a little longer. Right. Having said that, Ji Suiying once again took out a storage bag and handed it to Lu Xuanyi. Here are 500,000 spirit stones as your reward for refining pills for Hidden Sword Peak. Lu Xuanyi froze. That much? Ji Suiying shook her head. Now that the sect is in a special period, Hidden Sword Peak's days aren't very good. This is already considered low. If it was before, this contribution of yours would be rewarded with 2 million spirit stones at least. Lu Xuanyi licked his lips. Senior sister, you can actually make an IOU. Bang! Ji Suiying's sword hilt hit Lu Xuanyi's head directly. Don't be poor. Lu Xuanyi also just hemmed and hawed. Then there's nothing much going on. I'll go pick out a foundation building technique. Lu Xuanyi was about to leave after saying that. Ji Suiying said hurriedly. Do you know what spiritual root you have? Lu Xuanyi froze for a moment. This, he still really didn't know. After all, when he was initiated, it was only said that he was a miscellaneous spirit root, nor did it say what attribute of spiritual root he specifically had. Lu Xuanyi shook his head. Ji Suiying directly took out a crystal ball at this time. Infuse your mana. Lu Xuanyi nodded. For Ji Suiying, Lu Xuanyi had an inexplicable trust. After Lu Xuanyi injected his mana, and crystal ball is directly multicolored. Even the light was very faint. The corners of Ji Suiying's mouth twitched at this look. Full attributes. Miscellaneous spiritual roots. Normally, it is impossible for a spiritual root like Lu Xuanyi to cultivate. Even if it is cultivated. Lifetime. It's already good enough to reach the 3rd level of Qi refining. But this guy. 6 months. It was already the 12th level of Qi refining consummated. There were still 2 or 3 months of this time in which there was no cultivation because of the inability to build a foundation. This is simply bizarre. But such a spiritual root. There is also no more suitable kung fu. The only suitable kung fu. Ji Suiying's face was a bit odd as she took out a gongfu. This gong method, it is suitable for you. The absorption is all attribute aura. And it is even rumored that it is able to be cultivated to the point of ascension. But I don't know the grade. And no one has even ever cultivated it before. Saying that, Ji Suiying handed the gongfu in her hand to Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi took the gongfu and glanced at it. Nice guy. The name is really bossy. Immortal Mixed Sutra. Absorb the chi of all spirits and use it for yourself. And if you cultivate to the extreme, you can even absorb the chi of chaos and use it for yourself. That hard? Lu Xuanyi was shocked. The content is exaggerated, but no one has been able to cultivate it so far. However, I think you can give it a try. And if it really doesn't work, I'll find you another technique that suits you. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Okay, thank you senior sister. I'll go back to my cultivation and try it out. Ji Suiying nodded. Lu Xuanyi, on the other hand, was studying that gongfu while returning to his residence. Ji Suiying, on the other hand, was looking at the Dan furnace in a daze. She was still wondering what grade of elixir was capable of emitting a haze. Can't really figure it out. Ji Suiying went to the den. The den has been a little heavy lately, because every now and then, you can hear the sound of a blowing oven. That was the Grand Elder of the Dan room refining pills. And I don't know what's wrong. The Grand Elder of the recent Dan room was a little devilishly stunned. The technique of alchemy was crude and incomparable. Even the process of refining the pills was very violent. Sure, the blast furnace also blew up very furiously. Ji Suiying had just arrived at the residence of the Great Elder of the Dan room. A muffled sound was heard. A Dan oven lid was then seen, smoking and going straight up into the sky. Ji Suiying was a bit dumbfounded. Cough cough cough. The great elder of the Dan room walked out from amidst a thick cloud of smoke, pomp and circumstance, but full of joy. Soon, I feel that if I fry the furnace another 10 times or so, I'll be able to grasp the essence of it. Ji Suiying was dumbfounded by what she heard. Ha! Suiying girl is here. Sit down. Ji Suiying saluted. Then took his seat. Elder Su this? Ji Suiying looked at the smoke in that courtyard and asked in confusion. Elder Su waved his hand. A new technique of alchemy that I've been reading about, trying it out, and I've got a vague feeling about it. If I can learn this method, I will be further along the path of alchemy. Oh, right. You girl, you're here to ask for pills from the old man? Ji Suiying shook her head. In terms of pills, my hidden sword peak is not lacking for the time being, but this time when I came to bother you, I do have a question about pills. Elder Su. I mean, if a pill appears to have a haze, what quality of pill is it? Elder Su froze. Pills appearing with a haze? It's rumored that only pills that surpass the very best quality will have a haze appear, and that can be called the quality of a golden Dan. Ji Suiying's eyes were filled with shock. Then silence, but Elder Su seemed to have thought of something. No, you're not an alchemist. You shouldn't know about this matter. Have you seen this kind of elixir? Ji Suiying nodded. No. Then how did you know about the potion haze? Ji Suiying got up. Elder Su, I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave for now. Having said that, nor did he give this Elder Su a chance to react. Turning around and leaving, Elder Su wanted to stop Ji Suiying, but in the end, he hesitated and made no move. Chapter 35, Drafts to be collected. First, a small town in the Green Lotus sect. At this time a beggar with a bloodless face was lying on the ground, because it's like he's been possessed lately. Not only are they all weak, there was even an inexplicable irritation within, to the point of wanting to vomit. Especially when the sight of a potion makes you want to vomit. What's wrong with me? Shi Changxin was a bit confused. Why do you feel so disgusted with potions so much? Especially after smelling the potion. It was even more of a stomach-churning experience. At this moment, a small snake slowly crawled to Shi Changxin's feet. The little snake raised its head and spat out human words. Shi Changxin, after the heavenly flame mystic realm opens, that disciple called Lu Xuanyi will also go to the heavenly flame mystic realm. Seize the moment. Took one look at the little snake. Shi Changxin nodded. Remember, the blood puppet mage's storage bag. You must get it back, and you must get it back as it is. Shi Changxin nodded again. Little snake looked at Shi Changxin with some confusion. What's wrong with you? Shi Changxin shook his head. I'm not really sure. It's just that I've been feeling a bit weak lately. Well, even the sight of a potion turns my stomach. Snake. Alright, remember, seize the opportunity. As for the other elders of the Green Lotus sect, you don't need to worry. Qingtang will create opportunities for you. Shi Changxin nodded. The little snake wriggled away again. Shi Changxin leaned helplessly against the wall. The hard and irritating emotions inside came again. Shit, what the hell is wrong with me? Shi Changxin was very grumpy. He was going to take a walk, but suddenly, Shi Changxin looks into one. Lu Xuanyi. Shi Changxin's eyes lit up, just about to come forward. Suddenly, he saw Ji Suiying next to Lu Xuanyi. He rushed to hide. Damn it, how could she be with Lu Xuanyi? An inner disciple and an outer disciple. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible for these two to go together. Shi Changxin's face was a bit ugly, but his eyes never left Lu Xuanyi. At the same time, he rushed to send a message to those above him. Lu Xuanyi was also somewhat helpless. He originally wanted to build a foundation. After all, he now had a gongfu, a foundation building item, and a foundation building elixir. Everything is ready. But this Ji Suiying, I don't know what kind of wind she has drawn. Make sure you let yourself go shopping with her. Senior sister, you're in the Green Lotus sect. You don't lack anything, so why do you have to go down the mountain to pick up all these things? And moreover, they're all mundane. Lu Xuanyi asked breathlessly. Ji Suiying smiled. Although we are noble cultivators and should stay away from the mortal world, how can we transcend the mortal world if we don't enter it? I have grown up in the mountains since I was a child, and all that I have seen and heard are things of monasticism, and the mortal world has not even come to me, and this is a defect for me. Lu Xuanyi nodded, because this Ji Suiying, what she said made perfect sense. A sober cultivator like Ji Suiying, I'm afraid there aren't many. No wonder this Ji Suiying was an inner disciple, but Lu Xuanyi still didn't understand. But why did you let me accompany you? Ji Suiying glanced at Lu Xuanyi somewhat unhappily. There are so many disciples who want to accompany me. Choosing you, you can just be happy. Why are you jumping up and down? I think you have itchy skin. Saying that, Ji Suiying raised the hilt of her sword and made a gesture to knock on Lu Xuanyi's head. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly begged for mercy. Senior sister, I was wrong. Don't fight. Ji Suying snorted coldly. Instead, they didn't really get down and dirty. The two then shopped again. Ji Suying picks up head flowers now and then. Compare your hair and ask Lu Shuani if it looks good. Good looking, good looking. What about this? Good looking, good looking. What about this? Good looking, good looking. Ji Suying was a bit bubbly. You didn't even look. Ha, I read it. Really? Ji Suying looked at Lu Shuani with bad eyes. So tell me where it looks good. Lu Shuani scratched his head. Elder sister is like a fairy herself. She looks good in anything. Ji Suying felt a little uninspired. Well, this street, there's no point in shopping. Lu Shuani hurriedly asked. Then, why don't we go back? Ji Suying rolled her eyes. Shuani, Ji Suying said in a somewhat serious tone. Actually, I didn't simply come here to shop today. Lu Shuani's face tensed up. You said it. Senior sister. Ji Suying didn't say anything. Instead, he headed toward one of the town's compounds. After the two came to the courtyard, a group of underlings saluted. Ji Suying waved her hand. Finally, he brought Lu Shuani to the main hall of the compound. Sit down, Ji Suying said. Lu Shuani nodded, sitting casually on the side. Ji Suying, on the other hand, sipped her tea slightly. That's what said. Shuani, do you know that the future of the cultivation world is a bit unsettled? Lu Shuani shook his head. I don't know. Ji Suying almost choked. She then put her teacup down. That's normal, but today first with you. The future of the cultivation world. There may be some turmoil. To the big, we have to be for the world. To the small, we have to guard our own clan, is not it? Lu Shuani scratched his head. Senior sister, what is this turmoil you speak of? Ji Suying shook her head. I don't know. Lu Shuani. No, don't interrupt. Although I don't know the specific details, I know that in the future, the cultivation world will be in great chaos. The blood will flow into the river. The muddy sky and the earth will be dark. The mountains and rivers will be shattered. The world will collapse. And the future will be. Wait. Lu Shuani couldn't listen at this point. Senior sister, why don't we put away the draft you're holding for a while? And you can just say it directly. What do you want senior brother to do? Ji Suying coughed, then put away the draft in his hand. It's like this. In the great chaos of the future, there will be one person who will end this great disaster. But, right now, there is a great need for a gold condensation pill to break through the Gold Dan realm. So, senior brother, for the sake of the clan, for the sake of the world, can I ask you to help refine a pill? Lu Shuani looked at Ji Suying speechlessly. Elder sister, next time you have such a request, you can mention it directly without having to beat around the bush so much. But I'm not strong enough right now to concoct fourth-order pills for the time being. So when I reach foundation establishment, I might be able to give it a try. Yes. Seeing Lu Shuani promise down, Ji Suying is sort of relieved. However, naturally, I called you out this time not just for this matter. Do you know why I won't let you break through to foundation establishment? Lu Shuani was really confused this time. Ji Suying also sighed at this time. To enter the foundation establishment realm, you also need a foundation establishment site. The better the foundation establishment site, the greater the success rate of foundation establishment, and even more solid the foundation. Although the sex foundation building spirit pool is good, it's not as good as the innate foundation building place inside the secret realm. This time, in the heavenly flame mysterious realm, there is a 9-spirit Taoist platform. Build your foundation there, and perhaps you can even metamorphose your foundation once. As far as you are concerned, that's the best place to build your foundation. Hear this. Lu Shuani then realized. Many thanks to senior sister for her teachings. Ji Suying waved her hand. One more thing. Show me the blood puppet mage's storage bag. Chapter 36, Filth. Lu Shuani directly handed over the blood puppet mage's storage bag to Ji Suying. Ji Suying couldn't help but freeze. Aren't you afraid that I'm really coveting your storage bag? Lu Shuani shook his head. Senior sister is joking. Senior sister as the Hidden Sword Peak's eldest senior sister. What hasn't she seen before? That blood puppet mage's, even if it's true that the family fortune is good. But I reckon that senior sister won't be able to look at it. Ji Suying smiled. That's right. Ji Suying directly opened the storage bag. A bit of rummaging. Finally it was rummaged through to find a small box. The small box, Ji Suying did not open. She just removed the little box. Then he put all the contents of the storage bag in another storage bag and handed it to Lu Shuani. Lu Shuani hurriedly continued. Is it puzzling why I'm being redundant? Lu Shuani shook his head. No doubt. Ji Suying took a deep breath. You said you doubted. Lu Shuani. Okay, this senior sister's old habits are back. Lu Shuani had to pretend to be full of doubts. Elder sister, I do wonder why you are being superfluous. Ji Suying nodded in satisfaction. Well, because just now I got the news that blood puppet mages died just like that. but in his storage bag, there was a defilement, and the people of the celestial god sect wanted to get that defilement back again. So, the blood puppet mage's storage bag, in your possession, is very unsafe. Lu Xuanyi instantly understood, but then, Lu Xuanyi hurriedly saluted and thanked him. Thank you, senior sister. Ji Suiying sighed. Although I took away the blood puppet mage's storage bag, I still don't dare to guarantee that the heavenly god cult's people will kill you, so you should be more careful lately. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Thanks for the reminder, senior sister. I'll make a note of it. Ji Suiying looked at Lu Xuanyi with some confusion. Why do I get the feeling you're not nervous at all? Lu Xuanyi froze for a moment. A hurried shake of the head followed. No, I'm just calm on the outside, but actually, I'm nervous on the inside right now. Ji Suiying shook her head. But you don't need to worry. The heavenly god sex people, no matter how rampant they are, wouldn't dare to spread their wildness in the green lotus sex boundaries. But when you go to the heavenly flame mystic realm, you need to be careful, because the ones who enter the heavenly flame mystic realm, there are still 1 or 2 cultivators at the peak of foundation establishment. Lu Xuanyi nodded. I see, but senior sister, in this little box what exactly is it? Lu Xuanyi watched as Ji Suiying kept holding that small box and looking at it. He was really a bit curious. Ji Suiying's face was calm. It's a kind of evil qi, and if a person is tainted with this evil qi, he will have evil thoughts and become a murderous evil demon. Of course, there's another scary thing about this thing. It can grow quickly and absorb people's evil thoughts, and because of that, this thing is instead the most precious treasure of some demonic cultivators or evil cultivators. Said, Ji Suiying directly put a few seals on the small box. After the seal is complete, Ji Suiying directly put the small box back into the blood puppet mage's storage bag. Okay, it's okay, let's go. Lu Xuanyi nodded. He then followed Ji Suiying and headed in the direction of the Green Lotus sect. But walking down the road, Ji Suiying had been carrying that storage bag and playing with it in circles. Shi Changxin had been observing Lu Xuanyi and Ji Suiying, but when the two of them walked out, Shi Changxin was then a bit dumbfounded. That storage bag, now in Ji Suiying's hands. The crow on Shi Changxin's shoulder nodded. I saw it. Shi Changxin looked back at the crow. Then are we still killing Lu Xuanyi now? Raven was somewhat silent, but there was a moment of silence. Raven said anyway, it's just as important to kill, because we don't dare to guarantee if that thing is really in Ji Suiying's hands. And besides, a qi refining mole, just kill it. Shi Changxin nodded. What about Ji Suiying? The Raven was silent again. Yu Shanyi is a piece of work. Raven is not at all concerned. But Ji Suiying is different. The hidden sword peak's eldest sister. Even her cultivation was even more unfathomable. Anyway, as far as the crows can see, Ji Suiying's fight, almost always, the battle was resolved with a single sword. Never seen her with more than one sword. On the surface, this Ji Suiying was only a Jindan cultivator. But in reality, no one knew exactly what realm Ji Suiying was in. Raven thought for a long time. Finally, it was said, kill that mole named Lu Xuanyi first, and when he's killed, if the item really isn't on him, then we'll consider Ji Suiying's matter. Shi Changxin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Killing Lu Xuanyi is no problem. But are you guys reliable or not? Don't think you won't be able to stop the elders of the Green Lotus sect when the time comes. Raven was a little angry. Don't worry. This matter, absolutely reliable. Shi Changxin nodded. Then what about the Gung Fu I'm practicing? I've been anemic a lot lately, not to mention that I even have some physical discomfort. Raven? What the hell is physiological discomfort again? Shi Changxin described his current situation. The Raven listened and fell into deep thought. And I don't know how long it was. The Raven couldn't help but speak. Seriously, this is the first time I've heard of your situation. And it's even, well, a little hard for me to evaluate. Shi Changxin was a bit anxious. Well, I can't stay like this, can I? Is there any solution? Raven shook her head. Not at the moment, but wait until I look into it. Having said that, the crow flew straight away. Shi Changxin looked in the direction the crows flew away. There was some anger in his eyes. Doggone heavenly god cult. All of this is due to you. Shi Changxin even very much regretted getting on this thief ship. Nowadays, you're messing with your own roots and they're floating a bit. But, there is absolutely no way to turn back when the road has been taken the wrong way. He then pretended to be a beggar again, lying in the street. Another month in the blink of an eye. It's been a month. Lu Xuanyi was living quite comfortably. No need to work, nor did any ungrateful outer disciple come to disturb them. Even the things for building the foundation, Lu Xuanyi had prepared. One time, he was surprisingly idle, but Lu Xuanyi did take out that mixed bead. Some thoughts in mind. If I do burst into flames by then, will my body be able to support me for 3 seconds? One thought. Lu Xuanyi became a little nervous in his heart. No, we must save for a rainy day. Even though I have a golden finger now, I still need to take the 3 seconds for myself. Think about it. Lu Xuanyi began to refine the topmost healing elixir. For yourself. Lu Xuanyi didn't hide anything. As perfect an alchemy as it can be. Finally, Lu Xuanyi sufficiently prepared for himself a dozen or so healing pills with elixir haze. When the elixir was finished, Ji Suiying then looked for it. Xuanyi, off we go. To the secret realm. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly packed his things. Got it. Coming. Chapter 37 Elder Qingting leads the team on the way out. Lu Xuanyi didn't walk with Ji Suiying, because it just doesn't fit. After all, Ji Suiying belonged to the Green Lotus sect's big stars. He himself is just a small, unheard of outer sect. The two walk together, and even at some points, their behavior seems a little ambiguous. That would be bad. No need. When Lu Xuanyi came to the group heading to the secret realm, the sight of the man leading the group, the heart is a little plucked, because the one leading the group was Elder fucking Aodo, and one has just gotten on the flying boat. That Elder Qingting's gaze had been secretly locked onto himself the entire time. This old clapper obviously has a problem. One has also hinted to Senior Sister Ji. Could it be that Senior Sister Ji hasn't investigated anything? Lu Xuanyi was very puzzled. But doubts are doubts. The question he is now considering is, this old clapper has been secretly observing himself. Obviously a very bad sign. This kind of signaling is very detrimental to oneself. It's even possible this old thing will assassinate himself halfway through. If a Jindan wanted to assassinate himself, how should one respond? Lu Xuanyi's mind was spinning frantically. Right about this time, Ji Suiying walked up. Thinking about what? Lu Xuanyi hurriedly saluted. Greetings, senior sister. Ji Suiying waved her hand. I sense you're nervous. Lu Xuanyi looked at Ji Suiying, wanted to say something and then stopped. At the same time, Lu Xuanyi's eyes fluttered a bit as he looked towards Elder Qingting. Ji Suiying's eyes rolled, and subsequently pretended not to know. First time going to the secret world, huh? It does make sense to be a little nervous, said. Ji Suiying directly gave Lu Xuanyi a talisman seal. This talisman seal can withstand an all-out strike from the Jindan realm. Use it depending on the situation. Of course, give the talismanic seal. Ji Suiying was given in secret. Can't let anyone see it. She naturally had her own agenda in doing so. Lu Xuanyi seemed to understand something. Put away the talismanic seal. Lu Xuanyi's heart was also quite relieved. But it's a bad feeling. What would have happened if there was no Ji Suiying today? Wouldn't you be at the mercy of others? And Lu Xuanyi had also carefully studied the bugs in the Great Tao Gold Scroll. What would one do if one encountered an enemy who possessed the Golden Scroll of the Great Tao? If there is absolute strength, he himself directly controls that person who holds the Golden Scroll of the Great Tao. Then he had the disciples under him follow his orders and come to kill the one who held the Golden Scroll of the Great Tao. Because the disciple is only following orders. Whether or not it will be on the Avenue Gold Scroll is unknown at this time. That's it. There's a 3-second vacuum in that. That's 3 seconds. Enough to kill him 100 times. And I'm afraid I'm dead now. For Elder Aodo, it's just a serious injury. This, Lu Xuanyi once experimented with it as well. Like burning your own blood for a whole day. But that sure Changxin's name was only 1/3 dimmer. To build the foundation in a hurry, Lu Xuanyi made up his mind internally. As soon as one enters the secret realm, let's not worry about anything else. Let's build the foundation first. But now, can't do anything on my own. One can only hope that Ji Suiying can be relied upon. Thinking of this, Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but squeeze the talisman seal in his bosom. And while Lu Xuanyi's thoughts were drifting, the flying boat set sail straight away. Rumble. The vibration of the flying boat, bringing Lu Xuanyi back to reality. This heavenly flame secret realm is a small secret realm of my Green Lotus sect. In the secret realm, all kinds of chances, all kinds of magic treasures, endless. Of course, this secret realm is also a chance for you outer disciples to reach the sky in a single step, because there is a piece of blessed land in the secret realm, which is able to improve your spiritual roots, or roots. After the flying boat entered the clouds, Elder Qingting began to talk about the secret realm. When I heard that the heavenly flame mysterious realm had blessed lands that could change the foundation, those outer disciples all boiled over, because, this time, they were able to travel to the outer gate of the secret realm. Actually, they are all talented disciples. It's just that they suffer from the limitations of their spiritual roots. Cultivation-wise, it was really hard to improve. If they have spiritual roots that can be metamorphosed, that would be tantamount to nirvana for them. One time, the disciples are getting excited. But then, Elder Qingting's words directly poured cold water on the crowd. Although there is a blessed land for changing spiritual roots, among them, there is still a need for the nirvana fruit. which is likewise in the secret realm, but there are only 12 of them. Speaking of which, Qingtu Zhonglai then did not say anymore. Instead, he looked at the crowd with a smile on his face. No, exactly. He was looking at Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi's heart was also very irritated at this time. This dog. He was afraid that he knew he wanted to build a foundation in the middle of the secret realm. It's a deliberate attempt to make himself uncomfortable. Of course, Lu Xuanyi wasn't flustered at all. In fact, it didn't really matter if one's spiritual root advanced or not, because one has an outlier, with enough enemies. Suddenly, Lu Xuanyi thought of a method. Why can't I just change the sky and make enemies everywhere? Especially those geniuses, or clans with strong people sitting behind the geniuses. In this way, there won't be more enemies. And even with luck, a whole cultivator of Yuaning can be written on the golden scroll of the Great Tao. Think so? Lu Xuanyi's eyes suddenly lit up. Sure, you can't kill indiscriminately yourself, but the seeds of this program, it has been planted by Lu Xuanyi. If the foundation is successful this time, then he's going to try to implement the plan, because if one has enough enemies, then one can try some more feats again. For example, some longevity draining feats, those strokes that require the need to sacrifice one's spirit, one's physical body. Lu Xuanyi secretly kept this thought to himself. The flying boat flew for about 3 days. It's been 3 days. Lu Xuanyi didn't even sleep much. Even when sleeping, his hands were also clutching the talisman seal Ji Suiying had given him. Lu Xuanyi for the past 3 days, it was hoping that Elder Qingtu would have some moves, because he knows Ji Suiying is also in the dark. But it's a shame. It's been 3 days. Elder Qingtung made no move. All the way to today. The flying boat landed at the perimeter of the heavenly flame mystery. Elder Qingtung still didn't make any movements. After getting out of the flying boat, Ji Suiying even glanced inquiringly at Lu Xuanyi. To this, Lu Xuanyi also just scratched his head awkwardly. He hadn't thought of that either. Elder Qingtung was so tolerant. But above the golden scroll of the way, there is the name of Elder Ahato. You can't fake this one. But why? He was slow to make a move? Is it seeing what's going on? Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but look at Elder Qingtung once again. Elder Qingtung was still smiling, like a kindly old man. Lu Xuanyi, the secret realm is right in front of us. Within the secret realm, it all depends on chance. All disciples, please enter the secret realm. Elder Qingtung finished. With one hand, he directly struck out a mana. A mirror vortex instantly appeared in the void. From the vortex, one could see some of the sights in the secret realm. The secret realm opened, and all the disciples had long since been unable to hold back their imperial swords and rushed towards the secret realm. Of course, Lu Xuanyi is no exception. It was only after Lu Xuanyi had just rushed into the vortex of the secret realm, then he felt his body being pulled. It was followed by a feeling of dizziness. Chapter 38, still saying it's not the feats? By the time Lu Xuanyi was awake again, he himself was already in a barren land. Into the eye, there is yellow sand everywhere. An endless desert. Lu Xuanyi swallowed. Where did this little brat fuck me? Is this fucking still in the Green Lotus sect? Lu Xuanyi was confused. The point is, this place, damn it, is devoid of any aura at all. This old thing, it can't be that he wants to live and die wanting to directly consume himself, right? Lu Xuanyi's face was ugly. At this time, he directly rode his sword. Nothing else. The thing he was least afraid of right now was the depletion of his spiritual energy. On the one hand, there is the enemy replenishment. Even if the enemy can't replenish it, within his own storage bag, there were countless chi recovery pills. The most important thing at the moment is to hurry out of this desert. Lu Xuanyi frantically rode his sword, flying wildly in one direction. At this moment, Lu Xuanyi could be said to have directly mobilized his entire body cultivation, coupled with the blood-burning divine fist. At that speed, it was like a blood-red lightning bolt that instantly disappeared in place. But it's a shame. This desert is too big. Lu Xuanyi flew for 3 whole days and 3 nights. Still haven't flown out of this desert. But, Lu Xuanyi was nervous from the very beginning. Instead, it was now becoming very calm, because he found out. Not thirsty at all myself. In a nutshell, you don't have to drink water at all on your own. Instead, sure Changshin's name, the light was constantly flickering. See here. Lu Xuanyi laughed. Oh, that didn't occur to me. In fact, Lu Xuanyi had another reason not to be in a hurry. Because before coming in, Ji Suiying gave him a map. Above this map, there just happened to be a description of this desert. It said that there was a desert in the middle of the heavenly flame mystic realm. The outskirts of the desert were rather devoid of any aura. But that's because, in the center of the desert, there's a natural spirit gathering formation. Because the auras all come together. That's what created such a desert. There are even rumors. If we can find the center of the desert, there were endless amounts of spirit stones there. as well as countless spirit herbs. It's just that this desert is so big. There were simply no disciples who could survive in the middle of the desert. Survival is a problem. Not to mention traveling to the center of the desert. But Lu Xuanyi is different. He's got hang-ups. Better. One does not need to advance one's spiritual roots. For open players, does it matter if the spiritual route is good or bad? No impact at all. If one can find the center of the desert, then this time, the matter of building one's own foundation was secure. Think about it. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but look at the map and head towards the center of the desert, because there is no need to worry about the consumption of spiritual energy. Lu Xuanyi once again burned his essence blood, even at the cost of burning his mana, just to be able to get to the center of the desert quickly. Shi Changxin was frantically drinking water at the moment. Not only drinking water, even his face was bloodless. The whiteness is a little scary. Shi Changxin ate the blood elixir and drank water at the same time. It's fucking happening again. Shi Changxin is having a very hard time right now. It's nasty. It's like this a couple times a month, and there's an unspoken nausea in my heart. But it seems to be more serious now. Not only was his essence blood evaporating for no reason now, even his mana was rapidly evaporating. What the fuck is going on? Shi Changxin was filled with confusion, and the crow that had been observing Shi Changxin from the side, also puzzled, he scratched his head with his wings. This is the first time I've seen this in your case, but how do I feel that it's not a problem with the blood demon technique? Shi Changxin was a bit angry. So what do you think I am now? Don't tell me I'm possessed. The raven pondered for a moment, then said, is there a possibility that you are indeed possessed? Snap. Shi Changxin was sitting on the ground somewhat weakly at this point. Don't fucking talk about those useless things. Current situation. First stabilize my current situation, okay? If you don't think of a way, I might die from excessive blood loss. The raven nodded. A blood red stone was then taken out. Absorb and refine it. Shi Changxin didn't hesitate. Hurry up and sit down. Refine that bloodstone. But next, something even more horrible happened. The more Shi Changxin refined that bloodstone, his blood just evaporated more and more. The point is, it was because he had been running the blood demon technique for a long time to replenish his blood. His blood demon technique had even made a fucking breakthrough. But after the breakthrough, the faster the blood evaporates. Shi Changxin looked at the crow with round eyes at this moment. You still say it's not a problem with this gong method of yours. Lousy fucking blood demon attack broke through, but instead the blood evaporated faster and faster. The raven was also a bit dumbfounded. He was not thinking. This Shi Changxin cultivating the blood demon technique was surprisingly so talented. No, I should say, demonic. It was because Shi Changxin hadn't even been practicing the blood demon technique for a year. That's the second level. But why would the blood evaporate when practicing the blood demon technique? This gave that crow a whole lot of confusion as well. Wait, let me think. With that, he once again gave Shi Changxin a bloodstone, and Shi Changxin's lips were starting to dry out at this point. Get off your ass and get me a bucket of water first. Ah, yes, but the next scene, Raven was completely stunned, because Shi Changxin's entire body was sitting in the water tank, and then the crows saw it. Shi Changxin refined the bloodstone to replenish his chi and blood as he did so, while frantically drinking water. Why are you still so thirsty here? Shi Changxin took a deep breath. It's normal for my essence and blood to evaporate so much and lack moisture. Raven nodded. Well, that makes sense, but immediately after, and this crow was heartbroken. Because of this Shi Changxin, the blood demon technique instantly broke through to the third layer. That speed of absorbing the bloodstone also became violently faster, but his blood was evaporating at a rate that was once again faster as well. What the hell is going on here? Raven's head was full of questions, and Shi Changxin was already so weak that he couldn't even refine the bloodstone anymore. Forget it, I'm tired. Destroy. Shi Changxin gave himself up straight away. No more water, he just wants to die now. Crow hurriedly helped refine the bloodstone at this time, because this Shi Changxin was really demonic. This speed of cultivating the blood demon technique was simply unmatched. So, Crow couldn't let Shi Changxin die. Think about it. Raven pulled out a golden-colored stone again. This is the blood of a great shaking head demon from the ancient times. I hope this helps you. Speaking of which, the crows began to help refine the golden-colored bloodstone. One moment. A huge wave of chi and blood rushed straight into Shi Changxin's body, and the original half-dead Shi Changxin, it also instantly regained its blood color. Not only has the blood color returned, even, he feels, his own flesh is getting stronger and stronger. Shi Changxin's eyes instantly widened. Then hurry up and sit down. At this moment, he was running the blood demon technique at full power. Boom, in an instant, Shi Changxin's blood demon technique made another breakthrough. No, it should be breakthrough after breakthrough. In the end, he hardened his blood demon technique to the point of reaching the peak. though the blood demon inside was still evaporating. But, Shi Changxin doesn't matter anymore, because he's not at all afraid of the evaporation of blood now. Instead, the more the blood evaporated, the better he got. Chapter 39, I'm confused too. Actually, Lu Xuanyi was also confused. He flew and flew. The blood-burning divine fist suddenly broke through. More essence blood could be burned, increasing his overall strength by 20 times. For accelerating violently, it directly caught Lu Xuanyi off guard. Shake your head and dive into the yellow sand. By the time Lu Xuanyi got up again, he spat out the sand in his mouth before incredulously feeling the power throughout his body. What's with the sudden breakthrough? Lu Xuanyi scratched his head, and then didn't bother. He once again imperialized his sword, towards the center of the desert. Because of the speed, Lu Xuanyi's journey was directly shortened by a third. However, when Lu Xuanyi saw the name of Shi Changxin on the golden scroll of the Great Tao, a flash of disbelief flashed through his eyes. Because of Shi Changxin's name, from the original medium purple, it was now a peak purple. Even the color of the name deepened. I'll go. Is this Shi Changxin open? Sure. Instead, Lu Xuanyi didn't care at all. The man who went up to the golden scroll of the avenue. Lu Xuanyi couldn't wait for him to be as powerful as possible. Think about it. Lu Xuanyi stopped paying attention. Keep flying forward. However, is flying Lu Xuanyi. The blood-burning divine fist broke through again. From the original 20 times, it was now instantly raised to 40 times. Asterisk 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 asterisk. With a foregone conclusion, Lu Xuanyi braked instantly. At this time he hurriedly looked at the golden scroll of the Great Tao. My nigga, what did this guy Shi Changxin do? Disbelief filled Lu Xuanyi's eyes. Because, Shi Changxin's name, completely turned red. Although, it's just red, poorly, but it's red. Moreover, when he had performed the blood-burning divine fist himself earlier, Shi Changxin's name even blinked. But now, his own blood-burning divine fist burned more essence blood, and his power increased even more. But this Shi Changxin's name, the light not only does not decrease, but also continues to deepen in color. Bull! Lu Xuanyi's eyes were filled with excitement at this time. Because, Shi Changxin, on the contrary, was now the greatest guarantee of his own success in building the foundation. Think so. Lu Xuanyi accelerated again, to the center of the desert. In the twinkling of an eye. Another half a month. This day, Lu Xuanyi was finally seeing an oasis in the middle of the desert. It's finally fucking here. Lu Xuanyi landed from the air within this oasis. Look around. It's outrageous. From the sky, it's a fucking oasis. But it's only when you fall down that you realize it. This oasis. Damn. It's all top quality elixirs. Harry. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly went to collect those elixirs. Barely a moment passed. All of Lu Xuanyi's storage bags were filled. But this whole oasis just collected less than 1%. What shocked Lu Xuanyi even more was, there's also a lake in the middle of this oasis. But where is that a lake? That's a fucking aura transformed into liquid. Even that rock on the ground. They're all damn fine spirit stones. My Nima. This is just cavernous. Lu Xuanyi was excited. But at the same time, it was agonizing. Who would have thought? There is such a place here. Nowadays. He was only loaded with 100,000 extreme spirit stones. Any more than that, it won't fit. But it doesn't matter. Because this place, it seems, is only accessible to yourself. It won't fit this time. Next time come and give him the whole thing away. Lu Xuanyi was also not expecting it. One will have this splash of riches. Sure. Pressing down the most significant. Or Tsukiji. Think so. Lu Xuanyi once again walked towards the center of this oasis. All the way. Very safe. There aren't any beasts. There's no danger of that either. But think about it. The whole desert beyond this oasis is the greatest danger. No one gets in here alive. Instead, it was himself. When really, it's a bargain. Keep moving forward. Road. Lu Xuanyi had even seen the materials for refining the gold condensation pill, as well as the materials for the infant condensation pill. Even moving forward, there were some herbs that Lu Xuanyi had never even seen before. My goodness, the level of affluence here is a bit hard for me to imagine even if I see it with my own eyes. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but exclaim. And when it came to the center point, it made Lu Xuanyi a bit dumbfounded, because there is a huge natural stone platform in the center. No, more accurately, that's already a spiritual vein, a low-level spirit vein. That kind of spiritual energy is so thick. Just take a breath. Lu Xuanyi all felt his cultivation loosening a bit, even, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. Lu Xuanyi is hard to imagine. What kind of scene will be underneath this spiritual vein? But, Lu Xuanyi ended up shaking his head. Temporarily building a foundation with a low-grade spirit vein is already a great fortune. One must not be greedy. Sure, Even this lowest level spirit vein, Lu Shuani doesn't even hit the bandwagon to go out, because it's uninsurable. One thought to this. Lu Shuani hurriedly sat on top of that spirit vein. Take a deep breath. Lu Shuani began to try to run the Immortal Ku Mixed Yuan Sutra. Immortal Mixed Sutra. Lu Shuani learned long ago. It just hasn't built a foundation yet. He just didn't practice. And at this point, everything is ready. Lu Shuani then runs straight. But then, Lu Shuani was then somewhat speechless. Because, this Immortal Mixed Sutra, after it's up and running, instead, it was directly dragging the Mad Thunder scripture and running in the other direction. What the fuck is this shit? Lu Shuani was very shocked. Wait, this route, it's the foundation building route. Lu Shuani was stunned. This Immortal Mixed Sutra seemed a bit fierce. Right about this time, Lu Shuani's body suddenly clicked inside. At this moment, his body, the Dantian directly broke open. Lu Shuani instantly returned to his senses. The foundation building thing. Lu Shuani hurriedly took out the mixed bead. According to Ji Suiying, the moment the Dantian broke open, let the foundation building object fall on top of the Dantian and lay the foundation. And after Lu Shuani dropped the mixed yuan pearl into his Dantian, he finally understood why no one had been able to build a foundation with a hybrid pearl before. This shit. When the mixed bead became a foundation building object, the aura he exuded was like a knife, forcibly cutting through every part of his body. Not only that, at this moment, the Mad Thunder scripture under the impetus of the immortal mixed elemental scripture in his body was also functioning like a frenzy. The surrounding aura was even more like seawater pouring into the cup. Who the hell can handle that? Good on. Lu Shuani has a fucking hang up. Boom! When the aura completely surged into Lu Shuani's body, Lu Shuani was directly absorbing like crazy. As for bursting into flames, there is the purple name of Shi Changshin, which is completely non-existent. Shi Changshin's name keeps flashing, and Lu Shuani's body has been steady as a rock. To put it mildly, obviously Lu Shuani is building a foundation. But now, instead, he was getting a bit of nothing to do, because next, he just needed to wait for the mixed bead to slowly transform his body. Lu Shuani, on the other hand, directly ate a few foundation building pills to make this transformation accelerate. Then, Lu Shuani just fell asleep sitting on his plate. Chapter 40, Building the Foundation. Time passed for an unknown amount of time. Anyway, Lu Shuani woke up from his nap. Certainly woke up from a nap. The magnitude of that hybrid bead changing the physique. It's nearing the end. Lu Shuani was instantly energized. He's about to build his foundation. Sure, there doesn't seem to be much that Yu Suni can do. The only thing he had to do now was to run his gongfu with all his might. Boom! Suddenly, the spiritual energy rioted, then frantically swarmed towards Lu Shuani. Lu Shuani also hurriedly collected his mind. At this point, Lu Shuani's body had been completely strengthened by the mixed yuan bead. When the psychic power turned his eyes, that mixed yuan bead began to slowly melt and finally merged into Lu Shuani's body. After the mixed bead was completely integrated into the body, at this point, inside of Lu Shuani, it's like the dawn of time, the original dark world. Now at last the light has met the light. It's like a real Dantian. Lu Shuani was shocked, because the Dantian outside of this foundation building was completely an egg, and after entering the foundation, only then did he realize that the original egg-sized Dantian was nothing more than a door-opening brick for foundation building. When taking this open door brick away, just found out, there's a world down there. When the world is fully opened, the surrounding auras then frantically converge towards this world. It didn't take long. The aura is like rain, constantly converging in this world. It didn't take long. The aura then forms a puddle. But it's such a small puddle. It was also 10 times as much as it had been during the previous period of chi refining cultivation. I can't. There's no more left. After the spiritual energy coalesced into a puddle, Lu Shuani realized that he wouldn't be able to absorb the aura anymore. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in the way. Let the spiritual energy only coalesce into a puddle. It seems that this is the bottleneck. Lu Shuani knew in his heart. Sure, now he was in the middle of a cave. Another foundation building technique. Then it is natural to practice with all one's might. Suddenly, Lu Shuani suddenly felt some pain in his head. Boom! Suddenly, a dull thud exploded in his head. At this time Lu Shuani suddenly realized, time stops around them. Everything is framed. Sure, it's just an illusion. And at this time, Lu Shuani had already opened the Sea of Spirit. This was also the standard for foundation establishment cultivators. Foundation cultivators, able to directly externalize their divine sense. And the divine sense thing, very marvelous. There's a little bit of a hand that looks like it's growing eyes. Divine awareness is very marvelous. After letting go of divine sense, wherever the divine sense passes, all objects that are presented directly to your mind, kind of like projection. You can even zoom in and view it for yourself. Sure, it also automatically looks at what you want to see. For example, the inner parts of those herbs, the roots, even divine sense was able to pass through rocks and dirt without any hindrance. This is really marvelous. Lu Xuanyi was in a good mood, then began to cultivate wholeheartedly. Buzz. The aura was madly absorbed by Lu Xuanyi. Even Lu Xuanyi wanted to break through as soon as possible. Directly opened the blood-burning divine fist for cultivation. Under the augmentation of the blood-burning divine fist, that immortal mixed sutra operated recklessly. Lu Xuanyi's cultivation was climbing upward. Boom! Under such madness, the layer of hindrance within Lu Xuanyi's body was directly broken. At this time, the puddle in his Dantian world also began to expand again. Soon, then a lake was formed. It's the middle stage of foundation establishment. Lu Xuanyi's face reddened. Damn. Continue. Such a blessed land. Although one can still come next time, but the next time, I don't know when. Take advantage of the present, and cultivate to whatever realm one can. Think so. Lu Xuanyi once again cultivated frantically. As the saying goes, there are no years in cultivation. In the twinkling of an eye. Another 6 months. 6 months. Lu Xuanyi once again enlarged the lake tenfold. This should be the late stage of foundation establishment. After reaching the late stage of foundation establishment, Lu Xuanyi stopped practicing, because that barrier at the late stage of foundation establishment, Lu Xuanyi couldn't rush no matter what. Even if they used a top-quality qi-gathering pill and frantically absorbed spiritual qi, it was also completely impossible to break through that barrier. After a few attempts, Lu Xuanyi then did not continue to try. It is really because Lu Xuanyi has no experience. He was afraid that if he forced the mirror to break, something would go wrong again then. This kind of thing, Lu Xuanyi decided to wait until he was out of the secret realm. Check the information properly again. If you can't, ask Ji Suiying, or Qin Xiaoli. Think so. Lu Xuanyi began to frantically harvest the herbs here. Those herbs that were too outrageous, Lu Xuanyi did not take, because it's just too much to take. But those precious grasses, Lu Xuanyi is not spared. Of course, the premise was that Lu Xuanyi directly dumped all those trash herbs that were previously loaded into the storage bag and reloaded them. Dang! Suddenly, a bell tolled between heaven and earth. This is, the time of the secret world is coming. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly set up all the storage bags, and then make a very big mess of myself. When Lu Xuanyi's all done, then a golden light fell on him. Subsequently, Lu Xuanyi then felt a tug. His own body instantly rose into the air. Swish swish swish. Beyond the secret world, there were constantly disciples being teleported out. Ji Suiying's eyes faintly looked at the disciples who were teleported out. In the middle of the secret world, disciples who were able to survive all have opportunities. Nowadays these disciples who have been teleported out, all of them have reached the late qi refining stage. Ji Suiying couldn't help but nod her head. This group of disciples is not bad, but Ji Suiying looked left and right. There was just no sign of the figure she wanted to see. There can't be no live. Suddenly, Ji Suiying looked at a disciple who looked like a beggar. The dirt on his face completely obscured his face, but Ji Suiying saw it at a glance. This man is Lu Xuanyi. Because Lu Xuanyi's eyes always revealed a ghostly light. Ji Suiying laughed, but it didn't come apart. Why? Suddenly, a fiery aura filled the scene. Ji Suiying couldn't help but look sideways. That's Yi Yan. Ji Suiying was somewhat impressed. Although this Yi Yan's spiritual root qualification was inferior, he was also a first-class character among the outer disciples. And now, this Yi Yan's aura was already at the foundation establishment realm. Even his kind of flame. This not only recasts the spiritual root, but also obtains an unimaginable foundation building object? Ji Suiying was a bit nonplussed. She instantly came to Yi Yan's side. Kid, are you willing to worship under my hidden sword peak? I can take in a disciple on behalf of my master. Yi Yan saluted and just wanted to agree. Elder Qingtong also flew over instantly. Yi Yan, if you can worship under me, I can do my best to cultivate you, and even, under my door, there are many female disciples. Ji Suiying said directly at this time. I don't dare to guarantee you anything, but joining my hidden sword peak is more free, and even what other peaks have, my hidden sword peak has, and what other peaks don't have, my hidden sword peak has. Chapter 41. The genius treatment. Yi Yan didn't give it much thought at this time. First, he thanked Elder Qingtong for his kindness. Then he said to Ji Suiying, Senior sister, I am willing to worship the hidden sword peak. Ji Suiying laughed. Good. From today onwards, you are an inner disciple of my hidden sword peak. After saying that, Ji Suiying directly gave Yi Yan a waistplate and a storage bag. In that storage bag, it's not very luxurious, but there are cultivation resources about foundation building, almost too much to use up. Yi Yan could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw this storage bag. Ji Suiying smiled. When you run out, you can directly ask me for it. Hidden Sword Peak has nothing else, and by that time, the cultivation resources, it's enough. Yi Yan was also very energized inwardly. Thank you, senior sister. Ji Suiying nodded. Well, come back to Hidden Sword Peak with me later. Yi Yan nodded his head, but at this moment, Elder Qingting's face was very unsightly. Even the way he looked at Yi Yan carried some killing intent. Sure, he hides it well. On the surface, he also smiled with feigned regret. AI, it's so hard to see a good seedling, but in the end, you snatched it away. Catching suddenly, the grass grew wildly around them. A female disciple, coming out of the secret realm. With each step, rows of green plants began to grow on the ground. This has already metamorphosed into an extremely high-grade spiritual root, and it has yet to build its foundation. Elder Qingting had gotten hot under the collar. No, this disciple, Green Bird Peak, will take it, Qingting said as he looked at Ji Suiying. Ji Suiying smiled slightly. Not coincidentally, Hidden Sword Peak, also want it. Elder Qingtung shook his head. Most of your Hidden Sword Peak cultivates the way of the sword. It's not appropriate for this disciple to be in your Hidden Sword Peak. Besides, you even have a good disciple already. Ji Suiying shook her head. Who would mind having more good disciples under him? Elder Qingting stopped arguing with Ji Suiying. Instead, he looked at the female disciple and said, My Green Bird Peak, I think the little girl should have heard of it. Most of them are wood cultivators. And even the Peak Master is a wood cultivation powerhouse. Girl, believe me, there is no place more suitable for you than Green Bird Peak. The female disciple nodded at this point. I am willing to worship Green Bird Peak. Elder Qingtung laughed. Ha ha ha. Well, old man guarantees that you will never regret choosing Green Bird Peak. Even. Elder Qingting also directly gave the identity plate and storage bag. Out of the blue. It's simply eye-opening. A superb wood magic treasure. An extremely high-quality wood-based clothing. Cultivation resources. Spirit stones. It's almost always blinding. Elder Qingting even gave Ji Suiying a provocative glance. Ji Suiying just smiled. Didn't care. Instead, she looked at Yi Yan. Upon realizing that Yi Yan didn't care either, Ji Suiying's heart became even more free. And at this time, Lu Shuwenyi, obliterated in the midst of the crowd. After realizing no one was paying attention to him, unable to help himself, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sure, now Lu Shuwenyi, simply on a diet. TSK, this kind of bridge, I've only read it in the middle of a novel before, so there really is such a thing. Even when Lu Shuwenyi saw the storage bags they gave to the disciples, there are also those that directly give extreme magic treasures. Lu Shuwenyi is also genuinely envious. Though, he's ridiculously wealthy now. But think distantly of that day you lived before. Damn. The dogs in the cultivation world all shake their heads when they look at it. Lu Shuwenyi was the one who looked at that Yi Yan and that female disciple while being spirited, lamenting all the while. Hey, it's only genius when it grows up, and when it dies halfway, there's nothing left. Even Lu Shuwenyi saw that some of the disciples had already reddened their eyes. There was even a murderous look in his eyes. It's horrible. Lu Shuwenyi's neck shrank. Once again, he took 2 steps back. He's trying to be as marginal as possible right now, all the while meditating internally. I'm just a passerby. But what a coincidence. His shoulders were being held down. Lu Shuwenyi looked back. Nice guy. Ji Suiying. Lu Shuwenyi hurriedly pinched his voice and saluted. Greetings, senior sister Ji. Ji Suiying sneered. Egu, not bad? After a trip to the secret realm, your cultivation has managed to reach the 7th level of qi refining. Lu Shuwenyi hurriedly bowed his head. A fluke. Ji Suiying grunted and laughed at this point. Kid, come with me. Lu Shuwenyi scratched his head. Senior sister, I have a stomachache. Ji Suiying said directly. Then it hurts. Lu Shuwenyi, are you leaving or not? If not, I'm going to have to treat you my way. Ji Suiying looked at Lu Shuwenyi and said with a faint smile. Stop, go, this is coming with you. Subsequently, Lu Shuwenyi followed Ji Suiying away. Come on, it was coming in the same flying boat. Walking. Instead, they split into 2 factions, because this time the secret world. Ji Suiying collected some disciples. Elder Qingting had also gathered some disciples. In the end, all of them had to take their disciples straight back to their peaks. And at this time on the deck of the flying boat, Lu Shuwenyi is all over the place, because Ji Suiying stood in the foremost position on the deck, and Lu Shuwenyi and Ji Suiying stood side by side. Screw the way those disciples look at themselves, full of confusion, disbelief, questioning. There were even people who could tell just by the look in their eyes. The man tried to knife himself. No, sister, is it inappropriate for me to stand side by side with you? Ji Suiying rolled her eyes. Do you know that your status as a third-order alchemist? In Hidden Sword Peak, that's an honorary elder. Lu Shuani? How come I don't know? Ji Suiying, on the other hand, slowly clasped her shoulders. Now we know. Having said that, Ji Suiying also looked at those disciples behind himself. The meaning is also obvious. It's telling those disciples, although Lu Shuani's cultivation is low, but people are third-order alchemists. It's your master. Going forward, you'll want to take the elixir. Lu Shuani, you just can't offend. Sure enough, the words came out. All the disciples were shocked. The eyes that then looked at Lu Shuani were respectful. It wasn't that Lu Shuani hadn't thought about the honorable status of a third-order alchemist, but so honorable, it was the first time he knew. It seems, one's knowledge of the cultivation world was still too shallow, and at that moment Ji Suiying inquired in a low voice, "Tell me what's going on?" Lu Shuani looked at Ji Suiying suspiciously. Ji Suiying's eyes looked at Elder Qingtong, who was already fading away, and once again inquired. He didn't make a move, so that means your previous guess was wrong? Lu Shuani shook his head. That's because he teleported me to a very scary secret realm where I almost died. Ji Suiying instantly understood. So that's how it is. He's doing it stealthily. And you're afraid that you'll suffer for nothing, and you can't say anything without evidence. Speaking of which, Ji Suiying once again looked at Lu Shuani. What kind of ability comes with the mixed yuan bead after it builds its foundation? And the immortal mixed yuan scripture? What exactly is so special about it? Lu Shuani was stunned. Ji Suiying smiled. I sensed that you didn't have a hybrid pearl on you. I guessed. Chapter 42, The Efficacy of Foundation Building Materials. Lu Shuani was somewhat speechless. He was somewhat impressed that this Ji Suiying was so observant. Lu Shuani looked around, finding that no one pays attention to themselves. That's what whispered. The immortal mixing scripture is able to be cultivated. But, how can I put it? That seems to be a supplementary technique. Subsequently, Lu Shuani briefly introduced the Gong Gong ability he was currently practicing. Ji Suiying listened, eyes full of shock. This Gong method of yours? It's very powerful. Lu Shuani? Ji Suiying also explained in a small voice. In fact, if you look at it from the surface, your Gongfu is somewhat mediocre, but if he is able to pull off all the Gongfu and run them, even indefinitely, it would be very terrifying. But I'm not so sure now. If it's really as you said, think about how many orphaned books, remnants, and some nonsensical supreme techniques there are between this heaven and earth. But if your immortal mixing technique really has such an effect, wouldn't that mean that in your eyes, there is no existence of the remnants at all? Hearing Ji Suiying's explanation, Lu Shuani was also shocked, because it seems to make sense. What about your foundation building item? What efficacy did it give you? Lu Shuani scratched his head. I don't know. Ji Suiying? Even the way she looked at Lu Shuani seemed to say, are you teasing me? Lu Shuani was helpless. That hybrid bead changed my body. I feel like I'm extra powerful now. Does that count? Ji Suiying pinched the corners of her eyes. Building the base will wash the tendons and marrow, which everyone goes through. Other than that mixed bead, it really doesn't have the slightest other ability? Lu Shuani felt it carefully, then a somewhat confused shake of the head. It really doesn't seem like it. Ji Suiying rolled her eyes. You're feeling it all wrong. Divine Sense falls into the Dantian and searches for the scriptures left behind in the Dantian by the foundation building thing. Lu Shuani froze, somewhat embarrassed. He then did as he was told. Not much longer. Lu Shuani finally found the scriptures left behind by the mixed yuan bead at the edge of his Dantian. However, after Lu Shuani saw that scripture, couldn't help but blurt out, crap. Ji Suiying hurriedly inquired, what ability? Lu Shuani looked around again. Then he looked at Ji Suiying. This, how can I say? It's not impossible to say it, but what about this thing? He's a little hard to talk about. Even. Stop. Ji Suiying hurriedly interrupted Lu Shuani. My foundation building object at that time was an ancient immortal sword, and the ability he gave me was that with every swing of my own sword, the power of my own swordsmanship increased by a little bit. Jijuing this as an exchange of trust. Lu Shuani finished listening to Ji Suiying's base building ability. There was also shock in his eyes. Senior sister, aren't you a bit off the mark? Ji Suiying's scabbard once again struck Lu Shuani's head. Don't interrupt. Tell me about the abilities that come with your Tsuchikage. Lu Shuani whispered. My foundation building ability is called Dao Hunyan. Ji Suiying? Why don't you expand on the details? Lu Shuani explained again. In fact, you can understand that all of my spells will be mutated. As for the power, it depends on the degree of my spiritual energy consumption. The more spiritual energy consumption, the stronger the power. Furthermore, this is only the first time I've done this, and going forward, with each increase in my strength, my spell mutations will be enhanced again. Ji Suiying looked at Lu Xuanyi with the same dullness. The ability of this foundation building thing of yours is also truly a bit outrageous, coupled with the immortal mixed realm. Speaking of which, Ji Suiying gave Lu Xuanyi a somewhat strange look. TSK, young man, I feel that your path seems to be very broad. Lu Xuanyi was all a little embarrassed by the compliment. Still, Ji Suiying was curious. You cast a simple spell and I'll see. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Then cast a direct fireball spell. Boom, just for a moment. The ban on the flying boat opened directly. Air temperature. It also climbed instantly. Lu Xuanyi didn't expect this result either. He hurriedly put away his fireball spell, and at this moment, Ji Suiying looked at Lu Xuanyi as if she had seen a ghost. You call that a mutation? At this time, those disciples who were on top of the flying boats were all alarmed as well. Ji Suiying waved her hand this time. All go back. Nothing. Hearing Ji Suiying say that, those disciples were then reassured. After all, there was no one in the Green Lotus sect who didn't know Ji Suiying, and Ji Suiying who dismissed the crowd. At this moment, he was looking at Lu Xuanyi in deep thought. Lu Xuanyi's heart was also a bit panicked at this time. The Tao is muddy. The Tao is muddy. My God. At this moment, Ji Suiying finally understood the truth of these words. That's not even called spell mutation on your part, but rather the spells you cast are all infinitely close to the origin. Lu Xuanyi, between heaven and earth, the earliest fire appeared to burn everything, and under the weak fire is the flame we use. Therefore, the Dao Dharma Hanyan is the Dao Dharma that is most advanced to the origin. Of course, your strength is still too weak right now, and the spells you cast, even though they are just running towards the origin of the Dao Dharma, they are also 100,000 miles away from the origin. But even so, the phase is quite terrifying. Lu Xuanyi is numb. Am I that fucking awesome? Ji Suiying was also filled with envy at this time. If you don't die and cultivate until the end, it's hard to imagine what you'll accomplish. Having said that, Ji Suiying grabbed Lu Xuanyi's hand. Xuanyi, you say, how is senior sister treating you? Lu Xuanyi swallowed. Naturally, it's excellent. Ji Suiying licked her pink lips at this moment. Then what do you say? Can senior sister I be trusted? Ji Suiying had this wolf-like look. Engaging Lu Xuanyi is a bit scary. Senior sister, why don't we just say it straight? Ji Suiying nodded. My ability to build a foundation is known only to you and my master. So if senior sister has such trust in you, do you trust senior sister as well? Lu Xuanyi nodded. Then if senior sister encounters difficulties in the future, you can't leave senior sister behind, can you? Lu Xuanyi shook his head. And with great certainty. Naturally not. It's all senior sister's credit that I have such a chance. Ji Suiying nodded. Well then, it just so happens that I have a plan here. Like a thief. Ji Suiying pulled Lu Xuanyi to squat down and whispered. Lu Xuanyi looked back at the disciples and realized that none of the people were observing him. Only then did he ask in a low voice. Sister, say. Ji Suiying nodded. My idea is like this. The things on your body, only you and I know. You don't say to the outside people. After going back, what about? You just feel at ease with the alchemy. The cultivation doesn't need to be hidden so deeply. Just hide one big realm at a time. Of course, when you're at Hidden Sword Peak, I'll train you with all my might, but that's something only the two of us know, and all you have to do is be my back. Chapter 43, The Supreme Oath. I will provide you with everything you need. Techniques, magic weapons, spirit stones, everything. Lu Xuanyi's eyes were a bit odd. Elder sister, are you trying to adopt me? Ji Suiying nodded. You're not wrong if you think so. So, do you agree? Lu Xuanyi didn't rush to agree. Although Ji Su was ostensibly in the Jindan realm. But what is Ji Suiying's real realm? Lu Xuanyi was not aware of it. It's definitely not as simple as Jindan anyway. Backing up a guy like that. Crazy? Besides, you're not short of resources yourself right now. Ji Suiying knew what Lu Xuanyi was thinking. She whispered again. Don't worry. If I train you, it's a blessing you've earned in 8 lifetimes. And, I'm asking you to be my backer. Not to work for me. I was thinking that if there was ever a day when I was about to die from a serious injury, you could come to my rescue. Won't let you get into danger. The word is out. Lu Xuanyi felt that he had no reason to refuse either. And here's the kicker. It was also true that he himself was a bit confused about the path of cultivation going forward. That's fine. But, Lu Xuanyi was somewhat speechless as he looked at Ji Suiying taking out the draft. Why do you have a draft every single time? So I can have the balls. You're pooing me. Ji Suiying froze for a moment. What's a pua? Lu Xuanyi shook his head. Nothing. Ji Suiying looked at Lu Xuanyi at this time. The face changed and changed. Something. She didn't know whether to talk to Lu Xuanyi or not. She did trust Lu Xuanyi, but it's not there yet, and the two of them are pulling out their hearts. Lu Xuanyi also understood the psychology of Ji Suiying at this time. Wave your hands directly. Senior sister doesn't need to talk to me much for now. There are some things that it's not good for me to know. Ji Suiying nodded. He then handed Lu Xuanyi a jade token. Let's make a contract. Said. Ji Suiying also took out a jade tablet. Both signed a kind of contract at the same time. Then he began to use his essence blood to sacrifice the jade token again. Well, the next step is to swear. Then Ji Suiying handed Lu Xuanyi a piece of paper. You say it like it's on there. Lu Xuanyi took the draft paper. Then slowly say the above. I swear to heaven that in the days to come, no matter what position I hold, no matter how poor or lowly I am, I will steadfastly protect Ji Suiying, and that the great Tao is above all, and the way of heaven is right? Lu Xuanyi looked at Ji Suiying wryly. Look at me for what? You go on. Lu Xuanyi swallowed. Yes. Then to the sketchpad again. If there is any violation, let me be either reincarnated or reincarnated, and never be able to personnel. Lu Xuanyi drew a breath of cold air. This oath. It's fucking poisonous. Ji Suiying was also very satisfied at this time. At the same time she pulled out a draft sheet. Ji Suiying. No matter what position I hold in the future, no matter how poor or lowly I am, I will never betray Lu Xuanyi. The great Tao is above. The heavenly Tao is the proof. If there is any violation, no matter whether it is a reincarnation or a reincarnation, it will suffer endless sufferings for eternity. All of them will be betrayed, and they shall not have a good death. Having said that, Ji Suiying put away the draft paper. Okay, follow me next. Lu Xuanyi nodded. One bow to heaven and earth. Lu Xuanyi? Ji Suiying explained. This is a supreme oath and must be solemnized. Lu Xuanyi looked at the table set by Ji Suiying and the incense burner on it. It always felt like something wasn't quite right. Ji Suiying consoled. Trust me, it's an essential process. In worship, both bent over at the same time. 3 worships. The 2 men bent over again. Well, the next step is to wait for the oath to be established. Said. Lu Xuanyi and Ji Suiying looked up at the sky together. Subsequently, an egret flew by. The heavens and the earth are silent. A flock of crows also flew over the heads of Lu Xuanyi and Ji Suiying. Elder sister, is there some program going the wrong way? Ji Suiying once again took out an ancient book. Looked through it. Oh, there's one last step. Come on, come on. Stand still. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Farewell. Ha? Ji Suiying was very serious. Trust me, it's the supreme oath. Then the 2 of them pay their respects to each other. Boom. Finally, there was movement in heaven and earth. Then it was seen above the 9 heavens. The light and color flowed. This was followed by 2 body iron scrolls, which descended from the sky and then landed in the hands of the 2 men. Ha ha, I told you. This is the supreme oath. Look, the book of oaths is out. What is this? This is heaven and earth as proof. Lu Xuanyi was also a bit shocked. I'll go. Cultivation world. Can't really swear. But suddenly, Lu Xuanyi felt something was wrong when he saw what was on it. Wait, elder sister. Look at what's on it. Ji Suiying was a bit puzzled. What happened to the content? Let me see. Her eyes then went to the iron scroll that fell from the sky. Oath of heaven and earth. The great Tao is sensed. The heavenly Tao is witnessed. Heaven and earth are seen and heard. Hereby, the oath is established. Lu Xuanyi, Ji Suiying, the heavenly marriage is established. Characteristic. Ji Suiying, Lu Xuanyi. Ji Suiying was still a bit confused. We're married? Or was it witnessed by heaven? Lu Xuanyi was also a bit confused. Yeah, just out of the blue. Ji Suiying hurriedly took out his book called the Supreme Oath. It says right here. Ah, this oath is the most advanced oath, witnessed by heaven and earth. Lu Xuanyi turned back a page again at this point. It clearly reads, for marriage. The 2 men looked at each other. Then there was a moment of silence, and at this point a group of disciples also look at them come too. The silence is deafening. I don't know how long it's been. Ji Suiying drew her sword directly. He then looked at the group of disciples behind him with a murderous aura. Puff puff puff. All the disciples all knelt down. One was so scared that his face turned white. Senior sister Ji. Don't worry. This matter today. I guarantee that no one will say anything about it. Yes, senior sister. We all know your methods. Wait. Look, senior sister. I'll take the forgetfulness pill. One time. All the disciples took the forgetfulness pill. All then passed out. Ji Suiying was satisfied. Then put away the sword. It's not that I don't want to admit our relationship, but it's not good for you to admit our relationship right now. Lu Xuanyi nodded. I understand. Ji Suiying looked at Lu Xuanyi. It was a little awkward for a while. Give me a break. I'm still having a little trouble taking it in. Give me some time. Lu Xuanyi also nodded again. I understand. Ji Suiying then walked away as if fleeing. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly called out to Ji Suiying. Sister. Ji Suiying froze. What's wrong? Lu Shuani pointed in the other direction. Go the other way. Your room is over there. Ji Suiying blushed. Oh, thanks a lot. Subsequently, Ji Suiying ran all the way into her room. Lu Shuani, on the other hand, looked at the iron scroll in his hand and was silent for a while. Chapter 44, The Need for Training. Nothing happened along the way. Lu Shuani and Ji Suiying quickly returned to the Green Lotus sect, but Elder Aado came back first. Before the clan, it was not encountered. Something about a heavenly marriage. Ji Suiying didn't mention it. Lu Shuani didn't mention it either. It's like, nothing like that has ever happened. Ji Suiying also resumed her usual attitude towards herself, but more or less, it's tainted with a little something special in it. Unspeakable, unspoken, noteworthy. After returning to the Green Lotus sect, Yi Yen had received a lot of attention instead. After all, this one was an outer disciple who had managed to reverse his existence. A group of elders in the sect. That's a lot of compliments and a lot of giveaways. Sure, these things were given to Yi Yen though, but a fool knows that. This is a favor for Hidden Sword Peak. Lu Shuani had entered Hidden Sword Peak for a relatively short period of time. He somewhat did not understand why Hidden Sword Peak was so powerful in the Green Lotus sect. But, none of this has anything to do with yourself. Lu Shuani is still the same Lu Shuani, because of the reason of hiding the cultivation among the outer disciples, very passerby, and Lu Shuani has returned to his life of leisure. Sure, the entire Hidden Sword Peak was still relatively respectful towards Lu Shuani. After all, Lu Shuani was a third-order alchemist from Hidden Sword Peak. Whoever looks at him must bow. As for Lu Shuani himself, on the other hand, they are acting very cordial. Looks like good old boy. And idly, Lu Shuani directly chose to lie flat abruptly. None other. Hidden Sword Peak was not lacking in pills at all right now. As for the spirit stones, there doesn't seem to be a shortage either. Cultivate the words. Lu Shuani still had some headaches. He was now at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. It doesn't fucking lift at all. After coming back, Lu Shuani got someone to go to the hidden scriptures. The result is still no clue. What's going on with this cultivation of mine? Lu Shuani was lying on top of the recliner in some distress. Suddenly, Ji Suiying's figure appeared in front of Lu Shuani's eyes, gave Lu Shuani a fright. Are you always that godawful? Ji Suiying smiled. It can't be helped. Having a high cultivation level means you're able to be godlike. Lu Shuani, elder sister, looking for me? Lu Shuani got up from the recliner. Ji Suiying lay straight down. By the way, he took the spirit fruit on the table and ate it. Sure, Changshin knows it. Lu Shuani nodded. Isn't that the city lord of Kangzhuang City? Ji Suiying nodded. Actually, I've been observing Shi Changshin while you were entering the secret realm. That guy was following our flying boat until you entered the secret realm. Lu Shuani's sweaty hairs stood on end. Is it coming at me? Ji Suiying shook her head. No, technically, it's a punchline. Saying that, Ji Suiying casually took the blood puppet mage's storage bag and threw it on the table. Lu Shuani was silent. Ji Suiying said again. Unfortunately, not long after that, there will be the inner disciple competition of several sects, and I'm going to participate in that as well. Just try not to go out while I'm gone for a while. And there's an even more terrifying thing. That is Shi Changshin's cultivation. It's very likely that he has already entered the Yuaning stage. And after entering the Yuaning stage, his identity is completely different. All in my absence, if that Shi Changshin were to ask the clan for an outer disciple, always wouldn't offend a Yuaning senior for the sake of an outer disciple. Lu Shuani was already starting to sweat. What then? Ji Suiying put the finished kernels on the side table. Then he smiled and said, enter the trial place of Hidden Sword Peak to try out, complete the trial, and be promoted to the inner sect. Lu Shuani shook his head. That's not necessary. Lu Shuani looked at Ji Suiying at this time. Sigh. Letting me become an inner disciple conflicts with our previous agreement. So tell me, does senior sister still have a solution? Ji Suiying snapped his fingers. Brilliant. I've got another one here for once and for all, but I can't just take a shot at it, can I? Saying that, Ji Suiying crushed her fingers at Lu Shuani. That means, you give a little bit of credit. Lu Shuani was speechless. He directly gave Ji Suiying a storage bag. Among them is also the foxfire vine you asked for. Ji Suiying looked at the contents of the storage bag. Spare her the identity of the Hidden Sword Peak's senior sister, and couldn't help but be shocked by what was in it. What exactly did you do in the secret realm? What's with all the goodies? Lu Shuani smiled. Met a little chance. Ji Suiying rolled her eyes. But in the end, she only took the foxfire vine. Everything else, she didn't want. Keep these, and raise your cultivation in a good way. Okay, I'm leaving. Sure, Changshin. I'll take care of it for you. Lu Shuani hurriedly waved his hand. No, don't kill him. Just teach him a lesson so he won't dare to come after me. Ji Suiying froze for a moment. A serious face followed. Xuanyi, in the cultivation world, your kind of kindness, that's foolishness. Lu Xuanyi was a little embarrassed. Alright. Ji Suiying looked at Lu Xuanyi with that hard look on her face, unable to stop shaking his head. You should know that if you fall into Shi Changxin's hands, he won't show you any mercy. In the future, this kind of kindness of yours, put it away, or sooner or later something will happen to you. Lu Xuanyi saluted. I know, sister. Actually, Lu Xuanyi felt a little sorry inside. He's not being kind. That's because this Shi Changxin's name on the golden scroll of the Great Tao was pink. It's really too bad for such an enemy to die. But this kind of thing, it's not like Lu Xuanyi can say anything. All he could do was beg inside. Then Shi Changxin, run as fast as you can. But when Ji Suiying just wanted to leave, Lu Xuanyi hurriedly stopped Ji Suiying. Senior sister, stay back. Ji Suiying looked at Lu Xuanyi with a puzzled expression. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly told him about his cultivation being stuck at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. Ji Suiying listened. First, he was shocked at Lu Xuanyi's speed in raising his cultivation. Laughter ensued. The reason why your cultivation cannot be raised is because you are raising your cultivation too rapidly. Lack of precipitation, lack of experience, and a false foundation. If you want to continue to break through, you still need to practice. Lu Xuanyi scratched his head. There's no way I'm rooting around. Ji Suiying shook her head. Root deficiency and root instability are two concepts. Root instability is when the foundation is being built. The foundation is damaged. And the further one cultivates, the greater the hidden dangers will be. The root is weak because you are cultivating too fast. Just like loading grain. It seems to be full. In fact, if you mention it again and settle down, you will realize that there is still in loading half a bag. That's what's happening to you right now. Of course, it's fine if you don't go to practice. Cultivate your body daily, and over time, your cultivation will settle down. It's just that the time is slower. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Many thanks to senior sister for explaining. Ji Suiying nodded. Go away. Chapter 45, Chen Xiaoli's invitation. Another year has passed in the blink of an eye. This is the day spring begins. Lu Xuanyi is watering the flowers he planted 1 year ago. Ji Suiying then left. It said that this clan competition was held at the illusory moon palace. Almost all of the inner disciples of Hidden Sword Peak were out in force. Lu Xuanyi, on the other hand, is on a daily regimen. Leisurely. Also listen to the short report from the side of the illusory moon palace. Whoever, the cultivation is very good. A few moves to defeat the enemy. What other total? There's a dark horse. A ride. Listen to the outer disciples. Lu Xuanyi all felt very wonderful. Now Lu Xuanyi had some regrets. I should have known to check it out myself. But what shocked Lu Xuanyi the most was Ji Suiying. AI. Senior sister Ji Suiying is still so invincible. Every time she goes on stage, she barely puts up a fight before the other party admits defeat. This you don't know. It's not that senior sister doesn't make a move. It's that senior sister's aura directly prevents the other party from making a move. AI. Senior sister Ji's light. It's too dazzling. To be born in the same era as senior sister Ji. It's really a sorrow for those geniuses. Lu Xuanyi also nodded his head with great approval. By the way, you guys, what realm is this senior sister Ji in? Is it really Jean Dan? The crowd was instantly drawn to the topic, and Lu Xuanyi sat under the big tree as if he were a passerby, listening to the group bullshit. But in the end, looking at these idle disciples, they were about to fight over Ji Suiying's realm. Lu Xuanyi hurried to get his feet wet. Keep going out far. Lu Xuanyi then shook his head. It's not worth fighting over someone else. Saying that, Lu Xuanyi once again walked towards his residence. But, to his own doorstep, Lu Xuanyi met a rare acquaintance. Chen Xiaoli. Lu Xuanyi hurried over. Senior sister Chen, what are you doing? Chen Xiaoli hurriedly took Lu Xuanyi's hand. Hurry and pull Lu Xuanyi into the courtyard. Left rear looking at no one. The door to the room closed with a bang. You are? Lu Xuanyi was a bit confused. Chen Yan, on the other hand, was very serious. Senior brother, do you want to play a big game? Lu Xuanyi? Chen Xiaoli took out a piece of mutilated map at this time. Look at this. Lu Xuanyi took the map and looked at it. This map of the immortal cultivation world is like a landscape painting. Lu Xuanyi was a little hard to read. Know what this is? Lu Xuanyi said tentatively. A map? Chen Xiaoli looked serious. Do you know where the map is? Lu Xuanyi shook his head. The map of oblivion. Lu Xuanyi's face was calm. Chen Xiaoli said again this time. For this clan competition, the top 100 disciples will be allowed to enter the secret realm of forgetfulness. In order to enter the secret realm, it requires several sex elder level figures to jointly cast secret spells in order to open the secret realm. Speaking of which, Chen Xiaoli was already a bit agitated. But now that we have obtained the map of this forgotten river mysterious realm, do you know what that means? Lu Xuanyi also woke up with a jolt. Meaning, we can also enter the secret realm of forgetfulness? Chen Xiaoli nodded her head. That's right. We don't need to take the test to be able to enter the forgetfulness secret realm, because on this map, there is a hidden exit to the forgetfulness secret realm. Moreover, I've confirmed over and over again that the cave entrance is real, and that entering it is indeed the secret realm of forgetfulness. So, senior, let's make a big one. Lu Xuanyi was just about to say, is it reliable? But once you think about Chen Xiaoli's cautious nature, it feels like there's no need to ask, because of the unreliable thing. Chen Xiaoli won't do it. But, why did senior sister invite me? Chen Xiaoli sighed. The others? I don't trust much. As for choosing you, it's also because I've been observing you for half a year before I felt you were trustworthy, and it just so happens that the two of us know each other as well. Lu Xuanyi was stunned. You've been watching me for 6 months? Chen Xiaoli nodded. What about my shower? Chen Xiaoli was somewhat speechless. Don't you always use the cleansing technique? Oh, that's true. Chen Xiaoli then waved her hand. Okay, fuck it or not. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Fuck. But wait. Saying that, Lu Xuanyi directly took thousands of storage bags. These can be expensive to buy. Ji Suiying was also a bit confused at this point, even a little skeptical. What are you doing preparing so many storage bags for nothing? Lu Xuanyi coughed. So what? You know I'm very efficient at alchemy. These are ready to hold pills. This explanation. It makes perfect sense. After all, Lu Xuanyi was really alchemizing pills very efficiently. The entire warehouse of Hidden Sword Peak was still full of pills that Lu Xuanyi had refined. Okay, let's sneak out. Lu Xuanyi stopped Chen Xiaoli again. Is there a stand-in? Chen Xiaoli hemmed and hawed. Surely they are of the same mold. Then, Lu Xuanyi then saw a mannequin that looked exactly like himself, placed at the head of the retreat room. Lu Xuanyi even pinched it. I'll be damned. It's resilient. Lu Xuanyi was dumbfounded. He even groped the rest of the place again. Instantly the eyes became a little misty. For her part, Chen Xiaoli acted as if nothing had happened. Isn't the craftsmanship pretty good? Lu Xuanyi whispered at this time. Why don't you give me a few more? Chen Xiaoli shook her head. Don't think about it. You think this thing is a cabbage? Split a strand of your divine soul into it, and this mannequin will be of the same mind, even the same perspective, as you. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Then do as you're told. After a strand of his own divine soul entered the brow of that mannequin, a very magical scene appeared. Lu Xuanyi sees himself through the mannequin. Even the cultivation of this mannequin could be adjusted at will by himself. Elder sister, this thing of yours, it's a bit overwhelming. Chen Xiaoli nodded. After all, this is also, not to mention this, but this mannequin can be given to you. But the things in the secret realm of forgetfulness. I7, you 3. Lu Xuanyi was speechless. With all the stuff in the secret realm, it needs to be divided like this? Chen Xiaoli thought about it. Rather think so. Okay then, let's go. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Sure, Changxin has been living a very nourishing life lately. Though, when he had endured the evaporation of blood, his roots were unstable and his spirit was tormented. But, he did look for the cultivation method of the blood demon technique. Nowadays, not only was he able to cultivate the blood demon technique to the 7th layer, but he was even able to refine the bloodline of an ancient great demon because he kept refining it. He had even obtained a trace of the divine ability of an ancient great demon. It's not just that, he also entered the Yuaning as a result. Even, he was also a Yuaning cultivator whose flesh was powerful to the extreme. That knife and gun feeling, it was a blast. Nowadays, sure Changxin is swell. You're sure? That heavenly evil demon seed is in Ji Suiying's body? The crow on Sure Changxin's shoulder nodded. There can be no mistake. It's on him. Sure Changxin's eyes were filled with disdain. A mere Jin Dan. I'll suppress it with my hand. Where is she? Raven's eyes looked to a distant peak. Sure Changxin's figure instantly disappeared. I'll be right there. Raven opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, nothing was said and flapped his wings to escape in an instant. Chapter 46, that's it? Ji Suiying sat cross-legged on top of the mountains. She placed her long sword on her lap and looked at the sea of clouds in the mountains with a sad face. Ji Suiying was thinking about something in her mind. This world, is it still the original world or not? In the last life, I have not seen Lu Xuanyi, but Lu Xuanyi's performance can't be silent. Suddenly, Ji Suiying was a little taken aback. If he hadn't discovered something special about Lu Xuanyi, even everywhere he tried to pull Lu Xuanyi to the stage, presumably, no one would care about a miscellaneous disciple, and Lu Xuanyi, naturally, will be hidden to the point where no one knows. But there is one thing, Ji Suiying was always a bit confused. According to this talent of Lu Xuanyi, when the whole continent fell in the last life, And there's no way he's not there either. As the saying goes, when the nest is tipped, nothing is left intact. Even if Lu Xuanyi was no longer hidden, under that kind of chaotic world, it was impossible for him not to make a move. Could it be that, before the calamity came, he had already ascended? The more Ji Suiying thought about it, the more likely she felt it was. Sure, that wasn't the biggest headache for Ji Suiying. Discovered a Lu Xuanyi and became his own bottom. It's something to be happy about. The one thing that makes Ji Suiying feel a little out of control these days, that was this trip to the illusory moon palace. If you follow the memories of your past life, this time, the prizes for the head koi of the illusory moon palace should be the star clothes and the fruit of long life. But now it's changed. It turned into the 9-degree sword and the fruit of God cleansing. The latter, though, are of a higher grade than the first two. But this also presents a very uncontrollable thing. That is, the world has become strange. It was no longer the world she remembered. The thing that made Ji Suiying a bit terrified was, originally there was a rusty sword stuck here. It was actually an immortal sword that had fallen from the immortal world to the mortal world. Not only was that immortal sword a superb immortal weapon, there was also a sword Dao inheritance in it. Well, although the sword inheritance itself has been there for a long time, but now all that was left on the ground was a hole left by a long sword. That immortal sword. Negative. Ji Suiying frowned. There are two possibilities. Perhaps I came back from the river of time and touched the avenue of time, therefore, creating a deflection. And the other. Ji Suiying couldn't help but feel a little flustered inside. In his previous life, Ji Suiying, as a top celestial pride, had nearly killed through his enemies with that immortal weapon. If one of his own people also had the same memories that he had brought back with him, across the long river of time, he would never have moved the sword. Ji Suiying thought, make your own contribution, worthy of being honored by the world. For the sake of that respect, it's unlikely that anyone will come and move the sword first, but if it is an enemy, then this whole thing is a bit of a pain in the ass, because the whereabouts of the immortal sword are unknown. If it does fall into the hands of the enemy, then the future of this heaven and earth will be the end. Ji Suiying thought, this matter must be properly investigated. Think so. Ji Suiying got up, but she had just gotten up on her side. Shi Changxin's figure then instantly appeared in front of her. Ji Suiying, bring the blood puppet mage's storage bag and this seat can spare you from death, said. Shi Changxin looked at Ji Suiying even more contemptuously. Ji Suiying looked at this Shi Changxin who was so rampant. It also felt funny all of a sudden. Oh, and what if I don't give it? Shi Changxin Yuanning's aura directly crushed towards Ji Suiying. Then die, Shi Changxin said. But immediately after, Shi Changxin then widened his eyes. How is this? How is this possible? Shi Changxin couldn't believe it, because Ji Suiying was under the pressure of his Yuanning. Nothing. Ji Suiying even tapped her finger on the hilt of her own sword and frowned. That's it? Shi Changxin said nothing. The figure instantly appeared in front of Ji Suiying. At the same time, a fist blasted towards Ji Suiying's head. That punch, Shi Changxin was confident, because he was invincible in the flesh. That punch, even if you can't beat Ji Suiying, but it could definitely take half his life. But the next second, Shi Changxin was shocked. It was because Ji Suiying had only lifted her longsword single-handedly. Shi Changxin punched above the hilt of the sword. Boom! A rebound force blasted out. Shi Changxin's body instantly flew backwards and ended up violently set on a distant mountain. Shi Changxin couldn't care less about what injuries were on his body right now. He began to frantically run his blood, driving his body, frantically fleeing. Ji Suiying snorted coldly. You think you can escape? Ji Suiying grabbed the hilt of the sword with one hand. The long sword was not sheathed and slashed violently towards Shi Changxin. A terrifying sword chi arrived almost instantly. In the blink of an eye it was about to slice through Shi Changxin's body. Shi Changxin's body instantly became two halves. Ooh yo! I can't believe I'm not dead. Ji Suiying hesitated. Finally the other hand, pressed down on top of the scabbard. He's ready to draw his sword. Just then, Elder Qingting's figure appeared just in front of Ji Suiying. Elder Qingting wore a smile on his face. When did you make Master Suiying's nephew so angry? Speak to me. I'll take care of it for you. Ji Suiying looked deeply at Elder Qingting. Let go of the hand that was pressed on top of the scabbard. It's okay, go back. After saying that, Ji Suiying's body took off into the air. Elder Qingting's head was covered in cold sweat. When Ji Suiying did leave, Elder Qingting's body disappeared with him. At this time a mountain forest. A raven is constantly searching. Finally, the raven found its target. Instant landing. Eventually, the raven landed on top of a boulder, watching a mass of blood writhing and twisting, eventually re-emerged as a human being. That was none other than Shi Changxin. It's just the Shi Changxin of today. It was like a little doll that had just turned 1 month old. The raven laughed out loud. Aren't you invincible? Ha ha ha, now you've been given a sword and almost had your yuaning chopped off. Shi Changxin was not sad at this time. Although I was decapitated this time, I found that I was able to remake my roots. Raven also stared momentarily. What kind of weirdness did he inadvertently get himself into? Raven was somewhat silent, and Shi Changxin's body began to grow once again. But the price is, surrounded by beasts, one by one, they were drained of blood. Well, it's already back to the peak of Foundation establishment. Raven was utterly shocked. If an ordinary person was decapitated, it would take several years to remake their flesh. To restore cultivation, it would take at least 10 years to start. Mei Shi Chang Xin, half a day short. Then he recovered to the peak of Foundation establishment. This kid, the demon, is a bit off the wall. Shi Changxin suddenly had greedy eyes. I see overwhelming deliciousness, said. Shi Changxin even sniffed the air. What sweet-smelling blood, said. Shi Changxin's mouth watered. Raven followed Shi Changxin's eyes. A man and a woman were found. Both of them were qi-refining molecules. Sweet-smelling blood from these two, you say? Raven asked with some uncertainty. Shi Changxin shook his head. That guy is mediocre. But that girl, that's sweet-smelling. TSK 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 TSK. No way. I'm going to swallow her. Having said that, Shi Changxin once again charged towards the two. The crows didn't run away this time. After all, there was no need to run away when killing two qi-refining griffins was just a matter of killing two qi-refining griffins. Lu Xuanyi and Chen Xiaoli after some disguises. The purpose was clear towards the secret realm of forgetfulness. Everything was going fine. But suddenly, Shi Changxin's name began to flash on the golden scroll of the Great Tao in Lu Xuanyi's mind. What does that mean? Lu Xuanyi stopped in his tracks. Chen Xiaoli, who was always observing Lu Xuanyi, instantly noticed Lu Xuanyi's movements. What's wrong? Lu Xuanyi frowned. Be careful. I have a bad feeling about this. Chen Xiaoli instantly took out her shield, plastered her body with defensive talismans, and even wore an all-over defensive magic treasure. Chapter 47, Are You a Turtle? Dang, Chen Xiaoli's defense magic weapon had just been placed over her body. Then it came under attack. The heaviness of the force. It directly made even Chen Xiaoli take 3 steps back. Lu Xuanyi was a bit surprised. How powerful Chen Xiaoli's defense spells were. He didn't know, but he knew. Chen Xiaoli had many defense spells. There are even talismanic seals to add to it. But even so, it still made Chen Xiaoli take 3 steps back. How strong was this person who attacked him? However, when Lu Xuanyi saw the current Shi Changxin, that was even more goofy. This is Shi Changxin? How come he's so short now? Lu Xuanyi inwardly issued a question. What made Lu Xuanyi even more puzzled was the other party's realm. How come you're only at the peak of Foundation establishment? Could it be that this guy was beaten up by Ji Suiying? Lu Xuanyi had a rough guess inside. At this moment, Shi Changxin was even more shocked. Although his current cultivation level was only just recovered to the peak of Foundation establishment, but his means of attack, those were actual Jindan means. He's such a means to an end. Surprisingly, none of them had broken through the woman's defense? What's going on in the world? Are all qi-refining cultivators so terrifying now? I still don't believe it today. I can't break through your defense. Having said that, Shi Changxin once again erupted his mana and blasted punch after punch towards Chen Xiaoli. Chen Xiaoli wasn't alarmed either. Not only did she activate 3 shield spells that surrounded her body, even to be on the safe side. Again, he took out a large bell and enveloped himself. Knock, knock, knock. Shi Changxin frantically attacked, but whatever means he uses. But in the end, still unable to break through Chen Xiaoli's defense. Eventually, Shi Changxin attacked for half an hour. The surrounding trees were shattered, but Chen Xiaoli remains unharmed. Shi Changxin wanted to vomit blood. You girl, are you a turtle? Chen Xiaoli looked at Shi Chang Xian with a serious face. I have no grudge against your excellency. Why did you suddenly attack me? Shi Changxin licked his lips. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the fact that your blood smells so good. Chen Xiaoli took a deep breath. At this moment, she looked at Lu Xuanyi. You should leave quickly. Against a guy like this, I only have a 90% chance of winning. Lu Xuanyi. Nice guy. 90% chance of winning. You fucking expression. A big kind of no chance of winning. Lu Xuanyi hesitated slightly, but still shook his head. Elder sister. Step back. Leave this one to me. Chen Xiaoli glanced at Shi Chang Xian. Another glance at Lu Xuanyi. A final nod. Okay then. I'll meet you in front of the dome. Having said that, Chen Xiaoli made a recluse and directly disappeared. Lu Xuanyi is numb. No, you're still this way? According to the direction of the drama, shouldn't they be pulling each other at this point? And, What made Lu Xuanyi speechless? Chen Xiaoli is you? Jiadan power. It's not. You conjugate to hit the foundation building cultivator. How do you figure that the odds are only 90%? None of that matters. Though, there is no one around today. Lu Xuanyi wanted to see it too. How many pounds are you now? Lu Xuanyi, who had been completely disguised at this point, looked at Shi Changxin in a very domineering manner. Come on, kid, let this big man teach you what it means to be. Today, Lu Xuanyi hadn't finished speaking. It was then that Shi Changxin directly rode his sword and chased towards Chen Xiaoli. Since the beginning, that Shi Changxin had looked at Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but scratch his head. Good man. Feelings? I said that half a day for nothing. Sure, Lu Xuanyi is still going after them, because he was afraid of that Shi Changxin. Don't be killed by Chen Xiaoli at that time. Actually, Lu Xuanyi was not worried about it. He had just arrived at the battlefield. Shi Changxin was seen trapped in the middle of a formation by Chen Xiaoli. Subsequently, Chen Xiaoli directly clinched 12 large tripods, blasting Shi Changxin one by one. Touch, touch, touch. Shi Changxin was hit by Chen Xiaoli's 12 great cauldron blasts and kept coughing up blood. The already short body was now even shorter. Shi Changxin's mind collapsed. Can't beat Ji Suiying, he confessed. Originally, it just wanted to devour the blood of a chi refining griffin. Available results. This guy placed the pig in a poke. Give yourself a beating that you can't even live with. The scariest thing is, he also managed to escape from death at the hands of Ji Suiying. But meet this bitch. He felt like he might die here today, because this woman is so mean. The heaven-sealing Jedi formation was set up. He himself is now at the end of his tether. There's also the space blockade array. Okay, now he couldn't escape by whatever means. Damn it, am I going to die here today? Shi Changxin was a bit reluctant, but, it has to be said, Shi Changxin's luck is really good. That crow in the distance, seeing that the situation is not right, he rushed to the rescue. That crow directly ignored Chen Xiaoli's formation. After rushing in, his claws grabbed Shi Changxin's hair and disappeared in an instant. Buzz. At this time, Chen Xiaoli also put away her own magic weapons and formation flags. Looking at Lu Xuanyi, who was slowly coming with his sword, he said, "Look, this is a 10% variance, a mere 10%, and a failure to accomplish anything." Lu Xuanyi was somewhat silent. Let's hurry. The commotion just now has already attracted the attention of others. If we don't leave, we'll be in trouble. Lu Xuanyi nodded. The two then looked like they were fleeing. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time a cave was in the middle of a mountain. Shi Changxin hugged his knees and sat at the innermost part of the cave. The look was a bit of a trance. The mind is a bit broken. He went through 2 successive lives and deaths. A crushed. The other game, still crushed. And it's still the kind of thing where you're crushed without a fight. Nowadays, Shi Changxin was already close to collapsing his Taoist heart. Crow exhortation. Ji Suiying was originally as the protagonist of this era. There are many people with more demonic qualifications than you and more powerful than you, but none of them were able to make Ji Suiying draw her sword. And you, who almost made Ji Suiying draw her sword, you're already proud enough of yourself. Shi Changxin looked at the crow blankly. Yes? Raven nodded. That's not true. Go ask those present-day heavenly prides. How many of them can support 3 moves in Ji Suiying's hands? Not to mention 3 moves. Not even 2 moves. You were at least 2 moves. Even Ji Suiying almost drew her sword. Shi Changxin's eyes regained some of their luster. Hearing you say that makes sense to me. It's the woman with the turtle shell I met, who also took advantage of the fact that I hadn't yet regained my cultivation to crush me with my realm. Raven nodded. That's right. You realize that you're playing some high-end games. Shi Changxin instantly regained his fighting spirit. You're right. Moreover, now that I'm able to reshape my roots, I can even feel that when I completely reshape my physical body, my cultivation, I'll be able to go even further. Raven nodded again. That's right. So buck up. Suddenly, Shi Changxin's gaze was somewhat cold as he looked at a person standing outside the cave. It was the refining mole cricket that followed the turtle shell woman. And at this time, Lu Xuanyi. On the other hand, he was carrying a 1.5 meter large sword. Slowly, he walked in from the middle of the cave. Oh, found you. The mayor was furious. You, a mole cricket of chi refining, dare to provoke me? Wait. Shi Changxin suddenly looked at the crow on his shoulder and asked, is that turtle woman around? Raven shook her head. No, he's alone. Shi Changxin was furious. Kid, I'm going to get you killed today. Shi Changxin's figure arrived in an instant, and then his fist even blasted towards Lu Xuanyi's chest. Bang, a muffled sound. Lu Xuanyi didn't even dodge or resist. You, this. Shi Changxin looked at Lu Xuanyi in stupefaction. What the hell is going on here? Is this really just a cultivator at the 9th level of chi refining? Lu Xuanyi, on the other hand, sighed. You really are weak and disappoint me. But step aside. I'm not here for you. Having said that, Lu Shuani quickly reached out and grabbed the crow on Shi Changshin's shoulder. Ga ga ga. The crow's cawed. Lu Shuani, on the other hand, revealed a cruel smile. Chapter 48 Pink Medium. The reason why Lu Shuani promised Chen Xiaoli to come to the secret realm of forgetfulness. On the one hand, it's to sharpen up a bit, strive for an early breakthrough in your cultivation, and on the other hand, instead, they scout out some enemies to use as their own expendables. After all, as one's cultivation grows higher, the demand for consumables, too, is growing, at least, himself in the next step of practicing the kung fu. If not for the fact that there are purple quality enemies, just those green, blue quality enemies, I'm afraid that I'm going to lose one of my own blood-burning divine fists. Even if Shi Changshin was a purple quality, when he first built his own foundation, Shi Changshin's name can all but disappear. If Shi Changshin hadn't had a great chance. So, Lu Shuani felt like he was running out of enemies. Have to get out and find some stock. This crow in his hand was actually able to take Shi Changshin away without God realizing it. That means, this crow's true strength was feared to be very terrifying. And this crow in front of me, I'm afraid it's just a stand-in. Sure, it doesn't matter if you're subbing for a substitute. Because, the strong have their dignity, even if it's a double. If he's killed by himself, I'm afraid I feel I've insulted him too. Then he must have a murderous intent on himself. Just get up and kill yourself. That's right, because Lu Shuani studied it. But anyone who has a murderous intent against himself will have his name written down in the golden scroll of the great Tao. Put. Lu Shuani directly broke the crow's wings. Gaga. Grills, you seek death. Lu Shuani laughed. A slap on this crow's head followed, because the four saw too much. Raven's neck snapped right off. The raven's head hung low, blood still bubbling from its beak. Kid, no matter who you are, I will make sure you die without a burial place. And Lu Shuani was cool at this point. When the great golden scroll vibrates, the golden brush fell again. A person's name was quickly written on top of the gold scroll. Narasun. Medium, pink. Lu Shuani instantly laughed. Smooth and profitable. Original. Lu Shuani's disguise is a bit more rugged. Laughing out loud like that nowadays. Live like a madman. Ding right about this time. Shi Changshin directly took out a dagger and stabbed him towards Lu Shuani's belly. It's just awkward. The dagger and Lu Shuani's body had a kind of metallic clash. Shi Changshin swallowed. Well, would you believe me if I said my hand slipped? Lu Shuani slapped City Shi Changshin in the face. Shi Changshin was directly slapped against the rock wall. Lu Shuani then held Shi Changshin down again. I was thinking of keeping you Tian alive, but now it seems that there is no need for that. Lu Shuani finished. Straight away, he grabbed Shi Changshin by the neck and lifted him up. Shi Changshin is trying to fight it off, but he realized it when he was choked by Lu Shuani. Own mana today. Surprisingly, it was running a bit still. You, what did you do to me? Shi Changshin asked in horror. Lu Shuani didn't explain. Instead, he slowly tightened the force in his hands. For this kind of taking a city of people and refining blood pills, Lu Shuani really hated to kill him now. But, there's no rush. Even if this guy died, it had to be by squeezing all the value out of himself before he died. Brush up on. Right about this time, countless vines extended from outside the cave towards the inside. Also, that cane was fast. Almost in the twinkling of an eye. Just snatched Shi Changshin from Lu Shuani's hands. Grab and go. Barely stayed. Lu Shuani didn't go after it. Instead, he quietly looked in the direction Shi Changshin had left. It seems that I need to learn a burning instinct original spirit divine ability or spell. Well, the second order spells of foundation establishment need to be studied as well. Lu Shuani had his hands behind his back. Go straight to meet up with Chen Xiaoli. Coming? When Lu Shuani saw Chen Xiaoli was holding a compass and a lance, surveying the terrain, even swinging the formation every now and then. For this kind of formation maker, Lu Shuani was a little envious. Actually, at first, he also wanted to learn about formations. But take a look at the formation. What the art of circumference, with the 4 elephants, the 2 instruments, yin and yang, the combination of the two, and then follow the combination out of the number, in order to run the gong method properly. Anyway, dabbling in digital stuff, Lu Shuani was looking at it with a headache. So there's no more studying. Truly, allergic to numbers except for money. Don't learn formations if you're not good at math anyway. It's torture. It was just that although Chen Xiaoli was setting up the formation, but also chatting with Lu Shuani. Although I'm not sure if the nonsense that elder sister sometimes says is true or not. I have seen elder sister wandering alone many times. Every day in the mouth is not. What in the future if those people really come, and then such as to resist? Even if we are lucky enough to defeat it, what happens after that? the spirit veins are severed, and the vitality of heaven and earth is lost. End times. Lu Xuanyi frowned. How long has this situation, senior sister G, been occurring? Chen Xiaoli thought about it. Shake your head at the end. Not really, I only heard it by chance. But this returning Moon Palace sect competition, I instead feel that senior sister's words could be true. Lu Xuanyi looked down at the row of ants on the ground, grabbed a branch and drew a circle for those ants, watching that swarm of ants at the edge of the circle in a constant trial and error, while asking, why do you say that? Chen Xiaoli inserted the last formation flag in her hand, then pounded his shoulder. Actually, the clan competition only opens once in 100 years, but this time, it opens in less than 30 years. Speaking of which, Chen Xiaoli once again looked at the compass in her hand, reconfirming the accuracy of the direction they were in. Even got out a map to compare it to. You said that these big clans simultaneously changed the clan competition unannounced, and even this time, there are more inner disciples in the clan competition than ever before. And I heard that the number of quotas is more than 10 times that of previous years. Is there something fishy going on here? If you connect the dots, think again about what senior sister G said, then everything seems to make sense. Lu Xuanyi was somewhat speechless at this point. He sort of realized something. This Nima, the times that travelers travel through, either that, or it's the golden age, where geniuses fight just to walk that path to empire. Either that or the world has a calamity and is moving to destroy a continent and a world. Lu Xuanyi rubbed his face. Is it possible? You're overthinking it. Chen Xiaoli put away her compass and map, cocking his head at Lu Xuanyi. Meaning, it's good to go. Lu Xuanyi walked directly to Chen Xiaoli's side. Chen Xiaoli directly pinched the spell with both hands. Click 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 click. The formation lit up as if gears were turning. Lu Xuanyi and Chen Xiaoli were then wrapped in two masses of light. Follow closely. Lu Xuanyi then felt a sense of weightlessness. The two of them figure. It also instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 49. When the light reappeared, Lu Xuanyi opened his eyes. Then he saw a scene that looked like a fairyland. This is the secret realm of forgetfulness? Lu Xuanyi was a bit surprised. The original secret realm of forgetfulness that he thought would be filled with flowers on the other side of the river. Will it be full of skeletons and stuff everywhere? But as it turned out, the place was a little different from what he thought it would be. Chen Xiaoli was fully armed by now. From head to toe, it was wrapped tightly in spells. Well, the feeling given to Lu Xuanyi was that this Chen Xiaoli had put a mech on herself. Cultivation mecha. Chen Xiaoli not only armed herself to look impersonal, even the voice was a little vicissitude. Chen Xiaoli handed Lu Xuanyi a token. This is the return token. You have to keep it. We don't have much time. This return token will automatically teleport after 3 days and will be without any traces. Take advantage of these 3 days to scavenge. And I've carefully thought about it. Senior sister G is by far the #1 person in the younger generation. Her words, although they are a bit illogical, we need to prepare in advance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ventured to the secret realm. But finish. Chen Xiaoli once again gave Lu Xuanyi a map, and willed. In reality, we only have 1 day to collect the treasures because the biggest treasure is here. Chen Xiaoli pointed to a point on the map. Lu Xuanyi looked alone. On that, it seemed to be painted a palace. Every generation of heavenly pride, after coming to the Forgotten River mysterious realm, their purpose is this Forgotten River divine hall. I've heard there's something unimaginable inside, but I know the secret door. It takes 2 people to touch the mechanism at the same time. That's the purpose of our trip. This time tomorrow, we'll meet here. Let's go. When Chen Xiaoli finished, she was not stopping for a moment. Instantly, he rose into the air, and Lu Xuanyi didn't say much. Along the way, whatever treasures you come across, scavenge them all. Anyway, this time, Lu Xuanyi brought enough storage bags. Well, the tree seems nice too. Hey, this grass is not bad. It seems to contain a large amount of spiritual qi, and it seems to be of great benefit to demonic beasts. I'll go. This soil seems to be good as well. It seems to be very beneficial for cultivating spiritual plants. Subsequently, Lu Xuanyi turned on the carpet action straight away. Wherever it passes, an inch of grass grows, even digging into the ground. Half a day has passed. Lu Xuanyi finally stopped what he was doing, because Lu Xuanyi has been unconsciously in the middle, gathering up the secret realm of forgetfulness and baldness. Look at the barren land behind you. Lu Xuanyi was a little embarrassed. Or maybe it's better to save some for those people out there. Can be simultaneous. Lu Xuanyi then thought, the secret realm is worthy of being a secret realm. This Nima, a mountain and a rock, all seem to help with cultivation. Although this oblivion mystic realm was no match for the center of that desert, but it's not bad. Sure, next time. Lu Xuanyi, on the other hand, is selective in what he collects. The weeds in the middle of the secret area will not be collected. the dirt is all one and the same, and it's off the table for now. But all the herbs, no matter what the grade, not a single one left. After all, what Xiao Lichen said, Lu Shuani felt unreliable though, but it's still a precautionary measure. Can overcharge, just charge more. It's just a shame. Originally, Lu Shuani wanted to dig up all the mountains here. Negotiable. The present-day self does not have any ability to move mountains. Forget it, the secret realm is still there. You have plenty of time for yourself down the road. Think so. Lu Shuani while collecting herbs, while rushing towards the side of the Forgotten Gods Temple. Finally, in the early morning of the next day, Lu Shuani then saw Qin Xiaoli who was waiting for him early. It's just the way Qin Xiaoli looks at Lu Shuani. Very odd. You, a little tough, Qin Xiaoli said. Lu Shuani looked at the flat river behind Qin Xiaoli, somewhat speechless. He looked at Qin Xiaoli. Senior sister, are you saying the opposite? You've moved mountains, and you're saying I'm a bit ruthless? Qin Xiaoli coughed. These mountains and rocks, they are all materials for refining weapons and refining formations. So moving them away is just as good as moving them away. As long as the secret realm is still there, the mountains, after all, will still appear. It's just that I didn't expect you to dig in. Lu Shuani waved his hand. Calm down. I'm just getting some dirt too. Qin Xiaoli thought about it. The soil of the secret realm of forgetfulness is indeed worth studying. Having said that, a small tripod flew out of Qin Xiaoli's hand. The small tripod flew into the air and instantly became larger. Then under Lu Shuani's shocked gaze, the cauldron spun. The land of the secret land of forgetfulness. It was constantly being collected by that big cauldron. It's not. An abyss appeared in the ground. Lu Shuani stood on the edge of the abyss. Feel the cold wind blowing out of the abyss. Couldn't help but swallow. Elder sister, you're still calling me cruel. Qin Xiaoli couldn't help but smile. This is the only way to bring into the secret realm. It is indeed a wise choice. To say that you are ruthless, I just never thought of digging up the ground in the middle of a secret realm. You are the first one. It shocks me greatly. Alright, without further ado, let's enter the Forgotten River Divine Hall and take a look. Lu Shuani nodded. It's to enter the Temple of Forgetfulness. Yu Sun-yi thought it was troublesome. Actually, the way it entered made Lu Shuani very dumbfounded. Qin Xiaoli found a rat hole next to the Forgotten Gods Temple. Then she carried out the mouse inside the mouse hole. A dozen or so big smacks straight to the face and then tossed to the side. Don't go anywhere. And when we get inside, seal the hole. The rat stood humanely. Two small paws on his chest, a look of confusion on his face. Chen Nian looked at the groundhog. An emoticon came to mind. Afterwards, Lu Shuani and Qin Xiaoli started digging this groundhog's burrow. I don't know how many meters were dug along the way. Finally, they dug up a slab. Come on, let's top it together, Qin Xiaoli said to Lu Shuani. Lu Shuani nodded. Then, the two men easily topped the slab. That turned out to be the floor tiles of the Forgotten Gods Temple. The two of them then entered the deepest part of the Temple of Forgetfulness fantastically, without a ripple. Just after coming to the Temple of Forgetfulness, Lu Shuani was a bit dumbfounded. Because, nothing. The imagined scene of treasures everywhere and countless magic treasures was one that did not materialize. Not even a statue. Senior sister, have we come to the wrong place? Qin Xiaoli shook her head. There's no mistaking it, said. Qin Xiaoli pointed to the table in front of the main seat above that large hall. There was a box sitting there. The treasures are all in that box. We need to touch the organs on it at the same time for the box to open. And when it does, it's the treasure we want. Lu Shuani blinked. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and open the chest. We've really made a fortune this time. Oh hoo. Lu Shuani then went to open the box with Qin Xiaoli. Chapter 50. An extra hint of purple texture. Lu Shuani is a toolman. Because Qin Xiaoli is over there. Keep moving the mechanism on the box. It's like decryption. And fast hands. Lu Shuani looked at it for a short while. Completely unreadable. Soli also waited. Good on. Qin Xiaoli didn't keep Lu Shuani waiting for long either. Click, click, click. With two soft thuds, two handprint organs appear on the box. It says male, female respectively. Come on, let's both press down at the same time. Qin Xiaoli commanded. Lu Shuani hurriedly got up. Attention! The case is open for only 3 breaths. Whatever you see, take it out of the case. Lu Shuani nodded. Subsequently, the two pressed that switch together. Put. Lu Shuani felt his palm being pierced through. Then his blood began to drain away. Qin Xiaoli also turned pale at this time. This thing, and it sucks blood? Lu Shuani was a bit shocked. Touch. Suddenly, the box popped open. Qin Xiaoli hurriedly said, "You take it first." Lu Shuani didn't hesitate. Then he saw a book in the box. Didn't think much of it. Lu Shuani took it straight away. Ka-ching! The box closes again. Again! At this time Chen Xiaoli said. Lu Xuanyi nodded. The palms of both men pressed up again. Touch the box opens again. Chen Xiaoli didn't look. Straight out of the box came a mirror. Lu Xuanyi was instantly curious, because when he took that book, and a special look at the box, there's really nothing in there. Results. This box one off and one on. Surprisingly, there is one more thing. Chen Xiaoli took a deep breath. At this moment, he looked at Lu Xuanyi with some curiosity. How come your face hasn't changed much? Lu Xuanyi said in a serious manner. I usually keep refining my body. The loss of some blood doesn't affect me much. Chen Xiaoli was confused. No, you just lose some blood? Lu Xuanyi was also a bit confused. Ah, could something else be missing? Chen Xiaoli toned down a little, before saying, this thing, it will extract a person's origin and longevity to match the treasure. You only lost some blood. Well, it's nothing. Chen Xiaoli did not continue. For Xiaoli Chen, it's very rude to pry into other people's secrets. It's just that Lu Xuanyi is still a bit confused right now, for he looked at the blank book in his hand. It's how it looks, how it doesn't look like a baby. There is nothing peculiar about it. Hard to say what's peculiar. Does fire and water count? Lu Xuanyi was very confused. Elder sister, can I take the liberty of asking? What is the use of that mirror of yours? Chen Xiaoli thought about it. It was still on display for Lu Xuanyi, only to see him take out an elixir and place it in front of the mirror. Then he directly poked out a hand and took out an identical elixir from inside the mirror. The mirror also instantly became blurry. Crap! Double star mirror. Lu Xuanyi blurted out in shock. Chen Xiaoli was equally shocked. Elder brother recognizes this? Lu Xuanyi swallowed. Once in an ancient book above have read. This thing, within a day, can copy any one thing? You have to remember. Is any one thing? This is a heaven-defying treasure. It's just that. At first, I thought it was just a legend. But I didn't think that between this heaven and earth, there really is this thing. Hearing Lu Xuanyi say this, Chen Xiaoli was also shocked. Is it anything? Lu Xuanyi nodded. If it really is the double star mirror, then it is. But speaking of which, Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but look at the book in his hands. What the fuck is this shit? Lu Xuanyi was really confused. But just then, the book instantly entered Lu Xuanyi's sea of consciousness. Then Lu Xuanyi watched as the Great Tao Golden Scroll directly swallowed that book. And then there was no more. No! Master Golden Scroll? It's gone? What is the effect of you swallowing this book? Tell me. But it was at this time. The brush next to the golden scroll of that great Tao began to vibrate. Original golden colored brushes. Above the penumbra. An extra hint of purple floral pattern. Lu Xuanyi? That's it? No. Master Pen. Why don't you tell us what you're doing with the extra one now? The golden quill was lying quietly next to the golden scroll of the great Tao. Not a single movement. Lu Xuanyi. At this time his face color. There's an indescribable breathlessness. What's the use of that book of yours? Senior brother? Chen Xiaoli couldn't help but ask. Lu Xuanyi looked at Chen Xiaoli at this time. Take a deep breath. Would you believe me if I said that it was a little bit useless? Looking at Lu Xuanyi's face that looked like he had eaten a fly, Chen Xiaoli couldn't help but nod. Could it be that you're just losing a little bit of blood? And it's not like I've got a lifespan and an origin. Lu Xuanyi felt it was possible. But look at Chen Xiaoli like this. Apparently it's impossible to do it again. But Lu Xuanyi is still not dead. Senior sister, does it have to be two people? Is one person okay? Chen Xiaoli didn't say anything, but pointed at the table. Can you still see the box? Lu Xuanyi looked up. Sure enough, can't see the box anymore. At this point, Lu Xuanyi was somewhat speechless. What the fuck? Chen Xiaoli patted Lu Xuanyi's shoulder at this time. It's fine. You've helped senior sister this time. Anyway, sister, I have the double star mirror now. When I have something good, naturally there will be a share for you. Lu Xuanyi was instantly happy. Thank you, senior sister. Chen Xiaoli nodded. Go go go. The next step is to pick out an avatar. After picking out an avatar, we should go out as well. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Lu Xuanyi then saw Chen Xiaoli once again carry that groundhog out from under the floor tiles they had out there. Slap, slap, slap. Take us to the avatar hall. The groundhog's eyes were tear-stained and dripping, but still, they were obedient enough to take them on a wild ride. Along the way, they didn't even encounter any organs. It's just that Lu Xuanyi is a bit confused. Elder sister, why do you have to whip him a few times first every time? Chen Xiaoli said seriously. The little thing was born with a rebel bone, and he won't work until you whip him honestly before you let him do his work. Of course, this gadget has the innate ability to tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck. If not for the innate merit of rebel bones, it is estimated that there would have been a handful of them already. Lu Xuanyi drifted off. Not much longer. The two were brought within another large hall by that groundhog. Enter this great hall. Lu Xuanyi saw books roaming the sky. All those books were suspended in mid-air. Above the books, there is light to protect them. Chen Xiaoli said at this time. Just like that treasure chest outside. One person can only pick one book. Don't think about picking 2 books at once, because in the end, you might not get a single book. So senior brother should look carefully this time. Lu Xuanyi instantly raised his spirits. Chapter 51, The Sword of Fractured Life. Since Chen Xiaoli had already explained the rules of it, naturally, Lu Xuanyi will not go back to making mistakes. Speaking up, this avatar hall is also really smart. Lu Xuanyi found a random ball of light. There's some avatar information right there on it. Thunderflame Mad Blade, created by an immortal. Under one blade, it comes with Thunderflame. When practiced to the fullest, under one blade, all things will be shattered. Lu Xuanyi was shocked. Even a long blade that covered the sky appeared in his mind. Cut across a star. The power of a sword. Scary as hell. Lu Xuanyi continued to look. Have to say, this Oblivion mystery is truly overwhelming. And the avatar in here, every avatar, it's all fucking coveted. But it's a shame. Only one of them can be chosen. Chen Xiaoli reminded again at this time. Be sure to choose the one that fits with yourself. Because after you're selected, there's a test. And only after you pass the test can you obtain the avatar. And if you don't pass the test, there's no need for me to say more. So be sure to measure up. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Thanks for informing me, senior sister. I understand. While saying that, but about the test. This kind of thing was not on Lu Xuanyi's mind at all. Because, the test he will surely pass. But Xiaoli Chen wasn't wrong about one thing. It's still a matter of choosing the right avatar for you. It needs to be combined with itself. Lu Xuanyi is also afraid that he mentioned picking his eyes. So, he simply doesn't look at anything else. Directly look for divine abilities about consuming lifespan, consuming essence, and burning essence and blood. Lu Xuanyi didn't know how long he had been searching. He finally searched for a sword technique. Sword of Sorrows. Sword of Sorrow. A sword out. All things sorrowful. This sword technique. Is this immortal according to the family master sword method for another kind of derivation? This sword method is too overbearing. Remember, not until the last resort. Do not perform this sword method, because he will burn his own life. Each sword will be folded life, and even the origin, but the power are also great. Therefore, I am named after the sorrow. A sword out represents the end of all things, but also represents the end of you. Suffix AI. I blame my limited talent for failing to find a solution to the drawbacks of this sword, and I hope that future generations, those who acquire this sword, will use it with caution. Putting pen to paper, Zhang unintentionally. Lu Xuanyi's eyes were shining brightly. You're it. Make up your mind. Lu Xuanyi's hand instantly reached in. Wang the light flowed. Trance. Wait until Lu Xuanyi's mind clears. Only then did he realize that he was holding a sword in his hand. And surround yourself. All of them are a fucking grim-faced enemy. Those people, though, are human. But it is like a demon. Choosing people, drinking blood and eating flesh. What the hell? Lu Xuanyi scratched his head. Boom once again. A loud noise came from the sky. Lu Xuanyi looked up. Some of it is hard to see. All he saw was a huge shadow. Then the shadow was cut off by something with a sword and began to fall from the air. No! An unwilling roar resounded through the heavens and earth. That terrifying aftershock directly caused everything in the heavens and earth to be reduced to pieces. And when that great shadow fell, it was only then that Lu Xuanyi saw a figure in the middle of the sky. See that figure? Lu Xuanyi's heart suddenly felt some grief, while Lu Xuanyi's consciousness returned to reality. At this moment, an extra set of sword techniques appeared in his mind. Sword of Sorrow. 12 swords in all. Sword of Sorrow. Not burn life. Rather, the sword was too powerful. Every cast, all of them will cause great damage to themselves. If the 12 swords come out at the same time, the side effects of that, it was able to directly make a person's flesh disintegrate instantly. So to speak, it's called the folding sword. But Lu Xuanyi suddenly felt, this swordplay, it's a damn good fit for you. Because, if others learn this sword technique, most likely it will be used as an undercard. But, Lu Xuanyi, but this sword technique, in his own hands, it was a stance that could be used every day. And there was a most outrageous method of casting this sorrowful sword. You can consume mana, you can consume essence and blood, and likewise spirit, lifespan, and soul. I'll go. This sword technique, it really seems a bit invincible. Lu Xuanyi was shocked. Even, Lu Xuanyi was thinking, what would happen if everything you own burned all over again? How powerful is this sword? But soon, Lu Xuanyi then calmed down. This sword technique is powerful though, but now your own enemies are not built to last. One wants the sorrowful sword to cast free. Seems like I need to get some more people on the list myself. And then there's this. I also don't know what the extra hint of purple pattern on that brush of this great Tao gold scroll is actually useful for. When you get yourself out, definitely give it a try. Afterward, Lu Xuanyi looked at Chen Xiaoli. It was only at this time that Lu Xuanyi realized Chen Xiaoli is missing, but it did leave a line for Lu Xuanyi. Senior brother, I have obtained the divine ability I need. Seeing that you are in the trial, I will take a step first. Remember, if you have comprehended the divine ability, hurry up and crush the jade token to teleport out, because the Heaven's Pride Assembly has long since ended, and estimating the time, it should be fast approaching. After Lu Xuanyi read the words that were condensed with mana in the void, the writing then disappears, and Lu Xuanyi didn't hesitate. Crushing the token, he instantly teleported out. Boom! At this point, outside the secret realm of forgetfulness, a group of elders combined their efforts and used supreme divine abilities to finally forcefully open the secret realm of forgetfulness. But when these elders opened the secret realm of forgetfulness, seeing the scene inside was instantly dumbfounding, because at this time, the secret realm of the forgotten river was bare, the mountains and rivers were missing, and the river was broken. Look around, there was only one forgotten god's temple lying there all alone. The elders of the sects were all a bit confused. They hurriedly shut down the entrance to the secret realm. Are we opening it the wrong way? One of the elders asked. The other elders nodded. So, this time, when we open the secret realm, let's move a little softer and gentler. The others nodded. Subsequently, the crowd once again combined their efforts, then slowly opened the secret world. Then the air became quiet. Because the secret world is still the same, but this secret world at this time, it was no longer at all the secret realm they had seen before. Who the hell did this? Finally, an elder was shaken, because he had seen it. It's fucking man-made. However, who was so bold as to scourge the forgotten river mystic realm into this state? And at this time, there were also elders from other sects inquiring. Then this secret realm of forgetfulness, do we still have to let disciples in? The Grand Elder of the illusory Moon Palace sighed. No matter what, the Forgetfulness Divine Hall is still there. That's the real treasure. Enter as usual. But immediately after, this Grand Elder's face was cold. Forgetfulness of the secret realm is a few of our total common guardian. It is impossible that the first thing to be ruled out is that our own people did it, since it is not our own people. Speaking of which, the illusory Moon Palace Grand Elder looked at the bare secret realm, plowing up the ground and digging up graves. Such dirty and unseemly tactics are exactly the same as those of the Heavenly God sect. The anger of the crowd burned instantly. Chapter 52, It's really them. Lu Xuanyi didn't leave after he left the secret realm of forgetfulness. Anyway, no one else knows his real identity now, so why not have a good time making waves? At this moment, Lu Xuanyi was hiding in the middle of the crowd, observing those people in this Heaven's Pride competition. He mainly wanted to see if there were any celestial pride worth paying attention to, and those with bad character, directly write them to the Great Tao Golden Scroll for him. Just, when Lu Xuanyi saw the miserable state of the Forgotten River Mystic Realm, he was also a bit confused. That's not right. I left a lot of things behind in the first place. Could it be sister? Lu Xuanyi scratched his head. Still saying I'm ruthless. This senior sister is no more ruthless than I am. Lu Xuanyi's side just whispered. A rugged man came up right beside him. That wasn't my doing. I had teleported out after getting the avatar I wanted. Lu Xuanyi was surprised. Sister? The rugged man smiled slightly. How about this newly acquired divine ability of mine? Lu Xuanyi secretly gave a thumbs up. Senior sister is awesome. Only, Lu Xuanyi was still a bit confused. Since it's not senior sister, could it be that this matter is really the work of the Heavenly God sect? Chen Xiaoli shook her head. I don't know for now, but whether or not this secret realm matter is the work of the Heavenly God sect, the Heavenly God sect is on the ropes, because these sects have long since accumulated deep grudges against the Heavenly God sect, so regardless of whether or not this Oblivion Mystic Realm thing is the work of the Heavenly God sect, this Heavenly God sect has to be gotten rid of. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoli had a serious face. It's over. I'm afraid we need a clan war. No, I need to run away in a hurry. At the same time, Chen Xiaoli also glanced at Lu Xuanyi. Seeing as you and I are sort of on the same page, a word of advice. Even outer disciples need to fight, but just paddle as much as you can. Don't be reckless. There's a saying that a gun hits the head. You and I have no background, and if we show too much excellence, we'll only be eaten without any bone crumbs left. Having said that, Chen Xiaoli directly disappeared. Lu Xuanyi thought about it. He still decided to take a look at it, or even if it's possible, sneak in a little personal combat. Sure, if it's just too dangerous, then go back and sink in slowly down the road. Anyway, for one's cultivation bottleneck, that wasn't even a bottleneck. But it's so hard to come once. That doesn't get more enemies on the list. Think so. Lu Xuanyi blends right in with the crowd. The time wobbled on for another 2 months. It's been 2 months. Lu Xuanyi intuitively felt Chen Xiaoli's power. At the same time, Lu Xuanyi was also even more shocked by Chen Xiaoli's heaven-defying chants. These sects. The reason why they didn't make a stand to clean up the heavenly god sect, still letting these disciples enter the secret realm of forgetfulness. That's because the core of the Forgotten Realm mystic realm was the Forgotten Realm Divine Hall. Compared to the Temple of Forgetfulness, everything that was lost outside could not be compared to what was in the Forgotten God's temple. It's just that the secret realm of forgetfulness is really light these days. So, those heavenly prides were much less honed before entering the Forgotten River Divine Hall. This also led to the fact that before the Forgotten God's temple, it was instead more bloody. This seems to be raising compulsion. The ones who end up surviving. Only then can you enter the Temple of Forgetfulness. As for entering the Temple of Forgetfulness, that's even more tragic, because there are many more tests involved. Even those exams, very sick. Lu Xuanyi was within a restaurant in illusory Moon City, looking at the projected scene of the secret realm, unable to stop shaking his head. At this rate, when will the group get to that box? Finally, Lu Xuanyi looked at it again for half a month. Finally, a group of disciples entered in front of that treasure chest. But, the way to open the treasure chest, let Lu Xuanyi be shocked. Because, the way they opened the treasure chest was completely different from the way Chen Xiaoli opened it. Chen Xiaoli was the one who cracked the mechanism in the first place, and then he and Chen Xiaoli pressed the button together, opened the box with ease. But this group, it was another worship service and a blood sacrifice, and it was still a dozen or so heaven's pride combined together, and they had even all opened the blood sacrifice formation. Nice guy. Finally those heavenly prides began to bleed, when they were all about blood sacrificed. Finally, the box opens. Those celestial pride who were originally still in the same boat, started fighting over an item that resembled an immortal artifact. Even, those surrounding cultivators were even pumping cold air. My god, that's actually an immortal weapon. My god, if I get to see an immortal weapon in this life, I have no regrets even if I die. Even some of the hidden powerful loose cultivators had begun to see red in their eyes. Even that immortal artifact had alarmed the elders of various sects. There were even patriarchs in person. Whoosh. There were even countless cultivators who came here in name to chaos. Lu Xuanyi felt bad. Then censor sneaks off. After moving away from the crowd, Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but exclaim, "It's only an immortal artifact that has triggered such a bloody storm." If others were to know that what senior sister has acquired might be the greatest treasure of heaven and earth, what would happen? Lu Xuanyi thought inwardly. At the same time, they were also shocked by Chen Xiaoli's means of being able to avoid those trials and even easily open the treasure chest with just the two of them. This senior sister of mine is really something. But suddenly, Lu Xuanyi saw someone. Ji Suying. He didn't go to the secret realm. Lu Xuanyi was a bit puzzled. Sure, he would never meet up with Ji Suying either. But Ji Suying did see Lu Xuanyi. She just smiled at Lu Xuanyi. It didn't pay any attention to Lu Xuanyi, then continued to walk towards the distance. Lu Xuanyi was somewhat speechless. This bitch, does she have fiery eyes? In the midst of the crowd, she recognized me with a single glance? Or, am I too bad at this hiding? Think about it. Lu Xuanyi is ready to change his face again. Think so. Lu Xuanyi directly found an alley and drilled into it. But as it turned out, you say coincidence. Another fucking acquaintance. Sure, Chanshin and that little crow. On the way out of the secret world, Lu Xuanyi also specially rechanged his face. These two did not recognize Lu Xuanyi. It was even seen that Lu Xuanyi had no cultivation. Then ignore it even more. Instead, two voices came from Lu Xuanyi's mind. Damn, the Forgetfulness secret realm is all fucking weeds. Are you sure it's really the Forgetfulness secret realm we're ransacking? The raven similarly transmitted a message. There's no mistaking that it was indeed the secret realm of forgetfulness. But someone moved faster than us and seized what was inside first. I don't care about that. If it's really all heavenly treasures, take the risk. But now there's nothing to gain, and I might even die. The heavenly god sect doesn't have a little bit of other preparations? Raven consoled. Don't worry. The members of the heavenly god sect have already gathered at the illusory moon canyon. I guarantee that you won't die. It's just that, this time, the loss of the forgetful river mystic realm is too great. Chapter 53, Preventing Spikes. Lu Xuanyi was a bit confused. He was a little confused. Why could he or she hear the two men's transmissions? Suddenly, Lu Xuanyi found out. That voice. It seemed to come from the quill with the purple pattern. Lu Xuanyi was instantly speechless. No, you ate that book of mine and got this extra feature? And you need to be close to hear the damn transmission? Lu Xuanyi instantly felt that this thing seemed a bit chickenish. What's the fucking point? And so on. Seems to work a little bit too. They said that the people of the Heavenly God sect are all in the illusory Moon Canyon right now. Wouldn't one be able to tell people ahead of time then? The Heavenly God cult is here. Let's have someone destroy the Heavenly God cult first. Think so. Yusuni is ready to sneak away. Sure, Changshin and Crow glanced at Lu Shuani's back at the same time, but didn't pay much attention to it. But I'm a little curious. How many doppelgangers do you have? Sure, Changshin asked as he looked at the crow on his shoulder. Raven grinned. I have countless doppelgangers whenever I want. Sure, Changshin had some scorn in his eyes. The more you learn about the everyday god cult, the more he felt that the Heavenly God sect was very mysterious. Even more, the magnitude of what this Heavenly God sect is trying to do. It's really a little hard to imagine. Take for example the secret realm of forgetfulness. The secret realm of forgetfulness had existed for an unknown number of years. It has always been held by the 9 clans of Qinzhou. No one had ever thought to move the Oblivion secret realm, because that would be making an enemy of the 9 sects. More even, the Heavenly God sect also wanted to completely refine the entire Forgotten River mysterious realm, and in the end, it became their own. This, just shocking. But the question is, if it wasn't for the fact that a very strange turn of events had suddenly occurred in the secret realm of forgetfulness this time, the celestial god cult, maybe it worked. But, sure, Changshin was still a little curious about something else. The Heavenly God sect has been frantically harvesting secret realms lately, frantically seizing the land veins of other people's sects. What exactly do they want to do? Raven's eyes narrowed slightly. There are some things that shouldn't be asked. Don't ask too much. Knowing too much is not good for you. Although I intentionally want you to become a core disciple of my Heavenly God sect. Sure, Changshin shut up very decisively. Something. He's still got it all figured out. Woohoo. Suddenly, there was a chirping of birds from nowhere. It just sounded too harsh. It's stomach churning to hear. Because of that voice. It's like an unjust soul crying out in grief. It's also like a baby crying. But, that crow heard the voice. Instead, it was very enjoyable. Even reveled in it for a while. Finally, the voice stopped barking. Raven was agitated at this time. Go, Tian Yang sect. Sure, Changshin didn't ask much. Get up and go. Lu Shuani's goal is also very clear. After leaving that alley, revamping an old farmer, directly towards the illusory Moon Valley. Along the way, Lu Shuani even spread the news everywhere. Have you heard? This time, the Forgotten River mystic realm was ransacked by the Celestial God sect. And what's more, the Celestial God sect has a bigger plan, wanting to capture our Qinzhou cultivators, and I heard that it's to refine blood pills. Really? The Heavenly God sect is so bold? Of course, there are still questions, but the illusory Moon Valley is the illusory Moon Palace's important place for spiritual medicines, and you're saying that the Heavenly God sect's people are hiding within the illusory Moon Valley. That's somewhat impossible. Lu Shuani shook his head. How is it impossible? There's a man named Ernie in our village who was captured by the Heavenly God cult and ended up becoming a disciple of the Heavenly God cult. But the other day, that Ernie came back, saying that he came from the illusory Moon Valley, and even fled with his own family in the night. You guys, this thing, is it true? This statement was made. The crowd was energized. Just then, an elegant and easygoing young man arrived in front of Lu Shuani. The young man saluted Lu Shuani. This old man. I'm Li Mu, a disciple of the illusory Moon Valley. Dare I ask, old man, what you said just now, is it true? A disciple of the illusory Moon Palace? Lu Shuani hurriedly shook his head. I don't know, but our village's Erniu is indeed a disciple of the Heavenly God sect, but from the illusory Moon Valley. You taste, you fine. Li Mu frowned. Still, it was a smile. Thanks, old man. Li Mu finished and left in a hurry, because he's going to make sure of these things. The crowd had just heard that young man say he was Li Mu. It was a bit of a shock to all those people, because Li Mu, but the illusory Moon Palace's sacred son, fame and strength. I heard that it was on par with Ji Suiying, and there were even rumors. Li Mu was the future head of illusory Moon Palace. Such a heavenly pride. They were surprised to meet a live one. And, even more terrifying, Raimu believed in the matter. But when the crowd turned around to ask the old man for details, only then did I realize that the old man had disappeared as well. After Lu Shuani passed the news to Li Mu. Just hurry up and head to Phantom Moon Valley. Lu Shuani mainly wanted to see those Heavenly God cult members hidden in the illusory Moon Valley. What exactly is the cultivation? Cultivation if not high. Then he himself will just charge up and kill the whole thing. When Lu Shuani was learning that most of the Heavenly God sect were little kids, inwardly, he had already put the death penalty on the Heavenly God cult. So, but where one can kill, that's bound to go for the kill. He's an old man look-alike now anyway. Sure, if one really encountered a strong person of the Jindan realm, then there's no need to fight. Run straight. On the one hand, it may not be beatable. After all, Jindan cultivators, transcending heaven and earth, controlled third-order spells. There's also the benediction. Ran and the same are not something you can deal with on your own. Although Lu Xuanyi has many undercards, but you have the undercard at the same time. People have undercurrents too. Foundation building battle with Jindan. That's not practical. And again, Lu Xuanyi's bottom card. You can't just expose it, otherwise you'll drop your vest. So, Yusuni is waiting. This day, Lu Xuanyi, who was practicing, suddenly awakened. Subsequently, Lu Xuanyi then saw the sword chi falling from the sky. Crap! Lu Xuanyi has yet to make any response. The body was instantly pierced through by the raining swords. Naya. Wait, how come I'm not dead? Lu Xuanyi was stunned. Suddenly, Lu Xuanyi hurriedly looked at the Avenue Gold Scroll. The moment Lu Xuanyi finally did understand. Above the great golden scroll, Shi Changxin, Chen Beiping, Nara Sun, Ato. The names of these four men were eclipsing each other. At the same time it was lighting up. That name together twinkles. Same as the fucking sound wave. Sure, it's not the most critical. The bottom line is this. The problem of floating in one's own cultivation, almost instantly resolved. Even his own body became very powerful. Good lord, you fucking fixed the bug that I'll be killed in seconds, haven't you? Lu Xuanyi was a bit shocked, but shocked at the same time. Lu Xuanyi also chose to hurry and run. But what Lu Xuanyi doesn't know is this. He was painless. Those enemies of his can be very sour. Chapter 54, I didn't do it. Lu Xuanyi was the one who managed to escape from the attack range by carrying that roiling sword chi hard. At this moment, he stood in the distance, looking at a person in the sky, rubbing the air with a sky full of sword chi, blasted against another. That other person he still recognized. It's Li Mu of the illusory moon palace. Li Mu's expression was very flat. The sword chi that roamed the sky couldn't even break through his spiritual power shield. It's fucking outrageous. Lu Xuanyi looked at the genius with some shock. What shocked him even more was this. Is this the way a Jindan powerhouse fights? It's fucking slightly a third stage spell. It's a fucking disaster for 100 miles around. At this point, Lu Xuanyi finally realized what it means to be a god. Mortals suffer. If he did not have the golden scroll of the great Tao. At this moment, he was afraid that he had become a fragment. Lu Xuanyi shook his head. No, it's still too dangerous outside. Go back and break through to Foundation Establishment Perfection first. Think so. Lu Xuanyi directly chose to return to the Green Lotus sect. And hurry, because he doesn't know. Only then was he able to escape from the hands of the Jindan cultivator. There is no attracting the attention of others. So, it has to go immediately. The Heavenly God sect is scheming big this time. Even doing things that are very old six. Now the clan competition. Almost half of the battle force in the sect was transferred away. And the Celestial God cult. Instead, they chose to start stealing homes at this time. In fact, the Heavenly God sect was forced to make this choice. Because the Celestial God cult also had a premonition. This 9-sect competition, after the end, inevitably, they will make a move against the Heavenly God sect. So, the Celestial God cult also thought very simply, while you were trying to make a move to kill me, then I'll sneak up on you first. Actually, this approach of the Celestial God cult was successful, because the God of Heaven unleashed the blood puppets, the kind of sneak attack that's totally humongous and doesn't count. It almost cost the 9 clans a lot of money. There were even some sects that had long been infiltrated by the Heavenly God sect's people, on the inside and outside. Surprisingly, countless clans were directly destroyed. This kind of thing shocked almost the entire Qinzhou, and most outrageous of all, those sects that were exterminated by the Heavenly God sect. It was miserable within the clan. Men are abused in all sorts of ways. The women were unclothed and ravaged to death. That kind of scene. It's a hell on earth. There were even disciples who escaped. Even more so. His eyes were filled with blood and tears. Heavenly God sect. If I don't destroy the Heavenly God sect in this life, I will never be allowed to reincarnate. Some people took a poisonous oath right away. Sure, there were also some clans that were very lucky. For example, Illusory Moon Palace, Tianyang sect, Qinglian sect, 100 Flowers Valley, and Tianhe sect. The Illusory Moon Palace was because it knew the news in advance. Li Mu personally went to clean up the Heavenly God cult. The Green Lotus sect naturally needed no introduction. I heard that the Hidden Sword Peak Master just uttered one word. The Heavenly God sect and the others who were lurking outside of the Green Lotus sect were then directly turned into blood mist. The Valley of the 100 Flowers is more peculiar, because the disciples of the Heavenly God sect were hardly anything. Entering within the 100 Flowers Valley's psychedelic formation, he was directly controlled. One by one, they have become living targets to be slaughtered in the 100 Flowers Valley. The Heavenly River sect directly opened the water curtain formation. The clan is surrounded by water. The people of the Heavenly God sect would not be able to cross the seawater at all before being obliterated. As for the Tianyang sect, that's lucky. Originally, the Tianyang sect was going to be destroyed. Let's not talk about the fact that there were a few powerful people of the God transformation realm out on the Heavenly God sect side. It's that crow and Shi Changxin. All are virtually invincible. The crow transformed into a great demon. When he opened his mouth, he spat out a sea of black fire. Anyone who was stained by his black flames, it was reduced to flying dust in an instant. Shi Changxin, on the other hand, was in control of the blood on the floor. The blood transformed into a sword, piercing through countless cultivators. The Heavenly Sun sect's incarnate God Patriarch was unable to press the Heavenly God sect's incarnate. The fight is in the middle tier of the battlefield, and the middle level on the side of the Celestial God cult, and then kill the Tianyang sect indiscriminately. Could it be that my Heavenly Sun sect is really going to perish here? The Heavenly Sun sect master looked sad. In his eyes, there was also an extra touch of determination. Heavenly God sect, even if my Heavenly Sun sect is destroyed today, then I have to pull. Suddenly, two miserable screams spread throughout the entire clan. Almost everyone looked toward the sound of the screams. Then the crowd was dumbfounded. Because at this moment, Shi Changxin and the crow that had transformed into a great demon, it's twitching like crazy. Then a tiny wound was seen starting to surface on the two. What is this? The Heavenly Sun sect's patriarch was a bit confused. Could it be that my Tianyang sect still has hidden ancestors? As for the Heavenly God sect side of the transformation God powerhouses, eyes on the situation. Instant judgment is also made. Retreat. In an instant, the precarious Tianyang sect. Now the weirdness is turning into danger. At this point, all the disciples, all of them shouted, Patriarch mighty, Patriarch invincible, Tianyang sect patriarch. I'll say, I didn't do it. Can you believe it? At this point, the Heavenly Sun sect's patriarch didn't know whether to be happy, or whether he should be happy. At the time when the Heavenly God cult was about to launch its final plan, Elder Aoto thought, one's mission should be accomplished. Next, it was to deal a heavy blow to the Enkinglian sect, then retreat. But when the Hidden Sword Peak Master killed the entire Heavenly God sect's disciples with a single voice, Elder Qingting instantly dared not speak. Even he was now very afraid that his identity would be exposed. Good on. After the Peak Master of Hidden Sword Peak beheaded the Heavenly God cult's people, there's no more to follow. Just as Aoto was reassured, then a disciple came and reported, Elder, the Patriarch has asked you to go there. Aoto's face tightened. Did it say anything about what happened? The disciple shook his head. This disciple would not know. Aoto nodded. It was a long meditation. Finally Aoto went to check it out. No way. These are special times. If you don't go to the doctor, aren't you just telling people that you have a problem? Good on. The Patriarch told them to go over. Just celebrating. The Hidden Sword Peak Master stepped into a whole new realm. For this reason, the Patriarch of the Green Lotus sect held a large banquet. Coincidentally, Zhao Enough is among them. He's an honorary elder. But it has to be said, Zhou is good enough for people. It was meant to be a medical practice, to save the lives of the sick and suffering. But in knowing what those of the Heavenly God cult did, Zhao Enough was even more indignant with his words. These brutes of the Heavenly God sect all deserve death by 1,000 cuts. Suffer the punishment of lynching. Zhao Enough's side had just finished speaking. Aoto just felt all wrong. Aha. Zhao Enough glanced at Elder Qingting with some doubt. Are you okay? Elder Qingtung laughed. Nothing. Zhao Enough looked at Qingting's hands, which were shaking a little, and was worried. Elder Qingting, I'm a medical practitioner. Trust me, you definitely have a problem. Come on, let me help you. Aoto was shocked. No need. Zhao Enough is very atmospheric. Don't worry, I don't charge for it, and I'm not too far behind now. With that, Zhao Enough directly grabbed Qingting's hand. Aha! Aoto couldn't hold back any longer and instantly screamed miserably. Then blood started spilling all over. Zhao Enough's entire body was dumbfounded. Because, Elder Qingtang, this, how do you look at it? How does it look like he's being lynched? Chapter 55, Formal Elders, are you saying that you said in the first place that everyone in the Celestial God cult should be killed by 1,000 cuts? The Green Lotus sect patriarch asked. Zhou nodded. Enough. Ranyu, you feel that Elder Qingtu is a bit unwell, so you want to help take a look. Zhao was enough to nod again, but then he hurried to explain. I really didn't do anything. I just wanted to show him the disease, but I don't know what happened. I just ran into Elder Qingtung, and he was suddenly killed by 1,000 cuts. But, Patriarch, you have to believe me. I'm actually a very high healer. At this time, in the middle of the sect's main hall, everyone was silent. Even the way everyone looked at Zhao Enough was more or less tinged with something wrong. See the expressions on the faces of the crowd. Zhao was enough to explain hurriedly. No, you guys must believe me. I really didn't do anything to Elder Qingtu, and my medical skills are really superior. This is really just a misunderstanding. The crowd continued to be silent. The Green Lotus sect patriarch sulked at this time instead. You said before that all the people of the Heavenly God sect should be killed by 1,000 cuts. And when you said that, Qingting was killed by 1,000 cuts. And most of all, there's no way to know how he was killed by 1,000 cuts. It can't even be stopped. Having said that, the Green Lotus sect patriarch's eyes once again looked at Zhao Enough. Why don't you say something else, Zhao Enough? Ahem. Patriarch, if I really had the ground to follow my words, wouldn't I have been invincible a long time ago? The Green Lotus sect patriarch also nodded his head very seriously. That's true, but why don't you treat Aado and heal him up? I have some things to ask him. As soon as I heard about the practice of medicine, Zhao Enough was instantly energized. Don't worry, Patriarch, I will definitely cure Elder Qingting, said Zhao Enough to step forward and try to heal. But the Green Lotus sect patriarch was still undeterred. Why don't you try cursing the Heavenly God sect again? Zhao was helpless enough. Fine, then let me run into the Heavenly God sect's people and they all explode in place. Saying this, more or less with resentment. After all, earlier, he had literally seen 2 Heavenly God sect spies explode. The sovereign realized nothing had happened. Slightly disappointing. Then go heal Aado. Zhao Enough was instantly elated. At this moment, he came to Elder Qingting's side, rubbed his hands together, even whispered, Elder Qingting is still assured that my medical skills are unrivaled. Having said that, he gently lifted Elder Aado's arm. Boom, there was a loud bang. The whole hall is full of crispy meat. Zhao Enough lifted Elder Qingting's arm. The look was a little blank, a little dazed, and some melancholy. Finally, he even sat on the ground as if he had lost his soul, staring blankly at the bloodstain in front of him, and the entire clan hall. Everyone was silent at this point. The scene was quiet as a pin drop, and I don't know how long it was. The patriarch of the Green Lotus sect coughed before saying, Alright, you, I, and the others have seen that this matter was not done by Elder Zhao. As for the death of Qingting, I think all of you should have the answer within your hearts. Remember, this matter can't be colorfully publicized. We have to protect Elder Zhao's safety. The group of elders all nodded their heads. We understand. Well, in light of Elder Zhao's merit in eradicating the spies, it just so happens that Elder Qingting's position is vacant, and thereafter, Zhao Enough will take over Qingting's position. Zhao Enough didn't know what to say at this point. People are a little numb. Suddenly, the patriarch added again, that, Elder Zhao, even though your medical skills are brilliant, I still think that in the future, it's better not to practice medicine if you can. Having said that, the patriarch also gave Zhao Enough a special piece of calligraphy. Dr. Desperate, Zhou was enough to look at it and want to cry. Patriarch, I haven't even practiced medicine yet. He blew himself up. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with my medical skills. The sovereign nodded. Well, I know. And by the way, in the future it's better not to curse just anyone, In the future it's better to curse when I tell you to. Well, everyone is tired today, so take an early rest. No, sovereign, listen to me. The patriarch raised his hand to interrupt Zhao Enough. Elder Zhao. You're going to take over the position of Qingting, so I'm afraid there's a lot of things you need to take care of. That's it. Goodbye. Sovereign is gone. Zhao was enough to look at the other elders. Those elders all saluted. Congratulations, Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao is truly a man of God. Elder Zhao, it's better to walk around more in the future, Elder Zhao, please forgive me for offending you before, I'll prepare to make amends. After a group of people exchanged a few pleasantries, seeing Zhou enough to reach out, scared to death. Sure, the sovereign is back. Patriarch, listen to me. Snap. The elder token was handed over to Zhao enough, and the patriarch hurriedly flashed. Rumble outside the great hall. A thunderbolt cut through the darkness. That lightning illuminated the darkness for a moment. At the same time, also irradiated Zhao enough of that lifeless look. After returning to the Green Lotus sect, Lu Xuanyi then hurriedly chose to cultivate none other, because today, he had seen the means of the Jindan realm. Lu Xuanyi instantly felt the smallest of the foundation establishment realm. In the eyes of a Jindan realm cultivator, it's really nothing. So after returning to the Green Lotus sect, Lu Xuanyi is straight up high. Whatever the potion, eat it straight to death. Then he frantically operated the immortal mixing technique. But what Lu Xuanyi didn't expect was this. When he took the potion, he didn't know what the hell he was eating. After that elixir was swallowed by him, that raging aura began to grow wildly. Spiritual energy is too wild. Lu Xuanyi was completely unable to refine it. Finally, his body was completely bursting. Sure, Lu Xuanyi's body is not going to explode, but on the golden scroll of the way, Elder Qingting's name instantly disappeared. And the moment Elder Qingting's name instantly disappeared, almost all of the purple light fell on his body. From that moment on, Lu Xuanyi seemed to have the feeling that he had long been dormant in the Foundation establishment realm for hundreds of years. A small spiritual power riot was not enough to be feared. And so, after consuming Elder Qingting, Lu Xuanyi's realm instantly entered to the Foundation establishment great perfection. And what surprised Lu Xuanyi even more, the purple light that had not yet been consumed from Elder Qingting's name was instantly divided equally above the names of the others, making those names even more dazzling. And it hasn't been there before. Is it a new feature after swallowing that book? Lu Xuanyi is not very clear, but this is not important for now. Important. That's a bit less of a fucking enemy. No, 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 this time out. Although the harvest is very good, there are too few enemies. Think about it. Lu Xuanyi directly re-pulled out the mannequin and placed it in the retreat room. He was ready to go out for the night. Right about this time, Chen Xiaoli's figure suddenly appeared. You're getting ready to go out? Lu Xuanyi nodded. Chen Xiaoli shook her head. Wait 2 days. Tomorrow is Elder Zhao Enough's celebration banquet. Everyone will be there, so it's easy for you to reveal yourself if you go out now. Lu Xuanyi was a bit shocked. Elder Zhao Enough? A celebration banquet? Chapter 56 Blood Demon Scripture. Is Zhao enough to be that powerful? How long has it been? Directly promoted to full elder? Chen Xiaoli's expression was somewhat wonderful. It's really quite impressive. The main thing is that Zhao enough has once again caught a spy, and in a very high profile. Lu Xuanyi was a bit shocked. A high-status spy? Chen Xiaoli nodded her head. It's Elder Qing too. Lu Xuanyi. Nice guy. Earlier Lu Xuanyi was still thinking. Elder Green Vine died at once. Will the clan be aware of it? Then conduct a clan carpet search. Although it was 90% likely that Aado Nagi was a spy, but this complete lack of evidence. Aado couldn't even make any claims about his identity. Lu Xuanyi was a bit fretful before. I was afraid that the Green Lotus sect would not find out any traces. But Lu Xuanyi was never expected. So big a pot. This Zhao Enough is catching it accurately and steadily. But Lu Xuanyi was still more curious. That Zhao Enough. How did he reveal the identity of Elder Qingting? Chen Xiaoli retold the matter of the sect hall. Lu Xuanyi listened. The face was very colorful. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Lu Xuanyi muttered in a low voice. Suddenly, Lu Xuanyi thought of something. What is it that senior sister Chen has come over this time? Chen Xiaoli looked towards the surroundings. Then whispered. I got a Hun Tian Dan before. I copied one for you. That thing is an elixir that raises the cultivation level of Foundation establishment. The medicinal properties are very overbearing, but I later researched on my own. There seems to be something wrong with that Hun Tian Dan. Lu Xuanyi? The 100 days pill? It can't be the same thing that made me explode. Where's the potion? Chen Xiaoli asked. Lu Xuanyi scratched his head. I didn't see it. Chen Xiaoli hurriedly went to Lu Xuanyi's room to rummage around. After she saw an empty storage bag, the face was a little hard to see. You didn't eat? Lu Xuanyi nodded. Chen Xiaoli couldn't help but look unsightly. It's over. I don't know who took this thing. This time it's a big problem. Lu Xuanyi was very curious. Big problem? What big problem? Chen Xiaoli took a deep breath. That muddy sky pill was obtained by me from a relic. This pill is an ancient pill. The pill is not only able to reshape one's foundation in flesh, it is even outrageously helpful in terms of cultivation. And the most important effect of the Muddy Heaven pill is not only that, he also has another effect, which is to enhance the divine soul and mix and nourish the divine soul. And I've even heard that, even when one reaches Yuaning, this Muddy Heaven pill is still useful. However, the Muddy Sky pill I obtained had a remnant soul inside, and a very evil one at that. Speaking of which, Chen Xiaoli looked at Lu Xuanyi again. You really didn't eat it? Lu Xuanyi shook his head. There really isn't. If there was, according to you, I would have already burst my body at this point. How could my little body withstand the medicinal power of the Hun Tian Dan? Chen Xiaoli shook her head. That's not necessarily true, because that remnant soul wants to take over the body, and since he wants to retake over a person's physical body, he will naturally use the mixed heaven pill to stabilize that person's physical body. Lu Xuanyi scratched his head at this point. Senior sister, let's just say, is it possible that your twin star mirror can copy any item? But it's an item, not a soul. Chen Xiaoli pondered for a moment and nodded approvingly. Then I'm going to find out who got this elixir. Go away. Lu Xuanyi nodded. After Chen Xiaoli left, Lu Xuanyi hurriedly closed the door to his room. Then he hurriedly scanned his body with his divine sense. He's panicking now too. Shit. How could there be a divine soul inside the elixir? This cultivation world. How come there are so many old sixes? Lu Xuanyi's own rummaging. However, half an incense stick of time passed. Lu Xuanyi didn't notice anything strange. Is it really what I thought? The twin star mirror doesn't copy souls? Think so. Lu Xuanyi instantly felt much more at ease. But the next thing Lu Xuanyi did instead was to start thinking about his current situation. Nowadays, the golden scroll of the Great Tao seems to have undergone an upgrade. If I would have been killed in a second, then the damage I dealt would have been equally distributed to all my enemies. It's called a restraining burst. The second point is that there no longer seems to be a vacuum in the golden scroll of the Great Tao. After Qingtang's death earlier, the Great Tao golden scroll seemed to be immediately transferred to Chen Beiping's body. Well, that seems even more oxymoronic. Lu Xuanyi walked around the room. That means that all the bugs in the Avenue Gold Scroll are now completely fixed. Then yourself next. As long as there are enough enemies, you can make waves. Lu Xuanyi shook his head. Can't swell. Let me think. Lu Xuanyi was in deep thought. Finally, Lu Xuanyi chose two approaches. First approach. It was that he needed to learn 2 spells and cultivation systems. Lu Xuanyi on the bright side. Normal spells must be practiced to cover your ass. And if you are out walking yourself, that would require practicing another system of techniques, as well as jutsu. The Sword of Sorrow, at least, could not be cast by his true self. That requires another identity. So is the blood-burning fist. Well, there's one more feat needed. Speaking of feats, Lu Xuanyi suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly rummaged through the loot of the blood puppet mage in the beginning. It didn't take long. Lu Xuanyi finally looked for a gongfu, blood demon technique, devouring the blood of all living things for cultivation. The higher the cultivation level of a living being, the faster its cultivation improves. Lu Xuanyi's eyes lit up slightly. And what happens if I refine my own blood? Think about it. For the sake of stability, Lu Xuanyi flipped the name of the Avenue Gold Scroll to Nara shortly. Subsequently, Lu Xuanyi directly crossed his fingers, then hurriedly run the blood demon technique. Next, Lu Xuanyi was stunned. Crap, that's not my blood. Lu Xuanyi once again looked towards the golden scroll of the Great Tao. At this point Nara's soon-to-be name began to slowly dim. I see. I'll go. Lu Xuanyi was instantly energized. Then he began to run the blood demon scripture at full speed. Under Lu Xuanyi's reckless, full-speed operation, all of his room began to fill with layers of blood mist. Finally the blood mist was too thick. A blood chrysalis formed directly. Crap, where is this? How did I come over here? Also, where's old me's muddy sky pill? At this point, an aged remnant of a soul, in the middle of a sea of consciousness, full of confusion. In the last second, he remembered, he was about to take over someone. As a result, a large swath of purple light instantly lit up. As a result, he blinked. How did it appear in another person's sea of consciousness? And, this guy's sea of consciousness, how so vast? And he looked up again, after seeing the sun, moon and stars above. This remnant soul was completely numb. This is the fucking sea of consciousness of a Mahayana cultivator. Before this remnant soul could react, a large hand popped out of the void. It directly grabbed this remnant soul and then instantly crushed it. After crushing this remnant of a soul, Chen Beiping also violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 57, Curses? Chen Beiping's eyes were now very confused. Even he looked at the rusty iron sword in front of him, even a little reluctant. Could it be that, other than Ji Suiying, there really is no one who can use this sword? Chen Beiping let out a deep sigh. For this sword, he was fully prepared. But what he didn't expect was this. When he tried to refine the sword, he actually felt the pain of 10,000 swords piercing through his heart, and a feeling of death by 1,000 cuts. Though for yourself, not deadly enough, but it also cost him something. What puzzles him the most is this. The sword. Isn't it more or less immodest? He turned up and down on himself and finally shot a remnant of his soul into his head. The thought of that lewd action, and that even somewhat dirty move. Chen Beiping was so angry that he wanted to break the sword. He even had the feeling of being insulted by this sword. Wait, there's no way that this sword, unsealed, requires some very unsavory means. Chen Beiping's face was a bit ugly, and then got into a tangle. But in the end, Chen Beiping still thinks, this kind of thing is too ridiculous. Forget it, since I can't get it, let this sword never be asked for. Said, Chen Beiping lifted this sword and slowly walked towards a cave. Finally, Chen Beiping walked to the middle of a lava pool in the middle of the cave. Looking at the rusty sword in his hand, Chen Beiping was still a bit reluctant to part with it. Not for your own use. Chen Beiping still threw his sword directly at the lava. Just then, the rusty sword vibrated. It then flew away instantly. Pop. Right about this time, Ji Suiying came over from another cave. Reaching out, he grabbed the rusty long sword. Ji Suiying didn't bother with the long sword in the first place. Instead, he looked at Chen Beiping. who was standing across from him. Tell me, how did you find this sword and why do you want to throw it away? Don't think about running away or lying in front of me. Chen Beiping took a deep breath. Even the face became a little pale. He never thought about it. He will be discovered by Ji Suiying himself. Never thought about it either. Failed to be robbed of the opportunity himself. What was even more difficult for him to accept was this. He would have retired so early. Because the three words Ji Suiying, it means invincible. Chen Beiping didn't believe it. I, Chen Beiping, am also a top heavenly pride. How have I ever been weaker than others? Boom, a terrifying aura climbed. He, today, would challenge this so-called invincibility. The corner of Ji Suiying's mouth lifted into a disdainful smile. Ding. Ji Suiying just tapped her finger lightly on the scabbard. A wave of air directly exploded. Mountain rocks collapsed. Magma tumbles. Chen Beiping was swept by the airwave. The whole person flew out backwards. In the end, he was like a cannonball that directly blasted on top of a distant mountain peak. Brushed. Ji Suiying's figure once again appeared in front of Chen Beiping. Brushed. Ji Suiying's fingers flashed directly across Chen Beiping's neck. Chen Beiping's head instantly flew out. Whoosh. Right about this time, a baby the size of a palm was instantly far away. Humph. Ji Suiying's palm spread out and held it in the void. Boom. That baby instantly exploded. Ji Suiying clapped her hands. So it was once a mole cricket that dared to try to get its hands on something that didn't belong to it. After Ji Suiying finished speaking, her figure instantly disappeared. The Grand General Hall of the Heavenly God Cult Branch. At this time Nara soon dried up, man lying in the middle of a pool of blood. The blood pool's flesh kept bottoming out as far as the eye could see, but Nara soon remained no better. Actually, that's not accurate, because it's in the middle. Still somewhat better. As soon as Nara doesn't, it's about to hold up. His blood would stop evaporating. When he was almost recovered, the blood began to evaporate once again. But Nara was soon very happy. It was because he had once witnessed Shi Changshin's experience of constantly breaking through the blood demon scripture. That's it. Now, is this chance finally mine? Nara soon frantically ran the blood demon scripture. Sure enough, his understanding of the blood demon scripture grew deeper and deeper. He's really breaking through. Quick, blood pool, blood crystals. Bring me the blood crystals of the ancient demon emperor. Nara said shortly. The men under his command did not dare to delay. Hurry up and start preparing. And Nara soon began to absorb it like crazy. Though, the process is very painful. But that feeling that the kung fu was breaking through all the time, it also leaves you wanting more. Ha 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 ha. At this rate of breakthrough, I will be invincible. And at that time, wait, quietly sack. Nara didn't just realize something was wrong. Now one's own fucking blood wasn't just evaporating. Rather, it's his soul, his longevity, and his flesh and blood. It's all starting to evaporate. No, don't. Nara was shortly horrified. And with his words, that evaporation, too, finally stopped. At this point Nara soon became not only a dry corpse, even pale beyond recognition. He stepped out of the middle of the blood pool. Looking at the pool of blood, there was fear in his eyes. Fill this pool of blood. Quick! The men under his command nodded hurriedly. Sure, they're scared too. You look at Elder Nara, who's been fucking sucked into a human stem by a pool of blood. And Nara shortly at this point finally felt something was wrong. This is kind of like a curse. Nara had just finished shortly. At that moment an old woman, smiling, approached. You're right. This is a curse. And, moreover, a very powerful and incomparable one. Seeing the old woman in front of her, Nara looked like she had found her savior. Please granny, help me with this damn curse. The old woman hemmed and hawed. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful curse. But don't worry, I'll help you properly. Having said that, that old woman pulled out one of Nara's teeth straight away. Subsequently, the old woman takes advantage of Nara's delay and begins to unleash the curse. Put! Nara sprayed a mouthful of blood furiously. Then countless bugs drilled out from within his body. Granny you! Nara soon looked confused. The old woman was also confused. Are you sick? Do you curse yourself? Nara couldn't help but stare. I didn't curse myself. The old woman frowned. But this curse of mine is to find the source of the curse and then eat the source of the curse. Nara was shortly at this point breathless. Granny, why don't you collect the curse first? I feel I'm dying. The old woman nodded, but just as he was about to stop, a plopping sound came from it. At this moment, her body, too, appeared with countless bugs tearing at his flesh. I cursed myself? The mother-in-law's eyes were full of horror. No, stop. The old woman wanted to end the spell, but that cursed worm eats too fast. Transient. That old woman and Nara soon became two skeletons. Chapter 58 Anxiety. Lu Shuani also did not want to think about it. The blood demon scripture was directly mutated by his cultivation. The previous blood demon scripture was only absorbing other people's blood to enhance one's physical body. But after some life-threatening cultivation of his own blood demon scripture was not only capable of absorbing other people's blood, it was other people's flesh and blood that he could refine and absorb to enhance the strength of his physical body. Of course, an even more exaggerated one was that he could absorb other people's longevity and raise his cultivation level, and the speed at which longevity enhances cultivation. Faster. Even faster than an elixir. This is really a heavenly merit. Lu Xuanyi cultivated are a little panicked. And what panicked Lu Xuanyi even more? When he saw the names on top of the golden scroll of the Great Tao and only Shi Changxing was left alone, the scorching furnace in his heart instantly rose. I'll go. It's not so bad. How long have I been practicing? It's not so bad that it's all dead. Moreover, what is most incomprehensible to Lu Xuanyi is, if anything, Nara soon died from his own training. That's extenuating. But how did this Chen Beiping die? Did he die suddenly and violently? This made Lu Xuanyi even more emotional. Indeed, in the cultivation world, no one is the protagonist, and no one can ensure that they will definitely rise. The more I think about it, Lu Xuanyi felt more and more. You still have to live with it yourself, but now comes the point of contradiction. This shit. You don't have any enemies yourself now. This is very depressing. No way. Can't just sit back and wait. One must find a way to get some enemies. As the saying goes, good guy, but wants to be a bad guy. That's too easy. Lu Xuanyi placed the puppet in the middle of the retreat room. As for himself, he took advantage of the night and secretly left the Green Lotus sect. Actually, on the way out, Lu Xuanyi has picked his target. Stillwater City. The reason why it was chosen here. That's because this city belongs to the black market of the cultivation world. Trying to get someone to kill themselves. One doesn't really need to do much more. Just need to break the rules. Then someone will want to kill you. Anyone who wants to kill themselves. Then it would all be on the list. Sure, Lu Xuanyi is not trying to find anyone to be the enemy. The reason why I came to the black market in Stillwater City. That's because those who came here to sell their goods were those who had killed and seized treasures, or even used a lot of dirty tricks to obtain them. On the bright side, it's only natural that they can't sell what they've arrived at, so it had to come to the black market. Lu Xuanyi changed his face directly, wearing another mask, then strutted into Stillwater City. Only he had just arrived within the city gates. He was then stopped by two Foundation establishment cultivators. Fellow Daoist. Rules. With that, the two men reached straight out. Lu Xuanyi? Rules? What rules? Come up here and ask for money for this. Lu Xuanyi directly lowered his voice. I don't have any money. Those two cultivators had cold eyes. Do you think we're blind? Within that storage bag of yours, there are at least several 100,000 spirit stones. Lu Xuanyi. At this point he realized. The name finally appeared on the golden scroll of the Great Tao. Stillwater City Guard, top blue. It's not. What's that supposed to mean? Name? Where's the name? And Stillwater City Guards are actually blue top tier? But Lu Xuanyi always felt that something was not quite right. Think about it. Lu Xuanyi used a dagger and secretly stabbed himself in the thigh. Ah. Those two guards screamed at the same time. Then both men began to bleed on their thighs. How dare you? That guard looked at Lu Xuanyi in shock. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly waved his hand. I didn't, but I'm most disciplined. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly gave the money. Everyone's hands, all with large amounts of spirit stones. The two guards were a little confused. It really wasn't the man in front of you who did it. But it doesn't even matter. At this moment, these two guards hurriedly transmitted their voices. Attention brothers, a fat sheep has appeared, with hundreds of thousands of spirit stones at least. Hear this. The guards of Stillwater City directly exploded. And Lu Xuanyi was also a bit confused, because on the golden scroll of the way, the colors of the pure water city guards, from the top blue color, it slowly turned into a primary purple color. Lu Xuanyi was suddenly in thought. The color upgrade. This means that there are more and more people who want to kill me? Although this group of people doesn't even come with a name on the golden scroll of the Great Tao, the number is sizable. Lu Xuanyi looked at his storage bag, couldn't help but be a little amused, though it was deliberate on his part, but he didn't expect it either. This kind of fishing, it's really good. Think about it. Lu Xuanyi re-exchanged his storage bag. Even the spirit stones increased to about 1 million. The ban is not strong. A little probing can be perceived. Sure enough, after Lu Xuanyi changed his storage bag, once again, there was a change on the golden scroll of the Great Tao. Stillwater City Guard, purple extreme, Stillwater City's Forbidden Army, pink primary. Lu Xuanyi was secretly shocked. This Stillwater City, it's really a place to eat. Even the Forbidden Army, they want to swallow their wealth. But Lu Xuanyi was still not satisfied. Because even if these people are outnumbered. But it doesn't even come with a name. This is not what Lu Xuanyi wants. Lu Xuanyi continued to walk towards the depths of Stillwater City, carrying a huge amount of money. Grandstanding. The colors of the Stillwater City guards did not continue to change. Instead, they were the colors of Stillwater City's Forbidden Army. It ended up being a pink extreme. Though, there are a lot of people who want to kill him. But Lu Xuanyi wasn't panicking in the slightest right now. Because the group couldn't kill themselves. And one's current identity is not Lu Xuanyi. So, do something. It can all be a bit bold. But, a very sad point. Those who set up stalls, though the eyes were on themselves, but none of them have names. Lu Xuanyi was a little confused. These guys don't see the money? Didn't you say that these people are all poor and vicious? Why is everyone so quiet? Lu Xuanyi was strolling around again. It was found that the stalls remained untouched. Lu Xuanyi finally couldn't help himself. He crouched in front of a random old man's stall. And you don't have anything in mind for me? The old man looked odd. Ahem. Old man. There is no dragon yang. Lu Xuanyi? Shit. What the hell are you talking about? I'm asking. Don't you see that I'm so rich that you're not impressed? The old man then responded. Then hurriedly waved his hand. Anyone who isn't a fool wouldn't dare think of you. Lu Xuanyi was confused. How? The old man was a bit speechless. Aren't you purely fishing? In the cultivation world, the reasoning of not leaking wealth is understood by children. And since you're purposely trying to leak wealth, isn't it because you want you to intercept and kill you, and then you'll kill back afterward, and go black and eat black? Truth be told, we've all done it. Lu Xuanyi, he just doesn't get it. Shouldn't all enemies in novels be retarded? How to get to yourself? All of them are so fucking perceptive? Lu Xuanyi helplessly put away his storage bag. Think about it. Lu Xuanyi casually took one thing at the old man's stall and left without paying. The old man was somewhat silent. Chapter 59, Looking for Death. Lu Xuanyi was a bit puzzled. The old man. Is it right to kill yourself? Think about it. Lu Xuanyi backed away again, recrouched in front of the old man's stall. The old man smiled. Fellow Daoist, but do you see something else? Lu Xuanyi shook his head and instead asked. You're not angry? The old man shook his head. If you can take something of the old man's, it's because you look up to the old man. So how could I be angry? Lu Xuanyi scratched his head. You know me? The old man shook his head. I don't recognize it. Lu Xuanyi then wondered. You don't know me, and you're not mad that I took your stuff for no reason? The old man this smiled. The Tao that I practice is called the way of karma. And the settlement of money is the settlement of karma in person. If you take something from me and don't pay, then you and I will have a share of karma in it, and the old man won't lose. Lu Xuanyi. Nice guy. The emotional loss is your own. Lu Xuanyi threw his hand back into the stall. Get up and walk away. The old man hurriedly stopped Lu Xuanyi. Fellow Daoist, wait. I have other good things here. Do you want to take another look? Lu Xuanyi waved his hand. No need. The old man said again. Free for you. Lu Xuanyi continued to shake his head. The old man was helpless at this time. Fellow Daoist. I'm able to tell that you didn't come to the black market to buy something. Fellow Daoist. I know a lot about this black market. You may not be able to look at other things, but this one, you should. The old man brought out a folded book at this time. There's something you want on it. Lu Xuanyi suspiciously took the fold, opened it up and looked at it. Chen Dahai, killed countless people, seized countless treasures, ranked 7th on the evil list. Early Jindan cultivation. Chao Lin Yuan, loves to rob people's women, ranked 13th on the list of evil people. Early Jindan stage. Lu Chang, has slaughtered over a dozen villages just to condense the Fury Chi for cultivation. 4th on the evil list. Late Jindan stage. And a lot of other people's names. It's all evil anyway. It was just that Lu Xuanyi was curious. What makes you so sure that I am not evil? And how do you know that I am looking for evil? The old man smiled. Fellow Daoist is full of righteousness, and his eyes still reveal clarity. And he intentionally showed his wealth to come to this Stillwater City. So I know that you are here to rid the people of evil. Lu Xuanyi's face darkened a bit. He felt like the old man was talking about his eyes, revealing clear stupidity. But that's a good list. Thanks. I'll take this. The old man is happy. Well, then I'll take my leave. The old man finished. Close up and go. This operation gave Lu Xuanyi a silly look. There can't be such a person in the cultivation world. This old man must be plotting something. But for a time, Lu Xuanyi couldn't figure it out either. Then simply don't think about it. Anyway, he's not Lu Xuanyi now. Doesn't matter what others are scheming. If you want to assassinate yourself, it is natural that the Great Golden Scroll will have his name written on it. Didn't think much of it. Lu Xuanyi followed the names on the folders and looked for them one by one. First is Chen Hai. This guy saw Lu Shuani coming. Eyes narrowed slightly. Fellow Daoist, buying something? Lu Shuani looked down at Chen Dahai, who was squatting in the stall. You're Chen Dahai? Chen Dahai nodded. I am. Pa Lu Shuani went up for a slap. Then turn and run. Chen Dahai was hit with a face full of confusion. After the reaction, Chen Dahai instantly rushed out. Kid, you're fucking looking for death. Chen Dahai chased after Lu Shuani towards him, and after Lu Shuani ran for a while, came to Chao Ling Yuan. Fellow Daoist, do you know why that Chen Dahai is after me? Chao Ling Yuan looked at Lu Shuani warily. Why? Do you want to know? Chao Ling Yuan shook his head. I want to know. Pa Lu Shuani swiftly slapped Chao Ling Yuan with a lightning-fast slap. For your face. Having said that, Lu Shuani turned and fled again. Then he came to Lu Cheng. Fellow Daoist. Forget it. Lu Shuani once again slapped Lu Cheng in the face and turned around to run. Shit. You seek death. Then 3 Jindan realm powerhouses to capture a peak foundation establishment Lu Shuani. But the chase is on. Those 3 Jindan realm experts were confused, because Lu Shuani directly pulled the blood god fist full, with 40 times the combined strength of the bloodstained god's fist added to it. He then used the earth escape. Disappeared in place almost instantly. Those 3 Jindan realm experts froze against the slap marks. The face is ironic and the plucked tip looks around with a bewildered heart. Kid, don't let me know who you are, or else I'll make sure you're worse than dead. Several people roared. Can't find Lu Shuani. A few people could only go back helplessly. However, when they go back, straight up dumbfounded. Where's my stuff? The guys inquired. A few inquiries. A few people spit blood, because Lu Shuani folded right back. Pack up all their stuff and take it with them. Original. These guys thought they were bad enough, but Lu Shuani still didn't go, because the vendors inside the black market of this Stillwater City, most are on the roster. Shit. Whatever. Take it all. Subsequently, Lu Shuani directly looted the entire black market. Grass. Kid, you seek death. Naya. Little thief, stop right there. Stillwater City is in chaos. Lu Shuani directly carried a large bag of things and headed towards the exit of Stillwater City. Brush up on. The guards and forbidden troops of Stillwater City instantly gathered and blocked Lu Shuani's path. Kid, tie your hands. The commander of the Forbidden Army looked at Lu Shuani and said. Lu Shuani directly took out a sword at this time. The first sword of the Sorrowful Sword. Sword chi into rain. Lu Shuani turned on the blood-burning divine fist and then directly consumed his lifespan in essence blood. Bang bang bang. Lu Shuani hadn't even utilized fully out sword yet. The guards of Stillwater City then began to chop away continuously. The scene. It's gut-wrenching to watch. What kind of sword technique is this? Where before the sword is even struck, that power makes people explode in place? Lu Shuani also didn't expect this sorrowful sword to be so powerful. He himself burned his longevity and essence blood, but he needed to consume so many Stillwater City guards? Look on the golden scroll of the avenue. The colors of the names of the Jingshui city guards were dropping. Lu Shuani was a little alarmed by the power of this being bright sword, but whatever. Lu Shuani hurriedly flipped the Great Tao Gold Scroll to the top of Chao Ling Yuan's name. A sword cut followed. This sword chi erupted directly. It was like rain, constantly bombarding towards the bottom. Under this rain of swords, don't say people, it's the walls of Stillwater City. All of them were directly blasted into dust. Holy shit, did I turn out to be that good? Lu Shuani was stunned. After the reaction, Lu Shuani rushed to run. Coming to my Stillwater City to cause trouble. Junior. You just want to walk away like this? Suddenly, a voice came. This was followed by a wave of pressure falling on Lu Shuani. Boom! Nothing happened to Lu Shuani. But at this time, the Forbidden Army in Stillwater City. A large number of people died instantly. Chapter 60 Orange Extreme. The city lord of Stillwater City was somewhat confused as he looked at the dead forbidden soldiers. How does this death look like dying under my mighty pressure? The city lord of Stillwater City was a bit unsure, and to add to his horror, that little thief. Ignoring his own intimidation. A foundation builder. Ignoring the pressure of a Yuan Ing. It's a no-brainer. Does he have some kind of treasure on him? The more the city lord of Stillwater City thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. But all the same, his eyes were filled with greed. No wonder you dare to spread your wildness in my Stillwater City. But no matter who it is that dares to cause trouble in my territory, you will surely die. Speaking of which, the Stillwater City lord said, come on people. Give me a good look into who this troublemaker really is. Yes. Several of Stillwater City's dark guards received the order and instantly went to investigate. Lu Shuani froze and hid outside for 2 more days before sneaking into the Green Lotus sect. After entering the Green Lotus sect, Lu Shuani replaced his puppet. At the same time, he had also slightly revealed his realm to the peak of the 9th level of chi refining. There's nothing you can do without showing. Otherwise, there were tons of pills and resources from Hidden Sword Peak. It's been closed for so long again. Cultivation didn't improve a bit. That would be a bit of a stretch. Sure, you can't boost too fast either. After all, his own qualifications were there. At least, the persona of one's true identity cannot be exposed. He, Lu Shuani, just a good old boy with a bit of alchemical talent. But nothing today. Lu Shuani then lay down inside his small yard to sunbathe. Now Lu Shuani finally had no sense of urgency. Because of the name on top of the golden scroll of the Great Tao. There are enough of them now. And to Lu Shuani's greatest surprise, an extra name. Lin Wu Dao, Orange Extreme, Crap, Orange. Beyond that, Chen Dahai, Shaolin Yuan, Lu Chang. These three names are all pink extremes. But the weird thing is, there is another line on the Great Golden Scroll. Stillwater City Ravens, Orange. Medium. Good lord. These people don't come with names. Even Lu Shuani studied it carefully. He found a problem. It seems, someone who can have his name written on the golden scroll of the Great Tao, there are bound to be some peculiarities. Otherwise it's all a rabble. Sure, this is also just a guess by Lu Shuani. However, no research is necessary. Anyway, current self. No need to panic for now. Just right. It's been a long time in the works. Take a break first. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Original. 3 days later was Zhao Enough's celebration banquet, but it was delayed by the Green Lotus sect. Even the entire Green Lotus sect was filled with an aura of solemnity. Even the entire personnel of the Hidden Sword Peak began to prepare, their faces full of seriousness. Lu Shuani pulled a random disciple to inquire. What happened? The disciple was a bit annoyed at first, but at first glance it was Lu Shuani. Instantly with deference, because the entire Hidden Sword Peak knew. Senior brother Lu of Hidden Sword Peak. Although his cultivation wasn't good, he was a third-order alchemist. That's the equivalent of their bread and butter. Sure, the story didn't get out, because of the death order given by Ji Suying. Anyone who says anything about Lu Shuani, one word, dead. But the people of Hidden Sword Peak basically knew. At this time, he saw Lu Shuani asking questions. That disciple hurriedly saluted. It's like this, Senior brother Lu. Originally, the other sects were prepared to attack the Heavenly God sect, but the Heavenly God sect is still not easy to deal with, because the most crucial thing is that the Heavenly God sect has one called Narasun, and another called Granny Fengya, and the two of them are very bizarre in their methods. With these two people around, attacking the Heavenly God sect is really a bit risky, and although they will win, they are bound to die or be injured. But just a few days ago, these two seemed to have an internal fight and both of them died, so this is a great time to attack the Heavenly God sect. Lu Shuani's face was instantly serious. This is going to be a clan war. The disciple nodded. Lu Shuani directly rewarded this disciple with a bottle of chi recovery pill. That disciple hurriedly thanked him. Lu Shuani thought about it at this point. Walking out into the middle of his room, he began to sharpen his sword. It's just as well that I'm also taking this opportunity to let the crowd know what technique my true identity cultivates and what stance I use, to completely create a strong contrast with my other layer of identity. That would be some kind of connection. Lu Shuani planned it well, but it was at this time. A disciple came to report. Senior brother Lu. Senior sister said that as the alchemist of Hidden Sword Peak, you don't need to participate in this great battle. Lu Shuani froze for a moment, then nodded. Okay, thanks for the info. That disciple saluted again and then retreated. Lu Shuani, on the other hand, was somewhat silent as he looked at those busy disciples. This day, all the preparations of the clan are ready. Wang howls rang out. Subsequently, Lu Shuani then saw nearly a dozen flying boats slowly taking off into the air, and on top of each flying boat, there were elders leading the group. It was Elder Zhao Enough, standing in front of the flying boat, his face a little pale. Even looking closely, his body was shaking. See Zhao Enough. Lu Shuani touched his nose in some embarrassment. I'm so sorry, Zhao Enough, Lu Shuani said inwardly. Think about it. Lu Shuani still took out a jade tablet and sent out a text. The general idea was for Ji Suying to take care of Zhao Enough if she could. Ji Suying didn't reply to Lu Shuani. Instead, he nodded furtively above the flying boat. Lu Shuani didn't say anything else. Instead, they watched those people leave. Another half a month passed in the blink of an eye. This half of the month, Lu Shuani flipped the Avenue Gold Scroll to Shi Changxin's name, been practicing like crazy. With the added strength of countless heavenly materials, Lu Shuani's cultivation level was also rapidly rising. Nowadays, his Dantian spiritual energy was majestic. It's even compressing rapidly. Compressed aura city solidifies and then condenses. Only then can you condense the golden pill. Nowadays, Lu Shuani's aura had been compressed by half. Sure, it wasn't that Lu Shuani was slow to cultivate. Rather, it was among the true explanation of cultivation given to him by Ji Suying. There is talk of quenching the aura. the purer the aura was quenched, the more powerful the jindan that was finally condensed would be. As for what level of aura quenching is best, the practice just says, Aura Tsuilan is like a starry sky. So, Lu Xuanyi was just quenching his aura all the time. But, it is rightly said in this true solution to cultivation, follow the above method of quenching the aura. His spiritual energy was only half condensed though. However, that feeling of huge spiritual energy was very powerful. As for how strong it really is, Lu Xuanyi doesn't know, but it must be strong. And it's dangerous. The step of quenching the aura alone. He's been injured numerous times all over his body. If not for the golden scroll of the way, this law, even beating Lu Xuanyi to death wouldn't dare to try. Chapter 61, Condensation overdone this recent time. Lu Xuanyi has been in seclusion, because he was impacting the Jindan realm. Anyway, one has plenty of enemies now. Then don't take the time to Stillwater City Guard. Stillwater City's Forbidden Army. These are enemies that don't matter, even because of the reduced numbers. The color of the name will also drop. Lu Xuanyi simply took these two kinds of people directly to make cultivation. A wink. Another half a month. It's been half a month. The name of Stillwater City's Forbidden Army disappeared. The names of the Stillwater City Guards also disappear. And Lu Xuanyi's spiritual energy was all condensed. Next, it was waiting for that condensed spiritual energy to turn into a golden elixir, and want to condense Jindan. Next step. It is the gathering together of the condensed spiritual energy. Then fusion. But wanting to completely condense into a golden elixir, need to cross over. Lu Xuanyi did not continue to cultivate, because the next step needs to be to cross the threshold. Transition. It was somewhat inappropriate in the Green Lotus sect. Secondly, it is after one's spiritual energy is gathered together. It was only then that Lu Xuanyi realized a problem. The aura that one seemed to have quenched a little too much. As described in that book given by Ji Suiying, cultivators quench their aura and condense it. After finally polymerizing together, it was to form an endless piece of a huge fake elixir of spiritual energy within the body. The size of the spiritual false dan determines how strong the lightning tribulation will be. Actually condensing the golden pill, the size didn't matter, as long as it was able to condense the jindan. Anyway, after condensing jindan, the size of the jindan would also gradually become larger as one slowly cultivated. What matters is the quality of the spiritual energy. The higher the quality, the higher the chance of condensing the golden dan, even at certain times. Instead, the larger the false dan that was condensed, the more insecure it would be when crossing the tribulation instead, because the bigger the fake dan, the more ruthless the thunderbolt will be. Lu Xuanyi looked at the fake dan in his body that looked like the size of a star and couldn't help but be a little worried. I don't know if these names on this golden scroll of the great Tao of mine will be able to carry it, but guess it doesn't matter. Because of the whole conjugation thing, Lu Xuanyi is in no hurry for now, and while we're at it, Lu Xuanyi had plenty of opportunity to properly pick off the enemy again. Idle. Lu Xuanyi simply sat in the small courtyard drinking tea and enjoying the scenery. At the same time, Lu Xuanyi was also learning the spells of the Foundation Establishment realm. Just these spells. There is really nothing to learn, because a strong person in the Foundation Establishment realm. It was also only slightly more complicated than the spells that came to be learned by Qi refining cultivators. The only difference might be that there are some foundation building things. The abilities attached to those foundation building objects could raise the power of the spells by another notch when they were cast. There's nothing to learn from the foundation building spells. The spells of Jindan cultivators could be learned instead. Just can't cast it. Lu Xuanyi began to look through the spells that Jindan cultivators were capable of casting. After getting to know the spells of Jindan personally, Lu Xuanyi then felt a bit dreamy, because of the Jindan spells. More or less ruinous. What endless celestial fire. Endless as water. Just cast. It is the destruction of the sky and the earth. No wonder. Back then, I didn't even get to see much of who the heavenly god sex Jindan cultivator was before I was directly seconded. This Jindan and Foundation establishment. It's a fucking gap across the subgenres. Lu Xuanyi looked a little silent. Right about this time, the sky above the Green Lotus sect, a flying boat flew back. This flying boat caught everyone's attention. Lu Xuanyi also looked up. Just a glance. Just let Lu Xuanyi's pupils contract. It was because the flying boat was already in disrepair. Even outside the flying boat, there was blood everywhere. Some have dried up, some are still fresh, and above the flying boat, also mostly disabled disciples. Even the extent of that injury and disability was even more tragic than the people who had gone to clean up those who had been killed by the demon cultivators before. Dang, it didn't take long. The flying boat docked at the clan's mooring point. That is, there are countless handymen to help collect the corpses, or carry away the seriously injured disciples. Even some of the limbs were mangled beyond repair. Those miscellaneous disciples could only use hose to start cleaning up. Although this is not the first time this scene has been seen, but see this scene again. Lu Xuanyi is still a bit uncomfortable, but there's no way around it. For resources, for profit, it's all about fighting, and if you want to fight, there will be bloodshed. In the twinkling of an eye, another 3 days passed. This day, a disciple from Hidden Sword Peak has returned, and that disciple, Lu Xuanyi still knew. Yi Yan. It was when the spirit root was remodeled in the Heavenly Flame mysterious realm. A disciple personally recruited by Ji Suiying. Yi Yan was badly injured, been in a coma. Finally, it was carried directly to Lu Xuanyi. Dan Master Lu, is there any pills for healing injuries? Lu Xuanyi hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, wait for me. Lu Xuanyi rushed to his house, searching for elixirs amongst their storage bags. In the end, Lu Xuanyi searched for an elixir with one Dan pattern, then hurriedly walked out and stuffed it in Yi Yan's mouth. Yi Yan swallowed the elixir and the wounds on his body healed with the naked eye. Not only that, Yi Yan's body, too, began to bubble with a hint of flame. Phew! Yi Yan sat up violently from the ground. Bewildered, he looked around. This is the clan? Hidden Sword Peak? Dan Master Lu. Seeing this scene in front of me, Yi Yan then breathed a sigh of relief. I'm back. The disciple who had brought Yi Yan over looked at Yi Yan and saw that he didn't have anything to do, so he excused himself. Yi Yan, on the other hand, felt his body after a while. Shocked, he looked at Lu Xuanyi. My broken roots are healed. Lu Xuanyi didn't say anything, but with a bemused face. Yi Yan hurriedly knelt on the ground at this time and bowed to Lu Xuanyi. I'll go. Don't. You get up. Yi Yan shook his head. Master Dan Lu has a renewed kindness to Mr. Yi. You deserve its Mr. Ye's obeisance. Lu Xuanyi was a little embarrassed. But for this Yi Yan, the good feeling is rubbing off. This guy, in comparison to some gatekeeper, doesn't know how many times better. Get up. You and I are of the same clan. There's no need for that. Yi Yan smiled. Since Lu Xuanyi doesn't want to say more, Yi Yan didn't ask much, but elixirs that can repair the roots. It's unheard of. Yi Yan didn't say anything on the surface, but from the inside, remember this, Dan Master Lu, I would like to recuperate here with you for a period of time. I wonder if I am intruding. Lu Xuanyi pondered for a moment. Finally, I nodded. Mainly, he wanted to find out what was going on with the siege of the Heavenly God sect by the various great sects, and exactly how far it had gone. So it was agreed. Yi Yan, on the other hand, was happy that Lu Xuanyi was able to keep him. For the next little while, Lu Xuanyi finally was aware of why Yi Yan wanted to stay. This guy, day after day, I work up and down, cleaning my yard, my room, and even serving myself tea. This made Lu Xuanyi a little embarrassed. Chapter 62, the situation is not good. In recent days, Lu Xuanyi and Yi Yan also became more acquainted. This kid Yi Yan, a little straight-natured, but he's a decent guy, and there was no arrogance of being an outer disciple. Most of all, this Yi Yan, too, is trying too hard. Helped make breakfast in the morning. Yi Yan then went to cultivate, although it was a foundation establishment cultivation, but for himself, a cultivator who had hidden his realm at the 9th level of qi refining. He was still very respectful. Dan Master Lu, I'm going to go cultivate. Call me when you've eaten a good morning goodness. I'll clean up. Lu Xuanyi smiled and shook his head. No need to go to such trouble. I'm not a big lord. I can just clean up after myself. Yi Yan scratched his head. Yes. After that, he went to practice. Lu Xuanyi looked at Yi Yan's departing figure. Suddenly it seemed nice to have a day like that. Even Lu Xuanyi was really kind of wanting to find a servant, but when you think about all the secrets you have, it would be inappropriate to have servants around. Not only that, he also had to think of a way to get this Yi Yan to go and cultivate elsewhere. It doesn't make sense for you, an outer inner disciple, to come to my place every day to practice. After dinner, Lu Xuanyi still found Yi Yan. Now that your injuries are almost healed, it's not a thing to always be here in my place. In the inner disciple courtyard, there should be a place more suitable for cultivation than mine. You should go there. Yi Yan smiled. I know, but I just wanted to do something for you. Lu Xuanyi waved his hand. With your talent, going over to the inner sect to cultivate, I think it won't take long before you'll be able to cultivate with success. If you really want to do something for me, it would be better to wait until you are strong in the future and take good care of me. Yi Yan thought about it as well. Good, then I'll go back to the inner sect. Yi Yan said and left. You wait. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly called out to Yi Yan. Yi Yan glanced at Lu Xuanyi suspiciously. Lu Xuanyi took a storage bag and handed it to him at this moment. This, I can't have. Yi Yan was inwardly shocked when he saw the cultivation resources inside. Lu Xuanyi waved his hand, then flicked the third order alchemist at his waist. I'm not missing this. Yi Yan was a little touched inside. Good. Then Mr. Yi won't make any more excuses. Lu Xuanyi smiled. Another half a month passed. This half of the month, Lu Xuanyi wasn't exactly lonely. Because of this kid Yi Yan, always sneaking out some treasure from the inner gate. Brother Lu, I've heard that this stuff is very helpful in building the foundation. Brother Lu, this is a spirit beast raised on the inner gate side. Let us try it. Brother Lu, nice guy. This Yi Yan is having a good time and really thinking about himself, but these things, Lu Xuanyi is not even look at all. And then there's this. I'm going to be a Jin Dan myself soon. This is something that is good for building a foundation, but is of no use at all for yourself. Lu Xuanyi said at this time. Yi Yan in the future, these things don't need to be brought for me. I'm the alchemist of the hidden sword peak. I can use any medicinal herbs. I really don't lack these things. Yi Yan smiled. Take it even if you don't lack it, in case you really lack it someday. Besides, the clan's things aren't that good to take. Let's keep a little bit of the bottom for ourselves. Lu Xuanyi was speechless, because what this Yi Yan said was quite reasonable. Suddenly, Lu Xuanyi thought of something. When you came here before, how I saw you were burned and there were signs of poisoning among your body. Speaking of which, Yi Yan's face became a bit angry. There was a previous disciple of our clan called Chen Beiping. I wonder if Brother Lu knows. Chen Beiping? Lu Xuanyi froze for a moment. Isn't he dead? Yi Yan continued. Because I saw Chen Beiping on the battlefield. But he wasn't the Chen Beiping of the Green Lotus sect, but the Chen Beiping of the Heavenly God sect. Lu Xuanyi? Chen Beiping? Defected? Yi Yan shook his head. It's not like a mutiny. It just seems like he's a different person. He doesn't remember who he was before at all. But now he's a disciple of the Heavenly God sect. That's what burned me. That's what burned me. Lu Xuanyi fell into silence. When Chen Beiping removed his name from his own golden scroll of the way, one thought Chen Beiping was dead. Even if he had a nirvana resurrection physique, in Lu Xuanyi's opinion, disappearing from the Great Tao Golden Scroll was a complete loss. But today it seems, that doesn't seem to be the case. Does it mean that if someone doesn't want to kill themselves anymore, they will also remove their name from the Golden Scroll of the Great Tao? Right about this time, the bristles of the Great Golden Scroll vibrate. A word written in the void. No. Lu Xuanyi. Then how come Chen Beiping's name is missing? The quill vibrated again. Sudden. Lu Xuanyi was somewhat speechless. Then who is Chen Beiping now? The brush stopped vibrating and fell into a calm. Lu Xuanyi. Speaking of the battlefield, Lu Xuanyi was a bit curious. Can you give me an idea of what's going on at the front now? Speaking of this, Yi Yan blanched a little. It's a little hard for me to say what's going on in the battlefield right now, but at the time of my arrival, the situation on the battlefield was very bad. Lu Xuanyi was also nervous inside. How? Yi Yan sighed. In fact, in the beginning, with the alliance of the several great sects, the Heavenly God sect was completely inadequate because their two leaders died for unknown reasons, and the middle tier of the Heavenly God sect's combat power amounted to nothing. But, a few chiefs have ultimately underestimated the Heavenly God sect's heartlessness. Speaking of which, Yi Yan directly took out a crystal ball. It has an image of him recording it. It was a battlefield of chaos. The great sects, as if they were celestial soldiers and generals, stood in the clouds, looking down on the Heavenly God sect. The scene, too much of a shock. The original Heavenly God sect was already desperate. But, all of this is the plan of the Celestial God cult. They used the blood from the battlefield to activate a formation. That formation devoured the blood and fury on the battlefield. Finally it was a monster that was awakened. Boom! The monster's body was nearly 1,000 meters. Come out of the ground. It directly obscured the entire firmament. Most disgusting of all, the monster had the body of a centipede, but his forelegs were a strip of fat human hands. Even the monster's head is that of a giant baby. He. Ha 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 ha. Two very different kinds of laughter came out of the creature's mouth at the same time. Very harsh. Just this laugh alone. Above the battlefield, there were then countless disciples whose bodies shattered. Hungry. So hungry. The creature spoke. Almost hundreds of voices saying the same thing at the same time. Follow closely. It was the monster that opened its mouth. A huge suction force that came. The disciples of the sect alliance were almost completely wiped out. Recorded images end here. Lu Xuanyi watched in a cold sweat. Chapter 63, The Invincible Shurchangsan. It's the fucking cult of God. How can it be so counterintuitive? And, the monster. How the fuck does this look? It's just like the kind of human experimentation one remembers. Even in a different world, a different civilization, this group of people, they are still such livestock. A nameless rage was burning in Lu Xuanyi's heart. But soon, Lu Xuanyi then calmed down. Currently fighting at this level, not something you can get involved in on your own. There are too many great powers in the field. even if they are hiding their identity. With your own little means, it's hard to guarantee non-exposure. This is just one of the battlefields. Lu Xuanyi found a problem. Within this crystal ball, he didn't see Ji Suiying or even any other disciples of Hidden Sword Peak. Yi Yan nodded his head at this time. What I'm showing you is just one of the battlefields. In reality, the Heavenly God sect is even more terrifying than we thought. Lu Xuanyi frowned. How? Yi Yan's face was very serious. That's so-and-so blood demon scripture that the Heavenly God sect researched. It doesn't matter if one has a spiritual root or not. One can cultivate it. When there is a gong method that even mortals can cultivate. Imagine how terrifying it is. Lu Xuanyi sighed. That's why, when attacking the Heavenly God sect, the Sect Alliance realized that the Heavenly God sect had secretly developed to a very terrifying level. Yi Yan nodded his head. So, there are several battlefields, but according to my guess, if such a terrifying demon has appeared in that battlefield of mine, then the other battlefields should also have similar demons. Yi Yan suddenly remembered something. By the way, there's another person. The previous Kangzhuang city lord, Shi Changxin. This person has long been at the Yuaning cultivation level, and on top of this battlefield, he's simply invincible. Shi Changxin? Invincible? Lu Xuanyi was a bit incredulous. Yi Yan spoke the gossip he had gotten. I heard that Shi Changxin was watching Nara's death process shortly before he broke through the blood demon scripture again. On the battlefield, as long as there is enough flesh and blood, then Shi Changxin is equivalent to immortality. That battlefield of Shi Changxin's, I heard that it was slaughtered by that Shi Changxin alone. Even those who died, without even a single intact body, were gradually turned into white bones under Shi Changxin's kind of demonic power. Lu Xuanyi silently looked at Shi Changxin, who had completely turned into an orange name, on the golden scroll of the Great Tao. This guy, he's really gifted. Lu Xuanyi muttered to himself. By the way, here's something else that's interesting. Yi Yan suddenly laughed. Do you know Elder Zhao enough? Lu Xuanyi nodded his head. This is naturally known. That is the fastest promoted elder of the Green Lotus sect. Yi Yan nodded his head. Obey Elder Zhao enough's piece of the battlefield. Complete victory. Lu Xuanyi was a bit shocked. A complete victory? Elder Zhao is so fierce? Yi Yan shook his head. It's not that Elder Zhao enough is so strong. It's that those people from the Heavenly God sect, when they see Elder Zhao enough, it's almost as if they've lost their minds, and they're pursuing the idea that this battle can be lost, but Zhao enough must die. Therefore, that group of Heavenly God cultists were like mad dogs frantically chasing Zhao enough, fearless of death. The result was that they only had enough of Zhao in their eyes, and it would be good for the people from the Clan Alliance to take advantage of the opportunity to launch a direct attack. However, speaking of which, Elder Zhao enough only needed to lightly touch the people of the Heavenly God sect, and they exploded like a barrel of dynamite. And because of this, there are no longer any undercover agents of the Heavenly God sect within our Green Lotus sect. If it were me, I would definitely go crazy and hunt down Elder Zhao as well. Ha ha ha. Lu Xuanyi touched his nose. Inside, there was some shame. I'm sorry Elder Zhao. Actually, I really didn't want to make you take the blame. Really. As for any other further content, Lu Xuanyi wouldn't know, because Yi Yan came back after that combat zone of his was overthrown. So how the other battlefields were, he didn't know. In the twinkling of an eye, 6 months have passed. It's been 6 months. Lu Xuanyi clearly felt that something was wrong with the situation. Because Lu Xuanyi felt, the world became a little quieter. The silence was very unusual. Period. Lu Xuanyi even went down the mountain once. He realized that there were very few of those miscellaneous disciples left outside the sect. Even within the clan, it's all a bit desolate. Even, Lu Xuanyi was passing by some disciples' compounds. The walls of those disciples' compounds have grown grass. Lu Xuanyi frowned. It always feels as if something big is about to happen. Lu Xuanyi went to the middle of the medicine storehouse and took some herbs he wanted before hurrying back. Then in observing the changes in the entire Green Lotus sect, another week had passed. Lu Xuanyi felt, more and more, a little panic in his heart. Because of this period of time, Yi Yan didn't visit him either. That would be very wrong. With regards to Yi Yan's character, Lu Xuanyi was still able to feel it out. In the past, even if Yi Yan didn't come, he would give himself a greeting. Instead of the way it is today, there is no movement at all. Lu Xuanyi was a little worried. Good on. Another 3 days of worry. Yi Yan finally came to Lu Xuanyi. His face was a bit serious. Though, Brother Lu, the Tianyang sect has been destroyed. Lu Xuanyi was shocked. The Tianyang sect was destroyed, even when several clans joined forces? Yi Yan nodded his head. Not only that, the clan alliances, this time it can be considered a great defeat, are now retreating back to their own clans. Moreover, the situation has shifted, and the Heavenly God sect, from being on the defensive side in the beginning, has now become on the offensive side instead. Speaking of which, Yi Yan couldn't help but let out a sigh. In these recent days, some of the elders of the sect have already explained some things to us, and if the situation is not right, they told us to hurry and escape. Saying that, Yi Yan directly took a teleportation order. Brother Lu, this is the token for teleportation to other states. If things don't go right by then, just crush the token. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Wait, you gave me this token, did you? Yi Yan hemmed and hawed and giggled. Don't worry about me, I'm considered a good inner sect. This token, there are 2 more in my storage bag. Lu Xuanyi's divine sense swept Yi Yan's entire body. Not a single token was found. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but be a bit speechless. This waif, you're really pulling out all the stops on people. Lu Xuanyi still handed the token to Yi Yan. Then a new identical token was brought out. I have. No matter what, I'm also a 3rd-ranked alchemist, and Hidden Sword Peak has long since prepared a means to save my life in unexpected situations. Yi Yan froze for a moment. A nod followed. Yes, he recollected the token he had given out. Brother Lu, farewell. During this recent period of time, I may have to go into seclusion for a while, so take care of yourself. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Yi Yan just laughed. Lu Xuanyi then frowned. It was because he found a person sneakily following Yi Yan, and that person, Lu Xuanyi still knows, the one who watched the gate with him in the first place. Chapter 64, Worshipping the Master. What does this little sheik want? Lu Xuanyi was a little worried. Think about it. He followed suit to see. It didn't take long. Yi Yan arrived in the dense forest at the back of the Green Lotus sect. After coming to the dense forest, Yi Yan had an extra long sword in his hand. Come out, Yi Yan said. That disciple who was guarding the gate before also walked out from behind a large tree with a smile. You've got some skills if you can spot me, that disciple praised. Yi Yan couldn't help but frown. You and I don't know each other. What are you following me for? The disciple's eyes narrowed slightly. I've got my eye on one thing on you. I just don't know if you can part with it. Oh, Yi Yan raised his eyebrows again. What is it? That disciple said flatly. The flame of purification. Yi Yan's face was ugly. My foundation building flame? Are you planning to kill me and take it by force? The disciple smiled. It's not impossible. Having said that, a flying sword instantly exploded towards Yi Yan. Ding. Yi Yan similarly used his flying sword to resist. Whoosh! Yi Yan's side had just resisted a flying sword. Once again, there were countless flying swords, coming from all directions, and the sword is deadly. Dang. Yi Yan instantly summoned a large bell and shut himself in it. Those flying swords were also completely resisted by the large bell. But that disciple was in no hurry at all. It was even somewhat leisurely enough to manipulate those flying swords again and then fuse them into one. Finally the flying swords fused into one giant sword. Rumble. The giant sword slashed down hard, catching with a crunching sound. Yi Yan's great bell instantly shattered, immediately followed by Yi Yan. He was directly knocked out by the sword chi of that huge sword. Yi Yan's body directly crashed through 4 or 5 large trees. When it stops, Yi Yan couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on one knee, his breath disordered. That disciple slowly came in front of Yi Yan. Why bother? You're just a slightly bigger mole in my eyes. Yi Yan smiled. Yes? The disciple's heart tightened. Before he could react, then he saw countless threads twining in the air. In an instant, he was able to control the disciple. After controlling the disciple, it was only then that Yi Yan slowly stood up. He looked at the disciple he had controlled and became very annoyed in his heart. As a disciple of the same Hidden Sword Peak, you even mutilated your fellow disciples and tried to kill and seize the treasures. A scourge like you, I will definitely not be able to keep you today. Yi Yan finished, long sword in hand, then it directly chopped towards the disciple's neck. Ding. Yi Yan was a bit incredulous. It was because his long sword, which chopped on the other party's neck, was like chopping on top of steel. Ding. 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 The writing silk thread dharma treasure that Yi Yan had arranged was directly broken by that disciple. Yi Yan's eyes looked bad. Hurry back. But that disciple didn't want to give Yi Yan a chance to escape, only to see that D directly extended his palm and instantly grabbed Yi Yan's neck. His other hand, on the other hand, grabbed towards Yi Yan's dantian. Yi Yan was shocked. He wanted to fight back, but when that disciple's palm exerted force, he couldn't even use his strength at all. Could it be that I'm going to die here today? Yi Yan's eyes were somewhat desperate, even a little reluctant. Boom. Right about this time, a pillar of silvery white and fiery light instantly drowned that disciple's head. Wait until the blazing silver-white pillar of light dissipated. That disciple's head had long since been burned to the dregs by that pillar of light. Yi Yan twisted his head to look, only to see Lu Xuanyi's hands shrinking within his own large sleeves, looking at Yi Yan somewhat speechlessly. Yi Yan was a bit shocked. At this moment, he hurriedly searched the disciple's body. Then he came to Lu Xuanyi. Brother Lu. No no no. Senior, why are you here? Yi Yan was a little excited now. Even looking at Lu Xuanyi's eyes were glowing. Lu Xuanyi sighed. After you left, I saw that kid sneaking around behind you, so I came over to take a look. And well, I ended up seeing you being rubbed on the ground by this kid. Yi Yan was a bit embarrassed. No, senior, this can't be blamed on me. This kid is really a bit weird. His body is like steel. And the sword royal technique he performed is not something he should be able to perform at this foundation establishment realm at all. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Well, he should have had his own opportunities, but whatever good opportunities there are, they're yours now. Yi Yan gave a hurried shake of his head. No, 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 senior, it's yours. I can't have it. Lu Xuanyi waved his hand. I can't have it. And, for today, Lu Xuanyi looked at Yi Yan. Yi Yan hurriedly smiled and said, don't worry senior. I know what to do. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Also, don't call me senior. It's still the same as before. Call me brother Lu. Yi Yan nodded his head. There's nothing going on. I'm going back to bed. Lu Xuanyi finished and yawned as he walked back. Yi Yan looked at Lu Xuanyi's back with some emotion. Hidden Sword Peak deserves to be called Hidden Sword Peak. Everyone is deeply hidden. Yi Yan couldn't help but shake his head with emotion. But it was at this time. A voice came in Yi Yan's mind. Little doll, can you hear me? Yi Yan was scared to the point of shivering. Who's talking? The voice came again. I am the jade pendant in your hand. Yi Yan couldn't help but bow his head. Above the jade pendant at this time, there was a miniature remnant of a soul sitting on the ground. Little doll, I see that you have a good foundation. Are you willing to worship me as your teacher? Yi Yan frowned. So what do I need to do? Or what will it cost me down the road? The remnant of that soul smiled. I just want to find a legacy to inherit my mantle. Of course, if you are able to grow up, it wouldn't be impossible for you to reshape my flesh at that time. Yi Yan thought about it and asked again. That disciple from before is also your disciple, isn't he? The remnants of the spirit were silent. Yi Yan continued to inquire. Why didn't you save him? The remnants of the spirit did not speak. Instead, he showed Yi Yan all the things that the disciple had done. After seeing what that disciple had done in secret, Yi Yan was also angry. Even that guy privately not only has the cruelty of angry abusive people, but even all counting his own teacher. It's still really animalistic. Yi Yan said angrily, but then, Yi Yan was a bit puzzled. So you're not afraid I'm the next him? That remnant of a soul laughed. Look at me like this. It's hard to say how long I'll be able to support myself. What else do I have to lose? In the end, I will only lose the last strand of my obsession that remains in this world. But it is my inheritance. I don't want to let him be buried. Yi Yan didn't guarantee anything. As long as Senior trusts me, I am willing to worship you as my master. The remnant soul laughed out loud. Yes. Chapter 65. Don't you ever hide? Some more days passed. The Green Lotus sect was very calm. The imagined cataclysm did not come, but those from the Green Lotus sect who had gone to crusade against the Heavenly God sect didn't come either. But slowly, the Green Lotus sect has returned to its previous state. Within the clan, personnel are in their respective roles, even outside the Green Lotus sect. Once again, a group of handymen were recruited. Not only that, in recent days, the number of disciples who had worshipped within the Green Lotus sect had also begun to become more numerous. More than usual. I don't know how many times. Anyway, Lu Xuanyi stood on top of the hill. Looking at the dark and pressurized people, there was some emotion in his heart. But again, Lu Xuanyi has also been somewhat distressed lately, because one's cultivation is going to be overwhelming. Now one only has to be slightly inattentive. It would be possible to induce a heavenly tribulation and condense the Golden Dan. No way. One has to find a place to properly cross over. Lu Xuanyi thought inwardly. Could be the same. He also found a problem. That is, what's going on out there right now? How far did the Great War go? Know nothing about yourself. It's not right to be like this all the time. Lu Xuanyi suddenly felt. Does he or she need to use a different identity to get a force that specializes in spying? On the one hand, you can let yourself know how the movement is going on out there. On the other hand, it also lets you know which one is more badass and has a higher cultivation level in this cultivation world. Lu Xuanyi thought it was feasible. But the question is, one has to find someone one can trust. But it seems so far, the idea is still somewhat untenable. Rumble. While Lu Xuanyi was lost in thought, his cultivation was dangerously close to being somewhat suppressed. The sky instantly began to get a little cloudy. No, current situation. Still need to find a place to break through Jin Dan first. Think about it. Lu Xuanyi was ready to go back to his retreat. But it's a coincidence. Lu Xuanyi just got back. Yi Yan also followed over. Brother Lu, are you going into seclusion? Lu Xuanyi nodded. Yi Yan looked around at this time. A sudden whispered inquiry. Brother Lu, do you have any pills here to nourish the divine soul? Lu Xuanyi froze for a moment. Not for now, but I can refine some. Speaking of which, Lu Xuanyi looked Yi Yan up and down. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with you. Yi Yan waved his hand. It's not me, it's my master. Then Yi Yan told Lu Xuanyi about the jade pendant and the fact that there was an old grandfather inside the jade pendant. After Lu Xuanyi heard this, he looked at Yi Yan somewhat speechlessly. The old grandfather in that jade pendant was also looking at Yi Yan with some shock. Do you, not even hide it? Just find an excuse or something? Lu Xuanyi looked at Yi Yan and asked. The old grandfather in that jade pendant also looked at Yi Yan in puzzlement. Yi Yan hemmed and hawed. I trust Brother Lu more, and my senses tell me that Brother Lu is a trustworthy person. The old man in that jade pendant was somewhat silent. Lu Xuanyi was also somewhat silent. Still, Lu Xuanyi said, this kind of thing, it's good for you to know and for me to know, so don't talk about it to anyone else. Yi Yan nodded his head. I'm just saying the same thing to you. I'm not stupid. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Then he looked at the jade pendant and said, Old dang, since we're all on our own, why don't you come out for some air? The jade pendant was quiet for a moment, and then out came a fairy-like remnant of a soul. Lu Xuanyi looked at the remnant soul. Can't help but be a little shocked. This remnant of your soul, why do you have the feeling of having been refined? The remnant sighed. It's a bad time to meet someone. Lu Xuanyi thought of the brother who watched the gate before, unable to stop shaking his head. Indeed, that little sheik, 4-1, does seem a bit outrageous. Wait for me. Lu Xuanyi finished. Directly into the alchemy room. Less than half an incense stick. Lu Xuanyi then walked out with an elixir. Here, the remnant soul was confused. This is, indeed, a soul-nourishing pill, but to refine such a pill requires a large amount of souls. How did you come to refine it? Yusuni reached out. A blue flame appeared directly in his hand. You're crazy. Burning your soul to refine pills for me? Lu Xuanyi smiled. It doesn't matter. Yi Yan was suddenly ashamed. Brother, dear brother, if you had said that the soul-nurturing pill was refined like this, I wouldn't have even looked for you. Lu Xuanyi waved his hand. No harm done. Oh yeah, brother, this time I'm looking for you, mainly because I want to deliver something to you. Having said that, Yi Yan hurriedly took out a miniature zucchini. What is it? Lu Xuanyi took the zucchini and watched it repeatedly. Yi Yan explained it this time. This is my family's ancestral treasure. I've heard that it's a side of the world inside, but I don't know if it's true or not. But this thing has a lot of space, and it's able to fit almost anything inside. Lu Xuanyi was instantly stunned. This, I can't have. Yi Yan hurriedly waved his hand. Brother, you saved my life twice before and after, and saved my master's life. I don't have anything to show for it. The only thing I can show is this. So don't excuse yourself. If you don't want it, then I won't come back in the future. Lu Xuanyi thought about it. In the end, all you can do is sigh. Then I'll keep it for you for now, and if you back out, you can always come to me to get it. Yi Yan was happy. Looking at Yi Yan, this genuinely treated him as one of his own. Lu Xuanyi directly pulled out a book. It is written in small seal script. The people of this world can't see it anyway. The name is Crossing Cultivation Guide. Lu Xuanyi handed the book to Yi Yan. This is something I left behind for the people of my hometown. If you meet someone from my hometown in the future, see if he is of good character. You will give him this book. Yi Yan solemnly received the book. I see. But are there any characteristics of the people where you're from? Lu Xuanyi scratched his head. Characteristics? Lu Xuanyi then organized his thoughts. Characteristics of this thing I kind of can't say. But there is an obvious characteristic. If it's the same person as me, you just look at his eyes. In their eyes, they definitely also reveal a compared to the cultivation world of a kind of simplicity. Yi Yan couldn't help but look in the mirror. Looked at his own eyes and then at Lu Xuanyi's. The two fell into a moment of silence. So we're actually family? Yi Yan was a little uncertain. Lu Xuanyi shook his head. No, what does that make me say? Suddenly, Lu Xuanyi drew a picture. One large star on top and 4 smaller ones. If anyone sees this figure and is very solemn about it and makes this jewelry. After saying that, Lu Xuanyi made a salute gesture. That's my family. Yi Yan nodded his head. Okay, I get it. But is this way reliable? Lu Xuanyi hemmed and hawed. Very dependable. And you probably don't know how much it would blow up if my old folks in this world saw a picture like that floating around somewhere. Yi Yan nodded his head. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. Lu Xuanyi explained. Don't worry too much. Anyway, I feel that you are a bit like the son of heaven's destiny, and you are a good person. If you become successful in the future, I am also making a living for my hometown. Yi Yan laughed loudly. Don't worry, as long as I live. Brother's hometown. is my hometown. But, brother, why do I get the feeling you're explaining the aftermath? Lu Xuanyi shook his head. I'm going to be in seclusion for the next period of time. Chapter 66, Can't find a reason. The Battle of the Clan Alliance attacking the Heavenly God sect. Now it's at the end. The Clan Alliance won in the end. But the price of victory was very dismal. The Celestial God cult was crippled though. But it can't be extinguished. The Clan Alliance guys won though. But the deaths and injuries were heavy. A second large-scale battle could not be fought within a short period of time. Almost all of the clans need to recuperate. There's no way around it. After all, in the cultivation world, there wasn't just one Chinjo. If they don't stop until they die, I'm afraid that the entire Chinjo will be someone else's snipe. For this reason, the Sect Alliance and the Heavenly God Sect, a truce had to be signed, along with a series of treaties. For this reason, Chinjo saw a brief 300 years of peace. Nowadays, with the end of this great battle, Chinjo has once again returned to its usual tranquility. Cultivation has also once again resumed its previous camp. However, the creation is this great war. Elder Zhao Enough takes the credit. After returning to the clan, Zhao Enough accepted the clan's reward with a numb face. Even the eyes were a little listless. People have become a lot quieter too. After accepting the reward, Zhao Enough chose to go into seclusion for the first time. And it's still closed. This fight, Zhao Enough had already deeply realized what kind of result it was to have low strength. One's life is completely at the mercy of others. The value of one's own existence is to be treated like a fish for fishing. This period, no one has even asked him what he thinks or if he agrees with it. But, he didn't have a choice, because he's low on strength. The world, to be low in strength is to be a plaything, to be a tool, to be unable to control one's own destiny. So, Zhao Enough wanted to become stronger for the first time. He wanted to get out of this fuck-up. Sure, after the wind calms down, Stillwater City had suddenly become a place to be heard. Nothing else. It's because lately there's always something weird going on in Stillwater City. For example, anyone who works as a guard in Stillwater City, or as a forbidden soldier, more or less like being possessed. Every day, not only did he feel irritated in his heart, but even occasionally, he felt that his spiritual energy was somehow being drained. Even some of them, it's a direct death by spiritual energy draining. Originally, the crowd felt that this matter was outrageous enough, but just some time ago, the Forbidden Army of Stillwater City, there were a large number of deaths, and a very weird death. There's not a single wound on the body, just suddenly died. Then the Green Lotus sect came down to track it down. But the result of the tracing was that the divine souls of these people had completely disappeared. And it's like it's being burned by some kind of kung fu. For this reason, the Lord of Stillwater City was arrested. We now seriously suspect that you are practicing devilish techniques. Please also follow us to the Green Lotus sect to be investigated. Lin Wudao was speechless. You guys are bloodthirsty. The disciple of the Green Lotus sect shook his head. Whether it's a bloodshed or not, when we arrive at the Green Lotus sect, someone will decide. Please come with us. Lin Wudao frowned. A final sigh. Yes. 3 days passed directly in the twinkling of an eye. Lin Wudao walked out of the Green Lotus sect safely, because this thing really wasn't his doing. At last he was also returning to Stillwater City. But the more Lin Wudao thought about it, the angrier he became. Shadow Guard, how's the investigation going? Lin Wudao inquired. A man in black stepped out from the shadows. My lord, there is absolutely no clue as to who either the person behind the move against us is, or even the one who caused trouble in our Stillwater City before. Lin Wudao was a bit surprised. Not a trace? The Shadow Guard nodded. Lin Wudao was a bit incredulous. You can't even find out. So what's the background of this troublemaker? Shadow Guard shook his head. Still, Lin Wudao sneered. But it doesn't matter. No matter what the background is there anything else in this world that is stronger than my background? Shadow Guard didn't say anything, because Lin Wudao was right. Lin Wudao did have a powerful background, and it wasn't ordinary. That kid you continue to investigate, but this kind of means of burning other people's souls unknowingly, is by no means the work of an ordinary person. Tell my father about this matter. Let him send someone to investigate this matter properly. Shadow Guard nodded. My subordinate will do it now. Having said that, the Shadow Guard simply disappeared. Lin Wudao, on the other hand, picked up a book and looked at it as if nothing had happened. It can be gradual. Lin Wudao then felt that something was wrong. Own cultivation. How it's starting to get restless. Put snapped. Lin Wudao felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. This feeling, why is it a bit like a robbery? Lin Wudao was a bit confused. Then he looked up at the cloudless sky and fell into silence. Put snappy. Lin Wudao once again sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was on one knee as well. This isn't right. Boom! Lin Wudao instantly flew above the sky. The divine sense of Yuaning perfection began to scan the greater half of Qinzhou. Bang bang bang. Right about this time, the guards and forbidden troops of Stillwater City, in an instant, all exploded. There are no bones left. Lin Wudao grabbed with one hand. A handful of burning ashes was grasped in his hand. It is indeed the aura of a thunder tribulation. And although the power is not small, this is the Jindan thunder tribulation. Lin Wudao's face became ugly. Lin Wudao looked at the sky and then at the ashes in his hand. Shadow guards, search for me and find out who is undergoing a robbery in this entire central state. Or, find out for me who has recently broken through to Jindan. Shadow guard point. Understood. After the order was given, Lin Wudao directly entered the retreat room, then began to sit in meditation. He needed to take good precautions against the unmitigated disaster that would befall him. Lu Xuanyi in order to cross over, directly using the blood-burning divine fist and burning his spiritual energy, his soul, at any cost, just to travel halfway across Qinzhou to cross over. It's also about being on the safe side. This was because this time when he crossed the threshold, the main person he chose to ward off the negative was Lin Wudao. This is the enemy of orange, but it's also because it's an orange enemy. Lu Xuanyi only became more careful. Nothing else. An enemy that could be orange was at least a Yuaning. When Lu Xuanyi was first shocked, it was even seen that Lin Wudao was very young and should only be in his 30s. Though what exactly is the real age? But I've heard that the Jindan realm fixes the face. He was able to cultivate to the Jindan realm in his 30s. Such a person is bound to be not stupid. If one were to cross the threshold, the opponent suffers an instant attack. I'm afraid I'm going to have to wonder soon if there's someone in the neighborhood who's transiting. So, to play it safe. Sure. Another part of the reason why Lu Xuanyi did this was that he didn't want to expose another layer of his identity. After all, another layer of identity is there to make things right. In fact, what Lu Xuanyi did was really good, because all of his predictions were very accurate. Chapter 67, Is this a thunderbolt? Lu Xuanyi felt that the distance was about right, so he looked for a deserted place. Eventually he found a tall, snowy mountain. The reason why I chose this place, because this is a place of extreme cold. Few people come here. Also, unusual people can't come. Halfway there, you'll freeze to death. But Lu Xuanyi completely ignored this icy coldness. The negatives have their own enemies to carry them anyway. And, Lu Xuanyi also found a problem. Like the negatives that come with this weather, he seems to be able to designate someone to carry it. Although, it doesn't feel like it's working, but it's better than nothing. 2 more days passed. Finally, after Lu Xuanyi's ascent to the top, he couldn't hold his cultivation in any longer. The moment Lu Xuanyi unlocked his suppressed cultivation, the sky changes color. Dark clouds loomed darkly over the mountaintop. Even, Lu Xuanyi had a feeling. This thunderbolt seemed to be unable to hold back. In the moment he let go of his cultivation. Boom boom boom. The thunderclouds hadn't even fully coalesced yet. The thunder just couldn't wait to start falling. That thunder was like a waterfall. Tilt down. Crap. Lu Xuanyi was unprepared and was flooded by the thunder waterfall. And the spiritual power false Dan that had been condensed within his body shattered instantly. I'm yet. Lu Xuanyi is numb. I didn't even make it through the first thunderbolt? Though, Lu Xuanyi is painless. But damn, the fake list is gone. And, with realm advancement, there are successes and failures. This is still the rule of heaven and earth. Not in any negative way. Lu Xuanyi was a little hard to pop, but okay. Crippled, which is a negative. The fake Dan is gone though. But he, Lu Xuanyi, was not abolished. Grass, as long as I don't die, I'll end up conjugating Dan after all, and no one can stop me. I said so. Lu Xuanyi took all his belongings out of the gourd at this time. Whether it's a potion or a herb, eat it all. Then once again, the false Dan was condensed. Boom. The thunder waterfall poured down once again. Pa Lu Xuanyi's fake sheet crumbled again. Again. Boom. Click. Again. Boom. Grass. I don't believe in evil today. I'll give you a match. Lu Xuanyi was frantically condensing false Dan at this time. If you break it, you go on. One can't die anyway. Doesn't matter. Finally, after close to 300 times of false Dan condensation, this time the lightning tribulation didn't destroy his fake Dan again, because that thunderbolt could no longer be destroyed. Kaboom! At this point, the shell of that fake Dan shattered. A golden Dan that was transparent to the extreme flew out from Lu Xuanyi's body and hovered above Lu Xuanyi's head. After that Jin Dan began to absorb and seal his own Jin Dan divine pattern. Boom! The thunder fell again. The golden elixir shattered. Ha! Lu Xuanyi sneered. Once you're back, you're back. Ha! I can't lose. Boom 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 boom. After Lu Xuanyi shattered 81 Jindans one after another, the latest Jin Dan to be condensed, thunder could no longer destroy. Ha 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 ha. I can't die. I can condense Jindan countless times. I'm just asking you, how am I going to lose? Ha ha ha. At this point, Lu Xuanyi couldn't hold back any longer as he got up and looked at his ho-hum golden Dan and laughed wildly. But suddenly, Lu Xuanyi's expression stiffened, because that thunderbolt suddenly coalesced all together. Finally, a giant coalesced and stood in the firmament, looking down on Lu Xuanyi. Crap, is this a fucking apocalypse? Lu Xuanyi is numb. At this moment, looking at the heavenly calamity that had condensed into a giant, Lu Xuanyi directly swallowed the golden elixir into his stomach, got up and ran. But suddenly, that Thunder Giant's beater directly grabbed Lu Xuanyi. Nima, that, Thunderjack Master, you're a big man. Let me go. Really? In the future I'll offer you incense when I'm in the middle of a tribulation. Bang bang bang. At this time that thunderbolt put Lu Xuanyi in his palm. The other hand kept slapping down. It's like applause. And Lu Xuanyi was screaming miserably at this time. Crap, that hurts. Lu Xuanyi was completely shocked this time. Though, can't die. But how on earth did this thunderbolt do that? Surprisingly, I let myself feel the pain. Bang bang bang. The giant's palm kept slapping down. Lu Xuanyi was beaten to death. Don't fight. Really don't fight. I'm sorry, okay? Bang bang bang. Grass. You fucking give face to faces, not it. Master Pen. Write me the name of this thunderbolt. Why? At this point, the quill vibrates, suspended in Lu Xuanyi's mind. The tip of the pen flickered with light. Ding! Just the moment that brush touched the golden scroll of the Great Tao, an invisible barrier suddenly blocked the golden brush. The quill was flicked away, and then calmness settled in again. It didn't work out though, but that thunderbolt giant also finally stopped. Not just stopping, it even put Lu Xuanyi in an open field, under Lu Xuanyi's dumbfounded eyes. Then like organizing a doll, he squatted on the ground and helped Lu Xuanyi organize his clothes. His fingertips even jerked and smoothed Lu Xuanyi's thunder-blasted hair. After organizing, the Thunderjack giant even revealed a smile to Lu Xuanyi, and then disappears in an instant. Lu Xuanyi looked at this mess with a face in the wind. In his mind, there were still echoes of just now, what that thunder tribulation giant had done. This is a fucking thunderbolt? Lu Xuanyi was a bit incredulous. At this time within Stillwater City, Lin Wudao climbed out of the secret room with great difficulty. He was pale. All of his cultivation was somewhat gone. Good thing, it didn't turn out to be a waste. But even so, to cope with this unmitigated disaster, he froze and spent his entire current fortune. Somebody, help me up, Lin Wudao weakly shouted. At this moment, a shadow guard rushed over, supporting Lin Wudao. Lin Wudao, on the other hand, was weakly grasping the shadow guard. The elixir for healing your wounds and the elixir for restoring your cultivation on you. Give them to me first. The shadow guard was a bit confused. He felt like he was dreaming. The master of his own house. How dare you ask for an elixir? Though there are doubts in the mind. But the shadow guards didn't dare hesitate. Lin Wudao hurriedly swallowed the elixir. The color of his face was finally much better. But still very weak. Did you find the man? Lin Wudao weakly inquired. And his eyes were filled with a murderous aura. He must find the person behind this. This framing of someone who doesn't know through what means. Not only got himself robbed for nothing, but also fucking drained his family's money. Thinking about thinking, Lin Wudao then sprayed out a mouthful of blood. That's not an injury. That's pure pissed off. But Shadowguard was a bit of a facepalm at this point. It's possible that it checked out, but not really sure. Lin Wudao? The Shadowguard explained. Because according to my subordinate's investigation, just on our side, the one who recently broke through the Jindan realm is only one person. And he didn't cross the threshold. Lin Wudao instantly became energized. Who is it? The Shadow Guard said again. Green Lotus Sect. An elder named Zhao Enough. Chapter 68. Recovering the feelings of the past. Lin Wudao frowned. Green Lotus Sect. Zhao Enough. Shadow Guard nodded. Then also came out the biography of Zhao Enough that he had investigated. Especially, when he saw Zhao Enough's tactic of touching whoever died, he felt even more astonished. The means. Lin Wudao couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. It can be gradual. He was also becoming more and more certain. This time, what happened to himself was related to Zhao Enough. Because Jindan must cross the threshold. But why didn't Zhao Enough cross the threshold? No, he crossed over. Damn it. He emptied his house to help him cross the threshold. Just the Green Lotus Sect. Some of it is not well done. Others don't know about the Green Lotus Sect. However, Lin Wudao knew the bottom line of the Green Lotus Sect. Green Lotus Sect. It's never as simple as it seems. There is no evidence for yourself. There was naturally no way to directly approach the Green Lotus Sect to ask for someone. But the breath itself had to come out. Even this Zhao is enough. Must die too. Because it's still just fucking Jindan. If Zhao is enough not to die, then if he cultivated to Yuaning, Wouldn't he still have to help him to cross the tribulation? Think so. Lin Wudao said directly. Find an opportunity to bring Zhao Enough to me. The shadow guard nodded. At this time, Zhao Enough, who had already been promoted to Jindan, looking at the sky, there was confusion in his eyes. Even now, he was having some trouble believing it. It was surprising that he himself had been promoted to Jindan so simply. Even the formations he prepared, the magic treasures, it's hardly ever used. What was most incomprehensible to Zhao Enough? In the beginning, when he was promoted to Jindan, there is a thunderbolt, but for some reason, it was as if the thunderbolt had heard some kind of call and ran away directly. That feeling, it's like there's some kind of emergency. This is outrageous. How am I different from others? Thunderbolts come with halfway runs? Zhao Enough was a bit confused. Could it be that the blessings I gained from healing the sick and saving people of merit added to them? So, the thunderbolt also found a reason to run away? Zhao Enough couldn't help but speculate. However, none of this seems to matter. Anyway, he was now a Jindan himself. At this time, the cultivation level has increased. Zhao Enough was very excited in his heart. Even, he felt that now that his cultivation had increased, go back to practicing medicine again. That's bound to be no more surprises. He decided to give it a try. Subsequently, Zhao Enough then went straight down the mountain. After all, as an elder, downhill freedom. 3 days passed in a flash of time. Zhao Enough was in a very good mood. Because of these 3 days, he proved it once again. The deaths of those people before, it really has nothing to do with one's medical skills, because he's been saving a lot of lives lately. Even the healing path he practiced, after he entered Jindan. Instead, it's more powerful. For minor illnesses and ailments, all one needs to do is to stop wherever he or she is and the illness disappears. Troubleshooting. He himself has only made a small effort, and the disease is completely eliminated. Zhao Enough was very comfortable inside at this time. He once again experienced the feeling he had before, of saving the world. I've finally reproved myself. Zhao Enough was all excited and a little teary-eyed. Suddenly, at this moment, Zhao Enough arrived at an unoccupied cliffside. Look around. Zhao Enough directly opened his mouth and shouted, I'm not a desperate doctor. Ooh-hoo. Zhao Enough hadn't finished his words. His mouth was then gagged with a talismanic seal. Then the entire person was put on a large Qiankuan bag. Afterwards, he was pressed down and the dry bag was sealed. It ended up being carried straight away by 2 men. Within Stillwater City, Lin Wudao sat weakly on top of his wheelchair, wrapped in a quilt, with a warmer in his arms. There were 2 people lying in front of him at the moment, Chao Linyuan and Chen Dahai respectively. These 2 also died under the thunderbolt? The shadow guard pushing the wheelchair nodded. Yes, there was no thunder, but that scorched black injury on their bodies was indeed the work of a thunderbolt. Lin Wudao's eyes moved a little. She then looked at Lu Cheng, who was also as weak as herself to the extreme. Tell me, how did you feel then? Lu Cheng took a moment to catch his breath. It was only then that he came up for air and said, I was still in my normal stall selling, but suddenly, it felt like my whole body had suffered a heavy blow, as if I had been electrocuted. I felt something was wrong, so I frantically ate healing pills and stabilized my cultivation until after I had spent countless amounts of my family's money, and only then did I manage to save my life. Lin Wudao nodded his head. So do you feel cold, Lu Cheng? It's okay. Once again, he tightened the quilt around himself. Lin Wudao then looked at the shadow guards. Did Zhao Enough to capture it? Shadow guard nodded. Where are the people? In the backyard. But considering, he was even able to get you, my lord, to help with the tribulation, my subordinate wouldn't dare to torture him. Lin Wudao nodded his head. Well done. Show me around. Shadow guard nodded. Then he pushed Lin Wudao to the backyard. Zhao Enough was pale at this time, because he saw this backyard, inserted with tutons made of human heads. There's also some whatchamacallit sewn from human skin that I don't know what it is. Looking at each other's flags, but there's something about them that doesn't look like that. Zhao Enough had started shivering all over by now. He himself was now a Jindan powerhouse. But even so, or were they taken captive here unnoticed? The man behind this, just how powerful. Moreover, Zhao Enough had discovered one more thing. This definitely wasn't the work of the Tai Tian divine sex people. As far as the heavenly god sex virtue of hating themselves to the bone was concerned, if you yourself are taken captive by the heavenly god cult, at this moment, I'm afraid that they have long been made into blood puppets, not the celestial god cult. Zhao Enough became even more despondent. Who the hell am I messing with? Why are there enemies everywhere? This doesn't make sense. Not to mention those spies of the heavenly god sect, who were healed to death by themselves. That was purely an accident. A coincidence. But how could they be enemies everywhere when they were, before, hanging on to save the world? Zhao Enough was despondent. Crunch right about this time. The door to the courtyard room was opened. Joe was nervous enough to look over. Look at it. It was a little hard to believe my eyes. The Lord of Stillwater City. And, why are you still hugging the stove and wrapped in a quilt in this heat? That's not the point. The point is, why is the Lord of the Stillwater City so weak? Besides, what are you arresting me for? Lin Wudao glanced at Zhao Enough. Looking again at his backyard masterpiece, he smiled and said, "These are my enemies, even those who want to do me harm. So I'll make an art out of treating those who want to do me harm." There was a pause. Lin Wudao looked at Zhao Enough. "So, be honest. I can also spare you some physical pain." Zhao Enough? Account for what? Lin Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly. "Oh, keep pretending." At this moment, Lin Wudao smiled. "Since you refuse to cooperate, then I can only use some special means." Lin Wudao looked at the Shadow Guards. Shadow Guard froze. "But my lord, fight." Shadow Guard nodded. "Yes." Then, there was a loud scream from Zhao Enough. Chapter 69, How do you prove it? 2 hours later, Zhao Enough has been beaten black and blue. It's also close to breaking down on the inside. He still hasn't said anything? Lin Wudao asked. Shadow Guard nodded. Lin Wudao's face was a bit ugly. It's hard to see that this guy is still a tough guy. The Shadow Guards once again pushed Lin Wudao and arrived in front of the kneeling Zhao Enough. "As long as you give me that secret method that allows others to help you cross the tribulation, I'll let you live," Lin Wudao said calmly. Suddenly it felt hot. "Then hasten to throw away the little fireplace in your arms and the quilt." Zhao Enough was speechless at this point. "Hang on, is it possible that you really have the wrong person? I really don't have any way of getting someone to help me cross the tribulation." Lin Wudao's eyes narrowed. "Keep fighting. If you still don't give an honest account, then search your soul." At this moment, the Shadow Guard suddenly thought of a problem. "Young master, if he really has that way of being able to get others to help him endure the lightning tribulation, would soul searching be able to get others to help him endure it as well?" Lin Wudao shivered. "You have a point, but the question is, he really wanted to get that secret method, so what do you think we should do now?" Shadow Guard mused. "Actually, there's another way, and that's to find Zhao Enough's family, and then play with them in front of him, or abuse them. I don't believe that he'll still be dishonest when he sees this." Lin Wudao nodded his head. "Good idea. Then invite his family here." Zhao Enough had a calm face. "Lin Wudao? Not much longer. Shadow Guard is back." "I'm sorry, Lord. He has no family." Lin Wudao's face was ironic. "No Lord. There's another method. Since he doesn't have any family members, we can actually find 2 sows, and then feed the sows some estrus pills, and then feed him one as well." Lin Wudao's eyes lit up. Zhao Enough was so scared that he turned pale. "Wait, stop." Lin Wudao smiled. "So, you're willing to talk?" Zhao Enough was speechless. "Lord City Lord, I really don't have that secret method you mentioned. If I really had that secret method you mentioned, then why would I have cultivated for 700 years before I reached the Jindan realm?" Lin Wudao frowned. "Maybe it's because you just happened to acquire the secret method recently." Zhou was speechless enough. "As an elder of the Green Lotus sect, what I do is even more under the eyes of the other elders of the sect. If I really had such a chance, it wouldn't be mine. Besides, if I really had such a secret method, why would I be beaten by you guys with a bruised face?" Lin Wudao was silent. Because, what Zhao Enough said was, indeed, very reasonable. But Lin Wudao was still undeterred. "Prepare 2 sows." Zhou was enough to have a heart attack. "No, hold on. Let's be reasonable. Why do you think I would have such a heaven-defying secret technique?" Lin Wudao sneered. "Then let me ask you, when you enter the Jindan realm, you can cross the tribulation?" Zhao Enough opened his mouth. But then it still said, "Yes, but for some reason, the thunderbolt went away in the end." Lin Wudao became more and more certain. "It's this Zhou Enough, still saying you don't have such a secret method? It's true that you didn't cross the tribulation, but that thunderbolt of yours has struck me." Shadow Guard, prepare the sow. Zhao Enough was already powerless to resist. Then he took out a poison pill and prepared to kill himself. Boom! But it was at this time. Within Stillwater City, an explosion was suddenly heard. A tall man, carrying a large sword, was then seen charging directly towards the city lord's mansion. "What's the situation?" Lin Wudao hurriedly asked the Shadow Guards. Shadow Guard rushed out to check this time. It didn't take long. The Shadow Guards came back and said, "My lord, it's someone from the Heavenly God cult. This person is here for Zhao Enough. And it's the Heavenly God cult Black Robe." Lin Wudao froze for a moment. "The Heavenly God cult? For Zhao Enough?" Lin Wudao frowned as he looked at Zhao Enough. "What did you do to the Heavenly God cult that the other side sent out the Black Robes just to kill you?" Zhao Enough inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the Heavenly God sect was his savior. Even if he died at the hands of the heavenly god cult, it was still better than even having something with a sow. Ding, right about this time, the entire city lord's mansion was directly slashed by a sword chi, and then the entire city lord's mansion, slanting and sliding, when the city's main building slipped. Then he saw Ji Suiying suspended in the air, and his right hand was even choking the neck of a tall man. Catching Ji Suiying exerted a slight force with one hand. The man went straight to the west. After resolving this person, Ji Suiying slowly landed in front of Lin Wudao. She looked at Zhao Enough and then at Lin Wudao. Who hit it? Lin Wudao looked at Ji Suiying. The color of his face also became a bit ugly. How about we call it quits on this matter? Ji Suiying shook her head. Sneakily robbing my Green Lotus sex people and lynching them. You want to let it go just like that? Lin Wudao looked at Ji Suiying and suddenly smiled. Why don't you start with the terms? Ji Suiying thought about it, then said, Mr. Lin came to my Qingzhou. I'm afraid he's planning the heaven and earth river and mountain diagram. I'm sure you've already gotten your hands on it as well, so why don't you hand that over? Lin Wudao nodded his head. Go get the stuff. Shadow Guard froze. Again, he inquired with his eyes. Lin Wudao nodded his head. Only then did the Shadow Guard nod and go get it. It didn't take long. The Shadow Guard then walked out holding a box before handing it to Ji Suiying. Ji Suiying opened the box directly. Remove a painting from it. It was just opened and scanned and put away. Too clear. And, I'm taking the man. Ji Suiying didn't say anything and directly led the people away. The Shadow Guard looked at Lin Wudao with some confusion. My lord, just let them go? Lin Wudao smiled. Or else, not to mention now, even in my heyday, I might not be Ji Suiying's opponent. Shadow Guard scratched his head. But the map of the rivers and mountains of heaven and earth. Lin Wudao waved his hand. Without the mountain river seal, the heaven, earth, river and mountain diagram is just a waste of paper. Compared to the heaven, earth, river and mountain diagram, what I care more about right now is the kind of secret method that lets other people cross over for them. Shadow Guard nodded. Don't worry, my lord. I will keep an eye on Zhao Enough at all times. Lin Wudao took a deep breath. There's no need to keep an eye on him. Zhao Enough doesn't have that kind of secret technique on him. Shadow Guard? Lin Wudao explained again. A very simple one. What kind of Jindan lightning tribulation is capable of nearly blasting me into oblivion? Or even seriously injuring me? How strong is such a Jindan cultivator? But that Zhao Enough, even though he's a Jindan cultivator, he's still too weak. Shadow Guard understood this instantly. So, in the next period of time, you need to check again well. There is no witch Jindan cultivator. Compared to the same realm. Very powerful. Bring me over. I want one by one. And so on. Lin Wudao suddenly remembered something. He looked at Lu Chang, then at Chao Ling Yuan, and Chen Dahai's corpse, and was lost in thought for a while. Chapter 70 Experimentation. If there really is such a secret method under the sky, then it was impossible to let someone else cross the threshold for him out of thin air. If you want to complete this step, that must require a necessary condition. Or so it seems. There must be physical contact. Lin Wudao's fingers tapped on the armrests of his wheelchair as his expression fell into deep thought. Who exactly did these people have contact with? That kid in the black robe before. Even I had exerted my pressure on him, and it was also from that day onwards that my Stillwater city became very abnormal. Shadow Guard. Go check on someone properly. The Shadow Guard saluted. Go check on the kid who came to my Stillwater city earlier. Shadow Guard nodded. Wait. Shadow Guard was just about to leave. Once again, he was called out by Lin Wudao. This matter, don't tell anyone, and no one on the family side should know about it. Shadow Guard nodded again. Wait until the Shadow Guards are gone. Lin Wudao continued to squint his eyes. Whether it's a secret method or a supreme treasure. This thing, I must get my hands on it. After becoming a Jindan cultivator, Lu Shuani realized, how powerful are Jindan cultivators. A golden elixir is swallowed into the belly, and from then on, heaven and earth are at liberty. That's not true at all. After achieving Jindan, the Jindan is like a small star in the body. The combination of Jindan and Gongfu, a rotation is formed. It is also because of this rotation. Let this heaven and earth be bound, and there shall be no more heaven and earth bound. There is heaven and earth within yourself. How can heaven and earth bind themselves? Bu Lu Shuani stood high above the sky, enjoying the beauty of this world. It's really beautiful. And the reason why Jindan is called a Jindan powerhouse, that's because of the Jindan realm. It will be possible to move mountains and fill seas. Lu Shuani reached out. The golden elixir rotated and spiritual energy erupted. A large mountain was easily ingested by Lu Shuani. Even Lu Shuani exerted himself slightly. That big mountain was directly thrown into the distant sea by him. Boom! The ocean kicked up a huge wave. That big mountain then slowly sank into the sea. Well, black. Fun. Then Lu Xuanyi once again ingested several large mountains, hit the water directly on the surface. One by one, the great mountains drifted on the surface of the sea many times, and then gradually sank into the sea. Lu Xuanyi played again for a while. Upon seeing that there were countless cultivators all gathered towards the side, that's what stopped it. Crap, how did you attract so many people? Lu Xuanyi was a bit shocked. Then he hurriedly concealed his figure. After Lu Xuanyi had just finished hiding his figure, the group of cultivators then flew right over his head. Lu Xuanyi saw. The group looked a little pale. There's even fear. What's going on here? Lu Xuanyi waited for a while. That's what I realized. These monks are being hunted, and being chased by one. Coincidentally, that man. He still knew. Shi Changxin. Lu Xuanyi was a bit shocked. He himself had now flown halfway across Qinzhou. Why did you run into Shi Changxin? Words to say. Himself is for the crossing. And what is this Shi Changxin here for? Lu Xuanyi was very curious. Just went along for the ride too. But not for long. Lu Xuanyi became a little angry. Because this is Shi Changxin. Surprisingly, he was absorbing the souls and blood of that group of cultivators for cultivation. Okay. Actually, I should have thought of that myself. But for the first time, he looked directly at Shi Changxin. This means, Lu Xuanyi was still a little angry. Well, in fact, if it comes down to it, this matter should be blamed on me. If I had killed Shi Changxin, perhaps these cultivators wouldn't be here today. Think about it. Lu Xuanyi decided to try it himself first. He wanted to see what it would be like to face his own enemy head-on. One thought to this. Lu Xuanyi instantly flew after Shi Changxin. Lu Xuanyi is fast. This made even Shi Changxin a bit confused. But Lu Xuanyi hid his cultivation. Shi Changxin couldn't see it. But Lu Xuanyi, dressed in a black robe and wearing a hideous and incomparable mask, was mysterious. Inwardly it has been concluded. It's definitely a powerhouse. Shi Changxin stopped, raising his hand to Lu Xuanyi. He saluted. I've met Senior. I don't know what Senior's intentions are. Lu Xuanyi coughed. Those people stopped chasing and let go. Shi Changxin narrowed his eyes. Okay, everything is at the Senior's disposal. Lu Xuanyi didn't expect it either. It's amazing how well everything went. But the next second, Lu Xuanyi then saw the cultivators who had already fled. Suddenly the flesh shattered. All dead. Lu Xuanyi's face was ugly. You were able to kill them a long time ago, and this so-called chase was actually all just you teasing them? Shi Changxin had stopped saluting at this point, because he had concluded, the guy in front of me, the cultivation is not much higher, if it really is mighty, and how could they not be able to block their own little tactics of this Yuaning? Griffin, you dare to meddle and interfere in the affairs of my Yuaning ancestor. Die! Shi Changxin raised his hand. A violent column of spiritual energy light directly flooded Lu Xuanyi. However, that pillar of light did pass through Lu Xuanyi's body, but Lu Xuanyi was not harmed in any way. Instead, it was Shi Changxin. The body began to crack. Even the life is draining away. Shi Changxin hurriedly stopped. His side just stopped. Physical injuries. This did not continue to be suffered. How is this possible? What the hell are you? Shi Changxin was filled with fear. And at that moment, Lu Xuanyi similarly frowned. Because he found out, even though he himself had died as a Jin Dan, the Yuaning would not die. But, death this negative. Seems to be a strong negative. Dying once yourself might just cause Shi Changxin to be seriously injured. But if you die about 3 times by yourself, Shi Changxin will also die. Lu Xuanyi was more fortunate. The Great Tao Gold Scroll fixes the bug with the 3-second vacuum period. Otherwise just now Shi Changxin's hand. Cool yourself straight away. But the good thing is, this bug was fixed. It's all of your own enemies who share the negative side of your own death. Doesn't directly address the bugs in this vacuum. But even so, Lu Xuanyi was still shocked inside. Because in terms of the kind of attack Shi Changxin had just made, on the golden scroll of his own path, the Stillwater City Guards, the Stillwater City Forbidden Army, the Stillwater City Rabble, and Lu Chang, it's all fucking gone. Now there was Shi Changxin and Lin Wu Dao left. Bang! The sound of Shi Changxin's body crashing into the ground woke Lu Xuanyi up. Lu Xuanyi looked around and hurriedly dropped from the air, then slowly walked over to the fearful Shi Changxin. Elder, hush. Lu Xuanyi made a silencing gesture at Shi Changxin. Shi Changxin shut up instantly. From his gourd, Lu Xuanyi took out a rope-type magic weapon and directly tied Shi Changxin up. Then dragging Shi Changxin, he slowly walked towards the deep mountains. Shi Changxin realized that the place they were going to was getting more and more remote. Shi Changxin became more and more fearful, because what one will face next is all unknown. Chapter 71, Changes. Zhao was taken away by Ji Suying though, but the two did not walk out of Stillwater City at the first opportunity. Because the reason why Ji Suying came to Stillwater City, that's because there's a share of chance here. It was a weak drop. It is rumored to be an immortal object that fell from the immortal world to the mortal world. Ji Suiying wanted to use the drop of wakizashi to open the edge of her rusty ancient fierce sword. Open the blade with weak water. It was bound to be stronger than his last life when he opened his blade with the starstone. So, weak water she was bound to get. The good thing is, there were no surprises this time. Mortals don't know this stuff, and she gets it easily, with weak water. Only then did Ji Suiying leave with Zhao Enough. But on the way, Ji Suiying was a little curious. I've heard about you, and even your becoming an elder is actually, in a sense, well deserved. Speaking of which, Zhou is heartbroken if she's enough. This, Miss Ji, if I were to say that it was a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Ji Suiying nodded. In fact, after careful consideration, that was indeed a misunderstanding. You have never made a move against them, and even practiced medicine and healing for an unknown number of people. If it was really you, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to live now. Zhao Enough was very touched inside. Here, finally someone who understands themselves, knows themselves, recognizes themselves. G is right. In fact, I was wondering who was backstabbing me. Afterwards, Zhao Enough was somewhat emotional. In fact, if the Green Lotus sect really wants to push me out and use me as fish bait, I have no complaints. But, you can't mess with my medical skills. This is the path that I want to save people. Smearing me like this is really exasperating to the old man. Zhao Enough gritted his teeth a bit. Ji Suiying just smiled. In fact, the reason why Ji Suiying thinks that, the people who were healed by Zhao Enough all exploded. And Zhao Enough had nothing to do with it. That was because in his last life, Zhao Enough was the one who walked the path of healing. Even he himself had once been healed by Zhao Enough. But there is one thing. Ji Suiying was a little confused. In the last life, this person Zhao Enough played too great a role. Could it be that someone wanted to deliberately discredit him and make him a person that the world would turn pale for as a means of destroying his Tao? Ji Suiying mused. But Zhao Enough was very happy now, because someone finally admitted that they had nothing to do with the deaths of those people. And it's still acknowledged by Ji Suiying. Ji Suiying was a very prestigious existence in the Green Lotus sect. Zhao Enough had even asked Ji Suiying to clarify things for herself in a good way after she returned to the sect in order for her medical skills to flourish. He couldn't help but say to Ji Suiying, Miss Ji, although it was all a misunderstanding before, and even extraordinary that someone was setting me up, I have never given up on the medical path. Just in time, I've recently comprehended a new kind of medical art. Miss Ji would like to taste it. Ji Suiying smiled faintly. No, I trust you. Zhou enough to shake her head. No, you're my earthly soulmate. I must show you. Zhao Enough's eyes were even filled with pleas. Ji Suiying sighed. Okay then, how are you going to cast it? Zhao Enough instantly jumped up in excitement. This latest divine ability of mine is one that allows me to cure all diseases in others without having to touch them. Said. Zhao Enough body rises. At this moment, he was covered in a green light that shone throughout Stillwater City. Zhao was enough to look solemn. It was more of an explanation to Ji Suiying. This is my self-comprehended divine ability, which I have named Pudu. The words just fell. The green light directly enveloped everyone in Stillwater City. Ji Suiying was a bit shocked, because, with this move, he remembered that Zhao Enough had comprehended it at a very, very late stage. But now, why so early? But before Ji Suiying finished being shocked, bang bang bang, the entire Stillwater City directly exploded. No one escaped. The blood from that explosion directly filled the city with blood. As for the guys, instead, they are just pulverized. Wow, the blood is still flowing. Zhao Enough was still in the poo-poo position, but the entire Stillwater City had completely lost the clamor that he was originally supposed to have. Ji Suiying, on the other hand, looked at a dog's head that rolled down at her feet and also fell into silence. The scene was very quiet. It's kind of scary how quiet it is. I don't know how long it's been. Ji Suiying turned straight away. The footsteps went fast. Zhao Enough was also silent, then silently followed Ji Suiying. The two of them had just left at this point. Lin Wudo, on the other hand, walked blankly within the now incredibly empty Stillwater City. Put. Lin Wudo also opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of tactic is this? I've also suffered a heavy blow. Even my divine soul is unstable. Lin Wudo's eyes were slightly fearful. He was even a little glad. Okay, when this Zhao Enough didn't do it to himself. Such means, it's really a bit of a block. Wow, at this time from the river of blood, Shadowguard's figure walked out as well. You're not dead either? Lin Wudao was a bit surprised. The Shadowguards were also having heart palpitations at this time. My lord, when he was performing his divine ability, I wasn't illuminated by the light from his body, so I dodged a cut. Lin Wudao nodded. Hold me up. Lin Wudao reached out. The shadow guards rushed over to assist. Walking through empty streets with nothing but blood at this point, Lin Wudao swallowed. What did Zhao Enough say earlier that his move was called? Shadow guard spoke up at this time. It's called Pudu. The words just fell. Suddenly a hole erupted in the ground. Then there was a swarm of snake and rat corpses washed out by the blood and water that flowed out from in front of the two. Into the distance. Lin Wudao looked at the shadow guards. Pervasive? Shadow guard nodded. Well, that's what he said. Universal. Lin Wudao looked towards the surroundings. There was silence for an indeterminate amount of time. Then nod. Perhaps. It's true universalism. Shadow guard. It's raining heavily this day. A cultivator with a bucket hat and a straw raincoat. Straight away, carrying a fishing rod and a fish trap on his back, he headed towards the river. It didn't take long. The friar then came to his fishing spot. The man skillfully set down his things and laid out the fish bucket. Bait the hook and shake the hook. Do all that. It was only then that the man looked over toward the fishing partner next to him. How was the harvest? The slightly older angler smiled and nodded. Not bad, but it's been a little tough to catch with two big fish showing up lately. What about you? The middle-aged angler looked around. Before saying, a bit of a surprise, the clear river carp turned out to be the cranberry snail. The angler next to him stared in disbelief. The healing spirit fish turned into a giant poisonous fish? The middle-aged man nodded. The slightly older angler still looked at him. The middle-aged man directly took out a crystal ball. When the universal light is seen to scatter, after all of the top and bottom of Stillwater City were turned into blood mist, the angler couldn't help but swallow. Here, what next? The middle-aged man was also distressed at this time. I don't know. I don't even dare to get close to him anymore. You are not seeing it with your own eyes. After Pudu, in an instant, really just an instant, a city of people are gone. Chapter 72. The First Golden Dan. The Great War between the Sect Alliance and the Heavenly God Sect had ended. Qinzhou, which was supposed to be calm, was now even more unsettled instead. None other. Zhao was enough to directly exterminate the entire Stillwater City with a single Pudu. As for the reason, that's also fairly simple. The Lord of Stillwater City plundered Zhao Enough. Zhao Enough in a fit of anger. A Pudu. Stillwater City full of city destroyed, and die without even a crumb. Originally, the people of the Heavenly God Sect had wanted to assassinate Zhao Enough or capture him alive. Results. Zhao Enough hardened himself by relying on his brilliant battle record and gave the Heavenly God Sect so much fear that they didn't dare to make any more moves. Genuinely, that Zhao Enough's tactics were somewhat bizarre. Most of all, everyone in Qinzhou knew that the city lord of Stillwater City was a Yuaning ancestor. But even so, Stillwater City is still destroyed. Even that Yuaning old ancestor seemed to be seriously injured. This had to make the Qinzhou cultivators refresh their perception of Zhao Enough once again. And through this series of coincidences, Zhao Enough also directly became the first person of Jindan. Even this first person of Jindan was still recognized by the Qinzhou cultivators. After all, Zhao Enough's battle record was simply too brilliant. It can be a hit. Sure, the Green Lotus sect was also instantly famous. On the one hand, there was the clan war, the strong battle power displayed by the Green Lotus sect. On the other hand, it was Zhao Enough, an elder of the Green Lotus sect. These two rays of light were added. The Green Lotus sect all had a sense that it was the number one sect in Qinzhou. Within the Green Lotus sect, Zhou had enough hollow eyes, looking at the other elders of the Green Lotus sect and even other peak masters constantly coming to give themselves gifts, especially looking at the group. Again, with horror and adoration, Zhao Enough then felt a little powerless. Moreover, Zhao Enough was having some self-doubt now. If it was before, he can say that without hesitation. Those people's deaths really had nothing to do with themselves. But now, he's not confident in himself anymore. But she could never figure it out. That's real healing yourself. Healing. But why would anyone else blow up? Why? Zhao Enough was a bit confused. And what makes Zhao Enough even more puzzled is his own life and his own destiny. Himself from a slightly more reputable medical practitioner. It's just outrageous. One step up to the top. Even more outrageous. He himself was so confused that he became the first person to become a Jindan. But I really don't have much real-world experience. Besides, any spell I practice is a fucking lifesaver. Within his own glorious palace, Zhao Enough sat on top of the steps, propping up his face with one hand and looking at the mountain of gifts piled up in front of him. His mood was very complicated. Sister, was it really Zhao Enough who massacred Stillwater City? The two pinches of dull hair on top of Ji Mingyue's head moved. She herself was sitting on the windowsill, eating a candy cane and looking at Ji Suying with some curiosity in her eyes. For that matter, Ji Suying didn't know how he should answer. But after thinking about it for half a day, Ji Suying still said, I guess so. Ji Mingyue was a bit surprised. So it turns out that if a medical cultivator is really angry, he is actually so terrifying. Ji Suiying's face was very strange, but in the end, he couldn't help but say, honestly, I didn't expect it either. Well, medical cultivation is indeed terrifying. Joe, enough of this thing. It made Ji Suiying somewhat unable to see the world even now. This world, and the one he remembered, had many similarities, but she didn't know what it was. The deviation between this world and the one she perceived was just too great. There's almost 180,000 miles. By the way, what is Lu Xuanyi doing these days? Ji Mingyue continued to eat her candy cane. In retreat, Ji Suiying's divine sense swept towards the residence where Lu Xuanyi was. Sure enough, she saw that Lu Xuanyi was indeed in seclusion. Ji Suiying somewhat incredulously scanned again. Well, it's really him. Ji Suiying always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. But I just can't see what's wrong with this closed Lu Xuanyi. Even that shut-in Lu Xuanyi, scratching his head from time to time, then getting high from time to time. All of them were the same as the Lu Xuanyi she knew. But that's a bit unreasonable. How can this guy be so peaceful? Ji Suiying frowned. Fiercely, she looked at Ji Mingyue. Don't you know a little something? Ji Mingyue scratched her head. What should I know? Ji Suiying inquired in a small voice. Haven't you realized that Lu Xuanyi is a little different from the others? Ji Mingyue thought about it. There are. For example, this guy will inevitably lie flat for a long time after he comes out of seclusion, and then live the life of an ordinary person, and likes to raise flowers. Ji Suiying rolled her eyes. And beyond that? Ji Suiying thought about it. The yellow bird is pretty big. Ji Suiying? She slammed her fist directly on top of Ji Mingyue's head. What are you talking about? Ji Mingyue held her head, grimacing in pain. Sis, I'm not wrong. He's got a yellow finch that's really bigger than all the others. Ji Suiying froze for a moment. Divine sense swept through Lu Xuanyi's courtyard once again. And then really find out. A yellow finch of about 10 pounds or so was chained by the neck and tied to a tree. How did he raise this? Ji Mingyue laughed at this time. 1 chi gathering pill per day. Although they're all inferior, that treatment is outrageous compared to the inner sects of unusual sects. Ji Suiying, Lu Xuanyi's side of things. Ji Suiying asked no more questions. Where's Chen Xiaoli? Ji Mingyue was somewhat speechless. In retreat. Ji Suiying? He's in seclusion too? Ji Mingyue nodded. Yes, and it's been closed for a long time. Ji Suiying always felt that something wasn't quite right, but forget it. Other than that, did anything happen while I was gone? Ji Mingyue shook her head. Nothing very significant, but a lot of incredible things. Quite a bit. Ji Suiying was a little curious. Talk. Ji Mingyue nodded. For example, the one you brought back, Yi Yan, has recently increased his cultivation speed quite quickly, and is very diligent in his cultivation, often going out into the wilderness to practice. Ji Suiying frowned. What difference does it make? Ji Mingyue finished eating the last candy cane. Gesture with a candy cane stick. The biggest difference is that Yi Yan's cultivation is almost 1 step at a time, 1 footstep at a time. According to reason, such a cultivation method is not that fast, but he cultivates very quickly. I feel that it looks like he's being guided by a famous teacher, and that person who's guiding him is afraid that his status isn't low. I can even sense that the technique Yi Yan is practicing is very advanced. Ji Suiying smiled. What's there to say? Disciples like Hidden Sword Peak. Who doesn't have their own secrets? Ji Mingyue shook her head. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that when many women see him, they want to stick to him all the time. It's like they've lost their minds. Ji Suiying? Chapter 73, Are You Human? Lu Xuanyi didn't go back the first time after achieving the Golden Dan. On the one hand, one is a bit short of enemies right now. It disturbed him. Through Shi Changxin's experiments, Lu Xuanyi found another drawback. If one were to encounter a great power in the realm of transformation, one's enemies if they don't have more kills, then one is just as likely to die. Of course, one's enemies die. The big deal is that people will die with you. Anymore, they simply don't kill you, directly sealing you, suppressing you. I can't kill you, and I'll make you lose your freedom outright. And I don't give a damn about anything that can hurt you yourself. Even Lu Xuanyi thought of one point. If some people are heartless enough to keep you captive and find a bunch of animals to torture you, that would really be worse than death. So, what Lu Xuanyi is going to do next? It's secretly making enemies. And this enemy making has to be clever. You can't make someone angry enough to want to pull themselves up and blow themselves up. But again, it's important to make people kill themselves. This, then, is very much a test operation. That's why Lu Xuanyi didn't go back the first time. Anyway, he is now in the other half of Qinzhou. No one here knows themselves either. Then one has a chance to operate properly. The second thing is, Lu Xuanyi is studying. That Jingshui City as close guards. Jingshui City as forbidden army. Jingshui City rabble. Before, Lu Shuani didn't care. He only thinks. Those people just don't come with names. So the golden scroll of the avenue is just that offhand. But this part is time. Lu Shuani smashed many branches of evil cultivators. Nor has there been anything like this. The name of a power. I always feel that there should be some kind of restriction in this. And it even makes me feel as if writing that there are about forces seems to be somewhat more useful than a person's name alone. Just for example, sure Changxin is just a member of the heavenly god cult. But if it is above the golden scroll of the great Tao, write the name of the celestial god cult directly. Wouldn't that mean the entire celestial god cult has to bear the negative for itself? A whole denomination. That's ultimately more awesome than being alone, isn't it? But offending an entire clan. This is something that needs to be thought through. Why don't we just throw mascots inside the heavenly god sect? While the celestial god cult is absorbing the blood inside the blood pool, I'll just run over and pee? The more he thought about it, the more Lu Shuani felt that this matter was feasible. Sure Changxin squatted next to Lu Shuani. Looking at Lu Shuani's eyes were a little pale. Is this a fucking human thing to do? Sure. This Lu Shuani is not a human being. This recent time, sure Changxin was simply tortured. More I'm accurate. He was torturing himself. He had assassinated Lu Shuani many times. Subsequently almost karma himself. Sure Changxin also finally understood. I'm afraid that I've been put under a secret method by this black-robed person in front of me. This guy, direct damage transfer. Sure Changxin's mind was broken. What broke Sure Changxin's heart even more? This abominable fellow in front of me was feeding himself pills every day. It's not for your own good. Rather, it's about getting yourself into the best shape possible. He directly cultivated a very bizarre secret method. It drained him instantly. Whenever one is about to die, the guy bumbled over and continued to feed the elixir, and so on and so forth. It's like being lynched. What bothered Sure Changxin the most was that dullness of cultivation was still perfectly felt by him. What the hell is this secret technique? Sure Changxin wanted to cry. Lu Shuani, on the other hand, had another headache. Grass. Breaking through a jindan. Both of my secret realm stocks have been consumed. Without cultivation resources, the speed of cultivation has slowed down quite a bit from before. Lu Shuani sighed. But these things, Lu Shuani is not even thinking about it. What he was going to do in the moment. It's refining one's own nativity. After all, a jindan with an innate magic treasure, and a jindan without an innate magic treasure. That fighting power. It's not in the same class at all. As for the choice of the original magic treasure, Lu Shuani directly chose the Qingping sword. The second choice was that gourd given by Yi Yin. Sure, Lu Shuani chose two pieces of things to refine together to contain samples. The steps are simple. Unusual refining techniques for refining. After the refining is done, a drop of one's essence blood, then a strand of one's divine soul, and finally, it was placed in one's jindan to contain it. But in making it to the last step, Lu Shuani was confused. Essence blood is dripping out. But what was consumed was not at all one's own essence blood. The divine soul is not one's own either. Moreover, that Qingping sword and gourd, one is a blood-pumping big player and the other is a soul-pumping big player. The Qingping sword wants souls, and the gourd wants blood. Nice guy. Double-barreled. Directly smoked Sure Changxin on the ground non-stop rolling and screaming miserably. You, what did you do to me? Lu Shuani smiled. It's fine. It's fine. Come on, eat this elixir. Lu Shuani hurriedly took out a blood-replenishing elixir. Sure Changxin took a deep breath. Don't you dare. Lu Shuani directly broke open his mouth and stuffed the elixir back in. Sure Changxin's expression became even more pained. Then came a long bout of torture. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Sure Changxin lay paralyzed on the ground, his eyes white and his mouth still drooling. ABA. Lu Shuani, on the other hand, was holding a Qingping sword that was bubbling with pure white holy light in his right hand. In his left hand a gourd bubbling with black gas. The two instinctive magic treasures were connected to Lu Shuani almost instantly. And Lu Shuani finally knew why having an innate magic treasure and a jindan without an innate magic treasure were two concepts. This was because the Tao that one cultivated with one's own life magic treasure and one's own cultivation would merge and even mutate, after which it would be branded on top of one's life magic treasure. And jindan practitioners just need to manipulate on top of the benthic magic treasure and keep injecting mana. The benthic magic treasure will fight according to his own thoughts, and even with a single thought, the benthic magic treasure will be able to release a skill of his own. Even if you have enough mana, as big as you want to make an intrinsic magic treasure, he'll be as big as you want him to be. And even as the object gets bigger, the quality will go up with it. That's why jindan cultivators were called great powers, because of the jindan cultivator. It's really able to move mountains and fill up the sea, and only cover the sky with his hands. At this moment, Lu Shuani directly urged his mana. The Qingping sword instantly skyrocketed by more than 10 feet. And Lu Xuanyi had a thought. Brush. The more than 10 feet of Qingping sword directly emitted a sword astral rumble. Immediately afterward, more than a dozen peaks in the distance were directly flattened by the Qingping sword. And the remaining half of the mountain, all of them flew out. That's still just a thought from me. Even just a normal attack. Lu Xuanyi was shocked. If he continued to activate the running thunder sword and sorrowful sword fused with the Qingping sword, what kind of light would it be? Lu Xuanyi didn't dare to think. Lu Xuanyi then looked at his gourd. But this gourd's ability to do so is instead somewhat interesting. Chapter 74, Development of the Jedi Technique. That gourd also inherited its own penetrating thunder sword and sorrowful sword. However, the moves performed by these two types of intrinsic magic treasures were completely different. Same with the running thunder sword. The way the Qingping sword was inspired was that the direct sword light was complete, even forming a sword net. The gourd, on the other hand, was spewing sword chi directly toward the outside through the gourd's mouth. That day, spewing sword air, like Gatling. Not only that, Lu Xuanyi even applied his comprehension of electromagnetic power to his own life magic treasure. Then Lu Xuanyi realized something extraordinary. The gourd was gathering electromagnetic power to the extreme in eruption. It was directly a huge pillar of light that destroyed the sky and the earth. Crap! Giant EM guns. And the Qingping sword was gathering electromagnetic power and exploding out. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose straight up. Holy crap! I seem to have developed two unbeatable things. Lu Xuanyi thought about it at this point. He directly put the Qingping sword in the gourd, then burned mana, catalyzing the electromagnetic force between the two to the extreme, and finally fired. Brush. Lu Xuanyi only saw a flash of white light. Then the air fell silent. Ha! Lu Xuanyi was confused. What's going on here? Fusion of the two. Shouldn't it be more powerful? Why is this a dud? It shouldn't be. Just when Lu Xuanyi was wondering, the space in front of him suddenly shattered. Then the broken area grew larger and larger. After the space is broken to a certain extent, a huge centipede suddenly fell down from the middle of space. It ended up on the ground with a thud. Lu Xuanyi? Because on that centipede's head, there was still the Qingping sword sticking out. Lu Xuanyi retrieved the Qingping sword. Looking at this monster that was in the battlefield, abusing the clan alliance, he could not help but fall into deep thought. Am I that good? Lu Xuanyi looked at Shi Changxin in the distance at this time. You've surprised me. With your soul damaged to this extent, you're still awake and can even summon that monster. Shi Changxin looked at Lu Xuanyi with shocked eyes. You? Who on earth are you? And also, those two instinctive magic treasures. What on earth are they? Lu Xuanyi didn't answer Shi Changxin's question. Instead, he looked at Shi Changxin with a smile on his face. You're good. Already the color orange. Shi Changxin was a bit bewildered. What do you mean? What color? And Lu Xuanyi hemmed and hawed. In fact, this innate gourd of mine, he's a supreme treasure. And there's also an ability. Shi Changxin? Lu Xuanyi directly maneuvered the gourd and aimed it at Shi Changxin. Whoosh bang. Shi Changxin was directly collected into the gourd by Lu Xuanyi. And this gourd is just as Yi Yan said. There is heaven and earth inside. But it wasn't one small piece of heaven and earth, but 36 pieces of heaven and earth. Each piece of heaven and earth exists independently. This is a real treasure. At the same time, Lu Xuanyi also said to Shi Changxin, you'll be in this gourd of mine for eternity as my tool. Don't worry, I won't treat you poorly, and even, if I have anything good, I'll still think of you at the first place. Shi Changxin instantly felt that his future was dark. No, Senior, I know I'm wrong. If you let me out, I promise that I'll never tell anything about Senior. I can make a vow. Lu Xuanyi laughed. Either you live well in my gourd, or die. Shi Changxin saw that begging for mercy was of no use. He directly chose to blow himself up. But, Shi Changxin wanted to explode himself no matter what. None of the auras in his body had any reaction. You devil. Shi Changxin finally did understand. In this gourd, everything about him is no longer under his control. Life and death, but also just between Lu Xuanyi's moment. Then, Shi Changxin directly knelt on the ground, eyes white. Ha 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 ha. Crazy. Lu Xuanyi was shocked. Crap, is the Dao heart that fragile? Then Lu Xuanyi hurriedly fed the awakening elixir with the Dan pattern. Shi Changxin ammunition after swallowing. The eyes regained their clarity once again. No, why do you still keep me awake? You, Shi Changxin's head kept going to hit the stone of the gourd world. But a firstborn, trying to play dead, that was clearly impossible. Shi Changxin broke down again. Lu Xuanyi once again fed the wake-up pill. Shi Changxin woke up, then crashed again. Lu Xuanyi had no choice but to feed the wake-up pill again. Shi Changxin was silent. This time it didn't continue to collapse. Instead, he sat frozen on the ground. Lu Xuanyi sighed. AI. It seems that keeping you in captivity. This kind of thing is a bit impractical. Once a person is without a goal and knows his dark road ahead, there is no more need to live, and since he has sprouted a will to die, he is equal to a useless person. Sure, Changxin smiled miserably. You're right. Lu Xuanyi finally shook his head. Whoever made me kind-hearted, I'll kill you then. Sure, Changxin. But in the end, Sure, Changxin said, many thanks, and Lu Xuanyi, instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground, begin to burn essence and blood, burn the divine soul, and burn the flesh to cultivate. Sure, Changxin's fleshly body slowly turned into a dry corpse. Eventually it turns to dust. As for Lu Xuanyi's cultivation, he had directly entered the middle Jindan stage of perfection, ended the practice. Watching Sure Changxin's name disappear, Lu Xuanyi more or less carried some regret. You can still continue to grow, but you're too high on killing and know too much. So, you'll just have to get a lunchbox. At the same time, Lu Xuanyi felt the increase in his cultivation level. Lu Xuanyi was very shocked inside, burning the soul, essence, blood, and flesh of a Yuan infant cultivator at the cost of ingesting the aura between heaven and earth for just one day. He himself is the middle stage of Jindan. If I keep burning Yuaning cultivators, won't I be able to enter Yuaning in a short period of time? Think about it. Lu Xuanyi got a little excited. Then it was time to start looking for targets. A wink. 3 years have passed. Lu Xuanyi is now somewhat confused in the other half of Qinzhou, because he found a problem. This shit. Don't say Yuaning realm. It is the Jindan realm. He's seen very little of either. And after entering Jindan, below Jindan, there were those in the Jindan realm who were not even qualified to go on the golden scroll of the Great Tao. And the original Lin Wu Dao had gone from an orange name to a purple one now. Damn it. Lu Xuanyi is ready to go back. At the same time, he finally realized why all the cultivators in Qinzhou were in the northern half of the state, because the southern half of this Qinzhou was really poor. However, just as Lu Xuanyi was about to go back, something big suddenly happened in the southern half of this Qinzhou. Ancient relics have appeared. I don't know who roared this. The entire Qinzhou instantly exploded. Immediately after, Lu Xuanyi then saw the void in the sky opened up countless times in an instant. Follow closely. It was the people of the clan, traveling in flying boats, coming out from within the void. What shocked Lu Xuanyi the most was, he saw the Green Lotus sect's flying boat, and the person leading the Green Lotus sect was Zhao Enough. And when the people from the other clans saw Zhao Enough, they were all filled with fear and respect. Lu Xuanyi, Chapter 75, so fierce? Why? The void was shaking. A spatial door was opened. Any clan in Qinzhou that had some fame, almost all of them came to this southern half at the first hour. This is really something big going on. Lu Xuanyi was a bit shocked. But what is this rumored, so-called ancient secret realm? Lu Xuanyi's time in this place wasn't long, but it wasn't too short either. When he first broke through the Jindan realm, the Jindan was constantly being destroyed and then remodeled. All of his own cultivation resources were pretty much depleted. Lu Xuanyi also wanted to find a few secret realms and scavenge them. Even Lu Xuanyi wanted to return to the Heavenly Flame Mystic Realm and go to the center of that desert. But the Heavenly Flame Mystic Realm itself could not go for the time being. But the ground in the southern half of this Qinzhou had been searched countless times by himself, and he hadn't seen the secret realm. And what made Lu Xuanyi even more surprised, this time, the Green Lotus sect's leader was Zhao Enough. Moreover, it wasn't just those sect elders who looked at Zhao Enough with respect in their eyes. Lu Xuanyi took a closer look around, only to realize that it was anyone who knew Zhao Enough whose face was tinged with fear and respect. Even the current Zhao Enough made Lu Xuanyi feel a little strange. How to say? The previous Zhao was enough to be somewhat energetic. The current Zhao Enough, however, had somewhat lost his smiling face, and instead, there was an extra aura of superiority on his body. As for Zhao Enough, for those who greeted themselves, they just nodded without smiling. Such an attitude. Surprisingly, no one was displeased. Lu Xuanyi was curious what he's really going through to make an otherwise cheerful person into what he is today. At this moment, Lu Xuanyi directly pulled a cultivator next to him. Fellow Daoist, you know that Zhao Enough? The cultivator looked at Lu Xuanyi, somewhat shocked. You actually don't recognize Senior Zhao Enough? Lu Xuanyi coughed. Recognizing is naturally recognizing. It's just that the old man had been in seclusion before, and this has only just come out. So I'm a bit curious about this person. I see you have great reverence for him. The cultivator had a wild look on his face. Truth be told, Elder Zhao Enough is my idol. Moreover, Elder Zhao Enough can be said to be the first person within the Jindan. Subsequently, Friar spoke with a reddened face. Lu Xuanyi finally understood what was going on. A poo-poo and a straight-up massacre. It's not. And so on. What you're talking about. It can't be Stillwater City. The cultivator was shocked instead. How do you know? Lu Shuani is also numb. It's not. He really didn't want Zhao enough to take the blame. There's also the question of whether or not this Zhao enough is an innate backstabbing holy body. This is such a big pot. You are catching it fast and steady. The point is, under Lu Shuani's careful understanding, only then did he realize that this Zhao enough, whether it was the timing of his strikes, the purpose of his strikes, it was all quite reasonable. Even Lu Shuani was in a trance for a moment. Could it really be that one of his poobahs gave the city a massacre? Sure, that's not possible, because Lu Shuani knew very well what was going on. Therefore, he could only look at that Zhao enough who stood on top of the flying boat with a solemn expression on his face. By the way, brother, you said you know Elder Zhao? Lu Shuani nodded. Recognize. That cultivator's face was full of excitement at that moment. Then you might be able to talk to Elder Zhao enough? Lu Shuani waved his hand. I know Elder Zhao enough. He may not be able to recognize me. The cultivator's face was full of pity. AI. It's me who's a bit devilishly rash, but I really want to worship Elder Zhao Gong. Lu Shuani froze for a moment. You're a medical practitioner too? The monk shook his head. No, I'm a poison cultivator. Lu Shuani. The southern half of Qinzhou is very lively today. From the original barren land, it has now become a cultivator gathering place. Even all the sects, too, chose to directly occupy a large mountain. After that, there were mighty men who directly struck out to refine a land. A palace with the clan's logo was formed afterward. Such tactics. It is truly amazing. Only, Andu was in the eyes of ordinary cultivators. Lu Shuani if he wants to, so can he. Because the Jindan realm is the ability to move mountains and fill the seas, refining everything for one's own use. Of course, it is impossible for Lu Shuani to show off everywhere. He had recently been investigating things that had to do with the ancient mysteries. It was because he had completely failed to discover where exactly the ancient secret realm should appear. Or maybe there was some kind of precursor. But that's just one. 2. Lu Shuani is investigating where the heavenly god cult's current stronghold is. Because Lu Shuani needs enemies now. There is something inappropriate about pulling haters for nothing. Although he, Lu Shuani, was not a good person either. But pulling others on the list for your own sake, regardless of whether they are good or bad, is more or less a matter of conscience. But for the celestial god cult, Lu Shuani didn't have the slightest psychological burden. Fellow Daoist, please stay. This day, Lu Shuani is hanging out in a city. Suddenly it was called by a woman who was ugly as hell. Not only was the woman ugly, but her face was covered in pus. Well, it looks a lot like a toad. Ahem. This, girl, what is the matter? The woman giggled. Fellow Daoist, are you interested in messing with it? Lu Shuani sprayed on the spot. Not interested. Lu Shuani turned around and was about to leave. But the woman suddenly hugged Lu Shuani's arm. Don't worry, I've got it covered. And besides, this isn't the first time we've gotten into it. With that, the woman took out 2 identical bells. Even the notches on the bells are identical. Chun. The woman made a hurried gesture of a false voice. Lu Shuani nodded. TSK, 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 little handsome boy. Go, 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 come to my room. Lu Shuani. At this moment, there were some passing cultivators who couldn't help but give Lu Shuani a thumbs up. Truly, this Chen Xiaoli costume. It's fucking disgusting. At this time came to Chen Xiaoli's room. Lu Shuani was more or less shocked. Because, Chen Xiaoli's residence. It's also too common. Not even a little defense. Are you really seeing your sister Chen? Chen Xiaoli looked towards the surroundings. A smile followed. Since it's a change of appearance, one's character should also be changed. My character is too cautious. And that's a mark of me. If this character is not hidden, isn't it telling others that I am Chen Xiaoli? Lu Shuani scratched his head. What you say makes some sense, but what I'm asking is, those who offended you, presumably died without a trace. Are you sure anyone would recognize you? Chen Xiaoli waved her hand. It's always good to be cautious. Lu Shuani was speechless, as if, this is indeed a caution as well. Suddenly, Lu Shuani felt that in this regard, he seemed to have some real gaps compared to his senior sister. Chapter 76, You Can't Handle It. Well, without further ado, let's move on to our business. Chen Xiaoli reconfirmed her surroundings. Only afterward did he say, this time, the ancient secret realm is a top secret realm, and what's inside is, to say the least, very unimaginable. There are countless heavenly materials and treasures inside, and equally countless magic treasures. Even high-level spirit stones, or top-level spirit stones, are calculated on a one-by-one basis. So it can be said that this secret realm determines the development of a clan afterward. Lu Shuani was shocked. Doesn't that mean that many people might have to die in this secret realm? Chen Xiaoli smiled. A lot of people die? No. You should say that this time the secret realm, there will be those clans that will be exterminated. Because after the secret realm comes out, that's when all the clans will come out in force. That's why, having a top secret realm come out is what makes it a huge storm in the cultivation world. Even when this kind of secret realm comes out, there are even a lot of old monsters going down. Because in the secret realm, there is something the old monster needs. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but feel his scalp numb as he listened to the terrifying nature of this secret realm. Then, senior sister, you still want to make a big wave this time? This situation, can we really make a big wave? Chen Xiaoli nodded. This time, the secret realm is too outrageous. But you don't need to worry because the secret realm is on a different level. Chi refining realm cultivators. Dabbling at the edge of the secret realm is a great chance. Foundation building cultivators. The first layer of the secret realm is already the limit. As for the third layer of the secret realm, that is the core of the secret realm. But this third layer of the secret realm, it is also a place where fish and dragons are mixed up. Because there are yuaning cultivators in this layer of the secret realm, as well as transformed god cultivators, and the fourth layer of the secret realm, that's the place where the clan's true powerhouses are fighting in. No one knows exactly what's going on in the fourth level. And besides, we're not authorized to know in this realm. And the thing I want this time is an elixir from the third level, called the Heaven Mending Elixir. Lu Xuanyi swallowed. Which means that both you and I need to go to the third level? Chen Xiaoli nodded her head. As a reward for getting that Heaven Mending pill, I'll directly share one of them with you. Since I have the twin star mirror. Lu Xuanyi didn't rush to agree. Instead, he asked, what is the use of the Heaven Mending pill? Chen Xiaoli had a serious face. You can revive yourself and return to your peak state, and even remodel your qualifications. Lu Xuanyi. This stuff, counterintuitive indeed. But for Lu Xuanyi, it doesn't seem, well, useful. But, this is for Chen Xiaoli. Usage seems a bit much, because Chen Xiaoli has a double star mirror. If she obtained this heaven mending pill, she could completely replicate one a day. In the long run, this Chen Xiaoli is afraid that all of them can't die. Looking at Lu Xuanyi with some lack of interest, Chen Xiaoli said again, of course, if you don't see this heaven mending pill, at that time, in the secret realm, if you see anything, I'll fetch it for you. And, don't worry, I'll definitely keep you safe in the secret realm. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Okay, I promise. Chen Xiaoli smiled and nodded. She then took out a storage bag. This is for you. Lu Xuanyi was a bit puzzled, because it's full of red fruit. What is it? Chen Xiaoli calmly said. I don't know what it's called, but this thing can expand the sea of consciousness and increase mental power. It's just that when you expand your mental power, it's a headache. Lu Xuanyi directly ignored the side effects. Just listen to the efficacy. Lu Xuanyi just felt that it was good stuff. Thank you, senior sister. Chen Xiaoli waved her hand. That's payment. Lu Xuanyi nodded. He directly put away the fruit and didn't bother eating it for the time being. After all, on the golden scroll of the Great Tao, there was only one person's name, Lin Wu Dao. Lu Xuanyi was a little uneasy. By the way, how did you recognize me? I have a feeling that since the ability of my foundation building thing is Taoist mixing, no one should be able to see my concealment method. Chen Xiaoli nodded her head. It's true that I can't tell. But, by chance, I saw you burying things and even writing some unique words. The kind of words that only you can write. Lu Xuanyi. He did bury a lot of things and even wrote in small seal script. The general idea is, old folks, look here. I can't help much with anything else, but I'll leave you a lot of cultivation resources here. Of course, you shouldn't be afraid to read it, because Lu Xuanyi labeled it pinyin, but he didn't expect it. This move, surprisingly, revealed his identity. And Chen Xiaoli said again at this time, and you're so careless, even though I know it's possible that you're saving that for your vapid family, but you don't even know the years, and there's no point in protecting or burglarizing it. I've added some formations for you, and the key to breaking the formations is also the need to recognize those words of yours. Lu Xuanyi froze for a moment. He then saluted Chen Xiaoli. Thank you, senior sister. Chen Xiaoli waved her hand. Little things. I need to prepare myself properly during this time, and I'll change my identity and appearance once again when the time comes, but I'll hang a bell when I arrive at the secret realm. Lu Xuanyi nodded. If there's nothing else, you should go. It's been an hour. Lu Xuanyi? Chen Xiaoli smiled. The cultivation world isn't short of some wolf-like women. If you really have an hour, then don't go to the secret realm and wait for some tigers and wolves to encircle you. Lu Xuanyi rushes off at this time. Wait, you're just going to go out like that? Lu Xuanyi instantly realized, then found a random stick to use as a crutch. Lu Xuanyi manifested a face with dark circles under his eyes and a pale face. Only afterward did he waddle out. But when Lu Xuanyi walked out, the color of his face became even paler, because in the shadows, there were literally women with bubbling eyes. Keep looking at him. However, upon seeing Lu Xuanyi like this, those people instantly lost interest. Lu Xuanyi looked at the Avenue Gold Scroll at this time. It was still just Lin Wudao's name on it, and he couldn't help but swallow. Master Pen, are you damn sure that what's excessive isn't trying to kill me? The golden quill was very calm. Lu Xuanyi tensed up inside. Again, remember such a bug. Think about it. Lu Xuanyi once again pulled out the crossing cultivation guide. Then he took out a brush and brushed a line on it. Never indulge in female color, because that what? If a woman wants to kill you, no need to move to kill. Really can't carry it. Of course, if you come with some kind of stallion system, or many children, many blessings system, when I didn't say. However, Lu Xuanyi suddenly felt, if he really did carry a system, he would not be able to see this cross-cultivation guide of his own. After writing, Lu Xuanyi hurriedly put the book away and then quickly left the place. It's really horrible. Chapter 77, My brother will give you more prestige, but for half a month. The southern half of the state has changed really dramatically. Lu Xuanyi inquired about the secret realm. The secret realm is still a year away, but the secret realm is not on Earth. It's in the sky. Although, the secret realm did not appear, but Lu Xuanyi met so many people instead. The crowded kind, and all of them are clear-cut cultivators. Only, the highest cultivation level Lu Xuanyi had seen was Jindan. Yuaning cultivators and those above Yuaning. Lu Xuanyi had never seen them. Yuaning cultivators, anyway, were easily not going to appear, and Lu Xuanyi was left somewhat speechless. Because of the Jindan realm cultivators, neither deserves to be an enemy anymore. It's not a good operation if you can't see the firstborn. This Avenue Gold Scroll is more or less picky, but there is good news. He finally found the Heavenly God Sect's compound. Lu Xuanyi was a happy man. Heavenly God cult. I'm fucking here. Lu Xuanyi was excited. Directly grabbed a disciple of the Heavenly God Sect, killed him, and then changed his clothes. After that, they headed towards the Heavenly God Sect's compound. It didn't take long. Lu Xuanyi then arrived at the Heavenly God Sect's compound, but it was quickly stopped by the two men. You drop. What for? That Heavenly God cult disciple inquired. Listen to the accent. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but want to whip them, but for the sake of your own grand plan, can't do it yet. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly said at this time. I drop. My name is Gonlin Yang, and this time I came to report to your excellency. Those two, their little eyes filled with confusion. God damn it. I've never heard of it. Lu Xuanyi waved his hand. No, it's Dry Mile Yang. Oh, we are talking about the Dry Mile Mother. Your excellency. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help himself. Grass. This was followed by two direct slaps that blew the heads off of both men. This motion, it instantly caught the attention of the rest of the Heavenly God Sect. One moment. Then countless disciples of the Heavenly God Sect rushed out. Lu Xuanyi turned around and walked away. It's just that Lu Xuanyi hadn't gone out for long. A woman wearing a huge robe directly told those disciples to go back. Lu Xuanyi froze for a moment. The woman, on the other hand, was coming out of the compound. Looking at Lu Xuanyi, he asked, You're Fujino Matsushita's subordinate, aren't you? Lu Xuanyi froze for a moment. Don't know what's going on though. Lu Xuanyi still nodded. Yes, I am. Who knew that the woman had a very soft smile, even some sunshine. After that he directly pulled out a short knife and threw it in front of Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi? The woman said again. Fujino Matsushita requested me and wanted the highest form of self-cannibalization, and I agreed. And as his subordinate, you are likewise the highest form of self-cannibalization. So, you commit harakiri. Lu Xuanyi. Nima. How did I run into this when I just threw on a random shirt? Lu Xuanyi looked at the woman with some melancholy. I just came for a nice stroll. Why are you forcing me? The woman? The Qingping sword transformed into a stream of light, non-stop weaving in and out of the crowd. Barely 10 seconds. All the people in this area are dead. Only the woman in the robe did not die. But at this point he had a humongous face. Jindan cultivator. Who the hell are you? Lu Xuanyi laughed. Old man Hinokawa steel plate. Having said that, Lu Xuanyi turned and ran. Sure, he's not really running, because the Heavenly God Sect was simply doing too much stealth. Even this residency is just a branch. As for why not kill the woman? In order to track down this woman and find the other celestial god cult locations. Fruity. This branch was exterminated. The woman was scared silly too, because she was the only one left dead. He is at this time I have to hurry to report this side of the situation. Most of all, Nichikawa steel plate. Isn't that Abe Rakasetsu's guard who died earlier? Is this Abe falling snow? This is something that matters. He had to report back to the gate master. Lu Shuani stayed close. About 2 days passed. Lu Shuani looked at the direction the woman had gone in shock. Because of that direction, it wasn't far from the Green Lotus sex compound. No. More accurately, the place where this group of people were was the fucking Green Lotus sect. Lu Shuani was dumbfounded. No. Why is this group of dangling hairs always having trouble with the Green Lotus sect? And their quarters are all fucking hidden inside the Green Lotus sect? What's going on here? Lu Shuani was a bit confused. Think about it. Lu Shuani also directly entered within the Green Lotus sex compound. Sure, the reason why Lu Shuani entered the Green Lotus sex compound so simply, that's entirely thanks to Chen Xiaoli. The formation token given by Chen Xiaoli could casually enter the Green Lotus sex formations. No way. Chen Xiaoli's way of formation. It's just too scary. Entering within the Green Lotus sect. Lu Shuani was once again dumbfounded. It was because the people of the Heavenly God sect were, in this manner, in some other rooms within the Green Lotus sect in a dignified manner. Even the sign is up. No. Which is this Green Lotus sect? Even Lu Shuani walked towards the side of the Heavenly God sect. Once again, he was stopped. The Heavenly God sect residence. You can't go in. Lu Shuani was instantly enraged. He didn't immediately lash out, though. Instead, he slowly backed away. But what does Lu Shuani think? How it all feels wrong. No. Lu Shuani suddenly realized. This group of people were wearing the clothes of the Green Lotus sect's disciples though. But those clothes, it seems, are all a bit tattered. And some of them, even, just can't wear clothes. Lu Shuani looked at the Green Lotus sect sign once again at this time. Another look at the disciples. It finally made sense. This is pulling a tiger? That said, during this recent period of time, Zhao Enough's name was a formidable one. Who dares to impersonate the Green Lotus sect? It was also because they didn't dare to impersonate the Green Lotus sect. Therefore, no one would suspect the appearance of the Green Lotus sect's compound in this place. Lu Shuani laughed at this point. At that time, no matter what they do, it will be the Green Lotus sect's pot. In that case, Lu Shuani suddenly laughed. Zhao is enough. Old brother. I'll add a little more prestige to you. Having said that, Lu Shuani ascended directly into the air. One moment. He was covered in a greenish glow. Sure, it was his wood attribute aura. Incidental therapeutic effects. But unlike others, he added electromagnetic force to the wood attribute aura. Heavenly God sect. How dare you impersonate my Green Lotus sect? Are you really pretending that I, Zhao Enough, don't exist? Universal life. Lu Shuani's words just fell. The green light was instantly 10,000 feet. And under that green electromagnetic force, it looked as if the celestial god cult had exploded. It's just like the way those guys exploded in the first place. One moment, the celestial god cult is overthrown, and Lu Shuani turned and ran after the light dissipated. Wait for Lu Shuani to leave. Then a cultivator arrived. When they saw the sight of blood flowing within the counterfeit Green Lotus sect below that, and from top to bottom, there wasn't a single bit of life, the crowd couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. Elder Zhao Enough is too terrifying. Chapter 78, I'm that good? Zhao Enough of the Green Lotus sect was a famous name these days. Even those who had doubts about Zhao Enough before, it has also completely dispelled its own suspicions recently. It's because the Heavenly God sect has gotten a fake Green Lotus sect compound. In a fit of rage, Zhao Enough uprooted many of the Heavenly God cult's strongholds one after another. And the means are ruthless. Wherever Zhao Enough to go, the Celestial God cult is bound to have no survivors. At the same time, this also further solidified that Zhao Enough was the number one amongst the Jindan. Because of those quarters of the Heavenly God sect, all of them had Jindan cultivators. And even some of them, there were no less than 3 Jindan cultivators. But Zhao Enough was not even looking at it. And the Jindan cultivator was killed by his pudu, directly in seconds. There were even comments. All things are equal under the universal life. This review, it instantly pushed Zhao Enough to a whole new level. At this moment, within the palace of the Green Lotus sect's residence, Wang Yangji, the Grand Elder of the Green Lotus sect, found Zhao Enough in a somewhat amiable manner. Fellow Daoist, although I know that you're doing this for the sake of my Green Lotus sect, but you're indeed a little too ruthless in this. Zhao Enough? Think about it. Zhao Enough asked with some uncertainty. What earth-shattering thing have I done recently? Wang Yangji was somewhat speechless. What have you done that you don't know? Wait, do you want me to compliment you? Good. One thought to this. Wang Yangji arched his hand. Elder Zhao Enough is indeed mighty. Within 3 days, destroying 7 strongholds of the Heavenly God sect. Truly a man of God. Zhao Enough's face was a bit numb. Oh, I'm that good? Wang Yangji? How he felt something was wrong. It's not. Why do you feel that this matter has nothing to do with you? You're too good at this, aren't you? Wan Yangji had some doubts in his mind, but afterward, he still shook his head. By the way, Elder Zhao Enough, the heavenly god Sex Yagi clan has booked a life and death battle with you. Look, Zhao Enough was indifferent. Oh, the location. Wan Yangji froze for a moment. Well, Elder Zhao Enough was pretending to be obsequious before. Why didn't he stop pretending recently? Wan Yangji directly told Zhao Enough about the place and time. However, Wan Yangji was still a bit bottomless. Elder Zhao Enough, that Yaki clan, is a Jindan Grand Circle, and is even about to enter the false infant realm. Are you? Really? Sure. Zhao Enough remained calm. No harm done. Wan Yangji nodded. Then retire. When Wan Yangji leaves, Zhao Enough once again took out an ancient meridian book and studied it carefully. Lu Xuanyi has been very speechless lately, because this heavenly god sect is like rats that can't see the light of day. Nima, the residencies are one in the east and one in the west, and the quarters were all built in caves, or underground. Personnel are scattered all over the place. These days, the reason why he is playing the name of Zhao Enough, it's because these people, damn it, don't even deserve to be their enemies. So, Lu Xuanyi also boosted his reputation just a little bit more for Zhao Enough. But, when Lu Xuanyi heard that Zhao Enough was going to fight to the death with the first Jindan of the Tai Tian Divine Sect, Lu Xuanyi was stunned. Crap, Xiao Zhao, you're making it a bit difficult for me. Lu Xuanyi thought about it. Finally started inquiring about the whereabouts of that what's-his-name Yaki clan. Not so much as a cutoff, though, but at the very least, cripple him first. Lu Xuanyi's side started to get busy. But, Lu Xuanyi never found out exactly where the Yaki clan was, or even where the real quarters of the heavenly god sect are. Lu Xuanyi doesn't know either. But just when Lu Xuanyi was at a loss, the great Tao of Gold rolled. Amber Ghost Car, Orange Extreme, Amber Falling Snow, Red. Pseudo, Yayoi Kagamaru, Red Extreme. Crap. This is what's going on. How did so many enemies suddenly appear? And the character. All very outrageously premium. It's good to have enemies though. But the question is, how did I offend these people? Wait, there can't really be such a person as Hinokawa Steel Plate. Lu Xuanyi thought of many possibilities. But it seems, that's the only possibility. Sure, with a name, Lu Xuanyi would be able to quickly find the heavenly god sex compound. Because of the people who went on the golden scroll of the avenue. Just be close to yourself. The great golden scrolls will just flash. The closer the distance, the more often it flashes, the faster. Lu Xuanyi looked at the constantly flickering Abe Ghost car, gradually approaching the heavenly god sex compound. Nice guy, this heavenly god sex compound. Surprisingly, it was under a lake. This dam really can hide. Originally, Lu Xuanyi wanted to blend in, but suddenly, Lu Xuanyi looked at the lake and his eyes suddenly lit up. This should be the general quarters of the heavenly god sect. Since you built it in the middle of a lake. Ha! Lu Xuanyi made a mark. Then leave quietly. He didn't go too far, though. He's going to wait for what's his name, the Yaki clan. Results. Lu Xuanyi was a complete miscalculation, because Lu Xuanyi squatted for half a whole month. Still no sign of the Yaki clan. But just today, suddenly a cultivator shouted, "Go go go! Today is the battle of life and death between Elder Zhao Enough and the Yachi clan. From what I've heard, both of them are the number one Jindan people. After this battle, that will completely prove who is the number one Jindan person." One moment, almost all the cultivators gathered towards one place. Lu Xuanyi, I'm Nima. The old man squatted for half a day. This Yachi clan is not in residence, and that Zhao Enough. I'll go. Lu Xuanyi couldn't sit still, although there wasn't much interaction with Zhao Enough. But Zhao is enough to take a spicy potshot for herself. Lu Xuanyi had long since treated Zhao Enough as a brother. Zhao is enough to carry the weight for herself. He himself must not put Zhao Enough's life in danger. Think so. Lu Xuanyi quickened his pace. Even he had a plan in mind. As a last resort, he could only show his hand with his original identity. Just enough to make a stark contrast to who you are now. As much as he wanted to keep his original identity well hidden. But for Zhao Enough, it doesn't matter if it's exposed. It didn't take long. Lu Xuanyi had also finally made his way to the place of the viewing gallery. At this moment Lu Xuanyi looked up. It was just enough to see Zhao looking indifferent, wearing a white robe, standing on the top of the mountain with an air of floating like an immortal. On the other hand, standing at the top of the other mountain, facing off with Zhao Enough, was a large man with a naked body and wild features. That's the Yaki clan. I see that the people are almost here. That Yachi clan looked at Zhao Enough and laughed. Ahahaha, with this little body of yours? With your trick of cajoling people, do you deserve to be called the first person of the Golden Dan? Come, 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 let this great master crush your Dan today. Facing the man's taunts, Zhao Enough also just laughed. The things I have experienced over the years are not something you can imagine. And with this little bit of minuscule Dao voyage of yours, it's better not to show off in front of me, because I have been forced by an invisible destiny to go to an even more outrageous Dao. Speaking of which, melancholy was written all over Zhao Enough's face. One moment. Those rabid fans of Zhao Enough also instantly wailed. Chapter 79, Fortune teller Lu Shuani was in a cold sweat. Lao Zhao ah. Why don't you wait first? I damn well haven't put that guy on the list yet. Don't be in a hurry. Lu Shuani was a little anxious inside. However, that Yaqi clan completely did not give Lu Shuani actionable opportunities. The Yachi clan directly sacrificed its own magic treasure, which was a long sword of bloodlight. It also had a very evil aura on it. That bloodlight long knife just appeared. The heavens and the earth changed color. It was the clouds above the sky that were infested with red. It was even possible to see that there were many unjust souls roaring within the clouds. Brush that bloodlight long knife towards Zhao Enough to slash. Blood and light filled the sky. The power of that blade was even more chilling. Lu Shuani was ready to call out the Qingping sword at this point. He was ready to strike. But it was at this time Zhao was enough to move. He just held out a finger. A bit of green light bloomed from his fingertips. Wow, in an instant, the blood-colored long sword shattered. The sky also cleared up again. That Yaqi clan was even spewing blood from his mouth as his own life magic treasure recoiled. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent, and a pin could be heard. Zhao Enough ended up with his spiritual energy directly wrapping around that Yagyu clan. Ah! The Yagyu screamed miserably. Then, under a group of people's dumbfounded stares, they were completely scorched into flying ashes by Zhao Enough's green spiritual energy. In the end, after doing this, Zhao Enough was silent for a long time, fluttering away afterward. That's total mastery. Lu Shuani was also wide-eyed, because, this time, he really didn't do anything. The battle between Elder Zhao Enough and the Yaqi clan, blown right out of the water by talent. Nothing else. Zhao Enough became the veritable first person of Jindan, and it's getting more and more outrageous. Some people even said that Zhao was enough to challenge even a Yuaning at the Jindan realm. And this is something that really isn't just talk, because Zhao was enough to obliterate that White Hachimaki clan. It's practically an instant kill. Not even the Ben life magic treasure was sacrificed. Sure, also because Zhao is famous enough. At this time, the people from the other sects were even more jealous of the Green Lotus sect. Truly, Zhao Enough's methods were too bizarre. Some clans have even given orders. There's enough of Zhao around. Retreat if you can. Never make an enemy of it. And so it was. Today in the world of cultivation, Zhao Enough had simply become synonymous with being invincible in the same realm. There were even some Jindan cultivators who had become famous long ago and wanted to challenge Zhao Enough. After the Yaqis were killed in seconds, it also lost its voice outright. At this point, Lu Shuani had already regained his original identity. Lu Shuani was dressed in white and had an elegant demeanor, like a reader, and a flutterer all the same. Now Lu Shuani is walking with Zhao Enough. Both are like immortals. And Zhao Enough is also very fond of Lu Shuani. None other, because Lu Shuani is an alchemist. Although it was only the early stage of foundation building, but a third-order alchemist. It's also on par with him, and the two were very chatty. For example, about Ezekiel and herbs. That's all very much the same topic, but after getting acquainted, Lu Shuani still couldn't help but ask, Elder Brother Zhao, I'm still very curious as to how you let that Yaqi clan die just like that, dead as a dregs. Speaking of this topic, Zhao Enough's face looked like he had eaten a dead fly. Lu Shuani smiled. I'm just curious too. If it's really inconvenient, I won't say anything. Zhao had enough to look around. A final sigh. I am a medical cultivator, and the way I practiced is to be a healer and save all beings. Zhao Enough looked like he was explaining. But again, it's like saying goodbye. But it's always the other way around. And I don't know when it started, but I'd been somehow killing people with my medical skills. In the beginning, I thought it had nothing to do with me. But after Purusha, I thought it was my cultivation that had gone wrong. But there's always something that's really fantastic, because as I was going back to do some good research on the path of medicine, I realized something very outrageous. Zhao Enough said as he looked at Lu Shuani. Can you believe it? The human body is a living thing. Lu Shuani thought for a moment. Lu Shuani was a little uncertain. Is that what you mean when you say that the human body is like a composition of many living things that are alive? Zhao nodded enough. Right, that's what it means. Of course, that's not going to be the main thing. The main thing is, those things are like a law between heaven and earth, and they proceed according to that law in order to form an individual. But there are also some living things that really break that rule, and that's what causes people to get sick. I, on the other hand, only need to heal living creatures that break the rules. and a person's body will instantly explode or turn into thick water. Of course, I can also make a person's wounds expand and tear, and eventually do the same thing that turns a person into flying dust. That Yagyu clan is. Lu Xuanyi listened. Just felt a chill down my spine. Good lord, what a horrible talent I'm forcing out. Lu Xuanyi thought about it. At this time, he suddenly asked, so, do you, in the future, still heal and save people? For that matter, Zhao Enough thought about it for a long time, but finally said, I suppose I will, but I'm a little afraid to. Mentally, Lu Xuanyi, he could only utter a silent apology in his mind. But suddenly, Zhao Enough's face turned angry, because he saw someone. That fortune teller. Stop right there. Zhao Enough rushed straight out, and from afar, the fortune teller with plasters on the corners of his eyes saw Zhao Enough. More so, the pupils closed, the stalls were not wanted, and rushed to run. But in the end, Zhao was enough for one sentence. The fortune teller shuddered instantly. If you run again, I will heal you. The fortune teller was so scared that he almost didn't fall to his knees, waiting for Zhao Enough to come to him. It was only then that the fortune teller showed a smile that was worse than bitter. Zhao Enough was filled with anger at this time. You knew busy. In the beginning it was listening to your words, choosing medical cultivation. You can achieve the great Tao. You will be able to be blessed with deep destiny, but I am now. Speaking of which, Zhao Enough suddenly froze. The fortune teller also smiled awkwardly. Ahem, Elder Zhao. Aren't you achieving the great Tao now? And as an elder of the Green Lotus sect, with a noble status, isn't that a deep blessing? Zhao Enough's face changed. Because, this fortune teller, it seems to make sense. That's not what Zhao Enough wants. At this time, Zhao Enough lowered his voice and asked, can you let me be blessedly deep in a different way? The fortune teller was a bit speechless. I'm a fortune teller, not an immortal. What I said, I only saw a part of your destiny. Besides, if I had that kind of means, I would have ascended to the upper realm long ago. No? Zhao Enough smiled at this point. I think you're sick. The fortune teller was in a cold sweat. Wait, I do have an idea. But this fate thing, that's not easy to say. I can only change it for you once. It's random, good or bad. Are you sure you want to change it? Chapter 80, no more worries, but it's random. Good or bad I can't influence. Zhao Enough froze, and then fell into deep thought. But in the end, Zhao Enough still chose to give up. Forget it. I'm not going to change it, and I feel like I'm having a lot of bad luck, especially if I get involved with you. The old fortune teller laughed, but suddenly, the old fortune teller suddenly looked at Lu Xuanyi, somewhat dull. What's your name, little brother? Lu Xuanyi froze for a moment. A smile followed. What? Are you going to tell my fortune? That fortune teller looked Lu Xuanyi up and down. There was amazement in his eyes. Your destiny is fluctuating. Even I feel that you are at risk of falling at any time. If you trust me, ouch. That fortune teller hadn't finished his words. Suddenly he felt a pain in his old face. It was like being jerked by something. Who's sneaking up on me? Zhou was enough to look around, a little confused. Lu Xuanyi, on the other hand, was a bit confused, because the old man, he got smoked by a hairbrush. Can't find anyone. The old man once again looked at Lu Xuanyi with a smile. Really? The old man observes you. Recently the robbery cloud shines on the top. In recent days, there is bound to be a bloodbath. But, as long as you give me some money, I can. Snap. The old man was pumped. His head shaking like a rattle. Ended up sitting on his ass. Grass. Who the hell is backstabbing old me? The fortune teller looked around again. But, still no one. This old fortune teller scratches his head. Here, is there something dirty? Right about this time, the old fortune teller suddenly felt a very dangerous aura looming over his head. The old man looked up. Didn't see anything. On the contrary, it was Lu Xuanyi who was somewhat confused as he looked at the brush that was suspended above the old man's head. Because of Fong's dirty word, makes that quill very angry. At this moment, the brush of the brush began to continuously emit a golden light. The golden light condensed into a sword. Crap, not so much. Master Gold Roll, let him come back. Lu Xuanyi said inwardly and hurriedly. The great golden scroll vibrated. The quill flew back in an instant. But the pencil was still vibrating, obviously furious. The old man who was telling fortunes swallowed his saliva at this moment. How do I feel? I just walked on the edge of death? Zhao was enough to chuckle. I'm afraid that because you're not a good student and you're a messy fortune teller, the heavens can't stand it anymore and want to split you. Lu Xuanyi glanced at Zhao Enough in surprise. Nice guy, though not. But this Zhao is enough, and rightly so. And that fortune teller had some epiphanies in his heart after hearing Zhao Enough's words. After that, he hurriedly deduced it, and his face instantly turned pale. I'm sorry, you too. My family's ancestral tomb blew up for some unknown reason, and I need to hurry back. Zhao Enough and Lu Shuani looked at each other. It was all incredibly silent. Subsequently, once again, the two wandered for a long time. They all said they had to leave separately. The old fortune teller wasn't really talking. His family's ancestral tomb did blow up. It's not just ancestral graves that blow up, even the plaque blew up. After that fortune teller got home, it was even more full of fear. For in the middle of the lobby sat three skeleton frames dressed in clothes. Crap! The old fortune teller turned and was about to run, but this side just turned around. Bang! The door to the room closed automatically. The old fortune teller swallowed again, then slowly turned around, but he just turned around on his side, just face to face with three skeletons, less than 5 centimeters away. The old man grinned and hemmed and hawed. Finally, his eyes rolled over and he fell straight to the ground in a paralyzed state. Those three skeletons looked at each other, and finally a skeleton squatted down and pinched an old man's human center with his finger knuckles. Not much longer. The old man woke up. Then the three lake buildings formed a triangle and looked at the old man together. The old man's body instantly tensed, head lolling. He fainted again. The three skeletons scratched their own smooth skulls together. In the end, he could only carry the old man and run. I don't know where I'm going, but it ended up drowning in a puff of smoke. Joe had enough of nothing going on, and was even having a better time than expected. Lu Shuani wouldn't worry about Zhao Enough. At this time, he had already arrived at the Heavenly God Sect's compound. It's also the Sinkhole Lake. Lu Shuani observed for a few days and would only find one thing: the celestial god cult below that lake. Every day, he absorbed the aura from this lake. To be precise, it was the aura emanating from a milky white bead in the lake. And there is that bead present. This lake water has also turned into a spiritual liquid. Oh ho! You guys survive on this lake, don't you? Lu Shuani laughed. Just take off your pants and let the water out. At this time, the Heavenly God cult members who had been observing the situation on the shore, for a moment his face went green. Kill him, someone said. But just as they wanted to rush up, Lu Shuani hemmed and hawed. He directly took out a blockade formation, and these members of the Heavenly God sect, all of them blocked in. The group had just rushed to the surface of the lake when they were blocked by the blockade grand formation. Bastard! You drop! Looking for death. Lu Shuani stood on the surface of the water, looking at the group of little cherry blossoms, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lu Shuani is gone. Then it wasn't long before he went straight to a herd of tusked pigs, boars. Lu Shan would then feed all of these pigs with this wee dan, and a few hepping dan. Those people from the Heavenly God sect instantly understood what was going on. Damn it, fucking bastard, don't let me catch you or... Wait, what are you doing? Follow closely. They then saw Lu Shuani pouring some pink, still smoking pink liquid towards the water. Do all that. Lu Shuani directly kicked all of that group of pigs into the water, then took a crystal ball, projected everything here into the air. Let all of Qingzhou look at those of the Heavenly God sect, and Lu Shuani wrote on the crystal ball, "Producer, a bag of Mataro." Do all that. Lu Shuani disappeared in an instant. Boom, another Heavenly God sect residence. Amber falling snow looked at the projection above the sky. An icy chill rose up all over his body, especially when you see that Amber Ghost Car is starting to inhibit herself from starting to hug the pig as well. No, it was being held by a pig, and her face was even more straight green. Angry, he slammed the table. Find out for me who did this, and who is that bag of rice. Taro, I want you to take him alive, and I want him to beg for his life. However, it wasn't just Abe Falling Snow who was shaken. Because of an Abe ghost train, the entire Abe family was shaken. Even the entire Heavenly God sect began to be in turmoil. They started in on the trail of Lu Shuani, and Lu Shuani was very excited at this time, because this time he had absolutely nothing to worry about. On the golden scroll of the Great Way, there was one more of many things. Abe family, gold inferior, Abe Haruai, gold extreme, Chippendale Chaja, gold inferior, Chippendale Matsushita, gold inferior, Hinata Hakashita, gold decision. Tenjin cult, golden decision. Chapter 81, the Heavenly Extreme Holy Land. Now there's an enemy, and it's still such a big ticket of enemies. Lu Shuani was excited. It's like being broke before. But now, suddenly, you're rich. Sure, what Lu Shuani has to do now is to hurry up. After all, the names on the golden scroll of the Great Tao were almost all fucking gold. He had to hurry and find a place to retreat now. Think so. Lu Shuani ran straight ahead, in the twinkling of an eye. Once again, a month has passed. Lu Shuani was very puzzled. By reason, the Heavenly God sect had endured such a strange shame. Should have hated myself with a passion. But why? During this recent period, the Heavenly God sect remained quiet. Something's wrong. Lu Shuani originally wanted to have a good practice, but he was now, instead, in no hurry. because now one has so many enemies, no worries at all about dying violently. The only thing he wanted to figure out right now was why the Heavenly God sect didn't come looking for trouble for themselves. What he had done had offended the entire Heavenly God sect. But even so, the Heavenly God sect still didn't come searching for themselves in the first place. So there must be something more important. Since it's something important to the Heavenly God sect, then he, Lu Shuani, is bound to mess things up a bit. Think so. Lu Shuani directly walked out of the cave he was hiding in and headed outside. Lu Shuani just walked out and was a bit dumbfounded. Because, the people in the southern half of this Qingzhou became more numerous. That's not even the main thing. The point is that these people, nowadays, have very serious faces. There were even some people whose faces were a bit ugly. Suddenly, Lu Shuani saw someone who took him by surprise. Zhao Qing. Lu Shuani sneaked over to Zhao Qing. Then he whispered, "A little lotus is just the tip of the iceberg." Zhao Qing looked at the changed Lu Shuani with astonishment. "An early dragonfly?" Lu Shuani nodded. Zhao Qing looked around. Also whispered, "Change it." Lu Shuani nodded. It didn't take long. Lu Shuani and Zhao Qing came to a remote tea guy. The two ordered something random. Zhao Qing said with a smile, "I wouldn't have thought that you would be here as well." Lu Shuani laughed at this point. "I didn't expect that you would come either." Zhao Qing was helpless. Ancient secret realm appeared. As an immortal cultivator, how could I not come to take a look? But then again, what realm are you in now? Lu Shuani said directly. Middle Foundation Establishment. Zhao Qing hemmed and hawed. "I've already reached the Foundation Establishment grand completion, and I'm about to step into the Jindan realm. Brother Lu, you still need to work hard." Lu Shuani also smiled. Didn't continue to discuss much on the realm. "By the way, what's going on with these people lately? Why do I see their faces looking so ugly?" Speaking of which, Zhao Qing had the same serious face. Because this time, the matter of the secret realm of the ancient past is really significant. The people who will come will not only be from the clans of Qin Prefecture, but there are also many clans outside of Qin Prefecture that will come. I've even heard that the Heavens Pole sacred land in the central state will also be coming. Lu Shuani frowned. The mind unlocked a new power again, but Lu Shuani didn't say anything for the moment. Instead, he continued to listen to Zhao Qing, and Zhao Qing took a slight sip of his drink, before whispering again. Actually, it's not a surprise for the cultivators of Qingzhou that the Heavenly Extreme Holy Land is here, and there's not even anything to panic about. But the key problem is that the Celestial God sect has somehow hooked up with the Heavenly Extremity Holy Land, and has now become the lackey of the Heavenly Extremity Holy Land. The Heavenly God sect, becoming a lackey of the Heavenly Extreme Holy Land. That would be a bit of a life and death situation for this trip to the secret realm. Lu Shuani frowned. What kind of existence is the Heavenly Extremity Holy Land? And the Heavenly God sect is already bullish like this just by being a dog of the Heavenly Extremity Holy Land? Zhao Qing looked at Lu Shuani somewhat oddly. As a disciple of the Green Lotus sect, the Green Lotus sect should have information on the Heavenly Extreme Holy Land. And you didn't read it? Lu Shuani was somewhat speechless. Is it possible that even if I were a disciple of the Green Lotus sect, I wouldn't have access to this? Zhao Qing looked at Lu Shuani. That just snapped to mind. Oh yes, you're a miscellaneous spirit root. I subconsciously thought that you and I were a kind of spirit root. Lu Shuani was speechless as he looked at Zhao Qing's little eyes that were somewhat tinged with braggadocio. Alright, let's start by talking about what exactly is going on in the Heavenly Extreme Holy Land. Zhao Qing's hands were shrunk within his own large sleeves. God explained calmly. In the simplest terms, the Heavenly Extreme Holy Land is equivalent to the general existence of a dynasty in the entire cultivation world, except that the cultivation world doesn't have much of a dynasty system. As for how powerful the Heavenly Jade Sacred Land really is, for example, if a small, unheard of sect is able to slightly hook up with the Heavenly Jade Sacred Land, within a short period of time, it would be another Green Lotus sect. Lu Shuani was shocked. So, Lu Shuani thought about his golden scroll of the Great Tao and fell into deep thought. If I were to write the entire Celestial Extremity Holy Land on the golden scroll of the Great Tao, wouldn't I be invincible? Lu Shuani was a little hot inside, but he remained very calm now. There was just one thing that Lu Shuani couldn't figure out. According to you, doesn't that mean that if the Heavenly Jade Holy Land comes here, all the sects in the entire Qin Prefecture will have to bow down to the Heavenly Jade Holy Land? Zhao Qing nodded. That's right. Lu Shuani frowned. Then why did the Celestial God cult become the final winner? What did he do? Zhao Qing said cheerfully. It's better to flatter the Heavenly Extreme Holy Land than to flatter the people who came to the Heavenly Extreme Holy Land. I heard that the Lord who came to Qingzhou this time is very lustful and has a dragon in Yang. You know the Celestial God cult. Not to mention people, a while ago they killed a piece of the toothy pig, to satisfy that Lord's preference. That's not a breeze. Lu Shuani. That's really saying something. Moreover, Zhao Qing gave Lu Shuani an even more explosive thing to say. Have you ever heard of the Abe Ghost car? Lu Shuani nodded. Zhao Qing smiled. In fact, the reason why the celestial god cult has been so quick to serve as a dog to that lord is almost entirely on that what's-his-name Abe Ghost car. Lu Shuani wondered. How? Zhao Qing couldn't help but shiver. That lord is so fond of theater. Especially the heartless kind. So, Abe Ghost Wagon with dogs. Abe Ghost Wagon with horses. With cows. With... Lu Shuani was dumbfounded by what he heard. Sure, Lu Shuani didn't care how the heavenly god sect pleases the people from the heavenly extreme Holy Land. He cares. If the heavenly god sect became the dog of the heavenly extreme Holy Land, what kind of trouble would it bring? Lu Shuani also asked his own question. Zhao Qing hesitated slightly after hearing this. The small clans have no way to live, and the big clans are struggling to make a move. Lu Shuani hesitated. What would happen if the person who came from the heavenly extreme Holy Land died here? Zhao Qing took a deep breath. The whole Qingzhou is going to be finished. Lu Shuani. Chapter 82. Lu Shuani temporarily lost the idea of getting the people from the heavenly extreme Holy Land killed. Truly, it's a bit unworthy to drag the entire Qingzhou to be buried with him. Similarly, Lu Shuani didn't have long to catch up with Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing said it was because he had something important to do. Zhao Qing didn't explain. Lu Shuani then didn't ask more questions. As for the celestial god cult, Lu Shuani just laughed. Anyway, the entire heavenly god sect is now on the golden scroll of the great Tao, allowing the heavenly god sect to gain absolutely nothing from this secret realm, or even be completely wiped out. This was too easy for Lu Shuani. Just before that, one still needs to practice first. After separating from Zhao Qing, Lu Shuani once again returned to his secret cave. Enter the cave. Lu Shuani flipped the golden scroll of the great Tao to the page of the heavenly god sect. Subsequently, Lu Shuani turned on the blood-burning divine fist. Subsequently, under the circumstances of the operation of the immortal mixed sutra, the blood demon scripture and the mad thunder scripture operated at the same time. At this moment, the aura between heaven and earth directly formed a vortex that was absorbed by Lu Shuani. Actually, more accurately, this was no longer absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. Rather, they are plundering. But what shocked Lu Shuani was, even if he absorbed it so frantically, above the golden scroll of the great Tao, the light of the heavenly god sect still hadn't weakened by half. Nope. More accurately, on top of that golden light, there was just one more small black dot, as if it was the size of an ant, and that little black dot, it had been absorbing the light of that heavenly god sect. Holy shit, gold is just awesome. No more worries. Lu Shuani once again began to cultivate frantically. In the twinkling of an eye, 6 months have passed. Lu Shuani's cultivation had also managed to come to the late Jindan stage. The plugin is fierce though, but the question is, the spiritual energy absorbed by one's Jindan realm seemed a bit much. And this frantic absorption by myself goes on. Dozens of miles of Fangyun were all fucking absorbed by themselves with no aura to absorb again. This also leads to Lu Shuani's current realm advancement had to be terminated. If it wasn't for the fact that the blood demon scripture was able to absorb other people's souls and essence blood to enhance their strength, with this place's heaven and earth aura, I'm afraid that it wouldn't even be able to raise itself to the late Jindan stage. And what surprised Lu Shuani even more, at this time, outside his cave, many cultivators had already gathered. And there was also an early Yuaning cultivator. It was a clear attempt to come and kill himself. But why? On top of the golden scroll of the great Tao, there is no name of the Yuaning cultivator? But now is not the time to study that. Brush. Lu Shuani directly summoned out his own vital magic treasure, the gourd that was bubbling with black gas, and slowly walked out of the cave. The moment Lu Shuani walked out of the cave, the surrounding cultivators then swarmed around. Lu Shuani's late Jindan stage aura spread out violently. The little caramels that were trying to surround themselves directly exploded. Clean up those little caramels. There were just some Jindan cultivators and that Yuaning left in the field. Look at these people. Lu Shuani frowned slightly. You're not from the heavenly god cult. Who are you? That Yuaning realm cultivator narrowed his eyes slightly. My lord wants to see you. Lu Shuani frowned. Who is your lord? That Yuaning cultivator had already lost his patience. Where's all this nonsense? Having said that Yuaning cultivator directly used a secret method. A spiritual power chain instantly controlled Lu Shuani. Snap. Lu Shuani directly cast the blood-burning divine fist. A sorrowful sword chi was also spewed from the gourd. This sword, Lu Shuani himself didn't even know how much essence blood, mana, and divine soul he had burned. But the results are very impressive. The black gourd erupted with sword energy. It instantly shattered the Yuaning cultivator's mana. That Yuaning cultivator was also very shocked. What's that baby of yours? The Yuaning cultivator didn't think that Lu Shuani, a late Jindan scum, would be able to break through his spiritual power wall. So that gourd must not be simple. And Lu Xuanyi hemmed and hawed. What baby? That's certainly a big baby. Having said that, Lu Xuanyi aimed the mouth of the gourd directly at the Yuaning cultivator. Boom! An incomparably thick laser instantly flooded the Yuaning cultivator. As for the two Jindans, it was directly melted by the thick laser, but when the laser dissipates, that Yuaning cultivator was intact and still alive. That thick laser. None of them had broken through his spiritual power shield. You don't really think that Yuaning cultivator just wanted to put on a show, but follow closely. His face changed wildly, because he saw a sword chi spewing out of that gourd once again, and that sword chi was very fast. In the twinkling of an eye it pierced through his brow. This Yuaning cultivator's body was disintegrated. His Yuaning instantly flew out, but the next second, that Yuaning cultivator was in complete despair, because Lu Xuanyi's gourd mouth was once again aimed at him. You don't really think that I would be stupid enough to think that I could kill a Yuaning in 2 or 3 hits. Having said that, the Black Hulk once again spewed out a sword chi. This sword chi, but the sorrowful sword that had been condensed by consuming 1/10 of the heavenly god Sek's light. The sword energy almost formed a red line, instantly decapitated this person's Yuaning. Even the space, it was a bit misplaced. That person's Yuaning was about to dissipate. In the midst of his last sight, he saw Lu Xuanyi once again gourd mouth on himself. Hoo. That is, coalescing flames. And the temperature was very high. This Yuaning cultivator only felt suffocated. One's own hallowed Yuaning did nothing, did not even have the time to fight back, and died at the hands of a Jindan. If I could do it all over again. He's definitely the first to zoom in. It's just what he doesn't know. Even if he dies, Lu Xuanyi still blocked off this part of the world. Then with the fire of origin, it burned here for 3 days and 3 nights. He had even purposely set up a concealment formation in order to prevent anyone from seeing the visions here. Only after burning this place into a land of lava did Lu Xuanyi leave. Within the heavenly god sect, a feminine-looking man, in the constant enjoyment of heaven, even watching his supposedly good show. On the side, Abe Lock Yuki, who was wearing a long white dress, was also taking care of everything for this man with great care. My lord, if you have caught that little thief, please give it to Falling Snow to dispose of. The man grinned. Little things, then looked at Abe Falling Snow, eyes full of lewdness. Here, have a good time here and help me relax. Abe Falling Snow blushed. Yes, my lord. Then Abe Falling Snow slowly crouched down. But it was at this time, Abe Falling Snow suddenly felt something strange. Please. Almost at the same time, the bodies of those of the heavenly god with low cultivation levels all exploded, and then it instantly goes up in smoke. Abe Falling Snow's eyes were filled with shock. Then she looked at the man. Chapter 83, The Hidden Lin Wu Dao. My lord, you have to do it for my heavenly god sect. That feminine-looking man also had an ugly face at this moment. Knowing that I'm in the heavenly god sect, to think that someone would still dare to make a move against the heavenly god sect is truly audacious. This was slapping him in the face of the heavenly extremity Holy Land, as well as slapping him in the face. Shadow guard, find out for me whose handiwork this is. In the shadows, someone disappeared in an instant. Abe Falling Snow had wanted to say something, but this lord does not want people to disobey him. Abe Falling Snow said no more, but not for long. The feminine man then blushed. What? You mean you can't find out? Shadow guard nodded. Yes, my lord. Indeed I can't find out, because these people died without any traces at all. It felt like they were killed out of thin air. Or more like a violent death. And my lord, 10 million capture that bag of Mataro's brother. And the soul plate is broken. That feminine man had a horribly gloomy face. Abe Falling Snow wants to be something. But it was at this time, Zhao Enough's figure gradually appeared within her line of sight. Great, my lord. He is the murderer. Abe Falling Snow pointed at Zhao Enough and said with an agitated expression. That feminine-looking man saw Zhao Enough. There was some confusion between his eyebrows. Early Jindan. Abe Falling Snow nodded. My lord, don't look at him as an early-stage Jindan, but his methods are bizarre, and the deaths of our people are the same as the methods he used to kill people before. The feminine man raised his hand to interrupt Abe Falling Snow. Instead, his eyes looked at Zhao Enough with admiration. Did you kill those people? Zhao was enough to look at the ground which still had some bloodstains on it. Contemplated. I suppose so. The feminine man narrowed his eyes. So, killing someone and coming to the seat in a dignified manner is a provocation? Zhao was enough to hurriedly shake his head. No, my lord, you have misunderstood. I am a medical cultivator. Practicing medicine and curing the sick is my responsibility. That, straight away, confused the man. Practicing medicine and healing. You healed all of them to the bone? Zhao enough to cough. That, I have recently been developing some other medical techniques. Since I want to develop medical techniques, naturally I have to do more experiments on the animals. It's not just a few dead animals. The adults are not so heartbroken, you a few animals. That said, it made the shady man a bit staggered. Truly, this guy is good at talking. The shadowy man was silent for a long time. Finally, somewhat tentatively, he asked, "Then, what is it that you have come to see the seat for this time?" Joe was enough to put a smile on her face. "My lord, I'm a medical practitioner. Do you know the gold content of a medical practitioner?" The shady man, Zhao enough said again this time. "If your lordship trusts me, I will show you my tricks and you will know my worth." The feminine man frowned. There was a long silence. The man then said, "Good." At this moment, Zhao was enough for the spiritual energy to fluctuate, slowly sinking into the man's body. Almost instantly, one of the man's dark wounds was instantly healed. This means, it directly confused the man. What kind of tactic is this?" Zhao was enough to salute. "My lord, this is the power of a medical cultivator. No matter what disease you have on your body, as long as I'm strong enough, I'll be able to treat you." That feminine man was looking at Zhao Enough's eyes at that moment. It was like looking at a baby. "Ha ha ha, good, very good. You medical cultivator. Very good." Subsequently, the man sat down in his chair again. "Tell me, what do you want from coming to this seat?" At this time, Zhao was enough to salute again. After the salute, "Turn and run, amber falling snow?" The man? What's that supposed to mean? But before the crowd could react, bang, the shady man glanced down at his bottom with some confusion. "It is bleeding out at this point." Why? One moment. Space distortion. The heavens and the earth changed color. Zhao enough, on the other hand, was fleeing in a sorry state. Boom, the feminine man book flew up instantly. Then, he directly condensed a large hand of true essence and grabbed it directly towards Zhao enough. Zhao was enough to sense that he couldn't escape. All one can do is smile broadly. But, his face, on the contrary, accepted this death. But what Zhao enough didn't expect was, a sword light directly blocked that great hand of true essence. The feminine man had wanted to get angry, but after seeing Ji Suiying, instantly his face turned pale. Ji Suiying didn't say anything more to the man. He just glanced at Zhao enough. Zhao enough froze for a moment and bowed to Ji Suiying in bewilderment, turned around afterward and walked away. Seeing Zhao Gong go, only then did Ji Suiying look at the man. "Do you have an opinion?" The man shook his head. "Miss Ji is joking." Ji Suiying nodded. "I've come here because I also want to tell you one thing, that you shouldn't meddle in the beef between the Heavenly God sect and the Green Lotus sect." The shady man hesitated a bit. "Miss Ji, this time I'm representing the Heavenly Extreme Holy Land." Ji Suiying narrowed her eyes. "I know." The man hurriedly agreed. And Ji Suiying at this time looked at the Abe Ghost car that was still beastly making movement, and directly a thought went over. That Abe Ghost car instantly dissipated. See this tactic. The feminine-looking man instantly dared not speak. At this point, Lu Xuanyi was still running away. None other. Because he doesn't know what's going on. Damn it. A group of people suddenly came out of nowhere to frantically hunt themselves down. What kind of people are these? Crazy? Lu Xuanyi didn't even know how many people he had killed along the way. The key question is, kill one wave and then another. Holy shit, what kind of asshole is trying to hurt me? Right about this time, Lu Xuanyi felt the golden scroll of the Great Tao vibrating. There's one name missing and one more name on it. Tang Shaoran, Red Extreme. Lu Xuanyi was instantly annoyed. Just what the fuck you want? Lu Xuanyi originally thought that it was this so-called Tang Shaoran who wanted to get himself killed, but he suddenly realized, on the golden scroll of the Great Tao, there was another person's name that was constantly flashing. Lin Wu Dao. Lu Xuanyi was shocked. In other words, these people, they're Lin Wu Dao's people. After the shock, Lu Xuanyi's eyes turned cold. Anyway, on his current Great Tao gold scroll, the lowest ones were all red quality, and this Lin Wu Dao purple scum. Then there's no point in staying. Lu Xuanyi directly aimed his gourd in Lin Wu Dao's direction. Boom, a huge laser that instantly crushed everything. But then, Lu Xuanyi's eyes gradually became shocked. Lin Wu Dao didn't show himself, nor did they take a shot at him. But just for a moment in the square, Lu Xuanyi suddenly felt a flash of golden light at Lin Wu Dao's name. WOJ, that's an old 6-2. Lu Xuanyi shook inwardly. Can be simultaneous. He had a bad feeling inside. Chapter 84, do you really think I can't help you? Lin Wu Dao, a Yuaning thinker cultivator, had no reason not to take action against himself. Even in the eyes of a Yuaning cultivator, shouldn't he or she be scum? Then what was the reason why this Lin Wu Dao didn't make a move? Even, Lu Xuanyi thought carefully. Those who come to me to besiege themselves, there was no desire to kill him. They seemed to, trying to take himself alive. Lu Xuanyi's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that this Lin Wu Dao is associating something? Moreover, from what he has his men doing, I'm afraid he's not trying to covet something from me. Suddenly, Lu Xuanyi stroked his chin in deep thought. If he, a Yuaning ancestor, doesn't make a move on himself, there might be a possibility that he doesn't dare to make a move on himself, not because he's afraid of a Jindan Jr. like himself, but because he's afraid of a kind of uncertainty in himself. Lu Xuanyi took a deep breath. He suddenly felt a bit of egg on his face as a traveler. Why doesn't Laozi have a descending wisdom aura? The cultivators I've encountered are more demonic than one another. Lu Xuanyi wasn't sure if Lin Wudao knew anything. But, Lu Xuanyi smiled. You may think you're hiding it well, but I have JGS. You're stupid. And I have void trivial enemy. Think so. Lu Xuanyi directly sat in a platter. Then start casting the sword of sorrow. He was burning his lifespan, essence blood, and mana, even to be sure. Lu Xuanyi even swallowed a few poison pills. At this time, Lin Wudao, who had already hid a long way away, suddenly he felt a little weak. Follow closely. His hair was also starting to turn pale. Lin Wudao suddenly knelt on the ground, opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Wang Lin Wudao hurriedly sat down. Check yourself. But the more you check, the more shocked Lin Wudao's face became. But, his face was not much worried. Instead, Lin Wudao was filled with laughter at the current situation. I'm not actually poisoned, so where did the poison inside my body come from? Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes. Unless, he's taking poison. And as for the disappearance of my flesh and blood and longevity, I'm afraid that he's also using some kind of forbidden technique. Think so. A wry smile spread across the corners of Lin Wudao's mouth. This kind of tactic, when it's really exciting. Ha ha, Lin Wudao said in a low voice. Subsequently, his body began to gradually dissipate. But it's shocking. Lin Wudao's side had just dissipated. A baby suddenly appeared where he had originally dissipated. See that baby? The shadow guard hurriedly took out a piece of swaddling cloth that had been prepared long ago and wrapped the infant up. The baby looked at the shadow guard and a childish voice came out of his mouth. Let's get all our people back. Also, when you encounter that guy in the future, go around. And most importantly, don't kill that person. Shadow guard nodded. But then, the shadow guards scratched their heads again. But my lord, he often changes his appearance, and we're not sure if we'll anger him. The baby smiled. I'll share my Heaven's Eyes avatar with you guys, so you'll know when the time comes. And don't talk to anyone about what's going on with that guy. Shadow guard was a bit confused. For what? Lin Wudao smiled at this moment. Because I judged that the guy didn't just find someone and get someone else to get hurt for him. There was a necessary condition for that. And that necessary condition was trying to hurt him. Speak for yourselves. If you tell his secrets, you are trying to harm him. And if this requisite holds true, then your lives and deaths will be in his hands. Shadowguard's eyes widened. Wouldn't he be a living hell then? Lin Wudao froze for a moment. There was a moment of silence. Lin Wudao nodded his head. Yes, the living hell. A moment of silence fell upon the air. Lu Xuanyi at this moment looked at the shadow guard who was running wildly holding a baby in the distance. Nor could he help but be in deep thought. He actually broke away from the golden scroll of the great Tao. This was something that Lu Xuanyi really didn't expect. But think about it carefully. Actually, that's not true. Lin Wudao is indeed dead. It's just that Lin Wudao is dead, but he seems to have used a secret technique and reincarnated. Lin Wudao, who had reincarnated, had no murderous intent towards himself, so it didn't make the list. Lu Xuanyi's eyes narrowed slightly. No, this person, too demonic. Lu Xuanyi instantly chased after him. Shadowguard's eyes widened at this point. My lord, he's coming after us. What to do? Lin Wudao revealed his little head from the swaddling clothes and looked at Lu Xuanyi. He then sighed in disbelief. This world's heroes truly abound. Contemplated. Lin Wudao suddenly laughed. Humph, does he really think that I really have no way to deal with him? Put me down. I'm going to use a stunt. Shadowguard nodded. He then placed Lin Wudao on the ground, and Lin Wudao's tiny figure, with his hands behind his back, he faced the setting sun with a lofty look on his face. Second shadow. Watch and learn. I will only teach this move once. The shadow guard was instantly filled with seriousness. And wait until Lu Xuanyi came close. Lin Wudao flung himself onto his knees. Dad. Shadow guard, Sigma, Lu Xuanyi, _. The scene fell silent again. Lu Xuanyi looked at the butt-naked, fawning baby, and for a moment, he actually didn't know what to do with it. Shadowguard was a little unsure of what to say at this point. Truly, it was all too much of a surprise. Father, don't worry. From now on I'll be your son. Don't worry. If you take in your son, there's absolutely no harm for you. Even son knows a lot. Lu Xuanyi. Dad, you have to trust me. After saying that, looking at Lu Xuanyi's expression, he was even more adorable. Lu Shuini. At this point, Lu Shuini didn't even know what to say. Lin Wudao said and even took out his storage ring. Father, this is my child's filial honor as a gift for recognizing my father. Lu Shuini ended up sitting down. Don't call me father. If you can, call me big brother. Lin Wudao immediately nodded his head. Okay, big brother. At this moment, Lu Shuini looked at this baby Lin Wudao. Tell me how much you know about me. Lin Wudao was not hiding anything at all at this point. Tell all your guesses about Lu Shuini. There's no point in hiding it. At the same time, Lin Wudao was gambling. He gambled on whether his sincerity would keep Lu Shuini from killing himself. However, Lin Wudao had bet correctly. It was true that Lu Shuini did not want to kill Lin Wudao, because Lin Wudao's brain was a bit powerful and his means a bit high. In fact, this is not even the most significant. Most of all, Lin Wudao was smart, because he knows that if he can't beat it, then he'll join it. People like that are really talented. More to the point, the opening of the secret world is imminent. This power of Lin Wudao was more or less useful for himself. Chapter 85, Absolute Loyalty. Lu Shuini eventually left. Came in full of murderous intent and left full of confusion. Shadowguard's persona was crumbling a bit at this point for his lord of the house. Lin Wudao looked at the Shadowguards. Ha. Isn't it a surprise why I, such a proud man, would suddenly concede? Shadowguard shook his head. There must be an adult reason for your lordship to do this. Lin Wudao was sitting on the ground at this moment, his two small hands hugging his shoulders. Have you thought about one thing? Shadowguard was a little puzzled. What is it? Lin Wudao sighed. As long as there is a killing intent for him, then he will have to bear any harm he suffers, which finds somehow that he can't die as long as he's not overly flamboyant. Shadowguard didn't quite understand. If it is according to what your lordship says, then he is all right even if he is very flamboyant, and whoever tries to harm him is in his hands for life and death. Lin Wudao looked like he was looking at a fool. Do you feel that the cultivation world is full of stupid people? Or do you think that those old monsters who have managed to live for thousands of years haven't seen more powerful geniuses? You have to understand one thing, no matter how heaven-defying the talent is, it is not invincible. It's true that his talent is in a sense invincible, but it's not like he doesn't have the means to get rid of it. Speaking of which, Lin Wudao gave an example. If I were still in the incarnation realm, or the harmonization realm, what kind of harm do you think the death of a Jindan would do to me? Shadowguard shook his head. I don't know. Lin Wudao explained again. It's no more than being lightly punched, and even if he had more people to take the damage he's taking for him, I could just as easily grind him down. And to change the subject again, even if I hit him, it's tantamount to hitting myself. But there is an end to his talent after all, and the big deal about this end is that I will die with him, but I will still be able to live again through the gift of reincarnation. Shadowguard still didn't understand. Then why? If your lordship has a way to be able to kill him? Lin Wudao waved his hand. The situation I'm talking about is based on the fact that he's a dumbass. But he's not. The heights reached by such a person in the future are incalculable. Since he can't be beaten, it's better to join in sooner rather than later. Shadowguard nodded. Only the Shadowguards were still a bit strange, and even asked with some uncertainty, then if we are not loyal, will we also be grasped in life and death by the king of living hell? Lin Wudao suddenly froze. Then and Shadowguard stared at each other in silence. But I don't know how long it took. It was only then that Lin Wudao opened his mouth to break the silence. Well, then, it's better to be loyal for now. Shadowguard nodded. Lu Shuini once again found a place to hide his form. Lu Shuini didn't think much about Lin Wudao's matter for the time being. Collected Lin Wudao. It was also mainly because of Lin Wudao's intelligence capabilities. One more thing. That was that Lin Wudao was absolutely loyal. Even Lin Wudao reckoned that he understood that for whatever reason it was not favorable to him, then all of them will be in his control of life and death. So, for Lin Wudao, Lu Shuini was instead more at ease. But, before, Lu Shuini didn't really go the first time either. He secretly peeked at Lin Wudao, and about the theory Lin Wudao speculated about later. Lu Shuini took a deep breath, because, this guy, Lin Wudao, had guessed very correctly, and he coped with his means. It's also very precise. He's right. It's not as if you won't die yourself, it's just relatively hard to die. The more I think about it. Lu Shuini then wanted to improve his strength more and more. Lu Shuini sat cross-legged in contemplation. The Heavenly God sect will keep it for now. I'm afraid that it will be of great use when it really arrives in the secret realm. Lu Shuini then looked at the names of the others. However, since the Celestial Extremity Holy Land is dyed in the wool with the Celestial God sect, if the Celestial Extremity Holy Land is within the Celestial God sect, and a little accident occurs, and I have the blood demon scripture. Isn't that the Heavenly God sect's technique? Think about it. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but laugh. He flipped the name straight to Tang Xiaoran's page. Subsequently, the blood demon scripture was activated. Flesh, blood, soul, longevity, all transformed into their own spiritual energy. The heavenly god sect residence. Tang Xiaoran just fixed his hardware. Couldn't resist playing poker with Abe Falling Snow. But gradually, Tang Xiaoran felt something was wrong. My essence and blood, my divine soul, my longevity, are all being lost. Shit, you bitch. Tang Xiaoran realized that this was the damn blood demon scripture. How dare this bitch use the blood demon scripture on herself? Angry, Tang Xiaoran smacked Abe Loketsu away. Ah, Abe Falling Snow was blindsided. What are you doing this for, my lord? But then, Abe Falling Snow was horrified. Tang Xiaoran's hair is turning gray. His body also began to age. Even the mana in his body was draining away. Bitch, what did you do to me? Don't you dare stop. Abe Falling Snow also panicked. No, my lord, I didn't do anything. Tang Xiaoran was furious. Do you take me for a fool? This is clearly the blood demon scripture. Abe Falling Snow was shocked. Suddenly, she thought of something. This is the blood demon scripture that only Shi Changxin can run. Tang Xiaoran suddenly sat down limply on the ground. I don't care who performed the blood demon scripture. But right now, stop it immediately. Abe Falling Snow was about to cry. My lord, that Shi Changxin. We don't know where it is right now. Why don't you bear with me a little longer? I'll send someone to find it now. But the words just fell. The abnormal conditions on Tang Xiaoran's body then stopped completely. Tang Xiaoran hurriedly took out a bottle of elixir and poured it into his mouth. It didn't take long. Tang Xiaoran then resumed. Tang Xiaoran, who had recovered, directly reached out. Makoto Hitman grabbed Abe Falling Snow. Where's that Shi Changxin guy? Abe Falling Snow was filled with pain and responded with difficulty. He came here early, my lord, and I will send for him. Tang Xiaoran's eyes were cold. I want to live, and if he dares to make a move against this seat, I'll make him realize that there are times when living is a form of pain. But he had just said that. That throbbing pain struck again. Tang Xiaoran's face once again began to grow old. The breath was also beginning to be unsteady. Go, immediately, find the person for me. If you can't, this seat doesn't mind destroying your heavenly god sect. Abe Falling Snow was completely shocked this time. Just a moment, my lord, I'll go find it. Abe Falling Snow then rushed off. But after Amber Falling Snow left, Zhao Enough's figure reappeared. Tang Xiaoran looked at Zhao Enough. The face was somber. How dare you come? Zhao Enough smiled. You may not remember me, but I remember you well. Tang Xiaoran hurriedly meditated. Stabilize yourself now. And Zhao Enough said at this time. 300 years ago, you did the wrong thing and placed the charge on my Zhao family's head, leading to the destruction of my Zhao family, and I had originally all but given up on hatred because I knew that I had not taken my meal vengeance. But I was dreaming that I would somehow grow to this point. Chapter 86, Two Living Hells. What do you want to do? I'm a representative of the heavenly extreme Holy Land. If I die here, do you know what will happen? Zhao was enough to chuckle. Die? No. I'm a medical cultivator. How could I possibly let you die? On the contrary, not only will I not let you die, I'll also let you live well. Having said that, Zhao Enough's green mana completely wrapped around Tang Xiaoran. Tang Xiaoran, who had originally had a hard look on his face, instantly improved. Then Zhao Enough to let go again. Tang Xiaoran began to age again. Then Zhao Enough to heal again. And so on and so forth. Lu Xuanyi was all a bit dumbfounded. He clearly watched as Tang Xiaoran's light continued to cut down. But suddenly all at once it was bright again. Lu Xuanyi once again increased the firepower to refine Tang Xiaoran's essence, blood and longevity. Results. The glow of that Tang Xiaoran's name was still getting brighter. Crap. What does that mean? Provocation? Lu Xuanyi is also angry. He directly opened the blood-burning divine fist and then ran the blood demon scripture with all his might. Results. That Tang Xiaoran's name. It's flashing on and off. Like a bouncer. Holy shit. The name is extreme red and it's that fierce? Lu Xuanyi once again absorbed frantically. A day passed. Lu Xuanyi's cultivation level also came to the peak of Jindan under this crazy absorption. Cultivate to the realm of peak Jindan. Lu Xuanyi stopped again. Because no matter how much he cultivated next, he didn't have that sign of condensing his yuaning, or even a way to consummate it. Lu Xuanyi understood that this was the reason why he had cultivated too quickly and needed to settle down. It's just that there's something Lu Xuanyi doesn't understand. So what's the deal with Tang Xiaoran? Himself. This doesn't absorb his essence, blood and longevity anymore. How his name instead still keeps dimming. What's going on? Lu Xuanyi was also a little bit confused by the whole thing. Doesn't matter though. I thought that this time, it could bring a lot of trouble to the heavenly god sect. The next thing you need to do on your own is that you need to practice a little bit. Sure, count the hours. I'm afraid that the secret realm is going to open up as well. You need to plan well yourself. Before scheming, Lu Xuanyi still decided to make a trip to find Lin Wudao. I thought that Lin Wudao knew more about the secret realm than he did. In particular, the shadow guards around Lin Wudao made Lu Xuanyi look somewhat familiar. Zhao Enough ended up treating Tang Xiaoran in half afterward. Also hurry up and leave. As for whether or not that Tang Xiaoran would go to the Celestial Extremity Holy Land to complain, Zhou enough to think he won't, because he has a secret about Tang Xiaoran in his hands. If Tang Xiaoran dared to go to the Celestial Extremity Holy Land to complain, then he'd tell the truth about Tang Xiaoran having an affair with someone from the Heavenly Jade Holy Land. In time, then Tang Xiaoran will only be worse off. Zhao didn't want Tang Xiaoran to fall into the hands of the Heavenly Jade Holy Land. Revenge. Where is the pleasure of doing it yourself? Zhao enough couldn't help but scratch his head, because just now, he had once again comprehended a brand new divine ability. And, Zhao enough called the name of that divine ability dismemberment. Why so named? That's because he can now remove someone's limbs and even their liver in one piece. It also keeps people from dying. It even allows the person who was dismembered to feel the pain of the wound all the time and not be able to heal. Zhao enough casually grabbed a mouse from the ground. Manhwa. All of the rat's limbs were removed. Squeak! The rat screamed in agony. Zhao was enough of a thought. The rat's limbs picked up again. But it didn't take long. That limb still slipped off. Squeak! The rat screamed again. Zhao enough was somewhat helpless. Still immature. But at the same time, Zhao enough's face looked a bit strange. Why do I feel that the path I'm traveling is becoming more and more like the devil's path? Zhao enough was a little unsure. But I'm in a good mood today. Threw away the rat in his hand. Zhao enough is ready to find a place to have a drink. Wait for Zhao enough to leave. Lin Wudao, who had already recovered to about a year old, looking over at the rat that was still on the ground, screaming from the loss of its limbs. Another look at Zhou enough. A trace of shock could not help but appear in his eyes. Good man, the second living Yama, Lin Wudao said. Shadowguard was also looking at the rat at this point. The color of his face became a little pale. My lord, the rat's limbs are still new where they broke, but there is no blood, which means he will always feel pain. Lin Wudao nodded his head. So, this is another living king of hell. Don't mess with him in the future. Shadowguard swallowed. That, my lord. I tried to get Zhao enough to be locked up with the old Sao earlier. Lin Wudao's face changed. He suddenly remembered the sight of his own Stillwater city, which had instantly swept away under one of Zhao enough's pudu. What kind of sins have I created? The two living kings of hell on earth. All of them have been encountered by me, and both of them have even had their differences. Lin Wudao was a bit skeptical of life. Don't even know whether to call myself lucky or unlucky. The good thing is, he himself is still the ghost of the living Yama for the time being. Results. Lin Wudao's site had just said living hell. Lu Xuanyi then arrived. What are you looking at? Lu Xuanyi asked. Lin Wudao saw Lu Xuanyi. At this time, he hurriedly said, Big brother, can I beg you for one thing? Lu Xuanyi? Lin Wudao proceeded to tell the story about himself and Zhao enough. Lu Xuanyi was also confused, even as he looked at the still vibrant and limbless mice. It was also a little hard to believe my eyes. Did Zhou enough do this? Lin Wudao nodded his head. Lu Xuanyi scratched his head. I'll be damned. Why do I feel that this Zhao enough is even more terrifying than I am? But there's something about Zhou being enough. Lu Xuanyi still waved his hand. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about Zhao enough. Right. Let's go find Zhao enough. I happen to have something to look for him. Lin Wudao froze for a moment. He had a bad feeling in his heart. These two living hells meet. It always feels like nothing good. It didn't take long. Yusuni and Shou were successful enough to meet. Zhao enough looked at the changed Lu Xuanyi with a wary face. Fellow Daoist, looking for me for something? Lu Xuanyi showed his true face for a split second at this point. Zhao enough also froze for a moment, but then just pretend they didn't see it. Lin Wudao also looked at Lu Xuanyi in a daze at this moment. He had investigated all the people of the Green Lotus sect, and this Lu Xuanyi, in addition to the identity of an alchemist. Other than that, it's nothing special, but he realized it today. Nice guy. This living hell. The hiding can be really deep. Sure. Lin Wudao was without a single thought at this point. He is not thinking at all. And at this time, Lu Xuanyi. Instead, he whispered a few words beside Zhao enough's ear. Zhao was enough to have dull eyes. You. Lu Xuanyi hemmed and hawed. There's no difference between good and evil in power. And with you and me working together, we're just punishing the wicked without hurting their lives. Zhao enough still had some trouble in his heart. Lu Xuanyi, on the other hand, continued to persuade at this time. How about this? I'll be in charge of harming people then, and you'll be in charge of saving them, so that your reputation for hanging around to save the world is also played out. Zhao Enough's eyes suddenly lit up. This is good. This is good. Chapter 87, a sudden move after some discussion between Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough. Both men's eyes snowed. None other. Because of the opening of the ancient mysteries, more and more people are coming to Qinzhou nowadays, and they're all gathered here in the south of Qinzhou. If we don't get something going at this point, when will we? As to why Lu Xuanyi did what he did, that was naturally helping the Heavenly God sect to pull hate. Although the names of the Heavenly God sect were all memorized by his golden scroll of the Great Tao, but the Celestial God sect is even dead finished. Lu Xuanyi doesn't even bring heartache. Nothing else. The Tenjin cult is full of little fucking cherry blossoms. And what Lu Xuanyi did during this time was very simple. Because the cultivation grew too fast, he was now practicing no matter how in. The growth and cultivation were all very slow. It's the same as when the foundation was built. This would be the root weakness. The solution to this matter is simple and intuitive. Go for the dry hump. Sure, to have a good experience for myself. That would only be bitter to the other cultivators as well. Sure. In doing so, Lu Xuanyi asked Lin Wu Dao for a list. The list was full of sinful sects or some murderous villains. With lists and portraits, Lu Xuanyi started to move. So, throughout Qinzhou, a man called Ichiban Mataro was completely out of place. Ha, you scum. Today I'll let you know how powerful my Heavenly God sect is. Lu Xuanyi controlled the gourd that was bubbling with black gas. A person rushed into a clan's compound. Then it was a messy kill. No way. Nowadays, the resident that could be seen by the general public. The highest cultivation level inside was only at the Jindan realm. Even if there are 1 or 2 Yuaning, Lu Xuanyi wasn't afraid either. He really wanted to fight with Yuaning now, or get punched in the face by a genin. Because then, the matter of his cultivation vapors could be resolved in an instant. But unfortunately, among the residencies that can be seen today, none of the Yuaning cultivators were there. The firstborn is not there. That's Lu Xuanyi's home turf. Boom! Lu Xuanyi made the black gourd bigger. It instantly crushed the residential quarters of several sects. That's not all. Lu Xuanyi faced more than a dozen Jindan at the same time. Humph. A bunch of rustic dogs. How dare they go against my Heavenly God sect? Lu Xuanyi was disdainful. Her gourd mouth then erupted a sheet of black thunder once again. Please. Under the black thunder, those Jindan cultivators in the sky directly fell. Why? Right about this time, a green light wrapped around those Jindan cultivators. Their injuries healed instantly. And Zhao Gong instantly appeared in front of Lu Xuanyi. Devil cultivator, you passed. Zhao Enough had a flat face and carried a single hand on his back. Lu Xuanyi also looked at Zhao Enough at this time. The two were well acted. I heard that you are the first person in the Jindan realm. Zhao Enough shook his head and smiled. It's all vanity. Lu Xuanyi laughed. Today I'm going to see if you, the first person of Jindan, are watered down. Having said that, Lu Xuanyi's gourd was aimed at Zhao Enough. The lightning began to coalesce. Wang Zhao Enough also released the hair mana. He then lightly struck a palm towards Lu Xuanyi. Put. Lu Xuanyi sprayed blood in a big gulp. The eyes were even more shocked after that. Good Zhao Enough. It really lives up to its name. Having said that, Lu Xuanyi turned around and was about to run. Zhao Enough coldly grunted. Demon cultivator, you can't escape. Lu Xuanyi immediately turned the gourd mouth, aimed at those watching the battle. Boom! A large swath of lightning fell. A large number of those watching the battle fell. Lu Xuanyi said with an even bigger smile. Zhao Enough, are you going to save them or chase me? Having said that, Lu Xuanyi began to attack indiscriminately. The thunder spewing from the gourd was like doom. Zhao was enough to be shocked. Devilish cultivator. You, though angry, but Zhao Enough still chose to save the day. Only Zhao was able to see his mana running. Those who were enveloped by Zhao Enough's mana, the injuries were all instantly better. Even recovering as before in the twinkling of an eye. Those people after they recovered. It was also looking at Lu Xuanyi, who was still committing murder. In complete anger. Grass. Motherfucking bag of rice taro. Fuck the Tenshin sect. Brothers, cop out and get him. One moment. Lu Xuanyi directly aroused public anger. Almost all the monks. All of them began to surround towards Lu Xuanyi. Crap. Lu Xuanyi looked at the blackened mass of people. It was also a shock. Before Lu Xuanyi could react, all sorts of spells were directed towards him. Looking at the spells that roamed the sky, Lu Xuanyi also felt his scalp tingle. Wang Lu Xuanyi hurriedly hang-turned the gourd to make it bigger. Boom 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 boom. Thousands of spells, all of them bombarded the gourd. Put. The impact from the collision of the spell and the gourd, it directly impacted the group of cultivators. On the contrary, Lu Xuanyi, a head emerged from the side of the gourd and looked at the falling cultivators with some confusion. Holy shit, you guys are that weak? Lu Xuanyi then winked at Zhao Enough in the distance. Zhao Enough immediately understood. Wow. The green mana spread as if it were a tide. anyone who was passed by the green mana. The injuries were once again all but instantaneous. Don't worry about capturing this person. With me, Zhao enough. You won't die. One moment. The cultivators instantly shouted. Elder Zhao enough is bullish. Elder Zhao enough is mighty. One time, the crowd realized how powerful Zhao enough was. Original. They had always felt that Zhao was powerful enough to kill people before. But Elder Zhao is enough of this means of saving people. It's also pretty awesome. And so it was. The crowd once again began to crusade against Lu Xuanyi. And Lu Xuanyi was in a very good mood at this time, because he realized that his Jindan, once again, had solidified quite a bit. That's it. A few more times, and Old Mi's cultivation will be almost completely solidified. Think so. Lu Xuanyi directly controlled the black gourd to block in front of himself. This was followed by even more mockery. Just you bunch of trash. If you have the ability, don't let Zhao enough heal you and fight me one-on-one. I'll destroy you all in minutes. Just you dogs. I see that you are completely unaware of my heavenly god sex prestige. Blood demon technique. Lu Xuanyi's gourd mouth was aimed at the crowd. The blood demon scripture was unleashed. Moment. A large suction force came from the gourd, but it's not a human being that's absorbing. Instead, the blood of a person is hardened out of someone's body and then all coalesced in a gourd. Crap. Lu Xuanyi himself was shocked, because he's just applying it haphazardly on a whim. But who knows? With this black gourd, how so fierce? The scariest thing is, Lu Xuanyi saw some cultivators with weak cultivation levels. Their bodies directly disintegrated, and their souls directly floated towards the gourd. Holy shit! Lu Xuanyi hurriedly stopped, and Zhao enough also hurriedly enveloped the green light over those divine souls. Then those divine souls began to slowly grow flesh and blood. This means, once again, the crowd was shocked. Even Lu Xuanyi, who escaped long ago. It was quite a shock to see this scene back. Chapter 88. Lu Xuanyi ran away. At this time, the crowd was also pale with fear. Truly, that move of Lu Xuanyi's just now was too terrifying. That's the blood demon scripture. A heavenly god sect Jedi. At this point someone else spoke up. The faces of the people were hard to see. This kind of tactic simply hurts heaven and harmony again. Why does the heavenly god sect still exist? Some people are outraged, but there are others who explain. Just that bag of mithril just now. A single person could destroy us. Why do you think the heavenly god sect still exists? The crowd was silent, but the silence is simultaneous. They looked toward Zhao enough. Today if not Zhao enough, they are afraid they will all be buried. At this time, the crowd once again saluted Zhao enough. The eyes were respectful, but it's not like the old days. The respect in their eyes now was respect without fear. Seeing this, Zhao enough's eyes turned red. At this point, he just wanted to say thank you to Lu Xuanyi. This storm passed. Lu Xuanyi didn't go back to the grind again either, because Qinzhou is no longer big. Just those guys, too, always catching such a bunch of people wool gathering. It's been a long time. Something always comes up. But, recently, Lu Xuanyi had instead been doing some experiments on combining his blood demon scripture with the black gourd. The list Lin Wu Dao gave him. It was also almost killed by Lu Xuanyi. Sure, Lu Xuanyi also found a problem. Then this black gourd, could help one to automatically extract the spiritual energy from the blood and condense the blood dan. And the quality of that blood pills were all very pure. And here's the other thing. After this gourd absorbs someone's soul, it gets thicker and thicker. Heavy is a little heavy. But this gourd is Lu Xuanyi's original magic weapon. There was no feeling of driving backwards. It's that the black smoke is too thick. Not only was it thick, but it also carried a fury that somewhat affected one's mind. If I use my true identity, I must not expose this gourd, Lu Xuanyi said secretly. He then looked at the several blood pills within the gourd and thought about it, not moving them for the time being. However, the current situation made it somewhat difficult for Lu Xuanyi to top, because of invincibility within the Jindan. Although he had killed many Jindan cultivators in the past few days, but it still didn't help much with his floating cultivation. Think so. Lu Xuanyi once again went to find Lin Wu Dao. Lin Wu Dao couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he saw Lu Xuanyi. Killed? Lu Xuanyi nodded. But this time, don't give me the list of Jindan cultivators. Give me the list of a few early-stage Yuaning cultivators. I want to try out how much of a gap there is between me and the Yuaning cultivators. Lin Wu Dao nodded his head. But think about it. He just came up with a person's name. That name is Su Chuanli. This is a notorious female devil, preferring to suck the brain marrow of others. And the divine power is also the divine power of demonic fire others' hearts and minds. You have to. Well, it's okay. Lin Wu Dao wanted to say that Lu Xuanyi should be careful, but halfway through his sentence, he felt there was no need for that, because if Lu Xuanyi was the same as he guessed, even if he wasn't a match for Yuaning, he probably wouldn't be able to die. So there's nothing more to it. Lu Xuanyi smiled, then turned away again. But before leaving, Lu Xuanyi gave Lin Wudao all the blood pills in his gourd. Lin Wudao held the blood pill and fell into silence. Shadow Guard scratched his head this time. My lord. Lin Wudao glanced at the Shadow Guard suspiciously. The Shadow Guard asked out a question. My lord. You said before that one is the king of living hell. Lin Wudao nodded his head. What's the problem? Shadow Guard looked at the list with an X on it at this point, and then at his lord. Don't you think you look like a judge? Lin Wudao? My lord. Why don't we change the name of our Shadow Pavilion and call it Yama Temple? What do you think? Lin Wudao had a wonderful look on his face. But think about it. It still makes sense. Then go and change your name. And by the way, seriously tell your men to always know who the 2 living Hell Kings of our Yama Temple are. Shadow Guard nodded. Kagan wants to go. Just a little more puzzled. 2 living hells. My lord? Lin Wudao nodded his head. So is Zhou Enough. Big leader Lu is controlling life and death. That Zhou Enough is a thought of life and death. Shadow Guard took a deep breath, because he felt that his lordship had a point. Then he rushed off to do it. It was getting closer and closer to the time when the secret realm would open. The cultivators in Xinzhou also became more and more numerous. Sure, these things, Zhou Enough don't even care, for having recently, once again, been a doctor. Every day, he carries his own small bag and walks among the people to cure them. Even if he is now very skillful in his means, he was also used to the initial feeling. What's it called? It's called not forgetting the beginning. But today, Zhou Enough was called over to treat a very strange patient. Zhou Enough didn't think much of it. But when Zhou Enough was about to enter that patient's location, suddenly he was surrounded by a group of people with ghostly masks. Zhou Enough was a bit confused, but before Zhou could react enough, a group of men turned their backs directly to him, weapons outward. This is, like, protecting me? Zhou Enough was a bit puzzled. At this moment, a person said to Zhou Enough, Lord Yin Luo, the person who wants you to go and heal him this time has actually been secretly observing you for a long time. And this time when he invited you, he actually did an ambush long ago, wanting to take your life. Zhou Enough? No, you guys wait a minute. You say, what did you call me? The masked man's eyes looked at Zhou Enough. Then from his own bosom he pulled out a wood carving. The contrast nodded. You are our Lord Yen Luo of the Yama Temple. I'm not mistaken. Zhou Enough was a bit confused. When am I? Careful. Zhou Enough hadn't finished his words. Suddenly a fishing line arrived instantly. Before those ghost-face masked people could react, they were all bound by that fishing line. At this moment a middle-aged man with a bucket hat came out of the shadows carrying a fishing rod. People of the Shadow Pavilion, back off. This matter has nothing to do with your Shadow Pavilion. The man in the ghostly mask of Ancha tried to speak, but the fishing line was trapped directly around their necks. Make it impossible to say what they want. But, in comparison, the most calm person here was instead Zhou Enough. For Zhou Enough, you've seen it all before? It is now that he doesn't even know how he became the king of Hades. Of course, none of this is critical. The point is, Zhou Enough looked at this Jindan Great Circle fishing man in front of him, and inwardly, he was truly a bit speechless. So you really want to kill me? Zhou asked. Enough. The angler narrowed his eyes. Yes, Zhou Enough to sigh. You know who I am and you dare to kill me? The angler snorted. I have long investigated. Before you killed those people, there is simply no relationship with you. You are also just a reputation generation. Others are afraid of you. Me. As he spoke, the angler's breath suddenly became stretched, and he himself instantly knelt in front of Zhou Enough. Chapter 89, Flying Yellow. She luck like a dragon. That angler looked at Zhou Enough with a horrified expression, and at this point, Zhou is enough. Back to the sun, front to the shade. The face was unsmiling, but more somber. Zhou Enough was very angry at this time. You're saying that you did your research properly in the first place, and that those who died had nothing to do with me? The angler nodded with difficulty. Zhou Enough's mana was slightly adjusted. The man's head instantly flew into his hand. Angler clueless. Did I lose my head? How did it fall? Why am I not dead yet? And Zhou Enough's eyes were scarlet at this moment. Then why didn't you help me prove it in the first place? Do you know that for 3 years? In order to make others really afraid of me, I painstakingly studied the means of medical cultivation to kill people. And in the end, I fucking became it. I became it. Do you know how long it took me to study medicine? It took me 200 years to become medically proficient. Do you know how long it took to learn how to kill people in the medical arts? 3 years. And I even have control over how medicine kills people like no one before or since. And you're giving me that now, when you knew it in the first place. The angler was dumbfounded too. He thought at first that Zhou Enough was nothing more than a fox and a tiger, but he didn't think about it under the hood either. Zhou Enough really practiced that divine ability. And what means now? I lost my head and I'm still alive? And Zhao Enough looked like he had finished venting his anger at this point. There was a final sigh. Forget it, what's past is past. And I figured out that there's nothing wrong with learning a bit of self-defense. Zhao Enough then carried the man's head, put it directly on the man's body. Tell me why you killed me. At the same time, under Zhao Enough's mana erosion, that angler's line also crumbled right off. Those ghost-faced masked people who had regained their freedom were looking at Zhao Enough with great fear at this moment. Truly, this new head of theirs, Yama, is truly the king of living hell. Look at that angler. At this point, he was still touching his neck in disbelief. But, the man was dishonest. Seeing that there's nothing going on with you, turned and tried to run, but he just turned around. The whole thing went limp. What you did to me? Zhao Enough coldly grunted at this moment. Don't play some little tricks in front of me, and don't think about taking poison to kill yourself, because you can't die if I don't want you to, and if you don't want to be tortured, be honest about it. The man kept his mouth shut. Zhao Enough grinned. At that moment he found a disease in the midst of this man's body, and then it's straightforward to amplify that disease. The angler screamed miserably, a mournful sound that made one's scalp tingle. Those people with ghost face masks who followed Zhao Enough were also covered in cold sweat at this moment. Truly, this Zhao Enough's methods were too frightening. The man tried to kill himself. Zhao Enough also just watched quietly. In the end the angler, the poison, was eaten, but also just suffering from poison. And he himself, not dead. I'll tell you everything. Please kill me. The man couldn't take it anymore. Because Zhao Enough can also increase one's perception of pain and still keep you on your toes. This is really the king of hell. The king of living hell. I'm from the Angry Sky Palace. Killing you because of, well, your medical skills. That's all I know. Zhao was enough to look at this guy without looking like he was lying, turned around afterward and walked away. And the man's body, too, slowly turned into blood and water, and finally slowly disappeared. Not even a bone left. The group of ghost-faced masked men shuddered as they watched. Suddenly, Zhao Enough saw a pale-faced passerby. Zhao Enough also looked pale. When that person saw Zhao Enough looking over, he was so scared that he flew straight away. No, don't run. Zhao Enough's words just fell. Brush up on. Two figures rushed out and instantly subdued the man. But it didn't take long. The number of people kneeling in front of Zhao Enough grew. Zhao Enough, on the other hand, was sitting on a chair. There was some melancholy in looking at the people kneeling in a heap. That who? You come here. Zhao Enough to find a random ghost-masked person to come over. That ghost-faced masked man respectfully came before Zhao Enough. Lord Yama, for this appellation. Zhao Enough was now all but powerless to retort. Let me ask you, what should I do if I don't want these people to go around talking and I don't want these people to die? The masked man hesitated. Finally, he said, then you can only join our Yama temple and become your lord's subordinate. Zhao Enough rubbed his brow. Then you do it. The man nodded. Then take the men down. And Zhao Enough was somewhat speechless as he looked at the remaining group of masked men. I am the king of Yama's palace? The men nodded. Zhao Enough asked again. And exactly how big a position do I have? One of them rushed to respond. One of our chiefs. Naturally. Zhao Enough asked again at this time. How about our forces? Then, a few people were silent for a moment, finally responding again. Compared to the Green Lotus sect, Zhao was speechless enough to look at the sky. It's hard to set up a top-tier power? Zhao Enough was already powerless to spit. I don't know why. He remembered what the fortune teller had said. If you study medicine yourself, you are bound to soar in the future, and your fortune will be like a dragon's. At this time another part of the world, Ji Suiying's face was very ugly, because she's investigated a brand new organization that she's never heard of in her last life, the Temple of the Angry Sky. And what this organization has been doing lately is hunting down the last generation, the mighty geniuses. What shocked Ji Suiying the most was, this organization was even inextricably linked to the Tianji sacred ground in the central state. This made Ji Suiying's face very ugly. And what worries Ji Suiying the most right now is, now the ancient mysteries are about to open. All sorts of geniuses, and future men of style, would converge on Xinzhou. This time, I'm afraid I'm going to be wiped out by the Angry Sky Palace? No, I'm going to go out and look. Ji Suiying was a little too seated, but she was just about to walk out. Ji Mingyue then walked in. Where is sister going? Ji Suiying said bluntly. Go down there. Ji Mingyue shook her head. I can't go. There are at least 3 people of the refined void realm watching outside, but I'm also curious as to why my sister is being watched by those people. Ji Suiying looked at the 3 void refining realm powerhouses in the distance, her eyes already filled with killing intent, because someone is trying to slaughter geniuses down there. But he had just finished saying that, those three void refining realm powerhouses couldn't sit still. Instead, they wanted to get up and leave. Ji Suiying didn't know what was happening though, but she immediately understood one thing. Akatsuki, don't let them leave. After saying that, Ji Suiying had already rushed out. Ji Mingyue didn't know why Ji Suiying was doing this, though. Still, she raised her hand slightly. Boom! A huge cage instantly locked up all three void refining realm powerhouses. Those three void refining realm powerhouses already had faces that were hard to see, because in their minds, Lu Xuanyi was already holding a black gourd and heading in the direction of the angry sky hall. Chapter 90. The Ninth Fury. Lu Xuanyi originally wanted to look for the Yuaning cultivator on the list, but when Lu Xuanyi arrived, that Yuaning cultivator is dead. But Lu Xuanyi again discovered the function of this gourd of his. That gourd was surprisingly capable of collecting remnants of souls and even piecing them together in a complete manner. With a full residual soul, Lu Xuanyi searched his soul on the spot. Results. He then gathered that there was news about the angry sky hall. Follow the memories of the remnants of the soul. Lu Xuanyi also came outside of this what's-his-name's raging sky hall. Just come here. Lu Xuanyi's eyes were just a bit blank, because where he was now didn't look like a place where he could hide. He didn't see any strongholds either. Soul memories. They shouldn't lie. Lu Xuanyi thought about it. Straight away, he pulled out his own little black gourd. As a result, that gourd was just released. It just keeps on vibrating. The black smoke emanating from the gourd then directly formed several lines that connected to unknown places in the distance. Lu Xuanyi was shocked. He hadn't even thought that this gourd had the function of finding enemies. At the same time, Lu Xuanyi also found a point. This gourd, it seems to enjoy devouring the souls of the wicked. Now look at this gourd, so excited. These people, when you think about it, seem to be guilty of a lot of things. Lu Xuanyi's eyes sparkled. Then just follow those black lines. I don't know how long it's been. Lu Xuanyi came to the edge of a cliff. The lines formed by the black gourd were also directly connected to the bottom of the cliff. Lu Xuanyi thought about it. Jumping directly towards the cliff within. Those three trapped refined void cultivators, seeing Lu Xuanyi jumping down, couldn't help but look unsightly, because they always watch what's going on below. The angry sky palace had even set Lu Xuanyi as one of the targets for the thunder kill as well. But although it is trying to hunt, but that bag of Mitarashi is just a little weird. One might even say that the combat effectiveness is unknown, because ever since they cast a concerned eye on Lu Xuanyi, they found a problem. That Lu Xuanyi is at the peak of Jindan though, but all Jindan realm cultivators were nothing more than ants in Lu Xuanyi's hands. Even against Jindan, Lu Xuanyi hadn't even used his divine powers. Just with that gourd in his hand, he would be able to directly smash a Jindan cultivator into crumbs. And those they placed below them were only Jindan at the highest. When these people face Lu Xuanyi, it's a fucking giveaway. No, the angry sky hall must not be destroyed in our hands. One of the void refining powerhouses transmitted his voice. The other two nodded. Make up your mind. The three of them looked at Ji Suiying at the same time. Green Lotus sect people. What do you mean by that? Ji Suiying doesn't know what's going on for the moment, but she was able to see it. These three are in a hurry. Since it's such a rush, that means that some of their ulterior plans are afraid to have gone awry. As it is, Ji Suiying would be even more unable to let these three people move. Think so? Ji Suiying smiled back. I observe the three seniors. They are really dignified and have profound strength. And it just so happens that, recently, the late generation has encountered some bottlenecks, and would like to ask the three seniors for advice. The three men were grim. Since you have called yourself a junior, how dare you ask us for advice? Ji Suiying didn't say much. At this point she had already begun to draw her sword. This was the first time Ji Suiying had actually drawn her sword. When the long sword was but just an inch out of the body, a terrifying sword intent directly tore through the heavens and earth, piercing through the void. With the long sword slowly drawn, a sword pressure gradually condensed in the void. Boom! Sword pressure enveloped the three void refining realm powerhouses. It instantly made the three of them break out in a cold sweat. At the same time, they also looked at Ji Suiying with horror. Refined void great circle. All three were speechless. You're a fucking void refining cultivator, hiding his cultivation to the Jindan realm. Was it fun? Nuts. At this point, the three had absolutely no desire to fight. On the one hand, it was Ji Suiying's recognized invincibility in the same realm. On the other hand, she's Ji Suiying, an existence that made even the Lord of the Angry Sky Hall turn pale. Fairy Suiying, don't make a move. We'll admit defeat. Wow! Ji Suiying put away her sword. Then he looked at these three people with some smiles on top of his face. Tell me what's going on with the three of you. The three men snapped. There's nothing going on. Just suddenly remembered something and wanted to go back. Ji Suiying looked at these three people, and in her heart, she was somewhat helpless, because she knows it too. As it was, she couldn't ask anything. But these three can't go either. Whatever it is, you all stay here for now. Two of them were a little anxious inside. But suddenly, the other man nodded. Since it's Fairy Suying's invitation, then we'll just stay. The other two looked at the man together. The man transmitted, "It's fine. The ninth fury of the new skies has already traveled. Even if that bag of rice Teiyukai is no longer any better, it's impossible for him to be a match for the ninth fury. Even though the ninth fury is only at the early stage of the Yuaning stage. But the ninth fury is not the same as any other Yuaning." I heard that the ninth rage struck. Those two also had some shock in their eyes. Sure, their faces eased a bit. Instead, now their identities are switched back again. They were now, instead, going to hold down Ji Suying. Ji Suying looked at the three men's expressions, a slight frown, of which is what has gone wrong again. Ji Suying didn't say anything either. Just one look at the butterfly crawling on top of his flower pot. That butterfly slowly flew away. Below the cliff, Lu Shuani looked at the black pressurized piece of people in front of him, and a trace of shock flowed out of his eyes. Crap, what are you people doing hiding here? And at that moment, those people from the angry sky hall were also shocked. Even when they saw Lu Shuani's eyes, they were somewhat incredulous. Kill him, one of them said. Someone gave the order. And those people never bullshit. In an instant, more than a dozen people rushed towards Lu Shuani. Lu Shuani was somewhat speechless. No, I will not hide the realm. You, this out of a few foundation establishment cultivators, is how much to look down on me? Lu Shuani didn't even bother to use the gourd. It only released the pressure of the Jindan realm. The front just exploded right into a field of people. Together, the man in command said again. This time, almost the entire undercliff is out in force. Even out of the gate is a kill. Never bullshit. Lu Shuani nodded. Not bad, not bad. You guys, you're quite a bit better than the rabble out there. Lu Shuani once again utilized the small black gourd. Wah! The gourd instantly expands. Lu Shuani then controlled the huge gourd and just charged across the room at the group. The scene was like a truck hitting a blood bag, a crash and a blast. The spells that those cultivators emitted, or the magic treasures, when it hit the top of the gourd, it was like a small stone hitting a big mountain, and it was directly bounced off. Gourd is unstoppable and pushes straight all the way through. Turn around. A river of blood formed beneath the entire cliff. A black smoke enveloped the entire valley. All that blood was then absorbed by the gourd, and the souls of the gods scattered here. All of them were also refined by the gourd. Chapter 91, Bitter Battle. Lu Shuani was silent for a long time, looking at the patch of people who were now completely crushed by themselves. Lu Shuani suddenly felt a bit bored. Also Jindan, you guys are real dishes. Lu Shuani couldn't help but spit. However, the corners of his mouth could not be suppressed from rising. So I'm that fierce? I suddenly feel that Yuaning. I'm not invincible. It seems to be a response to Lu Shuani's idea. Suddenly a lance fell from above. Crap! Lu Shuani hurriedly clanked an old defensive gourd to fend it off. Dang, a muffled sound. Lu Shuani, along with his gourd, flew straight out. It ended up crashing right through the cliff and appearing at the other end of the mountain. Before Lu Shuani could stabilize his figure, the lance was like a bolt of lightning, once again coming towards Lu Shuani. Lu Shuani also turned his gourd to fend off again. Bang! This time, Lu Shuani's gourd was directly knocked out by the lance, directly out of Lu Shuani's control. Follow closely. A purple fist seal instantly blasted in front of Lu Shuani. In a hurry, Lu Shuani could only cross his arms and parry. Touch! The fist print exploded. Lu Shuani's body was like a cannonball, instantly flying out. Boom boom boom. A large mountain was directly pierced through in Lu Shuani's body. While Lu Shuani has nothing but scanty clothes, the body was not harmed in any way. But this time Lu Shuani always had experience. The moment the figure stopped, the blood-burning god fist was instantly turned up to maximum. At the same time Lu Shuani called back his black gourd. Bang! After the black gourd came into Lu Shuani's hands, Lu Shuani directly grabbed the black gourd with one hand and swung it directly like he was playing baseball. Dang! That lance was directly smashed out by Lu Shuani. At the same time, Lu Shuani was frantically burning his longevity and mana to continuously condense the sorrowful sword in the gourd. Boom boom boom. Right about this time, a boa constrictor, walking directly through the mountains tumbling, then quickly rushed towards Lu Shuani. Lu Shuani's unhurried gourd mouth was aimed at the python, the first style of the sorrowful sword. Sword rain. Whoosh. One moment, that black gourd turned directly into a sword-spewing gatling, with the blood-burning divine fist and the sorrowful sword burning mana and longevity. That giant python was as if it was tofu, and was directly torn apart by that roiling sword. She, a woman in the distance, opened her mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. She looked a little appalled. This is the golden pill? before the woman could react, he suddenly saw a pillar of red and black light coming towards him. Why? A shield was summoned directly to defend against it. Bang! The shield shattered instantly after touching that black and red pillar of light. See here. The woman instantly cast her body to flee. Boom! Her side was just about to flee. The black and red laser instantly burst. A huge energy force field then instantly spread towards the surroundings. The woman had to burn her essence, blood and mana to escape. But what the woman was never expecting was this. Lu Xuanyi had come to him. The mouth of the gourd was once again aimed at him. The second sword of the sorrowful sword. 10,000 swords to 1. The extreme sword chi had already condensed long ago in the mouth of the gourd, due to the fact that it was burning essence, blood and divine soul. The sword chi that was condensed was also pitch black. The woman tried to dodge, but it was at this time. The black smoke coming out of that gourd directly affected the woman's sanity. At that moment a scene appeared before her eyes. Lu Xuanyi twinkled his big budding eyes, opened his arms and said to himself with a flushed face, "Mother, hug." The woman instantly felt her heart melt. "Then open your arms as well." Put. The sword chi instantly pierced through the woman's brow, and along with it, the woman's yuaning. Sure, and the land behind the woman. Directly by Lu Xuanyi's sword chi chopped open a long straight line, extending for an unknown number of miles. Anyway, a glance could not see the end. Before the woman died, the eyes that looked at Lu Xuanyi were filled with motherly love. Good son. Having said that, the woman fell to her knees with a smile. Lu Xuanyi, what's wrong with you? You're taking advantage of me when you're dead? But, it's finally over. Lu Xuanyi sat on the ground, looked at the Avenue Gold Scroll. Vomit roar. The golden scroll of the great Tao. The color of the name of the celestial god sect, did not dim much, but at most 0.2%. And, look at this now. It seems to be coming back gradually. Somewhat surprisingly though, the golden brush had been suspended in midair. It seems to be about writing names. Lu Xuanyi was somewhat speechless. And I have to turn the pages for you myself. Lu Xuanyi's spirit entered the golden scroll of the great Tao, trying to turn a blank page. Aha! Then Lu Xuanyi was dumbfounded. Blank page at the back. Can't turn it over. Crap. It was only this time that Lu Xuanyi took a closer look at the golden scroll of the great Tao. Then only then did I look at the side of the Avenue Gold roll, with its layers of labels, separate books, yuaning, transformation of God, refining the void, harmonization, Mahayana, Volume 1, Volume 2, don't you know about it yet? Wait until you can get to this realm. Lu Xuanyi. Okay, but look at the hovering quill. Instead, Lu Xuanyi wasn't worried, because as soon as an enemy disappears, I'm afraid this master will make up for it automatically. Even if the Great Tao Gold Scroll has a name cap for the time being, this name cap will not be empty. It will be filled automatically. And that would be the same as having no cap. Lu Xuanyi is not worried. And, now Lu Xuanyi was even cooler. It was because his cultivation level could finally continue to rise once again. There's no stopping. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly found a place and prepared to shut down for a while first. Ji Suiying looked at those three void refining powerhouses, her face happy for a moment, shocked for a moment, and pale for a moment. An uncontrollable chuckle. What? Do you three have face cramps? Or are you here to show me a face turn? Those three calmed themselves, then smiled at Ji Suiying. No. We recently encountered a mistake in our cultivation. That's why it feels a bit physical. Ji Suiying's eyes were a little weird. The three of them practiced together and made a mistake. And together they were not well? The three nodded subconsciously. Ji Suiying looked at the fidgety appearance of the three of them and couldn't help but give a small smile. Oh, what fun. 3? Right about this time, a butterfly landed in front of Ji Suiying. Ji Suiying followed it up with her finger. Not much longer. Ji Suiying's face was brilliant. Not much longer. The butterfly snapped its wings and a portrait landed in Ji Suiying's hand. Ji Suiying let go of the butterfly. Looked at the portrait. At first glance, unrecognizable. But look more closely. There was something strange about the face. She stole a glance at Lu Xuanyi's portrait, and then at the portrait of a bag of Mitaro. Well, the eyes of both revealed innocence. Whoa. Right about this time, a black and white demonic beast scurried out. Then both paws kept digging into the ground. Ji Mingyue was a bit exasperated. Xiaolong, what's gotten into you again? Ji Suiying suddenly froze. You wait. Ji Suiying called out to Ji Mingyue, then hurriedly walked over to the black and white demonic beast. Looking at the demonic beast's eyes, and comparing them to those of Ichiban Mitaro, Ji Suiying fell into silence. Chapter 92, There are too many people. Ji Suiying stood up, looking at Ji Mingyue. Where did this come from? How come I've never seen this kind of demonic beast before? Ji Mingyue was forever clutching a candy cane in her hand. While eating, he said, bought it from a person. I looked at this demonic beast as quite interesting. so I bought it, but didn't spend any money on it, saying something about owing a karma. Ji Suiying's brows furrowed. Wasn't quite a fat old man with a leering smile on his face at all times. Ji Mingyue nodded. Exactly. Ji Suiying looked at the three who had already escaped and didn't go after them, because his mind was a little messed up right now. The causal Taoist should not have appeared at this time. This was because the Tao of causality that he cultivated was somewhat nebulous, but it was also very terrifying. In the end, he even performed the technique of great causality to cut off the front path beyond the heavens. But, afterwards, Ji Suiying had also asked Taoist causality, "Why didn't you show up before?" The causal Taoist once said on the verge of his fall. If he had appeared earlier, he would not have been able to do what he did to cut off the light on their way forward. But why? Now this time, the Taoist of karma appeared. Sure, that's not the main thing. Most of all, one has searched for one's own chance countless times. It all turned out to be cut off. Could it be that New Skies Hall? Someone from the New Skies Hall came from the long river of time just like himself? Ji Suiying's face was somewhat serious. One could even say, some of it is not pretty. But that's not the main thing right now. Most of all, it was still the ancient mysteries this time. There was one thing there that was vital to himself. All other opportunities could be cut off. But only this? Absolutely not. Suddenly, Ji Suiying once again remembered something. The ancient secret realm. If it is according to the normal timeline, it should be opened only in 700 years. But this is 700 years ahead of schedule. Ji Suiying could almost confirm it in her mind. There are definitely people who have come from the same length of time as yourself. They are also plotting what they want. More accurately, they're cutting themselves off. One time, Ji Suiying only felt a little lonely myself. My lord, something's wrong. On this day, the shadow guards found Lin Wudao in a hurry. Lin Wudao was lying on a recliner fighting birds. Look at the shadow guard in this disembodied form. Lin Wudao sighed. Say, what is it? Shadow guard swallowed hard at this point. My lord, our Yama temple is a bit crowded right now, and because there are too many people, we're almost at the bottom of our cultivation resources right now. Lin Wudao frowned. Did I hear you wrong? How can there be so many people in the selection of Yama's palace, which wants absolute loyalty and needs to be tested? Also, the Yama temple isn't exactly a good place, so how come there are people who are attracted to it? Shadow guard was also a bit strange at this point. I'm not sure about this, but the people who come to our Yama temple, one by one, are all crying their hearts out, but strangely enough, they are all very loyal to Yama temple. Lin Wudao? Crying your heart out? And absolute loyalty? What kind of logic is that? The shadow guard directly took out a recording crystal and handed it to Lin Wudao. Lin Wudao looked at it. In the record crystal, those people were literally crying their hearts out. But one did pass the loyalty test. It's not just that. After this group joined Yama's temple, there was no slacking off at all with those trainings inside Yama's temple, and loyal and hard-working. This caused Lin Wudao to give a dumbfounded look. I don't know how long it's been. Lin Wudao inquired. Have you inquired as to how the group got in? And why are they working so hard? Shadow guard nodded. It seems like Elder Zhao enough recruited them in, but the person who brought them in said that if they didn't work hard, Elder Zhao enough would personally eliminate them. Lin Wudao rubbed his face. He's a little numb in person right now. Let's not talk about anything else for a moment. How many people are there in Yama's temple right now? The shadow guard said. Almost 30,000. Lin Wudao? How many were there before? Shadow guard said again. 10,000 plus. Lin Wudao's eyes widened. How did that many people grow in less than half a month? Shadow guard repeated again. It was Zhao enough who personally recruited them. Lin Wudao directly gave the shadow guard a blow to the brain. All I'm asking is, how did Zhou enough do it? Shadow guard shook his head. That I don't know. Lin Wudao rubbed his temples. You wouldn't have investigated? Shadow guard shook his head. My lord, it's not a question of investigating or not. It's that now we are poor, very poor, and have too many people to feed. Lin Wudao took a deep breath. You wouldn't have demobilized some people? Shadow guard inquired in a whisper. It was Zhou enough to collect it herself. Are you sure you want to demobilize it? Lin Wudao. Okay. Lin Wudao really didn't dare to do anything. As for cultivation resources, Lin Wudao thought about it. He could only take out the jade tablet and contact Lu Xuanyi. It didn't take long. Lin Wudao then contacted Lu Xuanyi. It's like this. I've recently created an intelligence force specifically for you, but there are a bit too many people, and I'm a bit strapped for cash on my end. Lin Wudao briefly described the situation. Lu Xuanyi directly found Lin Wudao and without saying a word, he gave Lin Wudao all of the gourd of blood pills. There are a lot of blood pills. It can be described as stacked. Not only is there a blood elixir, there is also the divine soul dan for divine soul cohesion. Eating it can strengthen the divine soul. Well done. I think highly of you. For the next period of time, I'm going to be in seclusion. So you developed well. Lu Xuanyi finished and left. Lin Wudao, on the other hand, was looking at the blood pills and divine soul pills inside his spatial ring, and his scalp was a bit numb. The thing that scared Lin Wudao the most was, he was subconsciously asking how many people he had killed to have that much blood elixir. As a result, Lu Xuanyi came to say, it's not like we've killed many people, but most of the blood pills and divine soul pills here are directly drawn out and refined. Lin Wudao's eyes went black as he listened. Hard to draw blood and soul? What a living hell this is. Nope, this is the real living hell. Even Lu Xuanyi made a special reminder. The blood dan refined by a person who is not dead does not have much hostility and will not affect his sanity. Don't worry about eating it, don't have enough and then look for me again. Lin Wudao and the shadow guards didn't return to their senses for a long time after hearing this. Wait until Lu Xuanyi leaves. It was only then that Lin Wudao looked at the shadow guard and asked, in your opinion, who is the good guy, me or Brother Lu? Shadow guard replied without hesitation. Of course it's Lord Lu. Lin Wudao was a bit puzzled. Why? The shadow guard looked at Lin Wudao like he was looking at an idiot. Because Lord Lu is the king of living hell. And when I say that the king of living hell is not a good person, I am thinking that I have lived a long life? Lin Wudao coughed violently. There was a pause. Shallow and easy to understand. Shadow guard suddenly tapped his head. By the way, my lord, recently there is an organization called the Angry Sky Hall that seems to be very active and seems to have its eyes on you. Chapter 93, Not to be Feared, the Temple of the Angry Sky? Lin Wudao was a bit puzzled. What is that place? The shadow guard shook his head. I don't know, but the people inside are very mysterious and I haven't investigated much. But when it came to the Angry Sky Hall, the shadow guard paused slightly, a little unsure. But from what I've observed, there are two things that the Angry Sky Hall does the most. For one, they're killing people, but the target isn't very identifiable. I've seen people from the New Skies Hall hunt geniuses before, and I've also seen people from the New Skies Hall kill a certain family's waste. And two, they seem to be looking for something. Lin Wudao frowned. Meditate for a long time. Lin Wudao once again inquired. So, what's so special about these people who were killed? Shadow guard thought about it. It's a bit more extreme. Either they are complete wastrels or they are very demonic geniuses. Lin Wudao walked back and forth, his brain racing. Suddenly, Lin Wudao looked at the shadow guard and asked, what do you think is so special about me? The shadow guard looked at Lin Wudao carefully, thought for half a day, and finally came up with, it's more sinister. Lin Wudao gasped and slapped his hand over. Rethink and retell. Shadow guard was once again in deep thought. Suddenly, shadow guard's eyes lit up. My lord, besides being more sinister, you are highly intelligent and, well, scrappy. Lin Wudao's breathing kept rising and falling. His hand, then, slashed across the space ring and took out a knife. Lin Wudao carried his sword and looked at the shadow guard with some heartache. The shadow guard hurriedly pressed down on Lin Wudao's hand. My lord, just kidding, don't take it seriously. In fact, what I said just now was all your lordship hiding his clumsiness. But in reality, your lordship's talent is superb. And you also have the body of reincarnation. Your future achievements are unlimited. Lin Wudao had finally put away his sword. If we look at it like this, the people of this Angry Sky Hall should know that I'm a hidden heavenly pride. But the question is, how do they know? Shadow guard scratched his head. I do think that in the cultivation world, true wastes don't live long. But you've lived a long life. That can only mean that you're hiding extremely deeply. Lin Wudao looked at the shadow guards in surprise. After half a day of silence, Lin Wudao also nodded his head. What you said makes sense. Shadow guard smiled. Actually, there's another possibility. Good people don't pay for evil. Lin Wudao directly took out his long sword. My lord, I was wrong. Shadow guard turned and ran. The ninth wrathful death. It caused the entirety of the Angry Sky Hall to be very shocked. At this time in the land of Qinzhou, a middle-aged man with a face full of frost. How did it die? The middle-aged man asked his men. The henchman was silenced, his voice trembling a little as he spoke. The ninth fury went after a man named Ichiban Mataro, and then was killed by that Ichiban Mataro in return. The middle-aged man was silent. I don't know how long it's been. The middle-aged man asked again. So, that second stronghold of the Angry Sky Hall was also the work of one bag of rice taro. The man kneeling above the great hall nodded. The eighth fury took a deep breath. Did you get the information on that guy? The henchman bowed his head and trembled even more. Waste! The middle-aged man shouted angrily. The man's body directly exploded. Also, can anyone tell me why Qinzhou's personnel hunting program has stalled to this day? Once again, someone reported back. Eighth Lord, the reason for the stagnation is because a Yama temple has recently popped up. and most of those were hunting have joined the Yama temple. There is also a part that has been forcibly dragged to join Yama's temple. The middle-aged man was confused. Hades? What's that? The men under his command reported again. It seems to be a newly formed organization. The middle-aged man took out a folded document at this time and flipped through the contents of the folded document. There was no name of Yama temple in it, and he couldn't help but grunt coldly. There was no such force in history, so I guess it was just a flash in the pan. Suddenly, this middle-aged man laughed. Since the people we need to hunt are all in that what's her name Yama temple, let's wait a little longer. Wait for all of these people to gather together and overthrow them together. The henchman was a little worried at this point. But I see that the momentum of Yama temple has grown somewhat rapidly recently, and I'm afraid that, the middle-aged man sneered. It's just a newly established mole power. Even if we give them another 200 years to develop, my angry sky palace is not enough to be feared. The henchman thought about it and absolutely did. And then there were no more words. Well, keep a good eye on the target we want. Yes, the time is a blink of an eye. Half a month passed. Lu Xuanyi was somewhat speechless as he rummaged through the woman's body. Grass. You Yuaning cultivator. Why are you so poor on your body? Lu Xuanyi was helpless. What makes Lu Xuanyi most helpless? Something was wrong with his own Jindan. He had long since reached the great perfection of Jindan, but he continued to cultivate, and there was still no sign of wanting to enter Yuaning. Instead, there was a large Jindan surrounded by 9 small Jindans. This made himself even stronger. So strong that, Lu Xuanyi was very confident that he was able to fight a Yuaning cultivator casually. But the question is, after cultivating to this point, Lu Xuanyi never made any progress, because he didn't know how to break through to Yuaning. Never mind, let's find some time to ask Lin Wudao. Just as Lu Xuanyi was thinking about Lin Wudao once again contacted Lu Xuanyi through the jade tablet. Oh, you're a match for Chao Aman. Lu Xuanyi's mana poured into the jade tablet, revealing Lin Wudao's projection. Lin Wudao froze for a moment. Who is Chao Aman? Lu Xuanyi shook his head. You don't recognize it. Lin Wudao nodded his head. You wanted to see me about something? Lin Wudao's expression was wonderful. Brother Lu. Recently our brothers are a bit overcrowded and still need resources. Lu Xuanyi didn't care. Let's start with a half year's amount. You see how many pills are needed for this half year? Lin Wudao was silent for a while at this point and asked with some uncertainty. Do you really need half a year's worth of pills? Lu Xuanyi nodded. Just half a year's worth. I'll go refine some more blood pills. And when the ancient mysteries open, you won't have to worry about pills then. Lin Wudao nodded his head. Then let me do some calculations. If one person, each month is 10 blood pills and 10 divine soul pills, that's 1 million blood pills and 1 million divine soul pills per month. Half a year is also more than 10 million blood pills, and more than 10 million divine soul pills. And that's not even counting whether or not people will be added in the middle of the process. Lu Xuanyi looked at Lin Wudao in stupefaction. More? How much? Lin Wudao sighed. That's a conservative estimate. Lu Xuanyi swallowed. You mean, the force you've built for me is now 100,000 strong? Lin Wudao was also somewhat numb. At a rough estimate, it's that much. Lu Xuanyi was numb. He really wanted to ask, how the hell did you manage to be so good? Chapter 94. 100,000 people. Resources for 100,000 people. Where the hell am I gonna get one? Lu Xuanyi's face was brilliant. Lin Wudao's face was also very wonderful. The two were silent with each other. It didn't take long. Lu Xuanyi still spoke out to break the silence. I want to ask, how the hell did you get so many people? Lin Wudao explained at this point. In fact, when I built the Yama temple, I said the chiefs were you and Zhao Enough. And then, since Zhao Enough became one of the chiefs of the Yama temple, he madly recruited people. And at first, it was just a few thousand or so people coming in. But slowly, the people coming into the Yama temple were getting more and more. For that matter, it even brushes off a large group of people. Lu Xuanyi was a bit confused. Even if Zhao Enough is no longer how attractive, it's not as if I'll all of a sudden flooded with so many people wanting to enter Yama temple, right? Lin Wudao sighed. It's like this, the blood pill that you refined. It's not only able to enhance cultivation, he's also able to improve his physique, and even improve his spiritual roots. Even mortals who eat your blood pill will be able to cultivate. Secondly, there's that divine soul pill, which has the effect of dispelling mental fatigue, restoring mental power, and even growing mental power, as well as having a certain effect of enhancing enlightenment. These two things are in Yama temple, naturally making those casual cultivators, and some people who can't break through all year round, rush towards our Yama temple. Lu Xuanyi is numb. The blood pill and the divine soul pill. And this effect? Why didn't I feel it? But Lu Xuanyi was still a little worried now. With so many people coming in, can you manage it? Aren't you afraid that some people will come here to whore themselves out? Lin Wudao coughed. This has to be said. Lord Zhao is really powerful. Only this one person. Then the people who came. Do not dare to have anyone to betray. Or is the meaning of the false and the snake? Lu Xuanyi was once again dumbfounded. Zhou enough? That fierce? Lin Wudao. Alright, I know. About the resources. Give me 3 more days. Lin Wudao nodded his head. The two ended the transmission. Lu Xuanyi then got up and went to find Zhao enough. By the time Lu Xuanyi found Zhao enough, Zhao is surprisingly enough listening to music at the hookah. There were even a few people around as escorts. Nice guy. This Zhou is enough. It can really open Lu Xuanyi's eyes. In Lu Xuanyi's mind, he couldn't help but think of the kind-hearted Zhao enough at the time, as opposed to the current Zhao enough who was full of sadness. What a change. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but shake his head. He then walked directly towards Zhao enough. Just not close enough. It was stopped by the men with the ghostly masks. What a guy. Lu Xuanyi rummaged through his body. Finally, he found the token that Lin Wudao had given him in the first place. The token reads First Law. Those few ghost-faced masked men all had panic in their eyes. This is the other Lord Yama. A few people were so scared that their bodies began to tremble. Nothing else. Zhao enough's tactics he had seen. It was a veritable living hell on earth. What kind of terrifying existence is this first Yama? Several people hurried to get out of the way, and Zhao enough to see Lu Xuanyi rise hurriedly as well. Lu Xuanyi waved his hand. We brothers don't have to. Zhou was enough to heave a smile. After Lu Xuanyi sat down, asked in a small voice, what's going on in Hades? How did you get so many people? Zhao enough was also somewhat helpless. I don't want to, but I was always being chased by the people from the angry sky hall the other day. Those dogs, they don't care about the occasion or the time of day. What can I do? I'll fight back, but as you know, I'm a bit intimidating when it comes to my methods. When I killed those dogs from the angry sky hall, there were always witnesses, and I didn't want to silence them, so I had to have them all stuffed in Hades, and then just, more and more people. Lu Xuanyi. So it's a thing like that. Still, Zhou enough to shrug it off. Even though I sent in quite a few, it's developed like this nowadays, and that's because your blood pills and divine soul pills are too overbearing. Lu Xuanyi shook his head. Enough of that for now. I want to ask, can you really control all those 100,000 people? Zhao enough was full of confidence. Don't worry, after they entered Yama Temple, I have left my mana in their bodies. If they don't obey, Zhao enough didn't continue. Mainly, Zhao enough felt more and more that he was now like the villain inside a picture book. Lu Xuanyi was also looking at Zhao enough weirdly, because he also felt that Zhou was enough of a villain. Once again, the two fell into an eerie silence. By the way, you came to see me? What's the matter? Zhao enough suddenly broke this silence and looked at Lu Xuanyi with some suspicion. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Something indeed. I would like to ask, are you able to heal someone's divine soul and restore someone's blood? Zhao enough nodded. This is naturally no problem. It's just that it has been treating their livers and even speeding up blood production. As for the souls, under the irradiation of my mana, it is also true that they can recover quickly. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Then he handed Zhao enough a storage bag. It was full of qi recovery pills, and all of them carried 1 to 3 dandelions. Zhao enough looked at the color of the elixir and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What are you doing? Lu Xuanyi hemmed and hawed. Alchemy. Zhou enough to scratch her head. What's that got to do with me? Lu Xuanyi explained again. What do you say? Zhao enough suddenly widened his eyes. Will this be too harsh? Lu Xuanyi was speechless. I'll be the bad guy. You be the good guy. What are you worried about? Zhao enough suddenly thought about it. Suddenly it seemed right too. Okay then, what should I do? Lu Xuanyi whispered. Let us do this first, then this, and finally that. You understand? Zhou was dumbfounded enough. Those ghost-faced masked men who had been listening to the two beside them were breathing a little heavily at this moment, because they finally knew why it was said that these coming two were the king of living hell. Amber Falling Snow has been looking very hard lately. On the one hand, it was the fact that Tianji Shang had suddenly dissolved any relationship with them, because it was scared by Zhou enough. Anyway, Tang Xiaoran thought that Zhao enough's purpose for doing this was that Ji Suiying had instructed him to do so, and he simply left. And after Tang Xiaoran left, what the bag of rice Teiyukai had done earlier had instantly triggered the cultivator's anger towards the Heavenly God sect. That's just a clusterfuck. The good thing was that the Heavenly God sect was indeed powerful. Those small clans, or loose cultivators that couldn't rise to the top, were nothing more than ants to the Heavenly God sect. But this recent period, everything became different. The disciples of the Heavenly God sect, who didn't know what was going on, couldn't move without losing a lot of blood and fainting. It could even be described as weak. The thing that made Abe Falling Snow's face hardest to see was, He got up this morning and saw clear faces as white as paper, along with the empty eyes and dark circles under the eyes, almost giving Abe Rakusuki a nervous breakdown. Imagine when you're standing on a high platform. What's it like to have millions of zombie-like faces turned on you? Chapter 95. Abe Falling Snow sat in the middle of the Great Hall, looking at coming to a person that is just as white as death. Here comes a man with a hard face like he's terminally ill. The heart just got very irritated. Even the servant who normally and served himself tea. All the same, his legs were trembling when he walked, and his hands, when he served tea, were shaking like an old lady in her twilight years. Abe Falling Snow couldn't help himself. Can someone tell me what's going on? Abe Falling Snow inquired. The great general in her hand responded. I have back to you, my lord. We don't know what's going on. Ever since we came to this southern part of Chinzhou, our bodies have been getting worse by the day, and it feels as if our bodies have been emptied out. The man's short sentence was punctuated by 3 or 4 more gasps. That weakness felt like it was going to be gone at any moment. Abe Falling Snow took a deep breath. Won't you guys take elixirs to recover? The man laughed bitterly. Oh my lord. This happened 2 months ago, and we came through by taking pills. And now, we have no stock left in us. Abe Falling Snow took a deep breath. Then open the inner vault and restore your state first. The opening of the secret realm is imminent. There must not be any mistakes. The man hesitated. A nod followed. A wobbly kind. Another half a month passed. Abe Falling Snow's heart, too, was beginning to cool to the same bottom as Niku's. Because now the disciples of the Heavenly God sect, the more you take pills, the worse your body gets. Nowadays, the disciples of the Heavenly God sect were almost lying down in a large area. Not to mention the disciples. It was the fish raised by Abe Falling Snow that all turned white. Abe Falling Snow freaked out. What the hell is going on here? Did someone poison us? Abe Falling Snow couldn't help but ask. Her most loyal henchman shook his head. No, I've checked them all. Poisoning, or curses, it's a no-brainer. As for our situation, we are also unclear and clueless. Abe Falling Snow's heart sank to the bottom. Truly, the secret realm was about to open. And now that this kind of thing had happened to the Heavenly God sect, how could this still be a competition for the secret realm? How else is this going to fulfill the mission given by the family? Suddenly, someone rushed over, looking excited. My lords, I can think of someone who, perhaps, can help us with our current situation. Abe Falling Snow froze for a moment. Who? The henchman hurriedly said. I just saw Elder Zhao of the Green Lotus sect passing by our side. This is a famous medical practitioner in the world. Perhaps, having him take action will be able to solve our current situation. Abe Falling Snow frowned. She remembered that Zhao had offended Tang Xiaorun earlier. The thought that there seemed to be some sort of beef between the two. Abe Falling Snow was then a little afraid to have anything to do with Zhao. Even before, Zhao had destroyed so many of their Heavenly God sect strongholds. So Zhao will really help? But take a look at this current swath of zombie faces. Abe Falling Snow couldn't care less at that moment. Where is Zhao now? The henchman said hurriedly. I've asked him to wait a little while, and he's outside the door now. Abe Falling Snow nodded. Take me to him. The men nodded. It didn't take long. Abe Falling Snow met Zhao. Zhao is still immortal, even for the reason of becoming a Yama. Surprisingly, he carried some majesty with him. Abe Falling Snow, meet fellow Taoist Zhao. Zhao to wave her hand. There's no need to be polite. It's just that Mr. Zhao is a little unclear. What is it that fellow Taoist Falling Snow is looking for me for? Abe Falling Snow was filled with helplessness. Previously, the Heavenly God sect had offended a lot, so I'd like to ask fellow Taoist Zhao to bear with me more. And in the future, my Heavenly God sect will definitely make amends. Zhao to wave her hand. No need. You guys impersonated the Green Lotus sect, and I've exterminated quite a few of you, so we're considered even. If there is nothing else, I have business matters to attend to before. Abe Falling Snow hurriedly stopped Zhao. Fellow Taoist Zhao, my young lady does have a few more things to do. You see, right now, my disciple under my door. I don't know what kind of disease he has, so take a look and see if you can help treat him. After all, you are the healer Zhao. Can't see the world being tormented by sickness, can you? Zhao narrowed his eyes. Your people? The veins above Abe Falling Snow's forehead instantly bulged. But for the sake of the secret realm, for the sake of his own family's disciples, Abe Falling Snow still said, fellow Taoist Zhao, as long as you promise to save my sect's disciples, I'll agree to anything you want. Zhou was silent enough for a moment. A feigned sigh followed. That's just it. Since I'm getting sick, I'll take a look. Abe Falling Snow was ecstatic. Come on, inside please. Zhou nodded enough. At the same time, he pinched the jade tablet in his sleeve and sent a transmission to Lu Shuani. Within a high building in Yama Temple, when Lu Shuani received the summons, He hurriedly took Lin Wu Dao, along with a few ghost-face masked people, and headed to the Yama Temple's warehouse. Then came the wait. It didn't take long. Once again, a letter came from Zhao Enuf's side. Begin. Lu Xuanyi instantly pulled out his gourd. Start drawing blood and soul power in the void. Then under the horrified eyes of Lin Wudao and a group of ghost-faced masked men, start condensing a blood and divine soul Dan. The pills began to continuously enter the warehouse as if it were raining. That feeling. It's like making something out of nothing. And at this point in time, the celestial god cult. From the top to the bottom, there was a wail. Zhao Enuf's medical skills are really impressive. Under Pudu, they instantly returned to their peak condition. But peak performance has not been restored for long. Then he was weak again. Weakness, recovery, weakness, recovery. That twitchy feeling. It's really a torture that makes you want to die. So, throughout the Heavenly God sect, a strange cry was heard. Abe Falling Snow watched from the sidelines and couldn't help but swallow. Though, it didn't happen to her, but she could still sense the pain of those people. Some people can't even help themselves. Lord Zhao Enuf, please don't cure me. Let me die. I can't take it anymore. One man spoke up. The others also camera speak. Zhao Enuf had a gloomy face. No, there's no such thing as looking at a patient and not treating them. Zhou was then able to increase the intensity of the treatment once again. At the same time, Zhao Enuf also finally understood. Why did Lu Xuanyi give him the elixir now? It's a damn thing that you can't carry yourself. Zhao Enuf ate pills while recovering the group. On Lu Xuanyi's side, he was also frantically refining blood pills and divine soul pills. In the twinkling of an eye, 10 days passed. The people of the Heavenly God cult screamed miserably for 10 days. And Zhao Enuf continued to treat the Heavenly God sect for 10 days. Sure, nowadays, the entire Qinzhou cultivators also watched the theater for 10 days. They went from shock at first, to numbness, to silence later, followed by fear, because they saw the state of the Heavenly God sect disciples. Those disciples jumped from having blood on their faces to having no blood at all, almost in a second. There were even people who saw that some of the Heavenly God sect's disciples secretly committed suicide with a knife. But the next second, under the light rays of the universal light, they directly came to life, and after that, they once again endured top-level torture. All of the people were too scared to squeak as they watched. Chapter 96, The Terror of the Two Kings of Hell. Oh ho ho, hey. The disciples of the Heavenly God sect were now living as if they were descending into the 18 layers of hell. It felt like someone took a knife and clattered all over you, inside and out. Body aches, soul aches, head aches. The point is, in the midst of Zhao Enuf's continuous treatment, they were able to recover quickly, and then feel that pain all over again. Most crushingly, Zhao Enuf's medical skills are truly amazing. They've all suffered so much. Surprisingly, he was still able to be sane. You can even see a few people hanging from trees all the time. Even the beams of the room were hung with a large number of people. Abe Falling Snow was also pale at this time. He looked at Zhao Enuf, who was still treating them, and couldn't help but inquire. Fellow Taoist Zhao Enuf, roughly how much longer will this take to heal? Zhao Enuf thought for a moment, then said, wait, I'll ask. Abe Falling Snow? Zhao Enuf coughed to explain the situation here. I also explained something to my assistant. I'm going to ask him to bring me a kind of medicinal herbs. When the herbs arrive, I guess it's almost done. Abe Falling Snow drifted off. Zhao Gong then hurriedly contacted Lu Xuanyi. How much longer? Lu Xuanyi at the other end was also wiping his sweat. Well. Zhao Enuf breathed a sigh of relief. If you're no good, this group is probably going to be wasted. Lu Xuanyi asked suspiciously. How so? Zhao Enuf glanced at Abe Falling Snow and whispered. The reason they were able to produce a steady stream of blood is because I've been catalyzing their livers to overload them with blood production. And even though I've been treating them on the side, this blood production for 10 consecutive days without a day or night can't be carried off even by yellow oxen and fierce beasts. Lu Xuanyi gave a dry cough. Oh, that's okay then. I'm good. Zhou nodded. Enough. Finally treated again. The Heavenly God sect's people were finally recovering. Zhou enough to stop. Those disciples of the Heavenly God sect froze. But after they really felt that their bodies were not suffering from any pain, everyone couldn't help but cry out in pain. Not thanks to Zhou Enuf. Rather, they were happy that they had finally survived Hades. Zhao Enuf was also exhausted. Fortunately, Zhao Enuf said with a smile as he looked at Abe Falling Snow. Abe Falling Snow looked at his family's disciples, and each of them looked at Zhao Enuf with fear in their eyes. After half a day's hesitation, he said stiffly, many thanks to Elder Zhao Enuf. Zhou Enuf to wave her hand. Much thanks. There is no need to say more. Look, let's see. This consultation fee, shouldn't we settle it? Abe Falling Snow froze. Diagnosis. Diagnosis? Zhao Enough's face changed. No, are you preparing to let me work for nothing? Saying that, Zhao Enough was once again covered in lingering green mana. Abe Falling Snow was startled. Don't. Zhao Enough fellow Daoist. Diagnosis gold good to say. Good to say. You want to kill more? Zhao was enough to make a rough estimate. I've done some rough calculations. A total of 500,000 heads have been treated this time. One head is calculated at 10,000 spirit stones. 500,000 heads. That's 5 billion spirit stones. Abe Falling Snow was confused. 5 billion spirit stones. Why don't you go grab it? Abe Falling Snow had a very ugly face. We don't have that many spirit stones for the time being. Why don't I? The Heavenly God sect. Oh them first. What do you think? Zhou enough to shake her head. That won't do. If you can't give it out, then I can only let your people, one by one, return to their previous state. The words came out. The entire Heavenly God sect's disciples panicked. Don't, Elder Zhao. We'll pay. Then, those disciples began to gather spirit stones. Another half day. Zhao Enough managed to get his hands on 5 billion spirit stones. Well, since there's nothing else, then Mr. Zhao will take his leave. After Zhao Enough finished speaking, he directly walked out of the Heavenly God sect store. At the same time, Zhao Gong is also expecting people today to look at him with that respect and comment on his medical skills. But after Zhao Enough walked out the door, the cultivators who were watching the scene, all of them were scared and dispersed in a flurry. Zhao Enough? What's that supposed to mean? I'm scary? Zhao Enough was a bit puzzled. He then traveled some distance again. Still find that anyone who sees him or her ducks when they can, and those who can't, greet him or her with a smile. Just that smile. It was worse than crying. Zhao was unable to resist the urge to grab a cultivator. What are you running for when you see me? The cultivator was trembling. Elder Zhao Enough, we all saw your great display of power in the Heavenly God sect, and honestly, we're a bit scared. Zhao Enough frowned. I was there to heal them, and I've already healed them. So why are you all getting scared? The cultivator swallowed. Senior Zhao Enough's medical skills are, naturally, supreme, but Senior Zhao Enough also told us one thing. Zhao Enough was curious. What reasoning? The monk didn't dare to say. Zhou was enough to make herself smile and be kind. Go ahead. I don't blame you. The cultivator's eyes were a bit evasive. That's it. There are times when it's a relief to die instead. There was one more thing he didn't dare say. That's offending Zhao Enough. That's really worse than death. Imagine if you had offended Zhao Enough. Zhao is enough to throw you directly into the frying pan, healing you while making you suffer the pain of frying. Nima, that's the living hell of our time. Zhao Enough's smile froze on his face. Finally let go of the fryer. Then leave the place in silence. Lin Wudao and the shadow guards were looking at the warehouse full of blood pills, and divine soul pills at this moment. The two men's bodies began to tremble as well. Previously, Lin Wudao thought that he was more or less able to know a bit of Lu Xuanyi's secrets. There may even be a way to deal with it. But Lin Wudao felt that Lu Xuanyi's was a secret method for individuals. But now that he saw Lu Xuanyi drawing blood and souls across the air to condense pills, Lin Wudao realized that he still knew nothing about this Lu Xuanyi. As for the man in the ghostly mask, their fear of Lu Xuanyi was even greater than Zhao Enough in some ways. Offend Zhou Enough. There may be hope for survival, though life is worse than death. But this Yin King in front of me, that's what he wants you to die on the third watch. You'll never live to see the fifth watch. Sure, Zhao Enough and this lord in front of him were truly worthy of being two living kings of hell. These two join forces and directly make you regret coming to this world. Nowadays, the people of the Yama Palace were all looking very wonderful, and Lu Xuanyi didn't have any thoughts of cultivation for the time being. Instead, he looked at Lin Wudao and said, during this next period of time, I may not have too many actions. Zhao Enough and I will both return to the sect. After all, the secret realm will begin soon, and Yanluo Hall still needs you to preside over the big picture. Lin Wudao saluted. Don't worry Yama. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Afterward out of the secret place of Yama's temple. Chapter 97, Who are you talking about? Lu Xuanyi regained his appearance. Then taking the teleportation token that Chen Xiaoli gave him, he instantly returned to the Green Lotus Sect's compound. It's a resident though, but the victory was that the Green Lotus Sect was also strong. Even the quarters were built with houses and palaces. There were even disciple rooms, alchemy rooms, and cultivation rooms, says the resident. Rather, it was more like a branch of the Green Lotus Sect. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly put his mannequin back. For himself, he stretched and walked out of his place. It's just that Lu Xuanyi's side just walked out of his room. Just see a man. Ji Suiying, who was dressed in red and still had her sword in her arms. Ji Suiying saw Lu Xuanyi. A slight smile. Out. Lu Xuanyi also smiled and nodded. Ji Suiying once again said, why don't you ask me what I'm looking for in you? Lu Xuanyi froze for a moment. how about you just say it? Ji Suiying shook her head. You ask first. Lu Shuweni. Senior sister. Are you looking for senior brother for something? Ji Suiying sighed. When I said that you would help me refine a gold condensation pill when you reach the foundation establishment realm, where is my pill? Lu Shuweni didn't say a word. Taking out a small box directly, he handed it to Ji Suiying. Ji Suiying took the box with one hand and opened it slightly, and after seeing the haze, she hurriedly covered it. Thank you, senior brother. Lu Shuweni nodded. Ji Suiying turned to leave. Didn't talk to Lu Shuweni much. Still, she passes the word. Recently there's an organization called the Angry Sky Palace that's hunting some people. These people are very dangerous, so pay more attention to them, although I'm not too sure if they're targeting you or not. There's also one called Yama Temple. I don't know if it's a new force or a force that was hidden a long time ago, but the purpose is unclear. Be careful. If there's nothing going on, it's better to try not to go out. Elder Zhao enough is very good, as long as you don't go out, with Elder Zhao enough around. I don't think those people would dare to casually make a move against the Green Lotus sect. Lu Shuweni. Still, Lu Shuweni said, alright, thank you for informing senior sister. Ji Suiying nodded. Well, by the way, this time the ancient mysteries, you still don't want to participate. It's very dangerous. Anyway, everything has me. I'm here. In the future, there will be no shortage of resources for your cultivation. You just need to hide well. Lu Shuweni nodded seriously. Just wait until Ji Suiying is gone. Lu Shuweni directly lay down on the recliner. No one was around. Lu Shuweni began to contact Lin Wudao. Why? Living hell? Lin Wudao asked. Lu Shuweni directly inquired. Have you heard of the Angry Sky Palace? Lin Wudao nodded. I've heard of it. Anyway, there are so many of us now. Let's have someone investigate the Angry Sky Hall. And in the meantime, let me see the value of this Yen Luo Hall. There was a long silence on Lin Wudao's side. Lu Shuweni? The signal is down? Once again, news came from Lin Wudao's side. Yama gave me a little time. We've investigated some hints. Well, I've been a little busy lately. When I'm done with that, I'll give you a detailed account of the current situation. Lu Shuweni didn't care. Alright, then give me a copy of How to Break Through to Yuaning. Yes, after ending the summons, Lu Shuweni felt, for a while, that he was living a somewhat leisurely life. Then he began to seriously look at the Yuaning breakthrough information. Ji Suiying had indeed come down to simply ask for an elixir, because this one elixir was of immense value. With this elixir, he then added an extra layer of scheming. But think of Lu Shuweni. Ji Suiying was still a little worried, because the world is a bit of a mess. The chaos was a little too much for Ji Suiying to see. Let's take Zhou Enough for example. In his previous life, he was just a medical cultivator who relieved the world. There was no battle power, but the means of practicing medicine was terrifying. But the current Zhao Enough was not only practicing medicine in a horrifying manner, but even his killing methods were very horrifying. The fact that the Green Lotus sect was able to remain unharmed underneath the secret realm, and even made everyone not dare to mess with it, was all thanks to Zhao Enough. But it is precisely because the world has become completely different from what one perceives it to be. Ji Suiying also found Zhao Enough again. Greetings to Elder Zhao Enough. Ji Suiying had a lot of respect for Zhao Enough. Zhao Enough, on the other hand, hurriedly waved his hand. Fairy Suiying doesn't need to be like this. Before over at the Heavenly God sect, thanks to Fairy Suiying helping Mr. Zhao block that strike from Tang Xiaoran. Otherwise, in this world, I'm afraid that there wouldn't even be a Mr. Zhao in this world. Ji Suiying smiled slightly. Elder Zhao Enough practiced medicine with heavenly means. I'm afraid that even if I don't make a move, Elder Zhao Enough will still be at peace with himself. Zhou Enough to shake her head. No matter how good my methods are, when I face a powerhouse of the transformation god realm, I should die. This, Zhao Enough was not wrong. The god of transformation strikes. Directly God's soul is destroyed. It's useless to have more means. The reason why Zhao Enough dared to jump face Tang Xiaoran earlier, that's because he always observes Tang Xiaoran. Realizing that he was not in the right state, he dared to jump face first. Suddenly, Zhao Enough frowned. Lu Shuweni was able to draw people's souls and blood from 1,000 miles away. So wouldn't he, too, be able to make people explode from 1,000 miles away? Could it be that the one who had been punking himself before was Lu Shuweni? Zhao Enough's expression changed. But in the end he felt something was impossible. Because of the time he spent with Lu Shuweni, he felt that Lu Shuweni, the man to his own people, is still very frank. How could he pit himself? Elder Zhao Enough? Ji Suiying saw that Zhao Enough was fuming and couldn't help but call out. It was only then that Zhao Enough came back to his senses. Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about something and got a little lost in thought. By the way, Fairy Suiying came to find Mr. Zhao. She shouldn't have simply come to exchange a few pleasantries. Ji Suiying nodded. There is indeed something that I would like to ask Elder Zhao to take the trouble to do so. Zhou enough to be happy. Fairy Suiying, feel free to say, as long as I can help, I will never excuse myself. Ji Suiying smiled back. Here's the thing. I want you to babysit someone. Zhou enough froze for a moment. Babysitting? Ji Suiying nodded. I have my eye on a disciple. Only that disciple's strength is low. And he's also a bit timid. And this time the secret realm is very dangerous. And even before the secret realm opens, there are a lot of unknown enemies outside. So, I want you to take care of that disciple for me. Zhao enough didn't have any opinions. No problem. Who is that disciple you speak of? Ji Suiying said calmly. Speaking of which, you may also recognize, it's my hidden sword peaks alchemist. His name is Lu Shuani. Put. Zhao enough had just taken a sip of tea and directly sprayed it out. No. Who are you talking about? Lu Shuani? Low strength and cowardly? Zhao was enough to hurriedly wipe his mouth with his large sleeve. Somewhat bewildered, he looked at Ji Suiying. Ji Suiying frowned. What's the problem? Zhao was enough to hurriedly wave his hand. No, there's no problem with the question. I'm just curious. How can he still become a third-order alchemist with his low strength? Ji Suiying paused. Maybe it's a gift. Chapter 98, is it true? In the end, Ji Suiying even gave Zhao enough a great deal of benefits, as hard-earned money for taking care of Lu Shuani. And Zhao enough said with a pat on the back. Don't worry. With me, Zhao enough, I'll make sure Lu Shuani is fine. With Zhao enough's assurance, Ji Suiying was sort of relieved to leave, though Zhao enough's persona has changed now. But he, Zhao enough, was still the same Zhao enough who said nothing. That hasn't changed. But wait until Ji Suiying is gone. Zhao was enough to rush to find Lu Shuani. None other. He wants to return what Ji Suiying gave him to Lu Shuani. What a joke. Taking care of Lu Shuani by yourself? He was afraid that he himself would be taken care of by Lu Shuani. And after returning from the side of the heavenly god cult, Zhao enough are a little afraid. He and Lu Shuani are not enemies, because Zhao is enough his medical skills are completely useless to Lu Shuani. In other words, if he fights Lu Shuani could completely ignore his means and might even kill him in seconds. Even if he can't kill him, Lu Shuani can still draw his blood and refine his soul again. Allow yourself to become Lu Shuani's circular cultivation tool. Nima. This kind of thing gave Zhao enough a shudder just thinking about it. The good thing is, Lu Shuani and him were brothers, and Lu Shuani was really good to him. Where can you find a brother who does evil himself and makes himself good? Zhao was enough to hoof it to Lu Shuani's place. Just came to Lu Shuani's yard. Zhao enough then threw the storage bag to Lu Shuani. What's this? Lu Shuani took the storage bag and asked with some confusion. Zhao enough smiled. Fairy Suiying gave me the fee to take care of you. Lu Shuani threw the storage bag back to Zhao enough. Then we'll have to rely on Elder Zhao enough more in the future. Zhao enough was somewhat speechless. Don't make fun of me, but I came here today to ask you something. Lu Shuani nodded. What is it? Ask. Zhao enough stared at Lu Shuani. Can you, make a person explode out of thin air? Lu Shuani said without blushing or jumping. How is it possible? If I want to have such means, I won't become a god? Zhou was silent enough. That makes sense. But, you can engorge blood out of thin air. Lu Shuani sighed. Even if I were to draw someone's blood out of thin air, even if I were to drain them dry, that would only turn them into dry corpses. How could they explode out of thin air? Zhao enough suddenly remembered something. I've healed a guy before. No, I haven't healed him yet to be exact. I just touched him and he turned into a dryad. Speaking here, Zhao enough stared at Lu Shuani dead in the face. Lu Shuani was helpless. I refine blood out of thin air. That relies on my Jindan realm's innate magic treasure. That person you said you treated into a dry corpse. When was that? Zhou was silent enough. Oh, it's okay. Having said that, Zhao enough once again took out a storage bag. This is from the heavenly god sect that that earned 5 billion spirit stones. You see how to deal with it. Lu Shuani was stunned. 5 billion spirit stones. Is medical practice that lucrative? Just looking at these huge amounts of money. Lu Shuani pondered for a moment and asked. The money you earned yourself. You handle it yourself. Zhou was enough to think about it. Finally, I said, then I'll just put all this money into Hades. Lu Shuani froze for a moment. Seriously, are you that attached to Yama Temple? Why do I feel that this is not like you? Zhou enough to sigh. In fact, the ones who go in Yanluodian are not very ambitious people, and there are some who are at the end of their days. Although your blood pill and divine soul pill are a bit evil, but in the end, it gives them some hope. It is impossible to say what is good or evil in this. I was thinking that since they have the opportunity, it would be a good thing to give them all these resources and let them put up a fight for themselves. Lu Shuani nodded. Alright then, do as you see fit. Zhou nodded enough. would have liked to leave. However, Zhao Enough still looked at Lu Shuani and asked, "This time, in the secret realm, you shouldn't be letting me risk my life alone, right?" Lu Shuani smiled. "Don't worry, you're my brother. I naturally won't let you risk your life alone." Zhou nodded. "Enough. Then you'll have to take care of me when the time comes. After all, I'm just a medical cultivator, not good at fighting people." Lu Shuani looked at Zhao Enough to be silent for half a day. Then he also said, "Actually, I'm just an alchemist. The less good I am at fighting." Zhao Enough. Lu Shuani. Once again, 3 months had passed. There was less than a month before the opening of the secret realm. It's been 3 months. Lin Wu Dao felt like he was dreaming. The blood pills and divine soul pills provided by Lu Shuani did have some strange effects, but Lin Wu Dao didn't expect it either. Eating too much of that stuff could even allow Yama to comprehend an entirely new divine ability. Because of eating the divine soul pill, the soul was too powerful, plus the body that was transformed by that blood pill. All of the people who led to the Yama temple were of the extreme blood body. Even souls can derive soul magic weapons or magic treasures. As for the role, it's the direct breaking up of someone's soul and the hooking away of someone's soul. Not only that, nowadays, the people of the Yama temple were the ones who were able to embed themselves in the shadows and in the void at any time. It was almost like a real ghost. Nope, I have only read a playbook before, just casually jokingly thought of the nature of the name for the Hall of Hades. Now it seems, how to come true. Lin Wu Dao was full of disbelief. Shadowguard was on the sidelines at the moment, his face full of strangeness. "My lord, your body of reincarnation seems to have some relationship with the hell in the painting book as well. And the Yama temple was also named by you. Is there a possibility that the establishment of the Yama temple was the will of heaven?" Lin Wu Dao was silent. "And I don't know how long it was." Lin Wu Dao suddenly inquired. "Why don't I research another 18 layers of hell and set up another 6 paths of reincarnation?" Shadowguard shook his head. "My lord, don't think about that for a moment, because it's useless if you set up, because the souls that the brothers hooked out were eaten straight away." Lin Wu Dao. "By the way, didn't I remember that you were scouting for information on the Angry Sky Hall?" Shadowguard nodded. "The information has been obtained, but there are some minor annoyances, and still, I have a more important matter in mind for this visit." The Shadowguard scratched his head in some embarrassment and looked at Lin Wu. "Why don't you talk to the Great Yama and ask him to get some more blood pills and divine soul pills?" Lin Wu Dao's eyes widened. "More?" The Shadowguard took a space ring and handed it to Lin Wu Dao at this moment. Lin Wu Dao instantly became puzzled when he took it and looked at it, realizing that the resources inside were simply piled up into so many small mountains. "Isn't this not a lack of resources?" The Shadowguard's face was very embarrassed. The brothers don't want to eat these normal resources. They just want that blood pill and divine soul pill. And it's so outrageous that with their extreme bodies, no matter how much damage they receive, the blood pill and divine soul pill can instantly restore them. It can be said that now in Yanluo Hall, these 2 elixirs have become the common currency. Lin Wu Dao took a deep breath. "It's no problem to contact the Great Yama, but how is the investigation of the Angry Heaven Palace going? I can't just not bring back a bit of news." The Shadow Guard whispered. "There is still one major stronghold left to be destroyed in its entirety, and when it is all destroyed, we will be able to gain complete insight into the New Skies Hall." Lin Wu Dao? Chapter 99, Look at your brain when you have time. Lin Wu Dao took a deep breath. He looked at Shadowguard and reconfirmed. "I asked you to investigate the Angry Rage Heavenly Hall, didn't I?" Ing Wei twinkled his stupid eyes and nodded in response. "Yeah." Lin Wu Dao calmed down a bit. "Then you said before that there were some difficulties for the time being, and that you hadn't yet clarified the news of the Angry Sky Hall." "Right." Shadowguard nodded again. Lin Wu Dao couldn't help it. "How does this turn around and exterminate people? You've destroyed people, and you're still telling me that you haven't investigated the Angry Sky Hall for the time being?" The Shadowguard hurriedly shook his head in explanation. No, Lord Judge, it's like this. At first we did want to secretly investigate, but a brother directly beat out the souls of the people from the Angry Sky Hall, and the brothers thought that it shouldn't be because the people from this Angry Sky Hall are so weak, and then thought to look deeper into it, and then it slowly went deeper and deeper, and it ended up being the main hall of the Angry Sky Hall that still has one left in Qingzhou. Lin Wu Dao sat on the recliner and covered his forehead. He suddenly felt the world was strange and crazy. What was even more unexpected to Lin Wu Dao was himself when he first set up the Shadow Court. This Shadow Guard isn't that competent. It's just a change of masters. How everywhere is full of weirdness. Lin Wu Dao didn't even know what to say for a moment. But suddenly, Lin Wu Dao was a bit puzzled. Although there are 100,000 people in Yama Palace, most of them are Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, and there are very few Jindan. Is the Angry Sky Palace really that weak? Shadowguard shook his head. Actually, The people from the Angry Sky Hall aren't weak. There are quite a few foundation establishment in Jindan, but they can't help it. The great Yen King's divine soul pill and blood pill are just too perverse. Do you dare to believe that? Even if one of our people is beaten with only half of his head left, a single blood elixir can directly revive him. And our people's means are to directly attack other people's souls, or hook the souls, and casually integrate into the underground, or at the shadows. Even the most powerful people can't withstand our 100,000 ghost-like existences crushing them. Lin Wudao's scalp went numb as he listened. He was a lifetime ago. Himself changed his name as a joke in the first place. The results are developing in a direction that is getting more and more on track. Shadowguard asked again this time. So, the matter of the Blood Dan and Divine Soul Dan. You have to stop looking for the great Yama King to ask for some points. After all, that thing? It's very important for our Yama temple. It's currency. Lin Wudao looked at the Shadowguard and reached out. Give me a copy of the information you've now obtained on the Angry Sky Hall. And if you're looking for money from the great Yama, then you should always have some merit as well. Shadowguard was in a bit of a bind at this point. This isn't quite working. The current intelligence from the New Skies Hall isn't very accurate. It even feels a bit outrageous. We need to exterminate the New Skies Hall's main hall in Qingzhou and confirm the intelligence over and over again before we can do so. Lin Wudao slightly closed his eyes. Then we'll talk about it after it's confirmed. Shadowguard nodded. That's fine. I'll talk to my brothers. Lin Wudao suddenly called out to the Shadowguards. That blood pill and divine soul pill. Did you eat them? Shadowguard nodded. Eat it? You don't say. It tastes so good. There's something about it. Lin Wudao nodded his head. Alright, you go ahead. By the way, since Yama's palace is so powerful now, you're investigating someone for me. Who? Lin Wudao's eyes were a little cold. The ninth saint son of the heavenly extreme Holy Land. Shadowguard nodded. Okay, I'll take care of it. But what aspect of him does your honor want to know? Lin Wudao hurriedly said. Of course it's all of them. And how he suddenly defeated me across the board in the first place, and how he cultivated as if it was as simple as drinking water. And by the way, don't let the brothers do the same thing as they did with investigating the Angry Sky Hall. The heavenly extremity sacred ground isn't something we can deal with right now. Shadowguard smiled. Don't worry, we're not stupid. With that said, the Shadowguards went about their business. Lin Wudao had a bad feeling in his heart as he watched the Shadowguards departing for him, but in the end he shook his head. Shadowguard and I came out from the Heaven's Pole sacred ground together. He shouldn't have made a mistake. This matter, Lin Wudao didn't think about it for the time being. At this moment, Lin Wudao instead took out a storage bag. It was full of the blood pills and divine soul pills that Lu Xuanyi had given him in the first place. Hesitation. Lin Wudao still carefully ate a blood elixir. Feel it carefully afterwards. In addition to the spiritual energy being a bit more abundant, I seem to have heard something. Lin Wudao was a bit uncertain. He took another divine soul pill. Hiss, I suddenly feel an itch in my brain. But Lin Wudao didn't stop. Go ahead and start eating. Whether it's a divine soul elixir or a blood elixir. At the end of the day, Lin Wudao suddenly felt his spiritual platform suddenly clear. Following closely, he saw a long river. The long river churns and rushes. There were even countless auras pouring into his body. Boom! Lin Wudao's cultivation level came to the middle stage of Yuaning. Same time, Lin Wudao understood the name of that river. Yellow Springs. Wow, the tide is out. Lin Wudao was directly senseless. When he looked down, he realized that the divine soul pill and blood pill were finished. Lin Wudao's eyes widened in some disbelief. Snap ding. Right about this time, a book came out of nowhere, smashed down on his head and fell to the ground, followed closely by a quill. Lin Wudao picked up the book with some doubt. The book was plain, like a random binding from the mortal world. But the name of the book is kind of awesome. Good and evil are ruled. Life and death are determined. The Book of Fate. Lin Wudao looked at the book. There was a long silence. He took the quill and thought about it. Open the book and after that write a person's name on it. 2 shadows. It didn't take long. A column of writing gradually emerged from that empty table. The public office of the Yama Temple, where good and evil are judged, is determined by the King of Hell. Lin Wudao's eyes widened. Then he began to look around. Finally swallowed. No way. I'm really becoming a judge? After thinking about it, he wrote his name again. Not much longer. That book of destiny revealed a line of writing once again. Get Jia Yin to look at your brain when you have time. Lin Wudao. He felt that the book was cursing itself. After thinking about it, he wrote Lu Xuanyi's name. As a result, the book flew straight out. Then a spiral ruthlessly slapped Lin Wudao's face. Lin Wudao was caught off guard and was directly jerked away. Before Lin Wudao could react, that brush also became huge. Eventually the brushes were turned to floating dust. Floating and sinking directly hoisted Lin Wudao up. That destiny technique directly transformed into a big man with a mask, pressing a whip in his hand and starting to whip Lin Wudao. Ah! Ouch! Ah! Don't hit it! Don't hit it! I'm wrong! Ah! 2 hours later, Lin Wudao looked at the Book of Fate and the ebony brush in his hands with a blue nose and fell into a moment of silence. Chapter 100, You're letting me go? At this time Qinzhou, the main hall of the Angry Sky Hall. At this moment, someone was trembling and kneeling on top of the main hall. Lord 8 Fury, we'd better run. We really can't stop it now. The 8th Fury had a very ugly face, but the districted do not know what the hell Yama Temple. Afraid of what? All but a group of rabble. All give me burn up fighting spirit. We are the angry heavenly temple. Let the heavens will be angry temple. Even can intercept the heavenly chances of the angry heavenly temple. What are you afraid of? All give me to kill out. Only this 8th anger has not yet been finished. The doors of the great hall shattered with a loud bang. This was closely followed by a wave of black smoke rushing into the great hall. In the air, and with a wry laugh. Ha 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 ha. He he he. Follow closely. It was the sound of rattling chains. Except for the 8th Wrath. All the other people in the great hall had their bodies pierced through by the chains, but they weren't hurt. But as the chains pulled and tightened, the divine souls of those Jindan cultivators were instantly pulled out. Boom! A burst of black smoke instantly surrounded those divine souls. Ah! The divine soul screamed miserably. Not a moment too soon. Those divine souls disappeared without a trace. This scene, watching the 8th Fury also made his scalp numb. Even his mind came to the absurd. Ghost. But how? He was also a Yuaning cultivator. Bunch of pretenders. Give me. His words had not yet left his mouth. The Shadow Guard's hand pierced right through the 8th Fury. This was followed by even more ripping out the 8th Fury's Yuaning. That 8th angry Yuaning looked at the Shadow Guard in horror. He hasn't spoken. The Shadow Guard swallowed his firstborn directly. Oh, who isn't already a Yuaning? But Shadow Guard didn't completely devour this guy's Yuaning. Instead, a small portion was left behind. And then a drop of essence blood was taken out of that 8th Fury's body. And then all of it was sealed on top of a black waste plate. Someone stepped out of the black smoke and looked at the Shadow Guards with some confusion. What are you doing, my lord? The Shadow Guard said in a high and deep voice. This 8th Fury is considered to be a core member of the Fury Heavenly Hall. And in the Fury Heavenly Hall there is bound to be the existence of a soul plate. And my move is to ensure that the 8th Fury's soul plate will not be shattered in the Fury Heavenly Hall that is hidden behind that. In this way, the New Skies Hall headquarters will only think that there are some problems over here, but it will never occur to them that the New Skies Hall has been destroyed in Qinzhou. Of course, there's another advantage to this. That is, even if the Angry Sky Palace headquarters feels there's a problem, it won't come to Qinzhou on a large scale. It's estimated that they'll only send 1 or 2 leaders over to investigate. And if they come we'll kill one when the time comes. The eyes of those hiding in the shadows also lit up. Only the bright light of those eyes was all red glow. The entire raging sky hall, instantly lit up with 50 blood-red eyes. Looking at it made one's scalp numb. Shadow Guard said again this time. First look for the news of the angry sky drop. All that can be written down. All of them, and resources. All of them sent to the 2 Yama Kings. Maybe the Yama Kings are happy. Once again give me reward, the effect of the Blood Dan and the Divine Soul Dan. You all know. There is no need for me to say more. Right. Those who were hidden in the darkness, all of them revealed a weird and strange smile. The morose white teeth, combined with the red glowing eyes, looked genuinely like Spooky, the edge of the ancient mysteries. There are great powers here, specializing in constructing a temporary small world. And those who were able to be in this small world were all the topmost powers. Inside, the lowest cultivation level was that of a Yuaning Great Circle cultivator. As for the highest, I don't know yet, but as far as we know now, the highest cultivation level is a refined void cultivator. And in the middle of this small world of ice and snow, a woman covered in a long white dress with a cold face was pale at this time. The other day, she was always distracted. It was because no news had been received from the Angry Sky Hall, and she had also released her divine sense to look for the people from the Angry Sky Hall. Results. It was as if the people from the Angry Sky Hall had disappeared out of thin air. The woman couldn't figure it out, and she didn't even feel that there would be any problems with the Angry Sky Hall. But the Angry Sky Palace had now disappeared without a trace, making the woman really look a bit confused. Could it be that there's something else planned up there that I can't even be a part of? That was all the woman could do to explain herself. But half a month has passed. It was only then that the woman felt something was wrong. Because the Lord's Temple is also inquiring. Ask her what she's been up to lately. Why the hunting program has stalled. The secret realm is opening soon, and she hasn't done anything yet. So what are you waiting for? It was then that the woman finally realized that it was the angry Sky Hall that had gone wrong. She then sent people to investigate again. But in the end, the people who were sent out were like a stone dropped into the sea. The woman couldn't sit still. For that reason, she went down there herself. Available results. The temple of the angry sky is gone. Even the Great Hall disappeared from Chinzhou. The woman didn't believe it. Reconfirmed for many days. Finally a result was learned. The palace of the angry sky really disappeared completely. The woman rushed to the police. At that moment, she was holding the summoning token and waiting for the main hall to respond. But in the end, there was also a long silence on the side of the main hall. And came the words, "Where is my hall? Woman." Half a day of hesitation. The woman once again spiritually coalesced into words. It may have been exterminated. This can't be right. Then again the summoning token fell into an eerie silence. Finally an order was given again from the side of the main hall. Investigate the people who exterminated my angry sky palace. The secret realm should not be opened for the time being. Wait until I once again have the people finish the hunting plan more or less before starting. The woman took a deep breath. Yes, the summons was then closed. But the woman suddenly remembered something. How terrifying is someone who can silently exterminate the angry sky hall for me to investigate? The woman's scalp tingled. She was also only a Yuaning Great Circle, the eighth fury of Qinzhou's angry sky hall, and even a Yuaning Great Circle that was more powerful than her. All died silently, and if she went to investigate on her own, she would still be able to live? The woman was guilty of even feeling a little desperate. Green Lotus Sect Residence. Lu Shuani looked at what he was holding with some shock. It was clearly written on it the plans of the angry sky palace, and some of the conspiracies behind it after the opening of this ancient mysterious realm. It's very detailed. Lu Shuani's eyes became gloomy as he watched. This angry sky hall. It even controls the opening method of the secret realm, and this time when the secret realm fluctuates, it was actually caused by the angry sky hall on purpose, just to hunt some people. Moreover, Lu Shuani's pupils couldn't help but contract for a moment as he looked at those being hunted by the angry sky hall. The way they're doing this lightning kill feels inexplicably familiar to me, but it's a little different. At this time, Zhao Enuf was also looking at another piece of intelligence. The more he looked, the uglier Zhao Enuf's face became. Not only that, but even this angry sky hall seems to be spread all over the world, and its whereabouts are also extremely secretive. And there's even a point where it seems that every time there's a large or small secret realm opening, the people from the angry sky hall are there, and are even able to snatch the key resources of each secret realm. Lu Shuani's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 101, I'm not a devil. That would be interesting. Lu Shuani laughed and said. Zhao Enuf also frowned at this moment. These practices of the angry sky hall are a bit out of the ordinary, and even make me feel a bit weird. Even Zhao was enough to look at those people that the angry sky hall was trying to kill. He was very puzzled. Hunting geniuses. This I can very well understand. But hunting those wastes, or the children of families that have been swept away, and some beggars, why is this? Lu Shuani smiled. Is there a possibility that this angry sky hall knows the future of these people? Zhao Enuf's eyes widened. They can tell fortunes? Lu Shuani shook his head. If fortune tellers are able to calculate the entrances and exits of the secret realm, or the top treasures in the secret realm, then this world, I'm afraid, will not become the world of fortune tellers? Zhao Enuf contemplated for a moment. So that's the temple of the angry sky, and someone saw the future? Lu Shuani thought about it. You could say that. However, if my guess is correct, they should not just have seen the future, or even what happened in the future. There are some other details that I reckon the angry sky hall people are aware of. Zhao Enuf looked at Lu Shuani with some shock. Then this angry sky hall, isn't it terrifying? Lu Shuani glanced at the information in his hand and then looked at Zhao Enuf. Isn't the Hall of Angry Heavens scary? Zhao was enough to fall into silence. But suddenly, Zhou was enough to spot a detail. Actually, that's not entirely true. At least the fact that the New Skies Hall in Qinzhou was destroyed and the New Skies Hall didn't know about it actually shows that the New Skies Hall isn't as godly as we thought it was. Lu Shuani was somewhat speechless. Wasn't it agreed that the average traveler is not surrounded by very high IQs, and that this is the only way to look like the traveler is intellectually demonic? What's going on with me? Whether it's the enemies you meet or the friends you have around you, one is too smart for his own good. Lu Shuani sighed. Lu Shuani hadn't finished. Zhao Enuf said again. But this thing of foreseeing the future, even if it's a divine ability, it won't be so detailed. And it's even believed to the point that the Angry Sky Hall has specialized in slaughtering a dog. If you're not an immortal, it's never possible to know that much detail, which means that the person behind the Angry Sky Palace is most likely an immortal. Speaking of which, Zhao Enuf shook his head again. That's also impossible. Although there are immortals cave in this world, but that's just immortals leaving their things behind before they ascend. There are quite a few great powers in the cultivation world. If there were really any great secrets, they would have been unable to hide them long ago, but there's no guarantee that there are really any immortals who are pumped up. Lu Xuanyi smiled. In fact, have you also ever thought about what if someone crossed the long river of time and returned to this era? Zhao Enough widened his eyes once again, then looking again at the intelligence in his hands. For a moment, it all made sense. So what do we do now? Lu Xuanyi looked at the shadow guards and said, Qingzhou's New Skies Hall. The traces are all cleaned up. Right. Shadow guard nodded. It's clean. Lu Xuanyi hummed. That's good. Don't do anything next. Even if the people from the Angry Sky Hall come to Qingzhou again, don't move. Shadow guard nodded. Zhou enough to scratch her head. If according to what you said, if the person behind this really crosses the long river of time and comes to this era, with the deduction of that person behind it, it would be hard not to implicate the object of suspicion to the Yama Temple god. And we really don't do anything? Lu Xuanyi shook his head. Can't say do nothing, just don't do anything about the Angry Sky Hall. Zhao was enough to not understand. Why? I think we should come and kill one. Lu Xuanyi sighed. Do you know how to open a secret place? Zhao enough. The method to open the secret realm is still in the hands of the New Skies Hall. If we block the New Skies Hall's plans, won't this secret realm never open? Of course, there are some news that should still be said, such as spreading some information that the people from the New Skies Hall know how to open the secret realm, and even revealing some of the New Skies Hall's location as well, so that it is believed that someone will deal with the New Skies Hall. Zhou nodded enough. At this moment, the shadow guards came forward and handed out 2 space rings to Lu Xuanyi and Zhao enough. The two were a little confused for a moment after they took it. That many resources? Lu Xuanyi was surprised, because all of these resources were already comparable to the secret realm that he had harvested in the first place. Not bad. You take these back and split them with the people of the Yama Temple. The 2 of us will just keep one for now. Shadow Guard was a little embarrassed. That, 2 lords of Yen. We want a large amount of blood pills and divine soul pills. Lu Xuanyi? Zhou enough? The Shadow Guard could only explain again why he wanted these 2 elixirs. Lu Xuanyi listened. It was also full of disbelief. That, there are still blood pills and divine soul pills in the warehouse. Aren't there? Shadow Guard nodded. There is, but it's only 70%. Lu Xuanyi swallowed, feeling a little thirsty. First distribute the blood pills from the warehouse, and after the secret realm opens up, I'll give you blood pills and divine soul pills. Shadow Guard was ecstatic. Thank you, my lords. Shadow Guard left happily. Naturally, he went to collect the blood pill and the divine soul pill, and wait for Shadow Guard to leave. Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao enough. Those people from the celestial god cult, can they smoke again? Zhou enough to shake her head. No, last time, because their livers were overworked, it had caused their spleens to atrophy, and now all of the heavenly god sect's disciples have symptoms of anemia. Lu Xuanyi also wanted to get up. The name of the heavenly god sect had now turned somewhat of a light gold color. Lu Xuanyi could only sigh. Then how about this? The people from the Angry Sky Hall will come back to Qingzhou again anyway, right? Zhou nodded enough. When the time comes, let's let the Yama palaces capture all the people from the Angry Sky Palace alive and draw their blood. Zhao enough inquired in a low voice. Didn't you say that you wouldn't touch the Angry Sky Hall for the time being? Lu Xuanyi sighed. I can't just draw people's blood and souls. I'm not a devil. Zhao enough's face twitched. He always felt that there was something wrong with this statement, but for a moment he couldn't say what was wrong with it. And Lu Xuanyi's eyes suddenly lit up. I have a plan. Do you want to hear it? Zhao enough looked at Lu Xuanyi suspiciously. Lu Xuanyi waved his hand, signaling for Zhao enough to attach his ear. Zhou enough to slowly approach. Lu Xuanyi said again this time. I have a kind of elixir here. It's called the Forgetfulness Elixir. When the time comes, I'll draw their blood and souls. You'll treat them again. Take the Forgetfulness Elixir and then throw it out for them. And afterward, you'll play the name of the practicing doctor. Tell them that their spleens are not good, and tell them that they should eat those things to mention the toning. And when they are toned up, then we'll continue to draw. Zhou enough to open her mouth wide. What did you say in the last sentence? Lu Xuanyi? Zhao was enough to remind. You said you're not a demon? Chapter 102, Take Me Away? Lungfrost had been secretly investigating the disappearance of the Angry Sky Hall in the last few days, and the investigation's been going on for a while. Cold Frost was a heartbreaker. Truly, the disappearance of the Angry Sky Hall was too bizarre. Originally, Cold Frost was ready to die. Even the fiefdom was chosen for himself. Available results. The investigation went very well, and it went a little too well. It was almost as if, what news she wanted to know, what news would creep, or unwittingly, into her ears. With a final explicit reference, she investigated into the middle of a cave. Come here. Lungfrost was directly scared and his legs went limp, because she saw the corpses of the members of the angry Sky Hall, like going through a big battle. But by chance, they were able to see that the weapons of the members of the angry Sky Hall had all been thrust into the bodies of their own people. It's like killing each other? Cold Frost quickly came to a conclusion. She then explored towards the cave once again. Snapped. He saw a black gourd that emitted a rich black light. This is, baby? Cold Frost was shocked. He couldn't even tell the grade of the gourd. Even she wasn't greedy enough to want the gourd for herself. How could she have the guts to touch this thing when the people of the angry Sky Hall were all dead? The cold frost slowly receded at last. After marking this place, she hurriedly contacted the angry Sky Hall. What? There's a supreme treasure? All the people from the angry Sky Hall died for that supreme treasure? Cold Frost nodded. So far, it seems so. The summoning token was silent for a moment, then asked, tell me specifically what that gourd looks like. Cold Frost probed inside the cave, then said, that gourd black, but exudes a can-ou thick green light, and even by that thick green light enveloped, there are some very comfortable feeling. There was silence at the other end for a moment. And besides that, are there any other features? Cold Frost looked again. Then it was like seeing a ghost, for he saw that the gourd had actually scratched up an itchy scratch with a gourd leaf and then tickled it. Cold Frost was a little unsure. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again. That gourd regained its composure once again. Cold Frost swallowed. There shouldn't be any other features. There was a long silence on the other side of the summoning token. Cold Frost could even hear the sound of flipping books. I don't know how long it's been. The summoning token side said again. Go and look at the back of the gourd and see if there is still a pattern as if it were a smiley face. Cold Frost's face was pale. Cut the crap and take a quick look. Okay. Cold Frost stiffened her head, lifted her skirt, and carefully crossed one corpse after another, finally walking to the back of the gourd. Sure enough, there really is a smiley face on the back of this gourd. Cold Frost hurriedly responded. Yes. The other end asked again. Isn't that smile kind, Cold Frost? He looked at the gourd, with its hideous grinning face, and for a moment was at a loss for words. Speak. Cold Frost was startled, then hurriedly said, it should be considered compassionate. What do you mean? Should? Cold Frost watched just as a drop of water, falling from above the cave, hung just at the corner of the mouth of that gourd's smiling face. Looked like the gourd was drooling on him. Cold Frost was so scared that he turned pale, then rushed to escape. It's nothing. It's that smiley face that's a little too kind. But the wrathful heavenly hall side blew up. The supreme treasure, the dust-cleansing gourd. The angry Sky Hall was a bit nonplussed. Then he said, you guard that place and don't let anyone come near. Having said that, the transmission was interrupted. Langfrost's body trembled as he looked at the group of corpses. Hey, it's annoying. Cold Frost was very hard to bear. She was already timid and was guarding these bodies at this time. For Cold Frost, it was torture. In the end, Cold Frost could only curl up in a corner and cover his face with his hands. Just then, I don't know who farted. Cold Frost? Then a scene unforgettable to Cold Frost appeared. He saw the bodies all turn their heads to look at one of them. The man was a little embarrassed. I didn't hold back. Cold Frost exclaimed. Then she saw the group of corpses looking at her again in unison. Some even, with blood dripping from their faces. Cold Frost's eyes rolled over and he lay straight on the ground. This time, the corpses were not calm. Someone even grabbed the guy who farted and beat him up on the ground. Damn you! If you ruin King Yama's plan, we'll all be punished along with you. The means of those two. Have you never seen it or what? The man who had been punched was aggravated at this point. I don't want to, but I can't help it. Wait, don't fight yet. What about this little bitch? The crowd fell silent for a moment. Reposition him in the same position he was in before and we'll recline. The crowd nodded. Then once again, he helped Cold Frost up and curled up on the floor, still with his hands over his face. After that all lay down again. All is calm. Day. At this time, the three skeletons, their mouths were twitching like they were going to say something. But in the end, all it could do was make a da-da-da-da sound. The old man who was surrounded by counting skeletons was also in tears at this time. Old ancestor, if we can't talk, can we write? You three old bones. You keep clicking at me. I'm panicking. Touch one of the robed skeleton tambourines struck the old man on the head, then took a branch and wrote on the ground. Heal. Let's go. The old man's eyes widened. No, old ancestor. I haven't lived long enough, and you're taking me away? Touch. The old man's head was once again pounded by another skull. This was followed by writing on the floor as well. You must go. There are devils. If you don't, you'll soar. The old man looked at his three old ancestors in confusion. It's not. Are you skeletons without brains? I'm going to be flying high. What am I going to walk away from? Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. The other skeleton came to the old man. His mouth kept opening and closing up and down, and he pointed to the sky and then to the ground. Then his hand bones clapped and he spread his arms. Da 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 da. You got it. The old man was filled with confusion. Then looked to the two skeletons next to him. What is this old man talking about? One of the skulls wrote on the ground. Up to the heavens, down to the earth. This world will be misplaced, even ushering in a quantitative calamity. If you don't leave, you will shine in the midst of this quantitative calamity, which is not good for us. You get it, old man. Chapter 103. I've never counted this kind of hang-up in my life. So hurry up and come with us. Another skeleton writes on the ground again. The old man's brain is mush to this day. He was also confused by his three old ancestors. I'll be glowing and hot. Bad for us? What the hell kind of a statement is that? But the old man really couldn't argue with the three skeletons either. One can only sigh. Alright, I'll listen to the old ancestor. But I'm hungry, so let me have something to eat before we hurry. The three skeletons looked at each other. A nod followed. It wasn't long before the old man casually arrived next to a small town, and then just found a random diner. But when the old man just sat down, they all nearly jumped out of their skin in fear. Because this little restaurant, it was already full. Of course, that's not the main thing. Mainly, in the old man's eyes, these people were bubbling with the aura of bloodshed. It's like a bloodbath. The old man let his eyes go. Several groups. All of these people. All of them have blood on their hands. May look more closely. The old man was filled with confusion. What would you like to eat, sir? The shopkeeper came over to inquire. The old man looked at the shopkeeper and let out a bitter smile. Sorry, I forgot to bring money. Having said that, the old man rushed off. The old man then once again looked for a restaurant that didn't have many people, found an elegant room, and casually ordered some food. Look around. The old man hurriedly whispered to the surrounding area. Are the three old ancestors in or out? Wow. The old man had just finished speaking when three skeleton frames hung upside down from the beams of the room. Eyes aligned on the old man. Gave the old man a breath of fright. Old ancestor, can you guys not scare me? I'm not too young. This heart of mine really can't take it. One of the skeletons took a stencil and brushed up a line. Shouting at us for what? Only then did the old man voice his doubts. Old ancestor, I've just calculated a very strange trigram. It's those people in the party. I calculated that they all have a blood light disaster. But this blood light disaster, it won't let them die, and they won't even be injured. But the strange thing is that this blood light disaster, it's still kind of unstable in a stable way. Flickering and flickering, like it's dancing. In my life, I've never seen such a trigram before. The three skeletons? The scene was silent for a long time. The old man asked tentatively at this time, could it be that I'm not a good learner? The three skulls disappear. Not for long. Three skeletons with bones that turned a greenish color, tugging at the old man to leave. Hey, wait, ancestors, what's going on here? I haven't. Before the old man could finish, the three skeletons fell straight down and lay in a row, their arms still crossed over their chests. That look, it looked very peaceful. Old man, what's going on here? Right about this time, the old man suddenly heard a familiar voice. When I was practicing medicine before, I often came to this restaurant to eat. Don't think this small store is not good, but the craftsmanship is great. Zhao Enough and Lu Shuani stepped in from outside. The old man froze. Then he waved at Zhao Enough, trying to say hello. Suddenly a skeleton jumped up, covered his mouth, and hurriedly pulled him into the elegant room, slamming the door behind him with a bang. Lu Shuani looked in the direction of the old man. Some uncertainty. Brother Zhao, I think I just saw that fortune teller again. Zhao Enough froze for a moment. Where? Lu Shuani pointed to the old man's elegant room. At that moment the skeleton that had covered the old man's mouth lay down again, motionless. As for Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough, they had already arrived at the door of the elegant room. While the elegant room was pushed open, Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough then saw the old man spit out a finger bone from his mouth. There were also three skeletons on the ground. Several people were silent with each other. The old man hurriedly explained at this point. These three are my old ancestors. Didn't our family's ancestral tomb blow up before? I just thought of helping our family's old ancestor to find a new feng shui treasure. When Fang was carrying my family's old mouth, he accidentally sneezed on. Oh, this is too coincidental. Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough nodded in relief. Zhao Enough smiled this time. Just in time. Acquaintances meet. Let's have a drink. My treat. As soon as the old man heard that Zhao Enough was treating him, naturally, I won't say no. But look at the old man. Zhao Enough still said, why don't you read my fortune again? The old man scratched his head. What do you want to count? Zhao Enough was still a little undecided. You do the math for me. What kind of person I will become in the future? Zhao Enough hadn't done anything bad since he followed Lu Shuani, but he always felt that the things they didn't seem like good things. That's what gave rise to the idea of trying to get the old man to do the math again. The old man said at this time, birth date. Zhou nodded. Enough. After getting Zhao Enough's birth date, the old man began to measure. Not much longer. The old man's eyes widened. You will be honored by the world in the future. And everyone who sees you will make a pilgrimage to you. And even still I saw a line of writing. Zhou was pleased enough. How? The old man raised an eyebrow. Save the suffering and rescue Zhao Tianzuan. Zhao Enough was instantly ecstatic. Really? The old man nodded. At this moment, Zhao Enough was happy as a child. Brother Lu, did you hear that? In the future, will be the Heavenly Father Zhao who saves suffering and hardship, which means that my medical skills will be famous all over the world. Lu Shuani said with more congratulations. So, you don't have to worry this time, right? Zhou nodded. Enough. At this moment, Zhao Enough suddenly looked at the old man and said, why don't you do some math for my brother Lu? The old man looked at Lu Shuani's face and hesitantly nodded. Alright, 8. Lu Shuani hesitated for a moment and gave the old man the 8 characters of the time he crossed over here. The old man began to divine. The old man did the math again, and then fell into deep thought. Zhao Enough frowned. Tell me instead, what's going on? The old man was a little uncertain. This brother Lu, although his fame is not as good as yours, he is also known as a true gentleman who is all righteousness. His fame is not too big, nor is it too small, but it was that whirling black gas really the Haoran Qi? Zhou Enough? All righteous? Zhao Enough looked at Lu Shuani with some disbelief. Lu Shuani was somewhat speechless. What's that look in your eye, isn't it? Zhao was enough to fall into silence. What had been a somewhat booked appointment instantly turned bad. AI. The way of fortune-telling is really not to be trusted. Lu Shuani blackened his face. I think you're cursing me. Zhou Enough smiled. No really, I just don't think fortune-telling is really believable. Lu Shuani sighed. However, Lu Shuani watched the people from the angry sky hall leave, and at this time, he also saluted the old man. Thanks, old man. Having said that, he threw the old man 1,000 spirit stones and offered his farewell. Zhao Enough followed suit. Lu Shuani and Zhao Gong just left. The 3 skeletons. Then he jumped up. One came in with a flying kick that sent the old man straight to the ground. The other 2 copped a bench and then the 3 of them ganged up on him. No, don't fight. Chapter 104, There's something wrong. Coldfrost woke up again. A dumbfounded look at the current scene. The bodies. Or those bodies. The positions haven't even changed. And himself. Also still sitting on the floor. Hands over face action. Me? Having a nightmare? Coldfrost muttered to himself with some lack of confidence. Think about it. Langfrost picked up a small stone and threw it towards the group of corpses. The small stone smashed accurately into the head of a corpse. There was no movement or response. Coldfrost picked up a bigger piece. For a moment, the members of the Yama temple were somewhat speechless. Touch the stone hit a body again. With no reaction, Coldfrost hesitated. She then made a move with one hand. Rumble. A boulder was controlled directly in the air by him. The members of Yama's temple were already sweating. Is this girl sick? This was the first thought that came to the minds of the Yama temple personnel. Just as the people of Yama temple couldn't help but be exposed. Suddenly someone called out to Coldfrost. Stop. What are you doing? Coldfrost shivered in fear. When he glanced back, he realized that a feminine-looking woman was looking at her angrily. 7th Lord. Coldfrost tried to explain. But for a moment, I don't know how to explain it. One can't say that one is frightened by this group of corpses. How humiliating would that be? The woman called the 7th had an icy face. Get out of here. Coldfrost hurriedly bowed his head. Yes. Wait until Coldfrost moves out of the way. Behind him, the people from the angry sky hall hurriedly surrounded the place. The 7th Lord, on the other hand, ignored the corpses on the ground and walked directly towards the cave. Upon seeing that gourd, 7th was a little confused. He pulled out a scroll and compared it to the Black Hulk. The information said that the dust cleansing gourd is purple, but why is this black? She then walked to the back of the gourd once more. Seeing that on the gourd, the hideous smiley face, 7th could not help but look outside at Coldfrost. That's mercy? Coldfrost's neck cringed. Immediately after that, Condensation's body rancidly disappeared into the blind spot of the cave. 7th was somewhat speechless. Although it may be different, this is indeed the dust cleansing gourd. Someone, take it away. 7th shouted. Just a half a dozen shouts. 7th didn't see anyone either. Where did they all die? 7th angrily walked out of the cave. But she had just stepped outside the cave. Bang! 7th then felt a blackness before his eyes. Then get down on the ground. Brush up on. Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough's figures appeared instantly. Do it. Zhou nodded enough. Lu Shuani directly controlled the black gourd and began to draw the blood of these people out of thin air, as well as the power of their divine souls. Zhao Enough is also treating on the side. The other members of the Yama temple, while preventing anyone from waking up, watched the scene in horror. Even they saw those on the ground, unconscious, but their bodies still kept twitching. This, then, is the two lords of Yama. Inside, the crowd became even more loyal to Yama temple. Even the eyes that looked at Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough grew more and more respectful. Maybe it's a case of one for the road. This time, Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough worked extremely well together. The two men pumped these men's livers straight to the max and stopped. Lu Shuani then gave each person a forgetfulness elixir and had the people from the Yama temple send the group outside once again. They even put up a tent for them to rest. After doing this, Lu Shuani gave those Yama palace people some blood pills and soul pills before he disappeared once again with Zhao Enough. Early the next morning, Seventh stood outside the tent with white lips and some confusion. Not only was she a little thirsty now, but she even had a headache, even subconsciously covering his stomach with one hand, feeling a bit of liver pain still. But what puzzled her the most was this. Did she have the tent set up yesterday? Seventh rubbed his temples. Kind of hard to remember. But then, a group of people from the Angry Sky Hall all walked out of the tent with white lips and confused faces. It seemed to be readable in their eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Seventh opened his mouth to inquire at this point. Who pitched the tent last night and why are we resting in this place? The crowd was dumbfounded. Seventh frowned. All of you check to see if anything is missing from your body. And also, if you're hurt. The people from the Angry Sky Hall checked again. Both ended up shaking their heads. No injuries, just a little thirst and a little, well, liver pain. This situation has arisen. Seventh wasn't prepared to act immediately either. Well then, let's make some adjustments and go scouting at night. The crowd nodded. Third morning, Seventh stood outside the tent once again in a daze. Day 4, Day 5, Day 6, Day 8. The seventh lord couldn't stand up, because standing up makes you dizzy. Even when he looked inside his body, there was very little blood in his own body. What's going on here? Hit a bad spot? The seventh lord trembled and walked out on his crutches. But what came into view was the people of the Angry Sky Palace, all of them with pale faces supporting each other. Obviously they are all young people, but now they all seem to look like old and infirm. Seventh clueless. Can someone tell me what's going on here? Also, what are we here for? Why are we here? At this moment there was a person from the Angry Sky Hall covering his liver. My lord. Forget the rest for a moment. Do you feel it? A throbbing pain in your liver? Seventh nods. There is such a thing. The man's face was ugly at this point. I just examined the party and found that all of our people, their livers are a bit atrophied. That feels like overwork. Other than that, if we don't eat something to nourish our livers, we're going to have to get a new one. Seventh froze. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and find it. Yes. The seventh lord then watched as a group of people held each other up and walked towards the town in the distance. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. They are finally getting their breath back. It was only at this time that Seventh also remembered. No good. Our mission this time is the dust cleansing gourd. Hurry and go see if the gourd is still there. Another day passed. This day, the seventh lord's face was a little waxy. She was in a wheelchair and was pushed to a creek. The seventh lord sipped his chrysanthemum tea while fuming. She just sat there, in disbelief. The seventh did not respond until the sun went down, especially when darkness fell. Endless fear welled up in her heart. Is it nighttime again? I don't know why. Once in the evening, Seventh just felt like he couldn't stop his liver from quivering. Chapter 105, Yama says you have to die on the third night. Late into the night, the seventh lord still hadn't made any moves. For the fear within and the convulsions in her liver were a constant reminder that the most important thing he needed to do right now was to get well and recuperate. But I just don't know why. As the night got deeper, the fear and unease within her grew worse. Re-enter the tent. The seventh lord saw that those he had brought with him were likewise like himself, uneasy, fearful, and nervous at his surroundings. Seventh's eyes were confused, even a little disconcerted. Why is it like this? And what the hell are we doing here? Just at this time, Seventh's waist plate suddenly flew out. Immediately after that, a shadowy figure dressed in a black robe, whose face could not be seen, was released. That shadowy figure also froze for a few seconds when it saw Seventh, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and the members of the Angry Sky Hall, who were all weak beyond recognition. I don't know how long it's been. It was only then that the vapors asked, "What's going on with you guys?" Seventh took another sip of chrysanthemum tea and shook his head with a blank expression. I don't know. That virtual shadow also stopped inquiring about this matter. Has the dust cleansing gourd arrived yet? That was what that imaginary figure was most concerned about. But who knows? Seventh, on hearing about the dust cleansing gourd, the body began to tremble. Snapped. He saw two people in a blur. Those two gradually became huge in front of Seventh's eyes. Not only that, those two, with a sardonic smile on their faces, one was covered in green light and the other had a black gourd in his hand. Then she saw the two men extend their huge palms towards her. No, 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 don't. Ah. Seventh pranced out of his wheelchair and fled like a madman toward the distance. The vapors? What's going on with him? The Void Shadow looked at the other members of the Angry Sky Hall. As a result, those members of the Angry Sky Hall were all drooling from their mouths with dull eyes. Ababa. Hey, 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 Ababa. Void. The main hall of the Angry Sky Hall. The Vice Lord of the Angry Sky Hall. Looking at what his men were reporting, his expression was also filled with disbelief. The Seventh Fury has gone mad, and along with the people he brought with him, all of them have become demented as well? The man in the black robe nodded. Indeed, and it's worse than expected. Seventh seems to be mentally traumatized, especially when it comes to the night, all hiding and shivering in corners where no one else can see. It seems to be that some great terror is after her. The Deputy Hall Master frowned. What about the dust cleansing gourd? The black robes shook their heads. I don't know where to go. Where's Coldfrost? I don't know where to go. The Deputy Hall Master once again became silent, because this was the first time that the Angry Sky Hall had lost one after another, and it was unknown what had befallen them, and clueless. What a horrible thing this was for the Angry Heaven Palace, which knew what was going on in the world. Sure, the Vice Temple Master also hurriedly responded. Since Chinjo's plan failed, let's find another opportunity to continue practicing it. The opening time of the ancient mysteries can no longer be delayed. If we miss this time to plan, then all the efforts afterward will be in vain. This time, you personally lead people and head to Chinjo to receive them. The Heaven Mending Pill and the Mountain River Seal in the ancient mysterious realm must be in your hands, and whichever it is, don't let him fall into Ji Suiying's hands. The black-robed man nodded. I know, Temple Master. That Vice Hall Master looked at him somewhat strangely. What are you always covering your loins for? The black-robed man's eyes were also a bit puzzled. I don't know. It's just that I went to Chinjo and came back feeling a little liver pain. The Vice Temple Master tapped his fingers on the arm of his chair. This symptom of yours? How come it's a bit similar to the seventh anger? Have you encountered anything in it? The black-robed man shook his head. That's not true. It's just that there are times when I somewhat forget things, but no harm done. That Vice Hall Master nodded, then waved his hand to signal this black robe to go down. Walking out of the main hall of the Angry Sky Hall, there was also some doubt in the black robe's mind. He was still trying to remember when he was investigating the dust cleansing gourd in Chinjo. How did you end up falling asleep? What the hell happened before falling asleep? Why does one's liver, like the seventh fury, throb and ache at the end of the day? Even this time, when the Vice Hall Master asked him to lead a team to Chinjo to receive them, for no reason at all, he inwardly somewhat resisted traveling to Chinjo. What kind of place is Chinjo anyway? Why does it give me the feeling of a dragon's den? As this black robe walked, he suddenly frowned. Boom, he took a direct shot. Instantly, he grabbed someone from the shadows who was covered in a black aura. Who are you and why are you here? The corners of the mouth of the man covered in black aura lifted slightly, revealing a bizarre smile. You can't run away, but you can live for a while. If Hades lets you die on the third night, you won't live past the fifth night. Enjoy what's left of it. Ah ha 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 ha. Put. The black robe crushed him straight away. The black-robed man was very disdainful of this bizarre person, and the bizarre words he said. Humph, playing God. But the next second, the black-robed face then became dull, for he saw the black mist surging. It didn't take long for that person he had crushed before to coalesce and resurrect once again. The man gave him another wry smile, then simply disappeared without a trace. The black-robed face was ugly. He was a little confused as to what the hell that was, but he remained undaunted. Humph, Yan Wang. If you dare to appear in front of me, I will let you know. Speaking of which, the black-robed man couldn't go on, because at that moment, an image suddenly flashed through his mind. He seemed to see two men, both of whom had very grim smiles. As the image flashed through the mind, the black-robed man's body was already wet with cold sweat. Hoo. He ended up with his heart beating even faster involuntarily. It also caused him to breathe heavily. Finally, he even flopped down on the ground, his body still trembling. His pupils also began to lax. This man, dead, died right outside the raging sky hall. It also just happened to echo the words of the Black Shadow just now. Hades let you die on the third night, and you won't live past the fifth watch. At this point, it is exactly fulfilled. Lin Wudao looked at the Book of Fate, and the black zephyr that had made a fork gradually disappeared. Only then did he put away the Book of Fate and the quill. Sure, after Kurosawa's name disappeared from the Book of Fate, Lin Wudao's cultivation had once again grown. Lin Wudao was speechless. His initial thought, anyway, if you can't beat it, you should join for the time being, as long as you don't make an enemy of Lu Xuanyi. It's not a loss in any way. As for Hades, it was purely accidental, but this accident became a great opportunity for Lin Wudao. This can be really wonderful. Lin Wudao suddenly remembered that when he left from the Holy Land earlier, he had once met an old man who told fortunes. At first he had only asked in jest, "Where should I go?" The fortune teller said, "Go to Qinzhou, and the road to the future will be unobstructed, and there will be great opportunities in heaven and earth belonging to you there." Looking at the present-day Yama Temple, Lin Wudao was somewhat silent. Chapter 106, A Favor. Whether or not he would have his own piece of heaven and earth in the future, Lin Wudao didn't know, but when I think of the outrageous extent of Hades today, he thought there would be. Said he had a big chance here, and there's nothing wrong with that, but he himself is dead once, and has been severely beaten by a book. As for talking about your future path, Lin Wudao ran his cultivation. At this moment, he was covered in a terrifying black aura, even giving off a gloomy and cold, as well as bizarre feeling. Lin Wudao. Well, I always have a feeling of saying it, even a little toothache. Suddenly, Lin Wudao's eyes lit up. Come on man. Whoosh, a dark shadow appeared instantly. Lin Wudao directly gave this black shadow a portrait. Find the old man in the middle of this portrait and bring him to our Yama temple. This is a talented man. We can't let him stray. The dark shadow nodded, took the scroll, and disappeared in an instant. Lin Wudao, on the other hand, laughed. Since you've calculated so accurately, it's better to tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck for me after Yama's palace. Right about this time, Shadowguard walked over as well. My lord, what you asked for? Got it. Lin Wudao froze for a moment, then tentatively asked, the entire information of the ninth Saint Sun? Shadowguard nodded. He then handed Lin Wudao a scroll and something called the Turning Reversal Pearl. Lin Wudao carefully looked at the information on it. He also finally realized why the guy had suddenly risen to prominence in the first place. It turns out it's all because of this turning reverse bead. Because of this bead, it could reverse someone's qualifications and enlightenment once, and even carried some unique characteristics. This was the case with that ninth Saint Sun at the beginning. It's just a shame. This turning reverse bead will only recognize its own master. If the person who didn't recognize the owner gets this, that is, regular beads. Sure, that's not even the most detailed. The most detailed thing was that it was also written on this information that the ninth Saint Sun wore SH bottoms. And even what hobbies he had and what he had done were all clear. Lin Wudao was a bit shocked. Because of this efficiency, and this information, it was many times more powerful than the original Shadow Court. Wait. Lin Wudao suddenly looked at the turning reversal bead in his hand and fell into deep thought. How did you guys investigate so well? Shudfor heatedly laughed. We have a brother who has some talent, and that is that when he eats a person's soul, he is able to get all the memories of that person's soul. Lin Wudao was shocked. So, the ninth Saint Sun is dead? Shadowguard nodded. Lin Wudao panicked. You fucking. Lin Wudao made an effort to calm his breath. Once again, he said, you're not clear about what kind of consequences it will be if the ninth Saint Sun dies. Aren't you clear about the methods of the heavenly extremity Holy Land? Do you know what consequences we will face if this matter is revealed? Shadowguard nodded. I know. Lin Wudao was furious, knowing that you're still so calm. Shadowguard hemmed and hawed. So, this matter of hunting geniuses is the work of the angry Sky Hall. Lin Wudao rolled his eyes. Do you think the celestial extremity Holy Land is all stupid? Shadowguard shook his head. That's certainly not the case, but the ninth Saint Sun is indeed on the angry Sky Hall's hunting list. Lin Wudao quietly looked at the Shadowguards. I don't know how long it's been. Lin Wudao sighed. The first Holy Maiden of the celestial extreme Holy Land is called the Truth-Seeking Holy Maiden. What you have done, at this moment, I'm afraid that all of the things you have done have been completely insight by her. There are even some people in the celestial extreme Holy Land who have dealings with the angry Sky Palace. This is really an unwise move on your part. Shadowguard nodded. I know. That's why we've captured the sacred maiden of seeking truth. Lin Wudao was dumbstruck. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enuf sat together on one of the roofs of the Green Lotus sect. The two shared a drink while looking at the distant landscape. The weirdest thing is, at this time, both Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enuf had light. A faint golden light emanated from Zhao Enuf's body. It looks a little sacred. Lu Xuanyi's body exuded a faint black light, looking a bit oozy. Both were very confused at this point. Zhao Enuf was a little confused. Brother Lu, I've cured people into psychopaths, and in conjunction with you pumping people's blood and souls to make pills, how is this still being descended with merit and virtue added to my body? Lu Xuanyi was also distressed. This means that what we are doing is not evil. But I just don't understand. The same merit, why is it golden on you and pitch black on me? Zhao enough. Lu Xuanyi. The two drank again and looked at the distant landscape. It was just too much of a stark contrast to the light that was bubbling up from their depths. The point is, the two are still sitting together very cordially. It was a very bizarre scene. However, it occurred to Lu Xuanyi that it was very laborious to hold down that black robe to draw blood and divine soul before. The other party was only in the late Yuaning stage. This makes it seem like one's cultivation is not enough. So, Lu Xuanyi opened his mouth to break the silence. Those people from the Heavenly God sect, they should have recovered about as much as possible. Zhou nodded enough. However, Zhao enough had some resistance in his heart. Or else, you might as well just get rid of the Heavenly God sect's people. I really don't want to show my face anymore. You don't know. After what happened with the Heavenly God sect the last time, the way people look at me now, there's a fear amidst the respect. Lu Xuanyi took out an elixir at this moment. Above that pill, there were 3 dandelions. It is? Zhou was puzzled enough. Lu Xuanyi explained. Golden spirit pill. For raising your cultivation. Zhou was silent enough for a bit. Recently with Lu Xuanyi, he often faced Yuaning cultivators. His current early Jindan cultivation level was indeed too low. But when he thought that he would have to help Lu Xuanyi draw blood and refine his soul, he was a bit diabolical. Lu Xuanyi explained again at this point. No blood extraction and soul refining this time. This time you're helping the Heavenly God sect. Pure and simple. Because I'm going to experiment with a spell. Only this one might be a little too powerful. Zhao enough stared straight at Lu Xuanyi with his eyes. Will it explode? Lu Xuanyi coughed. That, I don't really know. Lu Xuanyi is really not sure. Because when he entered Jindan, in the end, the performance of that thunderbolt, I'm afraid that Yuaning shouldn't be that terrifying. But fear not. Fear not. So, Lu Xuanyi couldn't say. Zhao was enough to take a deep breath. Tell me the truth. Were those people who blew up in front of my eyes before? Were they related to you? Lu Xuanyi shook his head. No. You said one of your own doesn't lie to one of your own. Then I'm sorry. From here on out, we're done. Grass. It's really you. Lu Xuanyi. I'll fucking fight you. Half an hour later, Zhao enough was sitting on the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face, his hands holding his legs, his face full of aggression. Alright, don't worry. Follow me. In the future, I will make you the Zhao Tianzuan who saves suffering. I swear to the heavens. Zhao enough looked at a panda-eyed Lu Xuanyi with a slightly better face. That's what you said. Chapter 107. Entering Yuaning. Lu Xuanyi had long known the method of stepping into Yuaning. Nowadays, resources were available, enemies were not lacking, and the ancient secret realm was opening soon. The cultivation level of Jindan was just not enough, mainly because of his Jindan cultivation. It was a struggle to pump the blood and soul of the Yuaning cultivator. Nowadays, for the sake of the secret realm and to make it easier to feed the people of the Yama Palace in the future, he had to raise his cultivation properly. I don't know how long it's been. Lu Xuanyi finally found a hidden place, then began to sit in meditation. For the Jindan to enter the Yuaning, it was necessary to make the Jindan very solid, and when the Jindan had solidified to a certain point, then a strand of the divine soul was separated and entered within the Jindan. After that, it was to allow the divine soul to completely absorb the aura of the Jindan, and then begin to take shape and grow. Finally, he broke through Jindan and achieved Yuaning. The process, how it's so much like. Lu Xuanyi's face was very odd, but the problem now was that he had one great Jindan and 9 lesser Jindans. How should this enter? Think about it. Lu Xuanyi didn't think much of it. He directly separated 10 divine souls, each entering within his own Jindan. Then he began to swallow the pills and started to nourish his divine soul with a large amount of aura. With the passage of time, coupled with Lu Xuanyi's devouring of elixirs regardless of the cost, he also gradually felt the presence of the Yuaning. And that Yuaning was still growing. Time passed again for an unknown period of time. Lu Xuanyi's Jindan shattered with a loud bang. A miniature little golden man appeared in Lu Xuanyi's dantian. That little golden man opened his mouth and sucked, and the shattered Jindan directly turned into powder and was absorbed into his mouth. Then the little golden man that looked exactly like Lu Xuanyi, the golden light on his body, started to become even more shining. And what made Lu Xuanyi even more surprised was, those 9 little golden eggs did not condense 9 Yuaning. Instead, each of the 9 Jindans flashed with 9 different attributes before linking into a circle that hovered behind one's Yuaning. It looks like a divine wheel. Boom! The moment the firstborn appeared, Lu Xuanyi's aura instantly climbed to another level. The power he controlled within his body at this time was compared to the Jindan period. Not at all in the same league. The most intuitive feeling is, the golden elixir is able to move mountains and fill seas. Then, in the eyes of the firstborn, The mountains and rivers of the world are nothing but tofu dregs. Boom! At this moment, Lu Xuanyi casually released a spiritual attack. There were no spells, and no means of attack. It's just a purely spiritual attack. But it was this attack of spiritual energy. Directly the circle of the eye turns everything into nothingness. It's like a dandelion being blown and a pile of sand being pushed over easily by itself. This, the firstborn, is so terrifying. Lu Xuanyi was shocked. Even more shocking, after reaching the firstborn, the amount of aura on its own was also too terrifying. The spiritual power of the golden elixir if compared to a river. That genesis is an ocean. No wonder, when I had all the means, plus the golden light of the heavenly god sect dimmed quite a bit, before I beheaded the Yuaning. This Yuaning, indeed, and Jindan is a chasm. If not for his own hanging, in the hands of the Yuaning is really looking for death. Right about this time, a light shone from the body sky straight in front of Lu Xuanyi's eyes. Immediately following it, was a path of golden light that extended directly to Lu Xuanyi's feet. Lu Xuanyi's eyes widened. Crap! Stop it! I'm only a Yuaning. I'm not ready to ascend yet. You've got this path to immortality all worked out for me. Lu Xuanyi naturally didn't believe that this was the path to immortality. All he could say was, this skyjacking is getting better and better at it. Lu Xuanyi decided to ignore the falsehood in front of him, but Lu Xuanyi turned around on his side. Just see the path to immortality again. No matter how many times you turn around, the road to immortality is all at your feet. Lu Xuanyi was speechless. Do I have to go? Lu Xuanyi didn't panic. Lao Tzu has the golden scroll of the great Tao and it has many names. Even after she had entered the Yuaning, the golden scroll of the Great Way opens a new blank page. Instantly 3 more golden flashes to the name of the mechanism appeared on it. Qin Yuan Shan, Li Tai, Wang Ming, Golden Extreme, he. Lao Zi is now almost always a golden enemy. Lao Zi is still afraid of your district thunderbolt? Having said that, Lu Xuanyi steps out with a leg kick. However, there was no response. Even the name on the golden scroll of his great Tao did not fluctuate. That's it? Lu Xuanyi was a bit incredulous. Lu Xuanyi then moved forward again, all the way to the end. It was Lu Xuanyi who was dumbfounded. He saw a group of women who were so ugly that they were physically obese, dressed in minimal, heavy makeup dancing to themselves. While dancing, he was also winking towards himself. Lu Xuanyi, within the heavenly god sect. During this time, the heavenly god cult's body was just getting well. Originally, the celestial god cult felt that you can pivot yourself again. But suddenly, everyone up and down the heavenly god sect opened their mouths and spat. The ones that can't spit straight up spit blood. That intense feeling of nausea and regurgitation made the heavenly god cultists become once again as good as dead. At this point, there were members of the heavenly god sect whose minds had long since reached the brink of collapse. Now once again they are suffering in this way. They laughed. Look away and cut yourself loose. Even walking away, with a smile on his face. Finally, relief. Those people were very happy. But then, a green light enveloped them. They were instantly full of blood. People of the celestial god cult? Zhao Enough was flying in the air at this time. After eating the golden spirit pill that Lu Xuanyi had given him, he was now also in the middle stage of the golden dan. The means of treatment. Even further, Zhao Gong looked at the members of the heavenly god sect and said, don't worry, with me here, you definitely won't die. The entire heavenly god sect? Ooh-hoo. Vomit, vomit, vomit. The entire heavenly god sect cried bitterly while vomiting. There were even people who had already knelt down and kowtowed to Zhao Enough with a bang. Your Excellency Zhao Enough, please, let us die. Really, as long as you let go, I'm willing to give you my entire worth. Yes, Your Excellency Zhao Enough, I really don't want to live anymore now. Just let go and let me die. I don't have any attachment to the earth anymore. Zhao Enough's face was cold. What words? What words? I'm a doctor. How can I let people die in front of my eyes? You're trashing my sign. As I said, you can't die even if the King of Heaven comes today. As soon as I heard that, the entire heavenly god sect was in despair. And those who were watching at this time, although they were already somewhat numb, but seeing the heavenly god sect's people kneeling down and asking Zhao Enough to grant them death, still, he couldn't help but stare. Not to mention these people. It was the small worlds at the edge of the secret realm where those great powers couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch madly when they saw this tactic of Zhao Enough. But then, a horrifying scene appeared. The people of the heavenly god sect began to all lie on the ground at this time, mouth open. Woof woof woof. Crowd. The great powers in the small world? Zhao Enough? Chapter 108. Terrifying robbery. Zhao Enough does have a great reputation. In the first place, all things are robbed and destroyed under the universal life. And in the second place, It is better for you to live than to die. But now, Zhao Enough's reputation had once again come to a new height. Zhao Enough went so far as to directly treat people as animals. This time, even the people who were watching were gone. It's simple. They were afraid that Zhao Enough would look at one of them and directly treat you as an animal. The great powers inside the small world were much higher in cultivation than Zhao Enough though. But even so, they couldn't help but be covered in cold sweat when they saw this tactic of Zhao Enough's. There were even some great powers who directly transmitted their voices to their families or clans. In the future, if you encounter Zhao Enough, go around and remember, be respectful and never offend. If you break it, expel from the family. At this time in the small world, the place where the angry Sky Hall was located, a voice came. No matter what, this Zhao Enough cannot be allowed to exist. Obliterate. Must be obliterated. No matter what the cost, this Zhao Enough must die. As the voice finished, there was already an influx of experts from the angry Sky Hall. As for Zhao Gong, upon seeing that the Heavenly God sect now had no need for treatment, and he stopped, but looking at that group of Heavenly God sect disciples who now looked like animals, Zhao Enough still held back the twitching of his face. Is this what you said? Making me the world-famous bitter-saving Zhao Tianzuan? Zhao Enough was full of color at this time, especially when he saw the eyes of those cultivators looking at him with terror. He felt bad. You fucking Lu Shuani. Zhao Enough cursed in his heart and went directly to Lu Shuani in anger. He wants Lu Shuani to give him a statement. Zhao Enough is gone. However, Abe Falling Snow was standing in the Heavenly God sect's compound, looking at these disciples of hers, all of whom were lying on the ground like animals. She became a little desperate. Why? This kind of outrageous and bizarre thing appeared in my Heavenly God sect? Even looking at these disciples, each one of them had completely lost their own minds. Abe Falling Snow only felt a blackness before his eyes. Finished. This time in the ancient mysteries, the Heavenly God sect is completely finished. At this moment, Lu Shuani's eyes were filled with blood. He was never expecting it. This time, the Heavenly Calamity was such a spicy image. Those big, bearded Ruwa, stripping in front of him, and all kinds of that disgusting enchantment. It makes you want to puke to watch it. The point is, all of his own disgusting reaction was also passed on to the celestial god cult. But the hot eyes one doesn't count as a negative. This is also a top-notch torture for Lu Shuani. It was good to get through it. The result is another group of dogs that are cute as hell. Then keep circling around Lu Shuani. Join us, join. A voice kept lingering in Lu Shuani's mind, combined with the super cute eyes of those dogs. If Lu Shuani didn't have the golden scroll of the Great Tao, Lu Shuani was probably really caught up. The good thing is, it also seems to be a spiritual negative, directly assumed by the celestial god cult. While the path to immortality is broken, Lu Shuani's body was suspended in midair. The broken path to immortality transformed into a terrifying mana, all of which poured into Lu Shuani's body. Originally, Lu Shuani, who had entered Yuaning, should have been very happy, but after this bizarre and torturous heavenly tribulation, Lu Shuani was not happy at all. Lu Shuani was even silent for half a day before finally sighing. It's better than being struck by lightning. I'd rather be struck by lightning. Lu Shuani's side had just finished his transmigration. He saw Zhao Enough flying over angrily, carrying a white-clothed woman who was already scared silly in his hands. Lu Shuani? Zhao Enough looked at Lu Shuani and became furious. What on earth have you done? And why have all the people of the celestial god cult lost their human minds and turned into beasts? Do you know how famous I am for being screwed? Now people are privately calling me the most terrifying devil today. Some people even call me Old Devil Zhao directly. Lu Shuani froze for a moment. Really a dog? Zhao Enough to shake her head. That's not true. The body is still a human body, but the thinking is that they think they are a dog. No, that's not the point. The point is, didn't we have an agreement? I'm simply saving suffering this time. Why are you victimizing me like this? Lu Shuani was also a bit embarrassed. How could he have known that this time the heavenly tribulation looked like this? Lu Shuani hurriedly took out 2 golden spirit pills. It was an accident this time. Here's something to make amends. Zhao Enough wanted to say something else, but when he saw the golden spirit pill, Zhao Enough swallowed his saliva. No, I've lost a lot this time. You'll get 2 more. Lu Shuani? Adding 2 more is naturally no problem. Lu Shuani casually took 2 more, and Zhao Enough received the golden spirit pill with joy at this time, smiling from ear to ear. Lu Shuani was a bit strange. And you're really not mad? Zhao Enough to sigh. My reputation. You have long been beaten out of me, and now that my reputation is a bit more fierce, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I can kind of see that since following you, it's impossible for me to live in peace in my life. As soon as it's all said and done, Zhao Enough just filled her eyes with resentment, like a little daughter-in-law. But Zhao was enough to turn the words around. He released some golden light from his body once again. How am I growing merit again here? And what the hell is the merit for? Lu Xuanyi explained with a smile. Merit this thing, 10,000 gold oil. There is enough merit. Can directly make your magic treasure, magic weapon, instantly upgrade a level, or can also be used to grow cultivation. This is something I do not recommend. Or you can cast a golden body with merit. A golden body of merit, invulnerable to all laws, imperishable to all laws. Zhao was enough to look abnormal. Hold it for half a day. Zhao enough asked. Can you practice medicine? Lu Xuanyi was somewhat speechless. It can be, but it's like you're paying someone to look at you. And no one who hasn't been smoking mad for a couple hundred years could do something like that. Just words. Lu Xuanyi looked at the condensation that had been shaking for half a day in Zhao Enough's hands. And who is this? Why are you carrying him? Ha! He's also a Yuaning de Yuan. Zhao Enough was also a bit surprised. This little goon is still a Yuaning? Lu Xuanyi rolled his eyes. Is that the point? Why did you grab the firstborn over here? Zhao Enough instantly looked serious. It's like this. Although this girl is a goon, the soup medicine that this girl boiled up is really somewhat powerful. Moreover, through the soup medicine that she boiled up, she lifted the short-lived amnesia that was brought about by your forgetfulness, Dan. Lu Xuanyi was a bit shocked. That great? Cold Frost couldn't tense up at this point. 2 lords of Yen, and I haven't done too many bad things in my life. So please stop drawing my blood and my divine soul. When Long Frost finished speaking, tears fell down her face. Chapter 109. Are you serious? Lu Xuanyi's face looked a bit odd. Can you make herbal soup? More than enough to treat memory loss. What's your name? Long Frost hurriedly responded. My name is Long Frost. Lu Xuanyi once again looked at Zhao Enough. So, what are you going to do with her when you bring her here? Zhao Enough to sigh. I don't feel like she's lying. After all, she doesn't have the guts to lie in front of the two of us. But we can't just leave it alone. So I'm going to throw her to Hades. Lu Xuanyi was somewhat silent. He vaguely remembered what Lin Wudao had set up the Yama Palace for in the first place. Spying for myself. But how gradually, Hades is slowly moving in the direction of hell. This simmering soup is coming. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Alright, it just so happens that I have some things to do. A trip to Hades. Some things to investigate. Zhou nodded enough. The two then took Lang Frost with them to the Palace of Hades. In the prison of Hades, Lin Wudao was incredulous as he walked. Sacred Maiden of Seeking Truth. Yuaning Great Circle. Ah, you're only at the early stage of Yuaning. How did you manage to capture him? Lin Wudao looked at the Shadow Guard and asked. Shadow Guard hemmed and hawed. Poison. Ha! The Holy Maiden of Seeking Truth. Poisoned by the poison you released? What kind of poison? So powerful? Shadow Guard hemmed and hawed again. It's very simple. Since we ate a large amount of Divine Soul Dan, nowadays our souls are very powerful. So I specifically looked for some poisons that specifically target the soul, and directly put the poison into the maximum measurement. We're fine. But seeking the truth Sacred Maiden won't necessarily be fine. The result is obvious. The Sacred Maiden of Seeking Truth was put down by me. Lin Wudao took a deep breath. How much poison did you put in? Shadowguard shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, when I brought the Sacred Maiden of Seeking Truth, the mountain she was on, it was almost all gar. Put. Lin Wudao almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. You, Shadowguard said again. The true Seeker Sacred Maiden is in our hands. Do you think the Heavenly Jade Sacred Ground will believe that we, the recently established Yama Temple, are capable of messing with the Heavenly Jade Sacred Ground? Or will we believe the angry Heavenly Temple? Without the truth-seeking Holy Maiden, the Celestial Extreme Holy Land isn't blind. Lin Wudao was somewhat speechless, even took a serious look at Shadowguard. I think that you also have the potential to become Yama. Shadowguard's eyes lit up. Really? Then why don't you go and talk to the 2 Yama Kings and make me a Yama King too? Brush Lin Wudao pulled out his own long knife and looked at the Shadowguard with a smile. Come. I'll send you on a trip to reincarnation first. The Shadowguards hurriedly pressed Lin Wudao's hand. Your Excellency. Just kidding. You're not even the King of Hell yet. How dare I overstep my bounds? Then the Shadowguard slowly helped Lin Wudao put away his sword. Just walking the prison path. Lin Wudao was a little shocked as he looked at those blackened divine souls. These are the divine souls of those on my Book of Destiny? The Shadowguard nodded. Yes, my lord. Lin Wudao was a bit puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to just kill them, or have the brothers just eat them? What's the point of locking them up? Shadowguard shook his head. Before, they were eaten directly, but we realized that eating them directly was better than letting the great Yen King refine them directly into divine soul pills. And these are wicked people, and carry some evil aura above their souls, so eating them will have an effect on the brothers as well. Lin Wudao laughed. Then came the sentence. Do you think that the great Yen King and the Zhao Yen King are idle, coming to make pills for you every day? Also specialize in catching holy souls to make pills. Why don't you treat raw souls as meals? Start a pot of oil, throw it in directly, and fry it. Before the words were finished, Lin Wudao froze. Shadowguard froze as well. The two were silent for a long time. Shadowguard asked this time, "What you say, my lord? Is it the 18 layers of hell?" Lin Wudao's expression was wonderful. "I don't know." Instead, Shadowguard took this matter and buried it deep in his heart. "By the way, did you find the fortune teller?" Shadowguard nodded. "In your living room." Lin Wudao nodded his head. Not much longer. The two came to the prison of the Sage of Seeking Truth, though also in jail. But the prison of the truth-seeking saintly woman was extraordinarily cozy. It was just that the truth-seeking holy maiden, who was now dressed in black, had a somewhat confused look in her eyes, and even felt like her spirit was still in a bit of a trance. After the truth-seeking holy maiden saw the Shadowguard and Lin Wudao, she couldn't help but stare. Lin Wudao, the second shadow. Lin Wudao smiled. "It's been a long time, Saintess seeking truth." Shadowguard smiled back. "Are you used to living here?" The truth-seeking saintess looked around the cell, her eyes looking straight at the Shadowguards. "You think a cell is something you could get used to?" Shadowguard coughed. The saintess of seeking truth stood up, her hands behind her back. He looked at Lin Wudao and the Shadowguards with a calmness in his eyes. "You two aren't small in guts, daring to take me captive to this place. Do you know what the consequences would be for you if this matter were to be known to the heavenly extreme Holy Land? What are the consequences of this power you have founded now?" Lin Wudao just wanted to speak. At this moment, Lu Xuani's voice came. "Seeking the true Holy Maiden? The celestial extreme Holy Land?" Lin Wudao and the Shadowguards saw Zhaoanaf and Lu Xuani bring Lungfrost over. The two hurriedly saluted. The truth-seeking saintess was a bit dumbfounded. How arrogant Lin Wudao was to curtsy to someone else. And when he saw those two, the truth-seeking holy woman was dumbfounded. One was about the same age as Lin Wudao, and the other only had Jindan cultivation even though he looked middle-aged. Lin Wudao actually saluted the two. Lu Xuani, on the other hand, took a closer look at the woman. Great looks and a great body, just a little arrogant. Lu Xuani looked at Lin Wudao and the Shadowguards. "Why have you captured the holy maiden of the Taiji Holy Land?" Lin Wudao hurriedly spoke out the reason for this. Lu Xuani couldn't help but nod his head after hearing this. "Well, that's very considerate of you guys," said. Lu Xuani directly took 2 pills with a Dan pattern and gave them to the two last time. Shadowguard and Lin Wudao were both people who had walked out of the heavenly Jade Holy Land. They naturally knew how precious this elixir was. Much thanks to the great Yama. Lu Xuani waved his hand. Just what to do with this truth-seeking holy woman? Lu Xuani thought for a moment. How about killing? The sacred maiden of truth-seeking had an ugly expression on her face. "Kill me? Oh, if I'm missing a hair." Lu Xuani directly interrupted him. "Shadowguard, shave all her hair." Shadowguard nodded. "Yes." The sacred maiden of truth-seeking suddenly panicked. You're bold. Aren't you afraid of the heavenly extreme Holy Land?" Lu Xuani said again. "Lin Wudao, go, destroy the heavenly junction Holy Land." Lin Wudao just wanted to salute, but halfway through the trip, it was full of questions. "Are you serious, my lord?" Lu Xuani waved his hand. "Of course I'm kidding." Shadowguard whispered this time. "My lord, it can't be extinguished, but I can poison it." Lin Wudao slapped the Shadowguard's head. Shut up. The terror of that place in the heavenly extreme Holy Land is not something you can think about. But the truth-seeking holy maiden was honest at this time, because she kind of saw it. These people in front of them were truly unafraid of the so-called Heaven's Pole Holy Land, but I just don't know if it's ignorance, or if they really have the power. Chapter 110, Don't Pay Any Attention. Originally, Lu Xuani wanted to get this truth-seeking holy maiden killed, but he was stopped by Lin Wudao. My lord, she is useful. She has a talent that can trace the origin. This ability is very helpful for us in the earth. No, for us in the Yama Palace. In terms of probing intelligence, think for a moment what would happen if the enemy gave us false information that we would really trust. But with her, we won't have false information. Hearing Lin Wudao's words, instead, Lu Xuani had some heart. But Lu Xuani still frowned. Can you be sure? She's loyal? Lin Wudao hurriedly said at this time. I'll keep her loyal. Hear that? Lu Xuani looked at the truth-seeking holy maiden who had her head bowed and did not speak. You're smart enough not to try to move to kill me even when you're in jail. Lin Wudao's eyes widened. Can he still understand if a person is trying to kill him? It's, kind of scary. Even Lin Wudao was a bit scared. It's a good thing I don't have any crooked ideas. Nope, the self with the crooked mind is dead. Moreover, what scared Lin Wudao the most was, now see Lu Xuani again. He felt a pressure he couldn't breathe under. He knew that Lu Xuani was entering Yuaning. This rate of improvement is horrible. What was even horrifying was that it was obviously the same Yuaning. Why Lu Xuanyi had only just entered Yuaning, and when he himself faced Lu Xuanyi, he felt like a mole cricket looking at a giant tree. Lu Xuanyi, on the other hand, thought twice. Finally, I nodded. All right, since you vouched for it, it stays. As to what to do with him, at this moment, Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao Enough. Zhao Enough instantly realized. He directly punched a mana into the body of the sacred maiden of seeking truth. Lu Xuanyi looked at the truth-seeking holy maiden and said, since you are able to see through everything, then you should also understand what is inside you. The sacred maiden of seeking truth looked pale. I know. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Good to know. He then looked at Lin Wudao. You arrange what happens to him next. And also, what I asked for before. There are details and information about the Heavenly God sect. I want to see it. Lin Wudao nodded his head. Several people then proceeded to the main hall of the Yama temple. In fact, when it was said to be the main hall, it was just an ordinary quadrangle, because the members of the Yama temple, most of the time, were practicing in the shadow. The house, or whatever, was not needed for the time being, and was not built. But after coming to the main hall, Lin Wudao left with the truth-seeking holy maiden and the shadow guard. He's going to see the fortune teller. Zhao Enough was discussing herbs with Longfrost. Lu Xuanyi, on the other hand, was looking at the information on the Heavenly God cult, because Lu Xuanyi wanted to know what was going on in this world and how there were still little cherry blossoms. That's why he wanted to get up and go to Sakura's history, but read through the whole thing, leaving Lu Xuanyi somewhat dumbfounded, because these little cherry blossoms were, surprisingly, still Terra Nova, one of the 9 states of this world. The people of Terra Nova are generally the little cherry blossoms. As for the celestial god cult, it was the clan that represented the strongest clan in Yingzhou. But then again, because Qinzhou borders Yingzhou, that's why Terra Nova had wolfish ambitions to annex Qinzhou. But the Heavenly God sect was able to gain a foothold in Qinzhou, and there was even the shadow of the angry sky hall behind this. Lu Xuanyi tapped his fingers lightly on the desktop. For a moment, he thought a lot. The new Skies Hall's style of acting was off. At least it looks like someone who has been reborn. But Lu Xuanyi could still understand when someone who had been reborn over-intercepted someone else's chance. But you kill geniuses, and it even looks like you specialize in killing sons of Qi. That's just not right. The angry Sky Hall is afraid that it's not a villain reborn? And this practice, to unify the world? Lu Xuanyi shook his head. This is so cheesy. It's simple. In terms of the information Lu Xuanyi currently possesses, the strength of this new Skies is afraid that it has already been able to achieve control of the world. But since he was so strong, he was still so stoic. That meant that the angry Sky Hall seemed to have something to fear as well. In fear of what? The protagonist before the rebirth, or the heavenly Tao. However, Lu Xuanyi felt that it should all be possible. Lu Xuanyi suddenly slapped his forehead. Shadow Guard. The Shadow Guards appeared instantly. Coming, my lord. What is the order? Lu Xuanyi said with a smile at this time. Go find out who owns the Temple of the Angry Sky, what their purpose is, and what they're afraid of. The Shadow Guard's eyes instantly lit up. My lord, do you want the fast one or the slow one? The slow one will be more careful, and the fast one I'm afraid will only give a general idea. Lu Xuanyi thought about it. There's no rush on this one. Take your time. Shadow Guard nodded. Then I'll go and do it now. Oh, by the way, Lord Yen Luo, recently the Angry Sky Palace launched a plan to exterminate Zhao. Almost all the Yuaning that could be mobilized were deployed. Lu Xuanyi froze for a moment. Oh, do you know where the people out of the Angry Sky Hall are right now? Shadow Guard smiled. It's extinguished. Lu Xuanyi? Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. This half of the month, Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enlong go to the hookah to listen to music when they have nothing to do. Either that or practice and sleep. Then again, it's drinking. It's actually all very common. But the people from the Angry Sky Palace looked at Zhao enough to be alive and well every day and nothing happened. And they were bleeding inside. The Vice Lord of the Angry Sky Hall was even shaken by it. Where are our people? Why is Zhao enough still alive? And why is Qinzhou's hunting program still not underway? At this time a black-robed man with different patterns took a deep breath. My lord, our people, when they entered Qinzhou, disappeared, even vanished without a trace. However, there's an organization in Qinzhou that's been very mysterious lately, to the point of causing people to panic. The Vice Temple Master calmed down a bit. What organization? Yama Temple. And I've heard that Yama Temple specializes in killing people who are full of evil, and never misses a kill. So, my subordinate thinks that the disappearance of our people, could it be that they were killed by the people of this Yama Palace? The Deputy Hall Master of the Angry Sky Hall coldly grunted. Yama Palace? A power that doesn't even appear in the data in the history of the future. Do you think that such a power can fight against our Angry Sky Palace? The black-robed man was silent, because he didn't think it was possible either. The Angry Sky Palace, even if they pulled out a random person, could hang all the cultivators from other sects. Even the depths of the angry sky hall were on par with the heavenly extremity Holy Land. The Yama Palace should not be a match for the angry sky palace. Nope. This black-robed man shook his head again. My lord, this Yama temple is just hearing words there. However, we did not find out that it has all the information about the Yama temple, and we don't even know who set up the Yama temple. The deputy hall master of the angry sky hall frowned. More mysterious than us? The black robes shook their heads. It's not that it's mysterious. The main thing is, our people. As soon as they enter Chinjo, the people are gone, and they can't get hold of a single bit of information at all. The deputy hallmaster was somewhat speechless. Then you go and find two people. One is the truth-seeking holy maiden. She can quasi-search the origin. Look at the truth. Look at the past. And the other is an old man. Not very high in cultivation, but very accurate in fortune-telling. That black robe was a bit embarrassed. The sacred maiden of seeking truth has disappeared. And that old man, some time ago, seemed to have been captured in Chinjo. Chapter 111. The kindness of heart. The deputy hall master of the angry sky hall was somewhat silent. That old man who told fortunes. It's just as well that he got caught. It doesn't matter if you're dead or not. Even the old man wasn't on the hunt list. Not being on the hunt list meant that the old man wasn't going to amount to much in the future either. It was just that the disappearance of the true seeker sacred maiden had caused the deputy hall master of the angry sky hall to mutter a bit in his heart. Did we do the disappearance of the sacred maiden of seeking truth? The deputy hall master asked a question like this. It was because the truth-seeking holy maiden was on their hunting list. Moreover, it seemed that the only one who could hunt down and kill the truth-seeking holy maiden in the Thai heavenly extreme holy land was the angry sky hall. That black robe hesitated. Also a little uncertain. I guess so. The vice temple master frowned. What do you mean it should be? The black robe could only explain. Because the mountain where the sacred maiden of seeking truth is located. From top to bottom, whether it's flowers, birds, insects and snakes, they've all been poisoned to death. And that kind of poison is still a poison that's proprietary to our angry sky hall. It's just that, this kind of tactic is too blatant. It's a bit of a blatant way to tell the heavenly extremity holy land that we did this. Our people, they shouldn't be this stupid. But the one who was able to do away with the truth-seeking sacred maiden, aside from our raging heaven palace, I can't think of any other force. The scene fell into silence. Even the vice temple master was feeling a little heartbroken. Everything that had gone before, according to the information from the Lord of the Great Hall, was right for all future developments. The plan ahead also went very well. But ever since the angry sky hall traveled to Chinjo, everything is getting weird. The ninth fury, the eighth fury, all disappeared in Chinjo. The ninth wrath died, and the eighth lived and died, because none of the soul cards have been broken yet. Seventh fury is also crazy for some reason. Even the angry sky hall, which had traveled to Chinjo, had been uprooted for some unknown reason. Could it be that it's because Ji Suiying is in Chinjo that everything has become very weird? The deputy temple master raised an eyebrow. He mused for a moment. Suddenly a possibility came to mind. Could it be that this Ji Suiying, too, has come from the long river of time in the future? And so, he also knows something. Although all the things that the New Skies Hall does are very secretive. But that is after all intercepting someone else's chance. If Ji Suiying also came from the long river of time, with just a little nudge, the things of the New Skies Hall will be exposed. Think about it. The deputy temple master made a decision. Let the fourth fury go to hold back Ji Suiying, and let the sixth fury go to execute the hunting plan again. And in this hunting plan, Zhao must die. The black robes nodded. My subordinate will go and inform. After saying that, the black robe left. Wait until that black robe leaves. This deputy hall master of the angry sky hall narrowed his eyes. Ji Suiying, no matter how powerful you are ultimately nothing but a human being. Ha ha ha. This recent period, Lu Xuanyi didn't even practice, because after reaching the firstborn will cultivate itself. Even cultivation resources, elixirs and medicines, just place them directly in front of the Yuaning in his body, and he would absorb them on his own, and it's absorbed 24 hours a day. As for the speed of cultivation, it depended on one's enlightenment and qualifications. If you don't say so, why is it that some people, who are not gifted, even if they spend their entire life, at most, they will only be Yuaning, because when one reaches Yuaning, if one wants to continue to ascend, it is no longer like before. Simply ascending to absorb spiritual energy is good enough. Sure, this was something that Lu Xuanyi was not half worried about, because he seems to come with the traveler's own self-inflicted bug, gnosis against all odds, for sensing things between heaven and earth. As long as one is patient and has a good time stabilizing one's mind, one improves casually. As for their own qualifications, that's even less to worry about. because there is the golden scroll of the way. He wasn't worried at all about whether his body could withstand the immense power of the Yuaning. All he had to worry about was whether those names on the golden scroll of the Great Tao could withstand it. Of course, Lu Xuanyi has not been idle lately. Ever since entering the Yuaning, Lu Xuanyi then felt his power swell a bit. Therefore, he had been looking for Lin Wu Dao to spar a lot lately. Lin Wu Dao was numb, because he couldn't sustain a single round in Lu Xuanyi's hands. No, it should be outright unavailable. Lu Xuanyi just released his own breath. Lin Wu Dao then felt his mana directly stagnate, unable to function. As far as getting in close, Lu Xuanyi slapped him and sent him flying dozens of miles away. During this period of time, Lin Wu Dao had been beaten up by Lu Xuanyi and was somewhat skeptical of life. The second shadow was not beaten, because when Lu Xuanyi looked at him, two shadows simply knelt down. With a fawning smile on his face, Lu Xuanyi naturally wouldn't go out with such a goon. But just today, that Zhao Enough, who had been studying pharmacology with Longfrost, hurriedly ran to Lu Xuanyi. Pit bastard, the ancient secret realm is about to open. We have to go back to the sect. Lu Xuanyi sighed. Ever since Zhao Enough knew that he had punked him a few times, this one keeps calling himself a pitbull. At first Lu Xuanyi protested, but it didn't work. So Lu Xuanyi also gave Zhao Enough a nickname. Got it. Quack. Zhao was angry enough to have his teeth rattled, but also with the same mindset as Lu Xuanyi. Protests don't work, so yell at each other. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough returned to the Green Lotus sect with Langfeng. The disciples of the Green Lotus sect were waiting for Zhao Enough. Upon seeing Zhao Enough, the disciples of the Green Lotus sect saluted Zhao Enough in unison. We worship Elder Zhao. Those disciples' eyes were filled with fervor. It's also full of caution. After all, Zhao Enough's current reputation was too loud and his methods were too cruel. Look at the look on these people's faces. Zhou took a deep enough breath and tried her best to put on a kinder-looking smile. However, this smile caused the Green Lotus sect's disciples to turn pale. Zhao is enough for a smile. Life and death. At this time, the parrot Lu Xuanyi raised flew on the branch of a tree and said directly. Zhao Enough's smile stiffened on his face. Then he looked at Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi coughed, then said in a low voice, "How good. When you go back after the end of the secret realm, the Green Lotus sect will definitely give you another status upgrade." Zhao Enough almost squeezed a few words out from between his teeth. "I really fucking thank you." After saying that, he walked towards the middle of his palace with a black face. Lu Xuanyi also wants to go back to his place, but it was yanked straight away by Zhao Enough. "Got something for you." Zhao Enough was afraid that Lu Xuanyi would beat himself up and hurriedly said with a serious face. One look at this look in Zhao Enough's eyes. Lu Xuanyi instantly had no other thoughts, but that's in the eyes of others. Just look at Lu Xuanyi with some sympathy, because they felt that Lu Xuanyi should have been dragged by Zhao Enough to experiment with some treatments. Why do you think that? Because it wasn't the first time that Zhao Enough had done this kind of thing. The previous 3 years, the people in the Green Lotus sect's prisons had been almost cured by Zhao Enough. If it wasn't for Zhao Enough's kind heart, it was estimated that the disciples of the Green Lotus sect were afraid that they would all be poisoned. Chapter 112, The 8 Parties Gather. Boom. This day, a crack suddenly opened in the sky. But the crack was only open for a fraction of a second. This indicated that the ancient secret realm was about to fully open. But even though that secret realm had yet to be fully opened, there was still a very rich spiritual chi that erupted from that crack. Even because of this eruption of spiritual chi, the southern half of Qinzhou, which was originally thin in spiritual chi, directly became a cultivation blessing. As for those loose cultivators, they all began to sit up and immediately entered cultivation. Even more outrageous, because of this rich aura. Nowadays, in the southern half of Qinzhou, flowers, plants and trees, all began to grow like crazy. And over time, nowadays, Qinzhou didn't just come with a lot of cultivators. Even more so, birds and beasts of prey began to come from all directions. Buzz. The void portal opened again. Nowadays, some of the great sects within the Kyushu had also all entered the land of Qinzhou through the void teleportation gate. One time, the entire Qinzhou is overcrowded. Just get out there. Now it's people everywhere, both in the sky and on the ground. Lu Xuanyi looked at this scene with some shock, because since coming to this cultivation world, it was the first time he had watched these cultivators of the cultivation world today, gathered in all 8 directions. And those are just the middle and the bottom. According to Hades, next to the secret realm, there was a small world. That's where a bunch of great powers are in there. TSK. No wonder when Senior Sister G said that if there was an ancient secret realm opening, more people would die at that time. Now I finally know. It was hard for Lu Xuanyi to imagine what kind of scene it would be if all the people of the 9 states were added together to mix it up. As for those foundation establishment cultivators and chi refining cultivators, participating in such a situation, they were afraid that under a round of aftermath, there would be no dregs left. Zhao Enough sighed at this point. It's not just that. In fact, at the leading edge of the opening of the secret realm, there will be a round of killing and clearing, and any loose cultivators who don't have the shelter of a clan will be driven away, and those who don't, will either join the clan or die. Lu Xuanyi was silent. Zhao Enough inquired at this time, what about our Green Lotus sect? Do we need to absorb the scattered cultivators? Lu Xuanyi was speechless. The Green Lotus sect resident. You have full authority to make decisions, and you're asking me? Zhao Enough to sigh. You deserve a lot of credit for me being in this position, but I am thinking that those who are willing to join will do so, and those who are unwilling, will not be forced to do so. Lu Xuanyi nodded. What does Hades say? Zhao was enough to ask again. Lu Xuanyi shook his head directly. Full power to Lin Wudao. Zhou nodded enough, but he was still a little confused. You had people quietly do away with the angry sky hall that entered Qingzhou before, so why don't you do it this time? Lu Xuanyi sighed. The new Skies Hall was supposed to hunt and kill before executing this plan. We can resist once or twice, but it's always impossible to really die with the new Skies Hall for the sake of irrelevant people in the world. We can't afford to top it if the new Skies Hall is really pushed to the brink and really comes to a big one. Zhou nodded enough. He felt that what Lu Xuanyi said made sense. Do what you can with what you have. However, Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao Enough with some curiosity. You said you wanted to see me about something, and it's been 2 or 3 days and you haven't said anything. Zhao Enough scratched his head a little embarrassed at this point. It's not. My reputation is too big lately. This Jindan cultivation of mine, it's really a little bit unable to cope with this pressure nowadays. So can you give me a few more of your pills with dandelions? Lu Xuanyi. Anyway, I don't care. You're the one who pushed me to this height. You're responsible for me. Lu Xuanyi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. If you can't talk, keep your mouth shut. Zhou was enough to heave a smile. Mainly, I have a vague feeling that if I were to enter Yuaning, my medical skills could be further advanced. I even have a feeling that if I were to further my medical skills, I would even really be able to live and die. Lu Xuanyi was a bit shocked. That outrageous? Zhou was contemplative enough. I have this feeling in my heart. Lu Xuanyi thought about it. He directly took out a golden spirit pill with 7 dandelions and handed it to Zhao Enough. Zhao was enough to brighten his eyes. Thanks Pit. I'll go on a retreat for a while then. Zhao Enough got the elixir and turned around. Lu Xuanyi. Over time, the whole of Qingzhou began to grow quieter and quieter. Even the atmosphere of the entire Qingzhou was condensed to the extreme. Lu Xuanyi was very idle for a while. Zhao Enough was in seclusion. And although the disciples of the Green Lotus sect were familiar with him, the disciples of the Green Lotus sect were all cultivating hard for the sake of the ancient mysterious realm. Instead, Lu Xuanyi was constantly adapting to the power of the Yuaning during this time, as well as a bystander's attitude to watch the other clans' private fights. Sure, after Lu Xuanyi quieted his mind and carefully controlled the strength of the Yuaning, it was only then that he realized that Yuaning cultivators could instantly move. Where the thought goes, the body goes. It was a great feeling. It made Lu Xuanyi think of a saying, go wherever you want. Even divine abilities that belonged uniquely to Yuaning, Lu Xuanyi had learned a few. Have to say, at the Yuaning realm, it was truly destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Sure, Lu Xuanyi had also seen the brutality of the cultivation world. Just these days, the deaths of the monks were like being cut wheat, dead after dead. Under the watering of those cultivators' corpses and blood, the plants in the entire Qingzhou were growing wildly. There were even some clans that weren't too small in terms of fame that were directly exterminated. Before the opening of the secret realm, it was already miserable to this extent. Lu Xuanyi really didn't dare to think about it. Once the secret world is fully opened, what madness that would be. But Lu Xuanyi didn't bother with any of this. It's not a matter of concern. For the moment it is. Brush. Right about this time, the Shadow Guard's figure appeared in front of Lu Xuanyi. Great Yama. This is what we've recently obtained. The purpose of the Angry Sky Hall's entry into the ancient mysterious realm. Moreover, there's also some information in here that's related to your senior sister. Oh. Lu Xuanyi received the information with some curiosity. After some careful reading, Lu Xuanyi frowned slightly. Dragon Origin Plate. Mountain River Seal. Heaven Mending Pill. Sword Soul of Nothingness. And the next piece of information is, Ji Suiying has been preparing a lot of things lately, and Ji Suiying seems to be aiming for those things. And there's an Angry Sky Temple's plan to get rid of the British. Briefly, it was through this secret realm setup that Ji Suiying was going to be completely left in the secret realm. It seemed that this time, the series of plans of the Angry Sky Hall were all targeting Ji Suiying. See here, Lu Xuanyi was quite silent, because he saw a clear message in this intelligence. The Temple of Wrath is a reborn villain. Ji Suiying is the main character of Rebirth. Oh, this time it's really interesting. I just don't know the protagonist and the villain. Who will win this time? Shadow Guard scratched his head. My lord, Aren't you going to make a move? Lu Shuani froze for a moment. Out of what? Shadow Guard froze. And Lu Shuani said at this time, the Hall of Hades belongs to the King of Hades. What does it have to do with me? Lu Shuani? Shadow Guard? Chapter 113, preparing for the transition. Shadow Guard's brain was confused and down at the moment. Cup or given dry smoke. But also did not speculate. Lu Shuani, this is the meaning of the words. Lu Shuani could only explain. What was my status when Hades was founded? Shadow Guard thought for a moment. A little unsure. A bag of Mataro? Lu Shuani nodded. That's right. The master behind this Yama temple is the owner of a bag of rice talang. Not me. Lu Shuani. Don't need to listen to mind my Lu Shuani's business. Shadow Guard instantly understood. I understand. Yama. But really? No help? Lu Shuani nodded. That's the pinnacle tournament. So listen. We're not going to go through with this. Shadow Guard inquired again. What about these treasures? Lu Shuani sighed. Don't go scrambling. The purpose of entering the secret realm this time is only one. To scavenge all the treasures that can be scavenged. And don't take the risk if it's too dangerous. Shadow Guard nodded. I know. After saying that, the Shadow Guard left directly. Wait until the Shadow Guards are gone. Lu Shuani once again looked at the information in his hands, smiled slightly, and finally directly afire. The information all damaged, but after that it was lost in contemplation. If Ji Suiying is reborn and comes back, and the villain of the Angry Sky Palace is also reborn and comes back, this is indeed a good show. But there's one thing wrong with this good show. That is, neither Ji Suiying nor the Angry Sky Hall have ever cared about themselves, whether I am destined to die in vain in the future, or my appearance has directly become a variable. Lu Shuani thought about it. Suddenly he shook his head and laughed. Just kidding. Lao Zi is wearing a plug-in and not flaunting it, so naturally it's impossible to die. And since I'm not dying, I'm a variable myself. But immediately after, Lu Shuani also frowned again. Variables are full of uncertainty and won't even be defined by the future. This is a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. But wherever there is a variable, it will be investigated by the two forces in this heaven and earth and finally disposed of afterward. No, we need to have the people from the Yama temple keep a low profile lately. I'm not afraid of that, but I'm afraid that the people of Hades died in vain. Lu Shuani secretly sent an order to Lin Wudao. It's simple. Just 4 words. Keep your head down. Boom boom. On this day, the crack in the sky above once again became huge. Even stand on the ground and look up. All can pass through the crack and see the scene within. Even if it's just the tip of the iceberg. It also moved the crowd, because it was like a wonderland. There were even a lot of spiritual herbs and plants that were eye-catching to look at. My God! Purple electric flower, poison dragon grass, blazing sun fruit. Some even exclaimed, because all of these things, if they were placed in today's Kyushu, they would be herbs with a price tag. But nowadays, these herbs were only the periphery of this secret realm. This is if you go deeper into the secret world. What would that be like? There were even people who could no longer resist and flew directly towards the crack. But however, before that person could reach the edge of the secret realm, he was directly strangled by the astral wind in that crack. This time, no one dared to make a move anymore. Sure, this secret world is rich. It made those big clans unable to sit still. There were even some clans that had been secretly contacted. Start the whole clan out. Some sects had even begun to conclude alliances. Sure, not a clan. Nowadays, all the sects in other states have begun to conclude alliances. It was really because this time, the ancient mysteries were really appalling. They had to make such a move. Boom! Suddenly, the void portal lit up again. A flying boat that covered the sky appeared. The shadow of that flying boat directly enveloped half of Chinzhou, the heavenly pole Holy Land. This time, all the sects in the 9 states were shocked. It was because this time in the secret realm, the heavenly jade Holy Land had actually come down personally. This turn of events caused the cultivators who had gathered in Chinzhou today, as well as some clans, to turn pale. After the arrival of the heavenly jade sacred land, it also showed their dominance as a holy place. Before the opening of the secret realm, do not engage in any form of private combat, and those who disobey will be killed without pardon. A voice came from the flying boat of the celestial extremity Holy Land. It was a small voice and very flat in tone, but despite this, every cultivator who was in Chinzhou heard these voices clearly. That feeling, it's like someone is whispering in their ear. At this time, Lu Shuani's face was also somewhat serious. Spirit transformation cultivator. Mobilize the aura of heaven and earth for your own use. Such means, it does get a little scary. Today it seems, it's almost impossible for a Yuaning to fuck a transformation god. Sure, with his current strength, it would be absolutely impossible for a transformation god to get himself killed. Even, Lu Shuani looked at his Dao Dao gold scroll above. There are still a lot of blank places. That is more at ease, as long as one does not take the initiative to provoke it. Of course, provoke it is not panic. The old man is now invincible under the transformed god. Above the transformed god is not clear. Anyway, on the avenue golden scroll, I cannot die. Think so. Lu Xuanyi directly lay flat at ease, but it was at this time. Lu Xuanyi suddenly saw Zhao flying out in a panic. What's this? He's going to enter Yuaning? Lu Xuanyi was a bit shocked, even if one's elixir is very counterintuitive. But this Zhao, in more than a month's time, from the late Jindan, into the Yuaning, is not also a little too fast? No good. At this time, Lu Xuanyi's divine consciousness, Zhao departure instantly caught the attention of the shadowy raging heavenly hall. The people from the angry sky hall were actually trying to intercept Zhao. Lu Xuanyi was furious. Damn it, old me let you guys off the hook before because I felt that you were more or less useful in the secret realm. But now you want to touch my brother? Then all of you will fucking die. Lu Xuanyi got up and was about to change his vest and chase him out. Right about this time, the sky suddenly floated down a piece of paper and pasted it on Lu Xuanyi's face. Lu Xuanyi didn't care and took the paper away. Pa! Once again a piece of paper was pasted on Lu Xuanyi's face. Lu Xuanyi was furious. Damn! Who's so lacking? Lu Xuanyi looked at the paper in his hand and fell into deep thought. It looked like the texture of a thunder-burning tree branch on it, forming a line of small letters. Let me out of my mind? Lu Xuanyi looked up eerily. A terrifying thundercloud was already gradually forming at this time. Chapter 114. Nothing to do but cross the threshold more often. The robbing cloud followed Zhao. Lu Xuanyi sank for a few seconds and finally followed slowly. In the dark, the members of the angry sky hall had swarmed in. It's extremely well hidden though, but there are too many members. It still draws a lot of attention. Some have even guessed what's going on, and sneakily follow. Sure, nowadays, every shadowy corner of Qinzhou is filled with people from Yama's palace. They were also keeping a constant eye on Zhao. If Zhao was in danger, the 100,000 members of the Yama palace would be able to swat down those enemies in a matter of moments. Lu Xuanyi naturally saw the people from about Yama's palace, but Lu Xuanyi secretly shook his head. That means, let the people of Yama Temple don't get involved in this matter. After all, the suspected Thunderbolt gave him the slip. Thunderbolts go down, and this kind of thing goes south. With Lu Xuanyi's order, those in the Yama Temple also instantly fell into calm. Lu Xuanyi, on the other hand, was slowly heading in the direction of Zhao, and I don't know how long it was enough to stop. Lu Xuanyi also flew to a hilltop and sat down, then quietly watched the thunderclouds coalesce in the distance. With that, they stopped, along with the people from the angry sky hall. This time the leader of the angry sky hall was the sixth anger. Yuaning great perfection. One could even say that it was a half-step to transformation of God. At this moment, he looked at Zhao who was preparing to cross the threshold in the distance. With a wave of his hand, he told everyone to stop. Zhao is in the process of transiting. We can't mess with him at this time. Wait until his transiting is complete. That's when he'll be at his weakest. At that time, we'll kill him again. Remember, Zhao medical skills are very weird. We must make sure that Zhao can't have a single strand of hair left. The people from the angry sky hall nodded their heads. Yes. Subsequently, it was a long wait. Nowadays, Zhao was enough to be a little excited and a little apprehensive inside. He had finally entered the Yuaning. How does this not excite him? Even he felt that following Lu Xuanyi was really good, though that pitbull is a bit of a pitbull. But this brother, he really doesn't hide when there's a favor to be done. Even thinking about it carefully, if it wasn't for Lu Xuanyi pushing himself in the back, one could not have accomplished so much on one's own. Disturbed. Transition this thing. Truly, Zhao didn't have any experience in ferrying although the Jindan realm also needed to cross over. But when he Jindan, the robbing cloud ran away. This kind of thing, I'm afraid that no one would believe it except for Lin Wudao. At this time, Zhao had already set up the formation. A series of magic weapons to withstand the lightning tribulation were also prepared. Even Zhao is opening an altar and burning incense. Bow down to the sky, wandering immortal. Forget it, the heavenly Tao elder blessed, brother Xuanyi blessed. Let the Thunderjack elder hand a little lighter. The kid first time to cross the jinx. More offenses, please forgive me. Having said that, Zhao to bow down, then took the incense in his hand and inserted it into the censer. After that, he ran the formation and wore out his magic weapon. I'm ready, come on. Zhou was stern enough to wait. Boom next. A thunder giant blasted down from the middle of the robbery cloud. That thunderous gale. In an instant, Zhao formation was torn to shreds, and his defensive treasures were also reduced to pieces at this moment. Even Zhao clothes were incinerated instantly. Zhao stood alone. as if he were a mole cricket, at the feet of that thunder giant. Zhao Enough looked up in confusion and locked eyes with that thunder giant. Silence. The heavens and the earth are silent. At this moment, whether it was the cultivators hiding in the distance to watch the spectacle or the people from the angry sky palace, all of them couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Their pupils contracted, and their bodies trembled, because this thunderbolt could be said to be, like no one before or after, rare even for ages. It was the people from the angry sky hall who looked at the sixth and asked, "My lord, are you sure that this Zhao will be able to survive such a lightning tribulation?" Sixth, and Zhao Enough was also pale at this time, even a burst of facial color changes, and some uncertainty. Am I breaking the rules of heaven? Zhao Enough was so scared that he directly knelt on the ground. That thunder giant looked down at the stunned Zhao Enough and ignored it. This was because at that moment, that thunder giant had already seen the people from the angry sky hall. Boom, thunder explodes. Immediately following that, a valley in the distance was instantly hammered into pieces by the thunder giant. Boom, boom, boom. That thunder giant blasted a few punches again. Those members of the angry sky hall died without a single strand of hair left, but the violent flames on the thunder giant's body still didn't calm down. Subsequently, the thunder giant's eyes looked towards the small world at the edge of the secret realm. Boom. One moment. The thunder fell on the edge of the small world, followed by a punch that punched a hole in the small world. Then the crowd watched in horror as that thunder giant looked like he was pulling out a bird's nest, his big hand reaching into the middle of the small world. When he pulled it out, it was a large swath of members of the angry sky hall that he pinched to death. Then open your hand. Those bodies fell as if they were dirt. Then the giant pulls out again. After going back and forth a few times, the thunder giant pulled out a blank. He tore open the mouth of the small world again, and then his head plunged in and he began to keep searching. After looking around, and after realizing that there was indeed no one there, that thunder giant flew into the air and began to patrol the 8 directions. Under that terrifying sense of oppression, all things dared not utter a word. It was some old monsters who were holding their breath at this time. That thunder still hadn't found its mark. In the end, he could only helplessly come before Zhao Enough. Zhao Enough was scared silly. Ray, Lord Ray, except he wasn't finished. That thunder giant stretched out a finger and came before Zhao Enough. Zhao Enough instantly didn't dare to speak, but suddenly, a small hand extended from those fingers. The small hand directly slapped Zhao Enough, which was considered Zhao Enough's crossing. The thunderbolt then dissipated. The auspicious clouds landed, directly feeding back to Zhao Enough a large amount of innate spiritual chi, and even a massive amount of merit. Zhao was enough of a winded mess. As for those who watched the show, they weren't hurt by mistake though, but it's also scary. At the same time, they became even more wary of Zhao. There was even a bizarre description of a thing. Lord Zhao, this is having someone else help him with his tribulation. And he, with just a light slap, survived the lightning tribulation. Hear that? Almost everyone scattered in fear. And at this moment, almost all of the cultivators in the 9 states witnessed this historic moment. Starting today, so to speak, Zhao Enough's name spread throughout the world. And Zhao Enough herself. There was also a red slap mark on his face. But he was still in a state of confusion. Even a bit of brain scrambling. This is a successful transmigration? How unreal is it that this is coming now? From before when he felt that he was already dying, to when he saw his thunderbolt kill in a big way. Then, someone else dies, and you get a light slap on the wrist, and you're gone? What was even more confusing to Zhao Enough? At this point he had a piece of paper in his hand. On it was a line formed by the burning of thunder. Good job. And if you can, cross the threshold more often. Zhao Enough? Chapter 115, Opening of the Secret World. This recent time, the entire Green Lotus sect was busy. Nothing else. Because anyone who comes to Qinzhou needs to worship the mountain. And now, because of Zhao Enough, the Green Lotus sect was sitting on the title of the #1 sect in Qinzhou. Therefore, the other sects in the 9 states were sending gifts towards the Green Lotus sect. Zhao Enough was also soulful in dealing with the people who came to visit. And the purpose of these visits is simple. That was to show that one would not make an enemy of the Green Lotus sect. Even if they met in the secret realm, they would avoid the disciples of the Green Lotus sect. Zhao Enough naturally agreed. And there's no way not to say yes. Even Zhao Enough himself hadn't thought about it. He himself would have made such a great feat for the Green Lotus sect. That would be very disingenuous. I really wasn't trying to get credit. In his spare time, Zhao Enough couldn't help but mutter to himself. This went on for days. It wasn't until after the crack in the secret realm, once again, unfolded that Zhao Enough's days were considered to have cleared up. Zhao Enough, who was free, still went to find Lu Shuani. Tell me the truth, my thunder tribulation. Was it you again? Lu Shuani couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you think it's possible? Zhou nodded. Enough. I think it's very likely. Lu Xuanyi was speechless. By virtue of what? Zhou enough to sigh. I said, Brother Xuanyi's blessing when I first crossed the threshold, and a thunder giant of that size came as a result. Lu Xuanyi's eyes widened. No, how much do you look up to me when you cross over and ask for my blessing? Zhao was enough to heave a smile at this point. I was thinking that you've done all the bad things, and if I bring up your name, the heavenly Tao might pay attention to you for a bit, and might split you when the time comes, and since you're so strong, it shouldn't be a problem for you to share a bit of the thunder for me. Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao enough dumbfounded. You're a really good brother to me. It was just that Lu Xuanyi disagreed with Zhao enough's words. And don't speak so harshly. Okay, I've always done things to punish the wicked and eliminate the evil. What do you mean by doing bad things? Don't forget, we can all be meritorious. Zhao enough's eyes carried scorn at this time. Then release your merits and see. Zhao enough finished. It was covered in a golden glow and had a smug smile on its face. Lu Xuanyi took a deep breath. Quack. Have you ever seen a heavenly maiden? Zhou was puzzled enough. Never seen it, but does it have anything to do with what we're talking about? Lu Xuanyi smiled. It's okay, but it's going to be relevant soon, because I've recently worked out a spell called Heavenly Maiden. After saying that, Lu Xuanyi flew into the air. Both fists punched out stumps. The shadow of that fist came towards Zhao enough as if it was a flower petal. Crikey, assistant, Xuanyi Moncler, I'm wrong. Zhou enough to turn and run, but he was not as fast as Lu Xuanyi after all. It ended up being drowned out by Lu Xuanyi's fists. Early the next morning, Zhao enough sat down on the ground with a bruised nose once again, his hands clasping his knees and his nose twitching. You, of all people, are too boring to joke about. Lu Xuanyi shook his head. Don't you think I'm doing you a favor? Lu Xuanyi lay on the recliner and watched the hole in the secret realm grow bigger and bigger. Explain again. Although your means of practicing medicine are very cruel, your physical body and mana are also a little too weak. If others ignore these means of yours, do you still have a bottom card? Zhou was silent enough, and Lu Xuanyi came up with an idea at this time. Since you're able to constantly heal yourself, you can actually take the path of forging your body once in a while. After all, we don't have a shortage of resources right now, and your means of practicing medicine is similar to an outgrowth, so it's good to not use it for nothing. Zhao enough suddenly felt that there was truth in that statement. Then Zhao enough regretted it, because he was beaten up by Lu Xuanyi for half a whole month, though fine enough to think that Lu Xuanyi was doing it on purpose. However, this recent time, with tons of resources and Zhou enough for quick healing, Zhao enough's body was simply powerful to the point of being outrageous. Even now, when he was beaten by Lu Xuanyi for half a day, he wouldn't spit out blood anymore. Zhao enough turned to the pool of water and looked at the powerful and hideous muscles all over his body, his eyes somewhat complicated. Why do I feel that I'm getting farther and farther down the road of practicing medicine? Zhao Gong murmured, and finally could only get dressed. Boom, this day, the long-awaited secret realm was finally fully opened. The moment the secret world opens, the monks were like locusts. Madly, he rushed towards the secret realm. That level of insanity is shocking to watch, even because of the overabundance of cultivators have not yet entered the secret realm. There were just a lot of cultivators landing from that army. Anyone who lands has no intact body. This has continued without anyone stopping it. Lu Xuanyi and Care stood at the hilltop of the Green Lotus Sex compound and watched all of this. Two words appeared in their minds at the same time. Cannon fodder. That's right. Nowadays these entering cultivators, it's all cannon fodder. Anyone from a large clan was watching, because they were looking to see if there was any danger after these cannon fodder entered the secret realm. But this did not last long. When the crowd saw that those cultivators were still not in danger after they had entered most of the way, the people of the great clans began to move. Boom, at this time some clans were out in full force. They even condensed clan spell formations, under the enchantment of the phalanx. Those sects were like trucks, barreling towards the secret realm. Along the way, there were even countless cultivators that were smashed to pieces. Wherever the spell passed, that was the color of blood all the way. This is the cruelty of the cultivation world. Weak flesh. Life is like grass. But even so, those cultivators who weren't from the clan still brazenly charged forward, because for them, longevity is near. If you don't fight, you're going to die. So let's fight. Buzz. All the major clans have begun to act. It ended up almost forming a line that kept entering the secret realm. As more and more people entered the secret realm, Qinzhou is also starting to become empty. Zhao enough looked around and asked in a low voice, "Shall we set off?" Lu Xuanyi was speechless. "You're an elder." "Oh yes." Zhao enough then wore a green-colored robe and flew over the Green Lotus sect, form a formation and enter the secret realm. Zhao enough finished. The Green Lotus sect disciples instantly responded. Yes. The breath was majestic and the voices were neatly harmonized. Boom, in the next moment, a large formation was formed. Lu Xuanyi only felt that he didn't even need to use his mana. He was automatically suspended in the air. So divine? Lu Xuanyi had just finished speaking. It was then wrapped up in the power of the grand formation. And then the entire Green Lotus sect's disciples, too, flew towards the secret realm. The weird thing is, the moment the Green Lotus sect's grand formation flew up, the other sects and cultivators, all intentionally or unintentionally, made way. This directly allowed the people of the Green Lotus sect to enter the grand array all unhindered. Chapter 116. What is it? This situation once again caused all the disciples of the Green Lotus sect to look at Zhao Enough in shock. Zhao Enough, on the other hand, was calm, but the heart is bitter. Crap, you guys, stop it. It's stressing me out. Lu Xuanyi hid in the crowd and smiled. Elder Zhao Enough is mighty. Lu Xuanyi's words just fell. The disciples of the Green Lotus sect also began to raise a ruckus. Elder Zhao Enough is mighty. Mighty, mighty, mighty. Zhao Enough looked at Lu Xuanyi's direction, a MMP in his heart, and Lu Xuanyi pretended not to know. Boom, for the reason that the journey was unobstructed. The Green Lotus sect had instead entered the secret realm even faster than those sects before them. Only, after entering the secret realm, it took the crowd a moment to realize that this place had a forbidden air. Wow! All the disciples of the Green Lotus sect fell from the air as if it was raining. And even more terrifying, where they fell, it was still a forest of sharp rocks. Almost most of the disciples were pierced by the stone forest. Only just entered the secret realm. The Green Lotus sect's disciples then nearly lost a large portion. No need. Elder Qinglian once again exerted his power at this time. Green mana enveloped the crowd. Those disciples who were seriously injured and dying instantly recovered from their injuries under the green mana wrapping around them. The disciples who had originally lost most of their number were directly pulled back by Zhao. But even so, those disciples who had come back to life from the Ghost Gate were also pale at this time. Truly, this had only just entered the secret realm. It's that dangerous. It caught them a little off guard. However, Lu Xuanyi frowned at this moment, because he was on the sauce the whole time. On the way in, he then looked around. He didn't see the stone forest before the forbidden air happened, but it was only as they fell that they slowly realized the stone forest. It felt like a black dot that was slowly zooming in, after finally approaching. Only then did I realize there was another world. Thinking of this, Lu Xuanyi directly transmitted his voice to Zhao Enough. Something's wrong. Run! Hearing Lu Xuanyi's voice transmission, Zhao Enough didn't ask more questions. Everyone, keep up and hurry out of this stone forest. Hearing Zhao Enough's words, the crowd froze for a moment. Then all obeyed the order, followed by everyone rushing towards the stone forest beyond. But as they ran, they surprisingly realized that this stone forest was actually folding and crushing towards the crowd. No, no, it's in the mouth of some monster. Zhao Gong reacted and said. This time, the crowd ran more swiftly. Boom, when the crowd had just run out of the edge of the stone forest, they saw it merge completely and finally slowly disappear into the ground. It was only at this time that the crowd got a good look. That's like a duckbill. This secret realm. It's horrible. Not to mention the disciples. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough were both a bit alarmed. Especially Lu Xuanyi. It was because he realized that the golden scroll of the Great Tao was not responding. In other words, this kind of unconsciousness, which is all about instinctive moves, can't make the list. It's nifty. It's scary. But, when the crowd got out from under the terrifying creature's huge mouth, their faces once again turned a little pale. It was because the sound of their party's terrifyingly huge mouths merging out had startled the other creatures. Hostile a long chorus. The crowd saw an ice bird that covered the sky fly over their heads. Roar once again. A long whistle. A giant beast rose slowly to its feet. That giant beast has a tiger's head and a snake's tail, and the body is huge. At this time, that giant beast stood up, and the great mountains were nothing more than a group of slightly larger stones in front of that giant beast. That giant beast was constantly sniffing around in the air at that moment. Seems to be looking for something. Those disciples of the Green Lotus sect were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they didn't dare to make a sound. The ice bird above that sky flew back again, hovering over those disciples of the Green Lotus sect. That giant beast with a tiger's head and a snake's tail, both the tiger's head and the snake, were constantly looking for prey. Boom, right about this time. Once again, a large swath of the sky fell. The eyes of that ice bird and tiger head beast instantly lit up. Then they all started opening their mouths to the sky. Even the huge duck's beak, which had previously disappeared into the ground, emerged once again, and then the beak opened up to form a forest of stones. Everyone from the Green Lotus sect was hiding in a dark corner at this moment. watching these three giant beasts eating a buffet. Just for a moment, a few more clans were directly gone. In fact, the crowd didn't know. In fact, this time the secret world was opened at the right time. Its raging sky taking control. In other words again, the angry Sky Hall was trying to open the secret realm again whenever it wanted to fully open it. The opening time of the secret realm depended entirely on the mood of the angry Sky Palace. But what the angry Heavenly Hall didn't expect was this. One Joe is enough. Surprisingly, it triggered the awakening of the Heavenly Tao consciousness. Even after awakening, he found all the members of the angry Sky Hall. It was extinguished almost instantly. Even those members of the new Skies Hall that they had planted in the middle of the small world, as well as the new Skies Hall elders, were completely exterminated by that thunder giant. Not only did they exterminate it, they even opened the secret realm. That's right, the secret realm. It was opened by that thunder giant. It really is true that under the Heavenly Tao, all are ants. The deputy hall master of the angry Sky Hall looked pale. He was also trembling in his heart when faced with the might of that thunder giant. But now there is a most serious problem. It's not right. It's all messed up. It's not right with history anymore. First of all, Joe, enough information is wrong. According to the information given by the new Skies Hall master, Zhao Enough should have been practicing medicine all along, and it was by practicing medicine that he slowly accumulated fame, and eventually became known as the Hanging Pot Zhao Zhenren. But now this Zhou is enough, murdering people like a man. Even his status was frighteningly high in the Green Lotus sect. This time, it was even because of the transitions that so many of their brethren were directly exterminated. And then there's Lin Wudao. According to the trajectory of time, Lin Wudao should be making a big splash at this time, his fame resonating throughout Qinzhou. After all, it was only right for him to retrace his cultivation path and finally rise back to the Heaven's Pole sacred ground as an invincible figure. But now, there was no news from Lin Wudao, not to mention the reputation. It was estimated that if he pulled someone to ask him about Lin Wudao now, that person probably wouldn't even know who Lin Wudao was. Just then, a pair of eyes appeared in front of the Vice Hall Master of the Angry Sky Hall. Seeing this pair of eyes, the Vice Hall Master hurriedly saluted. My lord! Those eyes looked at the Vice Hall Master, and then a voice rang out. All things, I already know. What we are doing, is disturbing history. Since we are disturbing, a little deviation is normal. No need to worry. Controllable. But this secret trip, must not miss the opportunity. 1 to 5 anger all go. The plan do not change. The Deputy Hall Master nodded. Even this time, in order to ensure that all of the people from the 5 Wraths and the Angry Sky Hall entered the secret realm, he and those eyes even personally supervised it. The process was smooth. However, when the people from the Angry Sky Hall entered the secret realm, a thick black smoke swished into the secret realm. The Vice Temple Master's eyes widened. My lord, what went in the party? The eyes were silent for a moment, then said, I don't know, but no need to be concerned. Everything is manageable. Chapter 117, Are we on vacation? In the ancient mysteries, those clans that had just entered the secret realm, or the scattered cultivators from other clans, were almost half dead or injured. It could be said that all of them were pitted by this forbidden airfield, and most of them were buried in the mouths of demonic beasts. But compared to other clans, the Green Lotus sect side that was unharmed, because the Green Lotus sect had an extra Zhao Enough. There's Zhao Enough in. The Green Lotus sect didn't even exist for those who were injured. As for the demonic beasts, the crowd of the Green Lotus sect looked at Zhao Enough, who was stepping on the corpses of the 3 giant demonic beasts and was topless, especially when they saw Zhao Enough's punch, exploding muscular ghost back. The crowd couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They had all thought before that Zhao Enough was merely good at medicine, but who would have thought that Zhao Enough would take off his clothes and directly transform into a violent fierce man? Flesh and beast hard. A fierce battle. Those giant beasts were whacked to death by Zhao Enough alone. No, not dead yet, because Lu Shuani said, don't kill it completely, leave a breath so the meat is fresh. Zhou nodded enough, then it really left a breath for those 3 demonic beasts. After that, the crowd's scalps went numb, because they saw the 2 of them, Zhao Enough and Lu Shuani, cutting their meat hard. The behemoth was still alive, so the cut flesh, with Zhao Enough and Lu Shuani's elixir, quickly recovered. It's safe to say, they are now eating and drinking. It's just that those 3 beasts are subjected to daily lynching. Of course, the 3 beasts thought about running away. However, as soon as they just made a move, they went limp. Eventually the 3 beasts resigned themselves to their fate. Even the level of fear for Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough was skyrocketing, to the extent that, right now, these 3 beasts were obedient to the words of Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough. Nowadays, the people from the Green Lotus sect, who had just arrived at the secret realm, had 3 bodyguards. Even the Green Lotus sect and the others, specially built a house on the back of the giant tiger. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough. The two of them were leisurely lying in this mobile hut, drinking tea while looking at the scenery in the secret realm. It was the disciples of the Green Lotus sect who felt that they were safe beyond words at this moment, so much so, that it gave them the illusion. They entered the secret realm as if they were not here to fight for their lives, but to take a vacation. Sure, this illusion was not taken seriously by the disciples of the Green Lotus sect. They felt that it was all thanks to Zhao Enough. As for Lu Xuanyi, they only envied him for being able to get sheltered by Zhao Enough and live with him. However, the disciples of the Green Lotus sect didn't have any opinions, because Lu Xuanyi is an alchemist. With the herbs obtained in this secret realm, they all came to Lu Xuanyi to refine the pills. Lu Xuanyi also came to the rescue. Even after reaching the Yuaning realm, Lu Xuanyi's alchemy was even more brutal. The Dan furnace was not even needed, directly using the infant fire, alchemizing pills out of thin air. That tactic also looked at those people from the Green Lotus sect, dumbfounded. Only, this peaceful life didn't last long. As the people from the Green Lotus sect went deeper and deeper, they also gradually arrived at the second level of the secret realm. The first level of the secret realm is considered wilderness. Within the wilderness, even if spirit grasses were no more abundant, they would be nothing more than weeds to this ancient level secret realm. The second level of the secret realm, on the other hand, was a huge city-state. How big is the city-state? Lu Xuanyi doesn't know. Not at a glance. Anyway, as for what's within the city-state, and no one knows, for the walls of this city-state are high. The high is a little off the charts. There was the presence of a forbidden airfield trying to enter the city. Then you have to go through the front door. It's a shame. The three beasts had refused to go as they approached the city-state. Lie down on the ground and shiver. It felt like a great terror in the midst of the city-state. This behemoth can't walk. The Green Lotus sect could only end their tenderness as well. Lu Xuanyi and the others had just gotten down from the giant beast. The three giant beasts ran out wildly as if fleeing for their lives. The crowd watched the scene, their brains already breaking out in cold sweat. What's in the city-state? To be able to make these three beasts so fearful? Zhao Enough stood in the distance and frowned slightly as he looked at the closed gates of that distant city-state. What's really at stake? Just go in and find out. When Zhao Enough said this, he couldn't help but look at those disciples of the Green Lotus sect. All of them are foundation-building disciples. This has been a serious drag. Moreover, Zhao Enough had actually newly comprehended some medical skills, and it was not good for him to perform them with these people around. More to the point, with all these people around, this son of a bitch Lu Xuanyi will never make a move. Did you really think that Zhao Enough had so much guts that he dared to take on those three beasts? He was scared shitless at first. It resulted in a kick out by Lu Xuanyi. Besides, so many people were watching in the first place that the hardwaring had to go on. Anyway, he knew Lu Xuanyi wouldn't watch himself die. It just turned out to be a surprise. Zhao Enough realized that as long as he kept healing himself, those beasts, they were a bit weak. Those disciples of the Green Lotus sect naturally understood Zhao Enough's meaning. This time they also had the sense to salute. We'll just gather spirit medicines at this first secret level. Elder Zhao Enough, be careful himself. Zhou nodded enough. He then walked with Lu Xuanyi towards the gate of that giant city. It didn't take long. The two of them, Zhao Enough and Lu Xuanyi, had arrived at the place of the giant city's gate. The gates were not known to be made of any material. It looks dark and heavy looking. Zhou was enough to even walk up and knock. Ding 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 ding. A metallic clang came. Zhou enough to even try to push. The gate didn't budge. Zhao enough couldn't help but look at Lu Xuanyi. How do I get in? Lu Xuanyi also touched the gate at this time. Suddenly, something felt familiar. The material of this gate. It seemed to be the same as that little box from the secret realm of forgetfulness. Could it be that you have to sacrifice your lifespan and blood to open this gate? Zhao was able to listen to it and couldn't help but frown. Then, why don't we capture the heavenly god cult first, just like last time? Lu Xuanyi. Good lord, this Zhao enough, really got carried away by himself, but Lu Xuanyi still shook his head. No need. After saying that, Lu Xuanyi directly took a small knife and made a cut towards his hand. He then pressed the bloodied hand over the gate. Boom! One moment. The gate began to tremble, followed by a texture that appeared above the gate. Once those textures covered the entire gate, there was a click. The gate opened a crack, just enough to fit one person inside. You go in first, Lu Xuanyi said. Zhao enough didn't hesitate and took a step to walk straight in. Lu Xuanyi followed closely behind. Only after the two of them had completely entered within the gate did Lu Xuanyi let go of his hand. The wounds on his hands recovered in the blink of an eye. This resilience made Zhao enough's eyes glaze over as he watched. Chapter 118. How did you do that? Or do you have a special physique? Can you give me some research? Zhao enough's eyes were glowing. Lu Xuanyi glanced at Zhao enough. Overdraw your lifespan and heal your wounds. Zhao Enough looked at Lu Shuani in shock. You, crazy? Lu Shuani waved his hand. There's no need to care about these details. Saying that, Lu Shuani once again looked towards the front. In front of them was a void, and within the void were two doors of light. One person chooses one, Lu Shuani said. Zhao was hesitant enough to nod. Yes. Having said that, the two men walked through a light door on each side. After Lu Shuani stepped into the light door with one foot, being directly in the middle of a cave. There was also an old man sitting on a plate inside that cave. The old man's eyes were closed at first. It seemed to sense someone coming. The old man opened his eyes, looked at Lu Shuani, and grinned as he tried to smile. Lu Shuani instantly went forward and stuck two fingers in the old man's mouth, directly tearing his mouth off. The old man's eyes widened. Ah! Even the old man jumped up in a bit of a huff. Pointing at Lu Shuani, there was a burst of whimpering. Don't know what's being said though, but Lu Shuani knew that this guy was probably swearing dirty. It didn't take long though. The old man was finally healing from his wounds. At this moment, he looked at Lu Shuani angrily. Young man, is there something wrong with you? Lu Shuani said smilingly. Sorry, I just saw you crooked mouth and I didn't hold back. The old man took a deep breath. Alright young man, being able to walk here shows that you have some skills. Of course, if you want to enter the real giant god city, you still need to pass my test. Lu Shuani thought about it. Open up and ask. You're a roadblocker, so wouldn't it be fine if I killed you? The roadblocker? Why do I need to pass the test when I can kill you? The old man shook his head. This is the rules of the giant god city. I can't die within these rules, so you have to pass the test to truly enter the giant god city. Lu Shuani instantly chopped out with his sword. The sword light cut across the old man's body, directly cutting him in half. But in the blink of an eye, the two halves of the old man's body merged into one. The old man laughed mockingly. So, you understand? Lu Shuani was somewhat helpless. He could only put away the Qingping sword and shrunk his hands in his long sleeves. Okay, what a test. The old man doesn't speak, because he was angry at Lu Shuani's rudeness. Lu Shuani waited for 2 minutes and didn't look at the old man to speak. Lu Shuani smiled. I'll give you a chance, or you'll be a good boy and tell the test. The second one. Anyway, you can't die, but the pain still exists, right? Big deal. This giant god city old me won't go in, but I'm going to make your life worse than death. The old man's face changed. Wait, this test is a trial. As long as you break through this trial, you can enter the giant god city. After saying that, the old man hurriedly pinched the spell. The cave instantly buckled. A quick scene change follows. Wait until the scene is fixed. There was then a sobbing voice. You guys don't talk about eldest brother. It was really me who accidentally fell. It has nothing to do with eldest brother. Lu Shuani? Here's how it's going to be. What's with the stink of tea when you just fucking walk in? Lu Shuani looked towards the surroundings. Well, a couple of beauties. There was also a kid who looked kinda puppyish. Now it's crying and whining, with a couple of women next to it comforting it. Huang Taiji, you are too. Put. He hadn't finished his sentence. Lu Shuani directly took out his Qingping sword and chopped the woman who was trying to speak with a sword. When the woman's head hit the ground with a thud, it was only then that the crowd looked at Lu Shuani in horror. Then the other women who wanted to accuse Lu Shuani also subconsciously shut up. Decapitate the woman. Lu Shuani looked at the others again. Well, the clear colors are all damned foundation builders, and just those few women are a little better. They are all in the early Jindan stage. Lu Shuani was a little unsure, and even felt that the scene was somewhat familiar. He even asked a question with some uncertainty. What is this young master? Is he saying that I deliberately pushed him to fall on the ground? Lu Shuani looked around and inquired. Those women looked angry and just wanted to speak again. The pressure of Lu Shuani's yuaning instantly descended. Boom boom boom. The women and the crying little puppy were all kneeling on the ground, their faces pale. At this time, Lu Shuani directly ingested a disciple out of thin air. Grabbing the disciple by the neck, he asked, is it what I just said? That disciple was scared silly. Non-stop nodding. Lu Shuani let go of the disciple. Ask again. Oh, so who aren't these little bitches trying to accuse me? The disciple nodded again. Lu Shuani all but laughed. What kind of dog trial is this? What am I? What status? I push you and you have a big face? Then Lu Shuani looked at the little puppy and wanted to cry again. Only a sword light flashed. That little puppy was instantly split in half vertically. See, if I don't see eye to eye with you, I'll just chop it off, and I'll push you and make a scene? Do it all. Lu Shuani once again looked at the women. What am I? The women were pale. Patriarch, patriarch. Lu Shuani laughed. I'm a sovereign? Oh, still a sovereign. I see that you guys are living quite well in the sect, quite well and nourishing. It seems that I usually treat you guys well. Is it treating you guys well that makes you even more licentious? and also dare to accuse me of being the lord of a sect. Having said that, Lu Shuani's hand rose and his sword fell. These women were cut down by Lu Shuani. Finally, directly, the resources to train them are distributed in full to the disciples. Those disciples first looked pale, but as the last sentence was uttered, those disciples instantly saluted. Patriarch mighty. Kaching, the secret world shattered. Lu Shuani once again returned to the cave. But at this moment, that old man looked at Lu Shuani with a confused face. That fast? Lu Shuani was somewhat speechless. What a thing to say. What's so fast? Alright, the test is over, right? How do I enter the giant god city? The old man scratched his head. No, wait, I came to see how you finished the trial. I've only just finished a cup of tea. The old man finished. Just start closing your eyes. It didn't take long. The old man looked at Lu Shuani incredulously. Well, the old man tried to say something, but in the end they all fell silent. Lu Shuani suddenly understood. Holy shit, that can't be your experience. The old man looked at Lu Shuani, then nodded in silence. Lu Shuani said directly, so, what did you do in the end? The old man says sigh. After that, I was infamous, and after that, because of certain things to die to prove innocence, just in the end did not die into, but also become a waste. In the end, it was even more by that son of a bitch little white boy, grew up, and eternally suppressed me to this place. Human or not, ghost or not. Lu Shuani looked at him like he was looking at a fool. Chapter 119, The Right Profession. No, don't look at me with that kind of look. Afterward I thought about why I, as the head of a clan in the first place, had to accommodate my few senior sisters, and why I had to work so hard to prove my innocence. It's only now that I'm sitting here withered that I've kind of come to my senses. But it's too late. In fact, I can't figure it out. I'm obviously on good terms with a few of my senior sisters, and I'm not that stupid. So why did it seem like I had lost my mind in the first place? And my senior sisters and the others were totally like mad dogs. Lu Shuani was a little impatient. I don't want to listen to your dog-like thing. I want to enter the giant god city. The old man waved his hand. It's still early. The giant god city is a pit to go in now. Time is not up. To enter is to send to death. When the time is up, I will naturally send you in. And the giant god city should not be opened now. It seems to have been tampered with. It is just the right time for you to speak with me. Lu Shuani was helpless. Seeing as you don't look like you're lying, I'll talk with you then. Lu Shuani then kicked the old man out of the way and sat himself on the old man's recliner. The old man looked at Lu Shuani speechlessly. I am this old bone. You young man? Why so? The old man hadn't finished speaking yet, and looking at Lu Shuani narrowing his eyes, he instantly stopped speaking. Lu Shuani didn't bother to ask about the old man at this time. Instead, he looked at the old man and asked, how long have you been subdued here? The old man was lost in memories. A shake of the head followed. Forget it, Lu Shuani asked again. You're not even dead yet. Is that little puppy still alive? The old man's eyes instantly filled with blood. Alive. It should be somewhere in the giant god city. However, his situation is not much better than mine. Lu Shuani nodded. Tell me about this giant god city. The old man opened his mouth. He was just about to say how miserable that little puppy was in his situation when Lu Shuani's side directly changed the topic. It made the old man hold his tongue a little. This giant god city, as the name suggests, is the city of the gods, and during the ancient times, it was the place where the gods resided. So naturally, there are countless wonders and treasures inside. It's no exaggeration to say that any item taken out is a supreme treasure for us cultivators. However, the giant god city is also the land of God's fall. The gods naturally don't want to see their things being divided up. All, within the giant god city, it is filled with God's grudge. If you want to move about in the giant god city, you have to have treasures that resist God's grudge. Speaking of which, the old man looked at Lu Shuani. As it happens, I have it right here. But if you want, Lu Shuani directly waved his hand. Then you don't say, I'm not interested at all. Old man. No. What's with this young man? Can you die if you hear me out? It's just that the old man didn't know it was. Lu Shuani, on the other hand, was thinking, God's grudge? Is that alive? Will it make the list? If it makes the list, wouldn't you be rich? But, if it doesn't make the list, it doesn't work. For insurance purposes, Lu Shuani directly got up, then moved his muscles and looked at the old man. The old man looked at Lu Shuani with some horror. You? What do you want? Lu Shuani smiled. I want to have an insurance policy. Then pressed the old man for a whack. Ah, wait, don't fight. What do you want? Just say it, I'll give it. The old man conceded. There's no way around it. This young man, he's a fucking demon. Joe enough just after entering the aperture. The same saw an old man. It was just that the old man was missing a leg and was even dripping black blood. There was a dog's body next to it. There was sadness in the old man's eyes. Big, rough hands that kept stroking the dog's body. There was even a little whimper on his lips. Old buddy, you left me after all. Joe enough to walk over. After thinking about it, he saluted the old man. My name is Zhao Enough. Meet Senior. Hearing Zhao Enough's voice, it took that old man to raise his cloudy eyes. Oh, it's been a long time since anyone came. You should be trying to enter the giant god city. Joe nodded. Enough. Yes, senpai. The old man sighed. If you want to enter the giant god city, you need to pass my trial. Zhao Enough's face tightened. This, Senior, please still say it clearly. The old man looked at his leg at this point, and then at the dog beside him. Eyes narrowed slightly. As long as you heal me and bring my old buddy back to life, you'll be considered to have passed the trial. Joe Enough? Good lord. Isn't that a professional match? Zhao Enough instantly laughed. So it's that simple? Don't worry, old sir. I'll absolutely cure you. Old man? You wait. I haven't made myself clear. I want more than a cure. I want a leg to grow back. Joe nodded. Enough. No problem. The old man was a little incredulous. Why don't you start? Joe nodded. Enough. Bang, he knocked the old man out with a straight hammer. The wrong wording followed. It just so happens that when I entered the Yuaning realm, I newly comprehended a medical art aptitude, and it just so happens that no one came to experiment with it. Said. Zhao Enough looked at the dog's leg next to him and took out a saw. An hour passed. The old man woke up in a daze. To be precise, he was licked awake by his dog. Seeing his old buddy, alive and well again, the old man was very excited. But suddenly, the old man didn't feel right. Why do I feel some strange connection with this dog? The old man frowned. But suddenly, the old man's eyes widened. Because of his legs, there's feeling. The old man hurriedly lifted his undershirt to check. But what came into view was a dog's leg. Even the dog's paws were moving and still. Boom, the old man's face was full of iron, and the aura of his Yuaning began to erupt. Zhao Enough frowned when he took a look at the other party's cultivation level of just a Yuaning. Only Yuaning. Then I won't spoil you. Zhao Enough looked at the old man, somewhat wanting to make a move on himself. He gave his arms a hard push. Prickly, the top burst right open. That porous and powerful muscle surfaced hideously in front of this old man. At the same time, a Yuaning aura that was even stronger than this old man's directly crushed towards this old man. The old man swallowed and hurriedly smiled. Cough cough. Dr. Zhao, don't be rude. I don't know how I should thank you. The old man cried. Look at your legs. He cried harder. And Joe is enough to sigh. I've healed your leg and re-given you a leg, and I've saved your old buddy. So is the trial complete? The old man's heart was bitter. But, you put a dog leg on me. Zhao Enough rolled his eyes. Just tell me if it's cured or not. If you want to renege on your debt. I know a little bit about punching and kicking too. Chapter 120. That old man naturally didn't dare to say anything else. He was already as if he were a candle in the wind, and his body was all crippled beyond recognition. Facing this hideously muscular Zhao Enough in front of him, as well as the kind of Yuaning aura he was emitting, he didn't have the slightest bit of heart to fight. It counts, naturally, and I didn't say it didn't, the old man said bitterly. But then the old man's words changed. However, I can't open the passageway to the giant god city for you right now, because the time hasn't come, and if I force it open now, I would be going to my death. Hearing this, Zhao Enough's expression eased a bit. Afterwards, from among his spatial ring, he took out a new set of clothes and put them on. Zhao Enough, who had put on his clothes, once again became gentle and even had a kind face. Oh, so, Zhao was enough to finish, and at this point, he once again looked at the old man's dog legs. Try to take a couple steps and I'll see. Old man? It's like this healing arts avatar, I have also just comprehended it. There are a lot of things that I need to do some experiments on, as well as find some deficiencies. The old man took a deep breath. It's not. How dare you treat me if you're not familiar with it? Sure. The old man was disgruntled in his mind though. However, when he saw that Zhao Enough had an additional hideous wolf toothstick in his hand, the old man still obeyed obediently. He tried to take 2 steps. Not to mention, there really hasn't been any reaction of rejection, and even more outrageous, this leg, it seemed, was more powerful than his previous one. The old man couldn't help but fall into silence. Zhao Enough, on the other hand, took out his quill and observed the old man's actions while contemplating and taking notes. Well, there are no repulsive anomalies, except for some oddities in the way he walks. The strength also seems to be stronger than the other leg. Well, a complete success. The old man was a little puzzled at this point, because he realized his old buddy was eating something. The old man couldn't help but smack his lips. Why is it that when he eats, I can taste the flavor? Zhao Enough's eyes widened. Really? The old man nodded. Zhao Enough looked at the dog, and at that moment took out a pile of black stuff and fed it to the dog. The dog ate it very happily, but that old man suffered. What did you give him to eat that stinks so bad? Zhao Enough froze for a moment. You think it stinks? The old man's face went green. Zhao was enough to start mumbling. Initially, after splitting the soul, it does create some strange connections, but these connections don't share tastes and bodily activity together, though I've always felt that this aspect could be improved. The old man was a little confused. What did you mean when you said that? Zhao Enough could only explain. It's like this. You old chap, when I was healing him, I realized that his soul had long since dried up, and to fully heal it, it needed an infusion of soul power. So I cut a piece of your soul for it and rekindled the soul fire. The old man looked at Zhao Enough with some alarm. What path do you cultivate? Zhao Enough to frown. Is it hard to see? I practice medicine. The old man took a deep breath. They say that healers are benevolent, but look at what you've done. And also, why are you so familiar with the soul? You give me the feeling that you're practicing the path of Hades for fuck's sake. Zhao Enough? He looked at the old man and his face changed for a moment. It's all lost on you? Old man, waiting time is always a bore. Still, Lu Xuanyi was now very curious about what that divine grudge was. Old man, can you grab me a god grudge and come look at it? Old man. Seeing the old man's silence, Lu Xuanyi sighed. Any more? You were considered a genius before. After being locked up in this place for so many years, you didn't study a bit of anything? The old man frowned. Naturally, I have studied it, but the final result of the study is that the giant god city is terrifying, and I'm nothing but an ant of the giant god city. Lu Xuanyi waited for the old man to continue, but the old man went on without a word. Lu Xuanyi was a little disappointed. That's it? The old man spread his hands. There's nothing I can do about it. I've been suppressed here. It's like I'm a slave here. I can't do anything else at all. Lu Xuanyi suddenly thought of a problem. Whose slave are you? The old man lapsed into silence for a moment. He himself was somewhat unclear as to whose slave he was. Seeing that the old man couldn't say one way or the other, Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but shake his head. No wonder. A patriarch can be wrongly accused of death by those few sticky-toothed things? You really don't have much of a brain. After so many years, you can't even figure out what kind of situation you're in. The old man blushed at Lu Xuanyi's words, but he couldn't find any words to refute Lu Xuanyi. After all, as far as his experience was concerned, the others, Lu Xuanyi, gave it a pass in less than a few minutes. And at that moment, Lu Xuanyi continued to inquire. Is what you said about it not being the time to enter the opening of the giant god city because of the divine grudge? The old man nodded. Yes, today is the time when divine grudges are filling up. Even with the heavenly flame lanterns, I don't think they can stop it. Lu Xuanyi's eyes lit up. Then open the passageway of the secret realm a little bit and let me see that divine grudge. The old man's eyes widened. That? No, that's a death wish for you. Of course, it doesn't matter if you die. I don't want to die right now. Lu Xuanyi explained with a smile. Don't worry, I'm just seeing what's going on, not going in. Don't worry, I have everything under control. Lu Xuanyi swore. In order to make the old man believe in himself, he even took out the Qingping sword and set it on the old man's neck. Old man. Finally the old man compromised. He pinched his spell and moved his mana. The entire cave trembled. It wasn't long before the cave stones began to shift, eventually forming a passageway. The channel has just formed. Boom! A scarlet, still bleeding ghost face rushed directly towards Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi looked at the ghostly face and felt a little weird in his heart. The old man saw that Ghostface had been so scared that he hid in the corner, shivering. His lips were shivering. It's over. It's over. It's really over. But the next second, the old man was directly dumbfounded, because he saw Lu Xuanyi just casually reaching out. One grabbed the ghostly face. Then, amidst the old man's horrified eyes, he opened his mouth. Whoosh! Like absorbing noodles, the ghostly face was swallowed by Lu Xuanyi. Old man! Lu Xuanyi smacked his lips at this point. At this point he reached out again. Whoosh! Another ghostly face was ingested into his hand, and then a ball of flame rose. Not long after, the ghost face was directly refined into a pill by Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi directly handed the elixir to that old man. Reward you. The old man took the elixir in his hand and swallowed. He then looked at Lu Xuanyi and asked, Are you the king of hell? How come you are so familiar with soul refining? Lu Xuanyi blinked her big, somewhat innocent eyes. Is it that obvious? Old man. Chapter 121. Distracted. The Angry Sky Hall had long since entered the giant god city, and the people of the Angry Sky Hall even had a way of ignoring those divine grudges. Almost every person in the Angry Sky Hall also carried a strange kind of bead. With those beads, not only would those divine grudges not attack them, but even the people from the Angry Sky Hall could manipulate those divine grudges. At this moment, the people of the angry Sky Hall were all standing by. Their purpose this time was to thunderously kill all those who were able to enter the giant god city. Say come on. This is also a very clever way for the Temple of the Angry Sky to do it. It was because those who were able to enter the giant god city, that were basically 1 in a million geniuses. It's relying on the secret world to help them sift through it. Anyone who is screened, that can be killed with impunity. Just, at this time, the leader of the First Fury, looking at those divine grudges in the air, there was always a feeling of uneasiness. Boss, what are you thinking? The Second Fury looked at the First Fury and asked. The two of them were brothers and had grown up together, and every time the first anger showed a serious look, that something bad was going to happen. Therefore, the second angry face hurriedly inquired. The First Fury looked around carefully. Then he whispered, I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling, but I can't say exactly. Second Fury scratched his head. Boss, you're almost a half step to transformation god, and within this giant god city, most of them are Jindan, and the highest is only Yuaning. You're an invincible existence within Yuaning. The First Fury shook his head. This time is different. I don't just feel distracted this time. I even have a feeling of palpitations. It was a weird feeling. There was a sense that he was about to lose something. The second wrath sees the first wrath as such. He whispered again. I caught one on the way in. I've heard that man is a very accurate fortune teller. If not, let that man show us? The First Fury thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, show me. Jiang Wenshun has been having a muddled time lately. He was first captured by the people of Yama Temple. Originally, I thought I was going to be lifeless, but it turned out to be a little different than one would have expected. Not only is he alive and well, but he even has a higher status in Yama Temple. It seemed that apart from the two Yama kings and the judges, he was the highest. It was called the second judge, also the same as what his own old man had said. The old man is really flying high. It was because the cultivation resources of the Yama Palace were truly plentiful. Even his 3 old ancestors had become the 3 major ghost generals inside the Yama Temple. But for that matter, 3 of his old men beat him up again. The reason is simple. The 3 elder ancestors meant it. They've all been dead for thousands of years. As a result, you've been punked to death by this little brat of yours who has to use his old bones to go charging into battle. Jiang Wenshun is also helpless. All he could say was, having the position he has today is really not what he wanted. The bottom line is this Yama Temple, it's outrageously crazy. If you say that Yama Temple is a demonic sect, right, what people do every day is to punish the wicked. The people they killed were all fucking evil people. But if you say it's a good clan, but they asked themselves to measure who would be against Yama. Just measure it yourself. Yan Luodian went straight out, no matter what, and directly exterminated people, not to mention leaving them alive. The earthworms are dug up and split vertically. It's just not a fucking human thing to do. So, Jiang Wenshun wanted to escape, but the people of Yama Temple didn't seem to be worried about him escaping or not. What he goes out for, the people of Hades ignore. Even he didn't let the people of Yama Temple follow him. People are also very obedient not to follow. But the next second, and he was caught in this city-state full of ghostly faces. Jiang Wenshun dropped his head inside. If I had known, I might as well have stayed well in Hades. Hey, now life and death are hard to predict, making Jiang Wenshun very regretful. Crunch right about this time. The door to the room where Jiang Wenshun was opened. Jiang Wenshun was too scared to move. First Fury looked at Jiang Wenshun and calmed his tone. Old sir, don't need to be afraid. We came. We don't have any malicious intent. We just heard that the old sir's divining art is very good. So, we want to ask the old sir to divine a little bit. Divination. Ha! Jiang Wenshun breathed a sigh of relief. It was followed by a smile as well. I can't do anything else. But in this area of divination, I still have some standards. What are you trying to divine? Tell us. The first angry nod. Afterward, voice the concerns in your mind. Jiang Wenshun measured it after a while. Straight up give him a whole lot less confidence. Because he measured it. This time, the teams led by these 2 people in front of them would all be wiped out. But these 2 in front of me will have a great future. All out and promising. Are these 2 things capable of being connected? The First Fury and the Second Fury looked at Jiang Wenshun with shifting colors. The First Fury said directly, if the old gentleman has anything to say, there's no harm in saying it. Jiang Wenshun thought about it, but still didn't say anything about the whole army. Well, according to the trigrams, this time, you 2 brothers, you're about to soar to great heights and have a great future. Second Fury froze. Some excitement ensued in his eyes. Big brother, I told you, it's fine. Listen, the old gentleman said we are about to have a great future in the future. The First Fury frowned. He had a feeling. The old man seemed to be saying nothing again. But after thinking about it, I heard that fortune tellers, they can't reveal too much about the heavens, so I didn't take this matter to heart. The two then left, but walked to the door. The first Fury suddenly frowned. Nope, I have a feeling this guy has some important news left to tell. The first Fury gave way to a rush to turn back, but when he opened the room again, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Where are the people? The second Fury also probed and looked, and couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Those who listen to fortune tellers are all psychic, so what they say is actually true. First Fury. Because this whatever god grudge has no effect on either Lu Shuani or Zhao Enough, Lu Shuani also entered the giant god city directly. It was just that Lu Shuani was a bit surprised when he ran into Zhao Enough. And you're not afraid of that godly grudge? Zhao Enough smiled. When you and I were refining people's divine souls before, I was thinking that if someone was like you and could directly get people's divine souls, then wouldn't I be miserable? So in my spare time, I ate quite a lot of divine soul pills to enhance my divine soul. I would even say that for us, the Yama Temple, all these divine grudges are just rations. In other words, as long as they are divine souls, they all fall under the sanction of us, the Yama Temple. Lu Shuani didn't expect this effect. However, Lu Shuani couldn't help but freeze when he looked at the old man with two dog legs who was following Zhao Enough. It is? Zhao Enough was somewhat helpless. There's no way. I newly comprehended a medical technique and then did an experiment, but I feel that this means is a bit too inhumane, so I can't let him go out and badmouth my reputation. So I plan to bring him amongst the Yen Luo Temple. Chapter 122, The Fear of the Two Yama Kings. Lu Shuani nodded. Well, how about that? Zhao Enough had a lot to do with himself when he became like this, as long as Zhou is happy enough. But Lu Shuani was still very curious. What's your newfound medical skill? Helping people directly with limb replacement? A word about medicine. Zhou Enough can't be sleepy. It's certainly not that superficial. To be precise, my current medical skill is to be able to see a person's pulse clearly, and I can even adjust a person's pulse. Simply put, I can also directly make a person's chakra combine with any chakra without even repelling or resisting it. And, because of my familiarity with the soul, I've developed a new one of my aptitudes. With that, Zhao Enough took out a leg. Lu Shuani, wait a minute. Where did this leg come from? Zhao was enough to look at the old man behind himself. I felt that one dog leg was really unsightly, so I replaced it with two. Well, don't worry about those details. Look. Afterwards, Zhao Enough reached out and injected soul power into that leg. Not much longer. That leg just started jumping up. It's bouncy and it's a head turner to watch. You see, I could inject a soul into this thing right now and make him a new individual. Simply put, it's the leg, which is now alive and well. The old man looked at his leg and suddenly it took on a whole new life. He was pale with fear. Imagine that. When your legs, jumping around in front of you. What was that experience like? It's just that Zhao Enough still feels sorry for him. It's that he doesn't have a mind of his own. If he did, then I could be creating a life. Lu Shuani mused. Is it possible that it's because he doesn't have a complete soul? That's why. He doesn't have a mind. And if he had a complete soul, maybe he would just have a complete mind. And he would have accomplished a whole new life. Zhao Enough scratched his head. Makes sense. Why don't I rip a bit of my soul and put it in? Lu Shuani was speechless. With so many remnants of souls floating around in the sky, why are you using your own? Zhao Enough's eyes lit up. Yeah, but I can't catch it. Lu Shuani reached out at this point. A ball of divine grudge was directly grasped in his hand, then rubbed it and gave it to Zhao Enough. The old man. He then rolled his eyes and directly fainted. But it's unfortunate. Zhao Enough is a doctor. He wouldn't allow anyone to have a medical condition in front of him. So, a ball of green light smashes through. The old man woke up instantly. Old man, QAQ. None of this is the most brutal of all. He saw the two men harden his legs and play with them to blow them up. Zhao Enough wiped a handful of blood from his own face and fell into deep thought. This isn't right. Obviously I've injected the soul in the most appropriate proportion. But why is it like this? Lu Shuani thought of a possibility at this time. Could it be because that soul has a mind of its own and can't accept that it has become a leg? So, it chooses to blow itself up. Zhao Enough's eyes lit up. Possibly. And what to do about it? Lu Shuani's eyes lit up. That's a good one. After saying that, Lu Shuani directly took out several qi refining materials. Within a short time, a millstone was directly refined. Then he directly grabbed a few divine grudges and placed them in the middle of the grinder and began to grind them. In the middle of the mill, there came the mournful screams of the divine grudge. The old man looked at Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough. Suddenly, he grinned. Hey, Abba Baba. He was hardened and dumbfounded. Zhao Enough once again passed with a sobriety spell. Old man. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Both of the old man's hands, too, were successfully replaced with dog paws. As for his own hand, it was fighting on the old man's shoulder. Like two naughty children. Old man, it's enough to meet a Yama. And he, luckily, was really good. Meet two Yamas. Seriously. Until we meet the real king of hell. The picture book he had read before. What with Yama controlling life and death? What 18 layers of hell? He was dismissive. But today, he met. In front of Hades. Dead? It's just a luxury. If Yama is not pleased, he makes you regret coming into this world. What scared the old man the most? That Lu Shuani. He can capture souls alive. Not only that, he eats souls. And these two Yamas come together. That's even more outrageous. It was even if Lu Shuani was able to capture the soul. That Joe was enough to be able to change the flavor of the soul. They just walked the whole way and ate the whole way. It made the old man look very broken. However, those divine grudges were also unconscious divine grudges to begin with. As a result, the hardened two ate it all with consciousness. Look at the two and run. It's still one of those Owi runs. There's a sense of hell. Nope. These two. They are the real Yanwang. The point is, the old man also knew his fate. In the future, he is a ghost beside the king of hell. There was just something about the old man that he didn't understand. Two lords of Yama. I would like to ask, am I a human or a ghost now? The old man himself was a little uncertain. For that matter, Zhao Enough also scratched his head. Brother Lu, what do you think? Lu Shuani looked at the old man and smiled. No man. No ghost. The old man only felt a sharp sword that was directly inserted in front of his chest. Another couple of days passed. Guided by the old man, the three of them had finally arrived in a broken temple. This is the temple of the Bodhisattva of the Thousand Hands, and it is rumored that the secret treasure of the Bodhisattva of the Thousand Hands is kept here. The old man is very attentive these days. Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough simultaneously looked towards the temple of the Bodhisattva of a Thousand Hands. Upon seeing the number of people gathered inside, Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough hurriedly disguised themselves. The movement was so numb that the old man looked a little dumbfounded. The two men finished the maneuvers and looked back at the old man at the same time. Old man, Lu Shuani said at this time. From now on, we are servants at your side. Understand? The old man fell to his knees on the spot. Two lords, spare your lives. Zhao Enough smiled at this point. You see those guys in there? Look at those legs. Those hands. Do you want to get a new one? Don't worry. After it's done, I'll give you a new one. The old man's eyes lit up. Really? Joe nodded. Enough. The old man rose immediately. Yes. The three then entered the broken temple. But after the trio entered, the two of them, Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough, closed the door of the temple very silently. Then both of them burst out laughing at the same time. Jia jia jia. The old man who was walking in front of him, when he heard this laughter, his legs could not help but tremble, and a wave of urination could not help but hit him. Chapter 123 Novel Ideas. Bam. As the door to the temple of the Bodhisattva of a Thousand Hands was closed, Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough began to strike instantly. Less than 10 minutes. The people in here were then all taken care of by the two. That kind of direct second killing tactic made the old man look at it with chills. As for the reason why Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough had struck out so recklessly, that's because the people here are all from the Angry Sky Hall. In some ways, both the Yama Palace and the Angry Sky Palace were already mortal enemies. So, the two men were not soft at all. And after settling these people, Zhao was enough to start experimenting with his medical skills once again. However, at this time, Zhao Enough saw the statue of the thousand-handed Bodhisattva and his eyes suddenly lit up. He gazed at the old man. Do you want normal people's hands? Old man. He similarly looked at the statue of the thousand-hand Bodhisattva and seemed to have thought of something, then hurriedly shook his head. No, I don't want to. When the old man finished, he tried to run. Lu Shuani directly grabbed the old man. Don't worry. You have to trust my brother's medical skills. Maybe this is a chance for you. The old man swallowed. Then this chance. Is it okay if I don't want it? Lu Shuani let out a laugh. Boom, he took the millstone right out and threw it on the ground. The old man's eyes filled with tears. Half an hour later, the old man's back was full of arms. Even the old man was able to manipulate those arms at will. Sure, it's not just that. All that old man had to do was move his head. The arms behind his back then all closed up. Outsiders can't see anything at all. Zhao Enough looked at the old man with great satisfaction. You are my most satisfying masterpiece. At that moment both palms jumped to the old man's shoulders, fingers constantly dancing. It seemed to show its displeasure. Zhao Enough smiled. You too. But at this moment, Lu Shuani looked at the statue of the thousand-handed Bodhisattva and fell into deep thought. What are you looking at? Zhao was enough to inquire. Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao Enough at this moment, then said, "This one of yours, although it's a medical technique, I feel that he's better like a puppet technique, but he's even more advanced than the puppet technique." Zhao was enough to ponder on his own and nodded with great approval. Lu Xuanyi, on the other hand, looked at Zhao Enough to inquire, "Now that you understand the body meridians and even know everything about a person's body, I was wondering if there is a possibility that if you were to infuse the body of this thousand-hand bodhisattva with chakras as well, in terms of infusing his soul, would he not be alive?" Zhao Enough's eyes widened. Why didn't I think of that? But Zhao Enough looked at the huge bodhisattva statue and couldn't help but shake his head. But there aren't that many meridians for him to use. Lu Xuanyi hemmed and hawed. Where are we? In the middle of the secret realm. Think about it. Is there a shortage of people in the secret realm? Moreover, now that the Angry Sky Hall has come in ahead of time at some point, it's not just right that the secret realm is directly helping us screen properly, and we don't even need to worry about killing the wrong people. Zhao Enough's eyes also lit up. The old man listened to the two men's conversation and lowered his head, his pupils contracting. At this moment, in a stronghold of the Angry Sky Hall within the giant god city, the first angry look was filled with dullness. One of our strongholds was wiped out? The second fury nodded. But it shouldn't have been the cultivators who exterminated them, because they died too quickly. Cultivators can't do that. There could only be some shenanigans within the giant god city. The first fury nodded at this explanation, because in the middle of his conception, cultivators can't get in at all. Which stronghold is it? The second fury said, the temple of the Bodhisattva of 1,000 hands. Hearing that it was the temple of the Bodhisattva of the 1,000 hands, the first anger was instead not surprising at all. Then it should be whichever fool that woke up the 1,000-hand Bodhisattva and was destroyed by the 1,000-hand Bodhisattva. Send some more men and continue to the 1,000-hand Bodhisattva temple. After all, there is a great chance there. The cultivators are bound to go there, and that's also our hunting ground. The second fury nodded. By the way, there's one more thing. At this moment, second fury took out two heads from amongst his spatial ring. One is a bull's head and one is a horse's head. The first fury frowned. What is it? Second fury scratched his head. These are the two things I found when I was out on an adventure inspection before. These two heads. They seem to be better than our soul avoidance pearls. He can directly devour divine grudges. Even after he devours the divine grudge, he will become even harder. With that, second fury even knocked on the twisted head. With a bang, the bull's head made a metallic sound. The first fury came to be interested as well. There's even such a treasure. He then picked up the horse's head to check it out as well. After a quick look around, the first fury was somewhat of a cold voice. How is this kind of like what the information says? Some kind of god? The second fury was not amused. Whatever. This head is still functional, but it's dead after all. The first angry nod. Then the two men took the bull's head and the horse's head respectively. It's not right. It was because Zhao Enough wanted to resurrect this gigantic statue of the Bodhisattva of 1,000 hands. So he began to measure the statue properly and also to make holes in it, for better infusion into the meridians. But after some fumbling by Zhao Enough, he realized that this 1,000-hand Bodhisattva, it seemed that there were meridians within his body. It's just dried up. See the sight. Zhao Enough to hurry down from above the 1,000-hand Bodhisattva, told Lu Xuanyi about his discovery. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but frown after hearing this. You're not mistaken? Zhou nodded. Enough. I am very confident in my medical skills and am in no way mistaken. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he looked at the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva who showed a statue of compassion. It didn't occur to me that this secret realm is really not simple. Hesitation. Lu Xuanyi asked again. Then can you cure this 1,000-hand Bodhisattva? Zhou enough to scratch her head. Healing a statue? I haven't tried that. Then you try. Zhou nodded. Enough. He then flew to the head of the Bodhisattva of 1,000 hands. Then it began to continuously radiate its own green spiritual energy. But the treatment took a while. Zhou enough and give up. No. He has meridians. But they've been dry for a very long time. And there's absolutely no way to heal them unless he's infused with a large amount of blood. Lu Xuanyi immediately crossed himself. Then the huffing and puffing and bloodletting began. Zhao enough was somewhat speechless. We don't have to be so crazy. Lu Xuanyi smiled and shook his head. It's fine. Feel free to use it. Zhao enough looked at Lu Xuanyi's face without changing color. He had to nod. Okay, then if you can't hold out, give me a heads up. Lu Xuanyi nodded. This was followed by the two men working in tandem. They started pumping blood into the statue. The old man hid in the corner. Looking at this ridiculous scene, the man was numb. At first, he only knew that these two Yen kings were only ruthless to others, but he didn't think that they were also very ruthless to themselves. Chapter 124, Great Opportunities Over Time. A constant rattling sound began to come from Mat Pro Buddha's body. It seems like the joints are twisting. Even that thousand-handed bodhisattva's neck, too, began to shake continuously. Ta-da-da-da-da. The thousands of arms of the thousand-handed bodhisattva began to sway rhythmically. Then a golden light began to emanate from his body as well. Brother Lu, you can stop now. Lu Xuanyi nodded. And at this moment, Zhao Enuf also began to frantically activate his mana. But this thousand-hand bodhisattva is just too big. Even if Zhao Enuf was a Yuaning, he couldn't withstand it at all. Lu Xuanyi came to Zhao Enuf's side and directly stuffed pills into his mouth. Zhao Enuf gave Lu Xuanyi a grateful look. Then once again, he frantically urged his mana to heal. But suddenly, Zhao was enough to sense that something was wrong. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Lu, save me. Zhao Enuf felt like his mana and soul were being devoured by the statue. He rushed to Lu Xuanyi for help. At this moment, Lu Xuanyi also snorted coldly. Boom, he directly landed a palm. Bang. A muffled sound. That thousand-hand bodhisattva was instantly cracked by Lu Xuanyi's palm. But that thing had absorbed Zhao Enuf's mana and had been recovering rapidly ever since. Lu Xuanyi was furious. It seems that if I don't give you a little lesson, you don't know how powerful I, King Yin, am. Having said that, Lu Xuanyi's aura exploded. The moment that terrifying Yuaning Qi came out, the statue simply disappeared the next second. Lu Xuanyi? Zhao Enuf? The two men looked at each other. Where's the statue? Lu Xuanyi asked. Zhao Enuf also shook his head blankly. I don't know. At that moment the dogged old man came out of the shadowy corner trembling. He swallowed. Zhao Yan. Do you want to see your Yuaning? Hearing his words, Zhao hurriedly looked at his Yuaning. This look at it. Zhou was enough of a fool. His firstborn, turned into the bodhisattva of 1,000 hands. Zhao Enuf was a little flustered. This, Brother Lu, you have to save me. Will I be taken over this time? Lu Xuanyi was also a bit uncertain, but still said, the firstborn is yourself. Whether or not you've been taken over, don't you know yourself? When Zhao Enuf heard this, he suddenly felt that it made sense. Then he began to sit in meditation. That's a lot of sensing down. Zhao Enuf was instantly overjoyed. Brother Lu, great chance. This is really a great chance for me. Lu Xuanyi froze. How? Zhao Enuf to give a hurried explanation at this time. This thousand-hand bodhisattva statue, and my Yuaning become one. This will keep my Yuaning from being attacked in any way. Not only that, he also increases my spell strength and mana power by almost 10 times. And he also brings with him his own healing function, and fleshly golden body. Lu Xuanyi, why don't you react at all? Aren't you shocked? Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao Enuf to sigh. In a sense, this is indeed a great opportunity for you, but I seem to have all of these abilities you speak of. Zhao Enuf was still unconvinced at this point. My Yuaning can visualize the bodhisattva with 1,000 hands. Having said that, a huge thousand-handed bodhisattva appeared behind Zhao Enuf. Lu Xuanyi didn't say anything. A Yuaning that looked exactly like him, giganticized and appeared behind him. And behind that Yuaning, there was a divine ring made of 9 golden dan. It made Lu Xuanyi's Yuaning look more like a deity. Zhao Enuf, he directly put away his Yuaning, turned somewhat reticent. Lu Xuanyi also put away his Yuaning and looked at Zhao Enuf with a hefty smile. Zhao Enuf was quite difficult at first, but soon it wasn't unpleasant. I'm not that bad anyway, and besides, I'm a medical student. What do I need to be that strong for? Oh yes, this thousand-hand bodhisattva has another divine power. With that, Zhao Enuf pointed a finger at Lu Xuanyi's brow, passed the thousand hands avatar to Lu Xuanyi. After Lu Xuanyi studied a bit, just a little speechless. Does this have to be 1,000 hands? Zhao Enuf froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. Finally something you won't. Cool. Lu Xuanyi pondered for a moment at this point, then smiled and said, just tell me, is there a possibility that I can perform it without 1,000 hands? Zhao Enuf. Then, he saw Lu Xuanyi directly use his blood to condense 1,000 hands. Zhao Enuf? He was completely devastated by Lu Xuanyi. Angry Zhao Enuf to cut a deal with the dog-legged old man. Go up and use the 1,000 hands avatar. And it's using all its power. A healing spell anyway. Seeing as the old man was about to get himself killed, the old man cried, Lord Yama, if I'm guilty, please let me die instead of punishing me in this way. Zhao Enuf ended up closing his hand as well. What are you talking about? I'm just sparring with you normally. But then again, why are you so weak? The old man was speechless. I'm weak? Old me was a supreme genius back in the day. But Lao Zi has never heard of anyone who could cultivate their Yuaning into a 1,000-handed golden body. Oh, there's another one. The Yuaning is cultivated like a deity. Go outside and see for yourselves. How many of you can be as sick as you are? But the words, he was afraid to say. He was genuinely afraid that Zhao Enuf would beat him up again. Can't die. Can't go crazy. This is a living hell on earth. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enuf led the old man to raid the temple again. Finding nothing of value, the two were ready to change places. Tell me, old man, what other place has treasures? The old man was really thinking hard at this time. The greatest chance in the outer city, I'm afraid, is the Thousand Hands Bodhisattva Temple. I think the rumored secret treasure of the Thousand Hands Bodhisattva is the statue itself. If you want to look for the chance again, then you can only go forward to the inner city area. But say the inner city area. The old man's face was more or less fearful. My two lords, although there are great opportunities in the inner city area, there are also great horrors. I heard that although the gods have fallen, some of the pets of the gods, or their attendants, still survived, and are even living right in the middle of the inner city, and those people, with a random strike, can take lives. Lu Xuanyi was not amused. Zhao enough after getting the thousand-hand bodhisattva. His strength was now starting to skyrocket as well. He also swelled with disbelief. Then go to the inner city, Lu Xuanyi said. Zhao enough nodded back. The old man hurriedly said at this moment, although the people in the inner city don't have much of a cultivation level, they all have strong physical bodies, and there are even some martial artists whose strength is no less than that of a transformation spirit cultivator. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao enough still didn't change their faces. The old man was helpless. Okay, I'll take you to the inner city, but can I stay away? Lu Xuanyi and Zhao enough eyes quietly looked at the old man. Got it. I'm going. The old man felt his life very dim. He only felt that he had no bright future. People are all dead in their graves. Have you blown up your ancestors' graves? I've met these two living hells. Chapter 125, Something's Wrong. Lu Xuanyi and the others entered the inner city. This was a great way to make those gods who were wandering in the air complain. Yama is finally gone. There were even divine grievances that had spat out their mouths and simmered with a yell. There's the first one, and then there's the second one. Subsequently, the entire outer city was filled with eerie laughter. These resentful spirits hated to pour out all of their previous bottled-up grievances in this moment. It also just so happened that nowadays, almost all of the people from the Angry Sky Hall were catting around in the outer city of the giant god city. This directly caused those divine grudges to have scarlet eyes. Kill, 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 kill. The voice of the god's grudge came and then got faster and faster. In the end, it directly formed a terrifying sound wave. Snap. The resting soul avoidance beads of the members of the Angry Sky Hall were directly shattered by the sound waves at this moment. The moment their soul avoidance beads shattered, God's grudge landed. The people from the Angry Sky Hall were stupefied. But, without the help of the soul avoidance pearl, the people of the Angry Sky Hall were wrapped in divine grudge in a matter of moments. Even those divine grudges began to snatch the corpses of the Angry Sky Hall. The scene was once bloody. The Vice Lord of the Angry Sky Hall was currently looking at a piece of information reported by his men. The people from the Angry Sky Hall, the outer hunting, had a change of heart. All the people of the Angry Sky Hall were almost all intercepted by an unknown force. In the end, the Deputy Temple 12 Days of the Temple of the Angry Sky went to investigate, but the results of the survey were very surprising. The people who sniped the Angry Sky Hall were called Yama's Hall. The Deputy Hall Master of the Angry Sky Hall looked at the three words Yen Luo Hall as and couldn't help but frown. He looked into the void eyes at that moment and asked, how so? The eyes in that void looked toward the three words Yama Temple. There was a moment of silence. Then he shook his head. Although history can be a bit off, the general direction is not wrong. Originally, our members in the periphery were all unorthodox members. There's no need to be concerned about that. As long as nothing unexpected happens within the giant god city, then everything is manageable. At this moment, another person entered the Great Hall in a panic. It's bad for the two hall masters. Our brothers in the giant god city were almost instantly wiped out. And even the five lords, their lives and deaths are unknown. The Deputy Temple Master was silent. The eyes in that void were silent as well. At this moment, the Vice Hall Master waved his hand. Get that man down. Wait until the man is gone. The Vice Temple Master looked into the eyes once again. How? Those eyes disappeared for a moment. It didn't take long to reappear. The divine grudges in the outer city of the giant god city have fallen into a riot. All of our brothers have died at the hands of the divine grudges. And the five rages have already gone to the inner city. So you should send someone directly to the inner city. The inner city is where those low-level cultivators gather anyway. So we'll kill them all in one go at that time. The Deputy Hall Master nodded. So how much was sent in this time? Those eyes thought for a moment or two. Then said, $500,000. The Vice Temple Master's eyes widened. Half of them? What if this is all dead? Those eyes were disdainful. Don't worry. The three heavens are all in the inner city. And when the time comes, they will receive all of our people. Everything, manageable. Vice Temple, all right. You say it's controllable. Then do what you say. After entering the inner city, the two of them, Lu Xuanyi and Zhao enough, looked at each other. They all wondered if they were in the wrong place. because of this so-called inner city. It's a small world on one side. The weirdest thing is, there are people here. Normal people. More accurately, it's a human world. There were wagons and ox carts coming and going on the road. There are farmers and there are chivalrous people. There are even students seeking to learn. Is this a fucking secret world? Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough were both a bit incredulous. At this time the dog-legged old man opened his mouth and said, "Within this cave, it is the true meaning of equality for everyone, because you in the outside world no matter how in, to here, are." The old man's eyes widened before he could finish his sentence. It was because he saw Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough mana operating without any hindrance. Cultivation was not affected in any way. How is this possible? The old man tried running his mana. The results were honestly suppressed. The old man was completely confused. "You guys, what kind of gods are you?" Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough said in unison. "Yama Temple. Yama King. Old man." Okay. All he could say was that Lord Yama was bullish. Lu Xuanyi at this time then asked the old man, "What do you know about the world?" The old man shook his head. "Not a lot." Lu Xuanyi narrowed his eyes. "Yes?" The old man nodded. "Indeed, but I can still know the basics, like where we are now. I think it's called Liangzhou. As for any more than that, I know very little." Lu Xuanyi nodded. "Let's go. Find a place to land first." Finally, the three of them entered the middle of a restaurant in Liangzhou City. This way, Lu Xuanyi found a problem. This was the cave heaven, and the richness of the aura was simply unimaginable. What's more, those herbs that made both Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough couldn't help but avert their gaze were abounding on the roadside. But it was in the middle of such an environment. These people are all uncultivated. Even some people who practice martial arts, while instinctively absorbing aura through the exercise of the physical body. But Lu Xuanyi saw that the highest achievement was only the foundation establishment cultivation. Even that foundation establishment cultivation cultivator, at first glance, was a warrior who was not to be messed with. The crowd watched as they all stepped out of the way. "That's a little freaky," Lu Xuanyi said. Zhao Enough was also very annoyed at this time. The bottom line is that these people are sick, and weirdly so. Lu Xuanyi's eyes widened. "What's wrong?" Zhao Enough said in a low voice. "Instead of a disease, it's more like a curse. A curse that seems to be eroding their spiritual roots and corrupting their spiritual senses, like it's deliberately preventing them from cultivating." Lu Xuanyi was a little curious. "Can you cure it?" Zhao Enough to shake her head in a rare manner. "I can't cure it with my current powers." This made Lu Xuanyi a little surprised. It was the first time he had heard Zhao Enough to say that there was a disease that couldn't be cured. Zhao was enough to explain at this time. "This curse is a very skillful means. I do have a cure, but not the ability to cure it, because this curse has lasted for an unknown number of years. It has all been integrated into their bloodline. If they want to be cured, they must be crushed into thousands of times by using a great magical power." Lu Xuanyi was shocked. "I'll be damned. What did these people do to deserve such a curse?" But no one responded. "Come here." Suddenly, Lu Xuanyi felt like he was hallucinating. A woman's voice was heard. Lu Xuanyi looked around with some uncertainty. Come to me. I'll wait for you by the river." This time, Lu Xuanyi was sure he wasn't hallucinating. He looked around, saw no one, and simply ignored it. "You come. I have something for you." The woman's voice sounded again. Lu Xuanyi looked at the Dao Dao gold scroll above. Appeared a green name. "Do not even think." A burning blood divine fist slightly run a little. That green name instantly disappeared. Chapter 126. People from the Angry Sky Palace. Lu Xuanyi didn't care a bit about the whatever it was that he had casually gotten killed. Now the golden scrolls of the Great Tao are clear of golden names. This kind of green name, Lu Xuanyi did not even bother to look at it. Putting it on the golden scroll of the avenue are very space-consuming. There was just one thing that Lu Xuanyi was a little confused about. One has only just arrived in this inner city. What's the holdup? Was it accidental? Or was it intentional? After thinking about it, Lu Xuanyi finally shook his head. It doesn't matter either way. Lu Xuanyi pretended that nothing happened. And Zhou enough for them to eat again. Although, they were all Yuaning cultivators now and didn't need to eat. But this place is not quite the same thing. The ingredients here, eat that are all very superb spiritual herbs and medicines. The quality of the meat, the richness of the aura, was just to die for. Even after eating these things, Lu Xuanyi was actually able to feel that his body was slowly getting stronger. Moreover, his qi and blood had filled up quite a bit. This shocked Lu Xuanyi a bit. Because he cultivated the immortal mixed complexion scripture and because the immortal mixed complexion scripture was insanely transporting the mad thunder scripture, the strength of his fleshly body had already reached a very terrifying point. But even so, eating the things here was surprisingly able to increase qi and blood. It's not just Lu Xuanyi. Zhao enough was a bit dumbfounded at this point. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao enough glanced at each other. A table was then ordered again. The two ate like that, from early morning until dark, even on a night out from the restaurant. Both of them ate out their general's belly. This is a really good place. Lu Shuani, with a toothpick in his mouth, couldn't help but nod his head as well. However, Lu Shuani looked towards his surroundings and couldn't help but let out a laugh. Indeed, where there are people, there is a Jianghu. Zhao Enuf also looked towards the surroundings. But then, Zhao Enuf's face looked a bit odd. The eyes of this crowd seem to be on you. Lu Shuani frowned similarly. Indeed. Come on, let's go somewhere where there's no one else. Zhou nodded. Enough. The two finished. Straight towards the middle of nowhere. Just as the two had just left, a few people came straight out of the shadows and chased towards the two of them. It didn't take long. Lu Shuani and Zhao Enuf came into the middle of a forest. Before Lu Shuani and Zhao Enuf just stopped, then a dozen people went up and surrounded the two. One of the masked men stepped out. He stared straight at Lu Shuani. You? How in the world did you kill Ernyang? The man came up and questioned. Lu Shuani somewhat didn't understand, but suddenly, it occurred to him that this morning, on top of the golden scroll of the Great Tao, there was a green name. Lu Shuani smiled. You want to know? The masked man didn't speak, but stared at Lu Shuani with a deadly stare. Lu Shuani, on the other hand, smiled. Then I'll explain it to you properly. After saying that, an extra sword came out of Lu Shuani's hand. Lu Shuani took the sword, quickly sheathed and withdrawn. The whole movement was quick as a blink of an eye. But it was in this blink of an eye that the man who surrounded them instantly exploded. This kind of tactic caused the masked man's pupils to contract. Not to mention the masked man. It was Zhao Enuf. Looking at Lu Shuani's eyes straight, he couldn't resist the transmission. How did you do that? Lu Shuani responded. There is no other. Only the hand is familiar. Zhao Enuf, with his knowledge of Lu Shuani, he didn't believe it. And in fact, Lu Shuani really didn't strike his sword that quickly. But the sorrowful sword, burning flesh and soul, was still able to do it. All these trashy green names. Lu Shuani only needed to cast the sorrowful sword now. And these people naturally couldn't withstand the explosion. That masked man had already known by this time that this person in front of him was not something he could deal with. He didn't even think about it. He just turned around and ran. It's just that this guy has bad luck. Lu Shuani and Zhao Enuf's cultivation was not restricted between this heaven and earth. Then the means are naturally unrestricted. This masked man in Lu Shuani's eyes was only so a mole cricket. Even a mole cricket wants to run away in front of a Yuaning cultivator? Where's the brain? Lu Shuani was merely a thought. That masked man was then taken in by Lu Shuani through the air. When the masked man reappeared in front of Lu Shuani, especially when he saw Lu Shuani's harmless face, he was already afraid to the extreme. You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Nangong family. Having offended my Nangong clan, I guarantee that you will definitely have an incomparably difficult time for the rest of your journey. Lu Shuani frowned. From what you're saying, you know what I am? The hooded figure nodded. You're an outsider. Lu Shuani nodded. That's a good point. But looking at you, it seems that this is not the first time you've seen an outsider like me. And even listening to you, you even know what I've come here for. The hooded figure nodded. Lu Shuani was in no hurry to kill this guy. It's not very coincidental. He now lacked a guide. Now this guy is coming forward. Alright, if you want me not to kill you, it's also very simple. Tell me what's going on right now, and why you guys want to make a move on me. The masked man hesitated a bit, and Lu Shuani spoke again. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. As long as you say what I'm asking, I won't kill you. The masked man looked at Lu Shuani's eyes that were not joking. He nodded. Yes. The masked man then directly stated the purpose of his trip. In fact, they came this time and were specifically targeting Lu Shuani, because Lu Shuani was targeted by them and was only killed in passing. The target of their operation was mainly Zhao Enuf. An outsider had entered into a partnership with their Nangong family. They helped their partners get rid of the people they want to get rid of. Hear that? Zhao Enuf's face was a bit ironic. He already had an idea of who was trying to kill him. The people of the Temple of the Angry Sky. This Angry Sky Hall. It really is like a dog's skin plaster. It's irritating, Zhao Enuf said with a sullen face. The hooded man froze. You guys guessed right off the bat who we were working with? Lu Shuani smiled. It's very simple. The people who want to kill him are no one else but the people from the Angry Sky Hall, because no one else dares to have any thoughts about him. Masked man. Well, I've said all you wanted to know, so can you fulfill your promise? Lu Shuani nodded. Well, I said I wouldn't kill you. Lu Shuani finished. Zhao Enuf directly flung his hand. A dagger was plunged into the masked man's head. I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. Zhao Enuf had an ice-cold look on his face. Just kill the guy. Zhao Enuf was still angry. Brother Lu Shuani why don't we just go straight to exterminate this what's-her-name Nangong family? Lu Shuani? Chapter 127. What's that look in your eye? Zhou was enough to inquire. Lu Xuanyi rubbed his face. No, you're the healer Zhou enough. How are you thinking of exterminating the family? Zhou was enough not to think. The healer's benevolence is Zhou enough. What does it matter to me? The king of Yin of Yama Temple? Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhou enough, somewhat dumbfounded, and then fell into deep thought. He wondered if he had played Zhou badly enough. This persona has all started to crumble. Still, Zhou enough said, of course, I'm not casually trying to exterminate the Nangong family. The main thing is to be able to get involved with the angry sky palaces. That's not a good person. This tumor is not extinguished. I'm afraid that in the future, it will come out of the blue. Lu Xuanyi did agree with him, but Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhou enough to ask a question. What do you think of the strength of the angry sky hall? Zhou enough to think about it. Finally, one has to admit, it's strong, even a little mysterious. Lu Xuanyi said again. The New Skies Hall is able to control the opening of the secret realm. Do you think the New Skies Hall would not know what's going on in the secret realm? If the New Skies Hall also knows what's going on in the secret realm, then the method that can withstand the cultivation ceiling of this inner city, I reckon that the New Skies Hall also has it. If the Angry Sky Hall is so powerful, then why do we still need to cooperate with this native Nangong family? Zhou was silent enough. Lu Xuanyi patted Zhou enough's shoulder. So, there are some things that are better to plan for. Zhou nodded enough. I was just confused by anger just now, but inquiring about Nangong fake. This matter, I'm very good at it. Saying that, Zhou enough directly pulled out his medical kit and carried it on his back. This look, just a charlatan. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but nod his head. Well, just in time. I'm going to sell potions. The two men talked it over and then moved on. Only the dogged old man was a little confused. No, what about me? The dog-legged old man was a bit bewildered. At this moment, Lu Xuanyi said, you go and exterminate the Nangong family. The dogged old man's eyes widened. Ha, I'm going? Zhou enough's voice sounded similarly. If we can't exterminate it, then we'll get some good information about this place. The old dog-legged man rushed back to his dog and did as he was told. There are also royal cities within the cave. The imperial city is called Great Yen. If one were to say that outside of the imperial city, it was a place where only those under the Yuaning could gather, then this Great Yen imperial city is truly a gathering of great powers. At this time, outside of the Great Yen imperial city, many people had already gathered. These people, any one of them placed outside of the cultivation world, it was all this existence that shook the party. But today, they all stood guard quietly outside the imperial city with piety, even with respect. Do so. They were only there for an audience with the Great Yen Emperor. Even in their hands, they carry gifts, but even so, nowadays, the Emperor of Great Yen was not about to want to summon this person. However, these characters, who resounded in the cultivation world, didn't have any complaints and just waited quietly. But, Ji Mingyue, the youngest here, was a bit upset. Sister, do we have to? Ji Suiying nodded. Ji Mingyue was a bit confused. Why? Ji Suiying explained in a small voice. The Great Yen Emperor is the master of this secret realm, and he controls the entire heaven and earth. There are some rare treasures that are locked away in special secret realms, and if we wish to participate in the fight for those things, we must have the nod of the Great Yen Emperor. If he doesn't nod his head, we'll never be eligible to participate in the resting treasures. As for roughhousing, that's even more out of the question. The entire secret realm is under the control of the Great Yen Emperor. Here, the Great Yen Emperor is heaven and earth. Ji Mingyue bowed her head in silence. But Ji Mingyue, who had grown up in the cultivation world since she was a child, was still very unhappy. But if the Great Yen Emperor doesn't give us the nod, won't we be forever disqualified from participating in the secret realm? Ji Suiying frowned. It's not wrong to say so, but don't worry, we're bound to be answered. Saying that, Ji Suiying looked at the box in her hand with confidence in her eyes. Ji Mingyue asked a question again. Sister, what if we really lose the election? Have you ever thought about what will happen if we lose the election? Ji Suiying was a bit speechless for a moment. It was a question that really hadn't occurred to her, because in her last life, she did not fall short. Even what she had prepared in this life could be even more important to the Emperor of Great Yen than in her last life. However, this world today is also really incomprehensible to Ji Suiying, because of the extra angry sky hall, and so on. Suddenly, Ji Suiying's face changed. One thing occurred to her. If the Temple of the Angry Sky was an organization founded by people who came from the River of Time, then did they also know that the Great Yen Emperor was about to break through the curse and only needed a top-quality gold condensation pill? If this kind of thing was cut off by the people of the Angry Sky Hall, then yourself, there's a real possibility of falling short. But follow closely. Ji Suiying's inner self consoled herself. The elixir Lu Xuanyi had given her had 9 danlines. This kind of elixir is rare in the world. Even she had never encountered it in her previous life. Just by virtue of that, she shouldn't have lost the election. Just as Ji Suiying was thinking. Knock. A bell tolled. An old man in official clothes then walked out from within the city gates. The old man saluted the crowd first, and only then said, "Your Majesty is aware of your intentions. However, Your Majesty has also said that this cave heaven is only so big, and there is a limit to the number of people summoned." Having said that, this old man took an imperial decree from the eunuch next to him. "Next is the person whom His Majesty has summoned. Those who read the name, follow me into the palace. Those who do not read the name, rest within the winter for the time being or go back." Having said that, the old man then began to read the holy orders. After the holy decree was read, Ji Mingyue quietly looked at Ji Suiying, who had a very ugly face. Because Ji Suiying is not on the list. "Sister, what now?" Ji Suiying pondered for a moment. A smile followed. "I have another candidate." Ji Suiying finished. Then he took Ji Mingyue towards another place. Not much longer, Ji Suiying brought Ji Mingyue and arrived outside a dilapidated house. It just so happens, at this time there was a young man, dressed in a rough garment and carrying a hoe, who had just returned from outside. The youth looked at Ji Suiying and Ji Mingyue standing in his doorway. There was a long silence. "That's the sigh. If you two girls don't mind, come in and sit down." Ji Suiying saluted. "Thank you, third prince." The young man just smiled. The young man didn't seem very surprised as to why Ji Suiying knew his identity. Ji Suiying entered the residence of the third prince with Ji Mingyue. Although the house was simple, it was clean and lacked nothing. Even the house didn't smell bad. Instead, the young man poured tea for the two and then followed suit. "You guys want me to help you?" Chapter 128, Did you bring it? Ji Suiying froze for a moment. A frown followed immediately. There was an extra hint of maturity in the young man that was different from his age. "Isn't it curious how I know?" Ji Suiying didn't say anything, but sort of by default, the young man said again. "In fact, before you came to me, I had already been approached by someone with the same purpose as you." Looking at the box in Ji Suiying's hand, the young man also pulled a small box from his own bosom. He put the box on the table and opened it. Inside lay a pill with 9 dandelions quietly. "This is something that I got a long time ago, and in this cave, apart from not being able to cultivate our cultivation, we hardly lack anything." Ji Suiying remained silent. The young man picked up his own cup and took a sip of tea before asking, "Since I am not lacking in anything I need, what do you think you can use to be able to talk me into it?" Ji Suiying similarly placed the box on the table, and that slender jade finger, too, was constantly tapping the box. Thought about it for a long time. Ji Suiying asked, "What if I said that I could take you out?" The third prince's hand that was drinking tea paused for a moment, and then once again there was no movement. "Finish your tea." The third prince put the cup down and came in faintly. "That's impossible. Since you know this cave heaven thoroughly, then you should know why the prohibitions on us are there. This is a sin that nothing can be done about it." Ji Suiying smiled. "Then since I know all about it, and I still dare to say I can take you out, that means I really do have a way." The third prince's face remained calm. Even looking at Ji Suiying, he said, "Actually, I've been searching for a way to get out. Even if you don't say anything, I'll be able to find a way with the passage of time." Even the third prince made a point. "Even if I could get out now, I wouldn't. So you don't have enough leverage. At least I'm not heartbroken." Ji Suiying suddenly felt like she had a headache. This trip to the secret world, there are simply too many obstacles. All the original plans also collapsed at this moment. Ji Suiying was very helpless at this time. What would it take, then, to help me? The third prince looked into the distance and fell into a long period of contemplation. "And I don't know how long it was." The third prince asked anyway. "You only have to answer me one question." Ji Suiying froze for a moment, then nodded. The third prince looked at Ji Suiying seriously and gravely. "In the future, the sins that are on me dissipate?" Hear this. Ji Suiying's pupils shrunk. The third prince smiled. "I likewise hold a portion of the cave heaven authority, and I've known since you came in that what you and the one called the Angry Sky Hall have done feels strange. I'm pretty sure that this is the first time you guys have entered the secret realm, but you guys are acting like you've entered this secret realm many times, and your familiarity with the rules and familiarity with the cave heaven is really something that makes people feel unusual. This kind of thing, after a little bit of his scrutiny, is able to come to associate with what?" Ji Suiying smiled. "Third prince is still so intelligent." The third prince did not speak. Ji Suiying nodded at this point. "You're on the right path." The third prince froze for a moment, then couldn't stop his smile from rising. "That's good." After saying that, the third prince handed Ji Suiying a token. Ji Suiying received the token and let out a similar sigh of relief. "Thank you, third prince." The third prince waved his hand. If you want to do something, get on with it. You've got a head start. Ji Suiying nodded. Farewell. Having said that, Ji Suiying then took Ji Mingyue away, and the third prince was in a very happy mood. He got the answer he wanted, but violently. The third prince's face suddenly changed. He then made a flash and disappeared into thin air. At this time, the outer city of the giant god city, Lin Wudao and the shadow guards were both a bit confused. At first, after they entered the outer city, that divine grudge didn't know what kind of madness it had gone through and suddenly rioted. The riotous divine grudge. Facing that cultivators who entered the outer city, it was a mad slaughter. It felt like there was endless anger in his heart. Lin Wudao thought he was going to be cold at first, but when those divine grudges saw the tokens of the Yama Palace on their waists, those godly grudges were so scared that their blood-red faces turned white. Then wailing miserably, he flew away. Lin Wudao? Shadow Guard? All of those people from Yama Temple were also dumbfounded. What's the meaning of this? How is it that these souls, seeing them instead, are like seeing a ghost? We are along Hades though, but we're not really Hades. What? Is it really the nemesis of the soul now? The group was very confused. Lin Wudao was also very puzzled. Are we really that intimidating? Lin Wudao looked at the shadow guard and asked. The shadow guard looked at Lin Wudao carefully. Scratching his head ensued. Is there a possibility that Lord Yama came and then Lord Yama did something unaccountable to these remnant souls? Lin Wudao was somewhat speechless. When you meet the king of Hades, say what you just said again. Shadow guard hemmed and hawed. I'm not stupid. Lin Wudao rolled his eyes. Since Lord Yama has opened the way for us, let's rendezvous with Lord Yama earlier. That's right. Remember what Lord Yama said. Keep a low profile. Shadow guard nodded. I'll do my job. Don't worry. After saying that, the shadow guard said to his brother behind him. Brothers, Doubt, what are you doing? At this moment, the shadow guard suddenly realized that their brothers were actually eating these divine grudges. My lord, this thing, it's a bit crunchy, although it doesn't compare a bit with your lord's divine soul Dan. It's really good as a snack. Shadow guard surprise. Seriously, I'll taste it. After saying that, the shadow guard grabbed a remnant soul and clicked a bite. Carry! The divine grudge screamed again. Shadow guard's eyes lit up at this point. He hurriedly ran to Lin Wudao. My lord, it's really crunchy. Try it. Lin Wudao didn't want to eat it at first, but when he heard the sound behind him that sounded like a cucumber, he also grabbed a remnant of his soul and took a bite. Aha! Lin Wudao's eyes lit up. It's good. One moment. The entire outer city, both in the sky and underground, densely packed, a pair of eyes that gradually glowed red. Those divine grudges all instantly cowered into a ball, trembling in fear. Boom, black smoke enveloped it. Half an hour later, every Yama Temple person was filled with divine grudges, whether in their arms or in that wriggling storage bag. Lin Wudao and the shadow guards were also holding down a divine grudge with one hand at this time. Click a bite. Well, the snacks are pretty much packed. So remember, keep a low profile, secret process, and don't let anyone find out where you are. Lin Wudao said. Yes, the Yama band responded in unison. Then, under Lin Wudao's dumbfounded expression, it directly condensed into a dark cloud, even carrying lightning towards the inner city. That scene, that sense of oppression. Those who didn't know thought it was the end coming. Lin Wudao stiffened and twisted his head to look at the shadow guard. Is this the fucking soldier you brought out? The shadow guards were also a bit embarrassed at this time. Does anyone know that dark cloud is Yama's palace? This should be considered low profile as well. Chapter 129, such a great opportunity. The third prince was fast, because of holding a part of the authority of this cave sky, that was able to feel that what extraordinary things came in inside this cave sky. More even, he sensed the aura of divine grudge. Divine grudge entering the cave heaven was a very impressive thing. There was a curse on them, but not on the god grudge. If the divine grudge was allowed to enter the cave and absorb the aura here, that would be a disaster for them in this cave. The third prince was in a hurry. Almost in the twinkling of an eye, he arrived in the vicinity of Dilian City. But after coming to the neighborhood of this big cool city, the third prince was then a bit puzzled. I clearly felt that the aura of the divine grudge is in this neighborhood, but why can't I find it? The third prince looked around, even looked up at the sky. At this time, the sky of Dilian City was dim and covered with dark clouds. Looked like it was going to rain hard. But none of this, the third prince cared about. Dalian was originally a rainy place, and it was normal to have dark clouds. He doesn't care about dark cloud either. His only concern now was the matter of the divine grudge. Subsequently, the third prince searched almost the entire Great Liang. Still no sign of the god grudges scent. This confused the third prince a bit. Could it be that I'm feeling wrong? The third prince couldn't help but ask himself. In the dark, the third prince's men also shook their heads. Indicates that there are no anomalies. The third prince was finally relieved. But think about it. Divine grievance, divine grievance. That is something that carries an endless amount of grievances. And if there is really a divine grievance coming in, can this great Ryo still exist? Thinking so, the third prince rubbed his brow. Looks like there's been too much going on lately. The third prince thought about it and was preparing to go back at that moment. Right about this time, an old fortune teller appeared in front of the third prince. At first, the third prince didn't care about the old man. Fortune tellers? There are quite a few of them in this cave. But suddenly, the old man's token hanging around his neck was unintentionally revealed. The old man was so scared that he shoved it back, although no one else saw it. But the third prince saw it very clearly. There were 3 words written on that sign. Hades. Right away, the third prince judged that this old man was definitely not simple. Hesitate again and again. The third prince still walked towards the old man. Wait until the third prince came to the old man. The old man raised his head directly and looked at the third prince with a smile. Little brother, are you a fortune teller? I'm a good fortune teller. I don't pay if I don't get it right. The third prince hesitated. A nod followed. Okay, how do you need to count it? The old man grinned instantly. Give me the 8 characters and tell me again what you want to count. The third prince nodded, gave the old man an octogenarian. The old man looked away, then pinched his fingers. Oh, the ashes are turned to dirt. The old man smiled as he looked at this third prince. A flash of shock flashed across the bottom of the third prince's eyes. There's something about this fortune teller. In an instant, the third prince's heart was moved. Once again he gave his 8. Then asked, I want to count the prospects. Jiang Wenshun looked at the 8 characters and did some divination again. Then Jiang Wenshun fell silent. When the third prince looked at Jiang Wenshun and didn't say anything, he hurriedly asked, but there is something wrong. Sir, but there's no harm in saying so. Jiang Wenshun glanced at the third prince and hesitated for a moment before saying, promising. The third prince was silent for a moment. Then somewhat puzzled, since Mr. calculated that I have a great future. But why is there always something wrong with the way Mr. looks at me? Jiang Wenshun waved his hand. Because I've been fortune-telling lately, and there are many people whose future destinies are promising. It's just too much. So much that it makes me wonder if I've made some kind of mistake in divining my fortune. Jiang Wenshun said bluntly. The third prince also pondered for a moment. If Mr. doesn't feel that he has miscalculated, then it is that in a matter of days, this great Liang city, there will be a great chance. And it's not a small one. Hearing the third prince say that, Jiang Wenshun did think it made sense. That's true. The third prince was suddenly a bit curious. If you, sir, will no longer read my fortune, just calculate what kind of chance will appear in this great Liang. Jiang Wenshun smiled. That's not a problem. But something like this measuring chance requires a great deal of cost. At least 5 million gold crystals. The third prince directly gave Jiang Wenshun 10 million gold crystals. Count on it. Jiang Wenshun looks like a fortune hunter. Looking at the large bag of gold crystals, the excitement was overwhelming. Even pulled out a gold crystal and bit into it. Fine, fine. I'll measure heaven and earth. After the old man finished speaking, he instantly sat down, then nodded a gesture. One finger points to the sky, the other to the earth. Wang with outsiders seeing it. With Jiang Wenshun as the center, a huge gossip was spread out directly. Finally that 8 trigrams formation pattern enveloped the entire Daliang city. The 8 trigrams turned and began to evolve heaven and earth. Boom! Just this moment, Jiang Wenshun saw 2 giants. A giant with 1,000 hands borne behind him. Another giant with a circle formed by 9 stars behind it. The 2 giants looked at Daliang city at the same time, and even looked at Jiang Wenshun at the same time. Hey, 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 we're the great chance of this great cool city. With the 2 men's words, Jiang Wenshun then saw the dark clouds in the sky and opened an eye. It felt like the whole sky was full of eyes. Subsequently, Jiang Wenshun then felt 2 huge shadows looming over him. He saw those 2 giants, each extending their large hands, descending towards Daliang city. I'm a mother. Jiang Wenshun hurriedly ended his projection and then packed up his things. The third prince was confused. Sir, you are. Jiang Wenshun was pale with fear. While packing up, he said hurry up and go. There is a big chance in this big cool. Third prince? No. What's the point of leaving when there's a great opportunity? Jiang Wenshun had packed up his things at this time and was preparing to escape. But in the end, he was pulled back by the third prince. Sir, since there is a great chance, why do you have to leave? Trust me, if there is really a great chance, I will be the master, and I will share half of it with you at that time. Jiang Wenshun was a little angry. You spread out. The third prince had no intention of letting go. Jiang Wenshun looked at the third prince at this time and said, listen to me, this great opportunity, you can't grasp it, and neither can I. Said, He broke away from the third prince's hand once again and tried to flee. Results. This Jiang Wenchun was just halfway there. It was stopped by a man. Old Jiang, you can do it. Arriving here in the inner city before all of us. The shadow guard looked at Jiang Wenchun with a smile. Jiang Wenchun laughed harder than he cried. That, ha ha ha, I just fluked it. Just arrived and met a familiar face. Shadow guard was also in a very happy mood. Don't say anything, go go go. Brother will take you to eat something delicious today. Jiang Wenchun nodded painfully. It's a promise though. But Jiang Wenchun still kept calling out within. Old ancestors? Are the three old ancestors here? Can we still escape? Chapter 130, The future is set. Jiang Wenchun shouted many times. None of his family's ancestors responded. Jiang Wenchun was in a hurry. Old ancestor, you guys aren't lying on the boards, are you? But suddenly, after walking into a restaurant, it was only then that Jiang Wenchun saw that the three old ancestors of his family, lined up in a row, were kneeling in front of Lin Wudao. Jiang Wenchun was instantly silent, and at this moment, Lin Wudao was also very speechless. As generals, leaving your own brothers and running straight away. Tell me yourselves, how should I punish you? At that moment a skeleton swished a line on a cardboard. Hanged. Must be hanged. Lin Wudao rubbed his temples. You're smart. You're a skeleton. Useful for hanging? The other skeleton rushed to write on it as well. Why don't we follow the rules of the jungle? 3 cuts and 6 holes? Lin Wudao looked at the skeleton that was all about to be translucent before and after and slightly closed his eyes. But I do have a method. Do you want to hear it? The 3 skeletons looked at each other. Then he looked at Lin Wudao again. Lin Wudao said at this time, we have a new member in Hades. That guy's dog. Good talent. It just so happens you guys are skeletons. That dog should love it. The 3 skeletons hurriedly waved their hands. Then he wrote again. Mercy, Lord Lin. We won't dare to do it again in the future. At this time, Jiang Wenchun also hurriedly ran over and knelt down. Lord Lin. It's not the old ancestors who are to blame for this. It's them who sensed that I was in danger. They were eager to save me and that's why they made a mistake. Lord Lin. Why don't you punish me? Lin Wudao looked at Jiang Wenchun. Some size. Wenchun the Yama Palace is never stingy with its own brothers. But if you really don't want to join the Yama Palace, we won't force you. Jiang Wenchun was a bit stunned. Is Hades so nice? And Lin Wudao was still speaking in a flat tone. Don't worry. Lin Wudao, will do what I say. If you really don't want to join, you can leave now. But you have to think clearly for yourself. Jiang Wenchun just wanted to say thank you. It was then held down by his 3 old ancestors. One of the old men hastened to write. No, we're willing to join Hades. We're willing to accept the mistakes we've made. Jiang Wenchun didn't know why his family's old ancestor had suddenly gone against the grain though. But the old ancestors have spoken. Jiang Wenchun naturally nodded. Yes, I'm willing to join Yama's palace. Lin Wudao nodded his head. Alright, on account of this being a first offense, I will spare you. But you should also be thankful that if you let those 2 who came know about this, you will only know what it means to be worse than death. The tops of the 3 skulls were full of water. Then pressed Jiang Wenchun to keep nodding. Lin Wudao waved his hand. You guys go down. Shadow Guard, come over here. There's something for you. Shadow Guard nodded. Wait until they all go down. Lin Wudao brought the Shadow Guards to the window of the elegant room. At this time, the 2 were looking at Zhao Enough, who was practicing medicine and curing the sick, and Lu Shuani's stall, which was doing brisk business. The King of Hell said that the Palace of Hell is temporarily hidden. Don't move around. But you go and invite His Royal Highness the World Son of the Southern Palace over. The King of Hell is useful. Shadow Guard nodded. Okay, I got it. The Shadow Guards immediately went to work. Lin Wudao suddenly thought of something. Quick reminder. Be alive. Shadow Guard froze for a moment, then got a little serious. Yes, Lin Wudao had a bit of a headache. Why do I get the feeling that this kid is more or less not very smart? Lin Wudao then looked at Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough. As a result, seeing the innocent eyes of the 2, Lin Wudao was somewhat silent. Why do I get the feeling that these two don't look very smart? After saying that, Lin Wudao hurriedly shook his head. No, these 2 are great actors. After Jiang Wenchun walked out of the restaurant, he looked at these 3 masked ancestors of his family and was a bit puzzled. Old ancestor, why did you just agree to this? Those 3 old ancestors looked around. One of them wrote out a line. When we stepped into the Hall of Hades, our chi has already changed. Especially when we entered this cave. This change in chi is no longer controllable. Nowadays, if we are in Hades, we have a great future. And if we are not, we have no future. Jiang Wenchun's eyes widened. Another person also wrote, at least in this cavernous sky, there will be a great chaos in the future. The token of the Yama Palace that we have on us is a talisman to save our lives. Remember, never reveal it. Hear this. Jiang Wenchun couldn't help but touch the Yama temple token he had hanging on his chest. At the same time, there was some fear in his heart. Of course, he still felt that his divination skills, and the three old ancestors, were still far from each other. The first Fury and the second Fury entered the inner city though, but they had some bad luck, because they just entered the inner city after. It was locked in the middle of a formation. That's really a call to arms, even in the middle of this cave. Because of the spiritual energy locked up all over their bodies, they also became mortal. It's mortal. It has to eat. But there was literally nothing in the middle of this formation. They are also about to sadly starve to death. At this point the two men are on fire. Burned that bull's head and horse's head for I don't know how many days. Don't say baked. Hell, it didn't even burn the hair off the top. Just as the two were about to starve to death, suddenly, he saw a scholar, who seemed to have gone dog-luck like stepping on a mechanism. The formation instantly dissipated. The two did not have any gratitude at this point and directly charged towards the scholar. But then, to the confusion of the two men, the scribe slowly put away his book and then punched them both in the face. Bang bang. Two muffled sounds. The two men lay on the ground in a daze. The scholar looked at the two with a smile once again. Well, you two fellows, your blessings seem to be very deep. How about this? From now on, how about the two of you become my scribes? The two don't talk. It was because they had treasures on them that evaded the rules of the cave heaven. At that moment that treasure was firing, the two were recovering their cultivation. When the two of them felt that their cultivation was almost restored, the two exploded instantly. Ah! Ho ho! Ouch! Oh! 2 hours later, First Fury and Second Fury were carrying backpacks with swollen noses. Oops, the two men wailed in agony. Even looking at the dusty reader in front of him, there was fear in his eyes. They just don't get it. A bookish man with exploding muscles and numerous scars. What the hell kind of reader is this? Who's such a fierce reader? And it hurts tremendously to hit people. Zhao Qing also seemed to know that these two were very puzzled. He was also very patient in his explanations. Readers are also divided into many kinds. The cold family readers is what you think of as soft, but that's only in the early stages. If there is a merit in the body, the readers will be exposed to the 6 arts. I will teach you all these in the future. You only need to be at ease as my scribes. Chapter 131, Saving the Dead and Helping the Wounded. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enuf have been crazy busy these 2 days. It's actually kind of a bummer when it comes to this. Lu Xuanyi was just thinking that he was pretending to be a charlatan. Sell a power pill, which is actually a similar elixir that makes one's blood flow and expires in just a few hours. Available results. Business is bursting at the seams. In the past few days, he directly possessed tens of millions of gold crystals. The cave was called a gold crystal. And in the outside world, this could be an extremely high-quality spirit stone. Even these days, people come in every day to buy it. I've even met regular customers who buy 3 times a day. Lu Xuanyi went numb on the spot. No, don't y'all get any rest? Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but ask. The guys hemmed and hawed. You look like a fledgling. You don't understand. Then Lu Xuanyi saw the man buy a dozen or so pills and then stuff them all in his mouth and run home after eating them. Lu Xuanyi can only say that the people of this cave are really tough folk. I've just been so busy refining pills every day that I haven't heard much about it. As for not making pills, but with this large amount of extremely high-quality spirit stones, wouldn't it be foolish not to earn them? Finally, after closing this evening, Lu Xuanyi also received the news. Nangong Shirzi has been invited over. Lu Xuanyi immediately found Zhao Enuf. It was only when Lu Xuanyi saw Zhao Enuf, unable to help but be a little dumbfounded, because Zhao Enuf was holding onto the wall at this moment. His legs were still wobbling. You're, like, treating people, and you're treating them all the way to the bed? Zhao Enuf swallowed his saliva at this point. Why don't you give me an elixir first, or I won't be able to walk? Lu Xuanyi hurriedly took out the elixir and gave it to Zhao Enuf. Zhao was enough to eat the elixir before he felt better. Lu Xuanyi was very curious at this point. Unfold the details. Zhao was enough to take a deep breath. It's like this. In fact, the people inside this cave are all very healthy. Basically there is no disease. But there is a curse on them, isn't it? So I estimated and went to study that curse. But you don't know. The people in this cave are really strong in flesh. I really can't beat them. And then I was pressed on the bed by a widow. And you do know that with this healing skill, I can keep healing myself. And then the word spreads. And the word spreads. Lu Xuanyi. He suddenly associated those people who had bought his power pills earlier with looking at Zhao Enuf. A whispered inquiry. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Zhao Enuf rolled his eyes. Widows know nothing. But this isn't the way to go. I can't afford to go on like this. And besides, there's not much to be gained from poking around for news. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Alright, There's no need for that from today. Let's go meet the Nangong Shirzi. Zhao Enough couldn't help but take a deep breath. Finally, it's over. Having said that, the two headed towards a small, isolated courtyard. But see the Nangong Shirshi. The two also hid their identities. Lu Shuani looked at Zhao Enough and said, "From now on, we'll be called the Saving Deaths and Helping Wounds combination. And I'm helping wounds." Zhao Enough was satisfied with the title. "Then I am saving death." The two men looked at each other. Then, hey, crunch! The gate to the small courtyard was opened. Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough walked in masked. Lin Wudao and the shadow guard and the others looked to see the two and hurriedly saluted. Lu Shuani waved his hand. He then looked at the Nangong Shirzi, who was tied to a chair and in a bit of a trance. "What's going on with him?" Lin Wudao whispered. "It's false. Otherwise our brothers wouldn't have been able to catch him." Lu Shuani couldn't help but look at Zhao Enough again. Zhao was speechless. "What are you looking at me for?" Lu Shuani whispered. "I suddenly feel that you are really strong." Zhao Enough. It didn't take long. That Nangong Shirzi also woke up. He moved his body. "Discover that you have been kidnapped." He didn't panic. Instead, he looked at the group very calmly. "Oh, you guys have some nerve. How dare you kidnap me? Do you know who I am?" Lu Shuani said. "Nangong Shirzi." The man froze. "Knowing who I am and kidnapping me?" Lu Shuani smiled. "Don't worry, we are not evil people. Even I assure you that I won't hurt a single finger of yours in my place. You came in how you came in, and you will go out how you came out when the time comes. Only, I want to ask you some questions." Nangong Shirzi coldly grunted. "Measure you all. You wouldn't dare. And also, you foreign dogs, are worthy of letting this worldly son answer your questions?" Lu Shuani smiled again. "In that case, I'll start with an introduction." After saying that, Lu Shuani pointed at Zhao Enough who was next to him. "He is saving death. I'm Fuyumi, Nangong Seiho. To give you a clear idea of what our names mean, I'll show you next." After saying that, Lu Shuani directly took out his Qingping sword. Put! The Qingping sword directly pierced through this guy's heart. Then Lu Shuani was stirring the long sword. "Ah!" Nangong Shitzi screamed miserably. "I thought you said you wouldn't hurt me?" Nangong Shitzi looked at Lu Shuani and questioned. Lu Shuani drew his long sword. Zhao was enough to walk over. "I am saving death." After saying that, Zhao Gong's mana enveloped Nangong Shirzi. His wounds didn't just heal, but even the blood poured back into his body. Nangong Shitzi looked at these two in shock. At this moment, Zhao Enough suddenly said, "Fuyin, I feel as if I've had another epiphany. How many more times do I need to come back?" Lu Shuani. "Well, for the sake of the brotherhood, that'll just have to cry this one out." Lu Shuani then took out his long sword again. "Help! Pust!" This time, the long sword cut straight through the guy's head. "Save the dead." Zhao Enough to revive him again. "Save the dead. Help! Save the dead." Fostering injuries. In the twinkling of an eye. It lasted 2 hours. Nangong Shirzi kneeled on the ground and kowtowed with a thud. "Two lords? No! 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 Two kings of hell! Please stop saving lives. I'm wrong. I'll tell you whatever you want to ask. I know everything." Having said that, he thumped his head again. "The two men in front of me are the devil." For 2 hours, he had seen 108 ways he could die. It would be fine if they simply died. But he can't die and he can't go crazy. Feel that mental and physical torture all the time. He's really on his knees, kneeling without complaint. While Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough were scratching their heads, the two of them then looked at the pale Lin Wudao and the shadow guards, as well as the rest of the masked Yama temple crowd in the courtyard. Lu Shuani couldn't help but ask, "Is our Yen King's identity that obvious?" Lin Wudao's crowd was filled with sweat. Lin Wudao didn't say anything. He directly took out a crystal ball. It's a record of what they both did. Lu Shuani was holding a long sword and shouted Fuyin under his breath. Then the long sword directly sliced Nangong Shitzi into several pieces. Zhao Enough shouted with excitement on his face to save the dead and instantly brought the man back to life. So much so that it even saved lives out of rhythm. Lin Wudao's meaning was obvious. "Look at what you've done. If you're not the king of hell, then I am?" Even Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough directly redefined what it meant to save the dead and help the wounded for the people of Yama Temple. Even the dark clouds in the sky were on the verge of being turned into white clouds by the two at this point. Chapter 132, It's really something. Lu Shuani looked at the contents above this crystal ball. It does feel like they're exaggerating a bit. "Save your life. We'd better restrain ourselves next time. It looks more or less cruel." Joe blinked enough. "Let's see." He also took the crystal ball and then looked at it. Zhao Enough was then silent for a long time as well. After thinking for half a day, Zhao Enough directly said, "Why don't I try to smile more kindly next time?" Lu Shuani? Those members of the Yama Temple. It's not. They were tempted to say one thing. "If you're wearing a Tsishi smiley face, Wouldn't it be more like Hades to smile kindly while slashing people with a knife? But they don't dare to say. But Zhao Enough did. He directly revealed a kindly smiling face as he looked at Nangong Shirzi. I'm just a little bit closer to being able to comprehend a new divine ability, so hold on a little longer. Nangong Shirzi. No, don't. Lu Xuanyi carried his long sword. Help! Save the dead! Help! Saving death. Another half hour. Nangong Shirzi kneeled on the ground and cried, please, Yan Wang dad, Yan Wang grandpa really don't save the dead and injured anymore. I'll really say anything you want to say and ask. Zhao Enough had an ugly face. The kind of realization he had in his mind, though there was one, could never catch the gist of it. Lu Xuanyi looked at the Nangong Shitzi were all pissed off by them, sighing, or we're in no hurry. After all, there will be many opportunities for us to save lives in the future, so there's no need to rush this moment. Zhao Enough could only nod helplessly. At this time the two were sitting directly on a bench in the middle of the courtyard. Then he looked at Nangong Shitzi. Tell me everything about this cave and your Nangong family. Fine. Nangong Seiho is very active. One could even say that he's never been as motivated as he is today. Lin Wudao gave Nangong Shirzi a pen and paper. Nangong Shirzi began to catch up on his brush writing. Another half hour passed. Nangong Shitzi held what he had written in both hands and respectfully handed it to Lu Xuanyi. After giving it, he knelt honestly on the ground. At this moment, where was he still in his unruly state after he had just been captured? Today's Nangong Shitzi was honest as a dog. Lu Xuanyi took the information given by Nangong Shirzi, looked at it carefully. The more he looked, the more surprised Lu Xuanyi was. At the same time, he finally understood. Why did the people who were strong enough to enter the angry sky palace also have to go and curry favor with, or defect to, the locals? It's simple. This cave is a royal cave. The Great Yan Emperor was practically in control of the entire cave heaven. And aside from the Great Yan Emperor, as long as there were officials, they would also be able to control part of the authority of this cave. Although the cultivation level of these people was not high, but it was able to control the authority of the cave sky and mobilize the heaven and earth energy of this cave sky. That would be equivalent to a Mahayana cultivator. Take for example, this Nangong Basha, who is the king of Great Yan. Although it wasn't much of a prince, there was a lot of authority that controlled this cave. But even so, that is also considered a Mahayana cultivator. Coupled with the native advantage and in terms of the toughness of the physical body, it was even more powerful than a Mahayana cultivator. Sure, the bottom line is this. Some of the treasures in this cavernous sky were in forbidden areas or in the territories of these people. In order to obtain these treasures, one must have the consent or permission of the native power. And here's why. Anyone from outside who comes in has to please these people. Lu Xuanyi looked at the information. Suddenly he smiled. A little bit of fun. Afterwards, Lu Xuanyi looked at that Nangong Shirzi and said, very good. You go back. I said you will come in unharmed and go out unharmed. Nangong Shirzi that was grateful. Thanks to the two lords of Hades for speaking here, Nangong Shirzi couldn't go on. Because thinking about what these two had done before, he felt that death would be the most comfortable punishment. So, there's really no way to thank you for this unkillable favor. Nangong Shitzi got up and left. Wait. Lu Xuanyi spoke again at this time. Nangong Shitzi was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground. Great, my lord. What else do you want? Lu Xuanyi scratched his head at this point. I just want to ask if I can control the authority of the cave without an official position? Nangong Shitzi shook his head. I don't think I can. I've never heard of it in the years I've been in the cave anyway. Lu Xuanyi nodded. So do you guys have any body refining methods? Nangong Shitzi hurriedly pulled out the body refining method from his body and respectfully handed it to Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi looked away. Instant grin. The normal body refining method, he directly threw it to Zhao Enough. He himself left behind a book called the Heavenly Demon Body Forging Method. The reason for leaving this technique behind was because it was very strong and overbearing. Most of all, this feat has another function. Berserking. Burn your own flesh and blood and pluck up your overall strength. Cultivating to the first layer enhances 10 times, the second layer 20 times, and the third layer 30 times. There are 9 layers in total, but it's impossible to say. If a normal person were to cultivate such a body refining method, after casting berserking, the flesh and blood of the body would not be able to withstand the consumption of berserking's want. Even after berserking, the person would fall into weakness, even blood and flesh depletion. And because there was absolutely no way for a Kazuto to consume his own flesh and blood for such a long period of time, that combined strength couldn't be pulled up too much. But Lu Xuanyi is different. He has the golden scroll of the way. Even now above the golden scroll of the great Tao, there are still a lot of enemies. Lu Xuanyi started studying on the spot, learned almost in the twinkling of an eye, and, after learning this Gongfu, Suddenly Lu Xuanyi could feel that his blood veins were widening rapidly once again. Even his own qi and blood began to rise. Coupled with the fact that Lu Xuanyi had consummated the heavenly demon body forging technique almost in the twinkling of an eye, it directly strengthened Lu Xuanyi's body to a very outrageous level. But with that, Lu Xuanyi's qi and blood were empty. If you can see the bloodstain. Now Lu Xuanyi's blood bar was almost at the bottom. Sure, that's not the most important thing. Most of all, because Lu Xuanyi's qi and blood were too empty, the Great Tao Gold Scroll began to convert automatically. The golden light of the heavenly god sect was disappearing. The disappearing golden light transformed into a steady stream of qi and blood to replenish Lu Xuanyi's qi and blood. Under Lu Xuanyi's shocked gaze, the name of the celestial god cult, from gold, absorbed by itself fell to red, then purple, blue, green. It drops all the way to green. It was only then that Lu Xuanyi was finally replenishing his qi and blood. It just looked at the green celestial god cult and didn't even mean to struggle. Lu Xuanyi himself couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Zhao Enough at this time looked at Lu Xuanyi's face color was a bit off. Hurrying over to him, he asked, "Are you alright? Do you want me to treat you?" Lu Xuanyi shook his head. "I'm fine. It's just that I might, by accident, have wiped out the heavenly god sect." Zhao Enough? Chapter 133. The air fell into a moment of silence. Even this kind of thing, the more you think about it, the creepier it gets. Lu Xuanyi is sitting at home. Whoever you want to die, dies, and, most critically, Lin Wudao took out his book, flipped it over and looked at it. It also confirms one thing very clearly. There's something about members of the celestial god cult. It did all come with red crosses. Lin Wudao took a deep breath. He knew Lu Xuanyi was scary, but terrifying enough to exterminate a clan by accident. It's not horror anymore. It's fucking anticlimactic. One less such powerful enemy. Lu Xuanyi was instantly disturbed. That who? Nangong Shizi. You go? If your family ask you where you went. Nangong Shizi hurriedly said. I know. I will definitely not reveal news about the two of you. Lu Xuanyi shook his head. No. You must say that someone named Fuyuki kidnapped you and even put his hands on you. Nangong Seiji? Lu Xuanyi smiled and said. Just tell it like it is. Nangong Shizi nodded. Okay, I got it. Having said that, Nangong Shizi was coming to run out in a row. It wasn't until he left this courtyard that Nangong Shizi finally saw the sky. It's just that it's dark now. Nangong Shizi looked back at the courtyard. Another look at his body. Suddenly he was crying. This Yama is not wrong. Walked out unharmed himself. But this one is unharmed. And it's scarier than fucking dead. Ooh-hoo. Nangong Shizi ran towards his home like a madman. He's gone crazy. Inner defenses completely collapsed. Even delirious. But suddenly, a green light erupted from within him. Nangong Shizi was once again awake. How did I come to my senses again? Woohoo! Nangong Shizi was now on the verge of collapse and breakdown. It felt like being tortured day and night. But, after returning to the Nangong family, Nangong Shizi instantly sobered up. No, the methods of those two Yama kings are too terrifying. He was emboldened to make me tell the truth. I think that he is not afraid of my Nangong family, and it is even possible that he intentionally let my father go to him. He wants to replace my Nangong family and directly occupy Great Liang City. After a day of being tortured by the two, Nangong Shizi seemed like he was enlightened. Even he directly swept away the dude's aura, became somewhat as deep. Just entered the Nangong mansion. Nangong Shizi directly asked the subordinate that had come to greet him, "Where's my dad?" The subordinate hurriedly responded, "Playing chess with your guest in the study." Nangong Shizi hurriedly said, "Take me to my father. I have something important to do." The underling froze. The face was wonderful. "Young master, aren't you afraid that Grand Master will beat you up?" Nangong Shizi took a deep breath. Then he was tortured by two Hades. What's a beating? No need for words. Just take me there. The underling nodded. Not much longer. Nangong Shizi came outside the study. Didn't think much of it. Nangong Seiji opened the door directly before entering. Nangong Basha and one of the head priests of the Angry Sky Hall both looked at Nangong Shizi in confusion. Nangong Shizi looked at the head of that Angry Sky Hall and directly saluted. "This honored guest. Next I have something very important to say to my father. Please move." Nangong Shizi's face was full of seriousness. "And it's also very courteous. So you can't pick on it." That Raging Sky Hall's head priest nodded with a smile. "Since there are important matters, then I will leave first." Nangong Basha similarly smiled and rose to greet him. "See Canine Sunso, think is really something. Today idle, wait for me to beat. Cough. Understand my side first, listen to what is the matter after. Then come to make amends." That Raging Sky Hall's headmaster shook his head. "No harm, no foul. after Nangong Basha sent the principal of the Angry Sky Hall away, staring back at Namgung Seiho. You brat, if you don't tell us the truth today, you'll see if I don't skin you, Nangong Shirzi hurriedly said at this time. Father, before we talk about this, you need to calm down and not even think any other bad thoughts. Seeing Nangong Shirzi being so serious, Nangong Basha calmed himself. Okay, you say it. Nangong Shitzi pondered for a moment at this time, then said, Father, I think those people from the Angry Sky Palace, some trash, and cooperation and whatnot. Don't talk about it, I found you a master. Let's just pack up and defect to the master. Nangong Basho? Damn you, where's my knife? I'm going to hack you to death today, you rebellious son. Nangong Shirzi hurriedly explained at this time. Dad, just hear me out. Father, have you ever seen a man cut into 18 pieces and still standing alive before you? Have you ever seen one that just makes you explode and become a bloody mist and still saves you? Have you ever seen someone who draws your blood and bone marrow, turns you into a dry corpse, and ends up bringing you back to life? Have you seen? Nangong Basha was shocked as he watched Nangong Shitzi's gushing narration. The countless ways I've experienced death. Stop, 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 wait. Nangong Basho rubbed his brow. What the hell are you trying to say? Nangong Shirzi swallowed his saliva at this moment. Father, 2 kings of hell have come to our great Liang city, the living kings of hell. And what I said before is the various ways of death that I have experienced in one day today. Moreover, that other Yen king, the person is still in our cave heaven. It seems that he accidentally destroyed a clan, and by the looks of it, it still has to be a Jedi clan. Nangong Basho frowned. Are you not dreaming, or not awake? Nangong Shitzi knew his old man didn't believe him. He had to inquire. Father, I'll ask you if the cooperation of the Angry Sky Hall is an attitude of condescension. Nangong Basho nodded his head. Nangong Shirzi said again, but that Yama released me straight away and told me to tell you truthfully whatever had happened to me. So think about it, why did he do that? Nangong Basha inquired. Provocation? Nangong Shitzi nodded. That's right, this is provocation, or giving us a chance to choose. If we choose to be enemies, I reckon that King Yen will personally save our family from death. Nangong Basha's brain was a little fuzzy from listening. Saving lives? Nangong Shitzi directly said at this time. Father, you'll know if you search my soul. Nangong Basha's face darkened. What are you talking about? Really search your soul? You might turn into a fool. Stupid? Oh. Nangong Shirzi was a bit disdainful. Just that little bit of pain from soul searching is like being stung by a mosquito to me now. Nangong Basho. Looking at his son's determined eyes, Nangong Basha could only give it a try. But after seeing his son's message, Nangong Basha's face was white with fear. Chapter 134, Monk me. Star you follow me. Nangong Basha's face was also very serious. Genuinely, that kind of bizarre tactic is unsettling. Nangong Shirzi didn't say anything, quietly following his old man. It didn't take long. The two came to an underground chamber. The underground chamber is huge. It could even be considered brilliant. It says it's a secret room. Rather, it's an underground palace. In the center of this underground palace lay a young monk. The young monk was sound asleep, with a mess of bottles piled up around him. Nangong bowed down to the young monk and respectfully saluted. Then he spat on his hand and rubbed it. Snap! 2 slaps down. The young monk was instantly awake. Who hit the little monk? Nangong Basha looked at the little monk with a smile. Master Jizo, as you know, I wouldn't have sought you out if it wasn't something that decided the lives of my entire family. The little monk was speechless. Didn't I say, cooperating with the New Skies Hall will be beneficial to you, but you can't make deep friendships. After all, the New Skies Hall is wolfish. If you make deep friendships, perhaps your Nangong family will become sinners. Nangong Basho shook his head. This time it's not a matter of the Angry Sky Palace. It's just that my son wants me to defect to a power, and I don't know about this power for the time being on my side. So I thought of coming to ask you what would happen to the future of our Nangong family if I really did so. The little monk was a bit speechless. I'm just supreme wisdom and perceive a karmic connection with the Nangong family. It's not like I'm a fortune teller. Nangong Basha smiled once again and said, I'll give you all the good wine I have in my collection. The young monk's eyes lit up. Aha, I do know some divination techniques, so wait for me to do some math. After the young monk finished speaking, he opened his hand and pinched his Buddha beads, then his mouth recited the words. The young monk looked at Nangong Basho and frowned. He then did the math again. Nangong Basho scratched his head. No, did you figure anything out yet? The little monk scratched his head, his own little bald head as well. I've done the math, but it just feels a little unreal. Nangong Bashi blinked. How is it not true? The young monk sighed. The trigrams show that if you all join the force that your son is talking about, your Nangong family will directly soar to the heavens, and you will even be able to completely break the curse. Step out of the cave, dominate the world, dominate the immortal realm, and be immortal forever and ever. Both Nangong Basho and Nangong Shirzi fell into silence. The young monk was once again puzzled. Even my trigrams also show that I will also become along with you guys. In the end I become the world's first merit Buddha. This is not bullshit, although I am not a bad person, but I have killed a lot of people. This way I can also become a Buddha. Nangong Basha already had an answer in his heart at this point. I see. Why don't you come with us? Maybe, what you say about this, is true? The young monk frowned, but in order to clear up the doubts in his mind, he still nodded. Early the next morning, Lu Shuani paced back and forth anxiously. It doesn't make sense. It's impossible. Lu Shuani watched as no new names appeared on the golden scroll of the Great Road. He was in a bit of a hurry. Could it be that they look down on me and want to find a random person to kill me? But that's not right. As long as there is a thought, as long as they want to kill me, they should just go on the Great Tao Golden Scroll. Could it be that there was some other important matter that delayed him? Which is why he didn't try to kill me. Waited all morning and watched as it still wasn't on the list. Lu Shuani's eyes went cold. Zhou enough. Go. I'll take you to save your life. Zhao Enough's eyes lit up. This is good. Go. Just two haven't walked out yet. Lin Wu Dao then came in first from outside the small courtyard. Two Yama kings. The Nangong family is here. Lu Shuani was instantly excited. I see. They're worried that I'm a higher power. So, this is to come and test the waters. Ha. He's coming. My enemy, he's coming. Lu Shuani excitedly walked out of the small courtyard. Just after opening the door, he then saw Nangong Shirzi and Nangong Basho saluting Lu Shuani at the same time. Greetings, my lord. Even Nangong Basho said directly. Nangong Basha, I'm willing to defect to your excellency and do everything at your excellency's command. Lu Shuani, Zhao Enough, Lin Wudao and the dark clouds in the sky. Lu Shuani was wondering if he had heard wrong. He looked at Lin Wudao and asked, did he say he wanted to defect to me? Lin Wudao nodded his head. Lu Shuani looked at Zhao Enough. Zhou nodded enough. Lu Shuani was speechless. At this time, I looked at the group of people who looked serious and were very devout. Lu Shuani was furious and uncomfortable. He looked at Nangong Basha and asked, you should know what I did to your son. Don't you want to kill me? Actually, what Lu Shuani doesn't know is this. In fact, Nangong Basha had already discussed this with Lin Wudao. Even about defection, all that was needed was a nod from King Yama. Lin Wudao couldn't make the call. Even Nangong Basha had purposely sought out Lin Wudao to learn about the preferences of the two Yama kings in order to make a good relationship. Lin Wudao couldn't say much, but it didn't go unspoken. What Nangong Basha had learned was that the great Yama king liked his enemies, and what he liked even more was to torture them. The king of Air Yen likes to heal people and save their lives, and even has almost no bad reviews, because those who say no are dead. Nangong Basha listened in a cold sweat, especially when he stood outside the door and heard that the two kings of hell wanted to personally come to their house to save lives. He was so frightened that he hurriedly asked Lin Wudao to report it. That's what led to the current scene. Now that he heard Lu Shuani's words, Nangong Basha really didn't dare to say anything, especially the words of the monk he brought with him, when he was dragged up to heaven, told him by his own mouth. Son of a bitch Nangong Basha, I treat you as a brother. You take me to see the king of Hades? I knock your grandmother. I now only beg you not to be too reckless with those two kings of Hades that came, or else I'll give up my Tao fruits and I'll get you killed. Therefore, Nangong Basha dared to be even more reckless. Your honor is joking. I came here in good faith. Lu Shuani was a bit confused at this point, even subconsciously coming up with, that's not what I wanted. Nangong Basho swallowed again. He even hurriedly glanced at Lin Wudao. As expected, the great Yama loved his enemies and loved torturing them even more. Nangong Basha hurriedly explained. Cough. My lord, back home my youngest son has spoken to me about your lord's means. That kind of godly and unpredictable means. It really makes me admire underneath. Even I see in you the possibility of Nangong Fake's future rise in the world. As long as it's not stupid, I think, it's an individual who won't be the enemy of your lord. That's so comforting to hear. But, I'm short of enemies right now. But this bloodless takedown of the Nangong family, it's not bad. Lu Shuani suddenly asked, does your Nangong family have many enemies? Nangong Basha was stunned. Well, a lot. Lu Shuani was instantly excited. Good. This is good. You'll be a member of my Yama temple from now on. Nangong Basho. Chapter 135, The Transformation of Dreams. I heard that the Nangong family has many enemies. Both Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough's attitudes towards the Nangong family had changed. It became very fervent. Come, isn't it a long time coming? Go, let's go inside and drink tea. Nandong Basha wiped the sweat from his head, a somewhat unresponsive nod. Oh woo. Yes. After entering the small courtyard, Lu Shuani asked again, have you eaten yet? Nandong Basha subconsciously shook his head. Lu Shuani looked at Zhao Enough. Zhao Enough instantly understood. Men, set up a feast. It didn't take long. A table was set with all the wine and food. Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough pulled Nandong Ba down for dinner. But after Nandong Basha eats, and it's not like you can't be surprised, because these are, well, a little over the top delicious. This what Hades, there really is some mystery. And both this drink and those meats are fresh and excessive. Even that texture, it's very active. Lu Shuani looked at Nandong Basha and the others as if they hadn't eaten in several lifetimes, and couldn't help but feel some pity. Did you not get enough to eat? Nandong Basha glanced at Lu Shuani with some embarrassment. Lu Shuani once again looked at Zhao Enough. Zhou understood enough. Men, serve. Listening to Zhao Enough. Instantly, several people with ghostly masks relocated several livestock. Zhao Enough to carry the knife these few walked over. Mu ba. Oh, Zhao Enough's hand rose to cut off several large pieces of meat from these fowls. Then a healing their wounds again. Put, cough. See the operation of this living hell. Nandong Basha directly choked on his drink. He finally realized why the ingredients in Hades were so fresh. After Zhao Enough cut off the meat, he ordered the cook to do it. Nandong Basha then felt a little unnatural. Lu Shuani hurriedly explained it this time. In fact, at first we also killed them directly, but a fairy said that we were too cruel to kill them, so we couldn't think of eating them and cutting them so that they wouldn't hurt their lives, and I think that's a pretty good method. Nandong Basha swallowed. He looked at the weeping livestock and was tempted to say, you might as well just kill them, but that's something he wouldn't dare say. So, Nandong Basha could only nod his head stiffly. Yes. Yama has a natural reason for doing this, and Zhao Enough to explain at this point. Actually, this method is really quite good, because it can also continuously improve my medical skills. Nandong Basha only felt, at this time, like sitting on pins and needles. As Nandong Shitsi watched that living Yama's operation, he couldn't help but think of himself. That scene of seeing with his own eyes how miserable his death was, with just a slight flashback. Nandong Shitsi felt like he was a little incontinent. He hurriedly forced himself to stop thinking about these things. A time when the meal was almost over. It was only then that Lu Shuani asked with a smile on his face. There was even some embarrassment at the wrong wording of the hand. Aha. Well, that, and I hear you have a lot of enemies. How about expanding on that? Nandong Basho scratched his head. That, Lord Yen, I may have a bit too many enemies. Even, on the court side, Nandong Basha was also a bit uncertain at this point. He was afraid that he had so many enemies that he was even going to get a full house. What if the King of Hell doesn't want them because of this? But who knows? Lu Shuani that was simply overjoyed. That's good. So, first, tell me if there are any more powerful enemies, just in this neighborhood. Nandong Basho froze for a moment, then tentatively said, there's really one. There's a military minister named Li Yang within Daliang, who is considered my mortal enemy. It was just that Nandong Basha had not yet finished speaking. Only the dark clouds in the sky roared. A thunderbolt fell. Li Yang, who was in Daliang, had his soul directly shattered by the thunder and fell asleep. Crap, who told you guys to do it? Nega, it's not easy to have an enemy. Just destroy it for me. Nandong Basho? Lu Shuani cursed at the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were so frightened that they began to turn white. But Lu Shuani wasn't really blaming, as long as it is. After all, these people do root out the enemy for their own people. Okay, you guys hold off for the next few minutes. I want the enemy to be useful. Having said that, Lu Shuani directly threw a large bag of blood and soul pills into the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were once again excited. Do all that. Only then did Lu Shuani look at Nandong Basha and said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, it's really troublesome that my men are so efficient. Nandong Basha almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Listen, is that human talk? Also, Nima, your men, as it turns out, covered the entire sky over Daliang. Nandong Basha couldn't help but want to thank his son. If you don't believe in your own son, guess what? That Li Yang is your own downfall. Come on, let's move on to the enemy. Nandong Basha didn't know what to say at this point. After thinking about it, he still said, actually, Li Yang is the second prince's man. Killing Li Yang is tantamount to offending the second prince, which is tantamount to being my biggest enemy at the moment. Lu Shuani was shocked. There is still this relationship. Not bad. After thinking about it, Lu Shuani looked at Lin Wudao. give Nangong Basha credit. If he can succeed in making an enemy of that what's-his-name second prince, there's nothing the Nangong family wants that this king won't agree to. Lin Wudao smiled and nodded. Yes. Lu Xuanyi once again looked at Nangong Basha. The more I look at it, the more I think this guy has a future. That gaze look made Nangong Basha's heart flutter. That, the two Yama kings, is there anything else you wish to order? Lu Xuanyi thought about it. Write down all your enemy details. Nangong Basha that was without a bit of hesitation. At this point the shadow guards were beginning to take notes adoringly. Lin Wudao looked at the shadow guard with some curiosity. What are you doing? Shadow guard said at this time. I do have a bit of a gap with King Yin. Lin Wudao felt a bit of novelty. Oh, you still have that epiphany. Tell me about it. Shadow guard stroked his thoughts at this time and said, we have been prying for information before. It has always been a laborious move. And even the information isn't always accurate. But King Yin prying for information. This is to take in a superpower. And then learn the information that he wants through that power. Tisk, TSK, Lord Yama's tactics are so high. Learned. Lin Wudao took a deep breath. Have you ever thought that the reason why Lord Yama does it so easily is because he is able to make life worse than death? Do you think you can do that? Because the smile froze on his face. But suddenly, the shadow guard pulled out the divine soul pill and his eyes gradually lit up. My lord, do you think I can achieve the kind of effect that Lord Yama had by directly extracting that person's soul and frying it in a frying pan? And then when that doesn't work, give him a divine soul pill, and so on and so forth? Lin Wudao. Chapter 136, The Cook After Dark. Nangong Basha was still a bit flabbergasted, after entering Hades this time. To say that Nangong Basha got something in return, there really is, because there was no cultivation, it was impossible to use the storage bag. So, Lu Xuanyi gave them a few marijuana bags. Inside the sack, it was filled with blood pills. This thing, for them body refining cultivators, it was a real treasure medicine, and the quality of this blood elixir. It was also something that Nangong Basha had never seen in his life. Even after walking out the door, Nangong Basha even ate one. The effect of that medicine made Nangong Basha's blood turn over on the spot. Even he felt that his physical body was much stronger. Awesome! Nangong Basha swallowed. Even carrying the sack felt a little surreal to him. True to Jizo's words, his own Nangong family had really taken off. If you hand out all these blood pills, the strength of the disciples of the Nangong family would be doubled by an unknown number of times. And Lord Yama also said that as long as one is at ease working for the Yama Palace, he has plenty of this stuff. Sure, this wasn't what most shocked the Nangong Basha. What shocked him was that after he decided to take the Nangong family and throw them into Hades, the curse inside him was also sealed. That is to say, he, the Nangong family, was now completely capable of following Yama's palace out of this cavernous sky, even down the road. Their Nangong family could cultivate immortal techniques. The more he thought about it, the more unreal Nangong Basha felt. Even the entire Nangong family returned to the Nangong mansion in a daze. Nothing else. They were similarly as shocked as the Nangong Basha. At the same time, they realize, they are really taking off with this one, to the extent that, on their return to the Nangong home, the entire Nangong family fell into a moment of silence. Because, the day has changed so dramatically, and I don't know how long it was. Nangong Basha reached down and slapped himself. Then he looked at his son and asked, our Nangong family, have we really taken off? Nangong Shitzi also nodded. I suppose so. The Nangong family's group of elders also said at this time, we are still in the cave heaven for the time being. If we wait for me to leave the cave heaven, and then lose the limitations of this cave heaven, with the heritage of our Nangong family, plus secretly, with the support of the Yama Palace, our Nangong family, it is really possible that we will be invincible. Yes, the most crucial thing is that we have the Yama Palace behind us, especially with those two Yama kings around. We can even do whatever we want. But of course, the Yama kings can never be betrayed or messed with. Nangong Basha nodded his head, and then there was still some uncertainty. Then our Nangong family, does that mean that it's equivalent to being invincible in this cave heaven? The elders glanced at each other. After a moment of mingling, after looking at the sky, the thick dark clouds, then came up with an incredulous answer. If we follow the bizarre strength of the Yama Palace, we should be invincible. Nangong Basha somewhat didn't change his identity for a while. It felt like being a thug and suddenly being rich. Nangong Basha asked again at this time, are we, then, still rebelling? The crowd was speechless for a while. Nangong Siko looked on. Father, is there a possibility that we are going to dominate the world in the future? And that this tiny cave heavenly throne is something we really can't look at right now? Nangong Basha. Monk, do you know how to transcend? Jizo shook his head. Aren't you a monk? Jizo was very helpless. I am, but I really don't know how to supersede. The group in the dark clouds all looked at Jizo speechlessly. So what do you say? How do you get over it? Earth Store, Amitabha Buddha. Transcendence is a section of the Bible among the Buddhist canonical scriptures. Not something monks like me can grasp. Before Jizo could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief. Because he saw the group, from their own space rings, pull out piles and piles of Buddhist scriptures. Are you people? All those members of the Yama temple hemmed and hawed. Just tune in. Hurry up and learn. Tell us what you need and we'll get it all for you. But you need to hurry up with your studies, because we're in a hurry. Jizo casually flipped through the verses. The face was wonderful. Because these are real Buddhist scriptures. Jizo was a bit shocked. How did you get it? One of the members of the Yama palace said. When we were coming into the secret realm, a group of monks said that we were demons and wanted to exterminate us. We had no choice but to fight back. So we exterminated those monks. And all of these things belong to those monks. Jizo's eyes widened. Forget about that for now. You learn the overcoming spell first. We're in a hurry. Jizo nodded blankly. 3 days passed. Jizo wanted to cry. Because these beasts are making him study day and night. Poor spirit a potion. Thirsty and hungry. Are good wine and food served on? Did you learn? The man from Hades inquired again. Jizo took a deep breath. Learned. But that was all said and done. Jizo was just dumbfounded. It was because he saw that those people from the Yama palace had several divine grudges grasped in one person's hand. Jizo was so scared that he almost fell out of this dark cloud. Monk, hurry up and overtake them. Jizo nodded with a grimace. Okay, I'll try. After Jizo finished speaking, he clasped his hands together and began to recite the Transcendental Sutra. Buzz. In an instant, a golden light formed an inscription that traveled among those divine grudges. Those god grudges screamed miserably, but it has to be said, the results are great. Those godly grudges finally quieted down. Jizo wiped away the sweat. I can't. The little monk is really the Buddha's power is still lacking. It is simply impossible to completely. Jizo was once again confused, because he saw the people of Hades like they were sucking spaghetti. Suck it. Those divine grudges were then sucked into their mouths. Then, that food is a flavorful one. Jizo's eyes widened. No, you guys asked me to sup, and it turns out to be for you to eat? Feeling like I'm a cook? The members of Hades laughed. Not to mention, this divine grudge tainted with Buddha's light is really good. Except the crowd wasn't finished. A meritorious virtue descended directly from the sky and then landed on the body of the Earth Store. Feel the merit in yourself. Jizo's expression was wonderful. Should I not become the first meritorious Buddha? Come like this. The people in the Yama palace couldn't help but become even more excited at this time as they watched the monk gain merit. Monk, come on. There's merit added in trying to transcend a bit to see. Jizo. Day 2. Jizo, get to work. Jizo, yes. Day 3, Jizo. Work. Jizo, yes. Day 4, Jizo. Yes. Day 5, fuck. Yes. Day 6, Azo. Jizo, I want to return to the world. Chapter 137, Worry during this time. Jizo wasn't sure if he was having a good time or a bad time. You can't say it's good. Nowadays, he's so full of merit that he's about to blind others. This almost seemingly infinite earning of merit was encountered by him. But you say it's a big chance. But Jizo was having a very hard time today. Every day, you open your eyes to transcend, and you close your eyes to still transcend. Sleeping with superlatives on his lips. Seeing that the group was about to finish eating the divine grudge, he can show off. Turns out the group didn't know what was going on. From the middle of the great cool city, mountains of divine grudges were once again captured. Jizo gasped and pressed his human center, his eyes rolling upwards. Jizo, I'll go. Don't scare us. The people of Hades were truly panicked. Jizo is their baby now. There must be no accidents. And then a bunch of people are having whatever babies they have and taking whatever babies they have. In the end it looked like it wasn't going to work. They could only go to Zhao enough. Jizo woke up. People are stupid. No, I can't even pass out? Not even if I'm delirious? Jizo covered his forehead with one hand. Nima's Nangong Basho. Jizo was completely convinced this time. Nothing is more heartbreaking than a brother backstabbing. And this art of divination. You can learn to count really well on your own. But 1,000 times. I just didn't count on this process. Jizo made a decision. From now on, I will no longer tell fortunes. See that Jizo is okay. A group of people from the Yama palace, all clutching divine grudges in their hands that they wanted to break free from, looked at Earth Store with bated breath. Jizo couldn't help himself. Grass. Are you guys pigs? So edible? The group of Yama temple members weren't angry either. Nothing else. Now this Jizo was their top chef and had to be pampered. Jizo sighed. You guys can't give me a break. That group of Yama Palace people instantly put away their divine grudges. Jizo? No. So nice? Jizo asked uncertainly. So I'll go down for a walk? The man from Hades nodded. Jizo went numb. No. Why didn't you guys say so? The people of Hades were puzzled. What didn't you say earlier? Jizo was a bit annoyed. Why didn't you guys say you could rest earlier? The group of Yama Palace members were speechless. Do we need to say? If you're tired, just say you want to take a break. We thought you weren't tired if you didn't say so. Jizo went numb. Feelings? Or is it my own fault? Actually, in Hades is really free. There are no constraints. When it's okay, you can go wherever you want. Sure, those pups are hungry and you have to cook. Not much, just 3 meals a day as usual, but there's no escape from running away. Jizo is now the gold medal chef of Yama's palace. Jizo if he dares to run. Hades definitely let him experience Lushuani's and Zhao enough saving lives. Sure, this Hades is so ferocious it could eat God's grudge. Who the hell dares to run? But today, while Jizo was overtaking the divine grudge, an accident occurred. A divine grudge was almost instantly awake. Then he transformed into a huge lion and knelt in front of Jizo. Bodhisattva, help me. I'm awake. I don't want to die. Jizo? The crowd in Hades? The situation. It really caught people off guard. At this time, Yama's palace felt that this thing was born with a spiritual divine grudge. That should be even more delicious. Who knew that lion was trying to stay alive? Also started mouthing superlative scriptures. Crowd? Finally Jizo also spoke up. I'm always limited in my ability alone. And since this thing has learned the overwhelming scriptures, let him accompany me. The crowd naturally had no problem with Earthstore giving the word. Then, once again, there is one more hitter in Hades. Once again, the day ended with a superlative. Jizo asked the question in his mind. Why do you guys have to supersede something before you eat this stuff? Can't you just eat it? A man from Hades responded. Before, it was eaten directly, but after entering this cave, these divine grudges began to constantly form lines, and the grudges were so heavy that it was a bit bitter to eat. Jizo, nice guy. These people are pretty picky about eating a god grudge. No, then where did you guys grab so many of these god grudges from? The members of Hades responded again. Underneath Dalian's ground, there's just an oversized think divine grudge space placed by the people of the Angry Sky Hall, and there's a lot of divine grudges in there. Jizo? No, for something that big, don't you guys need to report it to the King of Hell? The people of Hades couldn't help but roll their eyes. This kind of small thing, if we also have to alarm the King of Hell, then what do we need to be for? Jizo's jaw dropped. This Hades, this awareness, is frighteningly high. But when I think of the countless god grudges underneath Dalian, Jizo was still a little worried. If those divine grudges erupt, can you guys handle it? The people of Yama Palace looked at Earthstore as if they were looking at a fool. He even took a bite of the divine grudge in his hand, chewing while looking at Jizo. Some people even didn't have enough to eat, and the two of them took a god grudge and shared it. Jizo, the cave is very busy today, because the foreign powers, all of them, were in full swing, looking for native powers to join them. Don't look so awesome on the outside. After coming to this cave, that's one will play the grandson better than the other. There were even some plans that were trying to please the local forces. Those who have been sheltered by local forces are all refreshed. The ones that didn't find power are still going strong today. Ji Suiying has been a bit speechless lately. Although she had the support of the third prince and the third prince's token, but the third prince is gone. This made Ji Suiying a little anxious, for she knew that the third prince, though he seemed to be alone, but the third prince's secret power was something no one should underestimate. She wanted to have the third prince protect the Green Lotus sect in passing. If not, let the third prince protect Zhaoanuf and Lushuani. Turns out the third prince is missing. She couldn't find out how. And what worries Ji Suiying the most? Lushuani unexpectedly entered the cave as well. Why is he here too? This cave world is so dangerous. Ji Suiying was a little anxious. Where are Lushuani and Zhaoanuf now? Ji Mingyue munched on an ice candy gourd while saying, in Dalian. Ji Suiying couldn't help but rub her temples. How could it be in Dalian? That's the territory of the Nangong family. If we start a conflict with that Nangong family, I'm afraid that life would be worse than death. No, I'm going to make a trip to Dalian. Just when Ji Suiying was about to go to Dalian, suddenly, he saw the third prince come to Ji Suiying with a swollen nose. Gaha, you guys are here too? The third prince hurried back to his house to look for some bruise medicine. Ji Suiying was a bit confused. You are? The third prince placed the waist plate of Yama's palace identity on the table and said as he medicated himself, it's fine. Just a fall. Chapter 138, Who to Protect? Ji Suiying watched as the third prince was administering the medicine and didn't say much for the time being. It was just that Ji Suiying's eyes were very strange. Fall in your sleep and bruise your face. There are still a few bracts in the head. Are you jumping up and drilling the ground with your head? Of course. Since the third prince was unwilling to say more, Ji Suiying didn't want to ask more questions. A few people just fell silent. It had been until after the third prince had finished the potion. Only then did he look up at Ji Suiying and Ji Mingyue. You have come to see me, but what is the matter? Ji Suiying smiled. There is indeed some small matter to trouble the third prince. It's like this. I have two fellow disciples that have also come within the cave. I am asking the third prince to help look after them. Of course, it doesn't need to be too much trouble. Try to be able to ensure that my two fellow disciples don't die. The third prince hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, it's not a big deal to babysit two people. May there be a portrait or an external characterization. Ji Suiying directly took out Lu Xuanyi's portrait. As for Zhao Enuf's, she didn't have one. She just took out a crystal ball. Inside, there is a picture of Zhao practicing medicine with a kind smile. After the third prince saw Lu Xuanyi's portrait, his eyes were a bit dull. Although Lu Xuanyi in the middle of the portrait has a kind of vast and righteous, elegant and easygoing temperament, but the somewhat clear eyes impressed him greatly. And look at Zhao Enuf to stay in the picture. That kind smile. It's not running. It's him. The third prince subconsciously came up with. Saving lives? Cough cough cough. Ji Suiying coughed a few times. Saving lives. Is Zhao Enuf? Once she thought about the things that Zhao Enuf had done, how could Ji Suiying not connect with the words saving lives and helping people? But it couldn't be told to the third prince that Zhao Enuf would die if he saved someone, and would be injured if he helped someone. Ji Suiying said somewhat unnaturally. Well, indeed, this senior brother Zhao of mine, he does like to save lives. The third prince took a deep breath. The people you asked me to protect, those are the two of them? Ji Suiying nodded. I know that their strength is low, but trust me, if you can protect them, it will be absolutely beneficial to your future plans. At this time, Ji Suiying didn't know that the third prince's legs were secretly trembling under the table. I protect them? My future plans? One moment. The third prince's memory pulled back to 2 days ago, when he had first obtained a potion himself. It was still an elixir with a Dan pattern. Just smelling it made him feel like his flesh was getting stronger. He thought he was hitting the jackpot. Then it was swallowed. Actually, that elixir is really powerful. He went straight into the fleshly Jin Dan. It's even on the rise. But that elixir has a side effect, diarrhea after taking it. The most outrageous thing is that it ends up zipping and pulling blood on itself. People are pulling out. The elixir is a good elixir. Just a bit costly. But by good fortune, he took a dump himself and heard the conspiracy of the two kings of hell. When the two Yama kings were walking in the middle of the woods, Zhao Enuf was very puzzled. I say brother Lu, we actually have the Nangong family topping the thunder in the open. So why do we still need to come out on our own? Lu Xuanyi shook his head. No, no, no. Those enemies are potential enemies. They can't think that it's our Yama palace behind them for the time being. So this time I'm going to go and tell them that the Nangong family has the support of the Yama palace, so that they'll want to make a move against our Yama palace. Zhao Enuf was somewhat speechless. Isn't that better? Lu Xuanyi had an inscrutable look on his face. You don't understand. Too few enemies makes my heart restless. Ha? Zhao Enuf was a bit confused. Let's not talk about this first. Hurry up and find where that elixir I refined popped up. That thing is vital to our next plan. Right about this time. Poo 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 poo. The scene was very quiet. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enuf simultaneously looked at the third prince who was crouching on the ground. The third prince's face was green at this point. Do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enuf looked at the third prince in silence. It didn't take long. Lu Xuanyi came to say, save death. Zhou nodded enough. The third prince was instantly cured. Then the two were caught. Lu Xuanyi handed the third prince a dagger. Come on, kill me. Third prince? No, 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 no. You and I have no grudges. And you even saved me. How could I do such a thing? Lu Xuanyi was helpless. Then I'll just have to help the wounded. Third prince? Followed closely by two people singing like a double act. Zhao Enuf, I save death. Lu Xuanyi, I'll help the wounded. I save the dead. I help the wounded. During that time the third prince also tried to resist. Available results. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enuf took off their clothes at the same time. The third prince found himself like a little chicken shit facing two bruisers. He was powerless to fight back. He wanted to use the power of heaven and earth. As a result, Zhao Enuf once again came to the rescue. His stomach started hurting again. The power of heaven and earth can't be used. In the end, the third prince was tortured and maddened by saving lives. No, mad and sober. The third prince even counted. During that time he himself was beaten alive 3 times, going crazy 7 times by myself, crashed 20 times. The third prince understood. These two devils are the living hell on earth, And these two have a kind smile on their faces while they're beating you alive. It's mind-numbing to watch. The third prince had never knelt sincerely in his life. This time, he knelt with conviction, because it can't fucking die. It can't be blocked. It can't be beaten. Two living fathers. Righteous father. I'm wrong. Stop saving lives. Really, do whatever you want me to do. Really stop saving lives. I'm obedient now, but who knows? Lu Shuani looked at Zhao Enough and said, you said the mountain is heavy with doubt. Zhao Enough? A mountain of doubt? Lu Shuani went on to say, square heavenly paint halberd stabbing righteous father. Third prince. So, he wants to stab us. Then fight. You watch the timing to save death, ha. Don't let him stay dead too long. Zhou nodded. Enough. The third prince was again killed 7 times. Finally he couldn't strain himself. 2 Yen kings, 2 dear fathers. I am the third prince of Great Yen. I have money and many treasures. As long as I am no longer tortured, I am willing to give everything. I heard it was the third prince. The 2 men then stopped. You're the third prince? The third prince nodded. Lu Shuani's eyes lit up. So how many enemies do you have? The third prince didn't know how to answer for a moment. Truth? Zhao Enough rolled his eyes. Why don't you try telling a lie? The third prince instantly wimped out. No, 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 my child dares not. I have enemies. Many indeed. Lu Shuani's eyes lit up. Really? How many? The third prince said directly. The entire Great Yen wants to get me killed. Or rather, the entire Great Yen royal family are my enemies. Lu Shuani was instantly excited. Gee, my good son, why didn't you say so? Then in a moment of confusion, the third prince was helped up by Lu Shuani, who personally patted the dust on his body. Give the third prince a token, by the way. And the token was a gold and jade token. Remember, from now on, you are the son of our king of Yen. Whoever bullies you, you report the name of Save the Dead. Don't worry, with us around, I guarantee you won't die. Chapter 139, Walking sideways. The third prince felt like he was dreaming. Because of the number of enemies, these 2 kings of Hades have recognized themselves as their son? Then if I meet, I'll just come right out and say I have a lot of enemies. Wouldn't it be necessary to die so many times? I don't know why. One thought. The third prince then wanted to cry. Good on. He has recognized 2 fathers in his own confusion. I'm your son. You can't beat me anymore. The third prince thought so. However, what made the third prince incredulous was this. Become a son of Hades. The benefits are really many. None other. Big Daddy gave him a storage bag. The pills inside, all of them with Dan lines. Any kind of elixir. The second father planted a very strange seed inside him. Listen to the second father. This kind of sub will guarantee him immortality 3 times. Use it up and plant it again for him. Nima. Moreover, the curse in his body also shattered with a bang after recognizing these 2 daddies. It's the curse gone for good. Not sealed like the Namgun families. That is to say, you can practice on your own. And this cultivation resources, they were all the most top-notch. The third prince wondered if he was dreaming, because it's really as the fortune teller said. You have a great future ahead of you, and just the means of these 2 daddies. The third prince wanted to be a dude for a while. As to why he was beaten later and not treated, that's because Zhao Enough has a lot of merit. Hey, you're the first son I recognized. Take out your magic treasure. Your father, I'll upgrade your magic treasure. Awkwardness ensued. The third prince pulled out a square halberd. One moment. Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough were silent. Grass, you're really using a square halberd. I'll beat you to death today. You rebellious son. Save the dead. Help. The third prince cried. Because these 2 dads said to beat you to death, a rebellious son. That is really fucking beat you to death. Killed and resurrected. Resurrected and killed again. When he finally left he was beaten half to death. But, being the son of Yama, he's also in an unusual position. After the 2 dads left, leave him 30,000 members of Hades. When the third prince saw 30,000 people falling from the sky, he almost pissed himself, especially looking at the divine grudge they were eating in their hands. He felt his worldview crumble to pieces. At the same time he understood what an awesome organization one is joining. At the same time, he had, in a haphazard manner, become the young lord of the Yama Palace. That's just like a fly in the ointment. Even rushed too fast and flashed my back a bit. As for your own plans, scheming for a chicken. I'm now the young master of Hades, directly following my father. Third prince. Ji Suiying's voice once again pulled the third prince's thoughts back to reality. Back to the third prince. Calming himself, he asked. I wanted to ask, what is your relationship with these 2? Ji Suiying smiled. These are 2 of my fellow disciples that I fancy. The third prince was silent for a moment, because he instantly understood the hidden agenda. I'm afraid that this Ji Suiying is completely unaware of how awesome his two living fathers are. Since the two living fathers didn't say anything, he didn't dare to expose it. Immediately afterward, the third prince nodded his head. Good, a small matter. Seeing that the third prince had agreed, Ji Suiying breathed a sigh of relief. But looking at the Yama token made of gold and jade on that table, Ji Suiying narrowed her eyes. The third prince is really good means. Although people in the cave, but this Yama palace, have been established outside the cave. I also strange. How suddenly more than one Yama palace, after half a day, is the handiwork of the third prince. Third prince. His silence. Let Ji Suiying mistake that for acquiescence. Still, I want to ask, how sure are you of your own machinations? The third prince subconsciously asked. What scheming? Ji Suiying. Only then did the third prince remember his earlier machinations. Scheming my ass. Laozi is now the son of Yama. But, he couldn't be overly indiscreet if the living father didn't say so. Well, 90% so far. Ji Suiying nodded. Good, then I'll take my leave. And if I can be of any use to you, please let me know. The third prince nodded. Wait until Ji Suiying is gone. The third prince suddenly remembered a headache. Now many forbidden places are about to open. He's been gaming the Great Yen Emperor for so many years. The Great Yen Emperor would inevitably send the subterranean dragon guards to assassinate himself before the opening of the Forbidden Land. And it's still the flesh-body Yuaning realm. As long as there is a decree from the Great Yen Emperor, he himself didn't even have the ability to mobilize the Cave Heaven Authority. Seeing Ji Suiying walk away, the third prince hurriedly closed the door, then tried to whisper an inquiry. Are you all there? Boom, one moment. Countless blood-red eyes opened in the middle of the third prince's room. It was densely packed, looking at the third prince with a pale face. Recently, the Great Yen Emperor's subterranean dragon guards have tried to kill me, and I want to. The third prince hadn't finished speaking. Then I heard someone say, got it. Then all eyes closed. Third prince? 3 hours passed. Bang bang bang. A small mountain of corpses was piled up in front of the third prince. One of the Yama Palace members was somewhat helpless. I originally wanted to eradicate them cleanly, but there are 12 people who are beside the Emperor of Great Yen, and they are so strong that we really can't kill them, so I guess we'll have to get your father to do it. The third prince stood in front of that mountain of corpses with a dumbfounded look on his face. He was actually trying to kill someone. As a result, all the dragon guards, except the 12 dragons, are gone? Crap, am I that good at what I do now? The third prince scratched his head at this point. I'd like to ask if I can walk sideways now? The members of Hades shook their heads. You'd better walk normal. Although the Yama Palace is not weak, but not to the extent of being able to push across this cavernous sky, but the great Yama King and the second Yama King should be laying out something. When the Yama King's layout is complete, you'll be running around naked at that time, and it is estimated that no one will dare to say anything. The third prince coughed. That's not so bad, but give me some perspective. How far can I dude now? The members of Hades thought about it. At the moment, except for the big shots that are on the same level as your scummy father that you can't mess with for the time being. Other than that, feel free to do as you please, but don't bully the men and women, run roughshod over them, and be inappropriate for the son of a human being, or else your father will have to save you from death and injury. As soon as I heard the word save lives, the third prince then couldn't help but tremble. I know. Think about it. The third prince once again inquired. Can you tell me what kind of people my two Yama King daddies are? The members of Yama's hall instantly gave their comments. The great Yama is a frank and true gentleman, and the second Yama is a good man who saves suffering. Third prince. Chapter 140. What else is there? The imperial family of Great Yen. The emperor of Great Yen was sipping tea in the middle of his back garden. At this time he had a piece of information in his hands. The things recorded on the intelligence were the forces that the third prince had cultivated over the years, as well as the third prince's next plan to decimate the dragon. It didn't occur to me that this little bastard nearly became a climate, he said with the same smirk as the raging Sky Hall master. Your Majesty the Emperor, if you are inconvenienced to make a move, there are some things that I, the angry Sky Hall, can do on your behalf. Emperor De Yen snorted coldly. That's not necessary. Against this little thing, I'll be able to crush it with my hand. The headmaster of the angry Sky Hall smiled and didn't say anything. The great Yen Emperor looked at a subterranean dragon guard beside himself at this moment. That subterranean dragon guard nodded and left. The great Yen Emperor smiled as he looked at the head priest of the angry Sky Hall. Come on, let's keep playing chess. The principal of the angry Sky Hall nodded. But less than half an hour. The subterranean dragon guard then came to the great Yen Emperor with a pale face and muttered a few words with his ear. Emperor De Yan's face changed dramatically. Even when he looked at the principal of the angry Sky Hall, his eyes were filled with killing intent. The headmaster of the Angry Sky Hall was a bit confused. He, Angry Sky Palace. You really are good at this. To uproot my subterranean dragon guards silently. The headmaster of the Angry Sky Hall froze. What does your majesty mean by this? My Angry Heaven Palace has never done these things. Emperor De Yen narrowed his eyes. Yeah, dare to do it. Dare not admit it? Having said that, an invisible heavenly might instantly landed. Boom! The principal of the Angry Sky Hall instantly fell to his knees as he was suppressed by the heavenly might. The ground was even crumbling in layers as it was suppressed by the heavenly might. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! There must be a misunderstanding. That raging Heaven Hall's head priest was in a rage. Explaining with great difficulty. Emperor De Yan's eyes returned icy cold. To be able to learn all of the third prince's schemes silently, these are things that I, the subterranean dragon guards, would have a hard time digging out. You have shown me the strength of your Angry Sky Hall, but to exterminate my subterranean dragon guards is to really think that I'm easy to bully? Click 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 click. As he spoke, the heavenly might once again intensified. The invisible heavenly might, which was all visible to the naked eye in the end, formed a transparent wall. The principal of that wrathful heavenly hall was then ensnared in this transparent circular wall, bearing infinite weight. The principal of the Angry Sky Hall hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I can make a heavenly oath. Hear this. Emperor De Yen frowned, because he saw that the guy didn't look like he was lying. After hesitating for a moment, Emperor De Yen released Tian Wei. Swear it then. The headmaster of the reverse heavenly hall gasped for a few moments, then said righteously, I swear to the heavens that this matter has nothing to do with my new heavenly hall. And if it was my new heavenly hall that did this, I will endure the 9 heavens thunder punishment and die in the Tao. The oath is established. A breath rushed straight up into the sky. The moment. The dark clouds that had coalesced in the sky heard a voice. Ha, there's a good thing about this? Get out of the way. You guys. The people in Hades were dumbfounded. They then hurriedly dispersed. At this moment, the head priest of that Angry Sky Hall laughed. Look, Your Majesty, the dark clouds are dispersing. This is the heavens visible. Emperor De Yen nodded his head. But the next second, the world-shattering spectacle is coming. The sky was raining heavily. But that's thunderstorm. That terrifying thunder was like silk threads hammered down from the middle of the sky. Again, it looks like the drooping branches of a white willow. Very magnificent. Putty is all over the place. But these threads, with precision and accuracy, locked onto each and every member of the Angry Sky Hall that was in the cavernous sky. Bang bang bang. This day, the cave burns blood. It's all the blood of the Temple of the Angry Sky. Also on this day, all the members of the Temple of the Angry Sky, all wiped out because of that one oath. In particular, the great Yen Emperor had witnessed the principal of the Angry Sky Hall being crushed and pulverized by a thunderbolt in front of him. He couldn't even help but break out in a cold sweat. Even he made up his mind secretly. Never swear in the future. Look at this temple of wrath. What a sudden death. And based on the thunder that blasted and shattered the sky, it should be a total loss. But what happened next made the Emperor of Great Yen feel a bit shocked and even a bit unimaginable, because he suddenly saw a burst of green light fall from the sky. Bring these people back to life. Under the cluelessness of the members of the Angry Sky Hall, they were once again pulverized by the thunder, then resurrected again, and once again pulverized by thunder, 3 times in a row before it stopped. See the scene. The great Yen Emperor couldn't even walk at this point. Even he asked the subterranean guard somewhat incredulously, were my eyes blurred just now? Did I see the thunderbolt whipping a corpse? That subterranean dragon guard was equally pale. Your Majesty, I saw it too. Emperor De Yen swallowed hard. Go back to the palace. Hurry back to the palace. After the thunder stopped, Zhao was enough to land from the sky, but it was directly caught by Lu Shuani with a water screen. At this time, Zhao Enough's eyes were sunken. His lips were white, and even that one muscle had become dried up. Lu brother hurry up. Lu Shuani didn't say a word. Give Zhao enough of an elixir. After taking the elixir, Zhao Enough's chi only slowly recovered. My god, I was almost sucked dry by the thunderbolt. Zhao Enough was also having palpitations at this time. However, Zhao Enough looked at Lu Shuani with some confusion at this moment. You just used your longevity to renew my life. How come you're not doing anything at all? Lu Shuani coughed. Then he pulled out a large handful of longevity pills. Zhou was enough to drift off. Just before coming to the two of them to finish, almost a sea of merit descended on the coming two. Too much merit. More than enough. Zhao was able to directly condense a substantial golden ring of merit behind his back. Zhao Enough turned his head to look at Lu Shuani and couldn't help but laugh out loud, because Lu Shuani's back coalesced a black circle of merit and virtue that was breathing out black gas. Even Lu Shuani's own face was ironic. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, all covered in Haoring Chi. Senior brother Lu, ha ha ha, this Haoring Chi of yours, how come it's a bit dark? Zhou was close enough to burst out laughing. Lu Xuanyi took a deep breath. Zhao enough And, Lu Xuanyi suddenly smiled at this moment. Did you know that this thing, merit, can strengthen magic treasures? Zhou nodded. Enough. Naturally I know. That rebellious son's magic treasure was strengthened by me. Lu Xuanyi controlling Zhao enough momentarily. Wait, what do you want? Lu Xuanyi hammed and hawed. I'll let you laugh at my old man. Come on. I'll tattoo your firstborn. Zhao enough. Wait, you stop. Half an hour passed. Zhao enough couldn't stop his tears from flowing as he looked at his thousand-handed yuaning that was covered in black and even smoldering with black smoke. You dog, you gave me back my firstborn Wu. Lu Xuanyi smiled. You're not convinced. If you're capable, you can use merit to strengthen my yuaning as well. Zhou enough to cry even more. Xuanyi dog thief. I'll fight you today. Zhao enough instantly chokes Lu Xuanyi. Then the two once again wrestled without using any mana. Chapter 141, a little fragrance half an incense stick of time passed. Zhou was enough to be a little skeptical, because he really can't beat Lu Xuanyi. He was even hammered on the ground by Lu Xuanyi. If you can't beat it, forget it. Is that punch from Lu Xuanyi poisonous? The injuries from being beaten by Lu Xuanyi, he couldn't even heal them. For a while, Zhao enough forgot about the pain on his face. He looked at Lu Xuanyi and asked, how did you do it? I can't treat the person you beat up. Lu Xuanyi smiled. It's very simple. When I'm punching you, my power will be hidden within your body. Your power is not as strong as mine, and if you can't counteract my power, then there's no way to heal. Zhao enough dawned on him. And is there a way to fix it? Lu Xuanyi nodded. Yes, as long as your power is stronger than mine. Zhao enough. That said, it's the same as not saying anything. But Lu Xuanyi was holding a piece of information at this time. Zhao enough curiously looked at the information in Lu Xuanyi's hands. What are you looking at here? Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao enough and said smilingly, a great chance about you. Zhao enough was a bit bewildered. My chance? Lu Xuanyi nodded. I realized that you broke through so quickly that you didn't even have the time to refine your innate magic treasure when you were in Jindan. So no, I found a treasure for you that fits you perfectly. Saying that, Lu Xuanyi pointed to the map, the location of a river. According to Lin Wudao, this river, in fact, has the function of healing people's injuries, but in my opinion, a river that can heal other people's injuries shouldn't be the function of the river. If what I have guessed is correct, in this river, there are treasures, or even treasures about healing. As soon as he heard this, Zhao enough could be energized. Good brother, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Because of the information and maps provided by Hades, the two were fast. Plus the limitations of this side of heaven and earth were ineffective for the two. In less than a day's time, the two arrived at the edge of that healing river. The two have just arrived. Just see a lot of people refining their bodies by the river. That would be a good practice. With this river next to him, it was indeed able to accelerate the speed of body refining. However, just as Lu Xuanyi and Zhao enough wanted to approach that river, they were stopped. Stop, visitor, this is no place for you. Stopping the two of them were soldiers in armor. Some of the magic is, this soldier's armor was actually able to block divine sense. Lu Xuanyi glanced at Zhao enough. Zhao enough also understood something from Lu Xuanyi's eyes. The two then laughed. This big brother, I've come to deliver pills for you. Zhao enough also hurriedly said, I'm a doctor, and I'm here specifically to do emergency treatment. Lu Xuanyi took out a few blood pills of very good grade. Zhao enough then released his mana. It made the soldier feel very comfortable. But the soldiers weren't convinced either. Who assigned it? May I have a token? Right about this time, a transmission came from Lu Xuanyi's mind. Lord Yama, they have the slogan, Pretty Widow at the head of the village. 3 meals a day. Lu Xuanyi, what a fucking slogan. Still, Lu Xuanyi whispered, Pretty Widow at the head of the village. 3 meals a day? As expected, the soldier, after hearing the slogan, did not say a word and directly stepped aside. Once again, the two made it to the creek unimpeded. Zhao enough couldn't help but hold a handful of river water and feel it carefully. It really does have a healing effect, but that's crap compared to me. Zhou was straight enough. Lu Xuanyi then whispered a reminder. The history on the intelligence. This river has existed for a long time, even when the cave was formed. This river existed. You can't look at the surface. Zhao enough naturally trusted Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi put it this way. Zhao enough also stopped thinking about it. Then the two began to observe the terrain of the place. After a few observations, Lu Xuanyi and Zhao enough were both a bit surprised, because there are many hidden army tents in the neighborhood of this healing river, and there were so many soldiers in ambush that it made your head spin. At this moment, Lu Xuanyi and Zhao enough were sitting under a large tree. Lu Xuanyi tapped his fingers on the branches of the big tree. Yama, A human face emerged from the trunk. Naturally, they are members of Hades. What's the matter with you guys? There are so many soldiers hidden here. How come you haven't scouted them? That member of the Yama Palace was sweating coldly. Yama King, forgive me. If it wasn't for Lord Yama himself coming here today, we really wouldn't have been able to discover this place. From the sky, there's nothing wrong with this place. Lu Xuanyi thought about it and then nodded his head as well. Indeed, we didn't realize it before we came in, and we're afraid that this place has a natural concealment formation. But for now, scout well how many people are here and how much armor. The man from Hades nodded. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. It's been 3 days. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough have a high reputation in this area. Lu Xuanyi's elixir was able to skyrocket these people's strength. Zhao Enough's treatment was many times better than the healing river. Now no matter what kind of person it was, when they saw these two, they were all polite and courteous. However, the soldiers suddenly felt a little sleepy. No one even cared at first. It just simply felt like I hadn't slept well. It can be gradual. Those soldiers just slept through it. While these soldiers slept through the night, the people from the Yama Palace rushed straight out. Regardless, they directly took all the armor and weapons from these people. At this time, Lu Xuanyi also took a set of armor and kept studying it. What kind of material is this? It feels a little like meat, or some kind of leather, but it's not actually. At this moment a masked member of the Yama temple sniffed. There was something odd about the face. Lord Yama, this armor smells a bit good. Lu Xuanyi? That member of the Yama Palace said, broke off a piece and put it in his mouth and chewed it. Suddenly, that member of the Yama Palace froze. He hurriedly took out a divine grudge from within his own storage bag and took a bite of the same. My lord, a flavor. Lu Xuanyi was stunned. This armor, it's made of divine souls? That Yama temple member was a bit unsure. Yan Wang, wait a moment, we have a brother who refines weapons. I'll go ask. It didn't take long. Lu Xuanyi had an extra copy of the armor crafting process in his hands. This kind of armor, surprisingly, was made of soul flesh. As for the soul flesh that wants to be formed, it requires the divine soul to have cultivated into an evil spirit and condensed the yin body, and that yin body is the soul flesh. Soul flesh plus some special materials cast by the home armor. Not only defense is very strong, even can defend against spiritual attacks, hide themselves, and even prevent divine sense prying. Suddenly, everyone in Hades looked at the divine grudge in their hands and fell into deep thought. Chapter 142, what kind of luck is this? The people of Hades realized that they didn't just have snacks now, but it was like having a huge treasure trove. Even that refiner from the Yama Palace had studied weapons made from soul bones. The sharpness and characteristics of that weapon could directly behead a person's divine soul, or even disregard any defense and behead a person's divine soul. If they were to use the divine grudge in their hands to forge artifacts, it even has the effect of confusing other people's souls. This was an unimaginable boost for them and Hades. For a while, the people of the Yama Palace, looking at the divine grudge, their eyes were glowing green. Those god grudges all exploded into hedgehogs. Lu Xuanyi also realized to what extent their Yama temple would be bullish. Lu Xuanyi still said, keep a low profile, and, when forging these armors and magic treasures, don't make such a big commotion. The members of Hades nodded. By the way, Lord Yen, what about these nearly 50,000 soldiers? Lu Xuanyi thought about it, then said, don't kill it, keep it for my use. The man from Hades nodded. Then it all disappeared. Only when the people from the Yama Palace disappeared did Lu Xuanyi look at Zhao Enough, who had been studying the river. Lu Xuanyi walked over and said, don't look. Let's follow the river and look towards the bottom. Zhou nodded. Enough. Puff puff, the two jumped into the middle of the river. It was only after the two had jumped off completely that they were dumbfounded to realize that the two of them were sinking. It can't even be stopped from sinking down. Zhao Enough panicked and pulled Lu Xuanyi's leg. Instead, Lu Xuanyi looked around very calmly. Look at Lu Xuanyi not panicking. Zhao Enough didn't panic either. Anyway, in Zhao Enough's scope of understanding, as long as Lu Xuanyi didn't panic, it wasn't even a big deal. As long as Lu Xuanyi looks calm, then everything is under control. Since there's no need to worry, Zhao Enough was also observing his surroundings. Gollum, Gollum. Suddenly, Zhao Gong opened his mouth and spat out a large string of bubbles. He pulled Lu Xuanyi and pointed in a direction with an agitated expression. Lu Xuanyi was speechless. Pass the word. What are you cooing about? Zhao Enough froze for a moment. A hurried transmission followed. Hey, didn't I forget in my excitement? Pitbull, go that way. I feel like something's calling me there. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Go on, check it out. With Zhao Enough's guidance, the two quickly headed in one direction. It didn't take long. The two came to the deepest part of the river bottom. Surprisingly, it formed a space on its own. After the two walked into that space, they suddenly saw a small pond. There is nothing special about the small pond, but the water, shimmering with gold, silver and purple. Crikey! Lu Xuanyi was shocked numb. What's this place doing with this thing? Sanguineous divine water. Have to say, the way Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao Enough, he was a little jealous. You really don't know what kind of unbelievable luck you've got. You son of a bitch. Zhao Enough looked at Lu Xuanyi and asked, how so? Lu Xuanyi took a deep breath. It's very simple. This water is called the Three Lights Divine Water. It's just that among what I've perceived. I forget whether it's an innate divine item or an innate divine item. Anyway, it's very heaven-defying. If the three waters are used separately, then it is a highly poisonous thing. If the three waters are united, then it is a treasure that begets death and flesh and bones. And it even contains the power of creation. Speaking of which, Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao Enough. You're not his grandmother, the chosen one, are you? Zhou was speechless enough. The chosen one? If I'm the chosen one, what are you? God? No, you can't say that. If you say that, wouldn't I become your son? Lu Xuanyi gave Zhao Enough a kind smile. Zhao Enough chose to ignore Lu Xuanyi. He rushed to refine the Three Lights Divine Water. Actually, Zhao Enough didn't even need to refine it much. It was because Zhao Enough and the Three Lights Divine Water were just too compatible. It was barely on for half a column. The Three Lights Divine Water then surrounded his Yuan Ing. Zhao Enough carefully sensed it. Instantly want to be excited. Pit goods. This Three Light Divine Water is really great. I tell you, with this Three Light Divine Water, this world, there is no disease that I cannot cure. And even I go back to casually sow a wave, everything will be revived. TSK, that's a nice baby. Zhao Enough looked at Lu Xuanyi with a smile, his eyes full of bragging. Moreover, I'm not afraid of being beaten up by you now, because with the Three Lights Divine Water, I'm the equivalent of an immortal existence, and there aren't even any injuries I can't cure. Come on, pit bull, let's fight for 300 rounds. Lu Xuanyi narrowed his eyes. Yeah, half an hour later, Zhao Enough to look at the dark ink that haunted his body, crying heartbreaking in. He's regretting it now. What do you do is not good. You have to provoke Lu Xuanyi. It's okay now. The originally sacred Three Lights Divine Water had now turned into ink. Woo, Nima, I'm a good doctor. When the time comes to gush out countless inks from within the dantian, how does this make people look at me? This person, Dr. Zhao Enough, has a belly full of black water? Zhou is enough to want to die. Damn it, Pitbull, I'll fight you. Lu Xuanyi was holding the identity token at this moment, conversing with Lin Wu Dao while holding Zhao Enough's head with one hand. Zhao Enough was like a calf, rubbing his feet on the ground and making constant efforts. King Yin, the forbidden land of the Temple of All Nations is about to open. There are already many people gathering now. Should we make a move? Lu Xuanyi nodded. First, let our people hide in the surroundings. And also, probe all the information about the Temple of All Nations, including the opening of the Temple of All Nations this time. And what treasures are in the sale? Lin Wu Dao hurriedly said. I'll give you the information directly through the token. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Ended the communication with Lin Wu Dao. Lu Xuanyi looked at his hand against Zhao Enough to say, cut it out. Business. Zhao was angry enough to have smoke coming out of his nostrils. Who's messing with you? You compensate me for the Three Lights Divine Water. Lu Xuanyi rolled his eyes. I've used almost my entire body's merit to advance your Three Lights Divine Water. So just be content. Zhou was speechless enough. What does that merit of yours look like? Don't you know in your heart? Lu Xuanyi directly pulled out his black gourd and Qingping sword at this moment. If you're not balanced in your heart, you strengthen me too. Zhao Enough. But Zhao Enough really wasn't going to skimp. He reached out and was about to move his meritocracy. Lu Xuanyi waved his hand. Keep it for yourself. It might be useful in the future. My merits are of little use to me. Alright, let's leave this matter aside for now. There's a secret realm about to open. With that, Lu Xuanyi handed a piece of information to Zhao Enough. Zhao was enough to look at the information, and even the treasures that might appear, and looked at Lu Xuanyi with some eeriness. And Lu Xuanyi was somewhat speechless as he looked at the treasures that were about to appear in this Temple of All Nations. Chapter 143, Sending Again. It's simple. The treasure that appeared in the Temple of All Nations this time was most likely a reincarnation disc. I've heard it's a supreme treasure. Moreover, by obtaining the reincarnation disc, one might be able to comprehend the way of reincarnation. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough both fell into silence. I don't know how long the silence lasted. Zhao Enough suddenly asked, what were you trying to do when you first set up the Yama Palace? Lu Xuanyi was also caught up in memories. Then somewhat uncertainly, he said, my purpose at the very beginning was to simply want an intelligence organization, Yama Temple, which was also casually taken by Lin Wu Dao. Zhao Enough's expression was brilliant. It seems to be getting more and more authentic now and, crucially, watered down. It's not deliberate at all. Lu Xuanyi was also confused. Why don't you think of a way to cross over? And I'll go find Thunderjack and ask if all this was arranged by him? That just came out. A thunderbolt fell straight down, then struck straight above the riverbed. It has nothing to do with me. The words struck by thunder say it all. Zhao enough. Lu Xuanyi. Even Zhao enough to look at the sky with a strange feeling. He felt that the thunderbolt seemed to be a bit afraid of Lu Xuanyi. An illusion? Lu Xuanyi didn't think that much at this time. Forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? Since the reincarnation disc is destined to be with us, we're bound to get it. Now, let's go up first. Zhou nodded enough. Once the two were out of the river, those 50,000 soldiers are still sleeping. Lu Xuanyi asked into the air. Did you find out who it was? Some people from the Yama Palace secretly transmitted their voices. Lord Yan. This seems to be someone from Great Yan's Jingguo Gong, and someone who is committed to trying to get rid of the third prince. Lu Xuanyi smiled and nodded, then tried to write a line on the floor. Thanks for your armor and weapons, saving lives, helping the wounded, and getting here. After writing, Lu Xuanyi and Zhao hurriedly left. Only they weren't gone long. The soldiers are awake. Then the soldiers were confused. Nothing else. It felt cool all over. Then look around. Nice guy. All naked. Aborted. Where are our weapons? Where's our armor? At this point those soldiers were in a big mess. Then they had to recognize a fact. They were stolen. And the thieves are heartless. Pluck them clean. The only thing left for them were the panties that hadn't burned out yet. Naya. Who the hell is that? Suddenly, a soldier noticed the writing on the ground. Hurry up and report back. Two people then came to everyone's mind. Those two men. One called himself saving the dead and the other called it helping the wounded. Yes, it's them. Those soldiers were all murderous. The residents of the Duke of Jin. The Duke of Jingguo was furious and his face turned the color of pig's liver. 50,000 elite soldiers. And they're stolen by those two what save? Are they all losers? Rice barrels? At this time someone that reported the subordinate was a bit helpless. My lord. Those two. One uses poison pills and the other uses poison gas. And it's half true and half false. And even has our slogan. Which can't be defended against. The good thing is, we don't have any casualties. The Duke of Jin took a deep breath. That's good news in the midst of bad news. Then this Duke of Jingguo once again said. Find those two people for me. I will make their lives worse than death. The henchman nodded. He then excused himself. The Duke of Jingguo was in a very unpleasant mood today. Originally there was a temple of the angry sky, which still looks quite useful. It turned out to be a bad thing. He was struck by lightning for some unknown reason. It also chops repeatedly. He wanted to properly train the elite soldiers he had secretly cultivated during this time. It's even taken over the healing river. As a result, 50,000 elite soldiers were plucked clean. Why have I had such bad luck lately? The Duke of Jingguo was angry with his heart. The harder it is, the more he wanted to get the two men who were called to save his life. Just then, once again, someone came by to deliver the message. My lord, it's bad. The healing river is ruined. His Majesty seems to know about it and that it has something to do with us. He wants to summon you. The Duke of Jingguo's brows knitted together. First of all, you have to be clear. The healing river is ruined. It has nothing to do with me. And my people. They are not next to the healing river. Understand? The henchman understood instantly. His Excellency is trying to silence him. The henchman nodded. My subordinate will do it now. Jingguo Gong nodded his head. Make it clean. Having said that, Jingguo Gong then pretended to be the same as someone who was fine. Have the underlings changed their clothes for him. Then he flatly got into the sedan chair and headed in the direction of the palace. The Hall of the Angry Sky. The deputy hall master of the Angry Sky Hall had a bit of a headache at this moment. None other. He felt really tired. This time, when the new Skies Hall was in the ancient mysterious realm, the entire army was wiped out. It was your responsibility, because it was the men you brought out. And the stupidity of your men caused the entire new Skies Hall to lose all of their lives. And you'll be held accountable for this. The deputy hall master of the Angry Sky Hall looked at the void eyes and was somewhat speechless. Fine. Whatever you say. The problem now is that we have no one left in the Angry Sky Palace. What should we do now? Moreover, the Emperor of Great Yen within that cave saw with his own eyes that New Tian Hall was struck to death by lightning because of his oath. So naturally he won't believe in New Tian Hall any longer. And without the Emperor of Great Yan's belief, how can the secret realm even proceed? That Eye of the Void was silent for a long time. In the end, all he could do was sigh. We can't afford to fail this time in the secret realm. If we let Ji Suiying obtain those two treasures, all of our efforts will be in vain. Forget it. I don't think I can count on you losers. We can only turn to His Excellency for help now, so that he can mobilize some people over. The Eye of the Void disappeared for a while after that. It didn't take long. The eye of the void opened again. Alright, this time the Lord sent 200,000 people in. I'll take control of the whole situation this time. You punk, watch and learn from the sidelines. There was anger in the heart of the Vice Lord of the Angry Sky Hall, but he didn't dare to speak either. However, there was something in the heart of the Angry Sky Hall's Vice Hall Master. This trip to the secret realm felt a little weird to him. Even he felt. This time, in the secret realm, no matter how many people from the Angry Sky Hall entered to go in, it seemed like there would not be a good end. And that feeling was very strong. At the thought of it, the Vice Lord of the Angry Sky Hall ghostly asked, "My lord, is it controllable?" That eye of the void glanced at the Vice Temple Master. Humph, what's so uncontrollable about a mere secret realm? The Deputy Hall Master smiled and did not continue speaking. Then he silently watched as the 200,000 or so more people dressed in black robes came from nowhere, descending from the sky above the cave towards the bottom. But as a result, the group never came out after entering a dark cloud. Vice Temple Master? That eye of the void? Chapter 144, Losing Confidence. Ever since the members of the Yama Palace knew that it was possible to use divine grudges to refine magic treasures, they then began to just start already frantically preparing for refining. Even the divine grudges hidden in Dalian were directly brought up by them all. But now there's a key question. These god grudges are really good quality. But the question is, still not vicious enough. There was no way for a divine grudge that wasn't fierce enough to refine a high-quality soldier treasure. But there is a simple way to make a god grudge vicious. That's letting God's grudge go to harm. That's obviously not possible. Hades is vicious. Treat your enemies with no mercy. But it's impossible to really go and wreak havoc on the people for this bit of a magic weapon. It's not like their Yama temple is a demonic sect. In the end, they could only helplessly report these things to Lin Wudao. Lin Wudao pondered for a moment. At last take a man. Secretly, into the dark clouds of heaven. That was the maid that Zhao had brought back in the first place. It's called cold frost. Harmful things are naturally impossible to do. The earth. Cough cough. Yama temple has the rules of Yama temple. People who are not on my book of judges cannot be killed at will. For today's solution, we can only let cold frost brew some tonics and try to see if we can make these divine grudges grow. The crowd nodded. They then proceeded to watch Cold Frost make soup. Cold Frost directly supported a huge iron pot. It says it's an iron pot, but it actually looks a bit like a tripod. As Cold Frost kept putting in some herbs and the blood water formed from the blood pills, gradually a fragrance wafted out. That scent made the crowd in the Yama Palace unable to help but be a little moved. Someone wanted to sneak a taste. It was hurriedly stopped by Long Frost. Don't move. These things I added a lot of fury that is helpful for the souls. If a living person touches them, they will be turned into white bones in an instant. The frightened crowd in Hades no longer dared to move. The crowd then waited. After Cold Frost had boiled the soup, the crowd rushed to stuff the god grudge into the pot. Immediately after that, Lin Wudao and the others looked at how much the divine soul had grown. 3 days passed. The potion was finished being absorbed by those divine grudges, and the divine grudges had grown. But not much. Not at all to the point of coalescing soul flesh anyway. This caused that refiner from the Yama Palace to be a bit despondent. Should they only be allowed to do harm? Cold Frost looked at his cauldron at this point and smiled, shaking his head. That's not necessary. My potion is effective in the growth of these divine grudges. Next, I just need to boil up some more potions and water them in huge quantities. I think I can make them grow fast. The crowd's eyes also lit up at the words. Can. Whatever Miss Cold Frost needs us to do. Just order. Lung Frost looked at the refiner at that moment. I need a cauldron. The smith nodded. Okay. Finally, with the efforts of a group of people in Hades, a cauldron large enough to hold 200,000 people was created. Cold Frost was even standing directly on the edge of the cauldron. Begin remixing the potion. This one was deployed more quickly, because everyone is helping. After the potion is blended, the people of Hades began to pour the divine grudge into the pot. Roar! Those divine grudges after absorbing the potion. It instantly became berserk, and an evil aura began to fill the air. Even the breath was getting stronger. Right about this time, Jizo sat perched on top of a golden lion, his body exploding with golden light. The golden light transformed into a chain, directly enveloping the entire cauldron. The divine grudge was directly suppressed. That refiner frowned. It still doesn't work, and the potion's effect, it's already fading. The crowd couldn't help but be depressed. Cold Frost was also a bit deflated at this point. She then innocently put her hands together. God, it's so hard for me to perform this once. Please help me. Don't let me fail. Lang Feng was full of devotion, and her two big watery eyes looked at the sky in a pitiful manner. Wow. Follow closely. The crowd was confused, because the sky is really falling. Those people fell from the sky. There was a raging laugh on his lips. Ahahaha. Ants of the immortal edge world, welcome the love and affection of this great master. Ahahaha. Ahahaha. Oh, then the people of Hades, watching these people with unruly faces, flopped and jumped into the pot of cold frost, and finally were quickly dissolved and absorbed by the divine grudge. The people of Hades looked at each other in disbelief, even a little unsure. These people, are they sick? At this time, the divine grudge in the pot was also absorbing the life essence of these people while staying stagnant. The bottom line is this: these guys are coming down fast. 200,000 people came down almost instantly. It's like rushing to your death. Afraid I'm a step behind. The people of Hades Hall stood beside the cauldron, watching Inshin grudge grow in a rapid pace, and they were horribly silent. At this moment, Cold Frost swallowed his saliva. That, Master Tion, I asked you to help me, and you sent me nearly 200,000 men directly? The people from the Yama Palace also looked at Lung Frost with some shock in their eyes. They were watching when Cold Frost prayed. It was not taken seriously at first. Even thought that the girl Cold Frost was a bit cute. But whoever thought, did God really help? At this time, the heavens was also full of questions. Even the spirit of the thunderbolt hidden above the 9 heavens gave a whole lot of unconfidence. Did I really do it? But Hades was worried about another problem at this time. Judge Lin, we really didn't kill these 200,000 people. They jumped into the pot themselves. We shouldn't be punished, right? Lin Wudao also came back from his shock. He hurriedly opened the ground book. After a quick look around, the corners of Lin Wudao's mouth twitched madly. Well, these 200,000 people are all extraterrestrial evil demons? This time our Yama Palace killed 200,000 people of extraterrestrial evil demons. When rewarded, each person is rewarded with 1 million soul pills and 1 million blood pills. Lin Wudao subconsciously read out the top of the judgment, but after reading it he regretted it. 1 million soul pills and blood pills each. This time, Hades was directly stretched to the limit, but the members of Yama's palace were all excited. Long live Yama! Long live the Lord Judge! Lin Wudao let out a bitter smile. The quantity is huge. I need to report this matter to the King of Hell. You guys wait a bit. The crowd nodded. After Lin Wudao left the black mist, contact Lu Xuanyi quickly, and told the story of what happened in Hades. After Lu Xuanyi heard the news, people are also clueless. What the hell? You guys raised a cauldron and then directly killed 200,000 extraterrestrial evil demons? Lin Wudao rubbed his temples. Actually, to be precise, they jumped into the pot themselves, or they laughed while they jumped and scrambled. We ourselves didn't think that those 200,000 people would die so efficiently. Chapter 145, Need to dedicate treasure? In the middle of the angry sky hall, the Vice Temple Master and the Eye of the Void were silent for a long time. They stared at the light screen with dead eyes. It's okay, I think it's those people observing these current surroundings and hiding themselves. Well, it should be. The next day passed. Well, these people are really cautious. See, that's the difference. Just this caution. You have to learn and watch. The Deputy Hall Master was silent. All the way to the 7th day. That Eye of the Void could no longer sit still. These 200,000 people will never go wrong. Although their strengths are all nothing more than Jindan and Yuaning, their fleshly bodies are unrivaled. And there are 200,000 more people who will never be in danger. The Deputy Hall Master hesitated for a moment, then asked, then these 200,000 people, they have soul lamps, right? That Eye of the Void took a deep breath. Then he trembled and took out a bead. Inside that bead, there was a pile of debris. This means that the 200,000 people are really dead. A clean death. The Eye of the Void was incredulous. Just die? 200,000 of my men, entering that secret cave, and they're gone without even hitting the water? The Eye of the Void and the Vice Temple were silent. Even the Vice Temple Master began to spit inside. Lao Tzu's people had at least survived for a long time in the secret realm. If it wasn't for a dumbass who swore, old man's men wouldn't have died so quickly. You are really something. 200,000 people buried in an instant. The Deputy Temple Master said he couldn't learn, because you let your own men die too dryly. It's dry to the point where I don't even see what tactics are being used. The Eye of the Void was silent for a long time at this point. In the end, he chose to tough it out and go for the man again. Amidst the chaos of the void, a huge figure looked at the short figure beneath his feet. The giant's face was very unhappy at this point. 7 days ago, I gave you 200,000 men, and as a result, those 200,000 died without a word. You keep saying that Ji Suiying is our greatest enemy in the future, but Ji Suiying didn't kill many of us. But you, before and after, buried nearly 300,000 of my people. The giant stared dead at the short figure kneeling on the ground. You make me wonder whether Ji Suiying is my future enemy or you are my future enemy. If you weren't of my mother's clan, I'd wonder if you were an undercover agent. The short figure kowtowed. My lord, this time it really was an accident. Moreover, this matter still started when the Heavenly Tao wiped out the members of the angry Heavenly Hall within the cave heaven. I think that this time, it was the Heavenly Tao consciousness that struck out, because except for the Heavenly Tao consciousness, no one is able to do that to exterminate 200,000 people without a sound. Not to mention, this explanation, on the contrary, made the giant nod slightly. Not without reason. The giant then spoke again. I'll give you another 300,000 men. If anything happens this time, you know the consequences. The short figure was confident at this point. Your Excellency, please also rest assured, since it is known that it is the Heavenly Tao consciousness that has struck, then everything is under my control. The giant didn't speak, but his figure gradually disappeared. The short figure stood up from the void, shrouded in mist. His eyes narrowed slightly at this point. The awakening of the Heavenly Tao's consciousness is indeed a bit troublesome, but I know the future. Everything is under my control. The Vice Hall Master looked at this fellow with such confidence. He suddenly had the urge to defect. He felt that this angry Sky Hall really didn't have much of a future. The power that everyone hates and God forbid whips the body when they get the chance. The more the Vice Temple Master thought about it, the less he wanted to do it. Lu Xuani's face was very colorful at this time. Those 200,000 extraterrestrial heavenly demons should also be from the angry Sky Hall, and they are also our enemies. Brothers, whether intentionally or unintentionally, killed 200,000 enemies for us. Those rewards are deserved. But you tell the brothers that these rewards will be given out when the secret realm is over. Lin Wudao nodded his head. A few people then ended the summons. Lu Xuani's scalp was a bit numb at this point. It's rather like a rush feeling of power expanding too fast and not having the money to pay your salary. Think about it. Lu Xuani once again pulled out his black gourd. Zhao Enough was also a bit silent at this point. After all, Yama Temple was also his power. As the leader of Hades, for the sake of his brothers, he had nothing to resist now. Besides, those people in the Yama Palace didn't want spirit stones or any cultivation resources. They only needed blood pills and divine soul pills. And the resources that were almost like a clan's treasure trove were all in his and Lu Xuani's hands. Where can I find such a man? But the key question now is, can these people carry it? But Lu Xuani still put away the gourd. There's no rush on this matter. Wait until I've passed this secret realm. Zhou nodded. Enough. After all, this secret realm now seemed to be important to their Yama Palace as well. However, as the two arrived at the Temple of All Nations, Zhao Enough times felt a little strange. Pitiful. This Temple of All Nations obtains the secret key to enter the real Temple of All Nations by sacrificing treasures. Shouldn't a monk not care about such mundanity? Lu Xuani stood at the entrance of the Temple of All Nations and looked towards the inside. Looked at the two statues. Lu Xuani smiled. The kind you're talking about are real monks, or called ascetics. This kind of Buddha who sits in temples and molds the golden body of the Buddha. They only degree Arigato people. The golden dollar of dollars. Zhao Enough. Okay, what exactly is going on? Just go in and find out. Zhou nodded. Enough. After the two entered the Temple of All Nations, everyone was seen staring with solemn faces at the golden Buddha sitting up there. There is also a large golden bowl in front of the Buddha. Lu Xuani saw those cultivators and directly threw treasures into that bowl. With that, a golden thread flew out of the mantle and wrapped around the wrists of those cultivators. Lu Xuani and Zhao Enough looked at each other, because they were all too familiar with that filigree. Merit. Just that merit compared to them. It's really a lot less. Lu Xuani suddenly looked toward the inside. In the backyard of the Temple of 10,000 Buddhas is a standing statue of a bodhisattva. Quack. I have an idea. Zhou Enough? Follow closely. Lu Xuani went over his plan. Zhao was enough to listen in disbelief, but finally he nodded. Zhao was then able to walk towards the backyard, and Lu Xuani took advantage of the fact that no one was there. Just move that big Buddha straight away. He sat straight up, and then a transformation spell turned him into a large Buddha. As for the golden bowl, it was received directly into the gourd by Lu Xuani. Then he placed his gourd in its original position. It was written boldly, "Sacrifice your essence, blood and soul to obtain the key to the secret realm." And Zhao Enough directly transformed into a black, thousand-handed bodhisattva. The same extra box appeared in front of him. It was clearly written, "Dedicate treasures to repair injuries. The better the treasure, the better the repair." Chapter 146. These people are crazy. The opening of the Temple of All Nations. It made all the cultivators within the cave sky boil, because this was the first secret realm to open in the cave. There is even kinda for there to be a reincarnation disc. The attraction of the reincarnation disc, unquestionably important for monks. What's more, on top of this reincarnation disc, One was able to comprehend the way of reincarnation. Both the reincarnation disc and the reincarnation avenue were very moving. So, the number of people coming to the Temple of All Nations is increasing. Just after coming to the Temple of All Nations, it took the crowd a moment to realize that the rumors were wrong. In the beginning, the people heard that they only needed to dedicate to the great Buddha's treasures. You will be able to get the secret key. But when they saw for themselves the great Buddha of the Temple of All Nations, and the commentary on it, couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. How is this a sacrifice of essence, blood and divine soul? This, if I really sacrificed, I would still be alive? The crowd was skeptical. Sacrificial essence blood they will. However, but how do you sacrifice a god's soul? Do I need to pull my soul out? What's the difference between that and suicide? But, there are also those who could not care less anymore. They walked up to the black gourd, cut a slit directly into the palm of your hand and press it against the gourd. When a suction force came directly from the gourd, the man was then jerked around. Sure, Lu Shuani also only smoked half of it. You can't just whip someone to death and then Joe enough to run his ass over to heal them. Of course, there are fewer merits. After extracting half of this person's divine soul and essence blood, a black bracelet hovered directly over the man's wrist. The man looked really useful. His face was pale, and he trembled as he walked towards the backyard. Then the man saw the statue of the Bodhisattva with 1,000 hands. Saw the statue. The man looked dazed. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. That person directly took out treasures all over his body. Jalanuf saw that the treasure had arrived and also directly treated the man. Results. It made the cultivator very surprised. I can't believe I even cured my years of dark wounds. The man's surprise was followed by shock. Even some hot tears. He had entered the secret realm with 9 deaths in order to take his chances and see if there were any innate divine objects that could heal his injuries. Nowadays, it's just fine. This cultivator was very excited. Then he went straight out of the Universal Temple. Because his sister had also reached the point where there was no cure for her medicine, he wanted to see if his sister could also be healed by that 1,000-hand Bodhisattva. It didn't take long. He hugged his sister straight away. After sacrificing his essence blood and divine soul, he hurried to the 1,000-hand Bodhisattva. After a bit of maneuvering, this friar's sister also came alive. Brother, I'm really good. The two cried tears of joy. These two operated in a way that directly made the crowd realize that something was wrong. Wait, this fellow Daoist, what the hell is going on here? That cultivator was kneeling to Lu Shuani and Zhaoenuf at that moment. Then he said, these two Buddha statues are the chance. With those words, the cultivator said no more. Then, with his sister in tow, he rushed straight for the final inner sanctum. There, it's a real secret place, even because both of them had black bracelets on their wrists. Entering the secret realm was a complete no-brainer. At this point someone also noticed a problem. He sacrificed his essence blood and soul before, but he recovered when he got inside. That is to say, it's not a dead end. It can't even be said to be a dead end. There's even a possibility that it's a chance. Hearing someone explain it that way, some people can't resist trying it already. Results. Really, some have even started to explain it. As long as you have the key, all your injuries can be recovered at the statue of the infinite Heavenly Father of Salvation. But it costs treasure, which is a bit of a rumor no less. It's the details that are problematic. Even the healing of the immense Tainan Zun that saves death and limb is not just about the essence and blood and divine soul that we have lost, but even the other hidden dangers within our bodies. As long as the treasure is sufficient, it can be pulled out in its entirety. Hear that? The crowd went crazy, because it's for people who practice. It's a total opportunity. And so it was. Everyone began to frantically sacrifice their essence blood and divine souls. The height of Wang Guoji has since been lifted by Lu Shuani and Zhaoenuf to a height that does not belong to him. Sure, Lu Shuani is still relatively relaxed. He was only responsible for absorbing essence blood and divine souls. Zhaoenuf, on the other hand, is the real meat and potatoes. A group of people frantically sacrificed treasures and frantically healed those people. Zhaoenuf is almost tired of puking. And with more and more people, Zhaoenuf was all a bit unsupportable. Pitbull, I can't hold on much longer. Lu Shuani hemmed and hawed. It's okay, I have pills. Zhao was enough to take a deep breath. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This time, not only was Zhaoenuf unable to hold on, even Lu Shuani was numb. I don't know which cultivator it was that unintentionally incorporated the black bracelet on top of his magic treasure. As a result, his mana advanced. Nice guy. There's this guy Zhaoenuf. This group of cultivators went straight to madness. Crazy sacrifices of divine souls and essence blood, frantically draining Lu Shuani's merit. Nice guy. That would be a real bug discovery. And the group of monks just kept getting stuck. At this point, Lu Shuani was all a bit flustered, because above the golden scroll of the Great Tao, Amber Falling Snow's name had been so consumed by him that it could no longer light up, and even the name had dissipated. The celestial god cult also disappeared. Then that Alkmaru's name crumbled. Nowadays, he had begun to consume the name of the Abe family as a power. But that's too much to consume. The point is, how much more meritorious is one's own merit? It's also almost depleted by the group. Zhao, enough. Don't fucking heal. Run away. Zhao Gong heard it. Instant spirit. Then the two of them entered the backyard of the Temple of All Nations directly under the eyes of the crowd, one holding the gourd and the other holding the box. But on the way out, Lu Xuanyi still put back the big Buddha and the golden bowl. It was put back right under the noses of the crowd. Then a group of people stared blankly at the big Buddha and the golden bowl that had been put back by Lu Xuanyi. And the faces of all the people were all gloomy, because they know, got myself screwed. Damn, those two shameless people, don't let me catch you. Or, those people just wanted to say something mean. But suddenly, after seeing the hair-thin golden thread wrapped around his hand in exchange for the treasure that someone had offered to the great Buddha, he was instantly confused. No, how is this real one more trashy than the fake one? Some people don't believe it and put in their treasure again. Results, this big Buddha won't let you get stuck with a bug. Grr, what a piece of shit you are. Big Buddha, what are you waiting for? Your own father has run away. Chase after him. One moment. The crowd poured in frantically towards the backyard of the Universal Temple. The scene was like a locust crossing, and there was madness and adoration in the eyes of those people. Lu Xuanyi, on the other hand, was speechless at this point. After entering the secret realm, a group of people behind them were shouting madly at the two of them, him and Zhao Enough, calling out to their father, "It's nifty, playing off." Chapter 147, they've all been wiped out with the opening of the Temple of All Nations. All of the major powers have stayed put for the time being. It was because those big clans often explored some secret realms. They knew that all secret realms, or relics, were very treacherous. Therefore, the usual trick of the big clans is to stay put for the time being. This press is to allow the casuals to explore first. To put it nicely, it's giving the casuals some opportunities. To put it bluntly, it's just a way for the casuals to make a trip. Then these big clans are sitting on their asses. It was just that what those great clans didn't expect was, they watched as the scattered cultivators all entered the secret realm. This made those clans a bit confused. Subsequently, those from the clan were anxious. They also hurried into the Universal Temple, then consecrate the babe to get that silky golden thread. But somehow, when they saw that big Buddha statue, they always felt that it was full of anger. It even gives a kind of, dare I say it, hard time. Is this an illusion? Those clansmen could only think this way. But what made them giggle was this. They practically poured out their treasures to obtain the golden silk. There are even some who don't have many treasures at all. Even after dedicating the treasure, no golden threads were gained. Fake it. How did those loose cultivators gain entry? Where did they get the treasures? It's just that they don't know. People's casual cultivators are relying on kryptonite, pulling back and forth in front of the two kings of hell to get merit, even nearly gripped Yama bald. But just at this time, Lin Wudao also arrived at the Temple of All Nations. It's just that nowadays Lin Wudao is wearing a face. Plus, he had the Nangong family token on him, so no one dared to mess with him for a while. Lin Wudao and the others walked up to that big Buddha. Looking at the golden mantle of the great Buddha, he looked up again. Lin Wudao didn't take out any treasures for the time being. Instead, he pulled out a book, then started flipping through it. Inanda deceiving life Buddha, doing no evil, defrauding all beings, heaven and earth judgment, immediate execution. Lin Wudao's voice faintly sounded. The crowd all looked at Lin Wudao with eyes like they were looking at a psychopath. Is this guy out of his mind? He's just a Buddha statue. You want to kill him? But no one had yet waited for a rebuttal. The next scene took the crowd by surprise once again. Because of the statue, he stood up. Yes, it's really standing up. The entire Buddha statue stood up, nearly 5 meters tall, like a giant. The crowd was filled with fear at this point. There were even people who roared at Lin Wudao. What are you? Even offended the Buddha. Do not hurry to kneel down and apologize, if the Buddha is angry. Except the man hadn't finished. That Buddha's big hand came down with a bang. Bang, a puff of smoke dispersed. The golden Buddha raised his palm. The man who spoke was then slapped into a meat pie. Then the great golden Buddha, clutching his golden bowl, turned and ran. Crowd? No, run away. That ran. The Zhou people looked towards the masked Lin Wudao. Lin Wudao ignored the crowd, but instead, he brought his people and directly entered the backyard of the Temple of All Nations, unhindered. The crowd suddenly realized something at this time. In fact, aren't we able to enter the secret realm even if we don't dedicate our treasures? It was questioned. An attempt was then made. Results. It was true that one did not need treasures to be able to enter the backyard of the Universal Temple. Crowd. They seemed to realize that they'd been duped. In an instant, the faces of all the great clans felt hot. Something about the Temple of All Nations. Ji Suiying was not involved, because she knew that the Temple of All Nations that was not some secret realm. There's a reincarnation disc in there. Maybe it's real, but that thing that absolutely no one has access to, and there is a great terror in the secret realm of that kingdom. This time the secret realm of the nations opened. It was that the great terror sensed that there were many living people, only to open its mouth and wait for those people to die. To put it bluntly, what's inside is hungry, wanted to eat. In her last life, she had also entered, but inside is nothing but endless evil spirits and danger. Mango Koji is a temple though, but that place in the backyard was like purgatory. Ji Suiying, on the other hand, took advantage of the fact that everyone was entering the Temple of All Nations. She's going to kill someone, kill the Heavenly God cult. Because of this secret realm, the Heavenly God sect also had great opportunities. That is the endless blood pool. In the previous life, everyone wanted to obtain the endless blood pool, but in the end it all failed. Instead, it was he, the Heavenly God sect, who had easily obtained the endless blood pool. And also since then, the Heavenly God cult began to rise. Even that rise is unimaginable. But in the end, after the arrival of the evil one, the celestial God cult turned around and threw itself into evil. Then turned around and slaughtered the living beings of their world. The immortal edge. Ji Suiying naturally wouldn't let the Heavenly God sect exist anymore. So, taking advantage of this secret realm right now, Ji Suiying was ready to kill. Ji Suiying waited for 3 days at the place where the Heavenly God sect must enter the cave. There was still no semblance of the Heavenly God cult. Even that future soon-to-be blood demon holy maiden, Abe Falling Snow, she didn't see. Ji Suiying frowned. What's going on? It turned out to be another couple days of waiting. Ji Suiying hadn't been able to see the shadow of the Heavenly God cult. She was suddenly a little disturbed. It's not right. Ji Suiying rushed to find the third prince. Only when she found the third prince, unable to help but be a little dumbfounded. The third prince he remembered. Elegant and easygoing, even a male like a jade. But in looking at this third prince in front of me, a suit of clothes, all top-notch magic treasures. He wore a space bracelet on his hand and a supreme defense magic treasure. The long life golden lock, around his neck. Even now it's still hooking up and listening to music. This is the third prince? Ji Suiying somewhat doubted her eyes. It was even her first thought. I'm afraid this isn't being taken over by something? Ji Suiying held the doubt. Coming to the third prince's side, he coughed. Aha! The third prince glanced back at Ji Suiying. Then he hastened to rise and greet him. Just to get up. The magic treasures on his body all made clanking noises. It was only then that Ji Suiying saw it. This third prince also had several large gold chains around his neck and a heart protector on his chest. How does this look? How does this look like, dude? The third prince looked at these things on his body at this time and was somewhat helpless. I also think this dress is too flashy, but I can't help that the person behind me insisted on giving me these things. But this need not concern you. Or first, what is it you seek of me? The third prince's explanation made Ji Suiying somewhat dazed. I want you to ask me about a power. That power is called the Heavenly God cult. Did he come within the cave heaven? Once again, the transmission from Yama's palace came from the third prince's mind. Young lord, the people of the Heavenly God sect have all been drained by your father's void. The third prince couldn't help but have his legs tremble. Holy shit, my two living daddies, killing people in the void? No, you wait, it's the entire celestial god cult? The third prince transmitted his voice to inquire. Yama nodded. Yes, and it's the handiwork of the great Yama. The third prince's face was slightly pale. Then he said to Ji Suiying, well, the Heavenly God sect, has been destroyed. Ji Suiying, Chapter 148, the situation is too chaotic. Ji Suiying thought for half a day, but couldn't figure out what he should say. Since the third prince said that the Heavenly God sect was extinguished, that's naturally extinguished. The third prince shouldn't be able to lie about this kind of thing. But, the Heavenly God cult is just gone. It still left Ji Suiying in a bit of disbelief. Half a day of planning and counting on your own. As a result, the Heavenly God cult is gone? Though it was a good thing for Ji Suiying, but the question is, the direction of this development was too much out of her expectation. It even gave Ji Suiying a very unreal feeling. Ji Suiying couldn't help but recall that Zhao Enough, that medical cultivator who was later respected beyond measure by the world, had become a terrifying existence that killed people invisibly. Think of your chances disappearing for no reason. Then he looked at the gold-dressed third prince in front of him. Not only has the world changed a bit, even the human condition has all changed. Ji Suiying was silent for half a day. After thinking about it, he inquired again. I haven't seen my two fellow disciples in this recent period of time. Are they at your place? The third prince nodded. It's true as you said. Their cultivation levels are too low to really stand up in the future. So I've protected them. Ji Suiying nodded. At this point, the third prince was still more reliable. Right. Since we're partners now, shouldn't you tell me exactly how far you've gotten with your plan, so that I can be prepared as well? The third prince was slightly embarrassed. The plan? What plan? His original plan was to try to lay out everything, install the subterranean dragon guards at a critical time. At the final heavenly pivot duel, directly seize a heaven mending pill. As a result, after recognizing two living fathers themselves, that what the subterranean guards were directly plucked out. Even if one wants to know any information now, one only needs to move one's mouth. Whoever you want to get killed, just say the word. The reason why the third prince is currently able to hook up and listen to music, that was because it was a potential threat as perceived by the third prince, and Hades had eliminated it all for him, and very efficient. For the moment, the people of Hades do not recommend taking matters into their own hands, except for those that are not yet fit to be resolved. What can be resolved is bound to be resolved within 2 hours. The road is so flat you could roll on it and have a plan. The problem now is that you can't tell Ji Suiying too much. The third prince thought carefully. Then with a serious face he said, the plan is not yet at the point where we can talk to people. Now is not the time. Ji Suiying looked at the serious-faced third prince and was silent for a long time before he saluted and nodded. In that case, farewell. After watching Ji Suiying walk away, the third prince looked back at the women who had stopped performing, pressing his hand at this point. On with the music. On with the dance. Yes, sir. Another burst of song and dance followed. Ji Suiying, who had just walked out the door, couldn't help but look back, just in time to see the third prince stand up and applaud. Good. Men. Reward. Ji Suiying couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Is this really the third prince? The backyard of the Manhwa temple. At this moment, Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough were surrounded by a group of people. Even those people had eyes full of respect for Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough. Nothing else. Because after they came in, they realized that there was no treasure anywhere in this place. It's like a giant graveyard. And in this cemetery, all of them are the kind of vicious spirits. If they hadn't gotten the black bracelet that Lu Xuanyi had given them earlier, it was estimated that they would be torn apart by those spiteful spirits on the spot. At the same time, they were also glad that Lu Xuanyi had impersonated that great Buddha in the first place, because they saw that the person who only had golden threads on his wrist before could only block one blow from those spiteful spirits. And in the end, he still couldn't escape being torn apart by the spiteful spirits. On the contrary, that black bracelet was only slightly lit up, and those resentful spirits directly wailed in fear, as if they had seen some great horror. This also made the group of casual cultivators realize, these two in front of me are absolute thumpers. This thigh can't be released. Lu Xuanyi looked at this group of people and got fucking annoyed. I'm here to make enemies, not to recruit. Ah, the enemy didn't pull any punches, and there was this extra group of followers. And look at the attitude of the group. That's a sure way to add your own look. Lu Xuanyi was reluctant at first, but after Lin Wudao arrived, instead, he suggested that Lu Xuanyi take it, because Lin Wudao told Lu Xuanyi, the Angry Sky Hall had once again sneaked in over 300,000 people into the secret realm. Moreover, they had killed too many people from the Angry Sky Hall before, and the Angry Sky Hall had more or less raised some eyebrows. According to Lin Wudao, the Yama Palace and the Angry Sky Palace, no matter if they were in the middle of the secret realm or out of the secret realm, they were afraid that they would have a battle. The Angry Sky Hall was able to casually get over 300,000 people, and the current Yama Temple numbered just under 130,000 people. It's really not enough. Lu Xuanyi could only nod his head. It was just that he couldn't really figure it out. One merely wants an intelligence organization. How did this develop so outrageously and indirectly with the reborn organization right fucking on top of it? The point is, nowadays, this backyard of the Universal Temple, it made Lu Xuanyi look very familiar. Manzanita all over the place. There is also an earthy yellow river that runs through the Manjusri. Nice guy. It's the fucking Yellow Springs plus the other side. Lu Xuanyi sat down on a plate at this time. The divine sense was immersed within the golden scroll of the great Tao. Master Pen. Write heaven's way on it. And I promise I won't have to. The golden quill quivered. Boom! At this moment a thunderbolt landed on the ground in front of Lu Xuanyi. Not so much. And, really, it has nothing to do with me. Lu Xuanyi looked up at the sky, with a look like you'll see if I believe it or not. Rumble! The thunder fell again. My will has been overshadowed, and since I have fallen into a deep sleep, beware ye. Lu Xuanyi. Okay, it really doesn't seem to be an intentional push from heaven. Lu Xuanyi inwardly asked at this time. Master Pen, do you know who did this? The golden quill was motionless. Alright, there is no useful news. However, Lin Wudao felt the air around the Temple of All Nations at this time. Suddenly there was a strange feeling. Brother Lu, this place, why do I feel that it's very suitable for people from our Yama Palace to live in? And the breath released here has a very significant help for those extreme bodies in our Yama Palace. I just feel like my cultivation has increased quite a bit just by breathing the air here. Lu Xuanyi looked at Lin Wudao and sighed. Well, because according to the legend, this is the Yellow Springs Road of the underworld. Lin Wudao. Zhao was also confused on the side. In that case, this place is a Jedi for others, but an opportunity for our Yama Palace. Lin Wudao nodded his head. Yes, the key is, after we from the Yama Palace live in, this place will be even more filled with death, and the living will never dare to approach. Those casual cultivators who had just joined the Yama Palace? All they want to ask is it too late to quit? Chapter 149, This Organization. Is he serious? At first, some people really heard that these are the two kings of Hades. They think Lu Xuanyi and Zhao are great, but they think it's just a name for strength, because it's not like they haven't heard of such similar organizations. What Shura Hall? What Hell Hall? These are just names, but whoever thought? They themselves think it's just talk, but now they realize that your Hades Palace is playing for real. You are the real Hades. Lin Wudao looked at the group of people with a pale face. At this point the explanation was hastened. Don't misunderstand. Our hell. No. Our Yama Palace are all living people. It's just that if you join my Yama Palace, you'll be cultivated into an extremely lean body. And again, because our people are all extremely lean bodies, so, it's going to look lean and young, but the people are fine. Not only are they alive and well, but they also have a similarly undead physique. Said. Lin Wudao looked at the Shadow Guards. Shadow Guard ripped his own head off on the spot. Then to the shocked eyes of the crowd, the blood of the Shadow Guards was like silk threads that connected their heads to their necks and eventually rejoined their bodies. Crowd. It's not. The way you present it, it makes us feel even more. You guys don't look like human beings, hello? Those loose cultivators were too scared to say anything. Boom! Right about this time. A muffled sound. The crowd then saw a group of people as if they were falling leaves in a gale. It erupted from within a large hall in the distance. It ended up scattered all over the place. Too dead to die. Not only that, some of those who were still alive had horrified eyes as they tried to flee the place. As a result, he saw a group of skeleton soldiers in armor rushing out, chase after the group of cultivators and kill them. Those cultivators were powerless to fight back. However, after those skeleton soldiers finished killing those soldiers, they began to lie on the ground and absorb the blood of those cultivators. Shit, this looked like Lu Xuanyi was reluctant. Dare to rob me of my business. Lu Xuanyi got up, looking at the skeleton soldiers fiercely chortled. Get out! Those skeletal soldiers looked up at Lu Xuanyi. After looking at that black aura that was bubbling all over Lu Xuanyi's body, one by one, they all fell to their knees and shivered. This gives Lu Xuanyi all the whole will not. It's not. I just shouted so anxiously. Are you guys that scared? Don't do it. You're making me look like Hades. But Lu Xuanyi couldn't care less. Look at the bodies all over the floor. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly took the gourd and began to draw the blood of these people. Boom! Completely blood formed a small stream converging towards Lu Xuanyi's gourd. Coupled with the fact that Lu Xuanyi was covered in a terrifying black aura, it made him look like a demon. At this time those new casual cultivators who had joined the Yama Palace swallowed at the same time. They looked at Lin Wudao at the same time. That, I would like to ask, is our Hades Palace really a proper organization? Lin Wudao said with a smile. Don't worry, Jedi proper, and the purpose of our Yama Temple is that we can't let go of all available resources, nor can we waste all available resources. The crowd looked at Lu Xuanyi again at this time. At this moment, Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao and said, Save the dead. These people have only just died and their bodily functions still work. Zhou nodded. Enough. Come on. Zhao then shouted, Save the dead. Having said that, the crowd then saw the corpses rapidly filling up and then rapidly drying up again. This was followed by another rapid fullness, and finally by the transformation into dry bones. The crowd looked at Lin Wudao. Lin Wudao took a deep breath. What about our Yama temples? There is another tenet, which is that the dead go into the ground. See, isn't it very convenient to go into the ground? Crowd. They looked at Lu Xuanyi once again. At this time, Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Tang are digging the grave with shovels. Even Zhao directly shook his hand. Throw out a dead bone inside the grave. Then Lu Xuanyi and Zhao took out 3 brown beads from inside the grave. The crowd looked at Lin Wudao. Lin Wudao. At this moment, Lu Xuanyi directly said to Lin Wudao, Old Lin, come over here and see if this thing is of any great use to our Hades Palace people. Lin Wudao sighed. He felt so tired at heart. He then walked over to check it out as well. Look at it. Lin Wudao was instantly shocked. Een Soul Pearl. There really is such a thing. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough looked at Lin Wudao at the same time. Lin Wudao calmed himself and said, Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, this one Een Soul bead is equivalent to 1000 divine soul pills refined by Brother Lu, and it can also cultivate the 9 specters' chi. And with a bit of luck, it can even refine the 9 specters' flame, which is definitely a huge upgrade for our Yama Palace. No, it's a leapfrog upgrade. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough also felt shocked when they heard it. Whether it was the 9 specters' chi or the 9 specters' fire, it sounded powerful. However, Lu Xuanyi, after looking at the distant hall, said with some uncertainty, I feel like there's something in here that has something to do with me and the quacks, so let's go in first and take a look, and you deal with it here. Don't worry, leave this matter to me, you two go about your own business. Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao Enough and said, let's go inside. Zhou nodded. Enough, wait for the two to leave. Lin Wudao directly gave each of the new Yama Palace members a shovel. Dig for me, dig all the graves. Crowd. There was even a teenager who asked with great incomprehension, don't we put people in the ground? Lin Wudao looked at the teenager and smiled. It's okay, they've settled down. Crowd. Then a group of people took shovels and whimpered and dug. At first, the group also felt that it was really hurtful to do so. However, when they were rewarded by Lin Wudao with blood pills and divine soul pills, feel the sensation of his divine soul and fleshly body being insanely upgraded. This group is getting more and more energized the more they work. Some people are hateful diggers. Lin Wudao, on the other hand, looked at the yellow river with a bizarre look in his eyes. This river, he's seen it before. When he had swallowed the divine soul pill, he had seen a river running towards him. That seems to be the one. It was just what he had seen at first, and that seemed to be the ocean. This one is too small. Lin Wudao squatted next to the small river and observed the river water himself. Suddenly, Lin Wudao saw himself reflected inside the river, smiling eerily at himself. Lin Wudao unhurriedly pulled out his own judgment book, then flipped through it. The spirit of the Yellow Springs, belonging to the members of the Yama Palace, needs to be dealt with by the King of Yama. After Lin Wudao finished speaking, that Yellow Spring spirit laughed even more happily. You've got a lot of insight. Seeing as how you seem to be one of us, I'd advise you that Lord Yama is sleeping, and it wouldn't be a good decision to disturb him now. Lin Wudao raised his eyebrows. You mean, there's, like, a real Yama there? The spirit of the Yellow Spring smiled without saying anything. Lin Wudao was a bit curious at this point. He looked at the book of his sentence, and the direct reports on the catalog were Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough. Lin Wudao then laughed. This time it's a really good show. Chapter 150, Charmed. Hee. Your so-called Yama King. I don't know what kind of trash it is, but in front of the real Yama King, and still dare to call yourselves Yama King. I see that you guys think you've lived a long life. The spirit of the Yellow Springs looked at Lima Lin Wudao and revealed a touch of ridicule. Lin Wudao was very unhappy. Anymore, now Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough are his bosses. Aren't you slapping me in the face by mocking my boss? It's just that this Yellow Springs spirit, he can't punish it well, because the future of hell wants to take shape. Perhaps this Yellow Springs spirit is also an essential part of the equation, but you can't lose with your mouth. I advise you to be more honest with your mouth. What do you think that Yama demon, that is, before Yama King has not yet appeared? There is still arrogant capital. Now the two Yama King lords are coming in person. The trash will only be the original form. Also, as the spirit of the Yellow Springs, you can't even tell who the real King of Hades is, so I advise you to think about how you should conduct yourself when the King of Hades has completely taken back this place. The spirit of the Yellow Springs looked like it had heard something ridiculous. It's really funny. You think those two imposters, they're still alive? Should I call you ignorant or arrogant? Lin Wudao couldn't hold back a bit. What do you know? You stinker who can only hide in this piss yellow ditch and not see the green sky. Boom! The waters of the Yellow Springs began to churn. There was then a silhouette formed from the water of the Yellow Spring that locked eyes with Lin Wudao. Lin Wudao held the judgment in his left hand and pressed the brush in his right. There was no fear on his face. Quite a bit even. Come and do it. Who's afraid? The spirit of the Yellow Springs frowned as he looked at the judgment in Lin Wudao's hand. The book of judgment of heaven and earth that is higher than the book of life and death. How on earth did you get it? Lin Wudao laughed. I don't know, but I think that it would be easy for me to erase you. The spirit of the Yellow Springs was silent for a moment, and then didn't dare to move. In the end, he and Lin Wudao returned to peace. The spirit of the Yellow Springs looked at Pan Lin Wudao and said once again, since you have the judgment, I think you are also a future person of the underworld. So why don't you think about how you should get Lord Yin Demon to accept you when he wakes up? Lin Wudao looked at the Yellow Spring spirit and rolled his eyes at this moment. The water of the Yellow Springs can wash away the sins of the wrong souls, can also wash away the memories of the wrong souls. Are you washing yourself too? Can you use a little bit of brain? Since I have all the heaven and earth judgment, who is the king of Yen? I can recognize the wrong person? The spirit of the Yellow Springs laughed. Yama is the Yama king who survived from the ancient times. No matter who is the Yama king now, when they encounter the Yama king, then they all have to die. Especially the one who calls himself the Yama king. Lin Wudao was not willing to show weakness at this time. Coincidentally not. My Tu-Yin king has no interests in his life. The only interest is to save the dead and help the injured. I just hope that at that time what you think of that Yin demon. Don't kneel down and beg my Yin king to give her a death. The power of the Yellow Springs grunted coldly. Then you're overthinking it. When the time comes, your family's king of Hades don't kneel down and ask our family's demon to spare his dog's life. Lin Wudao's face was flat. Oh, since we all have our own opinions, we might as well be quiet and wait for the results. The spirit of the Yellow Springs scoffs, but it's just waiting to die. Lin Wudao's face was red. My Yama has immortality. The spirit of the Yellow Springs also said, my Yama has it too. Lin Wudao froze for a moment. Really? The spirit of the Yellow Springs brain was a bit stuck. He looked at Lin Wudao's glowing eyes and always felt that something was wrong. No, what are you excited about? Our Yen demon has an immortal body, and you're worried about your family's bullshit Yen king? Instead, Lin Wudao became even more flat. Your family Yama is miserable. Spirit of the Yellow Springs? It's not. Is this guy out of his mind? How come my Yen devil is miserable instead of having the body of immortality? Instead, Lin Wudao began to laugh without saying a word. Wait. When the spirit of the Yellow Springs looked at Lin Wudao with this smiling and calm attitude, he kind of wanted to hit someone. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Wudao also wanted to hit him. After Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enuf entered the Great Hall, they were directly transported to another heaven and earth. To be more precise, it is a paradise. The scenery here is different from the dark landscape that preceded it. The place is scenic, not to mention even sunny. Even after the two of them passed through a bamboo forest, they could see a quiet bamboo house and a small yard surrounded by a fence. Within the small courtyard, a woman covered in a black dress was lying on a chaise longue in a small timber. Combined with the surrounding flowers and plants, it gave people the feeling of being a fairy that had fallen from the sky to the earth. Sure, without a faint odor of blood coming from that air, probably still really think this woman is good. Lu Xuanyi glanced back at Zhao Enuf. Only then did he realize that Zhao Enuf had been staring at the woman. Even the mouth was drooling. Snap! Lu Xuanyi went up and slapped him twice. That intense pain stimulated Zhao Enuf to hurry back to his senses. What are you hitting me for? Lu Xuanyi recounted what happened to Zhao Enuf in the party. Meanwhile Lu Xuanyi was somewhat speechless. I didn't see that you could still be confused by beauty. Zhao Enuf to wave her hand. What beauty? I just saw that this woman has countless diseases that I have never seen before. Those diseases, they are simply strange diseases. Lu Xuanyi. Well, he felt that he had underestimated Zhao Enuf's obsession with healing. Even the one that charmed Zhao Enuf to live was a disease. However, Zhao Enuf looked at Lu Xuanyi and was a bit strange instead. How are you okay? Looking at this great beauty in front of him, Zhao Enuf was suddenly a little nervous. Such a beauty. I'm a bit moved, but you have no reaction. Brother, you don't have any fetish? Lu Xuanyi slapped Zhao Enuf again. Shut up. I also prefer the female sex. It's just that preference and spermatozoa are two different concepts, and that kind of mesmerization is a kind of charm technique. The charm technique that he cast on me just now is to seduce the possessive desire within me. Zhou was shocked enough. But you're not affected at all. How did you do that? Teach me. Lu Xuanyi thought for a moment, then said, if there is no woman in your heart, everything you do is super god. In reality, that charm technique had long been transferred to Abe Haruai. Zhou was enough to freeze for a moment. That's not right. I don't have a woman in my heart either. Why would I be charmed? Lu Xuanyi continued to flounder. In the same way, if there is no disease in your heart, no disease can trouble you. Zhou was enough to continue contemplating, then experimented. Sure enough, for once he wasn't charmed. Pitbull, you're a god, hey, I've really made it. But suddenly, Zhao Enuf looked at Lu Xuanyi with some suspicion. Why do I feel like you're scolding me? Lu Xuanyi? Where does this come from? Zhao Enuf looked at Lu Xuanyi for a moment of silence, then said, you're saying that I'm sick in my heart. Lu Xuanyi. Chapter 151, The practice of medicine cannot save the world. Just when Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enuf were still discussing this matter, this was a sudden influx of cultivators from the outer peach garden. These are the people of the Kyushu clan. There were even some sects that were from Qinzhou. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enuf both know each other. Seeing so many people come, Lu Xuanyi pulled Zhao Enuf towards one side to hide. Zhao Enuf looked at Lu Xuanyi suspiciously. Hiding for what? Lu Xuanyi looked at the roaming cultivators, then said, there are a lot of cultivators from Qinzhou. I'm fine. You're too famous in Qinzhou. We're hiding our identities right now. If we're recognized, we'll have a lot of trouble. Zhou was enough to drift off. Still, Zhao enough said, it doesn't really matter. If you find it, you'll arrest him in Hades. Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao enough and couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. Look long term. If all of these sects enter the Yama temple, then after you go out all of them will be from the Yama temple. How can you still be the Zhao Tianzuan who saves the suffering in the future? Also, if there really is a great catastrophe coming in the future, these clans can be the mainstay. If they all join the palace of Hades, then won't we face the future catastrophe head-on? Zhao enough pondered for a moment, then nodded. It makes sense. If once the Yama palace is too powerful, when the great tribulation comes, we will inevitably be morally abducted to block the tribulation, and these clans can then beautifully stand as the weakest, standing at the highest point of morality and pointing fingers at us. The way of balance is not something to be taken lightly. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Through and through. I didn't realize that you weren't pedantic. Zhao enough rolled his eyes. I've lived for over 700 years anyhow. What haven't I seen before? Lu Xuanyi shut up decisively, because he hasn't lived as long in 2 lifetimes as people live in one. It's a pain in the ass. After Lu Xuanyi and Zhao enough to hide, the woman also awoke instantly. The moment the woman awoke, a terrifying aura of death erupted violently. Even that dead gas formed black smoke. The smoke finally condensed into a skeleton pulling a tail, constantly weaving in and out of those cultivators. Less than 10 minutes, the cultivator fell to the ground. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao enough glanced at each other. They didn't think it would end so quickly either. Lu Xuanyi was somewhat speechless at this point. You pull those guys up and charge another wave to at least get that bitch out of the way. Zhou nodded enough. Oh, by the way, what identity do I use? Lu Xuanyi thought for a moment, then said, save the dead. After all, this reputation is not good. The future we have to do a lot of things in the secret realm. You Zhao enough name cannot collapse. Zhou nodded enough. Then he put on his black robe and rushed out. The woman looked like she'd had a full night's sleep, got up and stretched. He looked at the group of corpses on the ground with great pleasure. For her, it was another full day. But when the woman was about to start eating, brush up on those corpses on the ground, jerked up, the woman was bewildered. The bodies that came back to life were bewildered. Didn't I just die? I am. Right about this time, the crowd looked up at the black-robed Zhao enough who was haunted by black water in one muffin. Zhao enough also spoke up at this time. Brothers, you can charge to spite yourselves. No matter what injuries you have, I can heal you. As he said that, the black water emitted a rich 3-colored divine light. Feeling the divine light shining through, those cultivators instantly perked up. There were even some seniors from some clans who directly picked up their weapons. Kill. There are specific clues to the reincarnation disc on this demon girl. Hear the reincarnation disc. The crowd's eyes instantly filled with blood. Kill. The woman looked at Zhao enough with a gloomy face. A bunch of mole crickets. Even if they get back on their feet, they are still mole crickets. Having said that, the woman's jade hand pressed downward. Boom. A huge large handprint fell from the sky. Those cultivators instantly shattered. Save the dead. Zhao enough shouted. 3-colored divine light erupted. Brush up on. The group was once again alive and well and on their feet. Boom, save the dead. Boom. Save the dead. Boom. The two were like playing ball. One is casually afraid of death, and the other casually gives a hand up. Between pulling back and forth, those cultivators had lost their fighting spirit, because they discovered a fact. In the face of absolute strength, it doesn't matter how many times you resurrect it. Save Death Lord. Don't save us. Let us die. The reincarnation disc has not been found. We have been reincarnated too many times. And at this moment, the crowd looked towards Lu Xuanyi who was collecting their blood with an empty black gourd beside him. They have a broken heart. And who is this lord? Do we have a grudge? Lu Xuanyi coughed. I'm helping the wounded. Mainly because it's a waste to see your blood sitting on the ground. So I'll put it away for you. A bunch of people want to cry. Honestly, are the 3 of you in cahoots? Someone broke down and asked. Lu Xuanyi shook his head. What are you talking about? We are also that bitch's enemies. At this point the woman seemed tired of playing. Boom, this time, the woman directly clasped her hand. Those people got their souls all exploded. Zhao enough's saving of death also lost its effect instantly. If it was a person, Zhao enough would still be able to consume his soul power to revive him. But it's in pieces. There was nothing Zhao could do about it. But Zhao enough was angry at this point, because this woman had touched Zhao enough's bottom line. What a doctor. I can't believe I watched myself unable to save the day. It was a slap in his face. And by the woman in front of me. And this woman was still looking at Lu Xuanyi and Zhao enough at this time without knowing what to do. Next there's still you 2 mole crickets left. Who goes first? Or are you all together? Looking at this woman who was also at the Yuaning cultivation level, Then he looked at Zhao Enough, who was already furious to the extreme. Lu Shuani directly put away the gourd and sat in the void. You even tried to pick your opponent. You're really wonderful, Lu Shuani said with a smile. And at this moment, Zhao Enough's arms directly tore off his clothes, revealing those hideous muscles. At this moment, Zhao Gong looked at the woman and said with perishing eyes, if practicing medicine can't save the world, then I can only perform some fistfights with my own hands. Boom! Zhao Enough finished. A green glow instantly erupted all over his body. The terrifying aura of the Yuaning constantly washed over everything around him. Feel that horrible breath. The woman's heart trembled. You, surprisingly, have not had your cultivation suppressed. This is impossible. Brush Zhao Enough's figure instantly appeared in front of the woman. He blew the woman's head right off with a punch. The terrifying fist wind split a canyon directly behind the woman. Brush the woman's head recovered again. Zhao Enough's eyes widened. Then the corners of his mouth lifted. Still an immortal. Well. Then next, let the old man love and love you well. Chapter 152, is this your yen demon? Ever since he was madly beaten up by Lu Shuani for a dozen times. There was also the 1,000-hand statue in conjunction with Lu Shuani's merit reinforcement. Zhao Enough can be said to be an invincible existence of existence other than Lu Shuani, both the physical body and the divine soul, all strong and unlikable. And this woman's tactic was to attack the souls of others. Results: with this kind of tactic, not even the light of Zhao Enough 1,000 hands Yuaning could get close. Just this? If you were a god of transformation powerhouse, I might be afraid for 3 times. A Yuaning Jr. Who gave you the guts to dare to make it impossible for me to save people? Zhao Enough Wins said angrily. Boom, another punch. The woman's body fell to the ground as if it were a cannonball. The entire earth was also smashed out of a sinkhole by the woman's body. Zhao Enough looked at the woman who was as if she was rotten and didn't rush to make a move. Wait until the woman recovers. Zhao Enough instantly dodged in front of the woman. Don't come over. I'm Yen Demon. I'm the Lord of Hell. If you deal with me like this, you'll definitely be liquidated by the reincarnation in the future. Zhao Enough's forehead veins instantly bulged. Oh, what did you say you were in front of us? Hades? Zhao Enough directly grabbed the woman's hair and then carried it like a straw. Boom. Zhao Enough lifted the woman and just gave her a whirl on the ground. It ended up ripping a chunk of the woman's hair right out. Once again, the woman slowly recovered from under the immense pain. The woman who had once again recovered, charged directly towards Lu Shuani. After all, she saw that Lu Shuani, who was eating melon seeds, had a very weak fluctuation on his body, and was also the one who hid earlier. Think the strength must be bad. She's going to hold Lu Shuani hostage and get Zhao Enough to stop. Zhao Gong watched as the woman rushed towards Lu Shuani, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. That's a nice thought. But, Zhao Enough just finished speaking. The woman then suddenly screamed in agony. Aha! At this time, the woman's blood in the 7 orifices of all moving body strength was drawn out, converging in the heart of Lu Shuani's handplace. It's not just the blood. Even his soul was withering rapidly. Lu Shuani suddenly laughed at this time. So that's what immortality is all about. Interesting. Save death. Come on, don't let her die. This guy is probably enough of a reward for our brothers. Zhao Enough instantly walked over. It was then seen that Lu Shuani was drawing blood and refining his soul, while Zhao Gong was slowly healing. Boom, the world crumbles at this point. The entire hall instantly collapsed. Lin Wudao and the spirit of the Yellow Springs looked in their direction at the same time. Then they saw that the woman, who was in a sorry state and still had a bloody patch on her head, was now convulsing madly. All the blood in her body was being constantly extracted by Lu Shuani to condense the Dan. There was also his divine soul that was depleting. At this point, the woman's eyes were white at the sight of her. Lu Shuani hurriedly stopped. Save the dead. Zhao was enough to push the 3 light divine water with all his might. The woman recovered quickly. When the woman wakes up, instantly, he fled in a cloud of black smoke. Neither Zhao Enough nor Lu Shuani went after them. Lu Shuani held out his hands again. He then saw a trace of blood and soul power once again coalesce in the center of his hand, and was finally coalesced into the blood pill and divine soul pill once again. The fleeing woman shrieked, crashing to the ground again. Zhao Enough, on the other hand, was once again covered in radiance. A surge of life erupted from the woman's body once again. She recovered quickly once again. The woman was horrified. She finally realized, falling into the hands of these two, she can't escape. The woman cried. She rushed back and knelt in front of Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough to kowtow. Please, give me a quick death. I don't want to live. I just want you to give me a quick death. Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough turned a deaf ear. Even as Lu Shuani reached out again, the woman convulsed wildly again. Those who have just joined Hades, seeing the means of these 2 great Yama kings, they swallowed each other's saliva. Then the shovel was swung smoking, and the speed of that grave plowing could be described as the only one in his life. Lin Wudao was a cool batch inside at this moment. He looked at the spirit of the Yellow Springs. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. TSK, this is the Yama Demon Lord you're advocating, isn't it? Well, I do think it's quite impressive. Because your Yin Demon Lord is the first one to have his blood drawn and soul refined by our great Yin King so seriously. The spirit of the Yellow Springs was furious. You two brutes. Let go of Lord Yama. The water of the Yellow Springs roared up like a huge sea wave, sweeping towards Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough. Lin Wudao coldly snorted at this moment. Get back in there, all of you. As Lin Wudao's words just fell, the water of the Yellow Spring looked like it had heard some kind of order. It was instantly retracted into the Yellow Springs River. What did you do to me? The spirit of the Yellow Springs looked at Lin Wudao in shock. Lin Wudao smiled. Nothing. Hard to say what means. Naturally in order. The spirit of the Yellow Springs doesn't believe it. At this point he rioted again. Lu Xuanyi glanced at the spirit of the Yellow Springs and said with a smile, "Don't stop him." Lin Wudao nodded his head. Boom! The water of the Yellow Spring once again rushed towards Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough. Lu Xuanyi was all excited when he watched the golden brush begin to move at this time. But suddenly, a pair of jade hands. That's right. A pair of jade hands clutched the quill, then forced it down. Lu Xuanyi then saw a face that was so beautiful that it was absolutely stunning, glaring angrily at himself. Crap! Why is this image in my head? Lu Xuanyi was shocked, but immediately after, what made Lu Shun have was even more shocking. When that yellow spring water reached Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough, it suddenly circled around the two of them as if they were pampered. The scene. Leave the spirit of the Yellow Springs confused. These Lu Xuanyi did not bother. He was looking at the woman's face in his head. Who are you? Lu Xuanyi asked. The woman first saluted Lu Xuanyi. Only then did he say, I am the Lord of Reincarnation and one of the agents of authority. The woman then looked at the golden brush and the golden scroll of the Great Tao and explained again. I am not a living being or a living thing. It is just that the fear within me just now tells me that if I don't give birth to some wisdom, something might have to go wrong with me. The woman looked at the Great Tao gold scroll, and then hurriedly said, since you have karma with the ancient earth mansion, the future may create the ancient earth mansion. We are all our own people. You have something to say. We are not can't do it. Not so much that you use your authority is not. Lu Xuanyi, do you want to come out of my sea of consciousness first? The woman shook her head. No, I was scared out of my consciousness, born in your sea of consciousness, and I can only exist here. Go out and I will dissipate again. And then what if some ungrateful one offends you again without my knowledge? Lu Xuanyi. Suddenly, Lu Xuanyi thought of something. Is Tendo asleep at this time? Lu Xuanyi then communicated the golden brush. While Tendo sleeps, you write it up for him. The golden quill just made a move. Rumble! A thunderbolt instantly landed in Lu Xuanyi's mind. Lu Xuanyi was so scared that his hand shook and clicked, turning yen into dust. Zhao Enough. That thunder quickly formed a text. You dog. Thunder then wrapped around the golden brush and brushed a few words on Lu Xuanyi's golden scroll of the Great Tao. The creator of the Hall of Angry Heaven, the one who disturbs order, Hyunjin. After writing it, it once again left a line that read, you dog, be a fucking human being. Lu Xuanyi. Chapter 153, a new avatar. At this time that Lord of the Yellow Springs that was inside Lu Xuanyi's brain also had a very wonderful face. It was just that Lu Xuanyi looked at that Lord of the Yellow Springs, pondered for half a day, and once again inquired. I started out simply wanting an intelligence organization, and old Lin casually named it the Temple of Hades, which, when all was said and done, was nothing more than a joke in nature. But isn't it true that you had something to do with the development to this point? That Lord of Reincarnation's eyes were a bit dull, even a bit hollow, rather like not being awake. Lu Xuanyi took a deep breath. Or I might as well write you up. The Lord of Reincarnation instantly came to his senses. No, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just the authority incarnate. If it wasn't for you wanting to move you to use your authority, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have awakened for another hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. How can I sway you to anything when I'm not even conscious? Lu Xuanyi still wanted to ask something. The Lord of Reincarnation suddenly said, I'm sorry, I can't answer your question anymore. My consciousness is about to dissipate, and it seems that the authority informs me that my consciousness shouldn't appear right now. The Lord of Reincarnation had just finished speaking when his body began to slowly become transparent, and in the end, it directly disappeared. Lu Xuanyi frowned. It all seemed to happen in a flash, but that's not even the point. The key question is, Lu Xuanyi learned a message from this incarnation of the Heavenly Tao Authority and this incarnation of the Reincarnation Authority. The Heavenly Tao and Reincarnation seem to be falling into a deep sleep. The exact reason for the slumber is not known. It can be thought that it should have suffered a serious injury at one time. Or maybe it's just that, for some reason, they can't awaken now. It's like plotting something. Sure, whatever is being plotted. Lu Xuanyi didn't even care. He felt that his current self was only at the Yuaning realm. There's no use thinking about it. When the sky collapses, naturally there is a taller one to hold it up. What's the point of worrying about yourself? One more thing. It is the golden scroll of the great Tao that tells Lu Xuanyi a very important message. If conditions permit, anything can be an enemy and can be recorded by the golden scroll of the way. At first, Lu Xuanyi just thought that the Avenue Gold Scroll was just a mere plug-in. But the Lord of Reincarnation spoke a passage. The golden scroll of the Great Way belongs to his own authority. That's a bit subtle. The so-called authority is what one can control. Or maybe it's just a matter of owning up to your rights. My power is more bullish than heaven's way? And this tainting of the word Great Tao. Can it be that my authority is really the Great Tao? But I don't know what it is. Lu Xuanyi inwardly rejected this statement outright. That denial is a strange feeling. It's like you know very well that it's definitely not the answer. Or maybe someone told themselves that the answer was wrong. In the end, Lu Xuanyi simply didn't think about it. What kind of strength do you have now? What's the point of thinking about these messy things? Lu Xuanyi, who had once again come back to his senses, looked at Zhao Enough, who was looking at Lu Xuanyi with a grudging face. What's the matter with you? It's been too long since you drew blood to refine your soul? Raw hands? Lu Xuanyi coughed violently. What are you talking about? Making me sound like a devil who does things like this all the time. Zhao Enough quietly looked at Lu Xuanyi and didn't say anything. Lu Xuanyi waved his hand. Don't care about these details. However, I did comprehend a brand new divine ability from the body of that woman just now. That divine ability. Before Lu Xuanyi could say anything, he suddenly heard Lin Wudao and the spirit of the Yellow Springs barreling about once again. Your so-called Yama demon is nothing more than a polymerization of evil spirits, killing countless people and even devouring no less than 1,000,000 gods. And there is no excuse for my Yama king to carry out such a punishment. The spirit of the Yellow Springs roared in anger. Facts aside, is it not wrong for them, 2 grown men, to do such inhumane things to a woman? Are they not evil? I won't recognize this kind of underhanded Yama. Lu Xuanyi, Zhao Enough. At this moment, Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough looked at the corpses that were all over the place that had been killed by the woman from before, and both of them thought that they had heard wrong. Can you even put aside such facts? However, neither Lu Xuanyi nor Zhao Enough had any desire to argue with the spirit of the Yellow Springs. You've thrown out the facts. So what am I arguing with you for? Lin Wudao was also dumbfounded by these words for a second or two at this point. Even he found it hard to believe how anyone could make such a counterintuitive statement. Oh, so this guy is the spirit of the Yellow Springs. Not people, but now it's a bit of a bad mess. This thing, the spirit of the Yellow Springs, seemed to be very important to building their future. But if you keep such a Yellow Spring spirit, it's always stomach-churning. Lin Wudao thought about it and stopped arguing with the spirit of the Yellow Springs and instead told Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough about his worries. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough listened. Zhao Enough also had a bit of a headache, but Lu Xuanyi's eyes lit up. In fact, what I'm trying to say is that the divine power we got this time seems to be able to solve this problem. Zhao Enough and Lin Wudao looked at Lu Xuanyi at the same time. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly explained at this time. It's actually very simple. The reason why that bitch had an immortal body before was because he had a spell. That spell is called soul melting, or soul stitching. Lu Xuanyi looked at Lin Wudao. Get me a god grudge. Lin Wudao directly beckoned to the shadow guards at this moment. Shadow guard bumbled over. Without saying a word, Lin Wudao pulled out a divine grudge from the shadow guard's storage bag. Alright, get lost, shadow guard. In the end, he could only leave with a grudging look at Lin Wudao, and Lu Xuanyi was holding that divine grudge. A happy face explains. Actually, this spell is very simple. It's that after grabbing a person's soul, it passes through 700 prohibitions, forming a special kind of silk thread that finally immobilizes the soul completely. Lu Xuanyi said as his hands began to lay out the prohibitions. That hand speed, straight out of the stump. Zhao Enough, Lin Wudao. Lu Xuanyi did not continue to look at the two. The explanation will be continued afterward. After fixing the soul, the next thing we have to do is to start sewing the soul just like making clothes. And this sewing is also very simple. We only need to manipulate these 700 forbidden silk threads to shape the soul, and finally mold it into the way we want it to be. Then Lu Xuanyi began the operation of suturing. Zhao Enough and Lin Wudao watched as the threads of acquaintance light spun at a rapid pace. Even as they frantically weaved in and out amidst the godly grudge's mournful screams, the two were silent again. Eventually, Lu Xuanyi sewed the divine grudge directly into a puppy-like shape. Then once again, he said, finally, it is then sacrificed with infant fire, and it becomes an entirely new form of soul. After Lu Xuanyi finished speaking, the infant flame instantly fell on the body of the divine grudge. In the end, the divine grudge turned into a little mini arrow with a mournful scream. Lu Shuani looked at Lin Wudao and Zhao Enough with that little arrow in his hand and asked, "How is it? Isn't it particularly simple?" Zhao Enough. Lin Wudao. Chapter 154, Something's wrong, what's that look on your faces? Lu Shuani couldn't help but ask as he looked at Zhao Enough and Lin Wudao's dumbfounded expressions. Zhao Enough and Lin Wudao glanced at each other. Following that, both men took a deep breath. Lin Wudao couldn't help but ask at this moment, "Brother Lu, do you have a different meaning expressed and understood by the word simple?" Lu Shuani blinked his innocent eyes and inquired. "There doesn't seem to be any." Zhao Enough rubbed his temples. "Just wait until I think about it." "Well, first of all, we have to set up 700 prohibitions." Pitbull, do you know how difficult those 700 prohibitions need to be? And that prohibition has to be formed into silk threads and manipulated at will. Lin Wudao pondered for a long time and added, "According to the strength of our Yama Palace's souls, tough control isn't difficult, but if it's like you, where the prohibitions are shuttled like needles and threads, then it's a bit of an exaggeration, and even a bit of an outrage." Lu Shuani scratched his head. I feel like it's pretty easy." Lin Wudao and Zhao Enough wanted to spit out blood. "What a fucking beast. You don't think it's hard? Do you know that if some forbidden spell cultivators saw this tactic of yours, they would be able to die headfirst?" Lu Shuani looked at the two men's faces. "It does seem to be a bit difficult for them. Simpler than 1,000 prohibitions?" Zhao Enough didn't quite understand as he looked towards Lin Wudao. Lin Wudao shook his head. "Can't do it." Lu Shuani froze. "What about 500 bars?" Lin Wudao pondered for a moment. "Barely." Zhao Enough directly waved his hand. "Forget it. I'll just study my medical skills honestly. This avatar has nothing to do with me." Lu Shuani sighed at this point. 500 is fine. It's just that the souls stitched together by 500 prohibitions are a bit ugly. Subsequently, Lu Shuani was practically pouring his heart out to Lin Wudao. Lin Wudao thought of himself as a genius now, but controlling more than 500 prohibitions was still sweaty. They were even a bit mentally drained. But it's also always a success. He stitched and refined a dog that looked like a pig. It's even a little eyeless. Lu Shuani still felt that the efficiency of this thing was too slow at this point. "No, if it's such a pain in the ass, this spell is chicken feed for you. Just wait until I think about it." Lu Shuani sat down and began to carefully study the soul stitching spell. Not much longer. Lu Shuani finally thought of a brand new spell. "Why don't we do it this way? We don't need to use the forbidden system directly, and use the most primitive method. First set up a spirit locking formation, then mash the divine grudge, and finally, through the power of the divine soul, shape it directly, and then finally refine it with the infant flame." Lin Wudao. "Not to mention, it's a useful method." Lin Wudao quickly fabricated a snake, live and let live. However, Lin Wudao was still a bit confused. "What's the point?" At this moment, Lu Shuani smiled. "Quite simply, this is the kind of thing that can be incorporated within anything and become a new creature." After saying that, Lu Shuani casually refined a fake puppy. "Then shove your own stitched-up puppy right into the middle of that fake dog." The fake puppy then moved under the shocked gazes of Lin Wudao and Zhao Enough. The material has not changed, but the dog was alive. Lin Wudao and Zhao Enough were both shocked to the point of numbness, because it's no different than creating life anymore. Suddenly, Lin Wudao didn't feel quite right. "I know that the spirit of the Yellow Springs does take care of it," said. Lin Wudao directly pinched the Yellow Spring spirit to death. Then he threw the little snake he had fabricated with his soul into the middle of the water of the Yellow Springs River. Since then, the spirit of the Yellow Springs has been completely replaced. Lin Wudao, on the other hand, discovered a very scary thing at this moment. If I were to fabricate a soul like mine, wouldn't that mean that I would be equivalent to having an extra life? Lu Shuani nodded. "That's right. However, this kind of divine ability, I'm afraid that only our Yama Palace can do it, because he needs strong soul power. And those who don't join our Yama Palace don't have the means to do this step. So to speak, this is our Yama Palace's unique divine ability." Lin Wudao rubbed his temples at this moment. "Brother Lu, do you think where something is wrong?" Lu Shuani looked at Lin Wudao suspiciously. Lin Wudao said at this moment, "This place, if there really is a reincarnation disc, and we can still mold souls now, if these two means are combined together, wouldn't we be able to directly send someone to the afterlife?" Lu Shuani? Zhao Enough looked at Lu Shuani with an odd expression, and Lin Wudao also discovered a problem at this time. From the very beginning of the establishment of Hades, to Lu Shuani's manufacture of blood and soul pills, then the divine grudge refines the soul armor soul weapon, and then this means of reincarnation. It seems that Lu Shuani has built it step by step without realizing it and by chance. If it wasn't for looking at Lu Shuani's own face of confusion and contemplation right now, Lin Wudao even felt that Lu Shuani hadn't plotted this from early on. But now it seems clear that it's not going to happen. Zhao was also stifling a smile at this time as he looked at Lu Xuanyi. At this time, the spirit of thunder tribulation, which was far away in an unknown place, were all angry and sat up from their slumber. This dog, who built his own power, still doubts this and that. Having said that, the spirit of the thunderbolt lay down again. But I can't sleep after tossing and turning. Even he sat up and held his tongue before saying, no, he's sick, isn't he? Sure, these things Lu Xuanyi naturally did not know. He still hadn't come around a bit, and it's really a bit awkward right now. People were developing their own forces, which were getting more and more remote, while they themselves were bringing their more and more remote forces back on track gradually. The point is, it seems now, it's true that no one counts themselves out. It was all caused by my own carelessness. I really didn't want to build hell. Forget it, let's ignore that for now and go as far as we can. Lu Xuanyi then looked at the space around him and said again, look for the reincarnation disc. Lin Wudao nodded his head. But they don't. Those members of the new Yama Palace who were digging up the grave were all frightened at this time by the miserable screams of the divine souls from before, as well as the means by which the divine souls had been hardened and turned into dogs. This is not to say that outsiders look at Yama's methods in fear. It was their own people in the Yama Palace. Looking at the Yama King's tactics were also afraid. The third prince has been a nuisance lately. As the saying goes, there is nothing to do. Besides, his two living daddies were really good to themselves. His cultivation resources, that was directly piled up into several mountains. As for the spirit stones, that's more than enough to count. Wanted to pick up a few things earlier. It's all about counting the money spent. But since becoming the son of Yama, anything you want, just say the word. Buy direct. It's nice to see a spell in someone else's hand. Well, naturally, I'm not going to grab it. Instead, someone from Hades went over to intercede. Spend a lot of money to buy and sell. Of course, if people do not sell, Yama Temple is not forced. Instead, he took a look at the mold of that magic weapon and rebuilt him one with better materials. The third prince was moved to tears. It's really hard to imagine what a hard life he had before. Chapter 155. However, today's third prince was not so idle. He changed back into his plain clothes, and have all the people in Hades hide. He left his luxurious abode and once again returned to the earthen hut he had been in before. The time before the third prince, though, had been a licentious time, but in all honesty, he just wanted to experience what it was like to be a dude. In fact, the experience is damn good, but the third prince did not lose himself. He knew one thing very well. As the son of Yama, although not biological, he himself currently obtains as much as he needs to do what he is able to have status. To put it bluntly, he wants to take credit. And the third prince knew one thing very well. Since the Yama Palace had entered this cave, it must have wanted to obtain the treasures of the cave. One wants to be truly recognized by Yama. That is, as much as possible, to get your hands on all the treasures. The third prince thought about it. Finally, to the shadows, he said, tell Ji Suiying that my plan is about to begin. The figure in the shadows nodded, then froze for a moment before speaking. Notified. Third prince? Has Hades always been this powerful? The figure in the shadows smiled. It wasn't that fast before, but the great Yama King created a very unique divine power through which he could change the soul form. And then by allowing us in the Yama Palace to make a soul link, we could do so to instantly convey our needs and orders. The third prince froze. He felt that he knew all about Hades. Still too shallow. But while Ji Suiying had not yet arrived, the third prince was still a bit worried as he asked, if I open the mountain river mystic realm through the authority I now possess, will we be able to hold back the cultivators that are swarming here? Hades in that shadow was in deep thought. It wasn't long before the man in the shadows said, young lord, if we just block it, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult, but if we kill them all, it'll be much easier. Third prince? That shadow explained. Although the Yama Palace is powerful, what the two Yama Kings mean is to try not to truly display our divine abilities and means as it is too outrageous, but to kill those people would be a matter of minutes. The third prince was silent. I don't know how long it's been. The third prince asked again. Then if you let Ji Suiying enter the secret realm to search for treasures without being exposed, how long will you be able to resist the outsiders? The shadow inquired again. Is it civil, or is it martial? The third prince had a bit of a brain ache. This kind of thing is still divided into civil and military? Shade nodded, before explaining again. Vins, that's when we just beat those people half to death and make them unconscious. The third prince coughed violently. No, is this what you call Vins? What about the martial arts? Shade smiled. In fact, Wu's is rather mild instead. That is, we temporarily draw out their souls and suppress them. Of course, the end result may be a lot of deaths. The third prince took a deep breath. You call that milder? Shade nodded again. The third prince pondered for a long time. I would like to ask, do we have any normal people in Hades? Brush up on. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes lit up in the third prince's house. The third prince's scalp tingled as he watched, but those eyes were open, not because they were hostile to the third prince. Instead, they answered the third prince together. We're all normal people. The third prince wiped his cold sweat. Smiling, he nodded. Yes, 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 I'm being abrupt. Then the third prince rose. Let's go. Let's go to the seven sun and moon mountain. I'll open this first secret realm. Right about this time, the shadow stopped the third prince once again. Yama says we're going to have to keep a low profile. The third prince thought for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, it needs to be low key, but how low should it go? The third prince had just finished speaking. A huge black sedan chair was seen landing outside the door. There were also a few people from Yama Temple standing around the palanquin. As for the outrageousness of that jiaozi, the third prince really couldn't figure it out. Was this tied to a low profile? Young master, please get into the sedan chair. The third prince felt his brain itching. He couldn't help but ask, is this the lowdown you were talking about? The shadow nodded again. That's right, as long as you sit in this palanquin, everyone within this cave will pay attention to you, and then they'll know that you're the third prince and we're just your third prince's servants, so that no one will associate us with what we are or pay attention to what we are, since the attention is on you. The third prince suddenly thought. His own mind was spinning a bit. It even feels a little hard to keep up with these people's brain circuits. It was because he felt that this Yama's hall, what he said was very reasonable. You can't pick any faults. Take it with a grain of salt. The third prince sat in a sedan chair. Not to mention, this sedan chair is really comfortable. Then on the way to Sun and Moon Mountain, the third prince felt that the people of this Yama palace were a bunch of geniuses who didn't know what to say. For it is indeed as the people of Hades say. Everyone, all of them, were paying attention to him, and no one cared about the people from the Yama palace at all. And that really got them to do it. He went all the way to Sun Moon Mountain and met Ji Suiying and Ji Mingyue. The third prince hadn't even returned to his senses yet. He always had an indescribable feeling. How? He had the feeling that his intelligence was being crushed. Even meeting Ji Suiying and Ji Mingyue, neither man saw anything wrong with the man carrying the sedan chair, even for him to make such a high-profile appearance, all with a sense of nothing unsurprising. This left the third prince somewhat speechless. As a matter of fact, Ji Suiying and Ji Mingyue, indeed, did not pay attention to the servants of the third prince. For them, the fact that the third prince was preparing to open the secret realm was the most important thing. For those who have already converged on Sun Moon Mountain, their greatest concern, and even focus, was on the third prince. As for those in the Yama palace who had already hidden their cultivation and respectful attitudes and were servants at first glance, who was idle enough to pay attention to them? The third prince was silent. He felt that he might need to redefine his thinking down the road. He felt that he was now unable to keep up with the members of Yama's palace. Ji Suiying looked at the third prince at this time and transmitted his voice to inquire. Opening the secret realm of Sun Moon Mountain at such a time is properly planned? The third prince responded. Don't worry, everything is under control. Ji Suiying still said in advance, I can do without all the things in the secret realm. I only want the mountain river seal. The third prince hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Good. The third prince agreed so readily, causing Ji Suiying to freeze for a moment. He was all set to pay some treasure out or promise. This was unexpected for Ji Suiying. Thanks a lot. I, Ji Suiying, owe you a favor. The third prince smiled. But whether or not you can obtain the mountain river seal is up to you. I won't make a move. Ji Suiying nodded. That's natural. Just at this time, Ji Suiying glanced at a spot out of the corner of her eye. There, a group of black-clothed men were also staring intently at Ji Suiying. Chapter 156, You're the face. Those are the people from the Angry Sky Hall. Their first purpose in coming here was to decapitate Ji Suiying. If the first task could not be accomplished, it would be to destroy the mountain river seal. According to what the hall master of the Angry Sky Hall said, although he didn't know why Ji Suiying wanted to obtain the mountain river seal, but as long as it was something Ji Suiying wanted, she could never let her get it. However, there was something that these alien heavenly demons didn't understand. A native, in the middle of such a cave that had completely sealed his cultivation. How much stronger? How much stronger can it be? Even for the heavenly devils who were originally known for their strong physical bodies. Wouldn't it be a breeze to kill such a little bitch? Some people even looked at Ji Suiying with their eyes, and an evil thought had risen within them. Don't say, this native looks really good. TSK, when we catch her, we'll have some fun first, and when we're tired of playing, we'll kill her. The others smiled and nodded their heads. But what they don't know is this. Ji Suiying tapped her fingertips on the hilt of her sword. Her inner thoughts were also to behead these people first, because he was just too familiar with these people. In the last life, the people who stained this continent with blood were this group of people. Even Ji Suiying had now completely denied her memories of her last life, because the world has changed and is in disarray. Ever since the appearance of the angry Sky Hall, the original trajectory of the world was all disordered to the core. Nowadays, except for some specific treasures and opportunities, is not much change, but what's actually happening is all changing. For example, these extraterrestrial heavenly demons in front of us. If he follows his normal memory trajectory, it was 300 years before any of these people would land on the immortal Edge continent, 500 years before the invasion. But now, one meets with these people, nearly 300 to 500 years in advance, but it doesn't matter. Ji Suiying looked at the third prince at this time, being able to open the secret realm a little later. I want to deal with some people. The third prince received the watermelon juice handed over by the members of the Yama Palace at this time, then sit on an opulent seat, while enjoying the members of Yama's palace squeezing their shoulders and pounding their legs, nodding all the while. Opening the secret realm won't happen overnight. I also need to wait for the right time to adjust my own state. If you have something to do, go and get busy. Ji Suiying looked at the third prince's appearance that looked like he was a second-generation ancestor and felt a little weird for no reason. Even he was a little skeptical inside. Is this really the third prince? The third prince looked at Ji Suiying, who kept looking at himself oddly. It's also a bit confusing. What's wrong with my face? The third prince's side had just finished speaking. Then a person from the palace of Hades came to the third prince holding a mirror. Good man. If the third prince didn't know the group's background, he really felt that the group was the servants. You guys are really so sweet. Ji Suiying shook her head. Nothing. She then looked at Ji Mingyue. You stay here for now. I'm going to do something. Ji Mingyue nodded. The third prince watched Ji Suiying leave with her sword. At this moment, he hurriedly transmitted his voice and asked, what relationship does this Ji Suiying have with my big daddy? My big daddy even gave her all the mountain river seals? The members of the Yama Palace also transmitted their voices in response. The relationship is a little bit, but what exactly is the relationship? We can't say. As for why Ji Suiying was given the mountain river seal, according to the great Yen King, is that since Ji Suiying wants to be taller, then help if you can. The third prince nodded. By the way, I'd like to ask what my two dads' hobbies are, or what they like to do, and when this is over, I'll see if I can find an opportunity to pay my respects. The members of Hades were a little weird, still responding though. The great Yen King likes enemies. The more enemies there are, the more excited he gets. On the contrary, if there are very few enemies, the great Yen King is anxious. And what the great Yen King likes to do is to torture his enemies when he has something to do. The second Yama King is most fond of the medical path, and his favorite thing to do is to cure the sick and save the people, practicing medicine all over the world. But as of now, we feel that the second Yama King very much enjoys working with the great Yama King to save the dead and heal the wounded. Talk about saving lives. The third prince couldn't help but blanch, because he's experienced firsthand how two living daddies can save lives. That's really something to hear and see. It's just that these two interests are a bit outrageous. Then won't my desire to honor my father fall through? The members of Hades thought about it. Suddenly, he said, in fact, it is not impossible to filial piety. You just do not bully men and women, but you can be arrogant. You can beat the person, humiliate him, and tell that person, the family father, to save the death of the family father to help the injured. Cannot beat the person. Look at him upset. You can also directly scold him, and tell him, the family father, to save the death of the family father to help the injured. Third prince. It's not. It clashes a bit with his character. And isn't that a bit lawless? The third prince was still a little worried. Are you sure if I did, I wouldn't get killed? The way the people from the Yama Palace looked at the third prince felt like they were looking at a retard. Haven't you died many times? Third prince. Okay. He was still somewhat not very cognizant of who he was now, as more and more people came, and they were all looking at the third prince. Even the second prince and people from the Zhenguigong mansion had come, and it was as soon as he arrived, he looked at the third prince, his eyes filled with ill will. The third prince's face became serious. Egu, isn't this my third brother? You're such an abolished prince, but now you're quite the rowdy. Oh, right. Since you are no longer in the status of a royal son, now that you have seen this palace, why don't you come over and kneel down to bow? The third prince's eyes went cold. He was just about to speak. It was seen that the people from the Yama Palace instantly rushed over. Before the crowd could react, straight away, he grabbed that second prince and snapped his mouth. The people around the second prince wanted to fight back. Suddenly they were all held at the neck with daggers by a group of people who appeared out of nowhere. The third prince was a bit dumbfounded. He was even repressed in his chair by Hades. Young lord, as the son of Yama King is not willing to show his face. You are the card face of Yama Palace. This should also be the reason why Yama King is willing to treat you as his righteous son. You don't need to do anything else. Watch us operate. The third prince nodded numbly. Time didn't last long. The second prince's face was whipped into a pig's head by Hades. Then it was thrown like a dead dog at the feet of the third prince. The people of Hades felt that the third prince was sitting too squarely. Hurriedly, he helped the third prince pose. Finally, the sitting position of the third prince became its crossed legs. One hand propped up on his face, his arm on the handle of the chair, tilting his head, looking out of the corner of his eye at the third prince who looked like a dead dog. That's not all. Then a man from the palace of Hades stood behind the second prince and held up a board with words written on it. The third prince looked at the words. Read it out blankly. Humph. What kind of dog are you that you dare to bark in front of my underworld king? Of course, I'm in a good mood today. I can spare your life. But if you slander my underworld king, you're slandering my father's ability to save lives. Come on, castrate him and throw him out. The third prince couldn't help but cough himself after reading. Chapter 157. I see. It's just that the third prince's side has just finished talking about it. A scream was heard. It was then seen that the second prince was literally thrown out like a dead dog. The third prince didn't even react. He swept a glance towards the members of the Yama temple next to him. Just see a sign. The rest of you, kill them all. And this old man informs the people of this cave of what happens when they dare to be unreasonable to me? The third prince was incredulous. Wait, don't. Yet. The third prince hadn't finished. A poofing sound was heard. Turn back again. All of the people brought by the second prince were already lying on the ground. Dead can't be dead. And their divine souls were directly secretly collected by all the people of the Yama palace. That efficiency, it's not normal. It's even a little scary how high it is. It was a scene that no one else had expected. The second prince is here. Took quite a few people. In the twinkling of an eye, the second prince was still lying on the ground in a daze. The men he brought with him, all lay on the ground as well. Not to mention the second prince. Now even the other people in the cave heaven, whether they were native, or other foreign forces, couldn't help but swallow their saliva at this moment. This scene was too shocking. Even Ji Mingyue, who had always been inculcated by Ji Suiying, the sugar gourd was not eaten anymore. Staring stonily at the sight of blood flowing in front of her, Ji Mingyue turned back to look at the third prince who still descended as if he were a king, defying everything. In thinking about what his sister said earlier about the third prince, the son of the world is jade, such as the spring breeze to stay on earth? That's what her sister called it. The male. Ji Mingyue fell into silence. But the crowd didn't know that. The third prince was also a nervous wreck right now. He usually does things in drips and drabs, even if you want to kill someone, and inevitably, no one will be able to find a handle on it. But now, is he too wild? The members of the Yama temple explained again at this point. Young lord, we're doing this to let you know that you're the young lord of the Yama temple. And since you're the young lord of my Yama temple, and you're representing our Yama temple's brand, you can't be cavalier. And at the same time, you have to let other people know what your status and position is. Dare to disrespect you. This is what happens. Young master, you are also a royal son. Your own father is still the emperor. How the emperor does it. You should know it. From now on, just follow your own father's example. As for the rest of the trouble or back, you need not worry. Just leave it to us and so on. Moreover, this is only in the secret realm. When you get out of the secret realm, your every move represents the Yama palace as well. When you get outside, without the cultivation seal, you will have to clash with many forces. At that time, you can be the nominal patriarch. It's not even wrong to say that it's the emperor. You have to support the prongs in a hurry. The third prince was not a stupid person. Yama said this. He finally understood his situation. To put it bluntly, the cultivation world is also a jungle. And if he or she reaches the world of cultivation, that would be the equivalent of creating a country. It will then be a battle between nations. Figure that out. The third prince's face instantly calmed down. Even the aura on his body began to shift. Let me ask, how many people are there in our Yama palace now? The third prince inquired. The members of the Yama temple hurriedly said, almost 160,000 or so at the moment. But these 160,000 can stand up to 1,000,000. The third prince came to realize it within himself. I see. So am I good at talking? Yama nodded. That's natural. You're the young master. The third prince nodded again. That's fine. The third prince then stood up with his hands behind his back before looking at those on the scene. Kill all of these people? Except the casuals. The crowd in Hades? Ha? Really? The third prince nodded. Since we still have to compete with these people for territory after we go out, we might as well settle it here. Once and for all. And besides, as long as all the people here are dead, no one will know who did it. The crowd in Hades. Boom. Right about this time, A plume of black smoke instantly enveloped the crowd. No! Third Prince, you can't do this. You're flouting royal authority. You're The third prince's face was cold and turned a deaf ear, even calmly watching what was happening in front of him. Although Ji Mingyue's strength was not low, but such a gruesome and massive massacre was also a sight to behold as she blanched, even some discomfort. It didn't take long. The grounds became very quiet. The scene was said to be a body. There's just no blood to be found. Not even a hint of blood could be smelled in the air. The only ones who were scattered cultivators were the ones who looked at the third prince in horror at this time. And the third prince looked at the casual cultivators and said, "The future of the world, destined to be the clans. As a casual cultivator, without the shelter of the clan, it will certainly be difficult to move forward. It just so happens that my Yama Palace is in short supply of manpower. I wonder if you have any ideas?" Those loose cultivators were so scared that they hurriedly shook their heads. The third prince was a bit sorry. "Bury them all. Wait, we're in. We're in." Those loose cultivators all knelt down and begged for mercy. The third prince was very satisfied. "That's right, do all that," the third prince said at this time as he once again looked at the members of the Yama Palace around him. "Cut off the second prince's head and give it to my emperor of Great Yen," saying that I, whom he has always considered his sinful son, have now found his sinful son's father and given him a gift. The members of Yama's palace were now in a state of mind numbness. They even wondered if they had let out a beast. Could it be that King Yen had long seen the potential wanting nature of the third prince? Or else he wouldn't have recognized the third prince as his son, no? However, what was even more unexpected to the people of Hades was, the third prince said again, "Where are the rest of us in Hades?" The members of Hades around him looked up. The third prince also raised his head, looking at the black, dark clouds. "Don't tell me that all the dark clouds in the sky are from my Yama Palace?" It seemed to be in response to the third prince. Among the dark clouds, a red light gradually flashed, looking like red stars, but the third prince knew that it was all in the eyes. The third prince was silent for half a day. Then he said, "Good, since we can monitor the world even from the heavenly mountain, then this way," the third prince said as he looked at this member of the Yama Palace next to him. "I now appoint you as the first ghost marshal. From now on, go and set up a heaven locking array, and strive to lock up this cave heaven, all in this side of the world, while we are getting all the chances, and at the same time be ready to fight at any time. If there are any accidents, it's best that we are able to bury everyone in the cave heaven all here." Everyone in the Yama Palace looked at the third prince dumbfounded. What's wrong? Can't do it? The ghost marshal shook his head. "That's not true. It's just that you're really sure you want to do this?" The third prince nodded. "That's right. I don't want to commit such a killing unless it's absolutely necessary. But if there is really an unexpected situation, then let the entire cave heaven be annihilated. It would be a kind of relief for them. But before that, push the second prince and the Jinhua Gong Palace." Chapter 158. I'm your sister-in-law. Ji Mingyue was dumbfounded as she heard everything the third prince had planned. Also looked up in horror at the black, dark clouds. She, who had been growing up in a greenhouse, felt for the first time what it meant to feel oppressed. What is dangerous? After the third prince gave his order, he looked at Ji Mingyue. Half a day of contemplation. Only then did the third prince say, "Although you are Ji Suying's younger sister, there are still some things that you know too much about. So I'm giving you two choices now." The third prince sat on top of that throne. He then threw the Yama Temple's token in front of Ji Mingyue. "Pick up the token and you're a member of my Yama Palace. If you refuse, then you can only be shut up forever to ensure my Yama Palace's low-profile modus operandi." Ji Mingyue, as the second young miss who had been raised with respect since she was a child, was very angry at the words of the third prince, and the token that was thrown on the ground. "Are you trying to humiliate me?" The third prince looked at Ji Mingyue with some anger and directly waved his hand. "Forget it. Do it." Having said that, the third prince directly utilized the heavenly might and instantly suppressed Ji Mingyue. Ji Mingyue couldn't use any means nowadays. Even the simplest means of contacting Ji Suying could not be done. At the same time, he watched as the people from the Yama Palace had approached towards her with long swords that were bubbling with black gas. Ji Mingyue was really scared this time. She had never felt death so close to her before. Ji Mingyue hurriedly picked up the token on the ground. One moment, the heavenly power disappeared. The people from the Yama Palace also quickly put away their weapons. Ji Mingyue was pretty much clueless. Just so realistic? And after Ji Mingyue got the token, that token clicked a bite on Ji Mingyue's finger. After absorbing Ji Mingyue's blood, the token directly turned into a small bell that hung slightly above Ji Mingyue's hair. Then two huge and terrifying figures appeared in Ji Mingyue's mind. There was also the scene of those two figures saving the lives of the dead and the injured. playing on a loop in Ji Mingyue's mind. Ji Mingyue looked pale. At the same time, she finally understood why after he got the token, the people of the Yama Palace all directly recognized him as one of their own. Such a Hades. Who dares to betray? You dare to betray. Then face saving lives. What shocked Ji Mingyue the most was those two Yama kings, Lu Shuani, Zhao Enough. Ji Mingyue's scalp tingled. The world was too crazy. She felt even crazier. At that moment he felt a silk thread instantly connect to his soul. What Hades had done before was instantly clear to her. From the creation of the Yama temple, to the things that the Yama temple did, and the terror of that Your Holiness Yama. Information overload. It even kind of subverted Ji Mingyue's perception. And what made Ji Mingyue feel a bit ridiculous was, her sister had been plotting to deal with the future calamity, and had even been investigating the clues of the Angry Sky Hall, saying that the Angry Sky Palace was the biggest enemy of Megumi, and even plotting a lot for this, even in the outside world, secretly cultivating some geniuses and pulling in and lobbying some forces over the years. Available results. What other clues do people investigate in Hades? Anyone from the Angry Sky Hall who dared to approach Chinjo would be directly slaughtered. As for after entering the cave, when no clues of the Angry Sky Hall could be found, Ji Suiying said very cautiously that the Angry Heavenly Hall was so horrible that it was surprising that it could not investigate a single clue. Nonsense, isn't it? Those who came to the secret realm from the Angry Sky Hall were either killed by the two Yama kings or were pitted to death. There were even 200,000 heavenly demons that his sister had always feared. Who took the initiative to jump into the pot of Hades to die? Ji Mingyue rubbed her somewhat swollen and aching head at this time. Couldn't even help but think her sister was a little hot. After all, while Ji Suiying was still plotting the future, Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough were already starting to crunch and kill. No, there's also that Angry Heavenly Hall and the Heavenly Devil. Guess they're a little confused too. He was confronting his sister. People are getting killed by his brother-in-law. The point is, after this side of the kill, you sent another 300,000 men. But Ji Mingyue was now looking at the third prince. The face was very odd. She made a direct transmission. Tell you a secret. The third prince frowned as he looked at Ji Mingyue. Ji Mingyue said this time, my sister unintentionally married that big daddy of yours in heaven, and you became the righteous son of the great Yama. So I am your little aunt. Third prince? If you don't believe me on this matter, you can ask your father. The third prince hesitated, then asked, and then what? What do you want to say? Apologize to me. You just almost killed me. The third prince did not hesitate. I'm sorry. Ji Mingyue continued. I want to eat a candy cane. At this time, the people of the Yama Palace also know the identity of Ji Mingyue. This Nima swindled out a little princess. Follow closely. Some people from Yama Palace directly took out more than 10 strings of sugar gourds and handed them to Ji Mingyue. Ji Mingyue's eyes instantly glowed, and then it started to eat. The third prince then reminded at this time. Well, little aunt, right. Since my father did not tell Ji Suiying his identity, Ji Mingyue said at this time, I'm not stupid. The third prince smiled and didn't speak again. At this time the sky is among the dark clouds. The two of them, Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough, were playing with the seesaw like children. The two of them were having a great time one on top of the other. Still, Zhao Enough was a bit curious. When did you and Ji Suiying become heavenly married? Lu Shuani didn't care. It's just a misunderstanding. Zhao Enough didn't really care. But for what the third prince did, Zhao Enough still scratching her head. I have a feeling that this child's current idea is to want to kill all the natives inside the cave. Really letting it go? Lu Shuani waved his hand. Lin Wu Dao has said that although the third prince has blood sins in his hands, he is not an evil person. He must have his own reasons for doing so, and we should not persuade others to be good by her people's suffering. Zhou nodded. Enough. By the way, Lin Wu Dao is still throwing up? Zhou nodded. Enough. It's even a bit of a bind. After all, the reincarnation disc is his opportunity. It's always with him. He has to face it every day, and he can't delete his memories, or else the reincarnation disc won't be able to be used by him. With that, Zhao Enough looked in Lin Wu Dao's direction. At this moment, a female cultivator beside Lin Wu Dao, covered in muscles and wearing a very hot makeup, was constantly looking at Lin Wu Dao with affection. Lin Wu Dao looked at this Shura. Oh, Zhao Enough looked at Lu Shuani with some incomprehension at this time. Even if he doesn't look like a human, it's not enough for him to be like this. You were the first one to enter the reincarnation disc in the first place. What happened? Lu Shuani smiled. To obtain this Azura Dao, one must fulfill that Azura's heart's desire and conquer her in order to be recognized. I didn't think that this opportunity was suitable for me, so I let Lin Wu Dao go. Mainly, Lin Wu Dao's family has a body of reincarnation, and it fits with this reincarnation path. Zhou Enough froze for a moment. Is it the kind of conquest I understand? Lu Shuani smiled without saying anything, but the eyes had told Zhou enough about everything. Zhao Enough's face was very wonderful. Pit goods really aren't called that for nothing. Chapter 159, all you have to do is say the word. Lin Wudao was still dry heaving. Even he somewhat regretted why he had gotten this chance. At the same time, Lin Wudao also finally understood. Why did the Wheel of Fortune dojo choose Lu Shuani in the first place? Lu Shuani was pale after coming out of it in the first place. Finally kicked himself in. Nice guy. He didn't even know what was happening to his hair. And he came up here and was held down by an ugly guy. As for the latter, it was inconvenient to say more, for Audit was hiding in the shadows, staring hard at himself. At this moment, Lin Wudao's heart was filled with shadows. What's good and dead is that Jiang Wenshun is still laughing on the sidelines. I told you that your future days would fly by, and I wasn't wrong. The veins on Lin Wudao's forehead rose. Can you please count more details in your next fortune-telling? Details. Jiang Wenshun waved his hand. Don't care about those details. Just tell me if my math is accurate. Lin Wudao looked back at the female cultivator and bent over to vomit once again, after throwing up again for a while. Only then did Lin Wudao look at Jiang Wenshun and said, the math was good. You better not do it next time. Jiang Wenshun shook his head. Not counting won't work. I've calculated that your family is about to have a bloodbath. Lin Wudao froze for a moment. My family? The blood and light? Lin Wudao's face looked a bit odd. Do you know what position my family has in the entire Immortal Edge continent? Can there be a bloodbath? Jiang Wenshun rolled his eyes. Isn't it just the Celestial Extremity Holy Land? What? You think the Heavenly Extreme Holy Land is powerful? So what if it's even more powerful? Can it be as evil as these two Yama kings of ours? Lin Wudao's face suddenly became a little unnatural. He then stopped spitting and instead whispered a question. Tell me, does this matter have anything to do with the two Yama kings? Jiang Wenshun thought about it. Then said, not directly related, but somewhat related. Lin Wudao was a bit confused. Jiang Wenshun said again, I can't figure out the specifics, but what I can figure out is that your family's calamity is not a problem of King Yin, but it can't be disassociated. And there's more. Some people in your family are to blame, but this is also your chance. As a disciple of the Heavenly Extremity Holy Land, if you make a strong return in a time of danger, help the building to fall, save the day, and make a strong face, you'll be able to take over the Heavenly Extremity Holy Land again, or even become a new generation of the Heavenly Extremity Holy Land's Holy Lord. Lin Wudao rolled his eyes. Jiang Wenshun said so, that absolutely can't be done. Maybe one will actually become a Holy Lord, but this Holy Lord position is definitely not a good one. Think so? Lin Wudao shook his head. Forget it then. I'm not interested in the Celestial Extremity Holy Land. Jiang Wenshun didn't speak again. In fact, he counted out a little. That is, if Lin Wudao had stayed in hell, his achievements would have been earth-shattering. But looking at Lin Wudao, he was even able to lay his hands on that Xiu Luo Dao spirit's bear-like appearance. Jiang Wenshun felt that his math might not be accurate. So Jiang Wenshun didn't say anything. The reason why it was calculated to take over the Heavenly Pole Sanctuary, that's because he's pretty sure, as long as this secret realm ended, Lin Wudao would go to the Heavenly Pole Sacred Land and would inevitably become the new master of the Heavenly Pole Sacred Land. It was just that. If Lin Wudao didn't go, then forget it. But Jiang Wenshun had one more thing to do. Jiang Wenshun was having some hard time in his heart while he was having his fortune told. It's to tell the fortunes of Lu Shuani and Zhao Tang. But his recent calculations to the fate of these two kings of Yen seem to have jumped the shark a bit. One moment it's ordinary. One moment it's an achievement so brilliant that it blinds people. And one moment it becomes ordinary again. Jiang Wenshun wondered if he had encountered a bottleneck in measurement. He had heard that Jizo's divination skills were far superior to his own. He wanted to go and ask for advice. Jizo has been having a very good time lately. None other. Hades is literally its own merit-making machine. Hades doesn't know where it got so many god grudges. Earthstore and his seated lion. Every day for these gods and grudges superhuman. That merit and virtue come in abundance. And it's a meritocracy that's really wonderful. Because there is so much merit. His golden body was cast all the way up to 9 feet. And you can also consume merit and comprehend profound Tao. That's almost like heaven opening a back door for itself. But lately a voice has been baiting itself in my own head. Little monk, you want to become a future supreme. As long as you want, I'll fulfill you. Jizo, don't worry. I am the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao Authority. Would I lie to you? Jizo took a deep breath. How can I trust you? The voice was somewhat breathless. I am the authoritative will of heaven. And heaven never lies. Moreover, I now have a plan. What exactly is it? I have no way to tell you. But as long as this plan is completed, this world will be fully formed. At that time, I will be able to sink to the bottom and recover. And when I recover, the complete world law, I will be able to decentralize, and at that time, I will set up the position of the 6 heaven and earth supreme beings. If you promise me, I will give you a supreme holy position. Jizo frowned at this point. He has the art of divination. Naturally, he knew that the voice was telling the truth, but I just don't know why. He always felt something was wrong. So, tell me what I'm going to do. At this point the voice hemmed and hawed. All you have to do is say the word. Jizo froze. What's the word? Just tell me. If I infuse the bronze with blood, does that bronze count as my flesh and blood if it lives? Jizo? It's that simple? The voice nodded. Yeah, it's that simple, but you have to say it louder. Jizo thought, instead, that it was okay to say that. He said subconsciously, if I inject my blood into the bronze, then if this bronze lives, is it considered my flesh and blood? Everyone in Yama Hall looked at Earthstore in confusion. Then one fell silent in horror. Jizo scratched his head. What kind of reaction is this from you guys? That Jiang Wenshun who came to look for Jizo. At this time, looking at the blood fury above Jizo's head is damn close to pumping. Scared Jiang Wenshun did not dare to ask. Directly run. And Jizo had a bad feeling inside at that moment. He snapped his head back and saw that Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough weren't playing teeter-totter either. Both of their eyes were glowing scarlet, and their faces were so gloomy that they were about to drip water. Oh, this little monk. He's quite brave, Lu Shuani said sorrowfully. Zhao Enough also said in a conspiratorial manner at this time. Just in time. My new medical skill is just a little browbeaten, but I'm completely unable to master it. After saying that, the two began to walk over towards Jizo. No, wait, 2 Yamas. Let me explain. That was not my intention. Jizo rushed to his knees. The golden lion. Sneaking away from the geocache. Lu Shuani and Zhao are enough to stop. Then you explain. Lu Shuani said. Jizo tried to explain at this point. The result is like being controlled. That would be considered my flesh and blood. Boom. Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough had a murderous aura spreading all over their bodies. Chapter 160. It's all for your own good if time could be redone. Jizo would never say that. Truly, that cost was too much for him to bear. At this point Jizo was hoisted up and Zizi bled. Zhao Enough is in therapy. Lu Shuani is using Jizo's blood to refine the blood elixir. And that blood elixir actually carried a golden texture. He, Jizo, also experienced saving lives once again. Moreover, Jizo had already experienced more than 500 births and deaths by this time. Lord Yen, I'm really wrong. Jizo cried. Lu Shuani, on the other hand, and Zhao Enough were shaking their heads. Among the profound Buddhist teachings, there is a method that can go through 10,000 robberies and achieve the golden body of the great sun ruler. Only this method is very difficult to cultivate, and needs to go through 10,000 lives and deaths. And now, this is your great chance. Zhao Enough nodded back. Right. Look, how nice we are. How sympathetic we are to our subordinates. We are helping you cultivate. See how kind we are? Jizo looked at the group of Yama Temple people who were kneeling and shivering on the ground. Mentally spit. Kind? It's really too kind. Why don't you see for yourselves what the people in Hades have been frightened into? Also, the 10,000 waves of wonders through Evil Sutra, which is about experiencing 10,000 births and deaths, doesn't say it's about experiencing it all in one day. The question is, every time one experienced life and death, one's body became stronger. His own mighty, on the other hand, was bloodletting and soul-sucking by Yama's easy. Tendo, I star you star, do I have a fucking grudge against you? Jizo wanted to cry. Oh, 3 days in a row. Jizo has always experienced saving lives. Then, by himself, he directly contributed almost more than a decade's worth of blood pills and divine soul pills from the Yama Palace. Even because his blood and divine soul are tainted with merit. That effect, too, was crunchy. But it's a process that Jizo is cracking up about. The problem is that crashes don't happen. Oh, Lord Yen, I'm really wrong. I really don't dare anymore. Jizo cried a lot. Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough stopped fighting at this point. Jizo was finally relieved. But the liberated Gehenna. A faint layer of golden light surfaced around his body. This is the precursor to Buddhahood. Jizo was on his knees kowtowing at this point. Thank you, Lord Yen, for your mercy. Thank you. Lu Shuani, on the other hand, frowned. That thing you said before was too deliberate. It shouldn't have been you who said it. I naturally know that, but we're also really helping you cultivate. Jizo? Zhao Enough also explained at this time. This is also to tell you that no matter what you encounter, you have to consider the pros and cons of it, and also have your own subjective opinion to think about it. The two of us don't want the people of Yama Temple to be used as a gun, especially since your position in Yama Temple isn't low. Also, if you can't understand something on your own, you should be reporting it upwards. Jizo swallowed. Yama taught me a lesson. Lu Shuani nodded. Well, you're very good. But there are some things that you should learn more from old Lin. Jizo cowed out again. Lu Xuanyi at this time looked around at the kneeling Yanlang Palace crowd and said again, "All rise." The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lu Xuanyi once again took out 2 rocking horses, one for him and one for Zhao Enough. The 2 sat on their yo-yos and played again. Zhao Enough inquired at this point, "In the state where all these people are sealing their cultivation, our cultivation isn't sealed instead, so why don't we just push across this secret realm?" Lu Xuanyi rocked the pony. Shaking his head, he said, "If it was really that simple, I would have been on it long ago, but the key problem is that we are able to solve the problem of our cultivation being suppressed, and there are others who are able to solve this suppression, especially those clans, those god transformation cultivators, void refining cultivators, and even some of the Mahayana cultivators are hidden amongst them. Once they unlock this restriction, it would only be a matter of moments before they exterminate us." Zhao Enough seemed to understand a problem as well. That is to say, if they don't make a move, or even do so on purpose, it's to give the Emperor of Great Yin an illusion, and that illusion is to allow them to focus on opening the secret realm. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Not bad. All are old monsters who have lived in the cultivation world for thousands of years, without a bit of means. Do you believe it? Zhao Enough to shake her head. No wonder you kept talking about laying low before. He now finally understood why Lu Xuanyi was still hiding and pressing on with his troops despite his current dominance. If it does move, I'm afraid that Hades really doesn't have the means to exist for too long. But not for nothing. Lu Xuanyi laughed at this point. Zhao Enough to frown. Suddenly, he looked at the third prince, eyes wide. The third prince is a native. No matter what the third prince does, those cultivators feel that there is no excuse, and the old monsters behind that, it's impossible for them to make a move against the third prince. Once they make a move against the third prince, it tells the other Cave Heavens people that we have the ability to get you all killed in years, and that we're able to have the ability to dislodge and kill a donkey. Lu Xuanyi snapped his fingers. That's right. Zhao was enough to take a deep breath. He stared at Lu Xuanyi dead in the face. You're horrible. You're even more terrifying than those old monsters. Lu Xuanyi was also helpless. Actually, I don't want to. The point is, I'm not afraid to die, but these brothers can't be allowed to die. Zhou nodded. Enough. Indeed, not to mention higher monsters, I wouldn't be able to withstand that slap down from a transformation god powerhouse. Speaking of which, Zhao Enough suddenly thought, their cultivation level was still too low. If they were now Mahayana cultivators, they would be the only ones in heaven and earth. But why did you let the third prince do what he did, and deliberately reveal your and my existence? Lu Xuanyi smiled. I'm useful. Zhao was enough to stop asking. At this time, the two of them once again played rocking horse and looked at the direction of Ji Suiying in the distance, with the promise of the third prince. Ji Suiying was in no hurry to enter the secret realm for the time being. Even she was now heading specifically towards the out-of-the-way places. Fruity. As Ji Suiying went further and further off course, the black-clothed men following behind him were also growing in number. Ji Suiying's footsteps slowed slightly. The group's pace slowed slightly as well. They always kept a safe distance from Ji Suiying. Ji Suiying looked at those people with a slight sideways glance, then quickened her pace once again. The group picked up their pace as well. Until the end, the group surrounded Ji Suiying. Only then did Ji Suiying stop. Ji Suiying looked at the group. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Is everyone here? The group froze. At this point, Ji Suiying's hand slowly rested on top of the hilt of the sword. This time, Ji Suiying drew her sword for the first time. Wah! As Ji Suiying's long sword was slowly drawn out, all the stones and gravel on the ground began to slowly float up. Even an invisible aura directly enveloped all the black-clothed men. Those black-clothed men were very scared inside. It was only at this time that they realized how terrifying this Ji Suiying was. Run! Hurry up! That was the first thought that went through the minds of that group. Chapter 161. I don't recognize this trigram either. Wang with Ji Suiying's long sword fully drawn. A terrifying sword chi directly wreaked havoc on the scene. The black-clothed man in Xie who was closest to Jin Suiying was directly and completely churned apart by the sword chi that swirled out. At this moment, Ji Suiying casually swung out a sword. With this sword, there was no mana fluctuation, but it was this mere sword chi that instantly chopped up all the enemies in front of him. Not only that, it was the dozen or so mountains in the distance that were decimated. The decapitated mountain was directly thrown out. Crap! Above the sky, Lu Xuanyi, who saw all this, couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. Because this Ji Suiying, she didn't use her cultivation in terms of pure sword Dao, this nymphette was on the verge of catching up to a god transformation cultivator. Lu Xuanyi thought of Ji Suiying's realm, which had been displayed as Jindan, but now it seemed that this Ji Suiying was definitely hiding more than just one realm. This, the real old six. Lu Xuanyi said breathlessly. Zhao Enuf was also a bit dumbfounded at this point. In the Green Lotus sect, he had also heard that the Hidden Sword Peak's eldest sister was very strong. But today, he saw this Ji Suiying make a move. Only then did he realize how strong this Ji Suiying was. Brush up on. Just between the two men talking. Once again, they saw the sword chi that roamed the sky, almost like 1,000 armies running rampant. Wherever the sword energy passes, that's literally everything dissipating. As for the men in black, long ago, there were no crumbs left to die. It gave Lu Xuanyi the feeling, that's a cannon hitting a mosquito. But in the same way, Lu Xuanyi felt, Ji Suiying just wants to kill these mole crickets with a cannon. After settling these people, Ji Suiying put away her long sword. Meanwhile she looked at her arms. It was already covered in cracks and even smoldering. But with Ji Suiying putting away her breath, the crack only slowly healed. Only after doing this did Ji Suiying head towards the third prince's side. Within the dark clouds, both Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Gong stopped playing rocking horse. At this moment, both of their faces were very serious. This was because the strength Ji Suiying had displayed was a bit beyond the two's knowledge. At the same time a key question fucking came to mind. Ji Suiying is strong, but definitely not the strongest. Ji Suiying is also horrible. What about the rest of them? It is as Lu Xuanyi said. Don't look at the Yama Palace that looks invincible right now. But that's all a small fight. When it comes to the interior of the secret realm, that's the pinnacle match. But is this really the way to retreat? Zhao Enuf looked at Lu Xuanyi. At this moment, Lu Xuanyi also looked at Zhao Enuf. Go! Zhao Enuf froze for a moment. Where to? Lu Xuanyi directly changed into a black and gold outfit made from divine grudge while wearing a mask. I'll take you to save lives. Zhao Enuf? No, that's the pinnacle race. Lu Xuanyi nodded. I know, but we're not going to the pinnacle. We're just dabbling on the sidelines. Moreover, think about it, those next are all powerful people of the lowest transformation spirit. So if they were to fight, how much blood would be shed? And if they were to die, how many divine souls would there be? Of course, Lu Xuanyi was even more excited inside. How many powerful enemies would that be? If all these people were written on the golden scroll of the way, the old man took off. But what if we get a slap on the wrist? Lu Xuanyi shook his head. Don't worry. With me, everything is manageable. Zhao Enuf looked at Lu Xuanyi's serious look and nodded. Yes, Lu Xuanyi commanded at this time. All members of the Yama Palace, except for the mobilization of the third prince, are not allowed to move without my orders. Yes, after the accounting, Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Gong instantly disappeared. But on the way out, take Cold Frost straight away. Hades. Lin Wudao had been able to hold himself back from vomiting. At the same time, the two Yamas disappeared. It made Lin Wudao have some worries. Old Jiang, do the math. Jiang Wenchun was helpless. I can't figure out the fate of Hades. Lin Wudao was somewhat speechless at this point. Can you use your brain? Yama's life can't be calculated. Then even if the fate of the other people in this cave, as a result, you can infer whether Yama's trip is in danger or not. Jiang Wenchun was a bit confused. How does this project? Lin Wudao said with a smile at this moment. If most of the people in this cavern appear to be worse than dead, then Lord Yama is not in danger. And if they have a great chance, or even if there is no particularly great danger, then Lord Yama is in danger. Jiang Wenchun froze for half a day before opening his mouth. What the hell? Do the math. Oh who? Jiang Wenchun hurriedly divined at this time. What is the destiny of the people of heaven? He did not calculate, but a very outrageous image came to his mind. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enuf both, standing and dancing on a giant grave. There was even a song in his ears. Two tigers love to dance. Bunnies be good and pull carrots. Not to mention, it's quite a dance. No. Jiang Wenchun came back to his senses. He was confused. What does that mean? Lin Wudao hurriedly asked at this moment. Have you calculated anything? Jiang Wenchun was a little uncertain. I saw coming two kings of Hades dancing on people's graves. Lin Wudao was dumbfounded. What was the solution to that hanging? Jiang Wenchun shook his head. That, I don't know. I've never seen such a trigram either. Why don't you let Jizo do the math? Lin Wudao hurriedly went to find the earth store. Jizo also began to measure at this time. Results. He saw the same scene that Jiang Wenchun saw. Then, all three fell silent. However, Lin Wudao eventually said, since they're all popping up on people's graves, there shouldn't be any danger. Jizo and Jiang Wenchun nodded. There should be no danger. Ji Suiying returned to the third prince's side at this time. Somewhat confused, he looked around him, because the crowd is a little small, and all these people were pale, as if they had encountered some great terror. And Ji Mingyue, what's wrong with you? Ji Suiying looked at Ji Mingyue and inquired. It was then that Ji Mingyue came back to her senses. It's okay. Ji Mingyue said this with her mouth, but the hand holding the candy cane was shaking. For the two Yamas once again saved the dead from the earth, connected through the soul. They were the ones who saw the whole miserable state of Jizo. Hang the man and nourish and bleed him. Press a man's soul to fry in a frying pan and grind it in a mill. Kill people thousands of times, then and keep resurrecting them. Such tactics, such saving of lives, are truly inhumane. The question is, in the hands of the two kings of Hades, he doesn't want you to die. You can't die. It's because not only does he keep you from dying, he keeps you unharmed. So there is absolutely no mercy in punishing you. Ji Mingyue was really scared at this time. Are you sure you're okay? Ji Suiying frowned slightly as she looked at Ji Mingyue's trembling body. Ji Mingyue took a deep breath at this time. Just now there was a pressure that flashed past us. I felt the threat of death. But luckily it's fine now. Don't believe me? Asked the third prince. At this time, the third prince also nodded with a pale face. Looking at the crowd in this manner, Ji Suiying believed it. Only he didn't know it. At this time, two more people came out from the Yama palace behind the third prince. The third prince and Ji Mingyue couldn't help but pale once again. Chapter 162. Our strength is low. The tokens of Hades have been specially crafted. He would not only be able to live broadcast Yama's inhuman behavior, but he would also tell the people of Yama's hall at the same time. Where is Yama now? Of course, Hades would know where to find his own people. As long as there's a token, none of them need a code word. So, the arrival of Lu Shuani and Zhao enough. Anyone in Hades knows that. They had just watched these two kings of hell save lives and heal people earlier. Now snapped right in front of them. They're really scared. But Lu Shuani and Zhao enough pretended to be pawns. That means it doesn't want to reveal its identity. Since the king of hell is unwilling, if they show anything unusual, that only cheapens the other brothers. After all, after ZZ's bloodletting, both the blood and the soul could be refined into an elixir. The crowd was pale though. But don't dare make any extra moves. Ji Suiying looked at the crowd. Something didn't feel right to her. But there were no more questions. Instead, she looked to the third prince. When will the secret realm open? It was only at this time that the third prince slowed down. The secret realm? Ah, this will wait a little longer. I still have a part of the plan yet to be completed. Ji Suiying nodded. The crowd then began to wait again. Ji Suiying, on the other hand, sat in a platter and began to regulate her breathing. Zhao enough looked at Ji Suiying and suddenly frowned. There's something physically wrong with your pussy. Lu Shuani. It was an accident. You can stop saying that. Zhao was enough to think about it. The guy was indifferent to Yen Demon's seduction in the first place. There seems to be a very terrifying force within Ji Suiying's body. And that force is too massive. So massive that her current body has absolutely no way to support it. Lu Shuani froze for a moment. Something suddenly occurred to him. Ji Suiying said it at first. His foundation building object was an ancient immortal sword. The ability attached to it is that with every draw of the sword, the power of kendo increases a bit. At first Lu Shuani was all still thinking, if he had that ability, he could pull his sword out of the fire every day. Why Ji Suiying has never practiced and rarely even draws her sword. Emotionally, the body could no longer withstand the force. Lu Shuani suddenly asked, can you cure it? Zhao enough was scratching his head at this point. In her case, she can only enhance her physical strength. But I think she has done it, but she has already reached the limit of being able to withstand her own strength. And secondly, she is looking for a treasure that can carry her strength. Speaking of which, Zhao enough thought about the sun, moon, mountain and river diagram that Ji Suiying had gotten from Lin Wudao earlier. Nowadays, her purpose was again the sun, moon, mountain and river seal of this secret realm. If the mountain and river map alone, it serves no purpose, but the mountain and river seals add up to the mountain and river map. That would be able to directly evolve a side of the Sumeru world. That kind of world can be used as a second carrier for yourself. This mountain river seal is indeed more important to her. Zhao enough said. Lu Shuani also nodded. Then help her obtain the mountain river seal when the time comes. Zhao enough looked at Lu Shuani somewhat speechlessly. Even though you don't have a relationship basis for the time being, but no matter what, that's still your nominal daughter-in-law. So you're just going to treat her like she's taller? Lu Shuani rolled his eyes. Have you forgotten that both of us are merely at the Yuaning realm? During this period of time, even though the two of us have been in heaven and earth for seconds, this is a mode that occupies a mode where everyone else's cultivation is sealed. Zhou enough to pat herself on the head. Then indeed, it was I who drifted. You're right. Lu Shuani then nodded his head. But it was at this time. Another member of the Yama Palace directly intervened in the middle of the two. In reality, even with the mountain and river diagram plus the mountain and river seal, she was only able to solve the problem for a moment. The number of times she swung her sword before was too many, and the amount of power built up in her body was too huge. To solve the current predicament, He needs to break through once again, at least into the harmonization realm, or the heaven mending pill. Zhao was a bit confused as he looked at this person who was suddenly in between the two of them. And from Hades. This guy's got a lot of nerve? Don't you know who we are? Zhao glanced at Lu Xuanyi. Only then did he realize that Lu Xuanyi's gaze was a bit dull. Crap. Senior sister Chen. When did you join the Yama Palace? Chen Xiaoli hemmed and hawed. I joined the Yama Palace not long after it was founded. It's just that when I joined the Yama Palace, I was only hiding from the pursuit of the angry Heaven Palace. But it didn't occur to me that the Yama Palace was founded by the two of you. Zhao was also a bit confused. You are Chen Xiaoli? Chen Xiaoli nodded slightly. At the same time, he said again, the token of the Yama Palace. I'm the one who built it. How about it? Isn't this token very good? Senior brother, shouldn't you give me a little reward? Lu Xuanyi was shocked. Good fellow, you've secretly done so much for Yama's palace. By the way, why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Xiaoli waved her hand. Tell you what, I'm afraid you'll give me a better position and then won't I be noticed? Being paid attention to, there is a possibility that my information will be exposed. And if my information is exposed, there is a possibility that the information of the Yama Palace will be exposed. And it will even be noticed by Ji Suying. And if Ji Suying realizes that the Yama Palace is yours, she will surely get involved at that time. And if Ji Suying gets involved, the Yama Palace will have to face the uncertain future of the Great War at the end of the day. And the chances of survival are only 90% after the comprehensive calculations are made. I don't think it's stable. Lu Xuanyi. Zhao enough. But you guys can also rest assured. I suddenly appeared this time. Also has an absolute certainty not to be exposed. Of course, I came this time. Also want to ask you to borrow a thing. I want to plan ahead of time the preparation of mending heavenly pill. And also, when the time comes, you have to think of a way to tell Ji Suying, so that she does not go to fight for the mending heavenly pill. If I have the mending heavenly pill, she is the same as having it. But this kind of thing can't be let known by other people. Lu Xuanyi nodded. What are you borrowing? Chen Xiaoli took out a mirror at this time. Make me a copy of that black gourd of yours. Lu Xuanyi didn't hesitate. It didn't take long. But Chen Xiaoli realized that she couldn't duplicate this black gourd. As expected, Chen Xiaoli was not disappointed. Instead, he said, lend me this black gourd. Lu Xuanyi didn't hesitate. And the black gourd was handed directly to Chen Xiaoli. Chen Xiaoli smiled sweetly. By the way, seeing as I built all of the intelligence networks in the Yama Palace, I built the tokens, and I even participated in building the soul armor and soul soldiers later on. Can you give some rewards? Lu Xuanyi was once again shocked. Returning to his senses, Lu Xuanyi then nodded his head. There's no denying it, but what reward do you want? Chen Xiaoli said again. Just give me a few hundred souls that you've stitched together yourself. Lu Xuanyi. A couple thousand will do. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly stopped. No, it's not a problem to give it to you. The problem is where am I going to find that many souls to go? Chapter 163. Chen Xiaoli directly took out a storage bag. It's full of godly grudges. Lu Xuanyi. You want me to make those resurrected divine souls right, but to resurrect the kind of divine souls that can fit perfectly into themselves, I need to know every detail of your body. Chen Xiaoli once again took out a scroll. The top of the scroll is all lines. No real human figures. These are the details. Just so them as they are. Lu Xuanyi. This senior sister. She's really cautious. Lu Xuanyi sighed. His hand then reached directly into the middle of the storage bag. It didn't take long. Lu Xuanyi pulled his hand out and returned the storage to Chen Xiaoli. This time it was Chen Xiaoli's turn to freeze. That's good? Lu Xuanyi nodded. It's not like it's hard. Zhao enough. Chen Xiaoli carefully examined it and it was indeed fine. She gave Lu Xuanyi an odd look. The talent storage bag was then put away. Thanks a lot. You'll have a share of the heaven mending pill when the time comes. Bye. Chen Xiaoli finished. The figure disappeared in an instant. Walking. By the way, all traces of her visit were erased. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao were silent at the same time. It didn't take long. Zhao suddenly asked. So, what do the two of us do next? Lu Xuanyi looked at the third prince who was sitting upright and then said, do nothing and wait for the third prince to open the secret realm. Zhou nodded enough. However, Zhao still asked with some concern. You'll protect me, right? Lu Xuanyi nodded. Don't worry, with me here, I'll make sure you won't die. Everything is under my control. Zhou nodded enough. Jizo could never figure out one thing. The words he said before. Why would he be hanged by the king of hell to draw souls and bleed? What's the hidden agenda here? Jizo of course did not dare to ask the two Yama kings. He could only go and ask Lin Wudao. And at this moment, Lin Wudao had dark bags under his eyes, a waxy face, and white lips. Jizo was startled when he saw Lin Wudao. Old Lin, You've done a good job with this. Smoky makeup. Lin Wudao glanced at Jizo. There was some displeasure in the look. You say you're a monk. Why are you bitchy? Jizo looked around. There was no sign of that Shura. Jizo inquired again. Where's sister-in-law? It can't be that she hasn't gotten up yet. Lin Wudao couldn't bear it anymore. He went straight to his judgment book and looked for Jizo's name. Jizo hurriedly pressed Lin Wudao's hand. Dude, come on. Lin Wudao didn't bother with Jizo. After all, this Di Zong alone had dedicated nearly 10 years of Yama Palace's resources. Say, what is it that you want from me? Jizo sighed. What else could it be about? Is how the hell did I offend Yama before? Lin Wudao was holding a cup in both hands at this moment. It's full of some great tonic. Lin Wudao drank a soup, this time explaining. When the two Yama kings wanted to try to create a living statue, the second Yama king opened the meridians for the statue, and the great Yama king used his own blood and injected it into the body of that statue. But in the end, that statue turned into the second Yen king's Yuaning. Speaking of which, Lin Wudao couldn't help but look at Earth Store. You are really brave. Originally this matter was nothing, but after you said so, this kind of thing has changed its flavor. You'd better pray that the second Yen king didn't use the power of his Yuaning after releasing his cultivation. Otherwise every time his Yuaning comes out, he'll think about what you've said, and you'll be waiting for the second Yen king to come back to heal you properly. Jizo listened. It's all limp. This, old Lin, can you think of a way to save me? Lin Wudao laughed. There's no way around it. Jizo's heart was as good as dead. That, and what if I were to say that I was instigated to say that? Lin Wudao shook his head. You think those two don't know? Or did you say that for no reason? But the people who instigated you, they can't beat up. But you, they can still beat up. Jizo was going to break down inside. So, what do I do now? Lin Wudao lay down on the recliner and contemplated for a moment. It's very simple. The person who instigated you must have promised you benefits. But the proportion of the benefits and the cost don't match. So you have to think about how you can claim more benefits to make up for your loss. Jizo froze. But, I want to keep Hades from thinking of me. Lin Wudao shook his head. There's nothing to be done. Jizo wanted to cry. Only the benefits are necessary. Jizo returned to his quarters. Meditate on the disc. Then begin to call on that one consciousness. Are you still there? It didn't take long. The voice sounded again. You did a good job. I feel better inside anyway. Having said that, a purple aura landed directly in Jizo's mind. Jizo? No. This is it? What the fuck is this? The voice sounded again. This is the Hongmeng purple chi. Something essential to achieving the position of supreme being in the future. Jizo was speechless. Just this one? Do you know what has happened to me? Do you think that just this one piece of some Hongmeng violet chi will be able to make up for my young and shadow-filled mind? Do you know what it will be like for me to be tortured by Hades for the rest of eternity? That's all you've got. You're hitting the beggars? Right about this time, a broken bowl appeared in Jizo's hand. There was a stick next to it. Jizo? Grass. Jizo got up and slammed the bowl on the floor. Boom! Within that dark cloud instantly let out a muffled sound. At this time, all of Yama's halls in the dark clouds began to nearly crumble. I'll go. Jizo hurriedly picked up the bowl. Lin Wudao hurriedly stabilized the current Hades at this moment. At the same time he looked at Jizo somewhat breathlessly. What are you up to now? Jizo had a crutch in one hand and a broken bowl in the other. The eyes were very innocent. Lin Wudao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at this moment. What? Life is bad in Hades? You're going to beg for food? Jizo took a deep breath. This thing, which was given to me by the authority of the heavenly Tao, was also the commotion I created when I tried to drop the bowl. After Lin Wudao stabilized the Great Hall, he then looked at the bowl in Earthstore's hand with interest. Well. Lin Wudao stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. What do you see? Jizo hurriedly inquired. Lin Wudao hesitated for a moment, then said, wait. Lin Wudao then took out a book, flipped through afterward. Not much longer. He finally found an alabaster bowl. White Jade Dragon Spring Well. The water contained in this well can make up for anything one is currently lacking. Jizo was instantly struck by lightning. Lin Wudao also looked at Earthstore with an odd expression on his face. Good brother. With this, I feel that in the future, we, Yama Temple, will not lack resources. Jizo swallowed. Can we not tell Hades about this stuff? Lin Wudao nodded. Yes. Jizo's face lit up with joy. Really? Lin Wudao smiled. Fake. Jizo. Chapter 164. All this time, the third prince had been waiting. Of course, no one dared to urge the third prince to open the secret realm. But don't open the secret world for a long time. Some people, too, are quite vocal, only they don't dare to say it. Because of this there are monks shading the third prince, directly killed by the third prince. That line, it's a tyrant. But, although more and more people are coming. The third prince also finally made a move. The third prince explained. It wasn't that I wasn't willing to open the secret realm before, it's really that, to open the secret realm, you need timing and authority, and if there isn't enough authority, I won't be able to open the secret realm. Only to this day do I control enough authority. 3 days later, the secret realm opens. The third prince finished. The crowd instantly clamored, because now some cultivators, on their way here, had heard something. That is, the great Yan's Jinguigon's residence and some of the second prince's party members were directly exterminated. And after those people were exterminated, once again, the third prince said that he was in control of enough power. Now, the situation in the entire cave heaven was very delicate, because the crowd understood one thing. If they also supported a royal prince and then killed the others, including all the forces, wouldn't that mean that in their hands, they would have greater authority over the cave? At this moment, these royals, instead, became their keys in the secret realm. Though, this kind of message does little for anyone else, but for those old monsters, it becomes different, because the third prince was telling them, rush to catch the emperor and control him, then use these royals to fulfill your purpose. The third prince not only did this, and there was a practical way to tell the crowd. This method works. One time, within the entire cavernous sky, dark currents surged, even the great Yan dynasty, it all became turbulent, even bloody. Bang! The great Yan emperor was enraged. A slap shattered the dragon case in front of him. This rebellious son, is he trying to destroy my great Yan dynasty? But speaking of which, Emperor Dayan's face once again became ugly. Fine, fine, you even went so far as to destroy the great Yan dynasty through this method. Ha, ha ha. Emperor Dayan once again laughed angrily. Little bastard, do you really think that with this little tactic of yours, you'll be able to really destroy my dynasty and ruin my plans? Speaking of which, the great Yan emperor reached out and plunged his hand directly into the void at this moment. He then grabbed a person out of the void. The man looked at the great Yan emperor with a dull gaze. Ka-ching! The emperor of great Yan exerted a slight force with one hand. That refined void realm powerhouse directly smoked. Roar! For dragon heads instantly rushed out from behind the emperor of great Yan. Split this body up straight away. When the body is completely eaten, Emperor Dayan's arms unfolded. A wave of pure power rose within him. Emperor Dayan's face was intoxicated. At the same time, the dragon scales on his right arm, it's also fading into obscurity. Emperor Great Yan had just finished devouring this power. An old man also appeared next to the Great Yan Emperor. Your Majesty is truly brave and unrivaled in the world. See this old man. Emperor Dayan narrowed his eyes. Looks like you guys know a lot. That old man bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. Not only do we know a lot, but even the old slave has come here to help Your Majesty leave this place. Emperor Dayan pondered for a moment. With a wave of his hand, the shattered dragon case was restored to its original form as if it were a step back in time. The Emperor of Great Yan resumed his seat on top of the dragon chair, looking at this old man with full of majesty. Why do you have every intention of trying to get me out? That old man responded respectfully. Because you are our sire. Your world should not just be this tiny cave. Outside is your world. Emperor Dayan shook his head. I can't get out. The old man shook his head. We've found a way to get you out. Saying that, the old man closed his hand to dedicate a scroll. The Emperor of Great Yan did not make any moves. The scroll then automatically flew to him. Then unfold. See above. Emperor Dayan's pupils shrunk slightly. Is it true? The old man nodded. Emperor Zhou of Great Yan frowned. Verifiable. At this moment the old man took out a ring. Whoosh, that ring was instantly grasped in the hands of the Great Yan Emperor. At the same time he closed his eyes to feel it carefully. As expected, the power of the curse began to be sealed away. Great! Emperor Dayan's heart was a little agitated. Could be the same. He also knew that these people couldn't help themselves right away. Emperor Dayan asked with a smile. So, what do you want me to do? Or rather, what do you want me to do? The old man smiled. Erased Ji Suiying. Emperor Dayan narrowed his eyes. Ever since you came to my palace, I've heard you mention Ji Suiying's name more than once. Since you have the ability to pass through the heavens, and you were even able to help me get out of this, why don't you go and obliterate that what's his name Ji Suiying yourselves? The old man sighed at this point. We are now being watched by the consciousness of the heavenly Tao, and the consciousness of the heavenly Tao has begun to awaken because of our arrival. If we move, then it is the heavenly Tao that we will face. So for this kind of thing, we can only bother Your Majesty. The Emperor of Great Yan was silent for half a day before he suddenly laughed. It's possible, but it's a matter of pinching an ant to death. Only, the eyes of the Great Yan Emperor were a little cold. I need you guys to run an errand, too. The old man froze for a moment, then hurriedly said, Your Majesty, do as you wish. Emperor Great Yan's gaze was looking in the direction of Sun Moon Mountain at this moment, and then began to say, the third prince's bottom card has long been erased by me, but he still doesn't know where he got out of force to investigate the forces behind the third prince. The old man had embarrassment at this point. What? Can't do it? The old man shook his head. No, in fact, we have long investigated, but we only know that the person behind the third prince is the Yama Palace, and the person who supports the third prince is the one who saves lives. As for the rest, we can't investigate. Hades? Saving lives? Emperor Dayen laughed. It's a bit interesting, but I need to know the specifics of this Hades Hall, and that's saving the dead. Since they were able to give the third prince the bottom line and make the third prince smash plates with me, I think this Yama Palace's ability isn't bad. If it's possible, I hope that this ability can be used for me. The old man sighed. Your Majesty, this may be somewhat impossible to do. Emperor Dayen? The old man said again. First, the Yama temple is very strange, even mysterious. Where it came from, we are not sure. Second, the spies we planted in the Yama temple have all joined the Yama temple sincerely, and are very firm in severing ties with us. Therefore, it's impractical to let the Yama Palace be used for us. However, it's not without gain. Although the Yama Palace is mysterious, it doesn't seem to be very strong, and it doesn't seem to have a lot of numbers, which is something that I don't think Your Majesty is enough to worry about. Chapter 165, please do me a favor. Emperor Dayen nodded. Since you have said that it is not enough to worry about, it must be really not enough to worry about. Since that's the case, I'll kill Ji Suiying, and you go and exterminate the Palace of Hades. It's not difficult, is it? The old man shook his head. Your Majesty, the Yama Palace is nothing more than a small and unimpressive sect to us. The most pressing matter is that Ji Suiying's matter is more important. Not only do we need to kill Ji Suiying, but even more so, we need to seize Ji Suiying's chance. Anything that can be seen by Ji Suiying, it's bound to be a treasure. These treasures will have an immeasurable effect on Your Majesty's unification of the world when you go out. Hearing the old man say that, the Emperor of Great Yen was quite agreeable. Of course, he agrees with the fact that those treasures, for himself, will be good for him to go out later. Since that's the case, let's kill Ji Suiying first, as well as grab the treasures she has her eye on. The old man smiled and nodded. The third prince was now sitting on top of his throne. Through the messages from Hades, he knew that many more were on their way. Knowing this, the third prince smiled slightly. I hope more come. At this moment, Ji Suiying's face did not look very good. It was because she could feel that there was a murderous intent around her, constantly locking onto her. The goal was clear. It's all directed at yourself. And among Ji Suiying's perceptions, the people who came, were quite a few, even all of them are masters. Ji Suiying's heart was all a bit low. It wasn't that she feared these people. For Ji Suiying, he can kill as many people as come, but there were too many people, and he was afraid that he wouldn't get the Mountain River seal. Seriously, there was some fire in Ji Suiying's heart today. Extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Angry Sky Hall. You guys are really good and ruthless. Ji Suiying took a deep breath. Compulsively calm yourself down. Humph. A bunch of unseen worms. Since you're looking for death, then I don't mind directly letting all of you be buried in the middle of this secret realm. There was just one thing that bothered Ji Suiying, because before coming to the secret realm, she had agreed on some plans with some allies. But today, after coming to the secret place, everything she had done had all come to nothing. All of those allies were also unreachable to Anne. Ji Suiying was a bit annoyed inside at this time. If these people die, they die. What does it have to do with me? I already know the future. I can actually avoid this disaster completely. Why should I be so busy for this group of people? And in the end, all of this, only I have to bear? Ji Suiying was silent. It even reeked of depression. It even gave the impression of being, well, very lonely. But it was at this time, a voice rang out again, directly entering Ji Suiying's mind. Child, don't think too much. Since you came from the long river of time, in order to change everything here, don't worry, just go ahead and do it. I will help you. Ji Suiying was more than familiar with this voice. The will of heaven. The voice responded again. It's me. Don't worry. I already know everything. Just go ahead and do your own thing. Leave the rest to me. For the first time, Ji Suiying's eyes were filled with surprise, because the will of heaven revives early. Even the same insight into the future. This was great news for Ji Suiying. After the excitement, Ji Suiying hurriedly asked, do you have any plans? The will of heaven was silent for a long time. Ji Suiying? I don't suppose you don't have a plan. The will of heaven responded again. Yes. At the same time, he said inwardly, what a plan. One more fucking living father in this world. What plan do I want with this living father in this world? My plan is to let the living father make a good wave in this world. But nah, this dog, he doesn't like being human very much. Tendo was despondent. Because for Lu Shuani, he didn't even dare to count. Because the authority over what belongs to Lu Shuani is too outrageous. Counting on Lu Shuani is easy to get yourself into. Can't even think about it. It felt like you clearly had a killer app. But this killer is a bit of a zinger. It's just hard. But he couldn't talk to Ji Suiying about this kind of thing. Think about it. The will of heaven could only say, I've already planned the future situation. So don't worry about doing your own thing. The rest is all under my control. Since Tendo said so, Ji Suiying's side also nodded. Yes. As for why Ji Suiying believed in the heavenly Tao, can the heavenly Tao still cheat people? Since the heavenly Tao says that everything is under control, it is really under control. However, Ji Suiying still said, I don't know how long my body will be able to support me. Can you let my body support me for some more time first? At least so that I can obtain the mountain river seal. Ji Suiying finished. A pill appeared directly within Ji Suiying's dantian. Subsequently, Ji Suiying also felt her injuries begin to gradually stabilize. Thanks a lot, Tendo. Just what Ji Suiying didn't know was, Tendo is now in the middle of a lineup with Lu Shuani. You old dang. Are you all really the way of heaven? You're poor and don't have any elixir? And sneakily take it from my place? The heavenly Tao will smiled sarcastically at this point. It's not that I'm poor. It's my stuff that Ji Suiying can't use. It's too advanced. So, it'll have to be yours. But I'll make it up to you. Then the heavenly Tao imbued Lu Shuani with a vast amount of merit. That merit was so much that Lu Shuani was a bit breathless. Even behind Lu Shuani's back, he began to condense 3 circles of merit. It's like the special effects are on. But the key question is, now this merit is not only blackened, it's black with a reddish tinge. Grass, is what you gave me merit or not? How come this merit is black like this? At this moment, Lu Shuani looked at Zhao enough to bare her big teeth. The same revealed his 3 golden rings of merit and virtue. Nima. Lu Shuani was a bit annoyed. Tendo was also drunk at this time. The merit I gave you and the one I gave to Zhao are the same. I don't know why. This merit came to you, like a devilish chi. If you don't think about whether it's your problem or not, think about whether you've worked hard to be a good human being for so many years, and whether you've worked hard to improve your own moral character. Lu Shuani's forehead was green with veins. You're pretty fucking hip, aren't you? You get up off my quill. That spirit of thunderbolt shook its head. I don't, Lu Shuani said with a smile. Stay here forever if you can, or I advise you not to sleep too much. The spirit of Thunderjack's eyes lit up. And that's a good thing? Lu Shuani? Looking at that spirit of the thunder tribulation was really lying on the golden scroll of the great Tao. Lu Shuani had some toothache. What's with this staying in people's heads? But if you get up, I promise not to write you. The spirit of the thunderbolt sighed. Actually, there's one more thing I want to ask you for. Chapter 166. Lu Shuani was speechless to the core. Wait a minute. Let's not talk about help for a minute. Who are you? The spirit of Thunderjacks blurted out. I am the will of heaven. Lu Shuani nodded. You also know that you are the will of heaven? You, a heaven's will. Seek help from me, a Yuaning cultivator? What's the joke? The spirit of Thunderjack was very helpless. It's true that I am the will of heaven, but this little bit of my will, how did I wake up? I think you should have a little bit in your mind, right? To put it bluntly, this will of mine is a sliver of will that has been forcibly awakened, and in reality, my current authority is only capable of messing with the thunderbolt, while the rest of my authority is in the sleeping stage. Of course, if I let you help me, naturally I won't put you in danger, no. Lu Shuani was silent with his eyes closed. The will of heaven said again this time, if you help, the power there will allow you and Zhao enough to directly ascend to the transformation god realm by then. Lu Shuani hurriedly rushed to say, who are we with who? Your thing, is my thing? Say it, what do you want me to do? Spirit of the thunderbolt. Good man, you really don't see a rabbit in the hat. The good thing is, Shuani Lu is going to help after all. It's very simple. Within this cavernous sky, there is a part of my fragment that is being suppressed, and this cavernous sky's Emperor of Great Yen wants to annex that piece of my consciousness. He must not be allowed to succeed. You guys will only need to help me destroy that piece of consciousness's suppression at that time, and I'll take back that wisp of will. Speaking here, the spirit of the Thunderjack even smiled and said, and since you have ruined the plans of the Emperor of Great Yen, he is bound to want to kill you, and if he wants to kill you, he is bound to be written by you on the golden scrolls. And this is a good thing for you and me, isn't it? Lu Shuani was surprisingly unable to retort for a moment, but I still think it's dangerous. The spirit of Thunderjack shook its head. That's something I've thought of for a long time. With that, the spirit of Thunderjack condensed a transparent cloth in the void. If not for a few creases, Lu Shuani can't even see it. This is the clothing I specially prepared for you in Zhao enough to be invisible. After you refine this clothing, you only need to move a thought to be able to be invisible, and no one will be able to detect you unless you are half-step supreme beings. Lu Xuanyi's eyes lit up. This is good. Then Lu Xuanyi took it directly. The spirit of Thunderjack hurriedly spoke to the two of them about the details at this time. But the more he listened, the more Lu Xuanyi felt that something was wrong. You wait first. That thing that suppresses your will is the poor man's bloodbath. It is difficult to destroy by someone who is not a great traitor. Having said that, Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough were both looking at the spirit of thunder tribulation within their own divine sense. The spirit of Thunderbolt smiled. Yeah, what's the problem? Lu Xuanyi took a deep breath. I'll give you a chance to talk properly. The spirit of Thunderbolt smiled. In fact, it's not just the great traitors and evil people. There's another one. The one with a pure heart, whose power can also destroy the poor man's blood fury. Lu Xuanyi shook his head. That's even less likely. I'm not a bad person, but I'm equally not a good person. Spirit of Thunderbolt, oh, Lu Xuanyi? No. What kind of reaction is that? The spirit of the Thunderbolt waved his hand. It's fine, by the way, but also pay attention to a little thing. At that time after my will is released, that suppresses the spirit marrow under my will. You can directly take, but don't too much. That thing to stay this compared to the back useful. Lu Xuanyi nodded. The spirit of Thunderbolt got the result it wanted and also directly disappeared. Lu Xuanyi shouted again at this time. Still? Wait half a day. And no one responded. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly said, Master Pen, quickly. The spirit of the Thunderbolt appeared again, looking at Lu Xuanyi with a face full of grudges. I work for your benefit. Why do you keep trying to screw me? If you keep this up, I'm not leaving. Lu Xuanyi. Okay. In the end, Lu Xuanyi was not able to get what he wanted. However, Lu Xuanyi really wanted to try out what it would be like to write the heavenly Tao on it. It doesn't look possible at the moment. But, Lu Xuanyi suddenly realized a problem. For the enemy, it's all about the existence of a killing intent against oneself before one wants to be written up. You can't manipulate it yourself. But for this so-called incarnation of authority, it seems to be able to manipulate itself. What is the principle of this? Think about it. Lu Xuanyi decided to give it a try. Master Pen, putting the wheel. Wang, a woman cluelessly appeared in the middle of Lu Xuanyi's sea of consciousness. Lu Xuanyi. The woman looked around at her surroundings that were unfamiliar with a hint of familiarity. Unable to help himself, he asked, Why am I here again? Lu Xuanyi. It's okay, go back to sleep. The woman nodded, and then disappeared again. Lu Xuanyi looked at the brush and wanted to let him write humane way to try. But this idea Lu Xuanyi directly abandoned. Because he's human. What's the deal with writing humanity on the golden scroll of the way? Digging your own grave? Just what Lu Xuanyi didn't know was, at this point in time, the place of Sumeru. A pair of extremely beautiful eyes opened and looked around in horror. After realizing that nothing was going on, it closed again. This recent time, the person the third prince had been waiting for. The reason why the third prince said to open the secret realm after 3 days. Put out this message. For more people to come. Enough people came. The more excited the third prince became. It was because the third prince wanted to pass through this secret realm and kill a wave of people first. The people who came this time, he was going to let these people, if they were against him, then they would all be killed. As for those black-robed men Ji Suiying had killed earlier, as well as the cave heaven natives, the third prince would not let any of them go. The third prince's plan. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough naturally knew it, and Zhao Enough for why the third prince wanted to kill the natives in the secret realm, and even showed no mercy to the natives. Zhao Enough also specifically went to investigate this matter. It was only the truth that came out of the investigation that made even Zhao Enough to be a little jaw-dropped. Pit bulls, this caveman is really something outrageous. Lu Xuanyi was also watching at this time. That's cave-forming history. In a nutshell, the caveman is a product of the legacy of the last quantum leap. In fact, looking at these people, they look like human beings, but what they did almost caused the human race in the middle of the last quantum jinx to extinguish its species. In the end, they were still blocked within this cave directly by the great power, and as for the curse on them, it was also a prohibition placed on them by that great power. And the reason why the third prince hated and even wanted to exterminate everyone within this cave. On the one hand, it was because, within this cave, there had always still existed an ancestral instruction that if one could go out from this piece of heaven and earth, one would inevitably resurrect the demon god lord, and would also slaughter the human race once again to avenge their hatred. Second, on the other hand, it was the mother of the third prince, who was forcibly taken by the Emperor of Great Yen. The Emperor of Great Yen wanted to try and see if a union with a human without the most sinful of sins could produce a product without a curse. As a result, he failed, and the third prince is a failure. Not only that, The third prince even witnessed his mother, from a young age, being tortured to death by these beasts. Chapter 167 Immortal Palashya was enough to watch with a grimace on his face, not to mention the third prince. In his place, Zhao Enough, he also wanted to kill through these sons of bitches and animals. Pit bulls, Zhao Enough shouted in a low voice. Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao Enough suspiciously. Zhao Enough took out his invisibility cloak and put it on at this time. A small voice followed. My medical skills haven't made much progress lately, so when the secret realm opens, we'll save more people from death. Lu Xuanyi smiled and nodded. The third prince saw that the people were almost here. At this point he stopped dragging it out. Ready to open the secret world. But before having to open the secret world, the third prince sent a message to Ji Suiying. You don't need to worry about the mountain river seal. If you want to kill someone, go ahead, but I'm also asking you to do me a favor. Ji Suiying responded with a voice transmission. You say. The third prince's face was calm. Anyone who enters the secret realm this time, anyone from the native cave heaven, help me kill them. Ji Suiying froze for a moment. A nod followed. No problem. Got a response from Ji Suiying. The third prince rose straight away. He took one step. Boom! A heavenly might descended from the sky. Finally, it landed directly on top of Sun Moon Mountain. Follow closely. The crowd then saw that the Sun and Moon Mountains slowly parted from the center. After the Sun and Moon Mountains are sealed open to a certain extent, it was only then that the crowd realized that underneath that Sun and Moon Mountain, there was actually a palace that shimmered with spiritual light. That palace was like a fairy palace. It is also like a painting. It's mesmerizing to look at. Even that eruption of aura. Even if one's cultivation was sealed, inhaling a mouthful of it made one feel that one's cultivation was loosened. Boom boom boom. Click. When the Sun and Moon Mountain in Finkai stopped moving, the crowd then understood. This secret realm of the Sun and Moon had been completely opened. Boom. The cultivators who were watching at this time could no longer hold back. All of them flew towards the interior of that immortal palace. The reason they are so crazy. This was because there were some herbs here that were greatly beneficial to those cultivators in the harmonization realm and even the Mahayana realm, even in extremely high numbers. Bang! At this moment Ji Suiying violently stepped on the ground. The whole person flew out like a sword. His goal was clear. It was that square mountain and river seal above that main hall. It was just that Ji Suiying had not yet arrived at that main hall. A group of black-clothed men then all rushed towards Ji Suiying. Looking for death. Ji Suiying didn't hesitate to draw her sword. A sword light instantly swept across the moment. Those black-clothed men were like dead locusts as they continued to fall from the sky above. 3,000 phoenix feathers. At this point Ji Suiying had almost no reservations. Straightforward choice to go for the big kill, and the so-called 3,000 phoenix feathers. On the other hand, there were 3,000 sword chi, all of which burned with flames, and between the dragging of the sword chi, it was like the feathers of a phoenix. Good looking is really good looking, but the horror is also really horrible. Because of the 3,000 sword chi controlled by Ji Suiying, it directly intertwined into a cage in space. Inside the cage, sword chi burns everything. Those men in black came quickly, died fairly quickly as well. This rate of death is on the verge of catching up with the 200,000 people who threw themselves directly into the pot in the first place. But there were also experts among this group of black-robed men. A huge ice hammer smashed directly towards Ji Suiying. Ji Suiying also reacted quickly. She backhanded her sword. The ice hammer was instantly split in half. But before Ji Suiying could catch her breath, once again a black-clothed man nearly 3 meters tall, carrying a machete, slashed directly towards Ji Suiying. Dang! Ji Suiying parried with her sword with one hand. All the other hand struck the man's shoe chest with a slap. The man's chest was violently dented, after which he flew backwards with a wild spray of blood. Ji Suiying didn't continue to care about the man's death. Instead, his eyes went cold and he licked his lips, looking at the black-robed man who still kept killing towards him. A bunch of mole crickets. Having said that, Ji Suiying's aura exploded all over her body. A terrifying domain directly enveloped those black-clothed men. Immediately following that, he saw Ji Suiying make another hard chop. Kaching's space is directly misaligned. Any black-clothed person who was in the middle of the field was directly torn apart by this misplaced space. I'm dropping a Su Kong. Lu Xuanyi's scalp went numb as he watched. This woman is really ruthless when she moves. But Lu Xuanyi wasn't idle either. Those souls, that blood, must not go to waste. No way. There are more and more people in Hades. Lu Xuanyi now had to prepare for the future. Lu Xuanyi said to Zhao Gong while refining the blood pills, don't revive them completely. Just half dead. As long as they can still draw blood. Zhou Enough nodded with a kind smile. But those he lay twitching on the ground were glaring at these two with scarlet eyes. At first they thought it was coming from friendly forces. But who knows? These two are simply not human. I'm dying. You saved me from being half dead. Refine my blood, drain my soul? It's not. Who the hell is this guy? How is this more heavenly than our heavenly devil? We sky devils invade and just eat people straight up and let them die. But you guys are making life worse than death. Some people just stab themselves in the heart. Available results. It didn't work. Joe's enough light was healing them, so that they can't die and they can't stand up. Nima at this moment. He watched as another large group of people rushed towards Ji Suiying. Someone shouted outright. You guys don't kill Ji Suiying first. Kill these two first. Lu Shuani. Grass. Lu Shuani slapped the man across the mouth. The Queen said to Joe, enough. Don't save it. Run first. Having said that, Lu Shuani ended up draining their blood and souls, then ran towards the piece of fairy palace. Those black guys that just came in. Looking at those dry corpses with peaceful faces, the crowd was dumbfounded. Draining people of their blood and souls and still allowing them to give the feeling of peace in death. How scary is that? No! Those two must die first. A portion of the black-clothed men then split out and charged directly towards Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough. No way. The bodies of their companions were just too weird to die, and Zhao Enough was looking at the blacked-out crowd behind him at this moment. His heart went cold. Pitbull. Is this what you fucking call everything controllable? Lu Shuani's face was calm, because at this time, on his golden scroll of the Great Tao, the light of the 7 parts of the heavenly demon earth began to grow more and more exuberant, and even turned his eyes to be on the verge of reaching the point of being golden in color. Lu Shuani smiled. Don't worry. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm going to make a name for ourselves saving lives today. Seeing that those men in black were close to catching up, Lu Shuani stopped straight away. Save the dead. Lu Shuani shouted. Zhao Enough was almost in an instinctive situation. Straight away, he began to treat the man, and Lu Shuani directly burned his own essence, blood, and soul to open the water to make pills. This operation directly gave the group of black-clothed men a whole lot of confusion, but immediately after, the group of black-clad men began to twitch wildly. Quick, help the wounded! Zhao Enough suddenly shouted at this time. It even looked very agitated. Lu Shuani could only increase his efforts. As a result, between the two of them this pulling and tugging, the group was like zombies, jumping around on the ground without any regularity. Chapter 168, You tell me the truth. Suni is working hard. Zhao Enough is also working hard. As a result, the two men took turns saving the day. Those black-clothed men from the angry sky palace couldn't even jump. No. How come you didn't save anyone? Lu Shuani was somewhat speechless as he looked at the group of black-clothed men with relief on their faces. Zhao Enough was a little embarrassed. Fong had a flash of insight and got carried away. Lu Shuani, let's get some more enemies over here. I have a hunch that my latest realization of the healing arts is awesome. Lu Shuani was silent for a moment. A nod followed. Of course, Lu Shuani directly a fire, incinerating all those bodies on the ground. Zhao Enough suddenly thought of a word in his head. Murder and fire? Lu Shuani looked at Zhao Enough somewhat speechlessly. Never mind the details for now. Go go go. Let's get some more enemies. Joe nodded enough. After the two finished speaking, they once again sneaked towards the outside of the immortal hall. Wait for the two to go out. Shocking discovery. There was a mountain of bodies on the ground. The blood and water directly recolored the earth. It's a hell on earth. Ji Suiying was holding a long sword at this time, standing in the air, silently gazing at the people who were still continuously killing towards them. Lu Shuani was a bit dumbfounded. No, she can fly without cultivation? Zhao Enough explained at this point. When you reach the refined void realm, you'll be able to use the power of the heavens and earth. Your cultivation is sealed, but using the power of the heavens and earth won't be sealed. Lu Shuani was shocked. I'll go. Then what if it's the harmonized realm? Zhao Enough said again. The conformity realm is one with heaven and earth, and can even ground mobilize heaven and earth's yuan qi. I suddenly feel that your previous caution was right. When you reach above refined void, even if your cultivation is sealed, you're still a thin dead camel. Ding right about this time. Once again, a sword roar appeared in the heavens and earth. 3 old men of the refined void realm were then seen, facing off with Ji Suiying. The blades clashed, and an explosive roar resounded through the heavens and earth. At this point all those little caramels down there shattered. Even that terrifying wave of air directly destroys mountains and rivers. Zhao Enough suddenly felt his consciousness go violently black, but only for a moment. It then felt like he was slowly coming to his senses. Sobering up, Zhao Enough realized this. Lu Shuani was flying wildly all the way on his back at this point. There was even a constant stream of longevity and life force that had been pouring in towards one's body. Crap, don't you want to die? Just stop. I'm fine. Zhao Enough to be startled. Hurry up and shout. Lu Shuani looked at Zhao Enough to be fine and breathed a sigh of relief. As I said, with me, everything is under control. And if I say I'll keep you safe, then I'll definitely keep you safe. However, Lu Xuanyi looked at the pursuers behind him at this time. The heart is more or less annoyed. This group of fools, isn't it good to live for 2 more days? I was originally thinking of using you to break through to transformation spirit, but you guys had to rush over here to die. Zhao Enough looked at the group of people and was very excited instead. Pit bulls, quick, save the day. Lu Xuanyi nodded. He then carried Zhao Enough to fly under a cliff, with the two of them entering the cliff. The people from the Angry Sky Hall in the back also instantly rushed in. But then, those people from the Angry Sky Hall let out a burst of miserable screams. Some even want to fly out over the cliffs. Eventually an arm grabbed it and dragged it back under the cliff again. Ah, oh, oh 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 oh. The sound of those screams spread across the wilderness. Makes one's head spin to hear it. Yamas was able to know exactly what the 2 Yama kings were doing, but it's the knowing. Theirs was even more headstrong than those of the enemy. For the 2 kings of Yama have saved the lives of nearly 100,000 people before and after. And this batch, presumably, is going to be gone. The total adds up. These 2 kings of Hades, just the 2 of them, saved 150,000 people from death. What kind of horrible war record is this? The bottom line is this. Except that Zhou is enough to be a little tired. The great Yama is gasping for breath without taking a breath. Lin Wudao was all a bit strangely flustered at this point. This angry heaven palace, how much does it want to be? None other. Some time ago, the Angry Sky Hall itself sent 200,000 people to the pot. And this is good enough to come another 300,000 people. It turned out to be a good thing. Ji Suiying had killed 150,000 alone. And the 2 Yanwangs had killed nearly 150,000 as well. Nice guy. The Angry Sky Hall was rushing up to seek death. This messed up. And the people in Hades became very idle for a while. Just a little awkward. But, Lin Wudao was also very grateful to the Angry Sky Hall. Because of this act of giving away heads by the Angry Sky Hall, directly, the Yama Palace's stock of blood pills and divine soul pills filled up to an unimaginable level. The people of Hades were excited and scared at this time. It was because the means of those 2 Yama kings had once again exceeded their cognizance. Snap. At this time, within the Angry Sky Hall, that Angry Sky Hall's soul plate kept exploding like a firecracker. The scariest thing is, there were also soul tiles that blew up and reorganized and blew up again. The eyelids of the Angry Sky Hall's Vice Hall Master jumped wildly as he watched. At last those people are dead. The image that came back after the death. It's 2 guys in black hoods, like fucking tough guys, one to save the dead and one to help the wounded. The 2 men took turns torturing each other. They're people. They have been dead and alive and dead. Finally, undergoing great torture. Finally it was total death. And died with a smile on his face. The Vice Lord of the Angry Sky Hall secretly wiped his cold sweat before looking into the eyes in the void. My lord, I've never seen such precise control from you before. You're accurately killing everyone in the Angry Sky Palace. Cleanly, not leaving a single one behind. But wherever you slip up a bit, you'll probably have to let 1 or 2 of them go alive. The eyes in that void were a bit gloomy. The Vice Hall Master really couldn't help himself this time. My lord, tell me the truth. Is our purpose to get those heavenly demons killed? Not to join those heavenly demons? A furious chortle came from the void. You shut up. The Deputy Hall Master stopped speaking. Mostly, he's powerless to spit. Originally, he thought that he had been outrageous in burying over 100,000 members. Results, with some tawdry maneuvering by this Grand Hall Master, more than 500,000 people died with speed and cleanliness. The Vice Temple Master could only say that this guy was bullish. Why? Right about this time, the voids cracked open again. At this moment, more than 100 void refining realm powerhouses came out directly from the void, as well as 20,000 harmonized god realm powerhouses. One of the void refining realm powerhouses spoke directly. What happened in the secret realm? My lord is already aware of it. You are right. Ji Suiying is indeed a huge hidden danger. Not only Ji Suiying, but also those 2 people who don't know their identities. They are also huge hidden dangers. This time we have come to enter the secret realm and kill these 3 people. Let us in. That Angry Sky Hall Master's eyes were agitated. Okay, I'm sending you in. Afterwards, the Deputy Hall Master of the Angry Sky Hall opened a rift once again. The group fishtailed right in. The Vice Hall Master's eyes were very odd at this time, because he felt that this secret realm today was like a demon that devoured people. This demon now looked like it had begun to open its mouth and was continuously devouring the people of the Angry Sky Hall. Chapter 169, What can we do? The Vice Hall Master's eyes were filled with worry. He's worried about his future. One wrong step is a lifetime of wasted time. At this moment, the Vice Hall Master suddenly remembered an old man, an old fortune teller. when that old man said that the path he had chosen was a dead end. If we keep going down this road, it's bound to go into the abyss. But he just thought at the time that the old man was mostly a fraud, because ever since he joined the Angry Sky Hall, his cultivation rapidly surged. His status, too, was rapidly elevated. This is more confirmation that the old man is a liar. But now it seemed that the old man had not miscalculated. The Vice Temple Master was in deep thought. At that moment, the eyes of the Grand Hall Master looked over. He couldn't help but say, "What are you worried about? That Ji Suiying is no longer strong. He can't possibly take on 100 void refining powerhouses. Moreover, these are all extraterritorial void refining powerhouses. You simply don't know how powerful they are. And as for those 2 dogs, they're just mere Yuaning. Are you worried that his Yuaning will be able to take on 20,000 transformation spirits?" The Deputy Temple Master smiled. "Your Highness says so." Both men then fell silent, then stared dead at the void projection. But the Vice Temple was watching though, but he had already started packing. Anyway, the Vice Temple Master had already made up his mind. If this time, the Angry Sky Hall succeeded, he's just watching and watching. If it fails, he'll run without hesitation. It's not that he's afraid to die, but compared to the fact that he actually died in battle, he had no complaints. But following this kind of everything controllable, control to the end of the Meng Meng Sen head of the organization, he really cannot see the future, and even feel that, if you die, death is too worthless. As for what this Grand Hall Master had called, those people from outside the domain in the future were about to rule this world and even make it stronger. At first he believed it, but now, he was shaking so badly that he might even collapse at any moment. The secret realm. Lu Xuanyi is guarding Zhao enough, but while escorting the law, Lu Xuanyi felt some brain pain, because of a huge name. Almost fill your own golden scroll of the avenue. The Demon King of all life, colored gold. After that name came up, all the names, except the golden one, dissipated. The light of that name was also directly absorbed by all of this 10,000 longevity demon monarch's name. WOJ, so overbearing? What? No one else is qualified to stay on a list with you? Gone are a few people with red names though, but this extra name that was so big and shone with colorful light. Lu Xuanyi instantly became unanxious. Suddenly Lu Xuanyi felt something was wrong. He suddenly saw that there was another line of names under this Wancho Demon Lord's name. Congregation of Heavenly Demons I, black and gold. That's not the fucking point. The point is, this little line of names is flashing at this point. Boom snapped. Lu Xuanyi then saw a black pressurized mass of people coming in his direction. And that breath, it seemed to be full of transformation god powerhouses. Crap. Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao Enough, who was still sensing a direct slap in the face. Still sense a hammer. Hurry up and run. Zhao Enough woke up at this moment to see a blackened mass of transformation god powerhouses. He almost didn't freak out. At this moment, Lu Xuanyi directly turned on the blood-burning divine fist to the maximum, coupled with the explosive shooting steps under the addition of the terrifying electromagnetism avatar that he had comprehended, grabbed Zhao Enough, and scurried out with a bang. At this moment, those 20,000 transformation god powerhouses were very confused, because Lu Xuanyi is missing. But Zhao Enough's divine soul stood in place somewhat blankly facing these 20,000 transformation god powerhouses. It didn't take long. Zhao Enough's divine soul then felt a suction force. Whoosh in the end. Zhao Enough's divine soul instantly disappeared towards the distance as if it was pulled by something. Zhao Enough finally realized at this moment what it meant to have a person flying in front and a soul chasing behind. Chase that divine soul, and you will surely know their whereabouts. But the chase is on. These powerhouses of the transfigured god were then confused, because the more you chase, the more tired you get. Not only was their body tired, but they even felt like their chi and blood were slowly starting to evaporate. Wait, there's something odd about this secret realm. Those god transformation powerhouses hurriedly stopped at this time. It was because they felt that the feeling of chi and blood evaporating was still going on, though it was like an ant bite that was bleeding. But this prolonged vaporization of chi and blood also made them feel incredibly weak. They hurriedly tuned in. It's just that they're this tuned in. Lu Xuanyi has long since run away with Zhao Enough. At this time, in the middle of a dense forest, Zhao Enough's hair was all facing to one side, straight as a stick, and Zhao Gong himself has yet to come back to his senses. I don't know how long it's been, Zhao Enough said with some uncertainty as he looked at Lu Xuanyi, who was still continuously refining the blood pills and divine soul pills. Feng, my divine soul is chasing my body? Lu Xuanyi nodded. This is the first time I've encountered something like this, and I think it's pretty outrageous too. Having said that, Lu Xuanyi directly transmitted all of the divine soul pills and blood pills to Lin Wudao, and Zhao Enough was somewhat silent at this point. There was silence for an indeterminate amount of time. Zhao Enough's face was brilliant. Since following you, I've been living a really exciting life every day. Good lord. What are the virtues and abilities of our 2 yuaning? To attract more than 20,000 transformation spirit cultivators to chase and kill us? There are also God-realizing cultivators. I've been in the cultivation world for more than 700 years, and I haven't even seen 10 God-realizing powerhouses. And after following you, this damn thing gives me 20,000 people. I'm kind of open to it. Joe was enough to spit madly. Lu Xuanyi was also helpless at this time. I myself didn't expect that we would be able to have so many transformation god powerhouses chasing after us. But don't worry, it's just a district of transformed gods. It's controllable. On to the golden scroll of the avenue. Lu Xuanyi is not panicking at all. Zhao Enough couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. 20,000 transformation spirit cultivators. This is also controllable? Lu Xuanyi nodded. Controllable. When have I ever lied? Zhou was silent enough for a bit, because apart from hiding his identity, Lu Xuanyi really hasn't cheated anyone. But that's 20,000 transformation god powerhouses. 20,000 transfiguration gods. What is that concept? Zhao Enough was still a bit worried. Lu Xuanyi patted Zhao Enough's shoulder. Just rest assured. If I say it's controllable, it's controllable. And if it's not, I'll call on the heavenly Tao to come down. A thought of heavenly ways. Zhao Enough did feel quite at ease. Though I don't know what the reason is for Lu Xuanyi to hook up with Tendo, but with Tian Dao as his backing, he did feel more reliable than Lu Xuanyi. Just what Zhao Enough didn't know was, the heavenly way has been blocked. That is, from now on, the little bit of will that had awakened in the heavenly Tao could not interfere with this world now. Tendo was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He wasn't worried about a massive invasion of heavenly demons into the cave heaven. He was worried that Lu Xuanyi, that dog, secretly write his name how to do. A day without watching Lu Xuanyi, heaven's path would not be at ease. Chapter 170, Breakthrough. First, of course, Zhao Enough was oblivious to these things. Lu Xuanyi naturally didn't know about Tendo's current situation. If he knew, he even hated to erase the 10,000 longevity demon lord's name and directly write the name of the heavenly Tao. Can you be as bullish as Heaven's Way with a more bullish enemy? Naturally, no. If the heavenly Tao is on the golden scroll of the great Tao, Lu Xuanyi directly fucking turns on the peerless mode. Even if it's an immortal in the sky, he, Lu Xuanyi, doesn't bring falsehoods. But there's nothing Tendo can do about it now. Being the way of heaven, he or she has now opened the altar to do the Dharma. Tendo prayed devoutly to the great way. Avenue. I'm not in this period of time. Can you watch a little bit of that guy? Do not ask for anything else. In the time he wants to write me. Your old man a little bit of blocking. Besides, I'm not that guy's enemy, is not it? At this point, Zhao Enough's mind collapsed. Good news. He was even interrupted by Lu Xuanyi before to comprehend. But the avatar had also finished comprehending it. Bad news. The newly comprehended divine ability had so much to do with the healing arts, but not much, because of an avatar called malicious serious injury. That is, the person one attacks is seriously injured and cannot be healed. The other is called the transformation of the precious body. The general idea is that he can just make some treasures and turn them directly into human tissue. It does have to do with the medical profession. Though, as soon as he thought about Lu Xuanyi taking him to save lives often, coupled with such divine powers. Absolutely. Zhao Enough sat on the ground and covered his face with his hands. I'm a medical cultivator. Why is it that all I've comprehended are medical techniques that kill people? Zhao Enough couldn't figure it out. At this time Lu Xuanyi was comforted. This is not very good. In fact, your medical skills are already very powerful. But you just medical skills are powerful also use doctors also need some means of self-protection, is not it? And think about it. You also comprehended a sickness transformation avatar before. But after reaching the incarnation, who still has sickness in their body, doesn't that thing become chicken ribs? But now you directly have the avatar that makes people's serious injuries incurable. Together with your sickness transformation avatar, good guy, invincible, Joe enough to feel a brain ache. Is that what healers are supposed to do? How about I change my name to Desperate Healer afterward? Lu Xuanyi just wanted to say something. Suddenly his face tightened. Grr, these guys are coming so fast. He then yanked Zhao Enough again and ran. Boom! Right about this time, a formation violently enveloped the two. A group of incarnate powerhouses then directly surrounded the two. Lu Xuanyi took a deep breath. Grass. There's no hiding. You protect yourself. After Lu Xuanyi finished speaking, he gave Zhao Enough all the things he had to save his life. He even secretly stuffed hundreds of divine souls into Zhao Enough's body. That's all equivalent to resurrection coins. Zhao Enough was a bit confused. What about you? What are you going to do? Lu Xuanyi grinned. Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself and I'll take care of the rest. After saying that, Lu Xuanyi directly took out his Qingping sword. He then charged towards the group of transformation god powerhouses. He's a tiny Yuaning. How dare he take the initiative? Those incarnate powerhouses looked like they were watching a joke. Then there was a transformation god who directly raised his hand. A large hand of spiritual energy fell violently. Boom Lu Shuani was directly slapped on the ground by the big hand. Zhao Enough was sad and angry in his heart. Pit bulls. At this moment, Zhao Enough also somewhat wanted to rush over regardless. But suddenly a voice came. Don't you move. Zhao Enough? Follow closely. He then saw the naked Lu Shuani. Unharmed, he flew high into the air again from within the palm print. Boom Lu Shuani's body's essence blood burned crazily. At the same time, he frantically burned his lifespan, his mana, and began to execute the sorrowful sword. Wang as Lu Shuani burned his lifespan, soul, mana, and essence blood in a desperate manner. That Qingping sword's originally greenish-white body had become black and red. The enormous sword light directly formed a giant sword in the sky. Lu Shuani was holding a giant sword in the sky. It swung directly toward the group. Boom boom boom. The huge black and red sword. Between swings, space was chopped up. The group of transformation god powerhouses were also shocked. This sword of his actually has the power of a transformation god. That group of transformation gods was shocked. 3 incarnations then struck out together. Resist. They directly used their great mana to form a shield. But after Lu Shuani's sword, it really arrived. They were even more confused. Because they can't block it, the mana directly collapsed. No, to put it simply, most of their mana had disappeared out of thin air. The body was also weak, even with a feeling of weakness. Under the strike by Lu Shuani, they become paper tigers. With one sword, the 3 were instantly cut off. Boom! Right about this time, Lu Shuani's aura once again kept climbing. Almost in the twinkling of an eye, it reached the Yuaning Great Circle. What kind of monster is this? The group of transformation god powerhouses were confused. It's not like they haven't seen genius before, but like this, almost in the space of a breath. From the early stage of Yuaning, directly elevated to the Great Circle of Yuaning, this was simply appalling. However, even more terrifying, Lu Shuani is on fire, being able to burn the divine soul, essence blood, longevity and mana to a greater extent again. Wang Lu Shuani's body flew high again. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Shuani had already condensed countless black sorrowful sword chi behind him. Lu Shuani then pinched his sword finger and pointed towards the group of transformation god cultivators. Whoosh! The black sword chi instantly tilted down. It even carried terrifying black thunder, causing the power of this sword chi to increase several times again. Block it! Block it! Poof! At this time those god transformation cultivators were gradually aging. The breaths of speech were getting shorter and shorter. Then they watched blankly as those black sword chi smashed down towards them. In their confusion, this group of transformation god cultivators were shot into hedgehogs by the black sword chi. The crowd then saw the black sword chi begin to expand. Boom! Boom 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 boom. A succession of loud bangs came. Almost the entire cave sky began to shake violently. With this strike, almost 3,000 transformation gods died under Lu Shuani's burning everything of himself and his sword. After the formation has completely lost its effect, Lu Shuani hurriedly took Zhao Enough to escape again, and Zhao Enough hadn't even reacted until now. Wait, weren't you able to beat this group? We still have to run? Lu Shuani was also somewhat helpless at this time. It's nice to fight through, but the problem is, I see that someone has already started to set up a ceiling array. Zhou nodded dully enough, but then asked, so what do we do now? Keep running away? Lu Shuani sighed. You're dragging your feet a bit, and this group of people are annoying. Let's go break through a transformation spirit first and then kill back. As long as you break through the transformation spirit, the 2 of us will directly seed these people. Zhou Enough. Chapter 171. The incarnate cultivators who arrived behind them, they also had somewhat white hair and even had little strength in their bodies. After they saw those 3,000 bodies of their own companions, this group of transformation god cultivators went numb. Even the group was pale due to blood loss. Lips are peeling from dehydration. The skin was also dry as a refugee. One of them couldn't help but moisten his lips with his tongue and said somewhat hoarsely, those 2 Yuaning cultivators, are we still chasing after them? At this point a group of people looked at me and I looked at you. Look at the faces that are all a little old. They were silent. Why don't we take a break? First we need to get back in shape. The crowd nodded hurriedly. Seriously, the group is really kind of scared now. In the past, let alone chasing after Yuaning cultivators, it's their strong physiques, and their means of constant slaughter. It wasn't as if 20 000 people, the powerhouses of the refined void realm, hadn't been chased down. But now, the more they chased after the two yawning cultivators, the faster they felt like they would die. This bizarre situation, they also saw it for the first time. Without figuring out this situation, they were categorically afraid to act rashly. Then all of them gathered in a valley and began to tune in. Lin Wudao's face was very wonderful as he watched from the sky. Of course, he was very shaken up inside. Moreover, Lin Wudao could see it. If I wasn't afraid that Zhao Yan would die, I'm afraid that Lu Xuanyi alone will directly decapitate this group of people. I'm a bit confused. What exactly is this great Yan King's ability? Not only does this sword of his decapitate divine souls, it can also decapitate people's lifespans. Lin Wudao scratched his head. Even with a chain reaction? As long as it's an enemy, if you cut down one person, the others get hurt too? Lin Wudao couldn't read it. Still, Lin Wudao felt that this kind of thing was outrageous, because at first, he just thought that the two people, Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough, looked like living hell. But as a result, now he felt that these two could not be the reincarnation of the real king of hell. Look, this group of people chasing after Yan is like a curse. The more they chase, the faster they die. Lin Wudao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at this moment. Fortunately, before he knelt down quickly, if not for the fact that he still had some brains, and even died once through his reincarnation body, which was considered to be the end of the karma. Otherwise, under that kind of rescue, his own reincarnation body, I'm afraid that he would have to suffer for eternity. Lin Wudao couldn't help but take a few deep breaths as he thought of this. At this time, the shadow guards were also pale. My lord, I really think that you are the smartest person in this world. Lin Wudao was somewhat speechless. What's that got to do with it? The shadow guards suddenly asked at this moment. Then, my lord, shall we support Lord Yan? Lin Wudao shook his head. Support what? Don't you see? The great Yama has the ability to kill those people, but he just doesn't. He's playing, torturing his enemies. What favor are we doing? The shadow guard shuddered. The more he felt that Lin Wudao was truly the number one smartest person in the world. Jizo suddenly remembered a problem at that moment. Where's Cold Frost? I remember when Lord Yan was leaving, didn't he take Long Frost away? How come I don't see Long Frost now? Jizo said this. That's when they remembered. Lin Wudao was hurriedly searching for Cold Frost through the token at this moment. Suddenly, Lin Wudao saw that Long Frost had dressed into ordinary Yama temple clothes at this point, mixing in with the third prince's group. Well, I guess Cold Frost is here, and Lord Yama has his own arrangements. The crowd nodded. But what about Ji Suiying's side? Lin Wudao once again looked over at Ji Suiying at this moment. At this point, Ji Suiying was already in a bitter battle. One person, against over 100 void refining powerhouses. Although he was not injured for the time being, but looking at that, he seemed to be a bit overwhelmed as well. Lin Wudao was calm. Never mind. The crowd looked at Lin Wudao with some doubts in their eyes. Lin Wudao said at this time, I've already talked to King of Yen about this kind of thing, and King of Yen just told us to watch, and unless Ji Suiying is about to die, we don't need to care. When he said this, Lin Wudao paused for a moment. Moreover, since there are more than 100 refined void cultivators surrounding her, and being able to move more than 100 refined void cultivators means that Ji Suiying isn't as simple as we thought. She should still have her cards. The crowd nodded again. Indeed, in Hades, they do get to call the shots on the little things, but for such great events, everything is subject to the orders of King Yama. The Emperor of Great Yen stood on top of the Great Yen astrology platform. This was the highest building within the cave. Stand here. You can take a peek at the cave in its entirety. But now the Emperor of Great Yen's face was ironic. You call that saving lives a molehill? The Great Yen Emperor glanced at the old man beside him. That old man was also a bit silent at this point. He couldn't explain it now. After all, these two had been outrageous in rushing out from the siege before. Now that he was being chased by 20,000 transformation god cultivators, he was still able to fight back to kill 3,000, and even caused all the other transformation god cultivators to suffer heavy injuries. It made even the old man think the sky was the limit. Whose firstborn is so fierce? Not dying against a transformation god alone would be explosive. The point is that he also countered with 3,000 kills. At this moment, Emperor Great Yen once again looked in Ji Suiying's direction. Ji Suiying and the 100 or so refined void great powers were killing each other, and it looked like Ji Suiying was having a hard time fighting at all times. But Emperor Dian was able to see it. That Ji Suiying, now it's not serious at all. He seemed to be waiting for something. The Great Yen Emperor looked at the third prince at this time. That third prince was leading people at that moment, directly surrounding the Sun Moon Mountain's immortal palace, and was even leading people to kill anyone who doesn't submit to the palace of Hades. Kill them all. The iron-bloodedness of the means made this Emperor of Great Yin feel some pressure. It even directly killed those cultivators until they were chilled. Whether it's saving lives or your so-called Jisuing, they're all on the third prince's side now. Speaking of which, Emperor Dayan looked at the old man. Now that the third prince has only sent out 3 people to toy with you like a dog, how can I believe, with such a performance, that you will go out and be able to take me in control of the world? The old man was a bit of a pain in the ass at this point. Still, the old man forced an explanation. Jisuing was originally someone who carried great fortune. He's hard to kill, but he must die because our hall master has peered into the river of time. If Jisuing doesn't die, our plan will most likely be undone. Emperor Dayan let out a laugh. You guys kept saying that in the future. I will ascend to the throne of the heavenly emperor, which means that even if Jisuing doesn't die now, in the future, he still hasn't been able to stop me, and since I've succeeded, it means that Jisuing is dead in the end. If that's the case, why are you guys so obsessed with Jisuing? The old man looked odd. Jisuing died, but it was by our joint calculation, finally sealed for 10,000 years, bit by bit to wear out the divine soul and die. Moreover, Jisuing in the time, all of you to chase you into a small long insect, all day long hiding in the ground, do not dare to come out. Chapter 172, Death. She must die. Emperor Dayan looked at the old man dumbfounded. Are you not joking? I would be hunted down to such a state? Do you have any idea how terrified I will be after I get out of this piece of heaven and earth? Only he hadn't finished. The old man directly took out a bead. It is. Emperor Dayan's pupils shrank, because it's his soul bead, and the Emperor of Great Yen was quite certain. This is your own soul bead. It simply can't be faked. Just this soul bead. It's just too broken, even close to falling apart. There's still one of your divine souls in here, so take it over there and look at it, and everything will already be known. Hear this. The Emperor of Great Yen took the soul bead. One moment, an image entered the Great Yen Emperor's mind. Why? At this moment, the Emperor of Great Yen seemed to have been pulled into a special space. Just after entering this space, it was a huge shadow that enveloped him. Emperor Dayan raised his head. He couldn't help but be stunned. That's huge Kisoyo. The upper half of his face was filled with gloom, his eyes haunted with a blood-red glow. Buzz. This was followed by a head-on sword. With this sword, Emperor Dayan only felt like a flatboat in the midst of angry waves. It was drowned by the majestic sword chi. The shadow of death loomed over his entire body. No! Emperor Dayan exclaimed. Catching the soul bead shattered. Emperor Dayan had returned to reality in a cold sweat. At that moment, he quickly scanned his surroundings and his chest was heaving. Ryoko. It was only then that Emperor Dayan came back to his senses. Is that the future Ji So-young? The old man nodded. That's right. Emperor Dayan took a deep breath at this moment. Die. She must die. The future Ji Suing, that kind of aura, was too scary and terrifying. Even the always conceited Emperor of Great Yen, after seeing Ji Suing's future terror, and he didn't dare to inflate it any further. Never let her grow up, and definitely not let her walk out of the secret realm alive. The old man was always relieved. So far we're on it. Emperor Dayan shook his head. Not enough. That Ji Suing still hasn't used his real skills to continue to send people. It's best to let the great powers of the harmonized realm come down to do it themselves. Don't worry guys. I'll open up the authority of the cave to let you in. The old man nodded. Alright, since your majesty says so, I'll go and report to the palace master. Emperor Dayan nodded his head. But suddenly, he always felt something was wrong. Wait a minute. What about saving the dead? You sent 20,000 transformation gods to kill the 2 of them. Could it be that in the future, they are also very powerful? The old man was a little embarrassed at this point. How can I put it? There doesn't seem to be any of these 2 in the future. And this nickname of saving lives has never been heard of in the future. Emperor Dayan? Never heard of it. You guys making all that noise to kill them both? The old man was also very helpless. They're only yuaning now, and they're able to kill 3,000 transformation spirits. What will happen if they grow up? But this seems to be a part of history. It's probably because they were too outstanding that they suffered a stranglehold. Emperor Dayan frowned. You're not quite right. If that's true, then there's no angry sky hall in the future you guys were talking about before. So how did they die? The old man wanted to think about cursing at this point. Where do you stupid assholes get off asking so many questions? Where do I know? But he still couldn't get mad. Think about it. The old man still said, as the saying goes, the major trend remains unchanged. The minor trend can be changed. No matter who killed them, they are doomed to their future end. This may be the arrangement of fate. Emperor Dayan was silent for half a day. Final nod. But Emperor Dayan always had a feeling. Why do I think that you? The old man looked at Emperor Dayan with some confusion. What's wrong? Your Majesty. Emperor Dayan took a closer look at the old man. Shake your head at the end. Nothing. However, Emperor Dayan always felt in his heart that this old man seemed to be close to his destiny. What a terrible feeling this is. Just after they said that, at this moment in the Immortal Edge continent, somewhere in a ground stall, an old man just felt like he was struck by lightning. He looked around in horror. Nothing seems to have changed, but the old man was still a little distracted. At this point the old man rushed to close the stall, then hide under a porch bridge. Then he hurriedly checked his karmic Tao. Because of that palpitation he had earlier, it is from within this causal path. The old man closed his eyes and sensed. It was followed closely by a voice. The big picture stays the same. The little picture can be changed. It's all fate. Old man? Who did I set up? The old man once again perceived the karma of the underworld. Tracing the line of causality, the old man suddenly saw two bruisers with black hoods. Who's this? The old man was a little confused. He didn't remember having any karma with these two hummers, but when those two tough guys removed their black hoods, gave the old man such a fright that he didn't turn his back. Me Naya. You dog? What the fuck are you talking shit about? Who the hell arranged the fate of these two? Build. The old man directly dodged and disappeared in place. Early the next morning, the Emperor of Great Yen woke up from his dream in the middle of a jolt. I can't believe I fell asleep. Emperor Dayan was incredulous. Even more unbelievable. He had a nightmare. He dreamed that two men dressed in black and gold robes were called Yama. Behind them was filled with mist, and within the mist flashed one pair of bloodshot eyes after another. The most horrible thing was that he was tied up by those two kings of Hades. Then zip bleeds. The one called the Great Yama drew his blood in vain. The king of air Yama treated him. The two go back and forth, smoking themselves to death and then coming back to life again. The point is, not only draw his blood, he even flayed his skin and drained his bone marrow and dragon tendons. The pain. It was hell. But he couldn't break down mentally yet, or even faint. It's more like you can't die. That nightmare, that pain is real. Emperor Dayan hurriedly checked his body. Aha! Not a hair out of place. Not even a hair fell out. Suddenly, Emperor Dayan couldn't help but shake his head and snort. I can't believe I'm scared by a dream. The Great Yen Emperor then stepped out of the seclusion room before absorbing some fresh air from outside. It's just that Emperor Dayan has just stepped out on this side. A subterranean dragon guard came over there to report. My lord, that raging Sky Hall's headmaster is dead. Emperor Dayan froze for a moment. Dead? How? The subterranean guard was a bit embarrassed. Drunk on booze, pressed the dagger to eat meat, and tripped and fell, and the dagger went right through his mouth. Emperor Dayan was confused. To die so hastily? Also, he was a strong person in the refined void realm, and he died just like that? And drunk? The subterranean guard took a deep breath at this point. My subordinate investigated. He bought a bottle of wine at a stall and got drunk. The Emperor of Great Yan's face changed. What about the people who set up the stalls? The subterranean dragon guard shook his head. No luck. Emperor Dayan. Chapter 173, Nightmare? Death of an unrelated person. For the Emperor of Great Yen, it was irrelevant. However, there were these people from the Angry Sky Hall who revealed information to themselves. This was the key. Think so? Emperor Dayan asked again. Is someone coming to take over? The subterranean guard nodded. Yes, it's waiting outside the palace. Would your majesty like to receive it now? Emperor Dayan nodded his head. Then it was off to the main hall. After a busy day, the Emperor of Great Yen once again returned to his retreat room in exhaustion. The Great Yen Emperor directly locked the door of the retreat room. There was even some uneasiness. And once again, 2 prohibitions were put on. And there was even a soundproofing prohibition. And it looks pretty advanced. After doing this, the Great Yen Emperor only then peacefully returned to since back on top of his own Jade 2. Emperor Great Yen was just about to prepare to cultivate. Suddenly he felt a pain in the back of his head. And then unconscious. Lu Shuani put away his slate and stealthy outerwear at this time. Hurrying up, he said to Zhao Enough. Don't get distracted this time. You almost didn't save it last night. Zhou nodded. Enough. Don't worry. I was just unskilled yesterday. After all, it's too hard to control to keep him from fainting while keeping his body active. But don't worry today. I'm fully familiar with the technique. Lu Shuani nodded. They then hurriedly tied up the Great Yen Emperor. Then Lu Shuani hurriedly took out his dagger. Cold Frost, ready? At this time, Long Frost hurriedly took out a small porcelain bottle. The vial opened and began to exhale green smoke. Is it reliable this time? He remembered it all this morning. Well, he thought it was a dream. Cold Frost was very confident this time. Don't worry. This time it's very reliable. Not only will he not remember, but he'll even have a very nice dream. Lu Shuani nodded. Well then, let's get started. After saying that, Lu Shuani looked at the Great Yen Emperor. Ha! No way. Why hasn't he transformed? Zhao enough froze as well. It shouldn't be. I already recreated the bone marrow and dragon tendons for him yesterday. Lu Xuanyi sighed. Then there's no choice but to do it the hard way. Having said that, Lu Xuanyi removed the clothes of the great Yin Emperor. Then the dagger stabbed directly towards his back. Follow closely. A stream of electricity kept pouring in. Roar one moment. Four dragons sprang out from behind the Emperor of Great Yin. Lu Xuanyi's eyes lit up. Save the dead. Zhao enough was instantly covered in a green glow. Roar. Those four black dragons screamed miserably. Then he was bled by Lu Xuanyi. Bone marrow, dragon tendons, dragon skin. That was not spared at all. Emperor Dayan was awakened by the pain. Looking at the scene in front of him at this moment, he remembered. This is not a dream. You guys. Emperor Dayan wanted to struggle and resist at this point, but the ropes that bound him were strong as hell. Then Emperor Dayan wanted to use Heaven's Might, but he found out. This fucking Heaven's Might moves. As a result, a heavenly might smashed down. It was not the 3-2 hateful villains that smashed, but on himself. Nice guy. I'm controlling myself with Heaven's Might? Emperor Dayan was filled with horror. You guys. Emperor Dayan's body convulsed. His dragon tendons were once again drawn, along with his bone marrow. That kind of pain. It made him insufferable. Save death. He's going to pass out. Lu Xuanyi observed the Emperor of Great Yan's expression and hurriedly said. Zhao enough immediately raised his hand. Emperor Dayan was once again awake. You two brutes. Devils, when I am awake again, I am bound to. Emperor Dayan once again gave a jerk. Eyes white. Save the dead. Hurry up and save the dead. Lu Xuanyi said. Zhao enough to power up again. Half an hour later, Lu Xuanyi and Zhao were enough to hurriedly clean up all the mess on the floor. Then he gave the Emperor of Great Yin the soup of cold frost and finally placed him intact on top of the jade pile. Well, let's hide. There's still some more to go. Zhao enough was trembling a little at this point. That, pit bull. Aren't we being cruel? After all, Zhao enough was a medical practitioner. But what are we doing now? Skinning and bloodletting. Is this something a human being could do? Lu Xuanyi rolled his eyes at this point. This guy is 100 times a sinful dragon. The living beings he has slaughtered, the women he has brutally trampled on, are able to pile up into several mountains? Do you still think what we did was cruel? Think about the third prince's mother. How did she die? Being thrown on top of the Great Hall by this guy, letting a bunch of sinful animals trample to death. In the end, he even peeled off the face of the third prince's mother and pasted it on someone else's body, so that the person would continue to die. That's that because the third prince is fucking beautiful. Zhao Enough's face turned blue. You wait. Having said that, Zhao Enough took out one, then incorporated it into the back of the Great Yin Emperor. What are you getting? Lu Xuanyi was a little curious. Zhou was enough to heave a smile. That's a top healing treasure. With that bead, the Great Yin Emperor is expected to soon breed better dragon skins, dragon tendons, and dragon bone marrow. Lu Xuanyi nodded in satisfaction. Shangdao. Besides, Laozi did all this. It's not for you. I break through the incarnation casually, but just your small body. That spiritual marrow pool even a little bit. I estimate that you may have to explode. Zhou was enough to heave a smile. Still, he inquired curiously. And when there's enough stuff? What about the arrangements for this Great Yin Emperor? Lu Xuanyi was also a bit despondent at this time. It's too bad to kill it. It's a sinister dragon. It's full of treasures, but without killing. When he gets out, I guess 10 bosses. Well, wait until we break through the spirit of transformation first. However, there's not enough material right now, so we might have to aggravate this guy for a few more days. Having said that, Lu Xuanyi, Zhao Enough, and Lung Frost, all under the invisibility cloak given by the Heavenly Tao, were hiding in the corner of the Great Yin Emperor's retreat room. Early the next morning, Emperor Dayan once again woke up from his dream. Don't come over. Emperor Dayan looked around in horror, then looked at his body again. Still a nightmare? Emperor Dayan kept gasping for breath. He then hurriedly hugged his clothes and left the retreat room. As they were leaving, their eyes were looking at the retreat room with some horror. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough simultaneously looked at Lung Frost, who was in the middle of them. Cold Frost scratched his head. That's impossible. The soup I blended is absolutely capable of forgetting memories. Even forgetting what time period. I can control it. Absolutely no problem. Lu Xuanyi was in deep thought at this point. Suddenly, Lu Xuanyi thought of a problem. Those 4 dragons behind him. They also have noses and eyes. Could it be that those 4 dragons also have shallow consciousness? Cold Frost's eyes snapped open. Yao! The 3 men lapsed into silence. They then waited all night. But they didn't wait for the Great Yen Emperor to arrive. Old Lin, what is the Emperor of Great Yen doing? It was late into the night, and the Emperor of Great Yen was still nowhere to be seen. Lu Xuanyi could only contact Lin Wudao. At this moment, Lin Wudao said somewhat eerily, "He's inviting Taoist priests to practice." Chapter 174, definitely not normal within the palace. A traveling Taoist priest, and the Emperor of Great Yen stared wide-eyed at each other. What I'm saying is true. I'm having nightmares every night now. I always dream that two kings of Hades are coming to skin me, draw my blood, and scrape my marrow. Even though I woke up the next morning and nothing was wrong, my physical instincts told me that this was definitely not normal. And that dream, it was so real. Can you imagine? I was able to feel the pain in the dream, in a very real way. I was able to really feel that life was worse than death. That Taoist priest fell into a long silence after hearing that. First of all, he thought the whole thing was just a bit outrageous. In the world of cultivation, it's normal to have ghosts and gods, but ghosts and gods, isn't that the lowest level of existence for people who cultivate immortals? You're a Great Yen Emperor and you had a nightmare and scared yourself like this? The key issue is that although he is a Taoist priest, but he practiced all the normal Taoist teachings, and there was no such thing as exorcising ghosts. Mainly, the exorcism kind of spells are just too low level. No, don't be silent, give a reaction. The Emperor of Great Yen watched the night grow deeper and deeper, a trace of fear rising within him for no reason. The Taoist priest had some toothache. Your Majesty, I think, in your case, you shouldn't go to a Taoist priest, you should go to a great doctor. I think, it might be a disease. As soon as I heard the name doctor, Emperor De Yen then thought of the dream, the one called Save Death. Isn't he the doctor? No, 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 no. You probably don't realize that Doc is even scarier. And a big part of the reason I'm living and dying in my dreams is because of Doc. The dowser was helpless. Since that's the case, then I'll accompany you to your place of seclusion to take a look. And if there really are any evil spirits, I'll naturally help you drive them away. Emperor De Yen was still a bit unforgiving. Do you have any amulets or anything? Give me one or two first. Dawes. In the end, he had no choice but to take out two talisman seals and hand them over to the Emperor of Great Yen. The Great Yen Emperor was grasping those two amulets at this moment, his expression slightly better. Look at Emperor De Yen like this. The Taoist priest couldn't help but feel that this Emperor of Great Yen was afraid that there wasn't something wrong with his heart or brain. Still, the Taoist secretly shook his head. Let's go. Go to your retreat room and take a look. I want to see what kind of evil spirits dare to disturb His Majesty. The next morning came in the blink of an eye. The Taoist priest stood outside the retreat room with a pale face. The Emperor of Great Yen also looked pale. At this moment, Emperor Great Yan's face was a bit bitter. He looked at the Taoist priest and inquired, "This time, you finally believe it, don't you?" The dowser's throat rolled. He kept running his hands around his circumference. Well, nothing really hurts. But, that dream was too real. He remembered that he had become a human fuck himself yesterday. It was eventually resurrected for some unknown reason. Actually, he's okay. But in his dream, he saw those two Yama kings against the Emperor of Great Yen being skinned and bloodied by those two Yama kings. It even still kills back and forth. One saves lives and the other helps the wounded. That horrible feeling of shock made him faint for I don't know how many times, but it always ends up being a wake-up call. Opening his eyes was the kindly-faced Joe enough. It's not. Can't I just not look? Do I have to be awake to watch you torture people? And then there's this. How did he faint in the dream? Can you dream yourself into a coma? Isn't it a little too real? Something didn't feel right to the Taoist priest. He once again scanned around the Great Yen Emperor's retreat room. Still no sign of anyone or any suspicious resistances. The dowser was somewhat silent. I don't know how long it's been. The Taoist priest said again. I will use all my cards tonight. I must find the person behind this. Seeing the Taoist priest so confident, Emperor Dian also perked up. Good. When the time comes, I will make the person behind that beg for life and beg for death. The two nodded seriously. In the twinkling of an eye, 5 days passed in a row. That Taoist priest and the Emperor of Great Yen held each other up, their legs wobbling as they walked out of the retreat room. They remained unharmed. And no more nightmares for the first 2 days. But the key question is, it's not a nightmare. Why did you wake up a little weak? Even soreness all over. At this moment, a palace maid passed by and instantly turned pale with fear when she saw the Great Yen Emperor and the Taoist priest holding each other, those legs trembling. Your Majesty, forgive me. After saying that, the courtesan hurriedly knelt down. The Emperor of Great Yen and the Taoist priest glanced at each other, then rushed apart as if electrocuted. But their current physique just doesn't explain it. Emperor Dian wanted to kill the courtesan directly, but that Taoist priest stopped the Great Yen Emperor at this time. Wait. The Taoist priest surveyed the courtesan from side to side. Suddenly his face shook. Ghost god's body. This is actually a ghost god's body. Emperor De Yen froze for a moment. What is a demonic body? The Taoist priest looked agitated at this time. The so-called ghost god's body is that this person is born as a ghost king and specializes in eating evil ghosts. And the more evil ghosts he eats, the stronger he becomes. If there are enough evil ghosts to feed on, this girl child's achievements are unlimited. And the most crucial thing is that this girl child is not only able to eat evil ghosts, but can even manipulate evil ghosts. She is a natural ghost master. Your Majesty, keeping this girl child will be of great use to you in the future. I'm afraid. Hearing this, the eyes of the great Yen Emperor also brightened. So, good. Very good. That girl child had surprisingly dodged a bullet because of her physique. But Lu Xuanyi, who was hiding in the shadows, was a bit dumbfounded. When I looked at the girl child's soul as a bit lacking, I gave him a divine soul pill. And as a result, how did this Taoist priest make it sound so awesome? Zhao Enough also looked at the girl child at this time. Again, a little confused. If this girl child was in the Yama Palace, I'm afraid she wouldn't even be counted as a straggler. Well, if that's the case, our Yama Palace has eaten up so many divine grudges, so what's the strength now? Lu Xuanyi took out a small book at this time. Then scratch your head. Everyone in Yama now, all of them are yuaning. Zhao Enough? Lu Xuanyi also discovered a problem at this time. It's kind of weird, but I can't tell. Zhao Enough looked at Lu Xuanyi at this time. Suddenly a possibility came to mind. The people of the Yama Palace, they all used your divine soul to refine the divine soul pill. Is there a possibility that your ascension drove their ascension? Lu Xuanyi felt that there was something sinister about this kind of thing. It even seems a little unlikely too. Then if we follow what you say, if I become an immortal emperor when I do, is it that they also directly become immortal emperors? Good lord. At that time, when I have more than a dozen or 200,000 immortal emperors in my Yama Palace, I'll damn well directly take the Yama Palace to suppress an era. Chapter 175. The reason for the curse. Zhao Enough couldn't help but scratch his head. I always felt that this thing you're talking about has a good chance of coming true. Lu Xuanyi rolled his eyes. You can think about it while dreaming about it, never mind. But the problem now is that what I need is still a little bit short of what I need. And with a little bit more, your Dragon Yang Zhuang body Dan will be complete. Zhao Enough was very speechless. An elixir that hammers the body. This name you've given it. It's really uncomplimentary. Lu Xuanyi smiled. Don't care about the details. But speaking of which, Lu Xuanyi looked at Long Frost somewhat wryly. Then again, they weren't having nightmares yesterday. But why? Did they wake up in this state this morning? Long Feng couldn't help but blush. Lu Xuanyi? No. You're blushing bubble tea. Cold Frost was really a bit hard to say, but finally said, well, I realized that it wasn't my potion that was the problem, but their physical curse. Simply put, it's their curse that will keep them feeling the fear in their hearts and the pain in their bodies. It's that curse that will torment them. That's why my potion is somewhat ineffective. But in order to prevent them from being too fearful in their hearts and finding more people to come over, and our affair being exposed, I can only concoct some dream potion to cover up the nightmare. With that, Cold Frost took out a bottle of pink potion, and explained, after drinking this potion, they will enter a dream they want, but the dreams they both have are pink dreams. But it's also the first time I've made this potion and I'm a little unskilled, so even though they're dreaming, their limbs are actually moving. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough stared wide-eyed. Zhao Enough couldn't help but swallow his saliva at this moment. There was even a somewhat startled inquiry. So while they were all dreaming last night, they did what actually happened? Cold Frost nodded with a red face. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough looked at Cold Frost weirdly. Cold Frost then reacted and hurriedly explained. There are hidden clothes, and of course it's not me. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough were once again stunned. Lu Xuanyi pondered for a moment and tentatively inquired. So? Cold Frost covered her face and nodded. That's right, those two fought all night yesterday. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough were directly speechless. Grass. Let's go. I'll think of something for the rest. After all, this is something that's going to be for you to eat. And being so disgusting, I don't think you'll be able to eat it either. Zhao Enough also nodded. The three of them then sneaked out of the Great Yin Palace. But on the way out, Lu Xuanyi was still for smelling that pink potion made by Long Frost. It felt very good. Lu Xuanyi then took over a bottle and tasted it. Delicious. Lu Xuanyi was a bit shocked. Lu Xuanyi then asked Long Frost for several bottles again. Zhao Enough to see Lu Xuanyi drinking so vigorously. He asked over for a bottle and drank it too. Hey, don't tell me, it tastes really good. Cold Frost was confused. These two kings of hell, they don't want that, do they? My goodness, no wonder the two of them are inseparable. Does it mean, should I recuse myself? But, it's so tempting. Cold Frost couldn't help but cover his face, but the eyes still peeked through the fingers. Coldfrost was once again confused. Because these two, nothing happened. Coldfrost is numb. My lord, are you really alright? Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough nodded their heads. Of course it's fine, but that's a nice touch. Coldfrost was a little skeptical. She couldn't help but take out a bottle herself, wanting to taste it, but it was hurriedly held down by Zhao Enough. Zhao said hurriedly enough, "You do have a strong potion here. The reason I'm fine is because I'm a doctor. And the reason the pits are fine is because the pits are supposed to be immune to these things. So don't try this lightly." Hearing this, Coldfrost turned pale with fear. So close. Fong almost got herself in trouble. Lu Shuani was currently sipping a pink drink while looking at the names of that demonic congregation. TSK, TSK. It seems that these potions have a minimal effect on this group. Still, any more than minimal, it shouldn't be able to hold itself up to drinking all the time. Thinking so, Lu Shuani once again drank 2 or 3 bottles. Let's go. I'll refine pills for you first, then we'll go for a breakthrough. Zhao Enough was also very excited inside. God of transformation. I've never thought of reaching this realm before. Lu Shuani laughed. But a mere transformation god. Follow brother and hang out. And in the future, it's not impossible for me to take you to that so-called immortal realm. Zhao Enough was instantly in a surging mood. The immortal world. The lifelong dream of a cultivator. Suddenly, Zhou was enough to ask a deadly question. Immortal. I'm hard to treat. So how will I be able to save my life when the time comes? Lu Shuani also had some egg on his face for a while. Think about it. Lu Shuani said at this time. Why don't you cultivate a divine ability that specializes in adding diseases to people now? And when you arrive at the immortal realm, you can directly give those immortals a wave of diseases, and then you'll make your move? Zhao Enough didn't even think about it. Shake your head straight. That will never do. One can't, or at least shouldn't. Only unscrupulous doctors do that. I can't do it. Lu Shuani patted Zhao Enough's shoulder. Alright, we're thinking too far ahead now. Let's get to transformation first. Zhou nodded enough. Subsequently, the two separated from Coldfrost. Langfrost once again returned to the third prince as a small handyman. Lu Shuani, on the other hand, led Zhao Enough to the underground of the Great Yin Palace, for the suppressed consciousness of the heavenly Tao is here. Actually, Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough have been here for a long time. Just the last time I was here, Lu Shuani tried the spiritual marrow that was born beneath that heavenly Tao consciousness. That power was too violent, berserk to the point where, just taking a puff on it himself, the Abe family name went straight to black and white. Of course, this was also due to the fact that he didn't refine it and directly absorbed it. The entire Abe family couldn't stand it, so naturally Zhao Enough couldn't either. So Lu Shuani was distressed. How to make Zhao Enough to enjoy this chance as well? As it turned out, well, coincidentally, they saw that the Great Yen Emperor was actually the hidden Sin Dragon. Moreover, the sinful dragon behind that Emperor of Great Yen devouring that spiritual liquid was surprisingly unaffected in the slightest. So Lu Shuani had an idea, directly pumping the Emperor of Great Yan's dragon blood, dragon bone marrow, and dragon tendons, together with his own heavenly treasures. In the end, he directly cultivated Zhao Enough's body to the same physical strength as the Great Yen Emperor. That won't do. That's what led to the later dream. It's just a shame. Lu Shuani's original quasi-book was 100% able to make Zhao's physical strength surpass that of the Great Yen Emperor. But so far, it's only 90%. Never mind. It should work. Lu Shuani looked at Zhao Enough at this time and said, simmering your body for this period of time will be very painful. So prepare yourself mentally. Zhou nodded enough. Don't worry. This bitterness, old man doesn't panic. Chapter 176 Zhao Enough's experience in the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. It's been 3 days. Lu Shuani had already refined 81 pills a long time ago. He then carefully concocted a large vat of potion for boiling his body. Actually, this vat of potion was all more outrageous than even the dragon transformation pool. After doing this, Lu Shuani cautiously looked at Zhao Enough and said, no matter how powerful your body is, but don't transform into a dragon, because the human body is an innate Tao body. Transforming into a dragon may be powerful, but it's detrimental to one's future path. Zhou nodded enough. Okay then, get in there. Almost. It's going to hurt, but I'll help you. Zhao Enough had a firm face. It's okay, I can carry it. Lu Shuani also nodded slightly. Okay, you go in. Zhao Enough took off his shirt, after which he jumped into that medicinal water in one go. Lu Shuani instantly fed Zhao Enough the elixir. Zhao Enough instantly turned red all over. Even the muscles on his body began to gradually tear. Crap! This! Zhao Enough wants to get up. Lu Shuani hurriedly pressed. Persistence is victory. Zhao Enough was trembling. That's good. An hour passed. Zhao Gong cried his eyes out. Pitiful bastard. I don't want to break through to transformation spirit. Spare me. I don't want to get stronger. Zhao Enough gripped the edge of the vat with both hands in a death grip. Lu Xuanyi pressed Zhao Enough's shoulders dead center. No, you want to. Zhou was enough to cry her heart out. Truly, he saved people's lives every day with Lu Xuanyi. But today, he experienced it for himself. I also don't know what kind of potion this Lu Xuanyi actually concocted. The extent to which that transformed the body was nothing short of furious. After going in, it directly corroded all the flesh, blood and bones of his body. Even the top of his own medical skills can't treat it. Originally, Zhao Enough thought he was going to die. Results: Lu Xuanyi directly consumed his lifespan and vitality, frantically pouring it into his body. Zhou was enough to be resurrected compulsorily by Lu Xuanyi. Then death. Then mandatory resurrection. Between life and death. Teetering on madness. That hellish torture was too much for Zhao Gong to bear. He now finally realized why those people were bent on death. Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao Enough. Eyes gradually lost their luster. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly said, "If you dare to give up, I'll tell others that you, Zhao Gong, are a quack, a murderous quack, and I'll go around corrupting your reputation and leaving you in a bad odor for years to come." Zhou was angry enough to be difficult. "Pit bastard. I'm going to fuck you. Have you ever punked someone like this? Besides, it's just this difficult. I can handle it." Zhao Enough burned with fighting spirit once again. 2 hours later, Zhou was enough to float right in the bucket. Destroy it, get tired. You're corrupting the reputation as much as you're corrupting it. I really can't take it anymore. Lu Xuanyi smiled at this point. This time, he directly changed his name to on the founding member of the Angry Sky Hall. Subsequently, boom! A powerful life force and longevity almost formed a pillar of light that directly and crazily surged into Zhao Gong's body. Zhao Enough, who originally wanted to give up, under this huge amount of vitality, his fleshly body metamorphosed very rapidly. Crap! Zhou is numb enough. Before it still felt like 100 knives a minute. Now that's a good thing. 10,000 knives a minute. 5 hours passed again. Zhao Enough looked blankly at his flesh that was all bubbling with golden light. He clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power within his body. Zhao Enough felt like he was able to blow up everything at this moment. Not only that, even Zhao Enough felt that he was now innately able to control water. Even water for yourself. It's almost like your own arm. And he only had to slightly move his mana now. The surface of his body was covered with a layer of transparent dragon scales. Pitbull. I'm feeling pretty powerful myself right now. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Alright, your current physical body should be able to fully withstand that spiritual marrow. Next, let's start impacting the transformation spirit. Zhou nodded enough. Not long after, the two of them once again arrived at the place that suppressed the will of the heavenly Tao. It was an ancient bronze temple. Very old looking. Even the smell of decay everywhere. Wait until Lu Xuanyi and the others had just approached. A creature with a unicorn horn on top of its head, and somewhat like a dog, rushed straight out, then wagged its tail continuously at the two, same as the last time they arrived. It's just that every time I see this blockhead, Zhao Enough then had a bit of a headache. Blockheads love lewd little people. What was this blockhead doing being so eager for them? If you do this to Lu Xuanyi, Zhou was enough to be able to understand. But you can do the same to yourself. Zhao Enough couldn't help but ask himself, am I really a villain? Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao Enough that skeptical expression. This time to explain. When you are strong enough, what character is strong and hard to tame? That's all bullshit. As long as he is still afraid of death, he has to be obedient. This blockhead is just a remnant soul. Our soul power is stronger than him. Go. He has to be obedient. Zhou nodded enough. The two then entered the bronze hall. Just as he entered, he saw a huge heart, chained and then hanging above an open coffin. That huge heart is still beating. A stream of blood-devouring chi was constantly dropping down towards the coffin. Okay, put it away. Lu Xuanyi said. That heart decisively stopped releasing the blood fury chi. Even that blood-devouring chi formed a huge figure that wrapped around the heart and ended up forming the likeness of a poor man. That poor man even wagged his tail pleasingly at the two. Zhou Enough? He looked at Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi explained again. He was able to see everything in the imperial city of Great Yan. And we tortured. He saw everything when we saved the Emperor of Great Yan from death. So if he doesn't want to be saved from death by us, he has to be obedient. Zhao Enough. Okay, business. Zhao Enough followed behind Lu Xuanyi without saying a word. Lu Xuanyi walked straight over and violently pushed the coffin open. A silhouette of a stunningly beautiful-looking woman was then seen slowly gathering from in the sky above the coffin. Oh young monks, was it you who helped me out? That virtual shadow looked at Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough. His face filled with sanctity and majesty. As a reward for your help, I can fulfill any of your needs. Lu Xuanyi's eyes lit up. Really? That virtual shadow just wanted to speak, but suddenly his eyes were a bit confused, followed by an instant sobriety. Lu Xuanyi? Lu Shuani froze. Holy shit, you woke up that fast? The vaporous figure was speechless to the core, but the consciousness of the heavenly Tao had no intention of catching up for the time being. He looked at both Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough and said seriously, I feel like something bad is going to happen, so you guys hurry up and break through. I still have some things to do. After the shadow finished speaking, it instantly disappeared into the void. Lu Shuani and Zhao Enough were both a bit confused. That's it? But Lu Shuani ignored this for the moment. He took that coffin straight away. Then he said to Zhao Enough, go, start breaking through next. Chapter 177. A lot of energy regarding the place where the two of them would break through to transformation spirit. Lu Shuani had already chosen it. Of course, it was not Lu Shuani's choice. Rather, Lu Shuani told Chen Xiaoli about it. Chen Xiaoli specially chose a breakthrough place for them. It was a blessed place. Secluded and secluded. There were even several formations set up by Chen Xiaoli. Well, here it is. Lu Shuani carried the coffin to a barren land. He then took out 2 tokens. One for Zhao Enough and one for yourself. The two then entered the formation. Entering the middle of the formation, the scene in front of him was simply a wonderland. The scenery was pleasant, not to mention that there was even a breath of the river that could relax the mind just by smelling it. Senior Sister Chen really chose a good place for us. Lu Shuani let out a laugh and then placed the coffin on the ground. Zhao Enough also liked the place very much. However, he still asked, but if we break through the transformation god, the commotion should be great. Will we attract those transformation god cultivators to hunt us down when the time comes? Lu Shuani shook his head. Don't worry about it. Even if we make as much noise as we can, no one will know. Zhao Enough looked at Lu Shuani wryly. Why does that sound a little off to me? Lu Shuani. Alright, stop bullshitting. Our current task is to hurry up and break through the goddess of transformation. This is a fucking secret realm. We were able to encounter 20,000 goddess of transformation cultivators. And there are still hundreds of refined void cultivators on Ji Suiying's side. This is already outrageous. And when that heavenly Tao consciousness was leaving, it also said that there was something very important. And if the heavenly Tao thinks it's important, then the matter is even more outrageous. Therefore, the most important thing for us currently is to hurry up and raise our cultivation. With a high cultivation level, no matter what we face in the future, we'll be able to face it with ease. Zhao Enough nodded with great approval. Still, Lu Shuani said, although Chen Xiaoli's formation, we can't be careless. You break through first, I'll protect you. Of course, I also have to observe your breakthrough at all times. If there are any accidents, I can still resurrect you. Zhou nodded. Enough. That works. Lu Shan would directly hand Zhao Enough with a bowl of spiritual marrow from the coffin. This is the heavenly Tao consciousness accumulated over the years produced by the spiritual marrow. Not only the spiritual energy content is very high, and even has its own Tao rhyme inside, which is more expensive than gold, and can also save you the time of enlightenment. You have to be good at comprehending. Even Lu Shuani said seriously. You must take careful note of it. I feel this thing. It's far more terrifying than I'm making it out to be. No, you take off your clothes and do the fair? Zhao Enough was red in the face at this time. Then he hurriedly ran his mana, and it didn't take long. A stream of pink smoke evaporated from him. That potion that cold frost made, it had a bit of a strong aftertaste. I almost fell for it. Lu Shuani. Alright, hurry up and break through. Zhou nodded. Enough. Then drink the spiritual marrow liquid in one gulp. Boom. The moment he drank the spirit marrow liquid, Zhao Enough's breath then began to climb rapidly. Same time, Zhao Gong also fell into enlightenment, but very bizarrely. Zhao was enlightened enough to start emitting a stream of pink spiritual energy all over his body once again. Even his face gradually became abnormal, sometimes shy, sometimes confused. Woj, what is this quack doing? Lu Shuani was a bit confused. Wang suddenly, a yin and yang diagram directly emerged from Zhao Enough's back. Yin-yang diagram? This is comprehending the yin-yang Tao? Lu Shuani was a bit shocked. But suddenly, a pink mana directly invaded the yin-yang diagram. That yin-yang diagram shattered with a bang. Lu Shuani opened his mouth. But it didn't take long. Zhao Enough had once again comprehended a Tao rhyme. The Doran, it looked like a tree. But it didn't take long to shatter again. Lu Shuani was dumbfounded. He's a bit of a looker, but he couldn't help much with things like comprehending the great Tao. Lu Shuani just kept waiting. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Enough's aura also managed to enter the transformation god realm. As for the Tao rhythms, he had realized, it's outrageous. It appeared to be a silver needle. And Zhao Enough, after the breakthrough was complete, the face was very ugly. What's wrong with you? How is it that you're not happy even though you've reached the transformation god? Zhao was enough to take a deep breath. Pitbull, let me ask you something first. Lu Shuani nodded. You really didn't feel a thing after drinking the soup made by cold frost? Lu Shuani coughed. No. Zhao was enough to look at Lu Xuanyi in a sly manner. No. What kind of look is that? Zhao was enough to take a deep breath. That soup of cold frosts. It's very poisonous. He'll be lurking in the middle of his body. As soon as he moves his mana, that soup will come to life. Not only is he able to make you hallucinate, but he can also sway your mind, and even comprehend the Tao and distort it. Lu Xuanyi froze for a moment. A wry smile followed. So, what's the latest Tao you've realized? Zhou enough to sigh. It's a good thing that I've comprehended the Taoist healing arts avenue. That's no problem, but the problem is that I've got one more divine ability, and it's a very cockamamie one at that. Lu Xuanyi asked with great interest, what magical power? Zhao enough rubbed his temples. Si Chun. To put it simply, this divine power. You say he's not strong. He's quite strong. As long as I cast this divine power, even if you're on the verge of dying, you'll be able to instantly be golden. And all of your comprehensive strength will be able to explode up to 10 times your usual strength. This is considered an auxiliary divine power, and is actually considered a medical skill. But the key problem is that the divine power is just like the name. And those who are affected by my god will only think of men and women in their hearts. Zhao enough looked up to the sky and sighed. Pit bastard, tell me the truth. Did we have a grudge in our past lives? Why is it that since following you, my good medical career has gradually become unorthodox? Lu Xuanyi was speechless. However, Lu Xuanyi suddenly looked at Zhao enough oddly. You wait. You use that divine power and try it on the grass. Zhao enough didn't understand why Lu Xuanyi made him do this though, but he did as he was told. Zhao enough was then seen emitting a stream of pink mana all over his body, which then began to infest the surrounding grass and trees. Boom! In an instant, those grasses and trees instantly skyrocketed, and then began to frantically twist together. Lu Xuanyi's eyes were shocked. This divine power of yours? I always find it a bit scary. Even Lu Xuanyi picked a leaf of spirit grass with his own hands. Feel the medicinal properties in it. Good lord! The medicinal properties of this medicine have also increased tenfold. Zhao enough suddenly fell silent, because he also finally realized how good he, himself, really was. Lu Xuanyi patted Zhao enough. That's why there are times when you don't blame the avatar. You have to use your brain a bit more to think about how you can maximize the use of your avatar, instead of stereotyping that the avatar is just pointing towards for use. Alright, I'll make a breakthrough next, so you can slowly study it yourself. After Lu Xuanyi finished speaking, he sat directly in the middle of the coffin, and after thinking about it, he flipped the golden scroll of the Great Tao to the page of the angry Heavenly Hall Master. After all, it was a breakthrough to transformation spirit, so it was better to be careful. Chapter 178 A Strange Death. The 20,000 Transformers had been tuning up in a valley. He even devoured a large number of pills to restore his lost longevity and foundation. They hadn't been recovering on their side for long. Suddenly some inexplicable evil fire rose within them, and with it, the men, all of them, looked at those around them and began to gulp. One moment, everyone understood one thing. They are, I'm afraid, poisoned. Subsequently, the 20,000 cultivators began to tune in again. They strongly want to restrain their desires, but suddenly they realized, the more they refrained, the faster they lost their vitality. This gives them the whole won't. What does that mean? Am I going to lose my life if I don't do something morally bankrupt like that? And with a puff of pink smoke lingering in the crowd, plus they were losing their vitality faster and faster. The group is numb, but as the desire in the heart grows stronger, some people can't help it anymore. Prickly some had already torn the clothes of those around them, eyes scarlet, but some strong-willed people, at this time, without saying anything, directly beheaded the people around them. They can die, but they should never, ever die with that stigma attached to them. So the group made a very important decision. Better to die than to be a tiger or a wolf. In the end the group all killed each other. In an instant, all of these remaining transformation spirit cultivators were buried in the end. Lin Wudo, who was always keeping an eye on the group of incarnate cultivators, at this moment, he watched that the remaining incarnate cultivators all commit suicide, even bizarre suicides. Lin Wudao swallowed hard. That's nearly 20,000 spirit transformation cultivators. That's a spirit transformation cultivator. It's not some cat or dog. This incarnate cultivator had been strange and frequent ever since he had chased and killed the two Yama Kings. Now, it's even more bizarrely dead, and a clean death. The craziest thing is, this group is afraid that they won't be dead enough. After dying, he even set a fire that burned everything he had. All that was left at the end was a pile of pink skeletons. That's right, the bones of the group, all of them, were pink. Lin Wudao's scalp went numb as he watched. There was also a moment of silence from Hades. It was because the means by which King Yen killed people simply shattered their perceptions. And Hades can make you kill yourself willingly. Don't you move for murder and arson. I'll do it myself? Some of the spies that had just come in from the Angry Sky Palace originally didn't dare to betray the Yama Palace. See here at this time. They directly took all of their own things that were related to the Angry Sky Hall and secretly destroyed them. This Nima, who dares to betray the palace of Hades? In front of you there is Hades who won't let you die, and behind you there is Hades who can decide in what way you will die. The Hall of Hades was very silent at this time. The third prince and Ji Mingyue, after watching in their minds how the 20,000 Transformers died, the third prince only felt his legs go weak. Ji Mingyue's throat was also dry. The third prince is actually the simplest of fears. But Ji Mingyue would not be the easiest thing to fear, because Ji Mingyue thought at first, how he is also a sister-in-law in Yama Palace should be of noble origin. Can he be a little arrogant? But as it turned out, Zhao Enough, being the king of hell, had to experience the feeling of saving lives himself. And then there's her brother-in-law, nice guy, killing without form, 20,000 incarnations of the Temple of the Angry Sky, a clean death, a good death. Ji Mingyue was most afraid of her sister before, but now, compared to his brother-in-law, Ji Mingyue felt like her sister was so trashy. It's really trashy. Look at brother-in-law. With just a slight outburst, the people from the other's Angry Sky Hall were easily overthrown. And brother-in-law doesn't like to kill a man alone. He likes to wait until people are all neat and tidy before he kills them. One kill. One big one. Ji Mingyue looked at Ji Suiying, who was still fighting those refined Void Realm powerhouses like they were playing house. Suddenly there was a feeling of having no eyes. But Ji Mingyue was even more afraid of one thing. She knew full well that her brother-in-law was so strong. She couldn't tell Ji Suiying about it yet. Because of the cold frost, she was able to formulate a mesmerizing soup that made people forget everything. With this mesmerizing soup in place, she didn't dare to guarantee what her own treatment would be if she dared to divulge the news of half of Yama's identity. Ji Mingyue bowed her head and didn't dare to speak. Boom! Lu Xuanyi breaks through the realm of the transfigured god. That's what's brutal. Zhao Enough defends Lu Xuanyi. Watching Lu Xuanyi absorbing the spiritual marrow liquid in a desperate manner, he was dumbfounded. What made Zhao Enough clueless feel the most numb was, Lu Xuanyi absorbed the spirit marrow liquid. The cracks on his body were twitching madly. It's like a worm wriggling in a box. What agony this must be. Zhao Enough felt his heart skip a beat just watching. The thing that made Zhao Enough to feel alarmed was, this horror body rips. Lu Xuanyi didn't even frown. What a horrible will this is. Seriously. Zhao Enough was completely convinced this time, but Zhao Enough didn't know. At this moment, the Lord of the Angry Sky Hall's entire body was convulsing in pain. After being energized by this terrifying spiritual marrow liquid, Lu Xuanyi's cultivation climbed quickly. Transfiguration? That was an almost instantaneous breakthrough. Not only was the realm of transformation an instantaneous breakthrough, more so, it's even soaring. Almost in the blink of an eye, he came to the middle stage of transformation of God, then the late stage of transformation of God, and finally to the great circle of transformation of God. At the same time, Lu Xuanyi's immortal mixed elemental scripture was also frantically pulling the mad thunder scripture to work crazily within his body, even crazily tearing his internal organs and meridians. The mixed yuan bead inside him also fired at the same time. It directly began to recast Lu Xuanyi's internal organs and meridians. The process is very painful and long. Lu Xuanyi directly began to shout. Who? Zhao Enough? It's not. What a fucking pervert. That physical and mental torture. It's not even humanly tolerable. And you're even sleeping? Also, are you not enlightened? But Zhao Enough didn't know that. Lu Xuanyi was a breath of fresh air about the matter of enlightenment. And again, he had the foundation building item, the mixed bead. With the promotion of Lu Xuanyi, all his spells will be near the origin, close to the source. That is the Tao. So to speak, Lu Xuanyi was born without the need for enlightenment, because when strength goes up, naturally you can realize the way. And all Lu Xuanyi had to do was to take good control of his power, and that would be enough. But Zhao Enough saw that Lu Xuanyi was asleep. A sudden evil thought crossed his mind. Hey, you gave me a genjutsu tattoo, so I'll give you yours too. Zhao Enough looked at the yuaning that was hovering above Lu Xuanyi's head with 9 jindan circles. He thought about it. Directly using his golden merit, he drew a big turtle for the middle of those 9 jindan circles. He just drew a turtle on his side. The turtle disappeared with a crash. Zhao Enough frowned. Oh, I don't believe it today. Zhao Enough then used a large amount of merit to draw tortoises for Lu Xuanyi. As a result, it's been hitting the fan. Zhou was angry enough. Old me. Even if I completely consume my merit today, I'll draw this turtle up for you. Chapter 179, understood. Everything is understood. Hoo. Joe is tired enough to be a dead dog. That doesn't make sense. His whole body's merit is gone now. But the turtle just wouldn't paint. Zhao Enough was getting very unbalanced in his heart. Why should you be the only one to screw me over and I have no way to screw you over? It's not fair. Is Tendo here? This pitbull is asleep. Won't you join me in pitting him? Zhao was enough to ask tentatively. Rumble at this moment. The heavenly Tao directly landed down a massive amount of merit. The merit in Zhao Enough's body was once again filled. No, it was even more than 10 times higher than what he had before. Zhao Enough's eyes lit up. Just wanted to pit Lu Shuani again. The voice of the heavens will sounded once again. Don't do anything useless. It won't work. Zhao Enough. Since the heavenly Tao has said so, Zhao Enough wasn't going to continue either. But Zhao Enough was a bit confused. I say, big sister heavenly Tao, this merit of yours, why are you giving so much at once? The heavens will was in an unknown place, eerily looking at Zhao Enough in front of him. There was a moment's silence, or so it seemed. Well, you have unintentionally done a great deed of merit this time. When rewarded, Zhao Enough's eyes became even more confused. I just want to pit Lu Shuani against me. How is it that you've done something of great merit? Tendo didn't explain. And after Zhao Enough couldn't pit Lu Shuani, he also chose to honestly protect Lu Shuani, the temple of the angry sky. After the Vice Hall Master saw that 20,000 Transformers commit suicide in a bizarre manner, he had packed everything he had. He had only one thought now. Run. You must run. These 20,000 transformation spirit cultivators said no. It's still playing with hammers. But the eyes of the Hall Master were dead on him. The Deputy Hall Master was somewhat speechless. What are you looking at me for, my lord? That Eye of the Void took a deep breath. There is still this kind of dangerous place in that secret realm. Why don't you investigate it clearly? The information you gave me. Why was this link not there? The Vice Hall Master understands. It's a fucking attempt to dump. The Vice Hall Master's heart, which wanted to escape, grew firmer and firmer. Still, he couldn't help himself. Let's just say, is there a possibility that the death of these 20,000 Transformers has something to do with that person called Save the Dead? The eyes of that void eye were instantly cold. Do you think I am a fool? If it's really related to saving lives, then the leading person behind it is me. Wouldn't that be me? Too? Suddenly, that Grand Hall Master's body began to twitch. The entire person also fell from the void. Then the Vice Hall Master saw that this Great Hall Master's body began to be covered in dense cracks. What's going on? That Grand Hall Master was confused. Then he rushed to stabilize his injuries. Even started getting crazy high. However, the more he got high, the more crack he got. Boom. Stop right there. The Grand Hall Master frantically ran his gong methods. His body was healing, but slowly. He wouldn't be able to carry it, because not only was his body now torn apart, his internal organs and meridians also looked like they were being pressed with countless knives constantly cutting back and forth. The Grand Hall Master's body kept twitching and screaming miserably. At the same time, he also hurriedly consumed all the heavenly materials to heal himself. And weirdly enough, the Great Hall Master's cultivation of refined void was starting to riot a bit. Is this going to blow itself up? The Vice Temple Master went numb. No, if you want to die, don't drag me with you. The Vice Temple Master got up and tried to escape. But suddenly, the Grand Hall Master flew violently into the air. The face was cold. Suppress me. Having said that, a pagoda was suspended above the head of the Grand Hall Master. The pagoda emitted a burst of light, directly stabilizing his rioting cultivation. Could be the same. The way pressure emanating from that pagoda also prevented the Vice Hall Master from moving. The Deputy Temple Master is drunk. He decided that if he didn't die this time, he would absolutely run away and never enter the Angry Sky Hall for all eternity. Even cut off all contact with the Angry Sky Hall, but violently. The Vice Hall Master looked at the Grand Hall Master in shock. This was because he saw golden light after golden light suddenly emerge from the body of the Grand Hall Master. Those golden lights continuously ran out of the Grand Hall Master's body, then formed a circle of merit behind him. It was the pattern of the circle of merit that was a very scribbled drawing of a turtle. The Vice Temple Master froze. There was a flash of realization in the dullness. There was silence in the midst of the daze, especially looking at the way that the Grand Hall Master was still trying his best to suppress it. The Vice Hall Master understands. Everything is clear. And the Grand Hall Master was dumbfounded at this point, because the merit directly repaired his injuries. Even the restoration was very good. But the question is, how the fuck did I get merit? He looked back at the look in the Vice Temple Master's eyes that everything was understood. Hurry up and explain. Would you believe me if I said that it was purely a misunderstanding? The Vice Hall Master nodded. I understand. No, what do you know? The Deputy Hall Master pondered for a moment, then said, in fact, No matter if it's the previous 500,000 or so members of the Angry Sky Hall, or these 20,000 transformation god powers, they are actually all within your calculations. To put it bluntly, what is it about pursuing and killing King of Hell? And that King of Hell has the means to be able to cause people to die in a bizarre manner. This is all a falsehood you are trying to cover up. You're molding a void enemy and making it seem like this enemy is weird. And most critically, you're so calculating because this void enemy, he's never appeared in history. And when he doesn't appear, that's a variable. And the variables, through whatever bizarre means, make it quite reasonable for the people of the Angry Sky Hall to be doomed. So, in fact, your real purpose is to want to overthrow the entire Heavenly Devil Legion. I can only say that the adult layout is really impeccable, and the adult you this uninformed, and even their own are a bit overwhelmed look it really does not look like pretending. There was a pause. Once again, it dawned on the Vice Temple Master. I see. I understand everything. No wonder you said before, everything is controllable. That's not it? Everything is under your control. The Grand Hall Master looked at the Vice Hall Master in shock. Because, this Deputy Hall Master analyzed it as if it was flawless. And it's a fucking statement he can't even refute himself. Because of this back and forth tandem. It was really like he was constantly getting the Heavenly Demon Hall killed himself. No. The Grand Master of the Hall shook his head. You're thinking too much. I'm the seed of Heavenly Demons. I'll only plan my Heavenly Demons to better invade this world. The Vice Hall Master had an I understand it all look on his face. I understand. Your Excellency is naturally sincere. Your Excellency also please rest assured. No matter what decision Your Excellency makes, I will always follow Your Excellency. Your tactics have truly and completely convinced me. But before that, my lord, you can't even keep this merit down, so you'll have to take it or not. The Grand Hall Master naturally knew how to put away merit. After all, he had also obtained merit in his last life, so putting it away is quite skillful. The Vice Temple Master's eyes fluttered a little leathery. Good fellow, this merit collection is so skillful, and still pretending? However, the eyes of the Grand Hall Master were somewhat fearful at this time. No matter what, you're absolutely right. That saving the dead is a variable. Since it's a variable, they must die. I'll have my lord send 100,000 transformation gods this time. They must die. The Grand Hall Master was filled with killing intent. The Vice Hall Master's brows were furrowed at this point. My lord, you sent 20,000 transformers and that merit couldn't even be suppressed. Would sending 100,000 this time be too much? The Grand Hall Master took a deep breath. I'll crush your mom. Having said that, directly pressed the Vice Temple Master and beat him up. Chapter 180. This time I'm going to plan ahead. After a severe beating, the Grand Master of the Hall just couldn't fight anymore. Because, this Vice Hall Master looks like he's got a brain fart. And even when you beat him up, he has an I get it. I understand look on his face. The Grand Master of the Hall was powerless. Still, he said seriously, I am the son of the Heavenly Demon. And anything I do is for the Heavenly Demon. Do you understand? It's not what you think. The Deputy Hall Master nodded. I get it. If you want to fool your enemy, fool yourself first. You him. The Grand Master of the Hall was powerless to spit. This thing is out of its mind. But forget it. The Grand Hall Master was too lazy to explain at this point. Come with me to the Lord's side and demand someone. The Vice Temple Master froze for a moment. I'm coming along? The Grand Hall Master didn't say anything, and his eyes kept looking at the Vice Hall Master. There was a dawning realization in the Vice Hall Master's eyes. Good. I know what I should do. Don't worry. This time when I go forward with you, I will definitely let you want more people. The Grand Hall Master looked at the Vice Hall Master in silence. There was always a feeling that this Vice Hall Master hadn't misunderstood something. But then again, it always seems like there's nothing wrong with it. It just feels like something's not right. Forget it. Go. Afterwards, the two of them headed towards somewhere in the void. In front of the Void Giant. That Void Giant listened to the two. An involuntary frown creased his brow. But I don't know how long it took. The Giant Square spoke. This time, I've brought a total of just 120,000 transformation spirits, 30,000 refined void, 20 harmonizers, and 5 Mahayanas. All of these forces are going to end up occupying the top battle forces of this world. But before this plan of mine has even begun, my Heavenly Demon Army has already lost nearly 1,000,000 troops. Speaking of which, the Giant took a deep breath. I've plundered countless worlds. Worlds even more terrifying than this immortal edge world, and my Heavenly Devil deaths and injuries were no more than 100,000. But in this immortal edge world, my Heavenly Devil army, these less than 2 years, died in the millions. Dead is dead, but even if he threw down a stone in the water, he should have made a little splash. But I didn't gain anything from the death of my heavenly demon army. The more the giant spoke, the more skeptical he became. Are you sure that you're really doing this for the future of my heavenly demon? The Grand Hall Master was a bit speechless at this point, but the Deputy Temple Master was very positive, reporting back to the Lord. I can testify that this matter has nothing to do with the Grand Hall Master. It all has to do with that saving the dead, and that saving the dead duo, not appearing in the long history, even specifically targeting our new Skies Hall people. Lord, my subordinate has a bold speculation. That giant instantly understood what this Vice Hall Master meant. That is to say, in fact, that saving the dead is actually also a heavenly demon clan, but it is possible that it is our hostile heavenly demon clan, which has come to intentionally find trouble for us to come. The Deputy Hall Master saluted. This is also my guess, but just in case, I don't think what the Grand Hall Master is asking for is unreasonable. Whether it is or not, let's use the 100,000 incarnations as bait first. If nothing happens to the 100,000 incarnations, then it would be a mistake in my subordinate's guesses, but for us, it's a good thing, because we've managed to infiltrate 100,000 transformation gods in the immortal Edgeworld. If, on entering the secret realm, 100,000 transformers immediately go into trouble, then it means that it's most likely a conspiracy of your lordship's enemies, so that you, your lordship, who are so valiant and divine that you know which of your enemies will make a move against you, will be eradicated as soon as possible. If this enemy is not eradicated, I'm afraid that it will ruin your lordship's plans in the future as well. Of course, it's just that the price is a bit high, because if one screws up, all 100,000 transformers will be gone. The giant was silent. The Grand Hall Master was also at a loss as to what eyes he should use to look at the Vice Hall Master. The Vice Hall Master, on the other hand, gave the Grand Hall Master a reassuring look. The Grand Master of the Hall looked down at his toes and lapsed into silence. The giant pondered for half a day, but he still looked at the Vice Hall Master with some incomprehension. Why 100,000 transfigurations? The Vice Temple Master froze for a moment. A hurried cough followed. Well, it's like this. Think about it, my lord. You sent out 100,000 transformers. If it wasn't someone who had a grudge against you, I don't think anyone would have dared to be so bold as to directly destroy all 100,000 transformers. But if someone really did this, then the strength and means of this person. I think your lordship should also be clear within himself as to whose means it would be. Since he destroyed 100,000 of His Excellency's men, then His Excellency can also secretly destroy 100,000 of his men, or more. The giant lapsed into silence, because what this Deputy Temple Master said made too much sense. Meditate for a long time. The giant sighed. Granted. The Deputy Hall Master gestured to the Grand Hall Master, meaning, get it done. After the two of them re-entered the Raging Sky Hall, the Grand Master of the Hall was a bit skeptical, especially when he saw the bitchy look on the Deputy Hall Master's face. The Grand Hall Master couldn't help but want to smack him, but there's no reason, because the Vice Temple Master had done himself a great favor. Help yourself to 100,000 incarnate gods. All the rest is to be executed according to your own plan. Everything seems to be fine, but then he felt that everything was a problem. It was clearly going in the direction he wanted, but there was always a feeling in my heart that I couldn't tell. It's like, this Vice Hall Master said to his own face, I want to stir up your heavenly demon people, but again, he's doing all the things he wants to do right now. How in the world can there be such contradictory coincidences? The Grand Hall Master couldn't help but rub his temples. The Vice Hall Master then inquired at this time, my lord, this time, how long are you going to get those 100,000 transformation gods? The Grand Hall Master's hand shook. He directly slapped the Vice Temple Master. What the fuck are you talking about? The Vice Temple Master wasn't angry either. Yes, I'm being abrupt. Beware of the walls. I have your mom. The Grand Master of the Hall couldn't help himself. Whacked the Vice Temple Master on the ground. Hammered for 2 hours. The Vice Hall Master's nose was bruised and swollen, and even his eyes were very admiring. Too much like, just this protective behavior. An attitude that everything I do is for the heavenly devil. The Deputy Hall Master was so confused that he really thought if he had misunderstood. Sure, if it wasn't for the fact that the Grand Hall Master was still trembling a bit, a trace of blood scattering from the corners of his mouth from time to time as he struggled to suppress his merits. The Vice Temple Master was truly convinced. Still, the Deputy Hall Master said, my lord, this time, 100,000 transformation gods. If it really breaks out, it will be a matter of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Are you sure of that? The Grand Hall Master took a deep breath. Don't worry. This time, I'll plan and move later. I'll let those 100,000 transformers lurk first to find out what other dangers are within that cave, and then finally explode again. Speaking of which, the Grand Hall Master was confident. This time, I'm very confident that with these 100,000 transformation god cultivators, the big picture is under control. The Vice Temple Master began to fall silent at this point. Grand Master of the Hall? What are you thinking? The Deputy Temple Master sighed. I'm thinking about how I should round up for you when the time comes. This 100,000 transformation spirits disappearing thing. The Grand Hall Master took a deep breath. Forget it, don't worry. This time, this 100,000 strong army will definitely not disappear. Chapter 181 Good News and Bad News. Boon Lu Xuanyi's body was finally transformed, and at this time, his cultivation level had directly arrived at the great circle of the spirit transformation realm. A terrifying wave of air exploded. Zhao Enuf was directly swept away by this airwave. The body slammed hard on top of the formation. That formation ended up being completely smashed. The good thing was, Lu Xuanyi had toughened his body before, which prevented him from being seriously injured. Otherwise on his previous body, it's probably all a pile of broken meat by now. But Zhao Enuf still didn't understand. We are also at the great circle of the transformation god realm. Why do I feel that you are more than 10 times stronger than me? Zhao Enuf rubbed his chest, his face slightly bitter. Lu Xuanyi, on the other hand, stretched. That was a great night's sleep. And as for my cultivation, well, how can I put it? I'm just a little slightly different from the others. Zhou was silent enough. Sure, Lu Xuanyi didn't have time to pay attention to Zhao Enuf right now, because after entering the God Transformation Society, he now also had a good sense of the power of the God Transformation realm. First of all, after entering the God of Transformation, the most outrageously powerful is, you can mobilize the aura of heaven and earth for your own use. It was as if the aura of heaven and earth was one's own arm. Use it however you want to use it yourself. Or maybe it's just that. Nowadays, the auras of heaven and earth are all just ink that one can use at any time. He could have traced everything he wanted with this ink. Like spells, like swordplay. After entering the God of Transformation, even the simplest of spells, transfiguration to cast, that all turned into an incomparably terrifying divine ability. Take for example the fireball spell. A fireball technique condensed by a god transformation powerhouse through the spiritual chi of heaven and earth would no longer be a fireball technique. It would be a great sun divine ability. Swordsmanship. A thought. The aura materialized into a sword. The great sword covered the sky and the heavens. Even Lu Xuanyi had a feeling. In addition to the aura of heaven and earth, everything in this world is just a bubble. Lu Xuanyi's body slowly rose into the air, weighing almost just between thoughts of urging. The mountains and rocks turned to dust and everything broke. The thought was urged again. The broken mountains were once again restored to their original state. This is the God of Transformation. Lu Xuanyi lands a takedown. There was some shock in his eyes. Zhao Enuf said with a smile at this time as well. Seriously, after I entered the Transformation God, I was going to feel the same way as you at first. There's even a feeling that I'm already a god, and everything in this world is just dust to me. However, this is all the feeling that comes from breaking through at first and not being able to fully control your power. And that feeling disappears once you're in full control of your power. Lu Xuanyi nodded. But it was at this time, Lin Wudao once again sent a message. Old Lu, there's good news and bad news. Lu Xuanyi froze for a moment. Or you can start with the good news. Lin Wudao was silent for a long time. Then he said, maybe it's because, before, there were 100,000 of us, all of whom had taken the divine soul pill refined by your soul. So those people seem to have some strange connection with you. And at the same time you broke through to transformation spirit. Our brothers' souls broke through as well. Lu Xuanyi was dumbfounded. You mean to say that we now, in the Yama Palace, have 100,000 transformation gods? Lin Wudao nodded his head. Yes, you can say that, but that's 100,000 transfiguration god souls. Lu Xuanyi blinked. And what does that mean? Lin Wudao took a deep breath. It's because the soul is too powerful, causing the physical body to be unable to carry it. So all 100,000 of our brothers blew up. Mouth wide open. There was a moment of silence. Lu Xuanyi seemed to understand something. Since Lin Wudao had told him this news, then naturally there is a solution. Lu Xuanyi took a deep breath at this point. You're not going to ask me to find you 100,000 transformation god flesh bodies. Lin Wudao nodded his head. That's right, and this thing has to be done quickly. I even have a feeling that our hell is not really established right now. The divine souls between heaven and earth can't exist for too long. Especially our kind of divine souls or even more powerful bodies. If we don't have a physical body to carry them, They will dissipate between heaven and earth after a long time. Lu Xuanyi took a deep breath. 100,000 transformers. Do you know what number that is? Where am I going to find it? Wait. Why don't you see if there are any more transformation god powerhouses on the side of the angry Sky Hall and try to trick them? Lin Wudao sighed at this moment. The problem now is that now that all of our brothers have blown up in the flesh, they are now all gathered together in order to keep their souls from dissipating. The good thing is that we forged a lot of soul armor before. We were able to block it off for the time being, but we can't carry out any more probing missions, and the faster you carry out a probing mission, the faster your soul will dissipate. Lu Xuanyi rubbed his temples. You wait for me. Lu Xuanyi directly ended the conversation with Lin Wudao. Eyes then closed. Tendo pussy, in or out? Lu Xuanyi called out in his head. At this moment a thunderbolt appeared in Lu Xuanyi's mind and formed a text. I've been really busy lately, and like I said, I've got something really important going on. Lu Xuanyi. Well, since Tendo said he had something important, then there must be something important. Lu Xuanyi was helpless. In the end, only 2 sacks could be refined. Then he and Zhou enough to put on the hoods again. Zhao enough. So, can I ask, what are we going to do now again? Lu Xuanyi took a deep breath. The natives of this secret realm, that will inevitably not work, and they won't be able to reach the body of a transformation god. Zhao enough frowned. So, Lu Xuanyi said at this time, isn't Ji Suiying fighting more than 100 powerhouses of the refined void realm? Come on, I'll take you to steal the body. Zhao enough. He was powerless to spit. Since following Lu Xuanyi, he is a piece of personnel who has never done anything. But once he thought about the fact that there were still 100,000 brothers in his family who had all become souls, this thing had to be done again. Hey, Zhou was enough to sigh. This is probably fucking fate. Damn it, if fate can materialize, this seat must let you experience what it means to save lives. Doggone fate. Having said that, Zhao enough and Lu Xuanyi, the 2 newest transformation god powers, began to sneak away. One was carrying a sack, dressed in black with a black hood, and looked like 2 fucking thieves. At this time, in the middle of a broken city, an old man was setting up a stall to sell something. For no reason, the old man shivered. Then two faces with very cruel smiles snapped into the old man's mind. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao enough respectively. Crap! The old man was so scared that he fell to his knees on the spot. No, I haven't offended these 2 masters, have I? The old man's face was bitter. At this moment, Zhao Qing was carrying a horse head and a cow head, and he was also looking at the old man kneeling in front of him with some surprise. That, if you want me to buy your stuff, you don't have to make such a big gift. The old man is numb. But when he looked up and saw Zhao Qing's face with a gentle smile, the old man's scalp tingled even more. Chapter 182, So messy, so troublesome. The old man looked at Zhao Qing and got up trembling. He then rushed to calm down. It's been a long time, but why do I get the feeling that you're a bit different? The old man looked like he had met an old acquaintance and spoke naturally. Zhao Qing froze for a moment. The bull's head and the horse's head were then placed on the ground. The eyes of those 2 heads rolled around. Goo, these 2 little chicas, they're growing something. Horsehead and Bullhead were a little angry. Old thing, do you believe I'll swallow you? Bullseye's nostrils spewed out 2 lines of hot air at this point. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll eat your soul. The old man wasn't angry. Just looking at Zhao Qing, he asked, how did you come up with the idea of having one's divine soul lodged in the heads of this ancient divine bull and ancient celestial horse? This is indeed a good chance for them. Zhao Qing shook his head. They were struck by heavenly lightning and ended up with damaged flesh. So they had no choice but to hide inside these 2 heads, and there was no way for them to come out in the end. Speaking of which, Zhao Qing hesitated. Say, have we met? How come I don't remember you? The old man's mouth dropped open. Disbelief ensued on his face. You don't recognize me? You're not kidding? Zhao Qing was silent for a while, then said, it's true that I don't have much of an impression of you, but I don't know why, but I want to smoke you. The old man couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Still, it was a quick laugh. Alright, whether you recognize me or not, it doesn't matter. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and there are some karmic consequences that really should end. Having said that, the old man pulled out a formation disc and 4 small swords from his own bosom. What's yours? I'm giving it back. Zhao Qing took the 4 small swords and looked a bit familiar. Zhao Qing was still puzzled though. This is my stuff? The old man was puzzled too. Of course, but suddenly, the old man felt something was wrong. Wait, what path are you practicing now? Zhao Qing smiled. Confucianism. The old man shook his head. That I know. I mean, what about your means of attack? Zhao Qing scratched his head. I reason with people. The old man asked again. What if people don't reason with you? Zhao Qing took out a blackened streamer with the character De written on it. I will convince people with virtue. The old man looked at the blackened streamers and could even hear the screams of some of the wrong souls in them. The old man couldn't help but swallow. Allow me to run through it. The old man took a deep breath. Are you going to say that your current magic treasure is this demon god sale? Zhao Qing nodded. The old man asked again. Where is Lu Xuanyi? Zhao Qing said. It should be a sword cultivator. The old man took a deep breath. Messed up. Really messed up. All messed up except for Zhao enough. The old man suddenly felt that something was wrong. Where's your Qingping sword? Zhao Qing scratched his head. Qingping sword? I think I've heard of it. It seems to be in my brother's hands. The old man almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Nima. The Qingping sword ran away from the second's hands. And the Pangu banner, demon god banner, was in the third's hands. It's fucking over. God damn it. I didn't make a mistake in arranging this. How did this go wrong? The old man had a hard time. Even he doesn't understand it to this day. Wasn't Lu Xuanyi originally called Zhaoyi? How did it end up being Lu Xuanyi? Where did this go wrong? But the old man couldn't care less about that now. Okay, I've given you the stuff. Bye. No, 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 never again. After the old man finished speaking, he rolled up the floor stand and instantly disappeared. Zhao Qing was a bit confused. He looked at the 4 small swords in his hands. It reads, kill the immortal, trap the immortal, and extinguish the immortal. Zhao Qing shook his head. Never mind. It just so happens that Brother Lu is a cultivator of the sword Dao. So we'll give him these 4 swords when the time comes. After putting away the 4 small swords, Zhao Qing carried ox head and horse head and once again went to find Lu Xuanyi. It was mainly Lu Xuanyi who greeted him, saying that he had something big to ask for his help. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Gong, watching Ji Suiying and the group of void refining powerhouses fight, couldn't help but feel some toothache. Even Lu Xuanyi was spitting. Where is this playing turn-based? You hit me. I whack you. And then halftime. Zhao enough smiled at this point. I guess they all have some plans and are just testing the waters now. But I think that they don't dare to strike too recklessly. Because if so many refined void powerhouses really explode and all hands up, I reckon that the whole secret realm is going to blow up. Or maybe it's just that to strike at all will touch the secret realm's prohibitions, and it won't be powerful for them. Lu Xuanyi felt at this point that this was not a solution either. Suddenly, Lu Xuanyi came up with an idea. Didn't you also comprehend a silver needle avenue that blocks the bloodline? Zhou nodded enough. Later on, you watch the timing. The moment they make a move, you directly block the acupoints of those void refining powerhouses of that angry sky hall. As long as there is a slight deviation, that group of people will surely be able to be seriously injured by Ji Suiying. Zhao was enough to hesitate. Okay. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Remember, don't forget Tendo's cloak of invisibility to wear to prevent detection. Zhao enough swallowed. Yes. Lu Xuanyi finished. Also cloaked in invisibility. Then sneak away. Zhao enough looked at Lu Xuanyi's back and couldn't help but ask himself in his heart. This pitiful bastard keeps saying that he wants me to become a heavenly father who saves suffering. Why do I feel that this title of heavenly father who saves suffering is getting farther and farther away from me? Zhao enough was suddenly a little tired. But there's nothing to be done about it now. Zhao enough also put on the invisibility cloak. Then he stared dead on at those refined void powerhouses who were battling Ji Suiying. Well, here goes. Zhao was enough to watch someone make a move. He found the right moment straight away. Not to mention, after becoming a spirit transformation cultivator, sneak attacks were just awesome. Mobilize the power of heaven and earth, condensed into silver needles, almost hidden between nothingness, deliberate and instantaneous. Stab the spiritual silver needle instantly blocked one of the acupoints of the refined void powerhouse who made the move. It was this slight deviation that caused that refined void realm powerhouse to instantly be heavily injured by Ji Suiying's sword. The body instantly flew backwards. Ji Suiying froze. What's so vegetable all of a sudden? Those powerhouses of the refined void realm also froze. This Ji Suiying has moved for real, so we can't keep our hands off. Still, someone said, when that guy comes back, ask that guy what kind of moves this Ji Suiying is using. The crowd nodded. But what that group doesn't know is this. At this point in the smoke, Lu Xuanyi was carrying a slate in his hand. Bang bang bang. A few times, he slapped the severely injured refined void powerhouse unconscious. Then he set some restrictions inside the man and put it directly into the sack. Zhao enough to look at it and swallow his mouth. This Nima. I originally thought you were helping Ji Suiying. After all this time, you're stealing people? At this moment, Zhao enough watched Lu Xuanyi scatter some broken meat and bones around that ruin before stealthily walking. Zhou was enough to be a little confused. What does that mean? But immediately after, he understands, because the smoke cleared. After the crowd saw the broken flesh and bones, those refined void heavenly demons were enraged. What a ruthless Ji Suiying. Ji Suiying? Chapter 183, Don't Talk Nonsense. Ji Suiying looked at the shattered pile amidst the ruins. She looked at the sword in her hand with some skepticism herself, then back at the body. Ji Suiying was a little less confident herself. Actually, killing these people is easy. It's just a matter of exerting some effort. It may even reveal some of the undercurrents. The reason why she didn't kill these people immediately was because Ji Suiying recognized that these people were all heavenly demons. Ji Suiying just wanted to see. This time the heavenly devil was able to come to this cave in a dignified manner. Were these people the only ones? Ji Suiying wants to create an illusion, pretending that he is undefeated, but also that he won't fail. She wanted to see if she would attract more heavenly demons by acting like this. But what is it now? He had clearly only used 20% of his strength, and with a direct sword, he had smashed the man to pieces? Ji Suiying couldn't even remember when she had become so powerful. Go! At this time those heavenly demons couldn't hold back. Brush up on. 2 more heavenly demons rushed towards Ji Suiying. This time, they were using almost their full strength. Ji Suiying was also slightly cautious. When the 2 rushed up, Ji Suiying similarly raised her sword and swept it across. Boom! Those 2 people once again flew out backwards and smashed down on top of a distant mountain. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enuf hurriedly wore their invisibility cloaks and vanished in the direction of that one person. This time, the 2 refined void cultivators were not injured as badly. Lu Xuanyi couldn't hold it down by himself. That's why I asked Zhao Enuf to come along. The heavenly demon that was just trying to climb out of the ruins was a bit confused at this moment when he saw the 2 people that suddenly appeared in front of him. Who are you? Lu Xuanyi directly took out a slate and slammed it on the guy's head. Help the wounded. Zhao Enuf to subconsciously save death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You don't save death. If you save it again you really can't hold it down. Give me the slate to swing. It was only then that Zhao Enuf reacted. He hurriedly swung his slate as well. Save the dead. Bang. Help the wounded. Bang. Bang 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 bang. For 10 seconds the 2 men slammed the slate nearly dozens of times. That demon's head was like a leather ball being whipped over and over by the 2 men with a slate. You seek death. At this moment, he directly operated his mana, trying to recover from his injuries. Zhao Enuf similarly released his mana. Save the dead. His mouth was shouting to save his life. But Zhao Enuf directly cast malicious serious injury. That refined void heavenly demon was confused, because there was absolutely no way for him to recover from his injuries. That heavenly demon, with a head full of brats, stared dumbfounded at the Zhao Enuf with the black headgear. Is that how you save death? This is how you want me to die, isn't it? Zhao Enuf to cough. Don't be ridiculous. Zhao Enuf then put away the slate and pulled out a nail hammer from his spatial ring. Bang this time. That heavenly demon was directly swung to death by Zhao Enuf with a hammer. Zhao Enuf laughed. It's still this thing that works. Lu Xuanyi gave Zhao Gong a thumbs up, then numbly put the refined void heavenly devil into the sack. After doing so, Lu Xuanyi once again got out a pile of broken meat and bone dregs and sprinkled them on top of the ruins. Seeing that the smoke is about to clear, Lu Xuanyi hurriedly carried the sack and Zhao Enuf to hide again. Those heavenly demons stared at the ruins in death. After seeing his companion pulverized once again, those heavenly demons were silent. And at this moment, another heavenly demon that didn't die flew out from the ruins, touched his own body, and looked at the pile of crushed meat again dumbfounded, with eyes full of fear, because he couldn't see at all what kind of move this Ji Suiying was using. How can a sword directly pulverize someone? God's soul can't even be found. This is so weird and outrageous. Ji Suiying's eyes were similarly filled with confusion, because she herself didn't know when she had learned this sword technique. Isn't what I performed the basic sword technique? Ji Suiying was also a bit brain-dead. But something weird like this happened. Those refined void powerhouses didn't dare to make another move. Even they didn't say a word. Just disappear. Lu Xuanyi? Zhao Enuf? Ji Suiying. Ji Suiying was indifferent, because sooner or later, she would make these people have no return. So Ji Suiying was in no hurry. Instead, it was Lu Xuanyi who was in a hurry. Grass. Why did this group of people run away? Have you got no talent? You are the heavenly devils who kill without blinking an eye. How can you be so timid? Lu Xuanyi jumped anxiously. No, we can't let them get away. Quack. Zhao Enuf? Let's go. Let's stop them. Zhao was quick enough to pull Lu Xuanyi. Don't make a scene. Those are void refining powerhouses. What are you thinking about? 2 of us transformers going to intercept over 100 void refining powerhouses? If people really get mad, how are we going to fight? Lu Xuanyi sighed. Okay. Lu Xuanyi looked at the sack, his face full of sorrow. No, this is too slow and efficient. Think about it. Lu Xuanyi contacted Lin Wudao directly. How long can the brothers hold out? Lu Xuanyi asked directly. Lin Wudao looked at the brothers who were floating in the air, thought for a moment. It should hold up for another year or 2. Lu Xuanyi's scalp went numb. 2 years? Where am I going to find 100,000 incarnate bodies? However, you find out all those sinful transformation god powerhouses for me. Although Lin Wu Dao didn't know what Lu Shuani wanted this thing for, but he gave it anyway. Just Lu Shuani looked at the list above and couldn't help but be a little speechless, because there are only a dozen. But anyway, none of these people can be spared. At this moment, Lu Shuani once again looked at Zhou Enough. Go, take you to the practice of medicine. Zhou Enough? Wait a minute. What's this charter? Why am I a little confused? Lu Shuani said directly. Literally. This time you use your own identity to practice medicine. Don't worry. This time I'll help you make a name for yourself. Zhou Enough had some excitement in his eyes. You're telling the truth. Lu Shuani nodded his head. Really? This time, I'm going to make you the saving suffering Zhao Tianzuan. Zhou Enough rubbed his hands together. Okay, so what should I do? Lu Shuani smiled. It's simple. Just utilize your medical skills and heal normally. Zhou nodded hurriedly enough. Okay, I can't do anything else, but I'm very good at this healing thing. Lu Shuani nodded. But settle this thing. Lu Shuani looked at the distant third prince at this time and also hurriedly transmitted his voice. Then what mountain and river secret realm? You can put it away. This mountain and river secret realm. It doesn't have any value anymore. As soon as the third prince heard this, instantly, he gave a wink to those people of the Yama palace around him who didn't have their bodies blown up. Those members of the Yama temple nodded their heads, followed closely by those who disappeared. The crowd then watched in confusion as the separated sun and moon mountains clicked and merged. Then it pulled up and instantly flew high into the sky and disappeared. The group of people stared blankly at the sinkhole on the ground, and then looked at the sun and moon mountain that had long disappeared into the sky. The group felt like they were dreaming. No, this secret realm can still run? Chapter 184, Shabby. The reason why Lu Shuani hadn't gone to see what goodies were inside the secret realm of Sun Moon Mountain was because, before the secret realm opened, he had already planned it. When the array is almost set up, directly uproot Sun Moon Mountain. As long as the Sun and Moon Mountains are gleaned away, then whatever is in there, it's not all theirs. So, after taking away the Sun and Moon Mountains, Lu Shuani then didn't pay any more attention to Sun Moon Mountain. Instead, he brought Zhao Enough towards the next secret realm that was about to open. But Ji Suiying was in a hurry. The seal of the mountain and river she had not yet arrived. Ji Suiying wanted to go after him, but he was shouted at by the third prince. The stuff is long gone. No need to chase after it. After the third prince finished speaking, he directly threw over a storage bag. After Ji Suiying received the storage bag, she looked at the mountain river seal inside and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Thanks a lot. The third prince shook his head. Little things. After the third prince finished speaking, he directly collected his troops and left. This represents the end of the Sun Moon Mountain secret world. The results are unacceptable, because a lot of people come to the secret realm of Sun Moon Mountain. It didn't go in at all. It was really Ji Suiying fighting someone who came out of nowhere, and the aftermath of that battle was just too terrifying. None of them could get close enough. As a result, when Ji Suiying's people later retreated, they tried to get closer. However, the Sun and Moon Mountain he flew away. That would be fantastic. Even more fantastic. Some people from some sects realized that after going back this time, the disciples within their own sects were a bit silent. Some, even, were pale or glowering. What's your situation? Some of the clan leaders noticed that something was wrong and opened their mouths to ask, and those disciples who were questioned shook their heads. Nothing, just sighing. Entering the secret realm. There are times when the chance comes inexplicably, and it's also a bit thrilling. Hearing this, some of the sect leaders nodded in agreement. Indeed, as the saying goes, woe is me. And so it is said. Alright, although we didn't gain any chances this time, there are still plenty of opportunities. Those disciples were even more silent at this point. Chance not gained? No. They were now carrying Yama's identity cards in their arms. As for their silence, that's because, right now, they feel like their clan is trash. The blood elixir from the Yama palace enhances the physical body, and the divine soul elixir enhances the soul. It can even enhance their foundation and enlightenment. Just these two types of pills were not something their current clan could compare to. Even they could exchange their blood pills and divine soul pills for cultivation resources. Yama's cultivation resources. It's no exaggeration to say that it was outrageously rich. As long as you have the blood pill and the divine soul pill, spellcasting avatars, spells and treasures, or maybe pills used to break through cultivation. Only what you can't think of. There is nothing that Hades doesn't have. When I think of my own clan, I gouge the shit out of it every month. This group of people who were new members of the Yama temple suddenly felt very shabby. It's really too shabby. Sure, and here's something else that reassures and alarms them greatly. The two Yama kings of the Yama palace. Those are real Yama kings. Even some disciples of some sects, thinking back to their own sect, that Yuaning ancestor, still struggling to find the method of breakthrough. Some disciples felt ashamed. But they still have to go back. The son of Hades said they pressed on and were useful. And it's a mission. You get blood pills every month. That's why the group said, it's a chance. A really big chance. But when they thought of the two Yama Kings' means of saving lives, they couldn't help but shiver. Why? The mountain river seal and mountain river diagram combined together to directly form a supreme treasure. Ji Suiying directly refined this mountain river supreme treasure and finally integrated it into herself. Boom! After the mountain river supreme treasure was completely integrated within Ji Suiying's body, a berserk and terrifying power continued to erupt and finally surged within the mountain river supreme treasure. After that massive power was completely integrated within the mountain river supreme treasure, Ji Suiying's aura began to climb once more. Even that aura was getting stronger. There was a vague sign that he was going to break through the harmonization realm, but Ji Suiying finally suppressed it, because she knew that she couldn't break through to the harmonization realm right now. If one were to rush into the realm of ensoulment, I'm afraid that his flesh will simply crumble. Her sword Dao power, if she didn't have control of her physical body, she was afraid that it would make a continent a direct Jedi. Sure, after having the mountain and river diagram become the second bearing object of one's power, she could finally do it with impunity. Think so. Ji Suiying came out of the gate only directly. Akatsuki, go! Ji Mingyue? Ji Suiying smiled and said, since some people like this cave so much, let these people stay forever. Ji Mingyue inquired as she ate the Yama Palace's use of heavenly materials to create sugar skewers. Are you trying to kill those refined void powerhouses? Ji Suiying shook her head. Those people are not going to move for now. That's fish bait. But aren't there still 20,000 harmonized god cultivators? Just in time. We can use them to start the fight. Ji Mingyue. Ji Suiying frowned. Why do I see you looking at me? There's something odd. Ji Mingyue subconsciously compared Ji Suiying to Lu Xuanyi. I don't know why. She now felt more and more. Her sister really good dishes. Why don't you just go kill those refined void powerhouses? Since those 20,000 transformers have all committed collective suicide. Ji Suiying? Really? All suicides? Ji Mingyue nodded. Ji Suiying fell into silence for a while. How this is full of weirdness everywhere. She had come to the secret realm, and on the one hand, she did want to obtain treasures. On the other hand, she was also planning to see if she could clear out the angry Sky Hall, or take advantage of this time to kill some more heavenly demons. But why is it that by now, one has some nothing to do instead? Even as far as the acquisition of the seal of the mountain and the river is concerned, it's not even close to the last life. In his last life, he had fought to the death for the mountain river seal, and in this life, even though he had the advantage of a seer, he might be able to obtain the mountain river seal, and it would be easier, but she hadn't expected it to be so easy. All of this seems to have been set up for itself by someone. Ji Suiying suddenly thought of the heavenly Tao. Tendo says to let yourself go ahead and do what you have to do. Reassociate the sun and moon mountains and fly into the sky. In an instant, Ji Suiying understood. At the same time, Ji Suiying's mood instantly improved. In my last life, I fought alone, but in this life, the heavenly Tao is standing behind me, and this time, I'm bound to win. After thinking about it, Ji Suiying tried to salute at the sky. Thanks to the heavenly Tao for secretly helping out. Cough cough cough. Ji Mingyue choked on her tea. The heavens will, who was far away in an unknown place, looked at Ji Suiying through the eye of the heavenly Tao, and was somewhat embarrassed at this time. Chapter 185, It's really not you? Tendo did want to help Ji Suiying, but her help came after Ji Suiying entered the secret realm, and she gave Ji Suiying authority directly, allowing Ji Suiying to move the heavenly might. In this way, Ji Suiying could not use her power too much even for the time being. That can also be unimpeded in the sun and moon mountains. But the result is, Lu Xuanyi directly took all of the sun and moon mountains, and the mountain and river seal was thrown to Ji Suiying like a piece of trash. This is awkward. It even made Tendo himself feel that he was somewhat incompetent. She even felt that Lu Xuanyi was talking about her. Don't you just want a little stamp? And counting this and that? See how the old man does it. At the sight of Ji Suiying's obeisance, the heavenly Tao took a deep breath and closed its eyes in silence. Even he was thinking of something. Why don't I just tell Lu Xuanyi directly what I want to do? But Tendo finally gave a more hurried shake of his head. No, 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 it's hurting him. What if he writes me up on the list then? Tendo's face was full of sorrow. Likewise, Tendo was a bit confused. No, where the hell did this Lu Xuanyi come from? The point is, this dog dong is almost equal to destroying the angry heavenly hall, and is even close to killing through the first batch of heavenly demons. Why is his chi still flat? Is there something wrong with him? Or is there something wrong with me? Tendo was puzzled. At the same time the will of heaven began to communicate with the great Tao. Results. The avenue was unresponsive. It's so weird. The will of heaven sighed. She then proceeded to execute his own plan once again. The more Ji Suiying looked at Ji Mingyue, the more wrong she looked. Akatsuki, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with me or my face? Ji Mingyue shook her head. Nothing. After saying that, Ji Mingyue lowered her head and ate her candy cane. Ji Suiying still felt that there was something in Ji Mingyue's heart. Are you keeping secrets? Ji Mingyue's face was very calm. Ha? A secret? What secret? She feigned bewilderment. Ji Suiying looked at Ji Mingyue seriously for a moment. Found it hard to see. Ji Suiying didn't ask any more questions. Right about this time, a butterfly flew in front of Ji Suiying. Ji Suiying picked up the butterfly with her fingers. Some speechlessness ensued. Nowadays, the angry sky hall, or the heavenly devil, is still unknown where it is hiding? How can this elder Zhao enough, as a person who must be killed by the angry sky hall, be able to practice medicine so rashly? And furthermore, the reputation of all of them resonates through the heavens. Ji Suiying instantly felt tired at heart. Let's go. Let's hurry to find Elder Zhao enough. Ji Mingyue hurriedly said at this time. Elder Zhao enough has the third prince secretly protecting his side, so you don't need to worry about that. But during the time you're in seclusion, there are rumors that the ancient Sword Divine Hall's secret realm is about to open, and at the same time, the Dragon's Abyss will open as well. The importance of these two secret realms is not comparable to Sun Moon Mountain. And with the opening of the secret realms just around the corner, who would pay attention to Zhao enough or try to kill him? And there's still the third prince, so as long as they aren't stupid, they won't openly strike at Zhao enough at this time. Instead of worrying about this, it's better to plan how to deal with the next two secret realms. Meanwhile Ji Mingyue thought in her heart, you're still worried about them? You don't know how fierce Zhou is with my brother-in-law? As long as they both want to. It was feared that the entire secret realm could be killed through by these two. Even those people are probably willing to die. Ji Suiying hesitated. Finally, I nodded. You have a point, but have you seen Lu Xuanyi? How come I haven't found Lu Xuanyi? Ji Mingyue pretended to be contemplative. I heard the third prince say that Lu Xuanyi was arranged by him to be baptized in a secret realm, saying that if he could be baptized successfully, his future would be immeasurable. But of course, it depends on Lu Xuanyi's own chance. Ji Suiying was finally relieved. That's good. Speaking of the next two secret areas that are about to open, Ji Suiying inquired again. Then, do you have any ideas for this trip to the secret realm? Ji Mingyue said without hesitation. I'll go to Dragon Origin. You go to the ancient Sword Divine Hall. Ji Suiying nodded. Good then. This time we will act separately. However, the authority to open the Dragon Abyss is in the hands of the Nangong family. The Nangong family is not a good person. Pay some attention. Don't socialize with the Nangong family. And it's best not to offend them either. Ji Mingyue scratched her head. The Nangong family. A little familiar. Oh, come to think of it, isn't this the first family to defect to my brother-in-law? Nice guy. The authority to open the Dragon Abyss mystery realm was in the hands of the Nangong family. So the Dragon Source Disc that he wanted, this was not stable? Think so. Ji Mingyue hurriedly nodded. Okay, I know. Ji Suiying nodded. The two then began to move. Ji Suiying was a bit puzzled as she looked at the Ji Mingyue who was running tremendously fast. Ji Suiying frowned. She even had a delusion. Ji Mingyue had the feeling that she didn't want to play along with her, but after that, Ji Suiying shook her head and headed directly in the direction of the ancient Sword Divine Hall. Zhou enough to have a good time lately. Very cool, because he finally became a famous doctor in a dignified manner. Even, for the first time, he felt Lu Xuanyi's dependability. That's pulling the flag again and looking for a toe. Coupled with his own brilliant medical skills, within a short period of time, almost everyone knew the name of the saving suffering Zhao Tianzuan. Moreover, there were many cultivators who were injured in the secret realm. Zhao enough direct healer's attitude, can cure, all treatment. The days of practicing medicine made Zhao enough to enjoy it very much, even every day with a kind face. But I don't know why. Everyone was looking at him strangely today. Zhao enough couldn't help but frown, but he didn't care. But again, a few days passed. Zhou was enough to feel that something was wrong, because he realized that some people either break their legs today or tomorrow. Today it was either an injury here or there. There were even some people who looked at Zhao enough, their eyes streaming with tears. Zhao enough panicked a little inside. What the hell is going on here? Zhao enough secretly contacted Lu Xuanyi at this time. Did you punch someone on purpose? Lu Xuanyi was also confused. I didn't. Shit. Don't move. Bang bang bang. Zhao enough passed the summoning token, and a knocking sound was heard. That voice was very familiar to Zhao Gong. That's the sound of a slate hitting your head. What are you doing? Zhao Enough was somewhat distrustful of Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi's side once again thumped a few times, this time inquiring, "Did something happen on your side?" Care looked at the cultivators who were crying in pain and tears, and briefly told them what happened. Lu Xuanyi was also a bit dumbfounded. "Who the fuck is ruining my plans?" Zhou was dumbfounded enough. "You really didn't do it?" Lu Xuanyi was angry at this point. "Wait a moment. I'll look into it right away and ask on your end." Zhou nodded enough. Ended very much Lu Xuanyi's contact. Zhao Enough began to heal the injured at this time. While healing, Zhao Enough asked, "What's the deal with you guys and how do you get hurt every day?" That patient looked at Zhao Enough, then said, "We are scattered cultivators who were captured and taken over to work as hard laborers. Before we were injured, we were still able to take a break. But since you came, our days are worse than a day. Zhao Tianzuan, I beg you, why don't you? Let's leave. With you around, we'll be dragged to work day and night." Zhao Enough? Chapter 186, Who's So Unethical? Zhao Enough was blindsided by the group's narration. Even Zhao Enough felt that this kind of thing, he was afraid that only Lu Xuanyi could do it. "But aren't you messing with me? It's fine. I'll heal your wounds first." After Zhao Enough finished, he healed this group of people. When the group is healed, Zhao was enough to contact Lu Xuanyi again. He briefly told Lu Xuanyi what had happened to these people. Lu Xuanyi was stunned. "Crap, who is that unethical? Zhao Enough? It really wasn't you?" Lu Xuanyi was speechless. "Am I that unethical?" For a moment, Zhao Enough didn't know how he should answer. Still, Lu Xuanyi said, "But no matter who it is, they have affected my plans, and this kind of thing cannot be tolerated. And wait, I'll meet you there." Zhou nodded enough. It didn't take long. Lu Xuanyi then found Zhao Enough. However, Lu Xuanyi did not meet with Zhao Enough directly, but as Zhao Enough's patient, Zhao Enough pretended to heal as well, and then the two of them muttered in whispers, "Now the people of Yama Palace, for the time being, there is no way to walk around, which instead makes us a bit misinformed. If it were usual, not to mention someone destroying our plans, I'm afraid that as long as they show up, their bottoms will be found out." Once he said that, Lu Xuanyi suddenly scratched his head. This matter of finding a body for Hades seems to be urgent at the moment. However, I suddenly think there's something we need to plan for. Zhao Enough was a bit confused. "I thought it was to investigate who took them over for hard labor." Lu Xuanyi shook his head. "That's just a small matter. I just need to mix among them and naturally I'll know who's behind it." Zhou nodded enough. "That makes sense." "Oh, so what's your actual plan?" Lu Xuanyi sighed. "Making you famous is real. That potion of Langfrost's has an afterburner, but it doesn't mean that that mangpa soup of his has an afterburner. Once that pink potion has an afterburner, the Emperor of Great Yen and that Taoist priest will, in my estimation, be miserable. As long as you become famous, the Emperor of Great Yen will inevitably come to you and ask you to treat him." Zhao Enough seemed to understand something. "So, what you're saying is, let me get my hands dirty when I treat the Emperor of Great Yen." Lu Xuanyi nodded. "Smart, but just a little movement. Just explode when it counts. And by the way, that potion in his body, you try to remove it for him." Zhao was enough to understand what Lu Xuanyi was trying to do. Figuring that, because of the special nature of the more than 100,000 people in Yama's palace, Lu Xuanyi couldn't find a suitable physical body for Yama's palace for every breakthrough. Could he? So, Lu Xuanyi is planning to directly captivate the Emperor of Great Yen. This is. There was just one thing that Zhao Enough didn't understand. Why don't we encircle now? Wouldn't it be easier to take advantage of his lack of cultivation? Lu Xuanyi waved his hand. "We squeezed too much before, and it will take some time for him to recover. And the second thing is that, now that our people don't have physical bodies, there's not much use in capturing them. Besides, I have a hunch that the final showdown in this secret realm is not far off, and during this time, it is expected that all the forces will be playing their bottom cards. I see that Emperor De Yen has the potential to be the final boss. So let's make Emperor De Yen the boss before we say anything." Zhao Enough, though he didn't quite understand what Lu Xuanyi meant by the final boss, but he probably understood that the meaning should be the biggest villain. At the same time, he understood Lu Xuanyi's ultimate intention in doing so. Cultivate resources. Lu Xuanyi nodded. "Smart." Zhao Enough was a little worried. "You've said it all. That Emperor De Yen is hiding very deeply. Aren't you afraid of screwing it up?" Lu Xuanyi smiled. "Do you remember what I told you earlier about Ji Suiying?" Zhou nodded enough. Lu Xuanyi explained again. "If Ji Suiying or the Master of the Hall of Angry Heavens are both reborn back from the future, then a hidden boss like this Emperor of Great Yen could never be silent. And according to what Old Lin said, this Emperor of Great Yen is still a sinful dragon, and when he's fully exposed, Ji Suiying will surely kill him. At that time, when he fights Ji Suiying, you just need to make sure that that Great Yen Emperor doesn't die completely." And when he's so badly injured that he can't fight, we'll just steal the corpse. So, for us, this emperor of Great Yen, on the contrary, the more powerful he is, the better he is, the more powerful he is, it means that his entire body is a treasure, and the more favorable it will be for our 100,000 brothers of Yama Palace. Zhao Enough looked at Lu Xuanyi oddly. Why do I get the feeling you're a bit of a non-person, counting on your own family pussy? Lu Xuanyi waved his hand. What words? Was that a calculation on my part? If I didn't do this, Ji Suiying would have killed through him just the same. I'm just trying to maximize the benefits for us under this premise. Zhou was silent enough for a moment. Again. Well, you're taking advantage. Lu Xuanyi. Alright, don't talk about these useless things. I reckon the Great Yen Emperor will find you soon. That's it. I'll go and see who's doing something so unethical. Hey, it's so damn tiring. I still have to find 100,000 transformation flesh. Nima. 100,000 ah. Lu Xuanyi himself felt that there was little hope, but before leaving, Lu Xuanyi handed Zhao Enough a storage bag. Zhao Enough was a bit dumbfounded as he looked inside the storage bag. There's over 100 flesh bodies in there. Zhou was stunned enough. Where did that come from? Lu Xuanyi coughed. Aren't some people at the peak of yuaning, and their big day is approaching? So I'll help them enter the transformation spirit, but their deaths have nothing to do with me. It's mainly because they didn't carry the lightning tribulation, so I'll help them collect their corpses. Zhao Enough looked at Lu Xuanyi skeptically. Here's a couple more heads full of bracts from a lightning strike? Lu Xuanyi explained again. These were the ones that came because they weren't willing to cooperate with the thunderbolt, and the heavenly Tao directly rained bricks from the sky. Tendo. Zhao Enough. Alright, don't care about these details. These are all devils who have killed countless people, dying under the heavenly tribulation. That's entirely their own fault. Zhao Enough nodded instead. Although Lu Xuanyi is a bit of an inappropriate person, but it's true that all the people Lu Xuanyi brought with him to torment are not good people. I don't know why. Zhao Enough suddenly remembered the words. Wickedness still needs to be warned by the wicked. But isn't that a curse even for yourself? Alright, be careful yourself. Don't expose your identity. After all, the name Save Death is probably quite famous. Zhao Enough. After Lu Xuanyi finished speaking, he directly followed the group of people whose eyes were filled with despair. And before Lu Xuanyi was gone for long, then someone came over specifically to catch Zhao Enough. Zhao Enough was startled at first. Subconsciously, he smacked the incoming man with both slaps, but once he saw that it was the subterranean dragon guard, Zhao Enough gave them a resurrection in the next second, and then hid his cultivation at Jin Dan. Those two subterranean dragon guards were confused. They looked at each other and inquired uncertainly, did we just die for a moment? Chapter 187, You're not going to fix me. Lu Xuanyi followed the group of drudges and came within a mining cave. The group was very self-conscious. When you come to this place, you take a pickaxe and start digging. Lu Xuanyi is naturally among them. However, when Lu Xuanyi saw that the supervisors were all spirit transformation cultivators, his eyes instantly lit up. Crap. 1, 2, 3. I'm going. There's more over there. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but pull out his slate. But in the end, he resisted his urge. Mainly, Lu Xuanyi knew these people. All of them were heavenly demons. What Lu Xuanyi wants to figure out right now is why this group of people want to grab people over to dig. What's the purpose? And the fact that sky devils usually come in large numbers. Therefore, Lu Xuanyi wanted to see how many heavenly demons had come this time. Bang click. While Lu Xuanyi was thinking, one cultivator had his legs directly severed by the bursting ore. Ah! The monk screamed miserably. The heavenly demons were then seen simply bandaging the cultivator and throwing him out afterward. Men, take him to Tianzuan Zhao. Lu Xuanyi was dumbfounded. Nice guy. My people, you're utilizing them here? But Lu Xuanyi was a little curious. What the hell are these ores? Just bursts of debris can break a person's legs. Lu Xuanyi looked at the blackened stone in front of him. Again, take the pickaxe and pound it. Ding a pickaxe down. That or blew right up. The exploding debris was like sharp blades, constantly hitting Lu Xuanyi's body. Powerful, but nowhere near enough to hurt Lu Xuanyi. Mainly, Lu Xuanyi's physical body was a bit terrifyingly strong, but this pickaxe goes down. Lu Xuanyi also saw what was inside the ore. Look at the black smoking thing. Lu Xuanyi always felt something familiar. What's this thing from? Lu Xuanyi was lost in thought. Suddenly, he remembered. It seemed that there was something like this in the storage bag of the devil puppet in the beginning. This seems to be the magic seed, and Lu Xuanyi just dug up this magic seed. There was then a group of heavenly demons that hurriedly ran over and then began to act like dogs, constantly licking those demonic seeds. The food was a delight. Lu Xuanyi was a bit dumbfounded. After those heavenly devils have eaten that devil seed, they started to look like they were enjoying themselves. Even their bodies, too, began to linger with circle after circle of black gas. Very well, you've done a good job, kid, and as a reward, I'll allow you to lick my toes. Saying that, one of the heavenly demons took off his shoes. A jade foot was revealed. Well, looking at the feet, this would be a woman. But this reward, directly to Lu Shuani hole will not. What the hell kind of brainwave is that? That heavenly demon looked at Lu Shuani's unmoved and his tone was a bit displeased. What? This reward isn't enough? It's the greatest honor to lick your toes. And I urge you to. What are you doing? That heavenly devil looked at Lu Shuani taking out the slate and felt something bad in his heart. Lu Shuani, on the other hand, was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Bang! Lu Shuani smacked over. The man's head instantly crumbled. The filth directly got the other heavenly demons' faces. The other heavenly demons froze. You, bold. Bang bang bang. Lu Shuani put the group down in 3 hits. Then in one swift movement, he put the group into sacks. Of course, Lu Shuani also stayed behind for one. I ask. You tell. That demon committed suicide by directly biting into the poison sac. Lu Shuani directly an elixir to him. That demon was resurrected again. Lu Shuani didn't say anything, just quietly look at that demon. The heavenly devil was also dumbfounded. How come I'm not dead? But once again she pulled out her dagger and plunged it into her heart. Lu Shuani directly crushed an elixir and sprinkled it on the guy. His wounds healed quickly. The demon froze that day. Lu Shuani directly took out his Qingping sword at this time. Put. Ah. Lu Shuani's long sword was on the verge of stabbing out residual shadows. That day the devil finally realized a truth. Damn, can't die in front of this guy. Suddenly, that day the demon realized something. You're Fuyumi, Lu Shuani, you know me? The heavenly devil hurriedly said at this time. Lord Fuyun, one of our own. One of our own. Lu Shuani? It's not. Since when am I on your side? How come I don't know? What? I woke up and I'm a heavenly devil? Seeing Lu Shuani's confused face, this heavenly devil hurriedly explained. My lord, I'm a close associate of the anguished Heavenly Hall's Vice Hall Master. The Vice Hall Master told me about your and the Grand Hall Master's plans a long time ago, and the Vice Hall Master told me to find a chance to tell you the location of the Heavenly Demon's 100,000 strong army's hideout, saying that it'd be a great merit if I did it right. Lu Shuani's eyes widened. No. Wait, how many did you say? 100,000 troops? What cultivation level are they all? That heavenly devil said. Transformation. Lu Shuani's face was agitated. Fine, fine. This time, you are indeed a great achievement. Tell me, where are all those 100,000 transformers? When the heavenly devil took a look at Lu Shuani's eyes, he thought to himself. Sure enough, the Vice Temple Master's guess was right. This Fu Yao, indeed, was a person of the Grand Hall Master. This heavenly devil hurriedly took out a map and handed it to Lu Shuani. Lu Shuani took the map and glanced at it, then asked, is the information credible? The demon nodded that day. Absolutely trustworthy. This was handed over to the Vice Temple Master by the Grand Hall Master himself, and he even specifically told the Vice Temple Master that he must not let anyone know, especially the Saving Deaths and Wounds duo. Lu Shuani was confused. Since you can't tell us, what are you guys? The demon smiled that day. Don't pretend. My lord, the Vice Palace Master told me long ago that everything you and the Grand Palace Master have actually done is just to cover your ears. In fact, what you really want to do is to overthrow the heavenly demons. Just talking about it. This heavenly devil inquired again. It's just that, my lord, there are too many people you're planning to kill this time, but the 2 hall masters have already paved the entire front road. And the Vice Hall Master's meaning is that if you're not sure of destroying those 100,000 incarnated cultivators in one fell swoop, it's best not to do it, as it's easy to show your hand. Cough cough cough. Lu Shuani coughed. Well, I can override these people at once. The demon nodded his head that day. In that case, your honor. At this moment, Sky Demon rubbed his hands together. It's wanting a reward. Lu Shuani thought about it and directly took out a token of the Yama Palace and handed it to this heavenly demon. Sky Devil? What's the meaning of this? I've done such a good job. Reward me with a piece of Hades? Lu Shuani smiled at this point. You'll find out later. That heavenly demon froze for a moment, but after the Yama Palace token absorbed his blood, it played the means of the 2 Yama kings over and over again in his mind. This heavenly demon knelt in front of Lu Shuani with a face full of terror. At the same time he felt very ridiculous. It's not even the same thing, okay? But why such outrageous coincidences and misunderstandings? Lu Shuani at this time once again took out a piece of gold and Jade Yen Wang order. You're still a heavenly demon for the time being, This thing, when you go back and give it to the Vice Hall Master, he's a talent. Heavenly Devil. Chapter 188 A Broken Heart. But not completely broken within the Palace of the Angry Sky. The Grand Master of the Hall had everything under his control at this point, especially when you see the map, the blinking red dots. The Grand Master of the Hall just couldn't help but be proud. Couldn't even resist sharing it with the Vice Temple Master. This 100,000 people distribution out. I can almost control everything in the secret realm in a short time, whether it is news, or want to kill certain people silently. I can do at will command. I call this plan a spider's web, and now that I am, all I need to do is give the order, and all my enemies will be caught in a net. The Deputy Temple Master hesitated and scratched his head. Will it really be that simple? And you're so spread out here that you can really overpower them all? The Grand Master of the Hall always felt that there was something wrong with that statement, but it doesn't matter, because his people had covered the entire cave. But in order for the Vice Temple Master to witness his plan, the Grand Master of the Hall still said, "Superficial. Don't look at how scattered my men are right now, but that's just the appearance. When I give the order, the group will instantly close up." The Deputy Temple Master didn't say anything. The Grand Master of the Hall smiled. "I know you don't believe me, but the reason I'm able to sit in the position of Palace Master is because I'm able to do things that other people are completely incapable of doing." After saying that, the Grand Hall Master, in order to show his ability, direct transmission at this time. "Come, prove it to our Vice Hall Master." The words just fell. Boom. All of the blinking red dots on the entire map instantly went out. It also looked like an instant blackout in the Hall of the Angry Sky. The entire hall was darkened. Grand Master of the Hall? Vice Hall Master. The atmosphere was silent. There was silence for an indeterminate amount of time. It was only then that the Vice Temple Master rolled his throat. "That, my lord, this action of yours to have the enemy's entire army wiped out is just too fast. I haven't figured out how this matter should be rounded up." The Grand Hall Master slowly sat down on the steps of the Great Hall of the Angry Sky Hall, his hands covering his face. "Just wait, leave me alone." The Vice Temple Master also stood quietly next to him. He's looking sad now, too. Mainly, he had somewhat underestimated this Grand Hall Master's methods. Who could have imagined that the Grand Master of the Hall would be so impatient? But it's only been less than half a month since we entered the secret realm, and this is all gone. So what excuse do you want me to give you to put it off? The Deputy Temple Master doesn't know. At this time, the Grand Hall Master's mind also collapsed. Even he couldn't think straight. Why it failed? And what's in the secret realm? Anyway, even he was now wondering himself if he was the mole. Obviously everything was planned perfectly. Everything is under control. But why? Why does it look like he keeps burying the Sky Demon inside? Seriously, he's mentally broken. He had never felt, before, so defeated. Even the kind of failure that is unacceptable. And he could already imagine it. How would he be punished for overthrowing the Heavenly Demon Army this time? No, possibly, even, he's going to be put to death. The Grand Master of the Hall was very reluctant. He went back in time from the long river of time. Originally, one was supposed to start being brilliant. He was not happy to die like this. But, what can you do if you're not happy? He deeply knew the terror of the Heavenly Devil. In his last life, he was also a Heavenly Pride, and even acted with great merit in his life. But after the Heavenly Devil descended, he realized what powerlessness was, and what a heavenly calamity was. The small immortal edge continent was really not worth mentioning in the eyes of the heavenly demons. The good thing was, he had half of the heavenly demon bloodline in his body, and in the end, he awakened the heavenly demon bloodline. Finally, he was accepted by the heavenly devil. Even, he was of the most noble heavenly demon bloodline. He was in the midst of the heavenly demons, and he welcomed his glorious future. If he shed his lowly human blood, he would be the royal family of the heavenly devil. Turns out he was going to make it all by himself. But in the end, that damned Ji Suiying, she blew herself up. That destructive self-explosion, nearly destroying the future great immortal edge world that was about to take shape. And likewise, he was completely annihilated in the energy of that self-explosion. Well, in the end, he found out. It was amazing to see myself back at the very beginning. This life, he directly chose to defect to the heavenly devil. And he had the ability to be a seer. And he did become the heavenly devil king seed in a very short period of time. But why? Why is it that all the efforts he has been planning for so many years are now all null and void? Could it be that everything is because of Ji Suiying? The Grand Master of the Hall was not willing to do so. Why? Why in heaven's name are you so biased in favor of Ji Suiying? Why? It was at this time that the void opened wide. A giant hidden in the void flashed its eerie eyes as it looked at the two Hall Masters of the Angry Sky Hall. The Grand Hall Master knelt down with his heart in his mouth. The Vice Temple Master also began to rack his brain. How is this going to be rounded? In fact, a little bit of extrapolation of the things he said before showed that there were a lot of holes. This giant was also the leader among the heavenly devils. He could be so brainless. The heavenly demons he brought with him this time were almost completely wiped out. With a little bit of research, you can see the problems. The Vice Hall Master couldn't help but feel that the Grand Hall Master was too reckless this time. But it was at this time. The giant sighed. You two have made a great achievement this time. And your guess is right. This time, our people were indeed counted by other people. I have already dealt with this matter. But this time, we have suffered heavy losses. And we can't carry out the next plan. The next will be other people to take over this matter. But you need not worry. After the giant finished speaking, he directly gave the two a token each. This is the Imperial Historian's right that I grant you. Even the heavenly devils that come later will need to listen to you. Catching the void merges. All things settled. The two Hall Masters of the Angry Sky Hall were holding the Imperial Decree. Especially the Grand Master of the Hall. It felt very ridiculous at this point. I'm okay? The Vice Hall Master looked at the Grand Hall Master with great admiration at this moment. So it is. Sure enough, everything is under your lordship's control. The Grand Hall Master took a deep breath. He's mentally broken, but not completely. However, the Grand Master of the Hall was now very confused. The reason he kept the Vice Temple Master by his side, that was because, in his last life, he was able to quickly rise in strength and status among the heavenly demons. It can't be dissociated from this Deputy Temple Master. In this life, it seems to be the same, but the question is, this fucking process is so wrong, or even the other way around. In his last life, he had madly gathered hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of henchmen with the help of the Sub-Deputy Hall Master. This life, he became a lightweight, but immediately afterward, the Grand Hall Master's mind exploded. It was only because the Vice Hall Master came to say, that's not right, you sent away 100,000 heavenly demons this time. How come the Heavenly Tao didn't send down any merits? Then the Heavenly Tao really sends down merits. The key problem is that that's not really merit. That's just purely like a kind of light of merit. But this is something that is like yellow mud falling down the crotch of your pants. You, the Lord of the Hall, has broken his defense. Broken the great defense. This time he was pressing the Vice Temple Master to the ground and beating him to death. Chapter 189. The Grand Master of the Hall was tired and uncomfortable. It was really because, after he had punched the Vice Hall Master for half a day, the Vice Hall Master still had a smile on his face. What are you laughing at? The Grand Master of the Hall asked with a gasp. The Vice Hall Master rose at this time instead. As if nothing had happened. He patted the dust on his body. My lord, no matter who takes over this immortal Edgeworld, I think it will be unfavorable to you, because you are too dazzling, my lord, and it is expected that the new heavenly demons will either sneer at you or laugh at you. And there's also a key issue. Since you set up the other heavenly demons, and even indirectly exterminated them, this is the kind of thing that the newly arrived heavenly demons could never tolerate, because they don't know when you're screwing them over. And although we no longer meddle in other matters, our rights are still greater than the other heavenly demons, which the other heavenly demons will never tolerate and will even backstab you. Your Excellency might as well consider how you should face the newly arrived heavenly demon next. The Grand Master of the Hall was deep in thought. In fact, if you think about it carefully, the Vice Temple Master was right. Even the analysis is spot on. But the key question is, I'm not counting the other factions of Sky Devils for fuck's sake. This whole thing, other than the fact that he didn't even know how his own men were actually exterminated, had nothing to do with him at all. What do you mean I messed with other sky demons? This is said as if one were an old cunt, counting the sky and the air. I'm so good, for what I don't know myself. First of all, I want to correct a problem, although I don't know why the 100,000 heavenly demons were all wiped out, and were picked up by the other heavenly demons. But this matter, it wasn't me who plotted this, is that clear? The Vice Temple Master nodded seriously. I understand. The Grand Hall Master looked at the Vice Hall Master with that look in his eyes, and there was something indescribably hard in his heart. You get it without me even saying it? The Deputy Temple Master smiled. I'm the one who really understands you, and you'll understand even if you don't say so. Grand Master of the Hall. He felt that he should find time to grab that save death and show this Vice Hall Master his brain. The Grand Hall Master felt that it was better for him to talk less to the Vice Hall Master now, just in case he gets pissed off. But just because the Grand Hall Master didn't say anything, it didn't mean that the Vice Hall Master didn't say anything. My lord, just now my men sent word that this time the heavenly demon is called Chen Beiping, and it seems that he is also a newcomer to the heavenly demon, and his talent and strength are both frighteningly strong, and his tactics are extremely sinister as well. Even this time he brought nearly 2 million heavenly demons with him. of which just the refined void powerhouses alone are 70,000, the transformation gods 400,000, and the rest are all under the transformation gods. Speaking of this, the Vice Hall Master looked solemnly at the Grand Hall Master. My lord, do you have the confidence to give him a total annihilation this time? The Grand Hall Master took a deep breath. I'll emphasize again, the demise of the Heavenly Devil has nothing to do with me. Understand? It doesn't matter. The Deputy Hall Master nodded. This I know, but my lord, do you really have no other plans? Do you really let Chen Beiping ride on our heads and pull them? Originally, the Grand Hall Master wanted to get angry, but after careful thought, he realized that what this Deputy Hall Master said about consideration was not unreasonable. Heavenly demons can invade the world together, but between Heavenly Devil and Heavenly Devil, that's pretty brutal too. If he didn't make some preparations, that new Heavenly Demon would definitely not let himself go. But now the Grand Master of the Hall himself was not confident. It would have been better if all the previous ones had really done it all by themselves, but the problem now was, if it was true that the new Heavenly Demon, as the Vice Hall Master had said, had made a move against himself, what should be done? Think about it. The Grand Hall Master looked to the Vice Hall Master. So, in your opinion, what are we to do? The Deputy Temple Master smiled. That depends on what your honor chooses. The Great Hall Lord pondered for a moment, then said, if they don't make a move against us, then we naturally have peace with them. And if they do. Speaking of which, the Grand Hall Master was somewhat silent. It's because he's not confident. What should one do if people really do it? The current self is a bare bones commander. The Grand Master of the Hall was silent. The Vice Temple Master frowned. Why did he have a feeling that this Grand Hall Master was a bit confused? But then, the Vice Hall Master dismissed his thoughts. It was absolutely impossible for the Grand Hall Master to be confused with that glorious battle record before. He must be planning something. But what exactly was the Grand Master of the Hall plotting? The Deputy Temple Master began to ponder. Suddenly, the Deputy Hall Master saw the Grand Hall Master looking at the information on saving lives. The Vice Temple Master snapped to attention. Oh, I see. This startle from the Vice Hall Master gave the Great Hall Master, who was in deep thought, a fright. You get it again? The Deputy Hall Master nodded. I understand what you're saying. I'll make a trip to the secret realm myself this time, and I'll make sure that this will be done securely. Grand Master of the Hall? He then rubbed his temples again. Do you, indeed, have an idea? The Deputy Temple Master smiled. I understand all that. There are some things that you, my lord, are not in a position to do, but I can, and for the sake of your lordship's long-term plans, I will certainly make this thing look good. Seriously, the Grand Master of the Hall was now a little confused. This Vice Hall Master, what exactly is his plan? But for the sake of face, the Grand Hall Master was not in a position to ask directly. However, the Grand Hall Master still forced himself to pretend at this point. Well, it seems you did learn some of my skin, but how sure are you? The Vice Temple Master thought about it. If we follow the kind of efficiency we had before, there should be a 90% certainty. The Grand Master of the Hall nodded. Okay, go ahead and do it. The Deputy Hall Master saluted and retired. Wait until the Vice Temple Master has left. The Grand Master of the Hall rubbed the corners of his eyes again. I have a bad feeling in my heart. After Hades regained 100,000 Heavenly Devil flesh, arguably, it became even more powerful than before. Even that demon's fleshly body was indeed a bit too powerful. After Lu Xuanyi and Lin Wu Dao's research, they found that this Heavenly Devil flesh body was not only very tough in terms of flesh hardness, even the recovery ability is almost perverse. And Lu Xuanyi discovered a secret. The Heavenly Devil's body seems to belong to the body of extreme evil. It is the ability to devour all evil thoughts, qi, and grievances to strengthen oneself. In a way, the body of a heavenly demon was even particularly good at raising evil spirits, which, again, seemed to be somewhat similar to Hades. There's an even scarier place. That is, if the Heavenly Devil uses his magic power, the properties of that mana could even affect the surroundings. Any person or plant that is affected by the magic power of the Heavenly Devil will be driven by the Heavenly Devil. It will even turn good people into heavenly demons. To put it bluntly, it was like a virus. And the sky demons are very unreasonable. When ordinary people cultivated, they needed to sense the great Tao of heaven and earth and constantly refine their will. The Heavenly Devil, on the other hand, forcibly absorbed aura and forced a breakthrough. Even more advanced heavenly demons were able to absorb the cultivation of cultivators infected by themselves and raise their strength. And they can also plunder other people's senses. Their roots. Chapter 190, The Terrifying Old Man. Of course, Lu Xuanyi would not study his own people. It's just a coincidence. They encountered a group of sneaky sky demons. The results of their research were obtained from that group of heavenly demons. there just wasn't enough Xiao, and relying on Lu Xuanyi's elixir alone, he ultimately wasn't able to get more, because those heavenly demons had a mental breakdown. Even if Lu Xuanyi was fed elixirs, he would only end up being awake for a period of time before having another mental breakdown. For this reason, Lu Xuanyi also specializes in studying medicine. But the result is, even if Lu Xuanyi's medical skills had gained understanding to the point of reaching the peak, there was no way to be like Zhao enough, who could easily heal someone's soul, spirit. It's even capable of making people want to break down without being able to do so. But as of now, these results obtained were also enough to say that the Tomorrow Devil was terrifying and frightening. Not to mention, the arrangement of the Angry Sky Hallmaster is really quite good. Those people seem to be very scattered, but spread throughout the entire cave heaven. Nowadays, if there is any wind blowing within the cave heaven, we will be able to know about it first. And I also found out that those layouts are very well thought out. Just like a spider web. Within the spider web, everything is under our control, and we even only need to give an order, so we can wipe out the entire cave heaven in one fell swoop. Lu Xuanyi scratched his head. I'll go. This Angry Sky Hallmaster is that powerful. Lin Wudao nodded his head. There is indeed something about it. And even this layout. It's simply ghostly. Just talking about it. Lin Wudao's face then looked very odd. Perhaps, without meeting the King of Hell, this Angry Sky Hallmaster might really do something great. But the weird thing is, this kind of news even told Lu Xuanyi directly, so that Lu Xuanyi almost found the 100,000 bodies in Hades. It's just a little bit unbelievable. Even Lin Wudao was a bit skeptical. Old Lu, is it true that you're working with the anguished heavenly hallmaster? Lu Xuanyi looked at Lin Wudao speechlessly. If I did work with him, we still don't know the exact news of the heavenly demon? Listening to Lu Xuanyi talk like this, Lin Wudao also nodded his head. Oh yeah, those heavenly demons we were studying earlier ran away, but they didn't run far. They were directly grabbed by an old man, and then all of them were crushed to death, like crushing ants. Lu Xuanyi was shocked. Squeezing a transformation god to death is like squeezing an ant to death? Lin Wudao nodded his head. Yes, the key is, that old man didn't use any magic power, he just reached out and pinched to death. This kind of tactic, it should be a Mahayana cultivator, or possibly even higher cultivation, because our people, they couldn't find out at all how the old man got here and how he left. Lu Xuanyi looked at Lin Wudao with some worry. So did he find you guys? Lin Wudao shook his head. Our Yama Palace is fine to hide in the shadows. When we are stationary, we are flowers, plants and trees. Almost no one can find us. Of course, if that old man has to use his divine sense to look for it forcefully, we can't hide it. The good thing is, after that old man pinched that group of heavenly demons, he was obviously furious and left this cave directly. Still, that old man has the aura of a heavenly demon on him, and it doesn't feel like his status is low. Lu Xuanyi was silent for a long time. Then he said once again, the Yama Palace is still hidden according to the arrangement of that Angry Heaven Palace for the time being, and during this period of time, apart from collecting all the secret realms within this cave heaven, other things should not be done for the time being. Lin Wudao nodded his head. Well, for now. After Lu Xuanyi finished speaking, he directly left Wu Yun, because he had something else to do. The 100,000 bodies in Hades were really looking for something to catch them off guard. This led to the fact that Lu Xuanyi now had two more throwing powers of the refined void realm in his hands. Originally, Lu Xuanyi's idea was to directly let the brothers from the Yama Palace come and directly seize these two refined void heavenly demons. But as it turned out, the takeover couldn't be done. Not only could he not take over the body, but he even lost two of his brothers. Even this time, Lu Xuanyi slayed or swung smoke, nor could they knock these two refined void heavenly demons to death. This messed up Lu Xuanyi's head very much. The good thing is, Lu Xuanyi contacted Zhao Qing. It was because Zhao Qing said that he had the means to deal with souls. Not only that, he brought Lu Xuanyi a treasure. Now that Zhao Qing is here, Lu Xuanyi rushes to greet him. However, when Lu Xuanyi saw Zhao Qing carrying two heads, it was a bit odd. What's your look? Zhao Qing explained. The two scribes collected on the road ended up being struck by lightning halfway down the road, and their divine souls fused with these two heads. Lu Xuanyi scratched his head. Then you'll get him two more bodies. So you'll have a horse and a cow. Zhao Qing coughed awkwardly. Well, I've done that for them, but it's a big problem. Lu Xuanyi was somewhat interested. Expand on that. Zhou enough to sigh. Look, the bull's head in the horse's head. Isn't it beautiful? Lu Xuanyi? Looking at Lu Xuanyi's odd eyes, Zhao Qing explained again. Here's the thing. In fact, for our eyes, isn't this simply a bull's head and a horse's head? But the problem comes because inside these two heads are human divine souls. So by giving them animal bodies, they have no way to recover their cultivation instead. Not only is there no way to recover their cultivation, but they will even attract other ethnic groups to take turns giving them a workout. Lu Xuanyi's eyes were a little weird. That workout you were talking about? Zhao Chang nodded. Yes, it's to give them exercise. At this time that bull's head and horse's head had tears in their eyes. It was a bad time for them. What about other animals whose bodies you've tried? Zhao Qing sighed. It's all the same, and even I understand why the two heads stayed heads, without bodies. Lu Xuanyi's face became even more odd. Why don't we put him on a human body? Zhao Qing scratched his head. I have thought about it, but I can't find the right one. It seems that these two heads are not too simple. Ordinary humans can't carry them. Lu Xuanyi felt that this matter was also too coincidental. Coincidentally, I asked you to come here this time to help kill two people. And, with those two bodies, it might be a good match for them. Zhao Qing's eyes lit up. Then go check it out. Lu Xuanyi nodded. It didn't take long. Zhao Qing then followed Lu Xuanyi to a basement. When the candles in the basement are lit, as soon as the two men were oxen, they saw the two heavenly demons who had their heads covered in bracts by Lu Xuanyi's brick. Those two heavenly demons looked at Lu Xuanyi with eyes filled with viciousness. Little thief. Don't worry. When we get out of this trap, I will kill you. If it wasn't for Lu Xuanyi wanting to give these two bodies to his brothers from the palace of Hades, he really wanted to just let go of Master Pan and then directly obliterate these two people. It's these two. See if you can erase their souls. Zhao Qing's eyes were filled with surprise. Not a big problem. Chapter 191, isn't that more desperate? Want to start now? Lu Xuanyi nodded. Lu Xuanyi then saw that Zhao Qing directly took out his moral streamer. As Zhao Qing's mana prodded, a black wind directly surrounded the colorful bodies of those two refined void heavenly demons. Those two heavenly demons were still in a state of confusion, and their souls were directly siphoned away by the moral streamers. At this time within the moral streamer, another woman's soul shouted out, two refined souls, elegant seats. Lu Xuanyi? No, you're not. Zhao Cheng explained with a gentle face. I reasoned with these people, but these people wouldn't listen and ended up roughing me up, so I had no choice but to let them enter this moral streamer first, and look how obedient and cute they are now. Lu Xuanyi. He was a little curious, though. Then how did you make them so obedient after they entered this 10,000 soul streamer of yours? Zhao Qing coughed. There was a touch of bookish obstinacy on his face. First of all, I'm a moral streamer. After saying that, he also looked at Lu Xuanyi seriously. Lu Xuanyi could only nod helplessly. Okay, moral streamer. Seeing Lu Xuanyi nod his head, Zhao Qing then smiled joyfully. It's actually very simple. I will set up a kind of reincarnation in the 10,000 souls. No. I will set up a kind of reincarnation in the moral streamer, and before the reincarnation, I will temporarily seal their memories first, but I will not seal their nature. Then let them go through life after life in the midst of the moral streamers, though in each case, they will experience having people who are even more unreasonable than they are, and then break them. It's like being in the middle of a picture book, getting screwed out of your home or losing your wife and children. But of course, if they're reasonable and bring them along at the same time, that life ends. However, if they can't get others to be reasonable, but be a reasonable person themselves, and go through 9 lives, they can come back to the present. When they return, all of their current memories and the memories of the life I created for them will return. That way they know how important it is to be reasonable. Lu Xuanyi listened in great silence. After thinking for half a day, Lu Xuanyi didn't know how he should table his feelings. Nice guy, me and Zhao Gong, just torturing this life. You're good, you just torture people for eternity. When you're done, you have to give people back their full memories. Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but inquire. Are you sure this group won't despair even more when they learn the facts and realize they are just souls among the moral streamers? Zhao Qing shook his head. No, if they despair, I will create life again and keep them from despairing until they do. Lu Xuanyi. Well, that's good. Zhou and I were able to do enough to keep from falling apart. You can't even do that by making people desperate. There was a long silence. In the end, Lu Xuanyi could only take out a purple gold Yama temple token and hand it to Zhao Qing. What is it? Zhao Qing inquired. This is the organization I created. A place to punish the wicked and, of course, to reason with others. Zhao Qing took the token, and after the token recognized its owner, the entire Yama Palace's mind transmitted a message about what Zhao Qing had done. At the same time, the Yama Temple also welcomed their third Yama. At this moment, the people in the Yama Palace couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Truly, these 3 Yamas, what you're doing, it's just top-notch torture. Even Lin Wu Dao was able to imagine it. After Lu Xuanyi and Zhao enough saved lives, that man can finally die. But it was only discovered after death. One has to go through the torture of life countless more times. Lin Wu Dao couldn't help but rub his temples. Well, Now what happens when you offend the king of Hades? Death is no longer the end, but has only just begun. Shadowguard was a bit disheartened at this point. Lin Wudao kicked Shadowguard. What's that look on your face? Shadowguard sighed. Originally I wanted to become the king of Hades, but now it seems that I'm afraid that I won't be able to become the king of Hades in this lifetime. Lin Wudao disdainfully glanced at the Shadowguard. Don't even think about it. If I could be the king of Hades, I would have been long ago. Not now, judge. Shadowguard shook his head. No, I must become the king of Hades. I already know the key to becoming the king of Hades, and that is that I must do it in a way that makes life worse than death. Lin Wudao laughed. Shallow. Shadowguard scratched his head. So, what do you say? How do you become Yama? Lin Wudao said at this moment, to be extremely frightening. That, you can't do. The Shadowguard's face shifted for a while, and in the end he realized, it seemed, that he really couldn't do it. No, I'm going to look again. I'll try. Lin Wudao didn't say anything. Instead, he simply lay down on a recliner and then observed the movements of the three Yama kings. As for Lu Xuanyi side, without the soul of the refined void body, it was to be casually held by Lu Xuanyi. But, after that bull's head and horse's head got their bodies, even if Lu Xuanyi had done everything perfectly, but those two bodies were still moving a little slow. Lu Xuanyi was a bit stunned. Tell us how you feel. Bullseye thought about it. Then he said, although we are now able to move around freely, we always feel that something is not right. How can I put it? Horsehead scratched his head. There's just something about it. Even though I got the body, there's something intensely like it's not my own body. And when I drive it, it's kind of like taking someone else's arm and brushing it around. Lu Xuanyi was a bit helpless. Then there's nothing to be done. We'll have to take you to a quack now. Speaking of Zhou enough, Lu Xuanyi suddenly asked Lin Wudao, how did the quack go to the palace for so long? Lin Wudao was somewhat helpless. If not for the consent of the king of Yen, the top and bottom of the palace of Yen are not allowed to privately pry into the king of Yen's whereabouts. And after old Zhao entered the palace, he did not allow us to probe, so we don't know either. Lu Xuanyi nodded. That's fine. I know. I'll see for myself. Zhao Qing also knew about this person. Zhao enough. Since he had become the king of Yen, even just hearing the name made him feel doubly close. That's why Zhao Qing was also very curious about this person. Zhao enough. Lu Xuanyi sneaked into the palace with the duo of Zhao Chang and Oxhead Horseface. Lu Xuanyi after entering the palace, there was always something wrong. According to his understanding of Zhao Enough's medical skills, Zhao Enough should have been able to treat the great Yen Emperor very quickly. But why did it take so long to get there? But when Lu Xuanyi saw Zhao Enough, his whole body went numb. Next to Zhao Enough stood Cold Frost, and the Emperor of Great Yen and a monster with a body with dragon scales were begging for mercy continuously at Zhao Enough. Dr. Zhao. No. Zhao Yanwang. I beg you. Why don't you let me die? Really, as long as you let me die, I'll repay you in the next life as an ox or a horse. Lu Xuanyi? At this moment, Zhao Enough saw Lu Xuanyi coming over. Hurry said excitedly. Pitbulls come on, help him with his injuries, or I'll be alone. And he's really not cooperating. Lu Xuanyi? Chapter 192 You poisoned it? Lu Xuanyi was in no hurry to help the wounded. He looked at the great Yen Emperor and that half-dragon man kneeling on the ground and inquired somewhat strangely. What's your situation? Zhao Enough said with a smile at this time. Actually, I was thinking of treating them and leaving, but I heard from Lao Lin that this Taoist priest took people to make pills and even killed many newborn babies to make living puppets. So I thought of punishing him. So, I used sizzle on both of them. As a result, I found out that this demonic path's physique is also very special, because after he absorbed the great Yen Emperor's essence blood, he even began to transform into a dragon. Speaking of which, Zhao Enough's eyes snowed. Think about it, before we planned, there was at most one evil dragon, but if this thing can come to fruition, wouldn't that be two? Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao Enough in stupefaction. Good guy, no wonder this guy's so many days still in the palace. After half a day, I and the dragon. There was one thing, however, that Lu Xuanyi somewhat did not understand. Why would it still be semen and blood if you're using Sekyoku? Zhao Enough to cough. Don't care about the details, but I really don't have any way to control this guy's blood on my own. It's just as well that you're here. Let's try to see if we can just press in to create a dragon. Lu Xuanyi nodded. Lu Xuanyi was then seen coming before that great Yen Emperor. Help! Lu Xuanyi's 5 fingers spread out and aimed at the great Yen Emperor. Boom! The great Yen Emperor's blood was instantly pumped out by Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi then waved his one hand once again. All of that blood didn't go into the body of the demonic path. Click click click. Aha! This time, the demonic path took too much blood, and its power swelled very rapidly. As for the changes in his body, they also began to become drastic. The demonic path's flesh was writhing. It then began to stretch on and was moving towards the land of dragons. As for the great Yan Emperor, he was directly smoked to death by Lu Xuanyi. A trace of relief passed across Emperor Dayan's face, but relief didn't last long. Emperor Dayan felt his body begin to warm up. Dazed, he opened his eyes. Emperor Dayan snapped to see that at that moment, the demonic path was struggling violently, and then his body began to gradually turn into a dragon, or a snow-white dragon. Emperor Dayan was dumbfounded. They're really making dragons. Emperor Dayan felt his worldview collapse. No. What he found even more terrifying was why he was still alive when he was clearly dead. It can't be in the hands of the two of them. I have to run in a hurry. The great Yan Emperor slowly crawled towards one side. But crawling, he suddenly saw a pole blocking him. Emperor Dayan slowly raised his head, and he saw Zhao Cheng, who was wearing a gentle smile and holding a moral streamer in his hand. You'd better stay honest. Zhao Cheng also spoke very gently. It's even a breath of fresh air. But Emperor Dayan knew, if we continue to stay here, he can't even die. Emperor Dayan just wanted to resist. Suddenly he felt weak again. Then there was a blackout. Once again, he was helped to injury. Not 2 minutes, he came to his senses again. Emperor Dayan collapsed. That Fuyun didn't come over. He merely felt the torture. But that torture wasn't enough to make him feel despair. May have this fuzzle added. It was simply the highest level of torture on earth. Torture until one's spirit breaks. No. Emperor Dayan felt a coolness in his mind. His spirit became clear again. Crash couldn't even do it. Woohoo! Woohoo! Emperor Dayan cried. Who on earth let these two appear in the cultivation world? How in heaven's name could there be these two people? Saving the dead? Help the wounded? Ooh, Tendo. Look at them. Look at them. That's how they save the dead and the injured. This kind of tactic that is almost like a demon. Don't you care? You open your eyes and look. Emperor Dayan had begun to babble. And at that moment, the Heavenly Tao silently turned off the eye of Heavenly Tao. No eyes. Even Tendo himself was a bit confused. He didn't even know how to define this Lu Xuanyi and Zhao enough. You call them both villains. Turns out the people he torments are villains. You said they come too are not villains. But this is a tactic that is simply more brutal than the villain. And even more behind the scenes than the damn villain. Tendo himself couldn't help but rub his temples. What the hell is wrong with this? Within the great Yan Palace, Lu Xuanyi and Zhao enough were wide-eyed. Nothing else. The demon path did turn into a dragon. And a white one at that. But the key question is, this demonic path turned into a demonic-looking woman. Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao enough and inquired, You did this? Lu Xuanyi shook his head. No. Although I'm treating her, I'm not swaying her gender. Zhao Qing couldn't help but explain at this point. When she transformed from a human to a dragon, she wanted the equivalent of remodeling her body. And at this stage, the gender was his own decision. So he made the change on his own. Lu Xuanyi. Zhao enough. Zhao Cheng looked at the white dragon that had turned into a woman and looked at the Emperor of Great Yan with affection. Couldn't help but inquire. Did something happen in the meantime? Zhao enough just wanted to explain. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly stopped. Don't you say it. You won't make it through the trial. Zhao enough. But in the end, Zhao enough still implicitly told what had happened. Zhao Qing's mouth twitched as he listened. You, the best doctor I've ever seen. Zhao enough was inwardly delighted. Really? Zhao Qing nodded his head before adding. It's just a bit inappropriate for people. Zhao enough, MMP. Who are you? Come on. Come on. I know a little bit about punching and kicking. Zhao Qing also took off his top at this time, revealing his lean muscles. Coincidentally, although I am a scholar of the first rank, I also know a little about the 6 arts. Come on. Come on. Who's afraid? Bang bang bang. Simmer. Pitbull. Save me. Ah. Your grandmother. Why do you net some detrimental tricks? You was a scholar? Zhao Qing was still smiling at this time. Are you a doctor or a poisoner? You've been releasing poison. I'll let your grandma's leg go. You fucking knocked my out of my hands. Zhao Qing. Lu Xuanyi covered his face. The scene where these two are beating each other up is impossible to watch. The question is, neither of these two used their cultivation. Pure fist to flesh. No. It was Zhao Qing who pressed Zhao enough to fight and seemed to have some resentment. Stop. Stop. Stop fighting. Next business. Hearing Lu Xuanyi speak, it took Zhao Cheng and Zhao enough to stop. However, Zhao enough looked at Zhao Cheng with a somewhat odd expression. Why do I feel so familiar with you? Zhao Qing looked at Zhao enough who had been beaten up by himself. He didn't know why, but he was out of his mind. Then also said, there should be some connection. Both of them then looked at Lu Xuanyi at the same time. Lu Xuanyi? Chapter 193. No, what are you guys looking at me for? Zhao Qing smiled. Nothing. Zhao enough after dressing himself, looking at that kneeling emperor of Great Yan and that white dragon. Suddenly, Zhou was enough to feel something was wrong. Pitiful bastard. This Emperor of Great Yen is a black dragon. And that Demoness has turned into a white dragon. Look, do they both look like black and white? Lu Xuanyi was also shocked as he looked at these two. It's still true. One was dressed in black and one in white. Well, that's too much like it. Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao Enough and Zhao Qing and couldn't help but rub his temples. You two can be really good. One in the middle to find the ox head and horse face. One to find the black and white invincible. Our Yama Palace. Under the efforts of the two of you, he is really more and more on the right track. Zhao Enough squinted at Lu Xuanyi. You got the judge. You even got the Azura path of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Xuanyi. But Lu Xuanyi didn't think much about it for the time being. Instead, they introduced the two of them, Zhao Qing and Zhao Enough, to each other. There may be some special connection of some kind. The two also became brothers very quickly. At this time Zhao Enough suddenly said, Look, both of our brothers are surnamed Zhao. Why don't you change your name to Zhaoyi as well? Lu Xuanyi smiled. Quack. Look at my fist. Has he gotten bigger lately? Zhao Enough shrunk his head. Just kidding. Not so much. Not so much. But Lu Xuanyi asked a question at this time. Have you ever thought of a question? If by that time after this cave restriction is liberated, the curse in their bodies will also be suppressed. What if they end up escaping after their cultivation has skyrocketed in a short period of time? Zhao Enough was instantly dumbfounded. I was thinking that, as you said, they would definitely not dare to turn against the water, but I hadn't really thought that they would run away. At this moment, the Emperor of Great Yen and that white dragon trembled, because they really do. The reason why Lu Xuanyi was afraid of them escaping was because he could draw the black dragon's blood in disguise by burning his own blood through the Great Tao Golden Scroll, but without Zhao Enough being there was no constant supply of dragon blood. As for that white dragon, straight up, it didn't make the list. Now don't say you have murderous intentions towards yourself. It was himself who had looked at her and scared the other woman so much that she trembled. Sure, the secret realm of the future. There's bound to be a big fight. For since the time when order was restored in Hades, as soon as he did, he already knew that the hidden great powers of the other sex were now beginning to move. It was thought that the end of this secret world, and the final great battle was imminent. Lu Xuanyi needs someone to come out and carry the thunder. It's this black dragon. But now there are 2 dragons. Suddenly, Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao Qing and his eyes lit up. Kyoshi, Zhao Qing, why don't you make them a life where they'll go down brutally after they've escaped? Zhao Qing frowned. This is not impossible, but the soul is drawn out. They will die. Zhao was enough to chuckle. Looking down on who? Zhao Qing took a deep breath. That'll do. Afterwards, Zhao Qing directly waved his morality streamer. 2 strands of black smoke instantly wrapped around the two. Their divine souls were swept away by Zhao Qing. 7 days later, Lu Xuanyi and the 3 of them left the palace and traveled to the Hall of Hades. The Great Yen Emperor and the White Dragon, staring blankly into the distance. Within these 7 days, he's been through 18,000 reincarnations. In his reincarnation, he was a houseboy, and each time he tried to escape his fate of becoming a houseboy. But every time, he ended up very badly. The most tragic of all, Zhao Qing had seen the means to save lives. Every time he was captured and returned himself, he was subjected to the thought penalty of saving his life. After more than a dozen reincarnations, the Great Yen Emperor made it clear that he would not run. But that abominable Fuyin, saying that it was for the sake of deepening his impression, hardened his soul for the 10,000 lifetimes he had experienced in the midst of the moral streamer. When he came out, there was saving death, and he couldn't break his spirit. There's no way to even twist it in your mind. The same kind of people they were before, the same kind of people they are now. Aha! Suffice it to say, he was tortured to that extent. After the 3 living hells left, he was unharmed. The Emperor of Great Yen had some fluke in his heart before. This time it's completely dead. That kind of extremely conflicted heart drove Emperor de Yen crazy. Ahahaha, ahahaha, I see the future. The future. Ah, that's the world of Yama. This world all belongs to Yama. Ahahaha. Emperor de Yen did not stay mad for long before his mind was once again cleared. He, once again, resumed. Emperor de Yen was directly silent. The whole thing has become a little quiet. The same goes for the White Dragon, because no one is alive after experiencing the rewards of Hades. But a voice suddenly came to their minds. It scared them so much they almost lost their bowels. You guys be happier? What kind of life you had before? It's good that it's still the same now. If you guys don't recover a little bit, I can only let Zhao Qing reincarnate you a few more times. Emperor de Yen and White Dragon hurriedly cheered up. Just can't stop the tears in the midst of the cheerfulness. In the middle of the angry Sky Hall, the Deputy Hall Master looked at the Grand Hall Master somewhat bizarrely. In the beginning, it was indeed the people from the Green Lotus Emperor's side who secretly sneaked into the secret realm, and they also did want to sabotage the plan of the Wansho demon monarch, in order to not allow him to successfully take control of this immortal edge continent. After the Wansho demon monarch sneaked into the cave to investigate, he just happened to come across the Green Lotus Emperor's people fleeing in panic, and even their brains were a little bit unconscious, and the Wansho demon monarch grabbed them after soul-searching them that there was no useful information. He crushed them to death. Afterwards, the 10,000 longevity demon monarch went to the Qinglian Emperor to question him, and naturally the Qinglian Emperor didn't admit it on his lips, but that kind of villainous look of a man who had succeeded in his treacherous plans already said it all. The Grand Master of the Hall breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. I told you that there's no way someone in this immortal edge world would be able to silently exterminate so many heavenly demons. Vice Temple, nice guy. Didn't you arrange all this? Why are you pretending now? Suddenly, the Vice Hallmaster saw a sneaky heavenly demon. The mind was instantly clear. The Deputy Hallmaster also stopped speaking at this time. But after that sneaky heavenly demon left, it was only at this time that the Grand Hallmaster inquired, "How are you getting ready?" The Vice Hallmaster scratched his head. In order to prevent the Chen Beiping from being unfavorable to the Great Hallmaster, and even to not influence, or rather, to make the whole thing seem like it has nothing to do with you, there are many things I need to consider. The Grand Hallmaster wondered what exactly the Vice Hallmaster's plan was, but the Grand Master of the Hall still said, "I don't care what plans you have. I only have one request, and that is, my position among the heavenly demons must not be shaken. Can you understand that?" The Deputy Hallmaster nodded. "This I naturally understand. Your Excellency still needs to hide. Needs to lead the heavenly devil to a brighter future." The Grand Hallmaster looked at the Vice Hallmaster in silence. Chapter 194, The Black Dragon is the Key. The Grand Master of the Hall was silent for a long time. He inquired with some uncertainty, "Do you really know what I mean?" The Deputy Hallmaster glared at the Grand Hallmaster. The hair on the head of the Grand Hall stood up in sweat as he watched. "Your Excellency, I will naturally understand this. Your Excellency, feel free to rest assured. After this time, I will ensure that your position is unshakable." The Grand Master of the Hall was silent. However, the Great Hallmaster still said, "Actually, these millions of heavenly devils." The Vice Hallmaster hurriedly shook his head. "Not good. Grand Master of the Hall? Do you know what I want?" The Vice Temple Master was silent for a moment, because the current situation is clear. The 10,000 longevity demon monarch didn't say anything on his lips, but he intentionally left the token behind so that the two of them would remain here. And the meaning of that was also very obvious. That's for them to screw up from it as well. But here's the thing now. If just the two of them had exterminated the millions of heavenly demons that Chen Beiping had brought with him, then the death of the previous heavenly demon had nothing to do with the Grand Hallmaster. Even if the Grand Master of the Hall did a good job, if the 10,000 longevity demon lord had carefully examined the situation, he would have discovered the clues as well. So, inevitably, this one can't be done too much. Even try to do as much as possible to make it look like there is no connection to the Grand Master of the Hall. This was because if the Grand Hallmaster, if he had truly overthrown the millions of heavenly demons, then what he had shown would be too terrifying. I'm afraid that the 10,000 longevity demon monarch would be fidgeting. Great Hallmaster, this time, Chen Beiping has brought people to take charge of the immortal edge continent, and although these millions of heavenly demons are very tempting, I still hope that the Great Hallmaster will not be moved to compassion. The Grand Master of the Hall was stunned. This Vice Hallmaster really understands him. He does really have an idea about these millions of heavenly demons. If these millions of heavenly demons are collected by himself, it would definitely be a great help for his future plans. But this Vice Hallmaster says it's not right? Why? The Grand Master of the Hall frowned. The Deputy Temple Master sighed. "I know that you are eager, but think about it. How many heavenly demons are under the command of the 10,000 longevity demon sovereign? Almost 5 million or so. Whoever loses a million or so heavenly devils at once, who wouldn't feel pain? If you really do it, not to mention 10,000 longevity demon sovereign, the other heavenly devils are afraid that they won't be able to tolerate you." The Grand Master of the Hall always felt that something was a bit strange, but even stranger. It wasn't like there was a sense of incongruity in what he was talking about with the Vice Hallmaster. But that's a million heavenly demons, so let it go? The Vice Temple Master took a deep breath. Good Lord! What exactly happened between this Grand Hallmaster and the heavenly demon that made the Grand Hallmaster hate the heavenly demon so much, resulting in the sight of millions of heavenly demons? The always calm and collected man was a bit out of sorts? The Deputy Temple Master thought hard. But no matter what, you can't do anything this time. But he can't do nothing. You let me think. The Deputy Temple Master paced back and forth. Suddenly he had a flash of insight. Wait, what is the reason why we are so keen on this ancient mysterious realm this time? besides Ji Suiying's chance, the most crucial thing is actually that Black Dragon Emperor. The Grand Hall Master's eyes similarly lit up. You're right. The Vice Hall Master laughed at this moment. Then this matter will be fine. I will try my best to convince the Black Dragon Emperor to stand with your excellency. As long as the Black Dragon Emperor and your excellency are allied, the heavenly demons you can obtain in the future, it won't be 1,000,000, and then you will still be able to play how you want to play. How you want to play. The Grand Hall Master stared at the Vice Hall Master in a daze, then fell into silence. I don't know how much time has passed. The Grand Master of the Hall rubbed his temples. Okay, this matter, you do it properly, and you can covertly reveal some of my secrets, but not too much. At the same time, you tell the Black Dragon Emperor that as long as he cooperates with me, there will only be benefits and no harm to his future. The Deputy Hall Master saluted. Alright then, I'll get on it. Wait until the Vice Temple Master leaves. The Grand Hall Master's eyes were vacant as he looked at the ceiling of the Angry Sky Hall. He couldn't even tell you what he was feeling right now. In reality, Chen Beiping's takeover of the Immortal Edge continent was actually the Black Dragon Emperor's main purpose, because the secret realm would all end up being collapsed, and the Black Dragon Emperor, too, would inevitably have to come out. However, Chen Beiping was different from that Great Hall Master of the Angry Sky Hall. Chen Beiping had unintentionally obtained the inheritance of the Time Ancestor. He saw the future through the Time Avatar. For example, there was an even bigger chance in the future of the Immortal Edge continent, and in the future, the most important role was that Black Dragon Emperor, although he had once been killed by Ji Suiying in the sky, but since Ji Suiying blew herself up, the Black Dragon Emperor then completely became the master between heaven and earth, or even that untouchable juggernaut. And the reason why Chen Beiping joined the Heavenly Devil and even designed himself to take over the Immortal Edge continent, he was for the Black Dragon Emperor. And Chen Beiping also knew a hidden secret that no one else knew. That is, the Black Dragon Emperor would completely trust, and even reuse, the first person to help him suppress the curse. Through the Time Avatar, he saw that the person was Ji Mingyue. Even if there was a time when Ji Suiying almost killed the Black Dragon Emperor, the Black Dragon Emperor also remembered this favor and allowed Ji Mingyue to become the princess of the Divine Court. So, for your own future, Chen Beiping is bound to intercept this opportunity. Even to mix things up, Chen Beiping personally entered the secret realm to seek an audience with the Great Yen Emperor. After the Vice Lord of the Angry Sky Hall saw Chen Beiping, instead, it was hidden first. After all, Chen Beiping had come to see the Black Dragon Emperor, and that was in name only, because the purpose of the Heavenly Devil was to come and rescue the Black Dragon Emperor, and he belongs as a spoiler. Naturally, it's not a good idea to meet up. The Deputy Hall Master's close aide looked at the Deputy Hall Master at this moment and couldn't help but inquire. My lord, aren't you afraid that he'll really convince the Black Dragon Emperor? And if they unite at that time, our plan will be all over. The Vice Temple Master smiled and shook his head. He's bound to not make it. The crony scratched his head. Why? The Deputy Hall Master explained at this time. Because the thing that suppresses the curse, the Great Hall Lord has long since searched and managed to get his hands on. That Chen Beiping said in a heavenly manner. Without any actual indication, the Black Dragon Emperor wouldn't even trust him. Even talking about it, the Vice Temple Master couldn't help but be proud. But that being said, the Great Hall Master was able to silently annihilate over 500,000 heavenly demons. So how could he make such a low-level mistake? The cronies originally wanted to give the gold-encrusted Order of Hades to the Deputy Hall Master. After hearing this, he silently put away the Order of Hades. At the same time, he said to the Vice Hall Master, Lord Hall Master, even though you say so, I'm still not at ease. I'll go take a look. The Vice Temple Master thought for a moment before nodding his head. The crony had run off in a huff. Find a place where no one's looking. This crony rushed to contact the Shadow Guard. It didn't take long for him to make contact. Lord Shadow Guard, I have something to report. And also, I have some personal advice. The Shadow Guard was silent for a moment, then inquired, is it a big deal? The crony glanced in all directions, then whispered, it's a little big. The Shadow Guards went straight to Lin Wudao at this time. Well, I'm the judge, so tell me what you have to say. Chapter 195 Love from my brother-in-law. The Deputy Hallmaster's close friend once again confirmed that there was no one around. Before he said that he would report the matter of the more than 1 million heavenly demons that he, Chen Beiping, had brought with him. Specific strengths, and specific divisions, are all basically stated clearly. However, it's just not clear what exactly they're up to, because at this level, he's completely inaccessible. But there's one more thing. At first, the great Yama King asked me to give the Vice Hall Master the Yama King order, but I didn't give it for the time being because I'm afraid that this time, a few more Yama Kings will accidentally kill all the 1 million heavenly demons, and the Vice Hall Master will think that this matter is the work of the Great Hall Master. and will be searched for souls by heavenly demons when the time comes. After all, more than 1 million people are missing. This matter, the top will definitely investigate. This time to let the Vice Hall Master become ours doesn't seem to be a good time. Lin Wudao hesitated. He then looked at the 3 Yama kings who were fighting the landlord. You wait. Lin Wudao finished, and he came to the 3 kings of Yama, and then told the whole story of what was happening now. All 3 had more or less notes plastered on their faces. Hearing Lin Wudao's words, Lu Xuanyi ended the game with a straight spring. Zhao Enuf and Zhao Qing had blackened faces. Lu Xuanyi thought for a moment. A nod followed. That guy's consideration isn't unreasonable. Although we're not afraid of being exposed, it's not a good thing for us to have Yama's palace publicized. But speaking of Chen Beiping, Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but scratch his head. Good fellow. I almost forgot about this person. I remember. He seems to be the Nirvana body, or the 10,000 poisons body, although I don't know what caused him to die in the first place, and he also lost his memory, but I didn't think that this guy would still be alive. After thinking about it, Lu Xuanyi looked at Lin Wudao. Do you have any information on Chen Beiping in that book Judgment of yours? Lin Wudao gave a hurried look through. Then he said, sinister villain, ruthless, even his 10,000 poisonous body is actually not his, but he forcibly deprived it from his own family's young lady through the body of reincarnation. Moreover, when he was about to starve to death, he was still picked up by the Long family, which saved his life, and the Lang family has never treated him as a subordinate. But in the end, this guy deprived Miss Lang of her physique and even killed the entire Lang family with Miss Lang's physique. In the end, MS. Lang was even considered an evil demon by the righteous and burned alive. But speaking of MS. Cold. Lin Wudao froze for a moment. He looked back at the goofy-looking Cold Frost, focused on studying his potion. Then MS. Lang is Lung Frost. Lu Xuanyi's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhao Enuf and Zhao Qing also stopped talking. I don't know how long it's been. Lu Xuanyi then said. More than 1 million heavenly demons. Too many. And when the limitations of the secret realm are fully opened, it will be a great battle like the extermination of the world. This matter, we will not participate. However, Chen Beiping must be gotten over for him. Other than that Nirvana body, it's very good. Lin Wudao nodded his head. However, this 1 million heavenly demons, no matter what the purpose is, we can't let him really be so arrogant. It's better to be able to exterminate them. Lu Xuanyi cupped his chin in thought. Then he looked at Ji Mingyue who was sitting on the side eating a sugar gourd. Ji Mingyue. Lu Xuanyi suddenly smiled. That dragon source disc thing. It's important to you, right? Ji Mingyue nodded. Lu Xuanyi hemmed and hawed. That smile gave Ji Mingyue goosebumps. Brother-in-law. Why don't you just say things? Lu Xuanyi shrunk his hands within his own large sleeves, then looked at Ji Mingyue and said, that dragon origin disc thing. I'll get it for you, brother-in-law, but I also need you to do something for me. Ji Mingyue nodded. But I'm still young. I can't do it now. Lu Xuanyi? What the fuck are you talking about? Ji Mingyue had an innocent look on her face. My sister said that I'm still young enough not to get involved in some things. Not to do extra things. Doesn't that mean you can't do it? Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi then sighed. Cold Frost. Hey. Coming Cold Frost trotted over with a medicine bottle in one hand. Ji Mingyue immediately sat up straight. Brother-in-law, what do you want me to do? As long as you say what I can do, I will certainly die by all means. Lu Xuanyi smiled. Then he took a bottle of potion from Cold Frost's hand and carefully tasted it. TSK, you made the drink. It's just delicious. But what's the function this time? Cold Frost smiled. This is a modification of the Oblivion Potion. After taking this potion, you will directly forget this life. Lu Xuanyi's eyes widened. Bombay soup? Cold Frost froze. De Yen Wang. I'm still an unmarried woman. Mona, isn't that a bit too old? Lu Xuanyi smiled. It's okay, you can decide what you want to be called. Okay, go get busy. Yes. Lung Feng once again saluted and retired. Ji Mingyue was already trembling at this point. Sis, brother-in-law, I'm your sister-in-law. You're not going to torture me. Lu Xuanyi coughed. That's not so bad. You're my favorite sister-in-law. Bah, you're my family. How could I hurt you? Ji Mingyue was silent. But what I'm asking you to do is also simple. I'll get you what you want. And likewise, I'll give you some of the power. And a lot of it. But you have to help your sister seize everything she wants. And I'll even help your sister break through her current cultivation level if I can. Ji Mingyue's eyes rolled for a moment. And she seemed to understand the reasoning. Are you trying to get me to tell my sister about the heavenly demon? Lu Xuanyi nodded. You're right. Ji Mingyue took a deep breath. Inwardly, he couldn't help but be horrified. My brother-in-law is so inhuman that he counts his own wife. But there are still some odd points where things are just. Even if all these Lu Xuanyi do not do. Ji Suiying would also keep prying for news of the heavenly devil. Even sort of. Yu Suni is still helping her sister. Because since Lu Xuanyi said to help Ji Suiying, that's bound to be able to be done. Nowadays, the entire cave heaven was under the control of the Yama Palace. What's it called? The Duke is a man of honor. Does that mean the same thing as one understands it to mean? Or maybe it's a case of being sold and counting the money? But that's not right either. Because Ji Suiying didn't lose anything. Oh, my goodness. Ji Mingyue looked at Lu Xuanyi and felt that this person was really scary. Brother-in-law, can you tell me why you're calculating so naturally? It doesn't even look like you're calculating. Lu Xuanyi. At this moment, Zhao Enough smiled. From Yama Temple, to now gradually molded hell, he also set up a very natural, and even not at all deliberate, the key problem, but also all the pit bastard step by step to build out. Chapter 196, not good, not bad. Lu Xuanyi kicked Zhao Enough off. Only then did he explain. I'm not counting, I'm helping your sister. You should say, I'm calling it a lick, for your sister's sake. You see, I've been paying in silence. Ji Mingyue took a deep breath. Okay. I'm a dog licker. You're a black bear, aren't you? The kind that can take off your skin if you lick it? Ji Mingyue was speechless, because what Lu Xuanyi did was so damn weird. It's clearly counting on someone else, but it didn't quite count. Even what he said, on the face of it, seemed impossible to pick out. Ji Mingyue had an indescribable feeling in her heart. But before that, you have one more thing to do. Ji Mingyue slightly closed her eyes. Go ahead. Lu Xuanyi smiled. Since this time, the secret realm, is that black dragon stage? You go and seal the curse for him in advance, so that black dragon grows up earlier. And next, it's his show. Ji Mingyue's scalp tingled. Because, from now on, it's true that everything is under Lu Xuanyi's control. Ji Mingyue wanted to say something, but couldn't. Truly, she felt that Lu Xuanyi was the biggest devil, the villain who lives behind the scenes. But the question is, all this math, good for this side of the world again? Well, according to the present-day distinction between good and evil, Lu Xuanyi is doing a good deed. But, is where it's just too weird to say. Ji Mingyue really felt that Lu Xuanyi didn't seem like a good person. But I can't say where it's bad. But it's just bad. Bad without fault. This, Ji Mingyue was silent. Then she could only do what Lu Xuanyi said. Of course, it's not without good things. For example, Lu Xuanyi prepared tens of thousands of candy canes for Ji Mingyue. Those were all golden pills made by Lu Xuanyi with heavenly materials, topped with some sweetened low-grade spirit marrow. A candy cane is something that can cause one to be fishy when you put it out there. Ji Mingyue's eyes glazed over as she watched. Wow, brother-in-law, you're so nice. Brother-in-law, do you need to ask Sister Cold Frost to give me some potion? I'll help you put my sister down and give you. Get lost. Okay, come on. Brother-in-law Ji Mingyue is gone. Off to do great things. There were even times when he slapped his face and then glanced at his space bracelet and couldn't stop giggling. After Ji Mingyue left, Zhao Enough and Zhao Qing looked at Lu Xuanyi at the same time. What are you all looking at me like that for? Lu Xuanyi inquired. Zhao Enough said at this moment. Then if nothing happens, I'll go and continue rescuing people? Zhao Qing also said at this time. I'll continue traveling as well? Lu Xuanyi shook his head. I'm afraid not for now. The two men looked at Lu Xuanyi with great suspicion. Lu Xuanyi sighed this time. The things of this world won't really go according to my wishful thinking. Besides, if a great war really breaks out in the secret realm, when Ji Suiying can't hold her own, we'll need to carry the load. So the two of you will have to help out. Zhao Qing nodded his head, feeling that it made sense. Zhao Enough looked at Lu Xuanyi suspiciously. Pitbull. Or you tell the truth. Cough cough cough. Lu Xuanyi was choked by Zhao Enough. What do you mean? What do you mean? Zhao Qing also looked at Zhao Enough in confusion. Zhao Enough just smiled and looked at Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi was a bit uncomfortable being looked at. Don't look at me like that. I don't really have a plan for now. Zhao Enough remained unconvinced. Lu Xuanyi was helpless. Mainly, we haven't reached the refined void realm, so I can't do it even if I have a plan. The current plan is to hurry up and adapt to the strength of a transformation god, break through to the refined void realm, and then let your name of Zhao Enough saving suffering spread throughout the stars. Zhou was disbelieving enough. Lu Xuanyi is numb. Well, actually, I've found a problem. Zhou nodded enough. Carefully, Lu Xuanyi frowned. As I watch history, I realize that since the last Green Lotus Master ascended 7,000 years ago, no one has ascended since then. Even if someone wanted to ascend, they would not be able to resist the thunderbolt at all. Zhao Qing looked up at the sky. A sigh of relief ensued. It's not that there aren't any, but there are people who have ascended, but they chose to do so secretly, or perhaps, some traces were erased by certain people. Lu Xuanyi looked at Zhao Qing in shock. How do you know so much? Zhao Cheng nodded his spatial ring and explained. There's a lot of information. Lu Xuanyi drifted off. Subsequent inquiries. And does it say what the reason is? Zhao Qing shook his head. It might say that, but the strength is too low to see what's behind it. Zhao Enough was scratching his head at this point. So, what do you mean? Lu Xuanyi was smiling at this time. Since our Yama Palace has been restored, I probed some news that there is a heaven-mending Dan inside the heaven-mending secret realm, but that kind of thing can be called an immortal medicine. That's just one of the things. I've also heard that there's actually an immortal seated corpse underneath the heaven-mending secret realm. There may be remnants of souls by then. Zhao Enough's face gradually became serious. Don't tell me you want to touch something like that. Lu Xuanyi sighed. That can't be helped, because underneath this corpse is the suppressed sea of blood, and we're going to go there no matter what. Moreover, almost all the sects seem to be running towards this secret realm, but no one is saying anything about that immortal's corpse. This is very problematic. I even suspect a thing. We must go and take a look at it. Or even a crucial moment. Maybe the three of us need to make a little move in it. But don't worry. With me here, you two absolutely can't die. What's more, if that corpse bone is really an immortal's, we can't give up this opportunity. An immortal's corpse bone in our hands, and in someone else's hands. That's not a concept. Zhao Enough was drumming in his heart. Following Lu Xuanyi won't kill you, but it will be torture. Zhao Enough just wanted to refuse. Zhao Qing instead nodded in agreement. Good thing too. I've also learned about the Yama Palace. The resources of the Yama Palace are the blood pills. If there is an endless sea of blood, the resources of the Yama Palace will be solved. As for that immortal's corpse bones, I do want to take a look. If there really is a remnant soul, it would be a chance for me. Zhao Enough looked at Zhao Qing speechlessly. Okay. Zhao Qing this was completely unaware of the power of the pits, but there's no hurry. The heaven-mending secret realm hasn't opened yet, so we'll just keep waiting. Come on, let's fight 300 rounds again. The deputy temple master's cronies after the report was completed. He got some so-called paltry reward. Just that insignificant. Makes the guy's mouth dry from watching. Nothing else. It was because a blue mountain appeared in his spatial ring. It was a mountain piled up with spirit stones. There's also the blood pill, the divine soul pill. The efficacy is shocking, even mind-boggling. It's safe to say, he was now the richest person in the current New Skies Hall besides the two hall masters. This is Hades. Ha! The crony swallowed. When he thought about his previous position in the Angry Sky Palace, where he was given 100,000 top-grade spirit stones per month, he thought it was a lot. But, that 100,000 top-grade spirit stones were a class of dust compared to that huge mountain of his. The crony was a little bitter. He then returned to the Vice Hall Master as well. The Deputy Hall Master looked at his crony with a puzzled expression. Can't get in? The crony froze for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, we can't get in. The Deputy Temple Master didn't think much of it. Chen Beiping is also a cautious person. Since he's here, it's only natural to guard against us. It's normal that you can't get in. Chapter 197, Sneak Attack? But you don't need to worry. The Grand Hall Master understands the Black Dragon Emperor even better than that Chen Beiping. And whatever this Chen Beiping does is nothing but useless. The crony nodded. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Chen Beiping came out from within the palace with a dark face. Looking at him like this, that's nothing. Chen Beiping was angry in his heart, because no matter what he says, that Black Dragon Yellow isn't even interested. Even apart from flipping off the White Dragon, just be bored with everything, doesn't even seem to have much spirit. And who is that White Dragon woman? How come I didn't see that White Dragon's future? Chen Beiping was a bit puzzled, but none of that is the point. Whoever the White Dragon is, none of it mattered because the Black Dragon Emperor was the future master. His current task was to take care of the Black Dragon Emperor, but the problem was that the treasure that suppressed the curse, he didn't find it and was cut off. Chen Beiping frowned. If so much scheming still failed to make the Black Dragon Emperor owe him this favor, then everything would be in vain. Apart from that soul suppressor bell, is there really no substitute? Chen Beiping kept thinking, but it was at this time. He saw someone. Ji Mingyue. Chen Beiping was shocked. The good thing was that he was the one who changed his face and Ji Mingyue didn't recognize him. It was just that what made Chen Beiping a little puzzled. Why Ji Mingyue was able to enter the palace. The problem is not only entering the palace. It's also like strolling through your own backyard. Nope. This is not the time to be concerned about that. His concern now is, one could not let Ji Mingyue and the Black Dragon Emperor meet. Think so. Chen Beiping's killing heart had risen. Whoosh! Chen Beiping stole the attack almost instantly. But then, Chen Beiping only felt his eyes go black. The body was then violently slammed to the ground. A fat man wearing a ghost mask stomped on Chen Beiping's head with one foot. His eyes somewhat odd. A mole cricket with a Yuaning cultivation level dares to sneak attack? Only then did Chen Beiping see clearly that the person in front of him was a god of transformation. But so what if it's a transformation god? Laozi can fight over the levels. Boom! Chen Beiping used a secret method to get away. Follow closely. He directly shot a poison needle towards Ji Mingyue. Ding! Right about this time, another woman wearing a ghost face mask, 2 fingers directly clamped the poisonous needle and backhanded it directly into Chen Beiping's brow. Humph! What a ruthless kid! Chen Beiping was confused. He had also spent time in the Green Lotus sect, but he didn't remember Ji Mingyue having so many transformation spirits around her. No, the Green Lotus sect wouldn't have that many transformation gods, alright. You? Who the hell are you? Chen Beiping couldn't help but inquire. Ji Mingyue squinted her eyes at Chen Beiping as she ate the sugar gourd. You don't know who I am and you dare to sneak up on me? Chen Beiping was silent. At this moment, Ji Mingyue slightly reached out her hand. The poison needle that had been inserted into Chen Beiping's undershirt was directly suspended in her hand. Ji Mingyue looked at the purple smoke emanating from the poisonous needle, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Main poison. I think I've seen it somewhere. Ji Mingyue began to toss and play with the poison needle in her hand as she looked at Chen Beiping. You're Chen Beiping. Chen Beiping didn't expect him to be recognized either. But it doesn't matter. He. Ha ha ha. It's me. But what can you do if you know? Ji Mingyue. You should never, ever, touch that poison needle. Ji Mingyue froze for a moment. Then he watched his hand, which began to be drenched in purple. Oh, I'm going to die. Having said that, Ji Mingyue flopped to the ground. Members of Hades. Chen Beiping even smiled crookedly, looking at the male and female members of the Yama temple. 1, 2, 3. Member of Hades? Chen Beiping once again said. Fall down. Then the air fell silent. Chen Beiping's crooked mouth couldn't be changed back. Cramps. And Ji Mingyue got up from the ground at that moment and patted her clothes. She directly slapped Chen Beiping's crooked mouth back. Chen Beiping. This can't be. How are you guys okay? Chen Beiping didn't believe it. His poison was the most powerful poison in the world. Even a strong person in the refined void realm couldn't carry his poison. Why are they okay? And Ji Mingyue didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. Chen Beiping, all I can say is, you're so lucky. My Yen King was thinking about how to capture you, but you ended up sending yourself to the door. After saying that, Ji Mingyue looked towards the people of the Yama Palace and said, bring it to Yama. The 2 men nodded, but it was at this time, the deputy temple master's cronies violently killed out. The eyes of those 2 Yama Palace people instantly glowed red. The crony made a sliding knee, then stealthily revealed his token. Those 2 members of the Yama Palace instantly understood. Put. The 2 men sprayed blood furiously and flew out violently backwards. Ji Mingyue blinked, and then also fell backward as if she was hit by something, constantly rubbing her feet against the ground. Chen Beiping people are stupid. Well, not soon enough. That crony was still shivering at this point. It looked like the aftermath of using some divine power. Actually, that's being scared, because that look from Yama Temple just now made him feel as if his soul, all of it, had fallen into an abyss. Terrible, really terrible. Chen Beiping didn't hesitate. Choose to flee this place in a hurry. But on the way out, Chen Beiping put out harsh words. Today's insult will be returned 100-fold in the coming day. Ji Mingyue hurriedly ate a candy cane to suppress her shock. Oh yo, that's scary. After saying that, Ji Mingyue looked at the crony again, then pretended to look around in bewilderment. Where are the people? The 2 Yamas, who had just gotten up, were also looking around. I don't know. Damn it, let him get away. The crony? Okay, he knew that, and was just letting him off the hook on purpose. But you guys, isn't it a little fake? But who knows? By this time, the Emperor of Great Yen already knew that the people from the Palace of Hades had come. Hurry out to greet them. The eyes also directly ignored the cronies. That crony hurriedly returned to the Vice Hall Master's side. At this moment, that Vice Hall Master looked at his close friend beside him and couldn't help but have a questioning look on his face. When did you learn the sliding kneeling avatar? The cronies were embarrassed. Learned a long time ago. The Deputy Hall Master inquired again at this time. And what's with this invisibility? Why am I able to see it? The cronies rushed to explain. That my lord, I am your man. Of course I can't hide it from you. The Vice Hall Master was a bit silent for a while, but not for long. The Deputy Hall Master sighed. Why are you insulting my intelligence? Crony, nice guy, it can't be hidden. The Vice Hall Master's eyes were looking at this most trusted confidant of his with some pity at this moment, and he wanted to make a move to end the other party. Even he had extended his palm. At this point the cronies are helpless. I am ashamed of Yama's trust. After saying that, the gold and jade Yama order was directly slapped in the hands of the Vice Hall Master by him. The order of Hades took effect instantly. The Vice Hallmaster directly froze on the spot. Chapter 198, Just Toys. The Deputy Hallmaster was still kneeling on the ground today, his face pale and his eyes empty. His cronies looked at the Deputy Hallmaster with some sympathy in their hearts. After all, he was like that when he entered Hades. On this point, the crony can say with pride that he has been there. And I don't know how long it was. It took the Vice Temple Master a moment to slow down. Truly, the shock of such a thing was too much for him. It had been very scary, especially when he saw how the Great Yin King and the Second Yin King had saved lives. But in the end, another Sanyama King walked out. It's hard enough to die when there's saving lives before, but it doesn't mean you can't die. As long as Hades spares you, you can die in peace. That's a bit of an awkward thing to say though, but it's true. Then came the arrival of the three Hades, who seemed to be taking the miscreants to the extreme. Now saving your life can get you killed. Not that they really let you off the hook. Rather, it's possible that the two of them don't want to play. Then you realize that death is only the beginning. Because Sanyama will remake your life for you and the three will be united. It also keeps you from ever breaking down mentally or going crazy. The thought of Yama's tactics playing on a loop in his head. The Vice Hallmaster couldn't help but feel coldness all over his body. And he even felt that the sunlight within this cavernous sky was emitting a cold light. The Vice Temple Master sat on the ground, silent as could be. The crony was concerned at this time. My lord, are you all right? The Deputy Temple Master glanced at his crony and pinched the corners of his eyes. You're giving me a break. The crony nodded. And I don't know how long the wait was. The Vice Temple Master finally slowed down. He then looked at his cronies and inquired, when did you join Hades? The cronies then recounted how they joined. And it adds, actually, King Yama is very optimistic about your excellency, and also gave me the token a long time ago, but since I see that you've been dutifully pulling the heavenly demon to deliver the head, I didn't give you the Yama order for the time being. The Vice Temple Master wanted to spit out blood. Does that have anything to do with me? Oh, now that I think about it, it does kind of matter. The 100,000 people, in particular, did bury themselves, but what should this say? Why is this full of evil? And why is this whole thing strung together so silky and natural? Even this doesn't look like it was arranged. The Vice Temple Master was a bit skeptical. My lord, there's actually another problem, which is that you've done a lot of bad things in the Angry Sky Palace before, hunting and killing geniuses, even though you're also following orders, but this can't be unrelated to you. That means you're guilty. The Deputy Hall Master shivered. Then how should I atone for my sins? Shouldn't I be saved from death? The crony shook his head. It's a special time at the moment. Why don't you just report all of the Heavenly Devil's plans, or the details of the Heavenly Devil's personnel and forces, and make it clear, and maybe you can get credit where credit is due. The Deputy Temple Master scratched his head. That's a little difficult. The crony was silent, and the Vice Temple Master sighed. Although I'm close to the Grand Hall Master, and in the eyes of outsiders, I'm also the person the Grand Hall Master trusts the most, but in reality, there's something about what the Heavenly Demon specifically wants to do, or what he's going to do, and what he plans to do. He never gives me a word about it, and he just commands me what to do, and I don't ask much. Suddenly, the Vice Temple Master's eyes lit up. Actually, it's not without a solution. At least the Grand Hall Master still trusts me now, so maybe I'll be able to get some words out of him. The crony nodded. The cronies then informed the Vice Hall Master about the Black Dragon as well. The Deputy Temple Master listened. The corners of his mouth twitched madly. Nice guy. Absolute control of what's going on. That's absolute control. The future of this cave had all along been clearly arranged by King Yin. It could even be said that right now, what kind of ending Yama wanted for Cave Heaven was what kind of ending Cave Heaven would be. This tactic is simply a divine tactic. Similarly, the Vice Hall Master actually understood something. Yama was afraid that he had already known that he was now a member of the Yama Palace. But Yama did not summon him. That meaning is also clear. It is to allow himself to continue to play the role of Deputy Temple Master. In the future, he was the biggest spy that the Yama Palace had planted among the Heavenly Devils. And look at the Gold and Jade Order of Hades in your own hand. It seems to be of no lesser status. The Vice Temple Master couldn't help but scratch his head. I'm flying high here? There was even a space in the Order of Hades. Within the space are resources for cultivation. See the cultivation resources in it. It almost blinded the Vice Temple Master's eyes. Truly, the cultivation resources in that were too much and too precious. AI, is it my illusion? How do I feel? Whether it's the current angry Heavenly Hall, or the Heavenly Devils, in front of the Yama Palace, they all seem to be just toys? The proctor also pondered for 2 seconds, then said, My lord, is it possible that that was not an illusion on your part? Vice Temple. Even the cronies made a crucial point. My lord, in fact, when I was learning about the history of the Yama Palace, I found that in fact, The only one who has truly seen Lord Yama strike is Lord Judge, and at other times, we can only see that Lord Yama is either saving deaths and injuries or on the way to saving deaths and injuries, and as for those who have been saved from death by them, there is no room to fight back in front of Lord Yama. Vice Temple. Suppressing the curse on the Black Dragon was very simple for Ji Mingyue, because of the ways and means of suppression. It's all from her brother-in-law and Zhou enough. Ji Mingyue came here and was just delivering something. Ji Mingyue came and went quickly. Of course, Ji Mingyue was cool now, because she also experienced what it means to be treated like a princess, always surrounded by expert guards, and himself. Do what you want. No one cares about it at all. Not like with my sister. Always getting lectured by my sister. Sure, she can be capricious, but never be spiteful. Otherwise Lu Xuanyi will definitely pour manhwa soup for her. Although Lu Xuanyi has not done it, but Ji Mingyue felt that this kind of thing, Lu Xuanyi definitely did it. But none of that matters for now. Important. She's going to have a good swim now. Ji Mingyue was as happy as a little rabbit, hopping and jumping far away. And the Emperor of Great Yen, after seeing Ji Mingyue go far away, the aura on his body then exploded. Roar! At this moment, the two black dragons behind him were bubbling with a terrifying aura, and Emperor Dian's body gradually became taller. His aura, too, began to gradually climb from no cultivation at all, chi refining, foundation building, Jin Dan, yuaning, god transformation, and void refining. It's even half a step away. The Emperor of Great Yen is the harmonized realm. I'm afraid that all it takes is an opportunity. She is the merger. That white dragon woman looked at the black dragon with eyes full of excitement. You are now. Snap. Shiro hadn't finished. The Great Yen Emperor's dragon claw slapped him directly in the face. Don't get any ideas. Chapter 199, The Helplessness of Heaven. The black dragon was now very calm inside. You have to know one thing. Since King Yen was able to suppress the curse for us in advance, he would not have imagined what cultivation level I would be after my curse was suppressed. He knows that, but since he knows that and still does so, it means that I am nothing more than a toy in his eyes. Shiria covered his face and got up, somewhat reluctantly. Couldn't we also escape? With our strength, we should be able to escape. The black dragon sighed. Escape? Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Where can I run to? There's a saying that one can hide for a while, but not for a lifetime. And in terms of the means currently displayed by King Yen, I'm afraid that the future of the world is in the palm of his hand. If it comes to that, what happens to us? You've experienced it. Shiro bit his lip. She was getting more and more daughterly now, and even very seductive. We can defect to the heavenly devil and let the heavenly devil come. Snap. You shut up. The black dragon's eyes blazed. Do you know that since the heavenly devils entered this cave? I already knew about it. But the nearly 500,000 heavenly devils all directly disappeared silently. Who do you think did this? Shiro was confused. Yen won? The black dragon nodded. Then the face turned to helplessness. We're still standing well now. That's because we're useful to King Yen. If we're useless, the black dragon didn't dare to continue. He didn't dare to think about what would happen to him by the king of Hades if this was over. Now within the heart of the black dragon, there was only despair, darkness, and a loss of faith. But think of the order of Hades. The black dragon's eyes suddenly lit up. If I am also a member of Hades, will my life be changed? The black dragon's eyes gradually appeared to glow. As it was, the Taoist will had been paying attention to Ji Suiying, especially looking at Ji Suiying in the middle of the void sky mystic realm, struggling to lift her feet. The heavenly Tao consciousness was somewhat speechless. Your Sagittarius has almost killed through all the heavenly demons, and you're still here grinding. The will of heaven rubbed his temples. But actually, Ji Suiying's actions were no longer considered slow. Even in the secret realm, it was already an unrivaled stance. But Tendo saw Lu Xuanyi, Zhao Enough, Zhao Cheng, the three of them riding the small wooden horse, like they were still the same playing and looking at Ji Suiying. There's always the feeling that your kids are so bad, but the will of heaven cannot yet interfere in such matters. And, here's the thing now. According to his original plan, the black dragon has to get out. It was something she purposely wanted to put out there, because the heavenly devil was too terrifying, until her ego had fully awakened and allowed the entire world to fully return to the ancient times. This piece of heaven and earth would not be able to suffer the invasion of the heavenly demons at all. The black dragon is ambitious. Release the black dragon and let it go ahead and fight against the heavenly demons while he starts to gradually recover before properly cultivating Ji Suiying. Because this ancient secret realm is an opportunity. She was also the one who deliberately influenced the Anger Heavenly Hall Master to open it earlier. In fact, originally everything was according to its own development, but it's biased. This Lu Xuanyi guy kills too fast. The heavenly devils were killing one batch after another. The situation is now on the verge of being out of control. because this time a million heavenly devils were deployed. The other heavenly demons weren't fools either. After a world has been noticed on a large scale, then the other heavenly demons must have compassion as well. And what gave the heavenly Tao consciousness the biggest headache? She was well aware of Lu Shuani's authority. Even if the world falls apart, Lu Shuani, is alright, but she's not okay. Therefore, the heavenly Tao was now very dissatisfied with Ji Suiying's growth rate. As for why the heavenly Tao did not choose Lu Shuani to be the son of heaven's destiny, if it was possible, the heavenly Tao couldn't wait for Lu Shuani to be the son of heaven's destiny. But would she dare? She wouldn't dare. Truly, his authority is outrageous. The heavenly Tao was looking at the increasing number of heavenly demons at this time, which had begun to sneak closer to the immortal edgeworld. The heavenly way then collapses a bit. No, Tendo consciousness went to Lu Shuani at this time. Tell me something. Lu Shuani, who was playing rocking horse with his two brothers, was startled when he suddenly heard Tendo's voice. Holy shit, you pussy nerds. Next time you come here, can you knock first? The will of heaven nodded. Then the incarnation appeared in front of Lu Shuani. Moving his hand, he knocked on Lu Shuani's head. Lu Shuani? I think the brilliance of writing you on my golden scroll of the way must be blinding. The heavens will hammed and hawed. Don't be angry. I really came to see you this time for something important. Zhao Enuf and Zhao Qing looked at this heavenly Tao incarnation, and their eyes were both somewhat shocked as they looked at Lu Shuani. How terrifying is this guy to have the heavenly Tao himself come looking for him, especially Zhao Qing. He was a little confused when he looked at the brother he had grown up with. How come this guy is full of weirdness everywhere after entering the cultivation world? But Zhao Qing didn't ask much, and Zhou enough to think about it. Like a child, both hands held the handles of the rocking horse. Legs stomped the ground and clipped the rocking horse about to leave, but it was stopped by heaven. No, in fact, I'm waiting to talk to the three of you. Zhou enough froze for a moment. Then sit down again. Both legs were once again placed on the rocking horse and swayed. The will of heaven also made a long story short. Then spell out your current plans. So, can you let that black dragon out as a dog? And also, heavenly demon, you kill it slowly. Really, I can't carry it a bit. Lu Shuani scratched his head in some embarrassment. Am I to understand that originally I, Yama Palace, could have directly rocketed upwards, but in the end, it was you, the heavenly Tao, who dragged me down? The heavenly Tao will look very embarrassed. This, too, can be covered up to say, I suppose, but there is nothing I can do about it. The will of my own body has been asleep. I have not been fully revived, and the world is too fragile. You wait for me to fully recover, and you can wave as much as you want then. Besides, you don't want you and your Yama Palace people to all be floating around like ghosts in that dark chaos when I disintegrate. Lu Shuani scratched his head. It's not like this thing won't work. I'm not just hiding behind the curtain as I was. It's not that difficult. But the problem now is that I have a lot of people in the Yama Palace. I need the blood pill and the divine soul pill. And although there are a lot of evil people in the immortal edgeworld, how many are there? Where there are as many people as on this great ranch of the Sky Devils. In other words, the heavenly demons are now the rations of my Yama Palace. And now that you won't let us eat our rations, you're making up for it with something. The will of heaven took a deep breath. Listen to you. Are you talking like a human being? Haven't you noticed that you're becoming more and more like the king of hell? So what do you say? The will of heaven sort of saw it. Don't promise Lu Shuani. Let him ask for it himself. Chapter 200 Rushing to give gifts. First of all, how long do you need to make sure that the heavenly devil can come to this world without you being affected? And after your plan is accomplished and the world changes, what will happen and where is the world headed? The will of heaven said directly. Let me put it to you this way. The immortal edge continent was the supreme world, even the 10,000 realms main world. But it was only after my main body fell into slumber that this world fell. But as soon as my main body awakens, this world will inevitably be restored to the supreme world. Once the supreme world order is established, there will be a true position of supremacy. Lu Shuani frowned. He felt that the heavens will was talking about something very much like the flood world. But again, for the moment, it's different from what one understands. Okay, if this world really reverts to a flood-like world, for yourself, for anyone, there are benefits. Moreover, the fact that the heavenly Tao didn't come to consult with himself, Lu Shuani wasn't prepared to hunt the heavenly devil again. Mainly, he wanted to make the New Skies Hall's Hallmaster continue to give away his head, and even give the New Skies Hall's Hallmaster the impression that everything was under his control, and he or she needs to hurry to more people to come on his or her Avenue Gold roll. It doesn't conflict with your own plans either. But Lu Shuani still pretended to be contemplative. It wasn't long before he said, this is not a problem. However, if our Yama Palace cooperates with you, you always have to give some benefits. First of all, my Yama Palace's rations. Tendo had a headache. Still, she pulled out a crystal. This is the soul-nurturing realm. As long as this is contained within your Yama Palace, it will constantly emanate soul power. Lu Xuanyi's eyes widened. Spring water? Tendo? Nothing. Then there's the blood pill, which is also hard to find. Tendo was speechless. This cave has an endless sea of blood. Lu Xuanyi was speechless. That's something I can acquire casually. Tendo smiled. You can't get it. Lu Xuanyi was puzzled. You're so sure? Tendo nodded. I admit that you're fine even if you head to the endless blood sea to swim in it, but if you want to move the endless blood sea, you can't do it at the moment. Lu Xuanyi then really didn't believe it. If you say so, I really want to try it. Tendo had a look on his face that said you're free to do as you please. Lu Xuanyi was deflated. Alright, then how should I obtain the endless blood sea? The heavenly Dao grabbed Lu Xuanyi's hand and wrote the word order on it with his fingertips. Lu Xuanyi frowned. With this thing, I'll be able to obtain the endless blood sea? The will of heaven nodded. Lu Xuanyi withdrew his hand. But it's still not enough. What you said are the most basic things of my Yama Palace, but in reality, my Yama Palace doesn't have much to offer. The will of heaven took a deep breath. She directly pointed out with one finger, and 3 balls of light, which didn't enter the 3 people's eyebrows. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly closed his eyes to sense the divine power given by the heavenly Dao. It's called life control. Literally, it's the true sense of being able to control someone else's life force as well as your own. Zhao Qing is the true spirit of 1,000 words. Zhao enough is mana co-modulation. I'm very sorry, because I'm only a shallow consciousness at the moment. There's no way I can promise any more benefits, but when this stage of the plan is complete, I will regain some consciousness once again, and when heaven and earth will be revived, I will be able to give you even more benefits. Lu Xuanyi was studying his life control at the moment while doing so, nodding all the while. No problem. Tendo was a little unsure. So we're sort of on speaking terms? Lu Xuanyi nodded. Well, as promised, go ahead and do your thing. Tendo breathed a sigh of relief. Then you have to hold back, haha. Don't kill the heavenly demon for now, haha. But you can also rest assured. As long as the black dragon is released, the heavenly demons won't have the time to take care of our world. Even if the heavenly demons find out that our world has become different by that time, I've almost revived 1/10 of my consciousness, so I won't have to worry about the danger of the world collapsing by that time. And at that time, you can play with them as much as you want. Lu Xuanyi rolled his eyes. You don't say I look like the villain. Tendo rolled his eyes. Isn't it? Lu Xuanyi turned his gaze to the golden scroll of the great Tao at this moment. Ahem. Xiaolu, you are so nice. How can you be a bad person? Ah ha ha. Lu Xuanyi looked at the very good-looking heavens will at this moment and suddenly stroked his chin in contemplation. What are you looking at? Lu Xuanyi asked a question at this point. In fact, the will of the heavenly Tao, according to reason, is devoid of any emotions, even indifference to all things, and even the heavenly Tao should not have its own body. But you don't just have emotions, even your looks, your body, seem to be on my favorite list. Are you really Tendo? The heavenly Tao was all bewildered by Lu Xuanyi's question. I am. Naturally, but I also find it a bit problematic that you're saying this. Why I have so many emotions and even a body? Lu Xuanyi said again at this time. So, I have an experiment, which is to write you onto the golden scroll of the great Tao, so that I can try to see if it's this body that you're consuming, or something. The heavens will look angrily at Lu Xuanyi. Get out. Having said that, the will of heaven disappeared. The will of heaven has just gone. Zhao Enough and Zhao Qing couldn't help but look at Lu Xuanyi. The look in both of their eyes seemed to say, you old six. In fact, before Tendo came, Lu Xuanyi was then discussing with them that he was going to send out the Black Dragon as an arrangement for the Vice Temple Master, fulfill that Great Hall Master and then allow that Great Hall Master to gain a higher position. Because of this, it was only with the Vice Hall Master's lulling that the Grand Hall Master would keep giving away his head, or even if it's possible, it would be best to have that Great Hall Master take over a piece of this world and then be able to lure the more powerful of the heavenly demons down. In terms of timing, and Lu Xuanyi's layout. In fact, it is exactly the same as Tian Dao's request to Lu Xuanyi. That is to say, Tendo rushed to give Lu Xuanyi a favor this time. Zhao couldn't help but ask, Pitbull, tell me the truth. Have you been counting on this for a long time? Lu Xuanyi shook his head. I'm not an old silver dollar. How can I do the math? It's a coincidence. Zhao Qing, on the other hand, was deep in thought. In fact, you should have a kind of hazy feeling. That is, the heavenly Tao might be laying out something, and then you're trying it out bit by bit. You want to try or figure out what exactly the heavenly Tao is plotting, right? Lu Xuanyi was speechless. I which has that high IQ. I simply think, Wei Yan Wang Palace seems to be very powerful, but also cannot do too much. If it is really in the burial of 1,000,000 heavenly devils, will inevitably cause other heavenly devils' attention. At that time, one down. Who can block? I just think of the cycle of gradual and slow meal, but did not think of and the heavenly way of the plan just overlap. Zhao Chang and Zhao Enough looked at Lu Xuanyi with odd eyes. Both of them found the whole thing very sinister. But what Lu Xuanyi was most curious about now was, what are all the abilities of the divine powers that the heavenly Tao has given you? Chapter 201, Pulling Feign. Hearing Lu Xuanyi's words, Zhao Chang and Zhao Enough were both somewhat silent. What's going on with you guys? Zhao Enough looked at Lu Xuanyi somewhat oddly, then inquired, tell me the truth. Do you have some ulterior secret with the heavenly Tao? These words gave Lu Xuanyi a whole confusion. Why do you inquire so? Zhao was silent enough for a while before he said, my divine ability bestowed by the heavenly Tao is called mana synchronization. That is, I can make a person's mana transform into a part of his body or lack thereof, which is indeed a perfect match for me. Speaking here, Zhao Enough looked at Lu Xuanyi and said, but in a way, it's more of a match to what we're doing. What kind of avatar are you? Lu Xuanyi said directly, life control. Zhao Enough froze for a moment. Why don't you cast it and I'll see? Without saying a word, Lu Xuanyi directly reached out. A ball of green power was gathered in Lu Xuanyi's hand. Lu Xuanyi then directly threw this green energy on top of a dead tree. It didn't take long. That dead tree just looks like it's just sprouting green shoots. Zhao Enough, why don't you be the doctor from now on? Lu Xuanyi shook his head. I was just able to keep the man him alive, but his disease is still there. Zhao was enough to contemplate once more, followed by the phrase, commonly known as, live and let live? Lu Xuanyi, Zhao Qing. Lu Xuanyi then reached out once again. The green energy in that dead tree was once again retrieved by Lu Xuanyi. The green shoots that had just been drawn out withered once again. Zhao Enough was a bit speechless. Can't you let him live? Lu Xuanyi shook his head. He has already lived. Only now he is dead again. Zhao Enough. The two then looked at Zhao Chang once again. Zhao Qing was silent for a moment at this point. My divine ability is called the Thousand Words True Spirit, and there is something interesting about this divine ability. Lu Xuanyi and Zhao Enough instantly raised their interest. Zhao Qing said directly at this time, there is a golden house in the book. As Zhao Qing finished speaking, he flipped straight to a book. Snap! A house of gold literally fell out of the book. Lu Xuanyi, Zhao Enough. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly inquired. Then what if you say that there is a yin ruyu in the book? Zhao Qing shook his head. I understand yin ruyu differently. This kind of thing that can actually appear is bound to be dead. But Zhao Qing thought about it. It doesn't seem right either. He took out his moral streamer and subsequently wrote a life in 1,000 characters. Then directly with one soul he began to follow his true spiritual life. Then he watched closely. Finally found out a little bit. It's marvelous that I've put people in the midst of moral streamers before, and I need to be constantly watching to see if this person is walking in accordance with the life that I've given him, because I'm afraid that he's going to change the life that I've laid out in the middle of it. But with this true spirit of 1,000 words, then no matter how much this person escapes in the moral hierarchy, no matter how much he changes again, but in the end, he will follow my story, even if he regains his memories midway. It's useless. Zhao Enough took a deep breath at this moment. Isn't that more desperate? Zhao Qing coughed. Then he smiled and said, it's not a big deal, even if he's desperate. Aren't you able to treat him? Zhou was silent enough. To be precise, the entire Hades Hall was very silent. But soon, Lin Wudao directly interrupted their research. The three Yama kings, all the clans, now, are starting to move. Hear that? Lu Xuanyi was instantly energized. Come on, be specific. The three then sat on their rocking horses once again, like little children listening intently to a lesson. As Lin Wudao looked at these three living hells like this, he couldn't help but sweat on his brain. If it were not for the fact that this was in the middle of Hades, anyone who looked at these three people in such a childish manner wouldn't be able to associate them with Yama, right? Lin Wudao was helpless. Yama, just so much personality. He then began to explain all the information he now knew. Lu Xuanyi's three men listened carefully. Nandong Basha could not have imagined it in any way. At first, he and the third prince were still hostile. Nowadays, it's still a hostile hammer. This third prince shifted to become the son of the king of hell. This identity could be much more noble than within the cave heaven, that what the third prince's identity could be. Nandong Basha was also a smart man. Since they're all working for Hades now, whatever the grudge used to be, that's all forgiven. Even while receiving the third prince, Nandong Basha that was attentive. The third prince was a little displeased with Nandong Basha, but since it was his father who received it, he naturally didn't dare to have any opinions. Your Highness, I wonder why you've come this time? Nandong Basha inquired solicitously. Full of treachery. The third prince never liked it when he looked at it. Still responding though, King Yan said that you can open the dragon origin mystic realm. Of course, for everything you do next. You need to listen to me. Nangong Basha hurriedly nodded his head. Okay, no problem. I'll get right on it. The third prince hesitated. Still, he said, I suppose my father has suppressed your seals even after taking you in. Nangong Basho nodded his head. Yes, he was very generous in admitting it. The third prince hesitated at this point, but in the end, it was a small mutter. My father's aim for this kind of secret realm has always been to directly take the entire realm for himself. Since the secret realm is all owned by the Yama Palace, no one else should get their hands on it. Do you understand what I mean? Nangong Basho nodded his head, but the face was still a little worried. A lot of people would die that way. The third prince directly took out an eyeball and handed it to Nangong Basha. This thing can see the hidden sins in that group of people. Those with deep sins will have bloodbaths that fill the sky. Those with shallow sins will have very little bloodbaths. When the time comes you only need to kill half of those with deep sins. The others will naturally not dare to make any extra moves. Nangong Basha nodded his head. Okay, I get it. The third prince nodded. However, for those who have fewer sins, or those who have no sins at all, you can appropriately put 1 or 2 in. After all, after this secret realm, we are going out. We can't become the public enemy of the whole nation, especially since you and I are going out, and we need to establish our own territory. Nangong Basho nodded again. The third prince left directly after explaining things. Wait until the third prince is gone. Nangong Shirzi then came over. Father, the third prince could actually do this kind of thing himself, but he's pushing it onto us. Isn't this a clear attempt to make us the bad guys? Nangong Basho shook his head. Were our Nangong family good people before? Nangong Shirzi was a bit embarrassed. Nangong Basha said again at this time. In fact, the third prince's meaning is also King Yan's meaning. And since King Yan is letting our Nangong family take this big headache, he's pulling fame for us before we go out. Nangong Seiji? Chapter 202, always feeling like I've forgotten something Nangong Basho explained. Think about it, if the Dragon's Abyss Mystery Realm is taken by our Nangong family this time, it means that my Nangong family directly owns a treasure trove of the Mystery Realm. If we wait until we go out, if my Nangong family wants to create a power, won't the people of the world rush to it? Nangong Shitsi's eyes widened. But it's Yama's. Nangong Basha looked at Nangong Shirzi somewhat speechlessly. Have you forgotten that our Nangong family also belongs to King Yan? My Nangong family belongs to the palace of Yan no matter how powerful it becomes in the future. So the secret realm is our Nangong family's, as well as the King of Yan's. Of course, we must always remember one thing. Anything we do is for the sake of Hades. Nangong Shitsi nodded. Alright, depart and open the secret realm. Nangong Shitsi directly carried out his own 2 sledgehammers, his eyes full of killing energy. Nangong Basha looked at it with a bit of a headache. This son of his own, since being tempered by the 2 kings of Yen, getting a little frisky. 3 days later, a muffled sound from heaven and earth directly resounded through the heavens and earth. Let the world be shaken. The heavens will, which had all been at ease, couldn't help but sit up after seeing the sinkhole that had reappeared within the cave heaven. This Lu Shuani, your men are that capable? This secret realm was taken away just by saying so? Tendo was very difficult. At this moment, she looked at Ji Suiying. Nice guy. Ji Suiying was still in the Su Tian secret realm, like she was taking a walk, even playing hide and seek with some of the enemies, playing tricks like lust. There were also many people who fought to the death in the Su Tian mysterious realm. Tendo now had a sense of cutthroat, because she had 2 images in front of her. Lu Shuani is now in Yama Temple in the midst of the dark clouds, lying on a chaise longue with his 2 brothers, listening to a little song while basking in the sun toward the melon. Ji Suiying was cautious and unusual in the secret realm, ready to strike at any time. And look at the stance. There was no telling how long it would take for Ji Suiying to obtain the sword spirit of Su Void. It's still grinding at the edges to this day. The heavens will just couldn't look at it anymore. Shuani no matter how. Ji Suiying is also your nominal wife is not. You want to help her or not? All Tendo could say was. But Lu Shuani's response to him was, big sister. To be honest, Ji Suiying is the son of heavenly destiny you chose. Right. I haven't seen you pull the heavenly way so much. You chose the son of heavenly destiny. You don't protect it. So let me help a hammer? Tendo was furious. If a bystander dares to treat him with such disrespect, she gave him a direct thunderbolt. But this man is Lu Shuani. It's a Yusuni who popped out of nowhere. Who? The will of heaven took a few deep breaths. Again. But then again. Ji Suiying is also in your plan. The most important part is not. You let her grow up earlier. You can also lie down earlier, is not it? And it doesn't require you to do more. You just need to speed things up. Just a little bit. Lu Shuani was unmoved. Tendo was speechless. This dog, soft and hard. Tendo at this point in the system wants to paint a big picture again, but it was interrupted by Lu Shuani's shot. I actually have an immature idea about you. The will of heaven's path grimaced. If you don't help, don't help. You don't want to screw me over. If I do fall apart, it won't do you half as much good. Okay. Lu Shuani's voice came again. No, 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 don't get me wrong. I actually just want to change my name. Will of heaven? Change your name. Won't you just change it? Lu Shuani smiled and said, I want to change my name to Lu Hao. The will of heaven was a bit confused. What's so special about that name? Lu Shuani hemmed and hawed. Literally, the will of heaven moved its eyes. Then the chest heaved with anger. You denizen. You. Suddenly Tendo calmed down a bit. If you help Ji Suiying obtain the void sword spirit within half a pillar of incense, it's not like I can't follow you. At this moment, Lu Shuani looked at Lin Wudao. Old Lin, get the brothers moving. Lin Wudao, who was studying the Book of Judges, raised his head and inquired. There? Lu Shuani smiled. The secret realm of the void sky. Lin Wudao nodded his head, then pressed out a token and inserted it within an alcove at his side. In less than a minute, the entire cave sky exploded once again. The people who were in the void sky mysterious realm were all in a daze as they were all sprayed out by the void sky mysterious realm. Immediately afterward, they saw the entire void sky mystic realm begin to shrink and finally disappear directly. The crowd was all silent. Ji Suiying was equally dumbfounded. To add to her dumbfoundedness, a ray of light instantly shot into her body. That's the sword spirit of nothingness. The moment the sword spirit of nothingness entered his body, the raging sword chi in Ji Suiying's body was all absorbed by the sword spirit of nothingness. Almost instantly, Ji Suiying's realm was about to break through to harmonization. Only in the end, he was suppressed to death by Ji Suiying. Stabilized Ji Suiying. The look was a bit blank. What's going on here? Tendo did this? In Ji Suiying's mind, the voice of the heavenly Tao sounded once again. The heavenly demon army is coming soon, leaving you little time. Ji Suiying took a deep breath. Good, but next, I just need to get another heaven mending pill so I can raise my strength without any worries. This time, I also asked the heavenly Tao to rest assured that those heavenly demons can't make any waves. Tendo had both hands pressed to his temples at this point. How? In fact, she had previously arranged the trajectory of Ji Suiying's life. It's all normal. It's also very reasonable. It was this secret realm that was supposed to be her place of experience. But, Lu Shuani is like a tough guy. He was too unreasonable. His men are not reasonable either. This shit. She herself didn't think that Lu Shuani, that dog, how in the world did he manage to take in a secret realm in a dozen seconds or so? If you're so cool, why don't you do this? You're making me look like a nerd. Most damning of all, is she forgetting something? She had previously promised Lu Shuani to call Lu Hao. Where are the days? As Tendo, am I being descended from wisdom? Nope, I've been the one who's been dropping wisdom on people before. But, that Lu Shuani didn't write my name either. The question is what now? Tendo stole a glance at what Lu Shuani was doing at this moment. Available results. This guy was groping the fish with the three of them, Zhao Enough and Zhao Qing. At this moment, that's right, the three had left the sky. In the middle of the creek in the cave was touching fish. Touch with your bare hands, especially Lu Shuani. The face was very irritated. The damned fish. He's just not bait. He's just going to land and molest you. You just can't spoil him. Grass. Quack. He's headed your way. Zhou was enough to rush to capture it. Tendo smiled involuntarily. But suddenly, the heavens will felt that something was wrong. He looked closely at the two colorful carp and his expression was instantly off. No, no, oh my god. Big stupid Shun. What are you doing? Stop it now. Tendo scared out a popping sound. Chapter 203, Controllable? The heavens will was completely taut this time. Her figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Lu Shuani, then hurried to take away the two fish that Lu Shuani and Zhao Tengang caught. Lu Shuani froze for a moment, followed closely by great anger. That's not very decent of you. This is a fish my brother and I caught with great difficulty and you want to take it away just like that? The will of heaven took a deep breath. Then he hurriedly put a ban on the two fish. Shuani, you almost caused a big disaster. Do you know what these two fish are? Seeing the will of heaven so serious, Lu Shuani was a bit curious. What is it? Tendo carefully examined the two fish to see that there was nothing wrong with them, and then he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. These two fish are called boundary gate. One is the key and the other is the door. If the two are fused at the right time, they will be able to successfully link the order that has been broken. This is also a part of my recovery plan. If you kill the two of them, it would be equivalent to the end of my plan. Lu Shuani hadn't expected it to be so serious. There was just something strange about him. If this is so important, why don't you watch it properly and how do you let me find it? The will of heaven was somewhat helpless. Originally, my will was only revived a little bit now, and I naturally didn't know where this thing was. I was thinking that when my consciousness was revived a little bit more, I would be able to sense this thing, but I didn't think that it would be obtained by you guys. After the heavenly Tao Will finished speaking, it even put away the 2 fish that came. Lu Xuanyi didn't stop it. Instead, his eyes stayed fixed on the will of heaven. The heavens will was red in the face from the look. Thanks a lot. After saying that, the heavenly Tao consciousness left in an instant. Lu Xuanyi laughed. Nothing was done. When heavens will saw Lu Xuanyi like this, she became even more flustered. Not much longer. The heavenly Tao consciousness returned again. In addition to the previous one, I have no objection if you change another reward. Lu Xuanyi had one hand behind his back at this point. Smilingly, he looked at the heavens will. I haven't thought of anything else for the time being, but I think that you seem to have revived quite a bit of your consciousness nowadays, so you should be able to use some of the authority that belongs exclusively to your heavenly Tao. Tendo nodded. Indeed able to move a trace. Lu Xuanyi said with a smile at this time. Look, Yama Temple, have been established for so long, and I don't even have a residence until now. Do you think that's like it? The heavenly Tao Will looked at Lu Xuanyi silently. So, Lu Xuanyi looked at this entire cave. Then he said, I want this entire cave. The will of heaven was a little speechless, and a little silent. Lu Xuanyi continued at this point. Actually, if you don't agree, I can forcefully take it away. But it's just that doing that would destroy the earth veins within this cave. And even if I end up taking the entire cave, then when it comes to my hands, it seems to be a big drop in effectiveness compared to what it is now. But I think that if you make a move, it's bound to save a lot of trouble. The will of heaven sighed. When this program is over, I'll help you. Lu Xuanyi hurriedly said at this time. Quick, tell the brothers to stop digging. Lin Wudao hurriedly ordered at this time. It was only at this time that the will of heaven realized. Hades, nearly chiseling through the entire cavernous sky. Nice guy. It's still under your own nose. Didn't even realize it myself. Tendo was hard and angry. Hey, I'm speechless, but when this program is over, Tendo turns around and leaves. Lu Xuanyi stopped again. You wait. Tendo shuddered. What again? Lu Xuanyi's face was serious. I would like to ask, during the time you were asleep, would you say that it's possible that the heavenly demons have already infiltrated the entire Immortal Edge continent on the verge of doing so? Tendo Will closed his eyes and felt it. A shake of the head followed. No. Currently, in the entire Immortal Edge continent, there is no aura of any heavenly demon. Lu Xuanyi shook his head. I'm talking about thought penetration. Will of heaven? Think about it. Since there are both Ji Suiying who came from the long river of time, followed by the New Skies Hall, and the New Skies Hall has been lurking in the Immortal Edge continent for a very long time. Could they really just be rash and secretly doing things that intercept other people's chances? Wouldn't they have come to influence the people of the Immortal Edge world through the level of thought? Or perhaps, from a certain behavior, or from some details of life, to submerge, or stifle our culture, and then urge to advocate for their culture, and in doing so, formed an alternative heavenly devil sect. The will of heaven frowned. My current consciousness can't manage to gain insight into everything in the world, so I can't find those people you call them. Lu Xuanyi shook his head. I do have a feeling that many clans have been out of sorts lately, and are even vaguely making some even more powerful plots. But this kind of scheming, even my Yama Palace can't investigate it clearly, so that's why I'm asking you if you have any ideas. The will of heaven had to admit one thing at this time. You say, is it possible that nowadays, this is just some hazy will of mine, which is actually not as much as what you, Yama Temple. No, Lu Xuanyi. But Tendo shook his head this time. You can also rest assured that once 1/5 of my will is revived again this time, I will be able to initially drive the authority of heaven and earth. And at that time, whether it's the heavenly demons or the living beings of the Immortal Edge continent, they will all be ants in front of me. Lu Xuanyi's eyes glowed. Tendo rubbed his temples. Don't you look at me like that. Lu Xuanyi was still a little uncertain. Other than the heavenly demon, you really aren't worried about the others? Tendo nodded. There's no need to worry. Don't worry. As long as the heavenly demons don't invade on a large scale, everything is under my control. Hear that? Lu Xuanyi nodded. Well, in that case, I'll stop the assassination. Tendo? Lu Xuanyi explained helplessly. I've gotten some gossip before. Some sects have already started secretly working on building some large teleportation arrays, although I don't know if they're going to teleport out or have someone teleport back in. I feel that there's something wrong with all of them, so I'll have my men go and assassinate them. Tendo, wait a minute, there's really such a thing? Lu Xuanyi nodded. Yes, several clans were exterminated some time ago, and although they weren't powerful, they were still working quite hard to set up their teleportation arrays. Tendo snapped that something was wrong. Boom! Right about this time, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Lu Xuanyi and the others looked towards that pillar of light. A group of people dressed in black robes were seen falling from that rushing pillar of light. Lu Xuanyi and the three of them looked at Tendo in unison. Is it manageable now? Tendo closed his eyes slightly this time to feel it. The color of his face became very ugly. So, can you? Tendo turned back to Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi directly led Zhao Enough and Zhao Qing, carrying a fishing rod with a bucket to run away. A smoke disappeared. Tendo. Chapter 204, Can't hold on. Tendo was furious. But you go after it anyway. Dog Shun. What are you running for? Just this bit of heavenly demon that came is not enough for you to stuff your teeth. You can obviously crush them directly. What are you pretending to be so weak for? Also, you're a transformation god powerhouse. Can't you fly? Still running wildly on the ground? Lu Xuanyi rolled his eyes. I say, Tendo sister, you're the one who said it was controllable. So why should I be so tired when everything is under your control? Moreover, the current heavenly demons have all come to this cave heaven. If I were to fly directly, wouldn't that be a living target for the heavenly demons? Tendo was speechless, but as of right now, you're invincible in Hades, and you're invincible in this combination of saving lives. Speaking of which, Tendo looked at Zhao Qing. One of them is called saving lives and the other is called helping people. What about you? Zhao Qing opened his mouth. He didn't think for a moment. Then, his eyes went to Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi gave a direct thumbs up. You call that indoctrination? Tendo froze. What about the moral? Lu Xuanyi explained. People are hostile when they die, especially the wicked. When they die, they are hostile. But as long as Zhao Qing is there, with Zhao Qing's benevolent heart, he will put them directly into the midst of the moral streamers, and teach them with all his heart to set up the correct values of life. Tendo hesitated, unable to help himself. He said, that's called no peace even after death? Lu Xuanyi rolled his eyes. Shallow. After saying that, he accelerated his pace even more. Dog Shun, don't run away. Really, you're killing those heavenly demons right now. It's like killing a chicken. Just help out. Lu Xuanyi looked at Tendo, then said, change my name according to me? Tendo was furious. If I don't help, then I won't help. I'm a heavenly Tao. I can't be held by these little things. Lu Xuanyi nodded. That's right, you're the best Tendo ever. MMA. I'm watching you. Lu Xuanyi finished. The figure instantly disappeared in place. Tendo stomped his foot in anger. Dog Shun, you was angry with me. No matter how to say. I'm also the heavenly Tao. You give the heavenly Tao to help. Other people begged for it. How are you afraid to be tainted with me as the same? Lu Xuanyi's voice came again. That's not true. I actually still want to talk to you in depth about life. Tendo clenched his teeth in anger. Dog Shun, you wait for me. Sooner or later, one day, I'll get back at you. Lu Xuanyi was somewhat helpless at this point. You come to Hades, Tendo? Lu Xuanyi said again. It's not that I won't help you, but I have a plan. Do you want to hear it? Tendo was a little suspicious. It's not the name change thing, is it? Lu Xuanyi was somewhat speechless. What goes through your head every day? Tendo instantly smiled with joy. Coming. After coming to Hades, Lu Xuanyi and his trio are grilling fish. Tendo had originally disdained the trio's grilled fish, but when he saw Lu Xuanyi roasting fish with the fire of his own life, directly to Tendo the whole won't be. The key question is, think about it. Still nonchalant, Tendo snatched the grilled fish from Lu Xuanyi's hands. Eating that was sweet, but Lu Xuanyi looked at Tendo's saliva dripping on the ground. Couldn't help but double take, because it was the purest spirit marrow liquid. It even contained the power of supreme laws. Lu Xuanyi swallowed his saliva at this moment. You ate my fish. So let's discuss a name change? Tendo hurriedly spit out the fish. Lu Xuanyi directly reached out and covered Tendo's mouth. Just kidding. Gulp. Tendo's throat rolled and he glanced angrily at Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi, on the other hand, said as he ate the grilled fish, say, did you put a wisdom-lowering aura on yourself, Tendo? Lu Xuanyi looked at the heavenly demons gradually gathering below. He couldn't help but say, regardless of how many heavenly demons come to this world. In fact, you and I don't need to make much of an appearance because the purpose of their coming is unknown for now, but it is thought that it is related to certain things in this secret realm. Besides, what are you always setting your eyes on me for? Your chosen child is Ji Suiying, and Ji Suiying is still from the future. All you need to do now is to ensure that Ji Suiying obtains the heaven mending pill so that she can fulfill her own final purpose. And Ji Suiying alone can kill through those heavenly demons. Tendo looked at Lu Xuanyi. Aren't you afraid that Ji Suiying is in danger? Lu Xuanyi looked at the heavenly Tao. You are really just not awake much. Tendo scratched his head. That's true, but what does that have to do with whether or not I slept? Lu Xuanyi didn't explain, but looked at Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing froze for a moment, then coughed and explained. It's actually very simple. At this time, Since the heavenly demons are entering the cave heaven on a large scale, on one hand, it might be for something in the secret realm, while on the other hand, it's probably for that little black dragon. The heavenly devil needs to be killed, but it's important to lift up Ji Suiying. As long as Ji Suiying stays invincible, if the heavenly devil wants to invade this world, he'll have to take care of Ji Suiying first. As for the danger, Zhao Qing looked to Zhao Enough. Zhao Enough, who was eating his melon, froze for a moment, somewhat uncertain. So, I'm going to fight in the war this time? Lu Xuanyi nodded. This is your chance to save the suffering of Zhao Tianzuan. Zhao Enough was not a problem. Then you'll be watching me, right? Zhao Enough looked at Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi waved his hand. You're my brother. With me here, no one can hurt you. Just don't worry. Zhou nodded. Enough. But remember, you're only treating injuries, don't directly revive people, or our identity as those who save the dead and heal the wounded will likely be exposed. Zhao was enough to nod again. Lu Xuanyi then looked at the sky and said, it's impossible for Ji Suiying to really kill all the heavenly demons anyway, so while we have this opportunity, we can send the black dragon out. Tendo was silent for a long time, because Lu Xuanyi was always able to calculate everything based on the current situation, what it means to be in control. That's what I call being in control. More to the point, it's all planned. In addition to Zhao Enough to go out and strike in his own right, everything else was very much a matter of course. Probably the only person who was counted was Ji Suiying, but that doesn't count for much, because even if Lu Xuanyi doesn't count, Ji Suiying would all go and kill those heavenly demons. Tendo couldn't tense up. Dog Shun, are you a heavenly Dao from another world who came to smash my factory on purpose? Lu Xuanyi was speechless. You've said that you're the supreme heavenly Dao, and I say, big sister, under the supreme heavenly Dao, would other heavenly Dao dare to come and smash your factory? Tendo thought about it. But why? You are always full of evil? Lu Xuanyi smiled. Is it possible that you're the one who hasn't woken up and your IQ hasn't returned yet? Tendo couldn't tense up. Dog Shun, are you calling me stupid? Dog Shun, don't run away if you have guts. Watch the punch. Lu Xuanyi turned and ran. Tendo is chasing after it. The entire Yama temple became a chicken and dog. Zhao Enough and Zhao Qing looked at this scene bizarrely. Chapter 205, Ji Mingyue who couldn't hold still at this time in a restaurant. Ji Mingyue who had obtained the Dragon Source Disc. For the art of sealing, it had reached the peak of excellence. At the same time, Ji Mingyue's cultivation level also came to the peak of the refined void realm. But since meeting his creepy brother-in-law, he didn't have any excitement about his strength in this refined void realm. Truly, in front of her brother-in-law, depending on his mood, he's happy to strengthen his grandson in front of you. When he's not happy, all of you kneel down for me. Ji Mingyue had even clearly seen the places his brother-in-law and Zhao Enough had crossed. The kind of scene where so many people in the shadows are all on their knees, shivering. Simply watching Ji Mingyue's heart surged. Moreover, Ji Mingyue was very curious as to how terrifying his brother-in-law's true strength was, because since joining Hades, he'd never seen his brother-in-law really get his hands dirty. Ji, I'd like to see how fierce he really is. Ji Suiying suddenly appeared beside Ji Mingyue. What's the muttering about? Ji Mingyue was startled, then hurriedly shook his head. No. Ji Suiying looked at Ji Mingyue at this moment, looking up and down with a smile in her eyes. It looks like you've got yours as well, and without much injury. You've certainly grown a lot. Ji Mingyue hemmed and hawed. That's for sure. Sister, let's go. Let's go to the heaven-mending mysterious realm. Just in time. I'll also try out the power of my dragon origin disc. Ji Suiying froze for a moment. Aren't you going to ask me if I got it? Ji Mingyue coughed. My sister is so powerful, but it's just a mere sword spirit of void, so it's still a handful? Ji Suiying shook her head and smiled. You, don't be so blind to your sister. Ji Mingyue also just laughed. Actually, Ji Mingyue was in pain inside, because she knew that Ji Suiying had gotten the sword of void prana so smoothly, and that was entirely because his brother-in-law had casually thrown it at her. Obviously one knows the truth, but all of this, and pretending not to know, and even calling his sister a bully. What to do? It's so painful and agonizing. But as for the matter of traveling to the secret realm of heaven mending, Ji Suiying still shook her head. The heaven mending secret realm, that's the core of the entire secret realm, and the final showdown of the entire secret realm, because the heaven mending Dan of the heaven mending secret realm, that's something that can change one's destiny once. It's a very heaven-defying treasure. At that time, not only the people of the clan, but also the natives of the entire mysterious realm, I'm afraid they'll all have to participate in the battle. We still need to think long and hard. Ji Mingyue was full of disinterest. Looking at Ji Mingyue like this, Ji Suiying rolled her eyes. Don't underestimate the natives of the secret realm. In fact, I don't put the other natives in my eyes. but that Emperor of Great Yen is a bit of a problem for me. Ji Mingyue kept drinking water and bowed her head. Are you thirsty? Ji Mingyue swallowed the last mouthful of tea. It's okay. I'm a bit hungry. Xiao Air. Serve the food. At first Ji Suiying didn't care. Just when seeing that the meals that came up were all the most top-notch ingredients. This table of meals was nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones. Ji Suiying went numb. Although I know that you probably have a lot of opportunities in the secret realm, but how can you squander so much? Ji Suiying did have some heartache. Ji Mingyue suddenly remembered at this moment. Oh, though his own sister is indeed awesome, but compare it to the present Hades. Her sister's household goods were, indeed, shabby. At this moment, Ji Mingyue didn't know how to explain. Just right. Nangong Shitzi came over. Fairy Suiying doesn't have to worry too much. This time in the secret realm, Fairy Mingyue has done my Nangong family a great favor. A meal is just a small token of my Nangong family's appreciation. Seeing the Nangong Shitzi, Ji Suiying frowned, because there's something wrong with the situation. In his previous life, the Nangong family was only decimated by the third prince after the opening of the Dragon Abyss Mystic Realm. The entire Nangong family was also directly exterminated because of the Dragon's Abyss Secret Realm. How about this life? Nothing happened to the Namgung family. Even, align with Ji Mingyue? Ji Suiying couldn't help but look at Ji Mingyue. That means, you explain it to me. Ji Mingyue's mind raced, then hurriedly said, at that time, I saw this one was dying, then I gave him a candy cane, and he came to life, and I didn't know until afterward that he was the Nangong Shirzi. Nangong Shitzi nodded. It is precisely because of Fairy Mingyue's saving grace that my Nangong family has gained a great opportunity within the Dragon's Abyss mysterious realm. Oh, I've got things to do, so I'll just go. Nangong Shirzi's face was a bit hurried. It does look like something is going on, but Ji Suiying was somewhat silent. In the silence, she kept looking at Ji Mingyue. Ji Mingyue froze for a moment. What's wrong with my face? Ji Suiying shook her head. That's not true, but is there something you're not telling me? Ji Mingyue pretended to be confused. What is it that I'm hiding from you? Ji Mingyue began to meditate. Shake your head at the end. No. Ji Suiying nodded. She believed it. 2 people after dinner. Just head to the secret realm of Mending Heaven. But on the way, Ji Suiying was going on and on about how dangerous the secret realm was. There was also her speculation about the Great Yen Emperor. That Great Yen Emperor should be very uncomplicated. And even I have discovered one thing through some of the listed clues. That Great Yen Emperor is most likely an ancient Sin Dragon. If there is no longer any suppression in the heaven and earth mystic realm, or even if he finds a solution to the curse, I'm afraid that many people will have to die in this mystic realm. On top of that, there's also that heavenly demon that recently entered the cave heaven. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to deal with, although I don't know what their purpose is. This time, I'm going to leave as many of them as I can. Ji Mingyue was deadlocked on her thighs at this time, as Ji Suiying recounted and how terrifying the black dragon was. At this moment, in her mind, the Order of Yen sent out a direct command. Have Black Impermanence go along with all of the heavenly demons' plans, and it's best to send him out and try to get the Grand Master of the Angry Heavenly Hall to take over. All the brothers just need to pay attention and observe, because Ji Suiying will make a move, and when the time comes, we just need to send Black Impermanence to the hands of the Grand Shopkeeper, and then have the Vice Temple Master act as a close confidant of the Grand Shopkeeper of the Angry Sky Palace by virtue of this merit. Ji Mingyue restrained her urge to laugh. When Ji Suiying said she was going to try to kill as many heavenly demons as she could, the order came again in her head. Attention all brothers, King Er Yen will personally come down to act, hiding his cultivation as you wanting perfection. Attention all brothers, from now on, when Ji Suiying wins the battle, directly shout Ji Suiying as the Sword God Fairy, invincible to the world, and help her make a name for herself. Ji Mingyue couldn't tense up, even she looked at her sister with some pity. Sister, your life are in my brother-in-law's control. Every step you take, our brother-in-law paved the way for you. He really, I cry to death. Chapter 206, is this really happening? Most of all, the 2 of them were on their way to the heaven-mending mysterious realm when they really did see Zhao enough. Zhao enough that a kind face was seeing someone else, not to mention, in this area of healing, Zhou enough that was quite professional. Those patients said yes, it's not a blowout. After Ji Suiying saw Zhao enough, and not without a glint in his eye, Elder Zhao, why are you here? Zhao enough was also very surprised to see Ji Suiying. Suiying, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here too. Ha ha, as you know, I'm a doctor, especially since there are so many injured people in this secret realm. I couldn't help it, it's my duty in the most doctor. Ji Suiying's eyes were filled with admiration. Ji Mingyue couldn't hold it in. Ji Mingyue couldn't help but burst out laughing. Truly, Zhao enough this pretense does not look like an act. And Ji Suiying. Okay. Ji Mingyue, who knew everything, now felt like her family's sister was a fool. Ji Suiying hurriedly glared at Ji Mingyue. Do not be rude to Elder Zhao. Ji Mingyue's small face was suffocatingly red as she lowered her head and said softly. Yes. Ji Suiying also apologized towards Zhao enough. I'm sorry, Elder Zhao. My sister is still young and a bit unintelligent. Please forgive me, Elder Zhao. Zhao was enough to laugh and shake his head. No harm, no foul, but there are more wounded here, so I'd better come and take care of it. Ji Suiying nodded. Elder please. Zhou nodded enough. Then go to therapy again. But Ji Suiying didn't go. Instead, they're waiting. Ji Mingyue was a bit curious. What are you waiting for, sister? Ji Mingyue looked at Zhao enough's busy back at this moment and said in a low voice. This time, for the heaven-mending mysteries, I want to bring Elder Zhao with me. If I have Elder Zhao with me, I won't have any worries. Ji Mingyue can't. She felt like she was going to suffocate internally. That's sister. I'm a bit uncomfortable. I'll go and facilitate first. After saying that, without waiting for Ji Suiying to agree, Ji Mingyue directly covered her stomach and left, all the way to where no one else is. Ji Mingyue man was laughing like a stupid ex. Hades in the shadows. Finally, Ji Mingyue after venting, just came in front of Ji Suiying. Ji Suiying then said, this time, Elder Zhao is traveling with us to the secret realm. You have to protect him well. Ji Mingyue froze for a moment. I protect him? Ji Suiying nodded. Although Elder Zhao's medical skills are unrivaled, his strength is only yuaning, so he's too weak. So I'll leave his well-being in your hands. Ji Mingyue glanced at Zhao enough. Zhao enough smiled and saluted Ji Mingyue at this time. Ji Mingyue almost didn't kneel down. Meanwhile, she kept sputtering in her mind. Sister, do you know that your safety and well-being will depend on this second Yin King next? And protecting him? Both of us need his protection now. However, Ji Mingyue naturally knew that this kind of thing couldn't be said. She finally took a deep breath. Okay. Ji Suiying nodded. In that case, let's go. The trio continued on their way. Ji Mingyue, on the other hand, deliberately landed next to Zhao enough. Then the voice was transmitted. Lord Yen, this secret realm is so dangerous. You'll have to protect me when the time comes ha. Zhao enough was somewhat speechless. You've refined the void and I still have to protect you? Ji Mingyue smiled. That doesn't guarantee that there will be any accidents. Anyway, when the time comes, you can always keep an eye on me ha. It just so happens that I want to get my hands dirty too. Zhao was enough to nod silently. By the way, will my brother-in-law be out by then? Ji Mingyue suddenly inquired curiously. Zhou enough to shake her head. If the pitmen were to make a move, in the event that I don't resuscitate them, I guess this group would just die. And it's the kind that doesn't want to live. Ji Mingyue was a bit shocked. My brother-in-law is that good? Zhao enough smiled at this point. Do you know why your brother-in-law's name is Fuyun? Ji Mingyue looked at Zhao enough suspiciously. And Zhao enough said this time. To tell you a simple analogy, it's that even if your brother-in-law stabbed 70 or 80 swords in someone's body, that person would just be injured, but none of the swords would be fatal. Of course, that's just physically. He can also tear your soul apart and then stitch it up, causing you to suffer heavy injuries both physically and mentally. So, compared to your brother-in-law, I'm the one who's really doing good, and your brother-in-law is really not a human being. Suddenly, a figure violently rushed towards Zhao enough. Zhao enough subconsciously waved his hand. That person's body instantly exploded into countless pieces. No good. The moment Ji Suiying was about to turn her head, Zhou is enough to bring that person back to life again. Then with a pale face, he hid behind Ji Mingyue. Ji Mingyue looked at the assassin who was kneeling on the ground, looking at Zhao enough with horror in his eyes. It was only then that his mind echoed what Zhao enough had just said. Compared to your brother-in-law, I'm the one who's really doing good. And your brother-in-law is really not a human being? Not a human being. Human. Ji Mingyue took a deep breath. Good good good. You are indeed doing good. But you can let people die playing right. Aha. Am I to understand that you like to see people dancing on your doorstep? Or is it the twinkle twinkle kind? And Ji Suiying looked at Zhao being fine at this time. Rushed to suppress the assassin. Sky Devil? How did it get here? That heavenly demon then swallowed his saliva at that moment. He looked at Zhao Gong and was just about to open his mouth. Suddenly he felt a green light flash through his mind. Hey, ha ha ha. ABA. This guy, crazy. Ji Mingyue stole a glance at Zhao enough. Zhao enough swallowed. Thanks to Fairy Bright Moon for saving me. Ji Mingyue. Ji Suiying also sighed at this time. He's crazy. He can't ask anything. But Elder Zhao needn't worry. As long as Mingyue is around, you won't receive any harm. Gee Mingyue, it's really done. Lu Xuanyi's eyes snowed as he watched a heavenly demon sneak up on Zhao Enough. Zhao Qing was also a bit shocked at this time, because Lu Xuanyi studied his 1,000 words of truth. He came up with a reverie, since he can make up stories through truth. Then the souls inside the moral streamer run according to the story he made up. So is it possible to be able to use it in the real world as well? Subsequently, through the top of Lin Wu Dao's judgment, a heavenly demon was found. Then Lu Xuanyi asked Zhao Qing to write a story for this heavenly devil in true words, and Zhao Qing literally wrote a story off the top of his head. One day, this heavenly devil was walking on the road, when he suddenly saw Zhao Enough, and was inwardly enraged, wanting to kill Zhao Enough, so he exploded and hurt people. Zhao Qing did as he was told. Originally, Zhao Qing thought that this kind of thing was impossible to realize. However, right in the presence of the two, that person coincidentally met Zhao Enough, and then just really do it according to the story you've made up. Zhao Qing's scalp went a little numb. He suddenly felt that he was a little too outrageous with this 1,000 words of truth. To the side, Tendo covered his face with his hands, because it was also the first time she had seen someone using 1,000 words of truth without doing anything. She was all a bit regretful that she had imparted this divine ability to them.